In the year 2030 AD, the Six Paths Divine Tower runs through daily life. The heaven and earth are shaken, and the world changes drastically. Reality is torn into two layers. The outer world barely maintains order, while the inner world has long been swallowed up by secret dungeons and terrifying monsters. If humans want to survive, they can only change their jobs, embrace superpowers, and evolve at the risk of their lives. The man is an orphan. His parents died in the service of the Dragon Kingdom's divine tower and left behind a generous compensation. However, the man has been quietly dormant in a parallel world for a year. Today, the man finally turned 18 and ushered in the fateful job change ceremony. Other young men were full of enthusiasm, eager to become warriors, mages, assassins, but he had a complicated expression, both expectant and fearful. When the man stretched out his right hand and touched the job transfer crystal, a light flashed. Archer. The man just breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, boom. A terrifying energy burst out from the man's body like a flood, rushing into the crystal in an instant. At that moment, his right hand was almost dislocated. The man withdrew his hand with great pain, and the warning siren sounded. In his mind, the incomplete information left by his parents flashed by. The inheritance of the hidden profession may have awakened, but the man couldn't be exposed. As an orphan, no one could protect him. The man could only pretend to be excited and leave quietly among the newcomers. Until he hid in a corner and opened his personal panel, the man was stunned. Occupation: Infinite Arrow God Mana. Arrow Reserve: 9999999+. Exclusive Talent: Unlimited Firepower. Arrows will never run out. Each arrow will automatically split into 99 arrows. The skill can be used as a normal attack. No cooldown, no charging, and comes with special effects. One arrow at the beginning, killing everyone in seconds. In the skill column, Explosive Arrow and Ice Arrow flashed with a faint light, as if they were ready to move. For others, changing jobs is just a starting point, but for me, I can graduate directly with full qualifications. The corners of the man's mouth rose slowly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. As long as he develops smoothly and continues to complete his job transfer, Su Ming will be able to resist thousands of troops alone and sweep away thousands of demons with one arrow. Hold on, we can win, Su Ming muttered in his heart. As for why this change happened, he could only attribute it to his identity as a time traveler. After a year, Su Ming's golden finger finally arrived. Wow, brother, you've changed your job to an archer. I'm so envious. I'm a shield master. Are you interested in forming a team? If we work together, we can get twice the result with half the effort. We newcomers to Jiangcheng need to unite. I'm a mage, so why don't I lead the team? After the newcomers completed their job transfer, some of them who showed potential were soon noticed by nearby large guilds and invited. Su Ming looked at the group of people who were talking enthusiastically and shrugged helplessly. There was another reason why he kept a low profile. He didn't want his amazing talent to be known to most people too early. At least, before truly exposing his strength, Su Ming must grow up first and have more options. Sorry everyone, I'm used to being alone, Su Ming replied calmly. After that, Su Ming walked alone to the node passage in the center of the square and stepped into the portal leading to the other world. Su Ming must verify his terrifying combat power as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be more efficient to fight alone and upgrade alone? Team up? That's not Su Ming's style. After completing his job change, Su Ming finally stepped into the inside world for the first time, the other side of Jiangcheng. As that Su Ming left, what a pity. I wanted to have a deeper exchange with him. He's just an archer, but I'm a mage. I guarantee I can reach level 3 today. Everyone follow me closely. Once we are upgraded, the archer will definitely regret not joining our team. So, after Su Ming, this group of newcomers also stepped into the node one after another and started their own trial journey. Jiangcheng City-State, Level 5 District. Block 14, Dongjiang District, Jiangcheng, Level 1 District. As the nodes glowed, Su Ming successfully entered the other side of Jiangcheng, the inside world. The layout inside the city is basically the same as the surface world, but the copy environment outside the city is completely different. According to the comprehensive strength of secret realms, dungeon levels, and city-states, this world is divided into different levels of areas. The so-called Level 1 area is essentially equivalent to a novice village. At this time, it was dusk in the Level 1 area, and the low-level job changers in the town were coming and going, making it a bit lively. Su Ming did not waste time and spent money to buy a map of the distribution of copies near the other world. Then he directly called a DD car and set his sights on a novice wild monster area outside the block. Taxis in the other world are driven by professional drivers from the life department. They travel at extremely high speeds and can drift and turn effortlessly, but the cost is 3 times that of the surface world. The breeze blew gently, and the leaves at the edge of the dense forest rustled. Under the envious gaze of the driver, Su Ming stepped into the dense forest outside Block 14. At the entrance to the dense forest, there is a sign placed by the forest ranger in the early years. Big-eared rabbit dense forest, level LV1 LV5. It is recommended that newcomers enter in a team of 5 or more. Stepping into the forest, Su Ming looked around but found no trace of other people and felt relieved. There were only 2 dungeons suitable for novices in the entire level 1 area, and Su Ming deliberately chose this more remote and deserted area. As it turned out, it was indeed very quiet here. Su Ming climbed up a big tree easily and saw a group of rabbits digging the ground frantically not far away. Big-eared rabbit, ordinary wild monster, level LV2 HP 200/200 skills, crazy flapping, digging, kicking information, a group of manic rabbits who always have endless energy to vent, very good. A very good test subject. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. In his hand appeared an ordinary longbow that came with the initial profession, and in the quiver behind him were exclusive arrows. Not only did this type of arrow not need to be purchased by himself, it also automatically came with skill effects, making it much stronger than ordinary arrows. Su Ming knocked an arrow, drew his bow, and released. Explosive arrow. Su Ming used the skill effect to replace normal attacks. In an instant, a ball of scorching flame ignited on the head of the arrow, and then in Su Ming's field of vision, it surprisingly split into 99 identical rockets. A rain of flaming arrows fell from the sky, and each arrow exploded the moment it hit the ground, causing widespread splash damage. Bang 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 bang. -40. -40. Burn, -40. Su Ming did not stop his movements at all, and the second explosive arrow was already shot out. At this time, Su Ming's attack speed is 0.8 arrows per second, which means that he can release 100 arrows burst every 1.25 seconds. Bang 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 bang. The sound of explosions in the deep forest continued. The poor big-eared rabbit didn't even see Su Ming before it turned to ashes in the endless rain of arrows. Chirp. The arrows even penetrated the leaves and pierced into the trees, setting the entire dense forest on fire and emitting scorching heat. At the same time, the system prompts are constantly refreshed. You killed the big-eared rabbit, LV1, and gained experience 10. You killed the big-eared rabbit, LV3, and gained experience 30. You killed the big-eared rabbit, LV1, and gained experience 10. Each attack was split into hundreds of arrows covering a wide area, and Su Ming's damage was almost nonstop. How terrifying. My ability is really abnormal. Su Ming exclaimed in his heart. There was a faint fragrance mixed in with the intense flames. It was the smell of roasted rabbit meat. Go on, clear out all the rabbits here quickly. Su Ming's mana was almost endless, so he didn't need to worry about the high-frequency consumption of his skills. Hundreds of arrows were fired every 1.25 seconds, and soon all the rabbits in the forest were slaughtered. Congratulations on getting the title, Rabbit Killer, Su Ming looked at the newly acquired title, Rabbit Killer permanent title. When killing wild monsters with the rabbit attribute, experience gained is plus 5%. To Su Ming, this title was not precious, but it was practical. The condition for obtaining it was to kill 50 big-eared rabbits of the same level within 3 seconds, which was only possible for the novice stage, and most people could not achieve it at all. Ha ha ha, comfortable, come again. Su Ming shot with great pleasure as the explosions continued. For the last wave, Su Ming switched the skill effect, converting explosive arrow into ice arrow. The flaming arrowheads instantly cooled down, turning into silver-white ice crystals with cold light. When the ice arrows landed, rabbits or trees immediately condensed into small pieces of black ice, suppressing the flames and causing the temperature of the dense forest to drop sharply. TSK. If a boss without control immunity is hit by 100 arrows, he won't be able to move at all during the entire process. Su Ming sighed and gained a deeper understanding of the combat mechanism of explosive arrow and ice arrow. Although the drop rate of the big-eared rabbit is average, several pieces of equipment were still dropped due to the huge kill base. Only after all the rabbits in the deep forest were cleared out did Su Ming jump down from the treetops and begin picking up the more valuable trophies. As for common materials like rabbit skin and rabbit meat, Su Ming didn't care, and he didn't lack that little money. His current goal was to go to a higher-level dungeon as soon as possible and continue to upgrade. Of the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the big-eared rabbit, 2 can be worn by Su Ming. Su Ming checked the properties: rabbit leather boots, bronze, type, boots, profession, general, level requirement, LV2 properties, agility +8, durability 20/20, features, Actively consume 10 points of durability. Additional agility plus 8. Last 5 seconds. Rabbit tooth necklace, bronze, type, necklace, profession, general, level requirement. LV5, attributes, mana plus 100, attack plus 10, durability 20/20. Features. Plus 10% damage to wild monsters below its own level. Rabbit bone staff, bronze, type, weapon, profession, mage, level requirement. LV2, attributes, attack plus 20, durability 20/20. Features, critical hit plus 1%. Su Ming directly equipped himself with the rabbit leather boots and rabbit tooth necklace, and then simply counted the excess equipment for disposal. At the same time, the system prompts a message about the level increase. Your level has increased by 1 level. LV1, LV2, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Your level has increased by 1 level. LV2, LV3, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Su Ming quickly checked his personal panel. Name, Su Ming, occupation, infinite arrow god, level, LV10/LV20, 0 turns, HP, 2000, mana, 999, 9999, strength, 19. Agility, 27, attack speed, 0.89 arrows/s, attack, 48, defense, 19, single arrow reserve, 999, 9999/9999999. I didn't expect that I could reach level 10 after killing a wave of novice monsters. Su Ming sighed. The first 10 levels were originally the fastest stage of advancement, and Su Ming cleared all the rabbits in the entire dense forest. In addition, the proficiency of explosive arrow has also been slightly improved. The skill level cap is LV10, and there are 2 ways to improve it. One is to accumulate proficiency by constantly using the skill, but the process is slow. The other is to buy rare skill proficiency crystals, which is commonly known as spending money to become stronger. In order to improve his strength as quickly as possible, Su Ming has planned to purchase some skill proficiency crystals as a backup. Su Ming then took out the map and headed out of the dense forest. Let's see if there is a remote level 15 dungeon. That's where we'll go. Chapter 3. Guys who play with bows and arrows have dirty hearts. Hiki. Su Ming had just walked out of the dense forest when a group of new players happened to arrive at the edge of this area in the distance. The 6 of them looked like a temporary team, and there was a burly wizard leading them, who seemed to be the team leader. Boss, why did we go all the way to the jungle? One of them asked in confusion. What do you know? The big guy waved his hand. There are more people and fewer monsters in the wilderness. There's no one to fight over monsters here, so you can level up much faster. The others suddenly understood and praised him, saying that Brother Gang was indeed the wizard who knew the novice map best. As they were talking, they saw a figure walking out of the woods ahead. After taking a closer look, someone recognized the man and said in surprise, "Isn't that the archer Su Ming? Why is he here alone? Look at how dejected he is. Maybe he failed to kill the monsters and got beaten by them." Several people began to discuss in a low voice. "Our team is still short of an archer. Do you want to try to get him in?" Several people exchanged glances and showed friendly smiles to Su Ming. Brother Gang smiled and waved. "Brother Su Ming, let's team up together. We can kill monsters more efficiently if we have all the people together." The girl next to him also added enthusiastically, "We have mages, warriors, and priests. Leveling together will definitely be better than you leveling alone." Su Ming glanced at them without stopping, but simply reminded them, "The rabbits in the deep forest have been cleared. You may have to wait a few hours if you want to spawn monsters." Su Ming didn't want to say more. He just reminded them out of politeness. Hearing this, Gangu and the others looked at each other and asked in disbelief, "Did you do it?" Su Ming shrugged and said lightly, "Who knows? I'm just about to go somewhere else to have a look." This statement neither confirmed nor denied it, but made people even more confused. Several people in Gang Ji's team immediately became wary and whispered, "Is this kid deliberately making excuses?" "Humph, just an archer. Why is he showing off?" Brother Gang disagreed and turned around to lead his men into the dense forest. Gangu and the others obviously didn't believe that Su Ming had really cleared the entire forest. After all, such a thing was almost impossible for a newcomer. But when Gangu and the others went deeper into the forest and looked around, their faces changed. Damn, where's the rabbit? Only rabbit skins and minced meat left on the ground? The atmosphere froze for a moment. Gangu and the others realized that Su Ming was not joking and this place had really been raided. Although the hope of killing monsters was shattered, several people in Ganga's team still picked up the dropped items on the ground with swift movements. These materials can still be sold for some money, so don't come here in vain. However, the big wizard Wang Gang was a little uneasy, staring at the scorch marks on the tree trunk thoughtfully. Could it be? It's impossible? He is a newcomer. How is it possible? Brother Gang shook his head, suppressed this ridiculous guess, and then quickened the pace of picking up equipment. On the other side, Su Ming, who had just walked out of the forest, suddenly sneezed. Although he didn't know what those people were thinking, Su Ming knew in his heart that the traces of his actions could not be hidden. In this case, it is better to change jobs earlier and let yourself enter a higher level. Su Ming said, perhaps I can expose myself a little bit. Su Ming thought to himself that it would be better to disguise the hidden profession as the skill of arrow splitting, which would be easier to explain later. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt much more relaxed. Su Ming then set off to an area known as the Labula Mine Volcano. This dungeon was more remote than the dense forest, but Su Ming had gold coins with him, so he naturally did not hesitate to take a taxi and soon arrived at his destination. Before entering the mine, the signboard details the distribution of monsters. Earth Fire Lizard LV-1015, Silver Iron Beast LV-1418, Rare Boss Gold Iron Beast LV-20. Note: this is a dead volcano. There are occasional rolling stones. Please pay attention to safety. This type of dungeon has been explored by players for a long time, and it is not as full of unknowns as the Secret Realm. Su Ming walked in and indeed did not see other players. He was delighted, thinking that he had come to the right place. But before he had gone far, 3 people suddenly jumped down from the mountainside and blocked Su Ming's way. The area ahead has been occupied by Tyranny Guild. Please go to the left. All 3 of them had the Tyranny logo on them. Su Ming didn't say much and turned to another path. Su Ming didn't want to be targeted while leveling up, and he didn't want his fighting style to be noticed by the guild. That too. Jiangqing's 4th level guild does have some power. Su Ming silently memorized the name and continued on his way. Not long after walking, he found a group of large lizards with fiery red mineral crystals on their backs on the side of the mountain. Earth Fire Lizard, Ordinary Monster. Level: LV-12, HP, 2400, Skills: Tail Swing, Flame Eruption, Rampage. These monsters have extremely strong fire elements, making them the most suitable prey for the explosive arrows. Su Ming quickly drew his bow and aimed, then let go. Chi! An arrow flew out and split into hundreds of sharp arrows in the air, like a rain of fire. The group of fire lizards had just begun to charge when several of them in the front row were pierced by arrows. The damage numbers popped up one after another. -96. -96. Burning. -144. Critical hit. Then, a series of explosions exploded on the fire lizards, and the blood dyed the ground red. Although the power of a single arrow was not great, the effect of the 100 arrows fired at the same time completely made up for the shortcomings. Su Ming continued to fire arrows while moving, completely suppressing the fire lizards. The larger ones at the back tried to activate the mineral crystals on their backs and launch fire attacks. So angry, Su Ming sneered, and the arrow in his hand instantly turned into an ice attribute. An arrow was shot out, and a large piece of frost exploded at the point where the arrow hit. -150. -150. -225. Fatal. The flames were suppressed by the cold, and the huge fire lizards could not move. In just a few rounds, the fire lizards were completely frozen, then shattered into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Those who play with bows and arrows have dirty hearts, haha. Besides, it's because I'm a hidden profession. Su Ming looked at the spoils on the ground, feeling satisfied. This is just the beginning, and the next step is the real upgrade sprint. Chapter 4. More upgrades is a good thing. Rolling stones are coming. In terms of damage, the output of Frost Arrow is stronger, and it also has the ability to slow down and control the field. But in terms of efficiency, the wide coverage of Explosive Arrow is obviously better, especially suitable for controlling the field and clearing the screen when clearing monsters. Therefore, when Su Ming was killing monsters, he still used Explosive Arrow as the main weapon, and the efficiency of quickly clearing the Fire Lizard group was unmatched. You killed the Earth Fire Lizard, LV-11, and gained 400 experience points. You killed the Earth Fire Lizard, LV-12, and gained 400 experience points. Your level increased by 1 level, LV-11, LV-12, HP plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. At that moment, Su Ming felt a sense of joy rising from the bottom of his heart. Killing monsters brought instant satisfaction, while upgrading was more like the solid feeling of stepping into the ranks of the strong. The surroundings were cleared, and there was no longer a single surviving ground fire lizard to be seen. Only scattered fallen items were left on the ground. Su Ming did not waste time, and walked straight forward to collect those valuable materials and equipment one by one. On average, every time he killed 4 or 5 fire lizards, they would drop a flame crystal, which was a very useful material for low-level magic props. Su Ming didn't pick and choose, and put every single one into his backpack, which was very efficient. In addition, Su Ming also picked up more than a dozen pieces of earth fire armor, all of which have good attributes and are all bronze level. Earth fire armor, bronze, type, armor, profession, general. Level requirement, LV8, attributes, health plus 200, defense plus 8, durability 30-30. Features, fire attribute skill damage reduced by 10%. Su Ming immediately equipped himself with the item with the best attributes and threw the rest into his backpack to sell them for money. As waves of fire lizards were killed, Su Ming's experience continued to rise and finally reached a stable level of 13. Although the experience required to reach a higher level would increase sharply, as long as the level of the monsters killed was high enough, upgrading would not be a problem. Try to reach level 20 in the mine, so that I can return to the main city to change my job. Su Ming already had a clear goal in his mind, and his steps became more determined. Su Ming continued to explore deeper into the mountain, and indeed found a new wave of ground fire lizards not far away. Su Ming raised a familiar smile. Good boys, I'll do it. Arrows rained down like rain. Waves of explosive arrows covered him, attracting a large number of fire lizards to rush towards him. Then Su Ming switched to ice arrows, controlled the situation in time, kept his distance, and attacked while kiting. Others thought this style of play required the cooperation of multiple people, but Su Ming could easily accomplish it alone, destroying the entire team without any injuries. Although Su Ming's area was noisy, it did not attract other players to check it out. This was Su Ming's lucky point when he first entered the other world. He didn't know that this place had actually been targeted by someone. At the same time, on another main road in the center of the mine, the elites of the Batu Guild were hunting another monster, the Silver Iron Beast. A new wave of Silver Iron Beasts has spawned. Hurry up, brothers. It's the 7th wave today, and the Gold Iron Beasts haven't spawned yet. It's a bit unlucky, but Silverstone is also valuable, don't waste it. They kept moving while talking, and it was obvious that they had developed a tacit understanding. These people were all members of Batu, and Batu had just received a procurement task from a large family in Jiangxing the day before. The other party wanted a large amount of silver and gold stones, so Tyranny simply occupied all the dungeon maps that could produce these materials. In order to maximize resources, they even reached an exchange of interests with other large guilds in private. As for ordinary players and individual players, some dungeons directly expelled them. Su Ming was lucky and was only asked to change the route. While they were fighting monsters, someone suddenly asked, "Tainyo, why did you let that guy go just now? He's just a newbie who doesn't know his place. He doesn't even know what happened yesterday, and he dared to come to the mine by himself. Did you deliberately let him into that small path, trying to trick him?" Hee hee. Tainyo licked the corner of his mouth and smiled. He ran into trouble. Who can he blame? If you dare not give face to us, Batu, you will have to pay the price. They are used to running rampant in Jiangcheng and have become accustomed to the tacit understanding that others take a detour. Su Ming had just finished another wave of monster clearing. Su Ming clapped his hands, feeling unusually happy. Your level increased by 1 level, LV14 LV15, HP plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a tremor. Then, a huge dark golden figure leaped down from the top of the mountain, roaring like a tearing rock in the valley. Roar! The figure paused for only a moment before it quickly leaped into the distant valley and disappeared. Su Ming quietly hid behind a huge rock and watched quietly until the mine returned to peace. What is that? A dark golden shell? Could it be a boss? Su Ming recalled the task prompts and was basically certain that it was the Golden Iron Beast. Now Su Ming understood. The people from Tyranny Guild were staying on the main road just for this Golden Iron Beast. And the reason why Su Ming's branch road was empty was because all the monsters had been cleared out, waiting for the boss to appear. But for Su Ming, this matter has little to do with Su Ming. Su Ming only needs to continue leveling up and stabilize to LV15, which is the top priority. However, Su Ming soon discovered that the new round of monsters had not yet refreshed, and the other roads were controlled by Tyranny. The only way left was the most dangerous, rolling stone belt ahead. Su Ming looked down at the warn sign beside the road. It read, "Rolling stone belt ahead. Please pay attention to safety." Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The fire lizards had been cleared and would need several hours to refresh. The main road was blocked by Tyranny, so he had to take risks to continue upgrading. This is the only way. Su Ming made a quick decision, full of confidence. With the frost arrow, it would be easy to hold back the rolling stone. Let's do it. I'm the archer god. How can I stand still? Moreover, there was no one else here, so Su Ming could unleash his strength without fear of being exposed. Su Ming stepped onto this narrow passage filled with gravel and rock walls, and his longbow was fully charged. Sure enough, a new wave of fire lizards emerged from the mountain again. The mineral crystals on their bodies were larger and redder. Su Ming said, "Come on, take my 100 arrows." You killed the earth fire lizard, LV-14, gained experience 500. You killed the earth fire lizard, LV-15, gained experience 550. Firepower mixed with explosions and frost poured down, smoke billowed, and roars continued. As the enemies fell to the ground one after another, Su Ming's face also showed a smile of victory. Just as Su Ming had finished cleaning up a group of monsters, a thunderous noise suddenly came from the distance. Rolling stones. Sure enough, they were coming. Su Ming's eyes flashed, and he drew his bow decisively, shooting an icy arrow directly under the rolling stones. Hundreds of cold air gathered in an instant, slowing down the first batch of rolling stones. But the next second, more boulders rolled down one after another, and the vibration spread throughout the mine again. Boom! Although Su Ming tried to change the trajectory, and some of the boulders were diverted, the impact force from behind caused the boulders to completely derail. The rolling stones changed their route and headed straight for another main road. Coincidentally, it was the direction where the Tyranny members were stationed. Haha, Jintai Beast is almost dying. I'll come and finish him off. Wait, what's that sound? Boom. Oh my god. Run. My Jintai Beast. What's up with these rolling stones? The elites of Tyranny were directly scattered by the rolling stone attack, and they could not resist this natural disaster at all. After all, they were just players who had just completed a job transfer, and they couldn't even keep up with the pace of dodging. Unlike Su Ming, who can release hundreds of ice control paths in one breath, he is comparable to the controller of natural disasters. Chapter 5. You are right. So die peacefully. Su Ming did not stop. His feet were like the wind, and he ran quickly along the mountain path. As Su Ming ran, he whispered, "This chain reaction of the butterfly effect is really exciting." Fortunately, most of the boulders had been diverted and avoided Su Ming's route. So although it seemed thrilling, Su Ming actually did not encounter any real obstacles along the way. My level is too low, and the monsters are too slow to spawn. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Just as Su Ming was relaxing for a moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a giant beast with a dark golden luster, covered with iron armor, running towards Su Ming. It turned out that the golden iron beast was forced to change direction in order to avoid the rolling stones. While the group of Tyranny was retreating on the right, the golden iron beast chose to flee to the left, which was the direction where Su Ming was. "Don't come over here. Wait, something's not right." Su Ming could tell at a glance that this guy was seriously injured and dying, and was obviously at the end of his strength. Su Ming did not hesitate, and immediately held his breath, drew his bow, and aimed. Ice arrows. The arrows flew out of the string in an instant, splitting into hundreds, densely packed and accurately shooting towards the forehead of the golden iron beast. Chi. At that moment, the arrows rained down like frost, all hitting the golden iron beast. The golden iron beast roared and fell down completely. You killed the golden iron beast, LV-20, boss, and gained 30,000 experience. You killed the golden iron beast for the first time, and gained additional attribute, agility +2. As the boss fell to the ground, a piece of golden or fell to the ground, aphrodisiac. I have found a bargain. Su Ming looked at the aphrodisiac under his feet, surprised and happy. Su Ming put the material into his backpack without hesitation. This is an extremely rare refining item. The reward for killing the boss first should not be underestimated. The additional attribute improvement is crucial for subsequent development. Your level increased by 1. LV-18, LV-19, HP +200, MP +100, STR +1, APS +0.01. Your level has increased by 1 level. LV-19, LV-20, Health +200, Mana +100, Strength +1, Attack Speed +0.01. Your level has reached the upper limit. Please complete the job transfer task and continue to upgrade. The original plan was to slowly kill monsters to level up, but this wave of experience packages from killing the bosses allowed Su Ming to reach the maximum level. Just as Su Ming was about to leave quietly, the Labula Mine volcano suddenly shook again. Not only Su Ming, but also the group of Tyranny members who were still on the mountain path, all had changed expressions. A stream of magma gushed out from the top of the mountain, followed by a second stream, a third stream. What's going on? Su Ming was bewildered. He hadn't received any warning that the volcano was about to erupt. Su Ming quickly ran and dodged, avoiding the hot rock debris that kept falling. On the other side, a dozen Tyranny players were also fleeing in panic. Damn, is this really the Labula Mine volcano we know? I've been playing for 5 years and I've never seen it erupt. I'm so angry. I almost killed the boss. I must find a girl tonight to vent my anger. Su Ming and the tyranny people ran all the way and finally met at a fork in the road. As a result, another accident happened. The tyranny people actually ran into Su Ming, who had just escaped alone. Su Ming? Why didn't you die? Isn't he a level 10 rookie? No, he is level 20. After the first level, players can check other people's levels and information. At a glance, everyone's pupils shrank and their faces were full of disbelief. From level 10 to level 20 in such a short time. Is this possible? Tai Nyo and the other two were shocked. They saw with their own eyes that Su Ming crossed another dangerous route alone. Not only was he unscathed, but his level soared. Did you kill the golden iron beast? Tai Nyo stared at Su Ming, his tone becoming a little tougher. This place was far away from the center of the magma, so the impact was not great. Tai Nyo and his men's greed was also growing quietly. Your level changes too quickly, which must have taken up most of the boss's experience. As soon as Tai Nyo finished speaking, everyone else turned to Su Ming, their eyes gradually becoming unfriendly. How could an ordinary rookie sweep the ground fire lizards and escape the rolling stone area alone? Not to mention that he is now at the maximum level. Tai Nyo and the others concluded that this person must have some incredible equipment or secrets. Su Ming did not charge forward, but took a few steps back, a hint of ridicule on his face. Why? Do I have to report before I kill a monster now? Tai Nyo said. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the things in your backpack. And the secret of your rapid upgrade. Don't think about leaving alive today if you don't tell me clearly. Tai Nyo's voice became more and more vicious, and the dozen people around him gradually moved closer, completely blocking his way. In Tai Nyo's view, as long as Su Ming was eliminated, no one would know the truth. Every year, many rookies die in high-level maps. There is no one monitoring the dungeon, so you can make up whatever you want. If you know what's good for you, just hand it over. Before Tai Nyo finished speaking, Su Ming suddenly bent his bow and drew his arrow. Frost arrows. You're right. If you want to keep a secret, the best way is to kill everyone who knows it. Chirp, chirp. The arrows split again, 100 arrows in 1 second, covering the entire field. Minus 204. Minus 204. Freeze. Minus 306. Critical hit. The first wave of arrow rain hit dozens of people, and each of them was instantly frozen. This was the core of Su Ming's rhythm, 1 arrow per second, and then split into hundreds. As long as Su Ming can control one round, the next wave can continue to hit. The opponent has no time to counterattack at all, and is continuously beaten into ice chips like an ice sculpture. Not to mention that they are only in their early 20s. Even experienced elites can't stand for a few seconds in the face of such firepower. Su Ming's eyes were devoid of any emotion as he watched these people frozen in place with a look of horror on their faces. You killed Tai Nyo. You killed Huang Dasheng. You killed Li Buju. Tai Nyo and his men never understood until their death how it was possible for Su Ming, a guy who looked only level 20 and had not yet changed his job, to unleash such terrifying firepower. Tai Nyo and his men couldn't even survive the second wave of arrow rain. Once they were controlled and failed to use countermeasures in time, they were basically controlled to death. Su Ming said coldly, "Go in peace. We are even now." At the last second, the arrow hit again, the ice shattered, and the scene was dead silent. Huh. Su Ming let out a long breath. In the inner world, strength is everything, and no one ever talks about reason. The battle in this world is far more bloody than in the outer world. Being merciful means leaving the enemy a chance. You started it first. Don't blame me for being cruel. Su Ming said, and raised his bow again, shooting several arrows at the corpses. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive arrows exploded, and Tai Nyo and the others' bodies were burned black, as if they were the unfortunate people affected by the erupting magma. Su Ming did not stay any longer and prepared to leave immediately. If these people died in the dungeon for no reason, it would definitely arouse tyranny's vigilance. But now the volcano is erupting, the smoke is billowing, and the magma is spreading wantonly, so any death seems reasonable. What a pity. Once you die in the other world, all your items will be exposed. Su Ming smacked his lips, feeling it was a pity. Not being able to loot the items was the biggest loss. But it was also because of this that Tai Nyo and his men did not dare to act rashly at first. Unfortunately, Tai Nyo and his men overlooked a key issue. The reason why Su Ming was so strong was not because of his equipment, but because of his hidden profession and innate skills. Su Ming said, "Okay, I won't disturb you anymore. Sleep peacefully." Chapter 6, Handsome Guy, you can come see me at night. Then, Su Ming did not relax his vigilance and carefully went back to the entrance of the Labula Mine volcano. There was no one around the entrance of the Labula Mine volcano, only the lava fragments constantly splashing out of the mountain, reminding people of the riot just now. Su Ming glanced behind him and confirmed that no one was following him, so he muttered to himself, let's take a longer route this time and go directly to the job transfer hall. Jiangqing Dongjiang District, Job Transfer Hall, Level 3 District. A few hours later, Su Ming finally arrived at the magnificent and bustling job transfer hall. There were people coming and going in front of the job transfer hall, including newcomers and experienced guild veterans. On the contrary, Su Ming blended in without attracting any attention. The more natural he was, the less attention people paid to him. Dear customer, how can I help you? A professional bunny girl receptionist came up to us with a smile. Su Ming did not hesitate and directly dumped out the bronze equipment and fire crystals that were stuffed in his backpack. Please help me collect all these equipment. Su Ming smiled and added, I also want to enter the first crystal space. Okay. The bunny girl was very skilled in her movements. She quickly estimated the value of the equipment and processed the transaction. A few seconds later, the bunny girl handed over a white card. The total value is 320,000. After deducting the 200,000 yuan entry fee, there is still 120,000 yuan left. The amount has been received. Su Ming sighed inwardly. This speed of making money will only get faster and faster in the future. But Su Ming also realized that just one job transfer attempt would cost 200,000 gold coins, which is really not something that ordinary newcomers can afford. If you fail, you have to pay again. For individual players, it is really cruel. The receptionist personally led Su Ming to the interior of the hall, and her attitude became particularly enthusiastic. You handsome guy looks unfamiliar, so you must be a newcomer, right? Did you get all these equipment by yourself? The receptionist turned her head to look at Su Ming several times as they walked. Archer. Su Ming simply answered with these 3 words, ignoring all other questions. Su Ming deliberately remained indifferent, avoiding revealing too much information. The young lady's enthusiasm was immediately dampened, and her expression instantly became much more restrained. You can actually reach level 20 by yourself. You have a bright future, handsome guy. Maybe a big guild will come to you soon. The receptionist praised her while lifting her collar with her hand, revealing her curves. Unfortunately, Su Ming was not interested at all. When Su Ming walked into the job transfer room, he only left a faint complaint. Women will only affect the speed of my bow. Su Ming's eyes turned to the center of the room. There stood a huge crystal ball, surrounded by several golden rings, like the center of some sacred ceremony. Su Ming held his breath and pressed his hands on the connector. Detected that your level is LV20, meeting the first level requirements. Start generating optional professions. However, the next second, the light of the crystal ball suddenly dimmed for a moment, and the text on the panel seemed to freeze. Just when Su Ming thought there was something wrong, the crystal ball regained its light. You can currently change your job to Secret Archer. Su Ming was startled. He had never heard of this job name. Su Ming knew that there were only 2 common job types for a normal archer to change into: Magic Archer and Swift Archer. Each choice will generate a corresponding job transfer task, and only by completing the task can you successfully transfer. But Secret Archer? This is a completely unprecedented hidden profession. Without hesitation, Su Ming chose the Secret Arrow God. The crystal balls of various countries are directly connected to the God Tower system, and the information level is extremely high, and it will not be peeped by others. You chose Secret Archer, generating job transfer task. Task name, Secret Hunting, difficulty 10. Cha. Su Ming's eyes fell on the last few words, and his breathing paused for 2 seconds. This was the highest difficulty level in the job transfer task, 10. Su Ming quickly clicked to view the detailed description. Secret Hunting, difficulty 10. Requirements. Enter any LV20 or higher secret realm, and kill 100 LV20 or higher wild monsters without being discovered by the enemy. Personal output accounts for more than 50%. Time limit, 30 days. Task refresh and reset after failure. After reading the task content, Su Ming was relieved. This task was almost hell-level difficulty for ordinary players. After all, they had to be concealed, have high output, and kill a full 100 monsters. But for Su Ming, this was just a slightly challenging practice. Su Ming's 100 arrows had a wide coverage area, high damage, and could be used for long-range kiting, so he was not afraid of being discovered. Su Ming said, "It's not bad, it's a task that suits me." Su Ming walked out of the job transfer room easily, his face full of confidence. The bunny girl at the door saw that Su Ming was happy and couldn't help asking, "Handsome guy, it seems that the task is not difficult?" "Yeah, it's okay," Su Ming replied without any fanfare. The bunny girl immediately showed envy. Those who can easily receive simple tasks are generally players who are judged by the system as having high potential. The people the bunny girl meets every day are either newbies or experienced people who are not doing well. At present, the bunny girl is really attracted to Su Ming, a newcomer who has talent, strength, and appearance. "Excuse me, do you sell skill mastery crystals here?" Su Ming asked as he walked. He knew that the job transfer hall covered a wide range of services, not only the job transfer function, but also various peripheral businesses. This, you need to go to a large auction house or Jiangbei trading house. The bunny girl was stunned, then explained, we only handle ordinary job transfers and basic business here. Su Ming nodded, and the topic seemed to change casually. Alas, relying solely on releasing skills to improve proficiency is too slow, and the consumption of mana is too high. Su Ming said, putting his hands behind his head, looking helpless and natural. Su Ming said, pretty lady, do you know how much a skill crystal costs? The bunny girl smiled shyly and blinked. Usually it costs more than 300,000, but it's easy to be out of stock. But with your ability, it shouldn't be difficult to earn this much money, handsome boy. Su Ming smiled slightly and responded politely, thank you. The bunny girl took out a small card from her uniform pocket in the blink of an eye. She stuffed it into Su Ming's hand and winked. Handsome guy, this is my contact information. If you need anything in the evening, feel free to contact me. Su Ming. As he walked out of the job transfer hall, he shrugged and glanced at the name printed on the card. Jin Xiaoya, number 1145. TSK. He didn't comment, nor did he have any extra emotions. Perhaps this was a way for them to survive in the other world. Su Ming folded the card casually, squeezed it lightly, and threw it into the trash can on the side of the road. Then, he smiled and walked briskly to the next stop. Secret Realm, I'll come. Chapter 7. Lava Secret Realm. Infinite firepower carpet-style arrow bombardment. After learning that the Jiangbei trading house was not open yet, Su Ming did not intend to waste time. Since the job transfer task is still on hand, let's go to the secret realm to complete the job transfer task first. Su Ming opened the map and checked it, and found that there were only 3 secret realm points around that met the level, but they were not close. If the dungeon is a natural area in the other world, then the secret realm is a deeper space crack. Those places are connected to the internal structure of the God Tower and are full of unknowns. Dangers and opportunities coexist. As long as you stand on the teleportation array at the secret realm mark point, you will be directly sent to the different space selected by the God Tower. It is more exciting than ordinary dungeons, but also more deadly. Su Ming was walking on the 7th block when suddenly, a deafening broadcast sounded throughout Jiangxing. Attention all residents of Jiangxing World. The Labula Mine volcano has erupted and a new secret realm has been generated. Residents of the Living Department, please return home as soon as possible to take shelter. Combat and auxiliary departments can go to the mission hall to receive the corresponding tasks. In 20 minutes, Jiangxing will activate the city protection barrier. Please complete the mission registration as soon as possible. The broadcast was repeatedly played in the city radio tower. The surrounding streets immediately became lively, horns honked, and crowds began to surge. Su Ming's brows furrowed, and his heart suddenly tensed up. The volcano was so loud, and a new secret realm was created. Su Ming heard the key point. This eruption created a brand new secret space. This new secret realm that has never been recorded often means a lot of opportunities and resources. We have to hurry up and go to the official mission hall. Fortunately, the mission hall was not far from the job transfer point, so Su Ming immediately quickened his pace. Jiangxing Dongjiang District Mission Hall, Level 3 District. As soon as Su Ming arrived, he saw a crowd of people. Countless players poured into the hall, talking about it constantly. Really? This is actually a new secret realm. I haven't seen it for 3 years. I checked the system information. The secret realm is divided into 3 levels: 2025, 5055, and 8085. Damn, I just reached level 56 yesterday. 1 level short. Now you can only go to defend the city or the outer mines and volcanoes. Miserable. Don't be discouraged. Although there are indeed more opportunities to enter the secret realm, the mortality rate of the new secret realm is also scary. Although they said it was dangerous, some people could no longer hide the smiles on their faces. Su Ming ignored these people and quickly walked through the crowd to the task area suitable for his level. Su Ming saw the most conspicuous task at a glance. Lava Secret Realm. Level Limit. LV20 LV25. Description: a new space secret realm generated by the eruption of the Labula Mine volcano. Content: kill as many lava monsters as possible. Boss information is not yet public. Reward 1. Each monster killed can be exchanged for gold coins according to the log. Reward 2. Those who kill the boss will receive additional official rewards. Su Ming thought about it for a moment and realized that the magnitude of the change in the volcano was indeed astonishing. In just a few hours, the place had changed from an ordinary mine to a complete magma field. And according to the official announcement, The entire Jiangsheng would be isolated by the barrier in 20 minutes, and it would be impossible to get out by then. Without hesitation, Su Ming immediately accepted the Lava Secret Realm mission. There was not much time left for Su Ming. If he missed this opportunity, he might have to wait for a long time. In order to deal with this emergency, the authorities even temporarily set up a teleportation array in the mission hall. Soon, Su Ming was teleported back to the familiar mining and volcanic area. But the scene in front of him had already changed completely. The original ground fire lizards were gone, and the silver iron beasts and gold iron beasts were gone. Instead, there was a mountain covered with magma, and a new monster emerged from the magma, the lava fire snake. Su Ming tried to check the information, but the level was too high and could not be detected for the time being. "Brother, are you here alone?" A guard with a serious expression came over. "Yes, it's not a big problem for me to go alone," Su Ming answered calmly. The uncle shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's not that it's impossible, but it's too rare to enter the secret realm alone at level 20. Indeed, the real danger in the secret realm is not only the monsters, but also the player teams that come in groups." "Thanks for the reminder, Uncle. I will be careful." Su Ming nodded and followed into the next area. In front of him, the 3 roads that once led to the top of the mountain had been reconstructed into 3 special teleportation arrays. Su Ming knew very well that the left side was the entrance that belonged exclusively to his level. So, he stepped into it without hesitation. "Ha ha ha, Captain Wang, did you hear that? The kid just called you uncle. Am I really that old?" Wang Lin was teased, but he didn't get angry. He just stared at the magic circle in a daze. Wang Lin asked, "Does your Jiangxing Intelligence Department have any information about this guy?" His companion checked and quickly replied, "His name is Su Ming, level 20, archer. Other than that, nothing else can be found." Wang Lin was stunned, holding his chin and thinking, "I can't find any information. It can only be a newcomer who just completed the job transfer ceremony yesterday." The two looked at each other, their expressions becoming more serious. Just changed jobs yesterday, and today he has reached level 20. If there is no superpower behind him, then it can only be the inherent advantages of some hidden profession. Captain Wang, could he be a hidden profession that has not been reported? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. "This newcomer, I'm determined." Su Ming didn't know that he had been included in the list of attention by a strange uncle, Wang Lin. Su Ming was walking into a strange space made entirely of magma and hot volcanic rocks. Just as Su Ming was observing his surroundings, a giant scorpion with a fiery red body and rock armor pounced on him. Although he couldn't see the specific level of the opponent, Su Ming was not panicked at all. The ice arrow flew out instantly, and at the same time, his body slid to the side cover. Chirp chirp, -204. Frozen, -204. Frozen, you killed the rock scorpion, LV21, and gained 1,000 experience, Su Ming sneered. "No matter what kind of new monster you are, you will still have to kneel under the rain of arrows." Su Ming has not yet completed his job change, but his experience will not be wasted. Instead, it can be accumulated for future growth. Su Ming continued to explore forward and soon found a large nest behind a rock wall. The number? At least more than 100. Su Ming immediately squatted down, quietly adjusted his position and angle. Su Ming did not need to aim at a specific target. He only needed to lock onto the entire area and attack in a blanket manner. "As long as you don't see me before you die, it's solved." Moreover, Su Ming did not even need to deliberately aim at a certain rock scorpion, but instead attacked the nest in an all-round manner, bombarding it with arrows in a blanket manner. This is how unlimited firepower should be played. Chapter 8. Shooting 100 arrows at a time. You tell me you are an archer? Facing the sky, 45 degrees. Su Ming drew his bow and aimed, and shouted, "Explosive arrows." Su Ming hid behind a rock shelter. His hands moved quickly, and he kept drawing the bow and shooting arrows one after another. A rain of arrows poured down from the sky, as if the sky was torn apart, and the dense explosions continued. Chichikichichichichi. On the ground, the arrow pierced into the rock scorpion's armor, and explosions and flames erupted. -136. Burn, -204. Critical hit, -136. You killed the rock scorpion, LV21, and gained 1,000 experience. You killed the rock scorpion, LV22, and gained 1,000 experience. As the arrows rained down, Su Ming completely transformed into a cold-blooded archer, shooting each arrow mercilessly. After a moment, Su Ming finally saw a change in the task log. You completed the job transfer task, Secret Hunting, difficulty 10. The ultimate task that was like a nightmare to others turned out to be so easy in his hands. You have successfully changed your job to Secret Archer God. Health plus 2000, mana plus 2000, strength plus 20, attack speed plus 0.2. Your level increased by 1 level. LV20 LV21. Your level increased by 1 level. LV21 LV22. Su Ming showed a carefree smile on his face. It feels comfortable, so cool. This time the job change was not only completed extremely quickly, but also allowed Su Ming's attributes to increase explosively. Combined with the large amount of experience that Su Ming had accumulated before, he broke through to LV22 in one fell swoop. Su Ming's growth rate is even faster than others who have reached the maximum level. Name: Su Ming. Occupation: Secret Arrow God. Level: LV22. First turn. HP: 6600. Mana: 999, 9999. Strength: 51. Agility: 61. Attack speed: 1.21 arrows/s. Attack power: 112. Single arrow reserve: 999, 9999. Su Ming's basic damage per arrow is now 112, and the additional frost arrow triples it. The hundreds of arrows that split out can be used to sweep a large area or accurately kill a single target. Single target, group damage. Play however you want. The output is explosive. Not only that, there are new surprises. You unlocked a new exclusive talent, Secret Eye. You unlocked new exclusive skills, Wind Arrow, Thunder Arrow. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Su Ming knew that most professions would replace their original talents after changing jobs, but Su Ming actually kept the previous arrow split. And this Hidden Eye is even more amazing. Talent: exclusive, Hidden Eye, permanently retained, cannot be detected, immune to all reconnaissance skills when reconnaissance enemies. Their professions and weaknesses are additionally displayed. Both eyes can be transformed into Eyes of Immortality, immune to eye control and attacks. That's awesome. Su Ming was very excited. From now on, no one can easily find out Su Ming's background. If Su Ming says he is a warrior, you have to believe him. What's more terrifying is that even the professions and weaknesses of others can be clearly seen at a glance. From now on, I will be more confident when I stand and talk. What's more surprising is that Su Ming has obtained 2 new exclusive skills. Wind Arrow LV1 shoots a wind arrow 500 meters ahead, causing 200% damage to all targets in the path, and increases the agility of the player by plus 1% for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds, mana consumption 100. Thunderbolt LV1. After charging for 5 seconds, it shoots a lightning bolt, causing 500% damage to the target and generating an electric field within a 10 by 10 range, causing 100% damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds, mana consumption 200. Su Ming was so excited that he almost jumped up. The wind arrow directly increased the movement speed, making it easier to pull and kite the enemy. The thunder arrow was simply a map-clearing artifact, with an electric field explosion and a high group damage. Not only that, Su Ming checked the updated content of Unlimited Firepower, which also made Su Ming very happy. Unlimited Firepower, passive. The number of arrows split in each attack is doubled, currently 200. In other words, the original 100 arrows can now be directly 200 at a time. Su Ming's heart was pounding with excitement. How can others play with this? If Su Ming's level was raised again, he might be able to shoot 2,000 with 1 arrow. Now, he finally had the ability to detect. So Su Ming immediately observed the information of nearby monsters. Rock Scorpion, ordinary monster, level, LV22, HP, 6,800, skills, rock armor shield, poison needle stab, dust, weakness, eyes. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and the weakness field appeared. As long as you hit the opponent's eyes, it will be 1.5 times the fatal damage. It smells so good. Su Ming quickly entered the rock scorpion's nest. He glanced around and saw piles of corpses all around. There was a dead silence. There was nothing else dropped on the ground, only the rock cube all over the ground. This square stone with a strong earth element should be a good magic material. Su Ming said, "Keep it for now. Maybe you can sell it for a good price." However, Su Ming still had a trace of regret in his heart, as he did not dare to sell the piece of golden stone to avoid suspicion. Just as Su Ming was about to pack up the rock cubes, he heard footsteps outside. Su Ming immediately hid in a corner. "Oh my god, which team did it? I just heard the explosion and rushed over, but the bodies were already cold? This must be an elite team, and their fire magic is not ordinary. Haha, so many rock cubes, and no one wants them? We're rich." They obviously thought that the previous team had retreated and were preparing to pick up the leftovers. The next second, Su Ming walked out from the depths of his lair. "Who? Can't detect information? This guy brought anti-detection props. Su Ming took a quick look and quickly identified name, manhwa, occupation, spearman, level, LV-23, name, Zhou. Occupation, fire mage level, LV-24. The other 8 people were around LV-21, and it was obvious that these 2 were the leaders. Brother, are you here to pick up equipment too? Manhwa smiled unkindly, and the tip of his gun tightened a little. Su Ming did not answer directly, but asked calmly, do you know where there are the most monsters? Su Ming's sudden change of subject made Manhwa and others stunned. To the east, there are rocket bees over there, a whole area. Zhou responded, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Su Ming smiled and said, I hope you didn't lie to me. Then he turned and left. Everyone subconsciously tensed up, guarding against Su Ming's sudden attack. But Su Ming just walked away. He didn't attack or threaten anyone. But after walking a few dozen meters, Su Ming suddenly stopped, turned around and smiled. I killed all these rock scorpions. Are you sure you want to steal my spoils? Su Ming finished speaking, and his bow was fully drawn. 200 arrows flew out instantly, landing accurately in front of Manhwa and his men. Bang, bang, dash. The arrows fell to the ground and caused an explosion. Sparks flew everywhere, and Manhwa and his men were stunned on the spot. Zhou Zhou was shocked. If the rain of arrows had been aimed at Zhou face, he would have been dead. Manhwa was also confused. Fuck. But Manhwa had a low level of education and limited ability to express himself, so he could only rely on fuck to dominate the world. Is this called an archer? Shooting hundreds of arrows at a time? Are you telling me that this is a profession that humans should have? Chapter 9. Both are in their 20s. Isn't the gap too big? I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm a hidden profession. 100-arrow archer. Su Ming finally decided not to hide it anymore. Su Ming knew that his output ability could not be hidden in this secret realm, unless he hid and didn't fight monsters, but he couldn't level up. So why not just stop pretending and show your cards? And with the secret eye, even if he was exposed, it would only be a pseudo-exposure. The truth is still under the vest. Hidden profession? Don't be impulsive, brother. Let's talk it over. Manhwa immediately changed his tone and said sincerely. Manhwa realized that Su Ming deliberately kept a distance before attacking, in order not to give Manhwa a chance to fight back. In other words, if the rain of arrows just now was not a warning but an attack, Manhwa and his team would have been turned into sieves in seconds. Even though Manhwa and his team are so-called elites, they're at most level 25. They can only kneel down when they meet a real master. Su Ming slowly drew the bow again, the tip of the arrow trembling slightly, the killing intent still lingering. Now, do you want to leave on your own? Or do you want me to send you off? Su Ming emphasized the word, send, especially strongly. Manhwa was sweating profusely and nodded quickly. Let's go, let's go. Zhou also quickly expressed his position. We are from the level 4 guild, Lost Leaf, and we hope to cooperate with you again in the future. Zhou and his friends knew that being tough now would be courting death. Instead of offending a hidden professional archer god, it is better to sell a good favor and make friends. Su Ming's heart moved. So they were from a level 4 guild? That was great. The reputation would spread even faster. When others heard about the 100-arrow shooter, they would naturally think that it was Zhou and his group who spread the story. Shooting 100 arrows at a time was a distinctive feature, and it would be easy to create momentum. These rock cubes are not in vain. They can be exchanged for 1,000,000 or so. After Zhou and his group had completely left, Su Ming put all the drops into his backpack without hesitation. Now that there are no worries, Su Ming can let go and kill to his heart's content. I can't hold on any longer. Nurse, add blood. Woo-woo. I'm really trying to heal, but I can't get enough. The boss might be nearby, but these rocket beadlings are just too numerous to kill. Let's retreat. Let Jianglong Guild take over. We are not cut out for this level. Although the individual teams were unwilling, they did not want to be buried with them. Dabeo, be careful. Before he finished speaking, 2 rock scorpions suddenly emerged from the ground and directly knocked Dabeo away. The next second, a large number of rocket bees locked onto Dabeo from the air. It was too late. Chichikichichichichi. The fire needles came down densely, and Dabeo could only use his arms to protect his head and face, preparing for a sudden death. But from another direction, hundreds of flaming arrows suddenly shot into the air. The arrows and needles collided in the air, causing a series of explosions, which stopped the fire needles. Su Ming made a move quietly, and the second wave of arrows was silent but equally accurate. I'm not dead. Dabeo was stunned for a few seconds after landing, and then he reacted. He looked up and saw that the entire sky was still filled with arrow shadows. Is it a team of archers? No? Dabeo's eyes widened. It was clearly just one person. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, glanced at the bee swarm, and shouted, "Don't stand in the middle. Help disrupt the bee swarm. I'll be responsible for the output." Su Ming's eyes have captured the opponent's intelligence. Rocket Bee, ordinary monster, level, LV24, HP, 8850, skills, flame needle, noise, beat dance, stab, weakness, wings. Swift wind arrow. As the long arrow shot out, the wind attribute quickly enhanced Su Ming's agility, and Su Ming's figure flew almost close to the ground. Every time he moved, a wave of arrows rained down. Minus 216. Fatal. Minus 216. Minus 144. Under the rain of arrows, batches of rocket bees fell to the ground. Even if they switched back to normal attacks, the explosive power was still terrifying. The sky was covered with arrows, comparable to a small natural disaster. He's less than level 25? DeBeo opened his mouth into an O shape, his eyes filled with shock. When DeBeo got up with difficulty, the surrounding teams finally came to their senses. They all began to release their skills and support with their weak strength. Flame, please listen to my call. Fireball. Whirlwind. Elf from the Gate of Freedom, I ask for your blessing. But compared to Su Ming's continuous instant kill output, their skills looked like children playing house. Everyone's eyes were focused on the figure that was constantly moving and shooting arrows. Who was this ridiculously strong archer? The difference was so great that it made people question their lives. You killed a rocket bee drill, LV24, gained 1,200 experience points. You killed a rocket bee drill, LV25, gained 1,200 experience points. You killed a rock scorpion, LV22, gained 1,000 experience points. Your level increased by 1 level. LV22, LV23, your level increased by 1 level. LV23, LV24. Su Ming's experience continued to soar. In just over 10 minutes, the bodies on the ground piled up like a small mountain. Everyone was stunned. DeBeo even slapped himself hard. Fuck, it hurts. This archer not only saved DeBeo and the others, but also took on the entire battle alone. Explosive arrows. Su Ming gathered his strength to finish, and the rain of fire arrows instantly covered the remaining fleeing monsters. This was the first time Su Ming officially took action against everyone, and it was also Su Ming's famous battle in the secret realm. Several teams, totaling 40 or 50 people, all stopped their actions and looked at Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming was already a god in their eyes. Su Ming lowered his head slightly and glanced at the panel. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Secret Arrow God. Level, LV27/LV50. First turn, HP, 7600. Mana, 999, 9999. Strength, 56. Agility, 66. Attack speed, 1.26 arrows/s. Attack power, 122. Defense, 64. Single arrow reserve, 999, 9999. Level 27 reached. Su Ming's level soared by killing monsters and gaining quest experience. With 2 talents and 4 exclusive skills, Su Ming finally had the capital to be strong. Although the entry limit of the secret realm is LV 2025, there is no limit on leveling up in the secret realm. When the time is up, you will be forced to teleport out, which will not affect the task settlement. More importantly, the skill Explosive Arrow was also upgraded by 1 level in this massacre. Chapter 10, Boss Su Ming, do you want a pendant? A plugin is also fine. Explosive Arrow LV1 has reached its usage limit. The skill is upgraded to Explosive Arrow LV2. Explosive Arrow LV2 charge for 1 second to shoot an explosive arrow, hitting enemies within a 2x2 range and causing 250% attack damage, with a 40% burn chance, consumes 80 mana, and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. The range remains the same, but the damage value and abnormal probability are greatly increased, and the cost effectiveness has steadily increased. Su Ming stopped attacking, but still held the longbow tightly in his hand, his momentum undiminished. Su Ming stood there, calmly looking at the several teams gathered in front of him, his eyes indifferent but full of oppression. Brother, what's your name? You just saved my life. I'll definitely reward you handsomely when I get out. A sturdy young man spoke first. Name, DeBeo. Occupation, Heavy Punch Warrior. Level, LV23. Although DeBeo was grateful, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. DeBeo couldn't find any information about Su Ming. Su Ming. Su Ming just replied lightly and waved his hand. It's just a piece of cake. But he did not relax his actions. Su Ming was still alert to his surroundings, while lowering his head to put the rock cube on the ground and the equipment dropped by the bee swarm into his backpack one by one. What attracted Su Ming the most were the 70 or 80 longbows that were all flaming red. Rocket longbow, silver. Type, weapon, profession, archer, level limit, LV20, attack plus 50, attack speed plus 0.5/s, critical hit rate plus 2%, durability 50/50, features 5% chance of causing burns with each attack. This is a silver level weapon, which is a great improvement for an archer like Su Ming who shoots at a high frequency. Su Ming replaced the original equipment on the spot, packed up the rest, and put it directly into his backpack, reaping a great harvest. The double bonus of attack speed and critical strike made Su Ming's output efficiency leap again. While Su Ming was operating, the other players around him watched closely, and no one dared to move a step. It was not that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. The hundreds of arrows rained down like a storm, and the scene was still replaying in their minds. Brother Su Ming, you are not a hidden genius from some big family, are you? DeBayo couldn't help but ask the question in his mind. He is so young but has fighting power comparable to that of a boss. Who wouldn't be afraid? No, I'm a hidden profession, 100-arrow archer. Hidden profession. This sentence caused a stir, and everyone gasped. A person who awakened a hidden profession in the first job change. Such a person is a treasure among treasures even in the top guilds. 100-arrow archer. With the arrow rain just now, he instantly recognized the character. Hiss, it turned out that it was not a skill effect, but a professional characteristic. Whether from the attack coverage or the continuous output, this guy is simply not a human. Just as everyone was in shock, the ground suddenly shook violently, and fiery red cracks tore open from the ground. Hot magma rolled out, and someone shouted, "Oh no. Everyone, retreat quickly." The shock at this moment was not limited to this place. The entire secret realm felt the strong fluctuations. Teams in the distance also began to gather here. Then, a fire snake sprang out from the magma and rushed straight to the face of a nearby female player, and a shrill scream suddenly resounded through the sky. "My face is ruined, ah." All players who enter the secret realm are at most level 25, and they can't even last a few rounds against boss-level monsters. In the midst of this chaos, a three-headed giant snake spiraled up from the magma, accompanied by countless fire snakes that spewed out. It's the boss. The secret realm boss has finally appeared. Su Ming had already retreated to a high ground, and the detailed information of the boss appeared in his eyes. Three-headed snake, secret realm boss. Level, LV 25 HP, 288,000 skills, lava spray, fire snake flame, glare, giant tail slap, talent 1, flame body, reduces 20% of fire damage, 10% of other damage, talent 2, split head. When HP is below 20%, it splits into 3 small snakes, and after 5 minutes of not dying, it fuses and recovers 30% of HP. Weakness, right head. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was not a chance to pick up heads like the previous one when he found the golden iron beast. This was a real first kill, the first appearance of a boss in a new secret realm. The reward for killing it would definitely be more generous, and it could even add permanent attributes. Su Ming licked his lips, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This boss is so big, if we can catch it and tie it up. Ugh, what am I talking about? Shut up, Xiaoling. Stop being a masochist here. All the major guilds are here. If you're late, you won't be able to grab it. I'll retreat. I'm just here to get the participation prize. Saving my life is more important. Some people chose to avoid danger, while others looked crazy and stared at the boss anxiously. Su Ming, standing on the high rock, looked at the increasingly chaotic situation, and a sneer appeared on his lips. This boss belongs to me. Su Ming no longer hesitated and pulled the longbow to its full length. Swift wind arrow. The skill itself is not gorgeous, it is just a straight line output, but the agility bonus it provides is the most terrifying core. 1 arrow increases agility by 1/0. He shot 200 arrows at a time. The effect lasts for 5 seconds, and after stacking, his temporary agility is off the charts. Now equipped with the rocket longbow, the attack speed soared to 1.7 arrows/s, and 8 by 200 arrows could be shot in 5 seconds. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of arrows raining down from the sky again. -315. -472. Critical hit. -945. Critical hit plus fatal plus burn. The three-headed snake roared, the magma rolled, and the fire snakes filled the sky, but the first wave of unlucky people were still the melee fighters rushing forward. And Su Ming was almost flying in the air at this moment. Move to the left and shoot. Chirp, chirp. Move to the right and continue shooting. Every time Su Ming changed direction, the arrows would follow and cover the entire battle area, completely forming the spectacle of a single person kiting the boss. Oh my god. Brother Su Ming is fighting alone in the sky, and we are like monkeys below. This scene is no longer shocking. The boss's hatred is all locked on Su Ming. Because no one has a higher output than Su Ming, and Su Ming is so fast that the boss can't hit him. The 3 heads spit fire and their tails sweep wildly, but none of them can touch Su Ming's shadow. What a pervert. This output, 1 person can defeat 100 archers. If he really kills the boss alone. I will change my name to Su Ming the dog. Boss Su Ming, take me flying. I can be a pendant, the kind that can be hung on the wall. At this moment, all those who were still thinking about competing for it lost their temper. No one dared to think about it anymore. Everyone knew that today this boss would be taken down by this 100 arrows archer, alone. Chapter 11. Kill the big snake and get a lot of rewards. Su Ming quickly managed to get the snake out of the lava zone. Look at its information again. If it drops to 20, its talent should be triggered. It only took a few minutes. Su Ming alone dealt 79.4 of the boss's total health. Everyone saw the big snake begin to split from head to tail. Soon it turned into 3 smaller fire snakes, trying to move in 3 different directions. How could I let you run away? Frost arrow. A shot of ice arrows fell from the sky and instantly froze the 3 snakes. Then he relied on his super high agility to move towards the fire snake. Transforms into wind arrow. To outsiders, the ice arrow is a powerful move that takes a long time to prepare before being used. Not at all abrupt. Chirp. Chirp chirp. In the distance, a large group of people also saw the rain of arrows shot by Su Ming. There are people from the Jianglong Guild. There are also people from the Bata Guild, as well as the small group of people from the Lost Leaf Guild. There are the 3 major local guilds in Jiaqing. Among them, only Jianglong is level 5. Damn it, it's all because of Jianglong's group of hypocritical idiots that we were late. By the time we arrive, all those archers will have been killed. The boss said, if you can't take down this boss, you won't be able to stay in tyranny. I want to see where Jianqing got so many archers from. Final. The fire snake separated from the boss's left head disappears. Soon the fire snakes that separated from the middle head disappeared one after another. The head on the right is the most cunning, and it deserves to be the weak spot. The final blow. The firepower was no longer covering its entire body, but was all directed at its head. Boy, stop it for me. Behind Su Ming, an assassin kept flashing and trying to interrupt him, then grabbed the boss's final blow. But the distance was not enough, so he yelled angrily. Stop it. Su Ming did not hesitate. The sharp arrow flies out of the bow, turned into countless raindrops. Shoot a big hole in the snake's head. Then, the 3 small snake bodies merged again into a huge 3-headed snake. But there is no vitality of living things. You killed the 3-headed snake, LV25, boss, and gained 50,000 experience points. You kill the 3-headed snake, LV25, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, attack +5. You have completed the first blood of the 3-headed serpent, LV25, boss, and obtained additional rewards, fire emblem, life +500, mana +500, strength +5, agility +5. Sure enough, the bonus attribute of first blood is too comfortable. Fire emblem? What is this? Su Ming had never heard of this thing, but that didn't stop him from happily putting it into his backpack. The next second, I didn't think about picking up the dropped items, but move quickly. At the same time, the arrow was aimed at the assassin in the distance. Assassin? We finally managed to close the distance. Why did the archer suddenly move away? Damn, he's faster than me. At the same level, the assassin's agility is higher than that of the archer. Moreover, the assassin knows that he also has special acceleration skills. It still hasn't arrived yet. One more step, and you will die. Su Ming's voice was clear and powerful, cold and domineering. He saw the other party's message in his eyes. Name, Taiming. Occupation, Demon Hunter. Level, LV25. Taiming stopped and hesitated. If we can't get close at the current distance, the advantage is entirely on the archers. He never expected it. Such a terrifying rain of arrows was caused by this kid alone. Whether you have joined a small guild or not, I will give you a choice now. Quit and join tyranny. With your potential, you will definitely become one of the future masters of tyranny. Moreover, it is very likely that we will get the full support of the entire guild. Su Ming almost laughed out loud when he heard what the other party said. What? You are from Tyranny Guild? You have to know that Su Ming wiped out a group of people from the Bata Guild. I don't know what the relationship between this guy and Tainyo is. TSK, you're so bossy. What if I don't want to? Taiming on the opposite side was not angry, but showed a playful expression. You are indeed a newcomer. Do you think you can handle the entire guild by yourself? Haha, that's not necessarily the case. If I choose Jianglong or Lost Leaf, they don't seem to have any reason to refuse. Su Ming has already thought about it after he has made a name for himself this time. All the major guilds in Jiacheng will extend olive branches to him. It just caused a little sensation in Jiacheng. It can preserve life and ensure safe development. It's a very good deal. And he originally wanted to join a guild as high as possible, because the higher the level of the guild, there are various attribute bonuses and guild gains for members. Jianglong is the #1 guild in Jiacheng and is a very good choice at present. Taiming was speechless for a moment. This kid actually doesn't play by the rules? This forced him to hold back the words he had prepared long ago. Boy, it's your best choice to come to tyranny. Otherwise, a potential stock that doesn't grow up is nothing, don't you think? Su Ming's eyes turned cold. Are you threatening me? Wind arrow. Draw the bow. All in one go. Fuck you. Tai Ming said without showing any momentum, but he was almost scared to death in his heart. The large force behind us was approaching. Just use your skills to dodge away. This scene was also clearly seen by the major individual teams here. Su Ming actually offended tyranny. The situation suddenly became delicate. That's it. Su Ming shook his head helplessly and did not forcefully pursue. Instead, he moved to the snake's corpse. Look at the drops. There are actually 3 complete flame hearts. The aura of the fire element is very abundant. If this thing is sold, it seems that 1 piece can be sold for 1 million. There's also a skill book? That's a huge profit. Eagle Eye Archer Class Skill Book. Level Limit, LV 30+. Eagle Eye's LV 1. Archers have sharp vision. After activation, they gain vision within a radius of 200 meters for 1.5 seconds. Consumes 500 mana and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. After seeing the effect of the skill, Su Ming was overjoyed. This skill book is worth at least 3 million yuan, but he must have used it himself. You need to be level 30 to learn it. I decisively put it in my backpack. The highest level of other people is LV 25, and no one dares to enter his shooting range, let alone grab the dropped items. Su Ming alone enjoyed all the spoils. Making money is really an easy thing. Suddenly I feel that my original 30 million is just a drop in the bucket. Just as he was about to get away from here as quickly as possible, the body of the snake suddenly slowly dissipated. Then a magic circle rose there. Su Ming, who was beside the big snake, was naturally not spared and was covered by the magic circle. Boom. The earth cracked, magma splashed everywhere, and this secret place became more and more unstable. The place where Su Ming was originally located had now cracked into a huge hole. Where is my Bao God? No way. DeBeo, who was closest to the scene, looked up and no longer saw anyone there. I feel a little dizzy. This was how Su Ming felt when he was inexplicably teleported. Then a light appeared before his eyes. Or it would be more accurate to say that the lava on both sides of the road was glowing red. Is this a hidden space under the magma ground? He seemed to be teleported to a special place by a teleportation array. The magic circle activated by the fire emblem also protected him at the same time. It was unclear whether it was a blessing or a curse. Go along the road. A group of ferocious fire spiders appeared before his eyes. New monster type. Su Ming didn't expect that there were a large number of spider monsters under the secret realm. The corners of his mouth turned up. Since you were here to give me experience, how can I refuse? Chapter 12. The Great Zakarong. My name is Tai Ming. Information about this group of spiders appeared in his eyes. Fire poison spider, normal wild monster. Level, LV 24. Health, 7500/7500. Skill sticky silk, fire net, bite, spider leg stab. Information. Many parts of the fire spider contain toxins, so you need to be careful when handling them. Weakness, prismatic protrusion. Su Ming looked forward along the line of sight. Sure enough, I saw a small bump in the center of many spiders. As more and more fire poison spiders crawled towards Su Ming. Su Ming smiled. Very good. Thank you for the gift of experience, babies. After this trip to the secret realm, Su Ming will definitely be able to reach level 30+ after leaving. Frost Arrow. Thunder Arrow. The retreat route in this space is very narrow, so the Gale Arrow Kite tactic is not appropriate. Therefore, freezing control can be utilized at the same time. Create a large-scale electric field through Thunder Arrow. Bilibili. In addition to the horrific damage from the massive rain of arrows, the electric field covering the entire space also causes the spiders to suffer 100 attack damage per second. Minus 617. Frozen. Minus 1542. Critical hit, electric field. Minus 205. The horror of 600 arrows shot in 3 seconds directly covered the entire front of the space. Countless densely packed fire spiders had not yet rushed forward. He was frozen into ice and then electrocuted to death. You killed the fire poison spider, LV 24, gained experience, 1000. You killed the fire poison spider, LV 25, gained experience, 1200. Your level has increased by 1. LV 27-LV 28, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. The information in the panel log was constantly being refreshed, and Su Ming was enjoying it very much. As the spiders in front continued to turn into corpses, Su Ming could also shoot while moving slowly forward. Tisk, no one knew there were so many wild monsters hiding here. In terms of quantity alone, it is several times more than a rocket bee swarm. Even a LV-25 team of more than 20 people was teleported in. I don't know if I can make it to the end of the road alive. Your level has increased by 1. LV-28 LV-29, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Very good. Su Ming's eyes flickered, and he continued to twitch. A few minutes later, whether at the ends of the road or in the magma, all that was left were spider remains. Experience soared and another breakthrough was achieved. By the time Su Ming stopped pulling, his level had become LV-32. Others dare not even think about it. He entered a secret realm and fought alone. In a short period of time, it was upgraded from LV-20 to LV-32. It was a real killer of wild monsters. What is this? Among the dropped items, Su Ming saw the only dropped item besides the leg meat, which was the poison drop. A purple solid in the shape of water drops, with hundreds of drops falling. Put it in your backpack first. When the time comes, you can go to the exchange to learn about and identify the uses of more items. Then, Su Ming carefully looked around and then started walking inside along the road. Study. You meet the learning requirements of Eagle Eye and successfully learn this skill, Eagle Eye LV1. After reaching level 30, Su Ming finally learned this auxiliary skill. This is where it comes in handy, activated immediately. He seemed to feel a strange power. Then the entire view within a radius of 200 meters came into his eyes. There are no traces of the fire spider. Hey, what is that? Su Ming saw that there was a space at the end of the road, and the magic circle to leave this place seemed to be on the other side of that space. The skill duration ends and the picture stops abruptly. However, Su Ming had already reached the entrance to another space. When you step into it, your spirit becomes extremely tense. But the next moment, what he saw made his breathing slowed down a little. Magma gathered around. The final source of convergence was a fireball as scorching as the sun above the head. Su Ming vaguely saw the shadow of a sleeping dragon in the fireball. That's right, it's a giant dragon. Could it be that the magma in the secret realm is not natural at all? It was actually born from this giant dragon. Although Su Ming felt palpitations, but slowly moved along the road towards the teleportation array on the other side. As long as you don't wake it up, it should be fine. But the opposite happened. The dragon seemed to have awakened. Human, are you the one who woke me up from my slumber? The evil dragon Zagunong opened his eyes. Its words carried the authority of a superior, as well as a hint of excitement. How many years? It has been sealed in this place for who knows how many years. Today, although I can't see the other party's appearance outside the fireball. But finally a human came with special unsealing items. The evil dragon Zagurin gave a sinister smile. Humans are a greedy race and cannot resist the temptation of the great Lord Zakurong. Su Ming's heart was beating rapidly at this moment. This is a real dragon. A legendary being at least level 400. How could a rookie like him, who just changed jobs for one day, have access to such things? That's not right. If this dragon is really that powerful, why is it talking to me? So, is it possible? Su Ming immediately said humbly, "Respected Master Dragon, I have no intention of disturbing your rest. I will leave now." Wait. Zagunong suddenly became anxious. Hearing this, Su Ming, who was across the river of magma, smiled. He guessed it right. As a time traveler, this kind of thing quickly made him realize what was going on. Lucky boy, you are the human chosen by the dragon. If I guess correctly, there should be a fire emblem next to you. Su Ming looked at the flickering fire emblem on his left arm. Thoughtful. This thing is actually related to the dragon? Then, he continued his performance. Oh my god, great dragon, it was this emblem that led me here. Zakurong in the fireball finally showed a satisfied look. This is the proof that you are a dragon follower, Zagunong said jokingly. Come on, human, channel the power of the fire emblem into the fireball and sign a contract with me from now on. You will have the power of a dragon, and you will also have access to countless treasures of the great dragon. It is tempting greedy humans step by step. After so many years, it is impossible for humans today to know the true meaning of the fire emblem. And once it breaks the seal, the world will be ruled by the great Zakurong. In fact, Zaguno didn't know either. The secret space where it is located has passed the Six Paths Divine Tower, connected with the inner world of Blue Star. It was no longer his original world plane. The countries of Blue Star naturally do not know the function of the fire emblem. At most, it can be used as a high-level flame charm item. Oh, the dragon's treasure. What is the name of the great dragon? Zagunong felt very comfortable with Su Ming's flattery. At the same time, listening to Su Ming's greedy words, he seemed to see the result of his other party's stupidity. Boy, I'll let you be happy for a while. I am the ancestor of the lava dragon, Zakurong. Boy, as my contractor, I allow you to tell me your name. The ancestor of the lava dragon? This is quite a big deal. Su Ming was silent for a moment, then after thinking for a while, he quickly said, Great Master Zagunong, my name is Tai Ming. Come on, Iron Manganese, welcome to the Dragon's Treasure. Chapter 13. Grandma always said that it is impossible to take back what you have given away. Finally, it is finally free from the seal. Poor bug, he even fantasizes about taking advantage of the dragon. Zakurong was looking forward to it excitedly, looking forward to the moment when the divine seal flame cage would disappear. It wants to make this poor insect experience the despair of falling from heaven to hell. Ha 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 ha. Only. But the seal never disappeared. What's wrong, Taimeng boy? Why aren't you moving? Don't you desire great power? Don't you want to be the master of the world? Sign a contract with me and you will have countless treasures. Su Ming, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Because of the hidden eye, his identity could not be exposed. So after realizing that the dragon could not come out, why not think about how to get some benefits? Once I leave the secret realm, there will definitely be many forces recruiting me, as well as hostile forces. The inner world is full of crises. So this is an opportunity. Seeing that the time was ripe, the Oscar-winning actor took the lead. Ahem, respected Master Zakurong, although I am not doubting you. But Grandma always said that the devil always uses sweet words to deceive people. So, if you can give me something to prove your identity as a great dragon, I will be honored as your loyal follower. Boy, you. Very good. Being cautious is a good quality. You haven't been blinded by greed. You are worthy of being the contractor I have chosen. If Su Ming could see Zagunong's face, that would definitely make him so angry that he would turn red. Who is your grandma, kid? After the great Zaku is melted, she must be cut into pieces. I am the great lava dragon. Today I will let you get a glimpse of my true beauty. Zagunong finally calmed down. Anyway, you can take it back after you come out. Boy, don't let me down again. Then, Su Ming saw two objects flying out of the fireball. This is taken from the space backpack that everyone has, so it will not be affected by the seal. Su Ming was excited and adjusted his breathing. Immediately took the two props in his hands. They were actually two completely different huge scales, molten fire scale crystal and rock armor scale crystal. Then, Su Ming heard the other party speak as if recalling a memory. My brave boy, after seeing these two dragon scales, you will understand my true greatness. The first molten fire scale crystal has the ability of this ancestor to absorb all the fires in the world and can release double the power with infinite power. The other piece of rock armor scale crystal has inherited the terrifying defense of the original divine beast. After being activated, it has absolute defense for almost 3 minutes. It can be heard that it is very pleased with its two scale crystals. Of course, Zakuryu wasn't the only one who praised this. And there is Su Ming. His tears flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Dragon scale crystals, 2 pieces. Not to mention the incredible effect of the molten scale crystal absorbing all kinds of fire. The rock armor scale crystal instantly greatly enhanced his life-saving ability, equivalent to 3 minutes of real manliness. Who can survive by using your unlimited firepower to output for 3 minutes? From now on, even if a god comes, I must kill him within 3 minutes. Oh, great dragon Zakurong-sama, I am so grateful for your trust in me. Wait a minute. Then, Su Ming no longer had time to study the 2 legendary scale crystals. Put it directly into the space backpack. His footsteps moved. If he didn't slip away now, when would he? A blazing fireball of the sun was overhead in the center of the road. Su Ming quickly continued to walk towards the location of the magic circle at the other end of the road. The giant dragon Zagurong vaguely saw the small human figure outside move. Very good, he is going to sacrifice himself for the great dragon. Come on, come on. Hey, something's wrong. That's not right, kid. Why are you getting farther and farther away from me? Respected Master Zakurong, no, I am just following the guidance of the fire emblem. Su Ming bent all the straight once. But there was no pause in the movement of his feet. Almost there, we will be able to say goodbye to this extremely narcissistic dragon. No, that's definitely not right. Boy, you are clearly farther away from me. Are you trying to deceive the great Zakurong? Roar. Zakurong was stunned in the fireball. The script is wrong. Shouldn't this kid have approached him knowing that it possessed great power? No. I am the great lava dragon ancestor. How could I? It roared and barked angrily. However, the dragon's might would disappear completely as soon as it came into contact with the divine seal flame cage. Human, are you deceiving the great dragon? How dare you deceive the great Zakurong-sama? How could it, being so high and mighty, be played with like this? And it was killed by a weak insect. This giant dragon should have been able to play with the opponent at its fingertips. He turned into a clown. Human, give me back my scale crystals. Who? Pucci Su Ming finally couldn't help it. This narcissistic dragon only understood it now, but it was too late. Su Ming finally stopped pretending and came clean. My lord Zagunong, my grandmother always said, How can you take back what you have given away? I am weak and I won't bother you anymore. I am leaving now. The Zakarong exploded, and its head became exceptionally red. It seemed as if a huge lava explosion was about to occur at any time. The entire scorching sun fireball was constantly vibrating. Zagunong was furious. I will definitely kill you, Timing boy, and your damn grandmother. You lowly bugs all deserve to die. Suming smiled happily. This dragon was really stubborn. See, I know you don't have any good intentions, but you just can't get out, right? Roar. Human, you don't keep your word. You don't have martial ethics. Suming shrugged. Oh. Same here. Finally arrived at the teleportation array for leaving. Suming stepped in decisively and waved his hand slightly. Don't blame Master Zakarong for being so stupid. I am a smart assassin after all. Bye. Suming, 0. Zakarong, _, you come back. Timing, When the day comes that I escape from this predicament, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the lava space. But under the powerful suppression of the fireball, Zakarong could only rage helplessly. No, I took a step back, and the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Damn Timing. The magic circle flickers. Suming was successfully teleported and left this hot space. The scene before my eyes changed rapidly. When he looked again, he found himself back in the lava land, but there was no one around. This is not where the previous boss, the three-headed snake, was. But in the distance, he saw another group of rock scorpions. So Suming quickly hid himself behind a huge rock nearby. Experienced babies, don't even think about escaping. Wind arrowy. Shoot the bow. Chapter 14. I am just an ordinary person. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed the rock scorpion, LV-21, and gained 1,000 experience. You killed the rock scorpion, LV-22, and gained 1,000 experience. Suming had never felt so relaxed and comfortable. The agility boost provided by the wind arrow makes his life-saving pulling ability extremely terrifying. Now I have the confidence of a rock armor scale crystal. You can focus more on pulling the bow and output. While there is no one in this area, open fire and kill them all without leaving a single one alive. If rock scorpions had wisdom and could speak, they will definitely treat Suming as a devil, so don't come over. You killed the rock scorpion, LV-22, and gained 1,000 experience. Your level has increased by 1. LV-32-, LV-33, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Just as Suming was killing monsters passionately. The other side. The large forces of the three major guilds have been in the boss area for some time. Looking at the corpses of rock scorpions and rocket bees all over the ground. All exposed, elderly, subway, mobile phone. The boy was not found nearby. He is probably dead. It's basically impossible to survive if you fall into the cracks in the magma. It's a pity to waste such a good seedling. Zhao. The boss died in vain, and all the resources were wasted. Not only did the boss die too quickly, the guy who killed the boss also suddenly disappeared unexpectedly. The leader of the tyranny team is none other than the level 25 Timing. He breathed a sigh of relief and showed a very strange expression. Is my mouth blessed? Only Debeo from one team was lost and left with the team. I saw with my own eyes that the Bao God lost his balance and disappeared into the crack. My own savior. It's a pity that there is such a powerful new archer profession. In the end, everyone had no choice but to scatter. Start clearing out the rock scorpions and rocket beetles everywhere again. The process of closing the secret realm is not far away. Suming had become bloodthirsty and was slaughtering like crazy. The level has soared from LV-32 to LV-35. Moreover, there are nearly 200 rock cubes. This is all money. Soon all the rock scorpions in the entire area were killed. Suming is truly a first-class contributor to this secret realm. Then, I quickly looked at my basic panel. Name, Suming. Occupation, Secret Archer. Level, LV-35/LV-50, first turn. Health, 9,700. Mana, 999. Strength, 69. Agility, 79. Attack speed, 1.84 arrows/s. Attack, 203. Defense, 72. Single arrow reserve, 999/999999. Wait until later to replace a complete set of advanced equipment. His panel attributes will be higher. Of course, the actual combat effectiveness cannot be reflected just by looking at the panel, because he can shoot 200 arrows at a time with all kinds of special effects. Tip: Lava Secret Realm LV20 LV25 will be closed in 2 minutes, and all survivors will be randomly teleported out one after another. Although I am a little reluctant, but almost all the wild monsters in the Secret Realm were killed. He murmured, once we get out, we'll probably run into Tyranny's group. However, there is currently an official presence at the Labrador mine volcano. Tyranny would definitely not dare to take action. Then you just need to join the Jianglong Guild and everything will be easily solved. Thinking of this, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Rock armor scale crystal requires special identification. He figured out how to activate this thing, but he wasn't sure what the specific effect was. This time, both scale crystals need to be taken to the exchange for appraisal. Soon, a soft light enveloped him from above the secret realm. Su Ming knew that this was to teleport out of the vicinity of the Labula mine volcano. Boom. Just after leaving the secret realm, a volcano erupted. The situation that Su Ming expected did not occur. Because the situation is even more terrifying now. Everyone is fleeing and unable to take care of themselves. Oh my god. There's molten lava everywhere. Get down the mountain. The scope of the Labula mine volcano dungeon is 7 or 8 times larger. The stone roads and wooded areas outside the mine entrance all turned into a sea of magma and fire. Then, Su Ming jumped downwards without wasting any time. As for the next opening of the secret realm, it will probably be 10 days or more. As for those secret realms with extremely high-level restrictions, some of them will even be measured in years. Therefore, each time you enter a secret realm, the official will release a guaranteed reward task and try to clear all the monsters in the secret realm. If the secret realm is closed and too many wild monsters remain, it will affect the wild ecology of the inner world through the Divine Tower, and then further affect the ecology of the surface world. Su Ming felt that as time went by, the inner world and the outer world will one day completely merge. Therefore, he has no memories of the outer world, but can show off his skills in the inner world. There were more lava snakes in the distance. Su Ming quickly threw a reconnaissance. Lava snake, normal wild monster. Level, LV45. Health value, 1.9W/1.9W. Skills, Jet of Flame, Fire Snake Vortex, Magma Bomb, Scream, Giant Tail Flip. Information, a new species born from magma, with terrifying lava abilities. Weakness, White Ring at the tail. Su Ming did not draw his bow to attract hatred. After all, any lava snake was higher in level than the boss in the secret realm. Just then, he heard a loud roar from above. Apocalypse Shield. Little brother, come up quickly. Su Ming looked up. I saw a large armed helicopter lowering a special ladder, surrounded by shields. He climbed up quickly. I met several rescue workers and some independent players in their 20s. We are members of the World Rescue Department of Jiacheng official. Can't see your name? It seems you brought anti-detection items. Don't worry, we will send you to Jiacheng safely. Su Ming nodded and looked at the other party's message in return. Name, Jiangli. Occupation, Great Shield Master. Level, LV75. Unexpectedly, the rescuer was not far from the third turn. Well, thank you very much. He learned that since 3 groups of people of different levels entered the secret realm, the mine volcano soon began to erupt. Fortunately, it is still quite far from the town. Therefore, Jiacheng only needs to raise the city barrier to resolve this crisis. And these are the rescue teams. It specializes in rescuing those attackers who have just left the secret realm and cannot fly. Flying skills. At the very least, you have to reach level 2 before you can learn it, and it is extremely rare. But he believed that he would be able to achieve it in no time. Who can't fly? Su Ming walked towards the rest area inside and saw an old man who looked familiar. You are not dead, Gongshin? Debeo, who was leaning against the side, shouted excitedly. The rest of the scattered people all turned their eyes over. What impressed most people the most in the entire low-level area of the secret realm was the rain of arrows that shot at the boss. Except for Debeo and the 2 most recent teams. No one else had ever seen Su Ming's appearance. Now, hear the Bao God. Everyone thought of the terrifying person at that time. Oh my god, he's so handsome. It looks like my end is coming early. Could it be him? He's really a newcomer? He will definitely be fought over by all the major guilds. Su Ming frowned and glanced at Debeo. Bro, keep a low profile. Ahem, I'm just an ordinary person. I need to take a rest. Chapter 15. Identifying Scale Crystals. So powerful. The effect is too powerful. Su Ming leaned aside quietly and no one disturbed him. Soon he saw a huge hemispherical barrier covering the sky above Jiacheng. The helicopter entered through a special opening. You can also hear a lot of lava hitting the barrier. Then the sound disappeared. Everyone is safe. According to the current situation, the barrier will last for about 1 day. After all the scattered people came down. Rescue helicopters flew towards the Labrador mine volcano again. The whole city is currently on alert. No matter how much people thought about it, they didn't dare to cause trouble in the city. Everyone dispersed, and only DeBeo followed Su Ming. Come on, man, why are you following me? DeBeo gave an awkward smile. He quickly replied, Gongshin, if tyranny knew you were still alive, they might deal with you if they failed to recruit you. The big guy was right next to them at the time. Knowing that he and tyranny don't get along, so he's reminding himself? Su Ming's expression softened a lot. It doesn't matter. I don't care about tyranny. Su Ming said as he walked, do you know where there are a lot of skill proficiency crystals? Hearing this, DeBeo hurriedly followed. With a smile on his face, Gongshin, please stay. You really asked the right person. Are you going to the Jiaobei exchange? You may not be satisfied there, but the art exchange in Jiang'an has the most and best things, which will definitely satisfy you. Oh? Su Ming stopped. He had heard of the name Arte. In the surface world, they are the largest electronics company in Jiacheng, but they did not expect that they control important business of the exchange here. Okay, I need to buy a lot of skill proficiency crystals, right? And identify the functions of the 2-scale crystals. Absolutely, and the quality is guaranteed, but it may be more expensive, Gongshin. You don't have to worry about this. Su Ming waved his hand. Yalt Exchange, Jiacheng Jiangnan District, Level 4 District. Dear guest, is there anything you need to trade? Su Ming stepped forward. Pour out a large amount of equipment and props from the space backpack. Just recycle it. The lady at the front desk was stunned. Low-level equipment was nothing. But those rock cubes are rare goods that can only be found in secret realms. How could you have so much by yourself? Moreover, the value of the 3 red hearts and the golden aventurine also seems to be very expensive. Please wait a moment, my dear guest. So, Su Ming soon saw an elegant lady coming out to replace the receptionist. Naturally see the other party's message clearly. Name, Yajiuyi. Occupation, Senior Flower Arranger. Level, LV36. Hey, this is a handsome guest I haven't seen before. Yajiuyi, the person in charge of the Arte Exchange. Nice to meet you. It seems that the young man has gained a lot in the secret realm. Su Ming looked at the beautiful woman calmly. He didn't expect that as a housekeeper, she was also a professional in life. Su Ming. Then he shook hands with her politely. I need 44 skill crystals and a trip to the appraisal room of the exchange. He did not respond to the topic of the secret realm of Yajiuyi. The woman didn't care. After hearing Su Ming's request, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Dear Mr. Su Ming, 44 skill proficiency crystals may cost about 13 million. Su Ming nodded. Well, I will make up for it directly if it is not enough. Then he handed over a black card. There is more than 30 million left by my stepfather's parents. Yajiuyi's eyes suddenly lit up. This handsome boy is also a rich man. Except for the 4 exclusive skills, all of them must be at the maximum level. He also plans to upgrade Hawkeye to the maximum level. Since this skill has a very good range survey, I might as well finish it in one go. Soon, the other party finished counting the items. The total value of the recovered items is 7.83 million. Please check. Then with the other party's deliberately friendly discount, bought 44 skill proficiency crystals at 29W each. Su Ming didn't say much. He didn't know that the normal price of one here was 330,000 yuan. After paying another 200,000 yuan, I entered the appraisal room. Yajiuyi looked at Su Ming's back and the props he was handling and fell into deep thought. This handsome boy must have just come out of the new secret realm, and it is a low-level area of LV20, LV25. It's amazing that such a young newcomer can achieve this. His future is immeasurable. Maybe we can get closer. So she sent a message to her eldest brother. Huh. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The nature of the appraisal room is the same as that of the job transfer room, and it is connected to the God Tower. So he didn't have any pressure. Take out the molten scale crystal special identification required. It costs 800W to identify this item. Do you want to identify it? What for? This is robbery. However, Su Ming thought about it and realized that only real big shots could obtain items of this quality. In their eyes, 8 million yuan may be just pocket money. I never expected that the appraisal cost more than the transaction. But after gritting his teeth, he chose to confirm. Identification. Waiting. The identification results are as follows. Molten scale, legendary item. Information. The scale crystal that came from the ancient lava dragon, after being nurtured for thousands of years, broke away and became a tool with powerful strength. Passive ability. The holder is immune to fire damage and absorbs and stores any flames it comes into contact with. Active ability. Once activated, double the power of stored flames. After activation, a molten flame field is generated at the same time. increasing all fire damage caused by 300 and reducing all non-fire damage received by 50. Effective after identification. Characteristic. Immortal. Holder's attack power plus 1000, critical hit plus 20, effective after identification. Oh my god, it's so worth it. Su-Ming was extremely excited. He felt like a pig could take off. Then, another piece of gray stone-colored crystal immediately appeared in his hand. It costs 800 W to identify this item. Do you want to identify it? Identification. Su-Ming did not hesitate at all. Waiting. The identification results are as follows. Rock Armor Scale Crystal, legendary item. Information. The scale crystal that came from the ancient lava dragon, after being nurtured for thousands of years, broke away and became a tool with powerful strength. Passive ability. When the holder receives fatal damage, it will take the damage instead and clear any current negative effects, making it immune to all damage for 3 seconds. The remaining number of passive attacks is 3/3. Effective after identification. Active ability. After activation, you will be immune to any percentage, killing effect, and damage below 100 million for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 7 days. You can reduce the cooldown of the activation ability by killing a large number of wild monsters, up to 6 days each time. Effective after identification. Characteristic. Immortal. Holder's defense plus 1000, violence resistance plus 20, effective after identification. Precious high-level props, such as these 2 scale crystals. Many of them require identification before their full capabilities and features can be activated. Su-Ming is really grateful to the respected master Zakurong. Own these 2 scale crystals. Even now facing anyone below 4th turn. He is not at all empty-handed. TSK, just increase the defense by 1000. No one can break my defense. Not to mention the 3 times of passive damage bearing and the super active life-saving ability. As long as you kill a lot of monsters, the cooldown time of the 3-minute True Man skill will only be 1 day. So strong. So strong. As an archer, he can even stand in front of the warriors and deal damage. Thinking about this scene, Su-Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 16. My house is pretty big. All skills maxed out. Terrifying upgrade. Put the 2 scale crystals into the backpack again. Su-Ming walked out of the appraisal room with a very calm expression. I saw Yajiui in the hall with a charming smile. Congratulations, brother. Su-Ming must have obtained some good props in the secret realm. She didn't ask any more questions, because this was the rule of all exchanges. Don't ask anyone to identify the item. Moreover, she didn't think that the things that this newcomer could identify were valuable. Then, Su-Ming saw the other party take out a special black card from his chest like a magic trick. This is the Arte VIP black card. From now on, all transactions at Arte with this card will enjoy a 12% discount on purchases and a 108% discount on recycling. Thank you. Su-Ming took the card without hesitation. It is a common thing for exchanges to gain the favor of both the strong and the newcomers through various preferential treatments, because it will provide a steady supply of items of various levels in the future. It's an advance investment. Su-Ming didn't care. After all, there will definitely be a large number of equipment items that need to be recycled in the future. Everything is easy if the price is settled. Handsome young man, is there anything else you can help me with? Our exchange will do its best to satisfy you. Yajioi seemed to be able to guess what he was thinking. Oh, I'm just asking, do you have any flying skill books? Yajioi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head regretfully. Flying skill books are extremely rare. With the entire city on alert, the entire Jiacheng exchange should have no more. But maybe it will be available soon. If you need it, we will definitely keep an eye out for it. Then, the other party took the opportunity to ask for contact information. Just add it. Anyway, we are only talking about work. After walking out of the Arte exchange, Su-Ming saw Debeo waiting on the roadside. This guy hasn't left yet? Have you bought all the bows? Well, thanks for your advice. Because he found out during his conversation with Yajiui. Nowadays, many items in major exchanges have been bought out by Jiangcheng officials. If you go to Jianbei, you may not be able to buy so many skill crystals. Su-Ming and the other person talked as they walked. By the way, Brother Debeo, do you know any good residential areas in Jiangcheng's inner world? I plan to live there for a long time. Debeo looked surprised. Could this mysterious new Bao god be entering the other world for the first time? It's impossible to think about it. Then he must have been a lone wolf monster hunter wandering around. Ahem, Gongshin, if you don't mind, you can treat my house as your home. It's my way of repaying you for saving my life. My house is pretty big. Su-Ming? Then I started listening to Debeo's story. He's also an orphan. The only legacy left by his parents was when the Divine Tower first came into the world 20 years ago. A big house invested by Shiji and Jiancheng. Its value has increased many times now, but he is reluctant to sell it. So, I have to team up with other people frequently to kill monsters in exchange for money. Gangnam District, Urban Residential Area, Level 1 District. Su-ming looked at the big villa that Debeo pointed at with a strange expression. Damn, it's still in the central area. If this idiot sells his house, he will have more money than me. No wonder I recommended myself to come here. Because it is not far from the Arte Exchange, I am very familiar with this place. Okay, the second floor is mine. Sorry for disturbing you. In just one day, he reached level 35 and obtained 2 legendary dragon scales. Su-ming looked at the city barrier outside the floor-to-ceiling window and couldn't help sighing. Then, his eyes moved to his own panel. At the same time, 44 crystal-clear crystals were taken out. Start using them one by one. You used 1 skill proficiency crystal to achieve the skill proficiency condition, Explosive Arrow LV2 - Explosive Arrow LV3. You used 1 skill proficiency crystal to achieve the skill proficiency condition, Explosive Arrow LV9 - Explosive Arrow LV10. After using a total of 8 skill proficiency crystals, reach max level for Explosive Arrow. Su-ming looked at the skill description. For a moment, I didn't even know how to express my feelings. It is so powerful when combined with unlimited firepower. Explosive Arrow LV10, after charging for 1 second, shoots out a long arrow with an explosive effect, causing 600 of the attack damage to all targets in a 1010 range, with a 100 chance of burns, consumes 400 mana, and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. No surprises, 100 chance of burns. And with the addition of Molten Scale Crystal, it can get even more terrifying. Continue. You used 1 skill proficiency crystal to achieve the skill proficiency condition, Frost Arrow LV1 - Frost Arrow LV2. So, after using 9 of them continuously, he immediately looked at the full level effect of Frost Arrow. Frost Arrow LV10, after charging for 2 seconds, shoots out a long arrow with a freezing effect, causing 1000 of the attack damage to the single target hit, freezing the target for 2 seconds, consuming 800 mana, and having a cooldown of 20 seconds. Freeze for 2 seconds at a time. Before the opponent could get rid of the control, the second attack came again. Common name. As long as you can't control it to death, control it to death. Continue. After 9 skill proficiency stones, Wind Arrow reaches the maximum level. Wind Arrow LV10 shoots a wind arrow, dealing 600 of the attack damage to all targets in a straight line within a 5k range, and increases the player's agility by 2 for 10 seconds. It consumes 500 mana and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. If you learn flying skills after that, combined with the terrifying speed gain brought by so many flying arrows, the enemy may not even be able to see a trace. Continue. Finally, the 4th exclusive skill. Thunder Arrow LV10, after charging for 2.5 seconds, it shoots out a long arrow filled with thunder, dealing 1500 of the attack damage to the target it hits, and forming an electric field in the surrounding 2020 range for 8 seconds, dealing 150 damage to the target per second, consuming 1200 mana, and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. It is worthy of being a Thunder attribute skill. Each arrow generates a large-scale electric field that lasts for 8 seconds. The group kill is even better than the Explosive Arrow. Don't be too awesome. Continue. This is a very good auxiliary skill, Eagle Eye. Don't let it go. Eagle Eye's LV10, archers have sharp vision. After activation, they gain vision within a radius of 1000 meters for 3.5 seconds. Consumes 1000 mana and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Wow. What Su-ming didn't expect was, this skill improvement was unexpectedly good. The field of view has been greatly increased, and the duration has also been increased to 3.5 seconds. It is very convenient to open the field of vision in advance. A sleepless night. After all 5 skills are at the maximum level, your combat power will be forced to increase several times. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. I've only just reached level 1. Su-ming continued to stabilize his emotions. Damn. He thinks that he can easily kill a group of level 135 people at level 35 now. Chapter 17. Wang Lin's invitation, official invitation as well. After one night, Jiaoqing's barrier finally disappeared. Debeo has gone out to work. Just as he was about to go out to level up alone, there was a knock on the door. Through the cat's eye, Su-ming saw an uncle wearing a windbreaker. This person, I seem to have seen him somewhere before. After opening the door, their eyes met. Uncle. Isn't this the uncle who reminded me at the Labula Mine volcano? Friend Su-ming, you are indeed here. Wang Lin suddenly became excited. Such a handsome young man can only be Su-ming. The originally serious faces now have a bit of liveliness. And Su-ming was under the investigation of Hidden Eye. Now we can know the other party's basic information. Name, Wang Lin. Occupation, Sky Punishment Shooter. Level, LV-236. Su Ming stared at the other person blankly. His expression suddenly froze. When you are above level 180, you will reach the 5th level, and you can only receive the 6th level quest when you reach level 240. You are actually a big boss who has already reached level 5 and is close to level 6. And he is also an archer type of occupation. If it weren't for the hidden eye. For people who are 2 levels higher than you, you can only see. At this time, Wang Lin showed a helpless expression. My dear friend Su Ming, I am only 24 years old. I am a big brother, not an uncle. My name is Wang Lin. Oh, brother Wang Lin? Is there anything wrong? Su Ming quickly calmed himself down and pretended to be completely unaware of the other party's strength. As for why I have a preconceived notion of calling the other person uncle, it was because the other person had a large beard and a haggard face. He should be an official. Therefore, it is highly likely that the person who found me this time is not looking for trouble. Don't worry, this time I invite you to re-enter your career information on behalf of Jiancheng officials. You should be an unreported archer with a hidden profession, right? Wang Lin was a little excited. I've heard a lot of rumors about the 100-arrow shooter. I see. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief after coming out of the secret realm. Except for the group of people who came back together. Only the official knew that he was still alive. Right. Su Ming nodded in confirmation, and Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't know I was a hidden class when I changed my job until I opened the panel in the other world. Su Ming told a white lie. We understand your concerns. Once your identity is made public, you will inevitably attract a lot of attention. Wang Lin smiled. So, in addition to re-entering your information this time, I wonder if you are interested in joining Dragon Country's special guild, the Temple of God Slayer. What? Wait, brother Wang Lin, can you say it again? The two have appeared above Jiancheng, and under their feet was actually a griffin. This is Wang Lin's tamed beast, and Su Ming detected that it is level 196. Ha ha ha. Actually, I'm not from Jiancheng. Wang Lin continued. 2 days ago, Dad sensed a strange and transcendent aura leaking out from near Jiancheng. So they sent me to investigate secretly, but who knew we would encounter a volcanic eruption? Perhaps this natural disaster is not as simple as it seems. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly turned cold. Ah, is this something I can know? Su Ming said he was a little panicked. Wang Lin then realized something and softened. He said to Su Ming, the Temple of God Slayer is a level 9 guild. The God-slaying temple was established in the imperial capital of Dragon Kingdom and was one of the only 2 level 9 guilds. But it is worth pondering. The God-Killer Temple Guild has very few members. He rarely shows up in public. Its influence is far inferior to that of another Dragon Country Holy Land Guild, Tianlong Pavilion. This? Brother Wang Lin, what is there for a newcomer like me to be worthy of the God-slaying temple's attention? If we say that Su Ming was shocked and excited at first, well, now he felt scared instead. Why would such a top guild invite me? The 100 Arrows archer has some reputation, but if he doesn't grow up, he is just an ordinary archer. They will just pay a little attention to it, regardless of whether they are 2 dragon scales. It's still my real profession. He dared not expose himself. Dragon scales. Could it be that the aura that brother Wang Lin's father felt was the giant dragon Zagurin? Whether it is the magma in the secret realm, or the lava flowing from what is now known as Labula Lava Mountain, officially renamed. Their source is the lava dragon Zakurong. Oh shit. Doesn't this mean that Zagunong was not far from escaping? Oh shit. This time I really offended a big guy. Su Ming recalled that no details of his identity should have been exposed. Yes. What does it have to do with me, Su Ming, when it comes to timing? It seems that I have to seriously consider joining the Temple of God Slayer. Jiancheng Official Center Information Tower, Level 5 area. The 2 men had already jumped off the griffin. Wang Lin gave a mysterious smile and patted Su Ming on the shoulder. I'll tell you when you get out. Go ahead. 2 fully armed guards brought Su Ming into the testing room. Oh, Su Ming, right? Welcome. Before that, can I ask whether your anti-detection is a talent or a prop? Name, and you. Occupation, armed warrior. Level, LV-173. Props, inherited from my parents, no comment. Okay. And you nodded and stopped asking questions. 100 Arrow Archer, wow, this is really a hidden profession with huge potential. This may be the first example in Dragon Country. Don't worry, there are always many professions that we don't know about in the past 20 years. Then Su Ming demonstrated his terrifying ability of firing 200 rounds at a time. All the recorders were stunned. This is the state where he hides the effect of the skill. Thank you for your cooperation. Are you interested in joining the Jiancheng Guard? With your potential, you will definitely become a commander in the future. If you are interested, please contact us. Su Ming smiled and quickly slipped away. Although the official system is good, it requires sacrificing most of the personal freedom. Many times we have no choice. He still likes the feeling of controlling his own destiny. Therefore, the advanced guild is the best choice. Life's freedom will not be restricted. You just need to meet the guild's corresponding contribution requirements every once in a while. You can enjoy great bonuses and convenience. And more importantly, the big guilds have close relations with the official authorities, and their resources are in no way inferior. Many presidents and vice presidents also hold important positions. After coming out, he saw Wang Lin waving at him happily. How is it? You should prefer freedom. The Temple of God Slayer will not restrict the personal freedom of any member. Brother Wang Lin, you must have a reason, right? So Wang Lin sighed. Pull Su Ming aside alone. Well, I won't hide it from you. We need a hidden profession of archer. What do you mean? Su Ming was alert, always ready to activate the rock armor scale crystal. There are things that the public doesn't know, and the world is likely to change dramatically again. An important secret realm involving the rankings of countries around the world. A certain area requires several different fifth-turn hidden professions to enter. Today, the position of archer has been vacant. Su Ming asked back, so you need me to enter the secret realm? That's exactly what I thought. Not only are you an archer hidden class, but you also reached level 20 on your own in one day, right? Right. Su Ming really wanted to say that he was already level 35. Your talent has great potential, and your survivability is among the best even among hidden professions. Hundreds of arrows at a time, even I have to admire it. Of course, if you don't want to, we won't force you. After all, the unknown secrets are full of dangers. Chapter 18, Brother Wang Lin Showdown. Massacre in the Black Mist Swamp. Wang Lin kept telling Su Ming about the advantages of the God-slaying temple. Su Ming quickly grasped the key point. He immediately asked, hasn't there been anyone in Dragon Country who has a hidden archer profession in the past 20 years? There are 2 known cases, but both are dead. Now you are the only one with great hope. Wang Lin felt a little complicated and clenched his fists unconsciously. One of them died in that secret place. He slowly regained his composure. But in Su Ming's eyes, he seemed unwilling. If you accept the God Slayer Temple, and I will definitely protect you to successfully advance to the 5th position. How about that? Su Ming always felt that Wang Lin had selfish motives. In order to reassure you, I must reveal the truth, my friend Su Ming. In fact, my father is the president of the God-Killing Temple and one of the 10 ninth-rank masters of the Dragon Nation. Then he revealed the information of his God-Killer Temple Guild. As for the image of the president, Wang Bo, they do look quite similar. Su Ming, then you really are. Have a good dad. If the tester in you was here, he would definitely be shocked. This airborne captain turned out to be a big shot of the God-Slaying Temple? But now he is licking newcomers? Even if it is a hidden profession, there is definitely no such good treatment as Su Ming. So, now there is a choice before you. Is to reject Wang Lin's invitation. Join Jiang Long and Batu, those domineering guys who are constantly fighting over monsters and conflicts. I accepted the invitation and took off from there to level 5. The child will definitely choose to accept it. Adults, of course, have a childlike heart that wants to return to its original nature. So, I accept. Isn't this delicious? Su Ming's words had just fallen. It was as if Wang Lin felt relieved from a heavy burden. Ha 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 ha. That's great, little friend Su Ming. If anyone bullies you in the future, ask me to help you beat him. If I can't beat him, just ask my dad. Su Ming. Facing this arrogant man who was carrying his father, Su Ming almost laughed out loud. However, maybe I can lift it myself in the future. Is this the joy of having someone behind you? There was a completely different kind of excitement in Su Ming's eyes. If you successfully reach 5 turns, talents and skills, to what terrifying extent will they be improved? Brother Wang, we won't know who will lead whom by then. Then, Su Ming's smile became more sincere and happy. Wang Lin said, in that case, you will follow me to the imperial capital of the otherworld tomorrow and join the God-Killing Temple. I'll take you flying then. Wang Lin, who always had a serious face, had such an expression which was actually quite cute in contrast. Soon the 2 of them were riding on the griffin. At Su Ming's request, Wang Lin released him in the Black Mist Swamp. Su Ming, this is a level 40 zone. Aren't you taking too much risks? Wouldn't it be faster if I help you level up tomorrow? Wang Lin was a little dumbfounded. He made up his mind and took out a small cross shield. Then, after activation, you can directly generate a shield with 50,000 health points. Consider it a gift from me to you. Su Ming took it. Look at the information of this item. Cross-light shield, excellent item. Active ability. After activation, you will temporarily gain a 50,000 HP shield, which will disappear after being broken or lasting for 3 minutes, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Identified and effective. Just a simple active ability. But the 5W health shield is really good for him in the early stage. Don't worry, brother Wang Lin. I'm already level 35. Don't worry. Okay. Wang Lin nodded with satisfaction. He rode the griffin back to the city to deal with the follow-up matters of the volcano. He searched for 3 years without success. Now, he unexpectedly found this hidden professional archer with huge potential. Even if you try to plant flowers, they may not bloom. But if you plant willows by accident, they may grow into a shade. He only hated that he was not a hidden profession and could not accomplish this great deed personally. Wait, what level did that kid say he was? He's already level 35, in just 1 day? I even completed the job transfer mission. I found a real treasure. As a result, Wang Lin was full of energy. I just wanted to pick up Su Ming as soon as I finished my work. A shield with 50,000 health points is really good stuff. Su Ming looked at the small shield in his hand with emotion, then put it into his backpack. Soon, a sign was seen in the mist. Black Fog Swamp, Magic Swamp Fish LV 35 LV 40, Twisted Tree Spirit LV 40 LV 45, Rare Boss, Magic Swamp Frog LV 45, Black Fog can easily interfere with vision. It is recommended to team up with a light mage. This time, I reached level 50 in one fell swoop. Su Ming has completely walked into the Black Fog. His idea is, before Big Brother Wang Lin took him to the Imperial Capital, first, take the second job transfer task. Who knows if it will be completed by then? He can't rely on others for everything. Su Ming saw a pool of stagnant water in front of him. There are several dead trees scattered in the middle, which looks extremely eerie under the cover of black fog. Sudden, a huge vine came rushing towards them. Su Ming rolled to the left quickly, but was hit on the arm. -0. Not broken. Puff. Su Ming really didn't want to laugh unless he couldn't help it. Because of his incredible defense, he can currently walk sideways among the groups of wild monsters here. Thunder arrow-y. Thunder arrow-y. The next moment, dense swarms of arrows carrying lightning shot up into the sky. It turns out that the trees ahead are no ordinary trees. But it's the Twisted Tree Spirit. Twisted Tree Spirit, normal wild monster. Level, LV 40. Health, 1.2W/1.2W. Skills, Whip, Strike, Entanglement, Self-Sacrifice, Rooting, and Absorbing Water. Information, good at consuming enemies on the ground, and can restore health after taking root. Weakness, Root. Su Ming didn't care about the opponent's weaknesses at all. Instead, they directly launched a full-range coverage fire attack. -1.8W. Electric Field. -3.6W. Electric Field critical hit. -1804. -1804. Apart from burns and lasting damage from electric fields, Su Ming can kill any ordinary wild monster here with one hit. No way. The 1000 attack power added by Molten Scale is too abnormal in the early stage. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Billy. You killed the Twisted Tree Spirit, LV 40, and gained 1600 experience. You killed the Twisted Tree Spirit, LV 41, and gained 1600 experience. Wind Arrow. Su Ming would occasionally insert a swift wind arrow into the thunder arrow, so his speed can take off at the same time. As he continued to move deeper into the swamp, the corpses of Twisted Tree Spirits increased. I also saw the magic swamp fish in the swamp lake. Demon Swamp Fish, common wild monster. Level, LV 36. Health, 9600/9600. Skills, Water Splash, Water Jump, Bubble Attack. Information, a fish monster that has been affected by the black fog but seems to have not yet fully evolved. Weakness, Tail. This thing is weaker than the Twisted Dryad, but there are more of them. You killed the Demon Swamp Fish, LV 36, and gained 1400 experience. You killed the Twisted Tree Spirit, LV 42, and gained 1600 experience. Your level has increased by 1, LV 37-LV 38, Health plus 200, Mana plus 100, Strength plus 1, Attack Speed. It had not been long since he drew his bow. The level has been raised from LV 35 to LV 38. Even Wang Lin witnessed Su Ming's speed in killing monsters with his own eyes. I can only sigh, damn, you are really a pervert. Hawkeye. In an instant, the entire view within a radius of 1,000 meters was taken in. Twisted Tree Spirit, Demonic Swamp Fish. Found the Demonic Swamp Frog, behind the swamp lake. Hey, what's wrapped around the frog's tongue? Is it an egg? Chapter 19. Frustrated Frog. Special Item Shadow Space Stone. Su Ming took action immediately, running all the way around the swamp lake. At the same time, all the arrows in his hands changed into gale arrows. The speed increased dramatically. In the case that the eagle eye effect has not disappeared, rushed into the encirclement of the twisted tree spirits in the rear. Minus 7,218. 1.4 W. Critical hit. You killed the twisted tree spirit, LV35, and gained 1,400 experience. You killed the twisted tree spirit, LV35, and gained 1,400 experience. Of course, there was also the fact that he deliberately ignored the damage caused by the vines hitting him. Minus 0. Not broken. Minus 0. Not broken. Minus 0. Not broken. Su Ming thought, if only he had a skill of charge forward recklessly. A good archer can be more reckless than a warrior. Put down that egg. Frost arrow. An arrow of cold light rose up, then covered the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There was no pause in his movements, rushing forward like a nimble assassin. Then take the egg from the frog's mouth and roll to the right side of the boss, the demonic swamp frog. In Su Ming's eyes, reconnaissance information has already appeared. Magic swamp frog boss. Level, LV45. Health value, 82.1 W/82.1 W. Skills, Mudshot, Black Swamp Water Gun, Staring, High-Speed Movement, Frog Tongue Licking. Talent, Adaptive Skin. When health drops below 30, the skin changes and blends in with the environment. Talent, Devour. Devour wild monsters with the Magic Swamp attribute to gain a moderate amount of health recovery and a small amount of strength and agility improvement. Information. The effect of adapting the skin is so strong in the black fog that it is impossible to detect its figure. Weakness, Tongue. This guy's skills are nothing noteworthy. It is equivalent to an invisibility effect when adapting to the skin is triggered. Moreover, because of the huge base number of the demon swamp fish, if we let it devour us, we won't be able to kill it and will be wiped out. The corners of Su Ming's mouth curled up. It's a pity you met me. Frost arrow. Thunder arrow. He didn't have time to check the egg now and quickly threw it into his backpack. Then output directly in person. The interweaving of ice and lightning. It would be a luxury for the frog to move. At the same time, any swamp fish and twisted tree spirits that approach the boss circle will be damaged by the dense electric field. It was clearly him who broke into the group of wild monsters alone. Now this place has become a sacred territory that no wild monsters can approach. Endless anger rose in the eyes of this giant purple-skinned frog. Then her face turned red, and she glared at Su Ming. But the boy opposite smiled. Sorry, it doesn't work. Among control skills, a very large category of mind control is mediated by the eyes. Therefore, Su Ming's second god-level talent, Hidden Eye. Restrain it tightly. The sharp arrow left his hand and turned into heavy rain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. 1.2 W. Frozen. 1.2 W. Frozen. Under the condition of unlimited freezing control, the Gromp quickly triggered Adaptive Skin. Su Ming suddenly tilted his head and his eyes lit up. There was no trace of the boss in the ice in his eyes. But in reality, it is still in the ice, extremely depressed. No wonder it doesn't have any boss vibe. In fact, Su Ming is now equivalent to 200 archers with super skills. Shoot at the location where the ice is generated. Take the kill easily and without any pressure. You killed the Magic Swamp Frog, LV45, boss, and gained 100,000 experience points. You kill the Magic Swamp Frog, LV45, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, defense plus 7. Oh, additional defensive attributes have been added. Su Ming was overjoyed. While using thunder arrows, it continuously generates electric field circles in all directions of 360 degrees. Keep killing the twisted tree spirits that rush over. At the same time, he looked at the items dropped by the Magic Swamp Frog. The 2 spiritual eyes are magical materials and can be sold for some money. There is also a silver ring. Su Ming happily equipped the equipment and took a look at the equipment information. Magic Swamp Ring Silver. Type, Ring. Occupation, General. Level requirement, LV40. Attributes, Attack plus 50, Defense plus 20, Critical hit plus 5, Durability 80-80. Features, reduce any negative effects received by 30. Although there are no highlights, it is generally good, such as jewelry equipment such as rings, necklaces, crowns, etc. Except for novice monsters, LV1 LV10, which drop items of the lowest quality. The remaining qualities are basically only dropped by bosses. Therefore, its rarity and value are several times higher than clothes, weapons, etc. of the same quality. As for why he can wear it? Because now he is exactly level 40. It doesn't make sense for a reckless man to kill monsters and level up alone. Name, Su-ming. Occupation, secret archer. Level, LV40/LV50, first turn. Health, 10,700. Mana, 999, Strength, 74. Agility, 84. Attack speed, 1.89 arrows/s. Attack, 1,263. Defense, 1,097. Critical hit, 27. Anti-violence, 20. Single arrow reserve, 999/9999. Just as he was about to move his position, suddenly saw, on the side, half embedded in the frog leg meat, there is a purple fragment, shadow space stone fragment 1/4. What's this? He almost overlooked it. Luckily, he had sharp eyes. So Su-ming picked it up quickly. There is no way this thing could be dropped by the frog. It must have been eaten by it. But it has a similar immortal quality, so it does not disappear. Then until the boss is killed by himself. Eventually mixed in with the drops. Look at this quarter piece of stone. Su-ming suddenly thought of the egg in his backpack. There are similar patterns. Since it fell here with the egg, then the other 3 broken pieces must be nearby. Then, after he put the fragments into his backpack, he started carpet bombing and searching. Due to the characteristics of the magic swamp ring, the field of vision is much wider than before. Clear all the monsters first, then search together. Thunder arrow E. Thunder arrow E. No more hesitation, shoot the thunder arrows. The entire black fog swamp was filled with flashing lightning and crackling sounds. Your level has increased by 1. LV40-LV41. Health plus 200. Mana plus 100. Strength plus 1. Attack speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV41-LV42. Health plus 200. Mana plus 100. Strength plus 1. Attack speed. Huh. There will never be anyone as crazy as him. The limitation of mana forces countless people to be very careful in dungeons. Also buy expensive supplies ahead of time. Su-ming doesn't need it. Hawkeye. Su-ming kept moving to search for the group of wild monsters in the depths. Looking up, he saw nothing but desolation. An hour passed. Crack. It stuck at level 49, and I slaughtered the entire swamp. Although he said this, Su-ming was extremely excited in his heart. There is no Guinness World Records in this world. Otherwise, you must get all the highest records such as killing monsters alone, upgrading alone. At the same time, a piece of debris appeared in his hand. Shadow Space Stone Fragment February 4th. The fragment was found in the treetops of a twisted dryad. It turned out to be just as he guessed. Su-ming continued to search for the remaining 2 fragments. At the same time, the dark-colored egg was taken out. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't see any information about the egg. But under the effect of Hidden Eye effect too. But he could see the same information as when he scouted other humans in the previous Griffin. Race, Dark Phoenix, egg. Belonged to Shadow Space. Level, LV0, about to hatch. It was this information that frightened Su-ming at that time. Otherwise, why would he transform into a human assault vehicle and snatch it from the frog's mouth? Chapter 20. The Killer. All the fragments are collected. So happy. Whether it's an ordinary wild monster or a boss, they will automatically refresh after a period of time after death. Those hatched from eggs can be classified as extra-dimensional beasts. Special species of animals are in other dimensions similar to secret realms in the God Tower world. For example, many skills of summoner professions can summon many powerful races from other dimensions to assist in battle for a short period of time. It's just, I don't think I've ever heard of any official record of the existence of the shadow dimension. Maybe he is just ignorant. We can then get some information from Brother Wang Lin. Of course, shadow space is not the point. The key point is the race of this egg. Damn, the race is Dark Phoenix? At the legendary level of divine beasts, he had only encountered a dragon, and now it's a phoenix. The 3rd piece, found it. While he was thinking, the 3rd piece was found in the mouth of a dead fish. Dark Space Stone Fragment March 4th. Su-ming's eyes became clearer again. If the complete space stone is fused, maybe I'll know how to enter the dark space in the future. He kept speeding up his movements. From dead trees to swampy land. But there was still no sign of the last piece of debris. Compared to others, you have to get closer to distinguish each one. In fact, Su-ming is simpler. As long as the fragment appears in the field of vision of both eyes, Hidden Eye can display the basic name information of all items. Then he just had to see if there was anything he needed. Then there can only be one place, the bottom of the lake. The only place Su-ming did not search was the lake in the center of the swamp. He wasn't going to quit halfway. So I put all the items into my backpack. Plop. You have entered the water avoidance state. Due to the lack of water avoidance props, your health will decrease by 20 per second after staying in the water for 60 seconds. Su-ming didn't care. This is an interesting setting in the world of Tower of God. For people who cannot swim, they will gradually drown after being forced to hold their breath for 60 seconds. However, it only reduces 20 health points per second. Strong people with thick blood can still stay for a long time and save themselves. There are still a few demon fish at the bottom of the water. I saw them rushing towards me, accompanied by bubble attacks. -0. Not broken. -0. Not broken. After seeing these wild monsters, Su-ming was not angry or disturbed. Instead, I felt smart for jumping in. Great. Thank you for the gift of experience, baby. It's just enough to reach level 50, so I don't have to go to the next dungeon anymore. Wind arrow. Waves quickly rose in the lake. Hundreds of arrows shot out in a straight line, easily knocking out the last group of demon swamp fish. Ding, you killed the demon swamp fish, LV 39, and gained 1400 experience. Your level has increased by 1. LV 49 dash, LV 50, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. It's only been a little over 2 days, and I can already receive the second level mission. Su-ming almost maintained 1 day's effort for each rotation, and the key was to do it alone. Anyone who hears this will be shocked. It's impossible for a 100-arrow archer to achieve such an amazing level, right? But I'm not a 100-arrow archer. Congratulations on winning the title, the killer. What? Another title? And this title sounds interesting. Conditions for obtaining the lore killer: after entering a dungeon within your level range, before the next wild monster spawns, kill all the wild monsters in the entire dungeon, including bosses. The total team limit is 30 people. Su-ming sighed. This is a title that is extremely difficult to obtain. It seems that there were still some fish that slipped through the net when we cleared the rabbits last time. Just like in this lake. Just like the last group of demon swamp fish that never left the lake. It is called a monster hidden in the terrain. However, there is no difference between these monsters and low-level copies. Then, Su-ming also looked at the effect of this title. The killer permanent title. Attack any wild monsters and bosses that are 5 levels or less higher than your own level. If the damage reduces their health to less than 5, kill them immediately. It's a wonderful effect. Su-ming commented immediately. This will be a huge advantage when fighting for the final blow on the boss. Of course, Su-ming felt that even if there was no such effect, no one can compete with him. Today is another great harvest day. Then Su-ming withdrew his thoughts and swam quickly, looking around for the last piece of debris. Things are different now. Now, the faster he reaches rank 5, the more Wang Lin will value himself and increase his investment in himself. And after 5 turns, even if the other party has some ulterior motives, he also has enough strength to back himself up. It's here. The heavy stone in Su-ming's heart fell. In the gravel at the bottom of the lake. Finally found the last piece of debris. Shadow Space Stone Fragment April 4th. It would be awesome if this really is a space stone that can be used for teleportation. The rock armor scale crystal gave him time to save his life. Plus, this space stone can be used to teleport and escape. In the future, your life will be truly protected in case of any accident. Su-ming understood deeply. This hidden professional ability of mine is beyond belief. As long as you are alive, you will have an absolute output of 1 person in the future. It's better to leave here early. Su-ming used the flames from the explosive arrows to quickly restore himself from being what into a handsome young man. Step out of the dungeon with a sunny smile. The black fog of the Black Mist Swamp naturally covers the earth like a mother. From Su-ming, whether inside or outside the copy, you can be sure if you don't see anyone in the whole circle. This very remote swamp outside the western part of Jiancheng is very unpopular with adventurers. This is also the reason why he chose to kill monsters here alone. And a few hours after he left this place, a new round of wild monsters is constantly refreshing. The figure of a giant frog can be vaguely seen among them. But a dark crack suddenly appeared at the edge of the swamp lake. Through the tiny crack, there is no end in sight. She disappeared. How is that possible? She is in a state of near death, and there is absolutely no way she can teleport again. Her aura, and the space stone can't sense it. So she revealed the wrong coordinates on purpose. My great shadow demon was deceived. This is the passage I spent a huge amount of money to open up. Damn Phoenix, which plane are you in? Damn traitor. A huge and extremely chaotic figure was faintly visible in the crack, screaming continuously. The wild monsters around the entire swamp lake were frightened and fled in all directions. But soon the dark cracks were forced to shrink uncontrollably. The screaming became increasingly fainter. Finally disappeared. Jiancheng Shijiang District Job Transfer Hall, Level 3 District. Su-ming hurried into the city happily. The magical egg and 4 fragments are all in the backpack. So nice. Then take a ride in the old driver's wild car. Finally appeared in the job transfer hall. I went to Dongjiang District last time, so I went to Shijiang District this time. He walked in with ease. Handsome guy, how can I help you? The receptionist asked politely. I need to enter the second job transfer room. Please lead the way. Su-ming didn't waste any words. Receive the task as soon as possible and then act according to the situation. Okay. Huh? Oh, okay. The lady at the front desk looked at Su-ming in disbelief and was somewhat incoherent. Second transfer? This handsome guy who is so young and has never been seen before is going to be promoted for the second time? Oh my god, did I hear that right? Chapter 21. Sky Arrow God. The cub of a top-level divine beast. What's your name, handsome guy? Her professionalism quickly adjusted her mindset. Su-ming. Su-ming replied calmly. Mr. Su-ming, please follow me after paying the 500,000 yuan fee. She looked at Su-ming's angular features. Tall and muscular figure. And there is no sickly look at all, but rather a masculine and handsome image. My legs feel slightly weak. Could this handsome young man be a young master who escaped from a certain family? Then her legs became even weaker. Su-ming took out his black card. Just swipe away 50W with a calm face. For ordinary people, a large sum of money is just a small matter to him now. Please lead the way. Su-ming was calm and silent along the way. The lady held back her words several times when she wanted to strike up a conversation. Isn't this young man excited at all? He is indeed a member of a large family who is not easily affected by fame or disgrace. Su-ming noticed the little movements of this somewhat timid lady. Completely different from the bold bunny girl before. I felt funny, but also a little helpless. In today's era, money and strength matter. Not only that, Su-ming is also extremely handsome. It's simply a killer look. Therefore, it is normal to attract the favor of girls. Then, Su-ming decisively entered the job transfer room. I can draw about like a full moon, look northwest, and shoot the wolf in the sky. Su-ming sighed and walked forward slowly. He smiled. This is the romance of Sagittarius. The central crystal ball is as bright and shining as ever. He immediately placed his hand on the connection device. It is detected that your level has reached LV50, and the conditions for the second job are met. Profession change is in progress. The professions you can change to now are Sky Snatching Archer God. There is still only one job change option. Still haven't heard of it. TSK Tisk, it's so awesome. I wonder how strong it will be then? Without hesitation, start confirming. Sky Snatching Arrow God. You chose Sky Snatching Arrow God, and the job transfer task is generated. 5 Poison Sorrow, difficulty 10. Su-ming? 6 Paths Divine Tower, you are not being fair. I am an honest man. Can you please stop bullying me? Watching it again, it's still difficulty 10 of the 5 poisons. Walk slowly. Although, the highest difficulty for others may not be that difficult for him. Su-ming quickly clicked to view the task description. 5 poisons, difficulty 10. Description. Enter the 5 poison secret realm, LV50, LV55, kill 5 special bosses respectively, get the final blow, and each boss's personal damage ratio is 6. Time limit, 30 days. The task will be changed and reset after failure. The secret realm of the 5 poisons? This is a well-known secret place in Manhwa. Not near Jiacheng, but in the inland Himalayas. Since this task can appear, this means that it will definitely be opened at least once during this period of time. So, I want to complete this task. You have to go on a long journey. Su-ming instantly confirmed 2 methods. The first is to fly or teleport directly from the other world to the destination. What? You want to go overland? I don't know how many copies I will have to go through in the middle. You want to leave, but the wild monsters won't let you. The second way is to reach the corresponding town in the surface world. Then enter the inner world from the node. The big guys will definitely choose the first one, and ordinary people have to choose the second one. Either stuck at level 50 for 30 days, and then refollow. Su-ming definitely wouldn't want to. So, I have to go there. As for how to get there, Su-ming was not worried at all, but instead raised the corners of his mouth. For matters like this, you have to look for my big brother Wang Len. I'm not kidding when I call you big brother, he. Then, while we are still in the job transfer room, which is an excellent hidden space, Su-ming took out the 4 fragments he had obtained earlier. They create a powerful attraction when they are brought together. Do you want to fuse Shadow Space Stone, Fragment 1, Shadow Space Stone, Fragment 2? Su-ming did not merge immediately at that time. They were just afraid that the successful fusion would cause quite a stir and attract nearby adventurers. But there was no one outside the copy. However, it would only be safer here now. Yes. Congratulations on your successful fusion and obtaining the complete Shadow Space Stone. The entire space is centered on the space stone in Su Ming's hand, quickly enveloped by shadow. Even the big crystal ball was dimmed by the darkness. It's a good thing I chose this place. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the space stone flickered. The shadows seemed to be receiving orders and were finally withdrawn. Shadow space stone requires special power to activate. This is the information seen by Su Ming's hidden eye. Special powers? Could it be? Immediately take out the dark phoenix egg from your backpack. Contrast the floral symbols in the center of the space stone and on the egg. It's exactly the same. Su Ming tried to move the shadow space stone closer to the eggshell. Sudden, a huge attraction connected him and the egg through the space stone. My mana is decreasing. That egg is actually absorbing my own magic power? Although his magic power is unlimited. But every time you add a skill, you can still feel that you have consumed corresponding mana. That's exactly how it feels right now. Moreover, it is a situation of continuous and large-scale consumption. Oh my god, what the hell are you doing to the gods and demons? Huh. Through the shadow space stone, he could actually feel the emotions of the little life in the egg. Where is this? Who are you? A clear and pleasant female voice sounded in his mind. Su Ming vaguely saw a black chick among them. He tilted his head towards himself curiously. Holy shit, it's indeed a top-level beast. This child can communicate with people spiritually before he is born. What will happen to him in the future? Su Ming's heart was pounding. But I had a bold idea. The life in the egg has the potential to be a divine beast. But while in the egg, its intelligence is at most the same as that of a human child. A very deceptive one. A look that makes people want to get close to and care for her. Hello, little one. I'm Su Ming, your guardian. Su Ming? Guardian. The corners of Su Ming's mouth curved slightly. At the same time, quickly calm your excited emotions. A guardian is a relative who can do happy things with you and provide you with delicious food. Su Ming was testing and guiding step by step. He had never thought of contracting a beast tamer before reaching level 100. Isn't it seeking death to enter a different dimension if you don't have enough strength? For example, Wang Lin's griffin was originally the overlord of a certain space and sky race. Besides, you want to gain the loyalty of the tamed beast. It's not like they would massacre the other population just because they can't gain recognition, right? Although many of the domineering guilds in the Lighthouse country pursue this kind of force to suppress submission. But in manhwa, everyone knows that everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Delicious? Su Ming, you have a lot of mana, very delicious. The little chicken's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Ming's endless mana really made her intoxicated. What? Su Ming finally understood. It turns out that this egg absorbs his own magic power. For the Dark Phoenix cubs, it is eating. Chapter 22. The little chicken was fooled. Encounter. Hey little guy, do you want to eat my delicious food every day in the future? Su Ming felt a little weird inside. Why do I feel like an uncle who coaxes children with lollipops? No, it's a handsome guy. Really? Su Ming clearly felt the little guy's happiness. Give him direct feedback from your thoughts. This was the Dark Phoenix cub's pure joy. There is nothing false. As long as you are willing to sign a beast taming contract with me, we will be the closest partners. Then I can provide you with mana at any time and make you white, black, and fat. Little guy, my mana is indeed 1,000,000,000 points different from others. Su Ming was very confident. What's even more exciting is that your own mana can serve as part of its food. The speed at which this little guy consumes his mana is extremely terrifying. Any person at level 100 would eat it all in an instant and still not be able to fill their teeth. But his infinite magic power will never run out. Eat. Both are edible. Just eat as much as you want. Su Ming, what is the beast taming contract? The chick in the egg was confused, but obviously moved. Now the little guy is very innocent. It was understandable that he would be moved by Su Ming. This is proof that we are the closest people. Su Ming chuckled. Little guy, you don't want to miss out on my delicious and endless mana, do you? He is so happy and success is just around the corner. Possess a legendary beast-level tamed beast mount. The entire Dragon Kingdom can probably be counted on one hand. Among those 10 ninth-turn masters, only half of them have this heaven-defying opportunity. I wonder what kind of beasts Brother Wang Lin's father trained. But right now, I am fortunate enough to have obtained something that countless people covet and envy. Not only is it a divine beast, but it is also an unborn cub. This means that once the contract is signed successfully, loyalty will be full from the start. All professions, after the second shift, you will have the ability to sign a mount contract with a tamed beast from another dimension. For many professions that do not have strong life-saving abilities, a powerful mount can save your life at a critical moment. Su Ming continued to ask, little guy, do you know when you will break out of your shell? The strangeness of the top mythical beasts cannot be inferred by common sense. Since I'm in the egg, I can communicate with myself. It's no big deal to control the time when you break out of your shell, right? Su Ming, because of your magic power, I seem to now have the power to break out of my shell. I'm happy, carrot carrot. He felt the excitement of the hairless chick in the egg. Wait a minute, little guy. But he hasn't completed the second turn yet. Don't do that. Fortunately, I asked in advance. Little one, you must still be very weak now, so don't rush to break out of your shell. As long as you are in my backpack, I will continuously input mana into you, allowing you to accumulate potential and power in the egg. After a period of time, you will be born again with outstanding strength. Once this little guy breaks out of his shell, it cannot be put into the backpack. Without signing a contract, they enter the contractual space and are exposed to the public. Once you step out of the job transfer room, the consequences are unimaginable. Su Ming, you are fine, amazed face, / Su Ming was moved when he heard the well-behaved message from the little chick. Although there is some element of deception on my part, but we must never let down this well-behaved and innocent creature. He murmured, follow me, you won't suffer any loss. The Dark Phoenix is definitely the overlord of the sky. Just being a flying mount is an absolute advantage. I wonder how perverted its shadow ability is. The Dark Phoenix and the Light Phoenix are two unique and powerful existences even among the Phoenix clan. As for the Dark Phoenix's innate mysterious and powerful shadow power, Su Ming is looking forward to it. Handsome guy, it seems that the mission you got is not difficult. Congratulations in advance. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. Su Ming replied politely at the same time. By the way, handsome guy, if you want to leave the city, you'd better not go out of the West Gate. This is Shijiang District, and it is also relatively close to the West City Gate. So she still plucked up the courage to remind him. What's wrong? Su Ming was surprised. Because he came from the West Gate. You may not know that during the time you entered the job transfer room, the black fog in the black mist swamp suddenly spread significantly. The countryside outside the West City Gate is completely covered, and there are even wild monsters fleeing. The authorities have issued a statement. I'm afraid there are quite a few officials outside West City right now. Su Ming showed surprise on the surface. Isn't this too sudden? Yes, the authorities are still investigating the situation. The young lady continued. Thank you for your reminder. Su Ming's words came from the heart. Black Mist Swamp. If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected should happen. He felt that it was definitely related to this egg. But fortunately, the Shadow Space Stone is now safely shielded in the backpack, and he will soon leave Jiangqing. I'm not panicking. So Su Ming said goodbye in a friendly manner. Leaning alone against the stone pillar at the entrance of the job transfer hall, send a message to Brother Wang Lin first. Don't let Wang Lin think that he is trapped in a huge black fog. Then he hinted at the secret realm of the 5 poisons. Soon, he received a reply. That's great, my friend Su Ming. I have just finished processing and can leave early. Wait for a while near the main hall. I'll come pick you up right away. We can talk about this in person. Su Ming shrugged. Okay, Brother Wang Lin. With the help of Big Brother Wang Lin, many things are not a problem. Emma smells so good. Then I also send a message to Debao. I have to leave Jiangqing for a while. Anyway, Gong Shun, you have the key, and the bed is left. You can sleep directly even if you come back in the middle of the night. Su Ming. This idiot, if you need a job as an errand boy in the future, I could ask him to help me save some trouble. Based on Su Ming's future ability to kill monsters, others can make a fortune even if they just drink some soup. However, his thoughts were soon interrupted by a sound at the door of the hall. Su Ming, why are you here alone? Following the sound, Su Ming saw a group of people walking towards him, and the one who spoke to him. Name, Li Qifan. Occupation, Mage. Level, LV6. Who is this person? Su Ming quickly remembered that it was the day of the job transfer ceremony. The mage who tried to win over the newcomer to lead the team. I have reached level 6 in just 2 days, which is not bad. Xiaofan, is this your friend? The person who spoke was the leader of the group, who was looking at Su Ming with a frown. Name, Ding Bao. Occupation, Archer. Level, LV20. Su Ming understood. Others should join in the fun and follow him to receive the job transfer tasks. Brother Bao, he is a newcomer who changed his job with me. He is an archer. When he heard the word archer, Li Jinquan's eyes flickered a little. Boy, you haven't joined a guild yet, right? How about joining the Yi Yin Ding Guild? Ding Bao's voice had just fallen. Li Qiming began to introduce himself in the tone of a senior. Su Ming, Yi Yin Ding is a level 3 guild, and Brother Bao's eldest brother is the vice president. With Brother Bao's support, we can receive the first level mission in just 1 month. Li Qiming looked at Su Ming confidently. I am sure that this troublesome guy who tried to play solo is at most level 3 now. Su Ming, please accept this favor with gratitude. Chapter 23. Dare to touch my people? Who gave you the courage? Su Ming looked at Li Qiming, who was talking eloquently. For a moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or laugh out loud. Not interested. Su Ming replied calmly and glanced up at the sky. What are you talking about? Brother Leopard took the initiative to invite you, and you refused. I never thought you would still be so ungrateful. Li Qiming looked a little embarrassed. He immediately scolded Su Ming. Kid, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you are here to receive a job transfer mission. Ding Bao's face looked a little gloomy. Because this is the 3rd time he has accepted a first-level mission. The first 2 times were either difficulty 9 or difficulty 8. I didn't finish any of the tasks within 30 days and was scolded several times by my eldest brother. And now he has taken the initiative to invite this kid. So you are so arrogant? Do you really think that the huge guild of Yi Ding would look down upon a rookie like you? Su Ming, you eliminated the correct answer first. What else do you want me to say? I just received the job transfer mission, so what? What does it have to do with you? Having said that, Su Ming walked away. If he was only in his teens, he might give it a try. But he is already level 50. I am destined not to be on the same level as this group of people. His mentality has changed. Just don't block my way to take off to 5th turn. Now just watch for fun. Stop right there. These idiots standing by the job transfer hall didn't dare to take any action. So Su Ming continued to walk away, ignoring all the attention. Su Ming, very good. You didn't just piss me off. And can you afford the cost of angering the Yin Ding Guild? I saw Su Ming in front of me stopped. Ding Bao finally raised the corner of his mouth, and Li Qiming and several other newcomers also shook their heads helplessly and sarcastically. Su Ming turned around slowly. But his temperament suddenly changed, and he stared at Ding Bao with cold eyes. Are you sure that the Yin Ding Guild wants to be my enemy? You. Ding Bao was dumbfounded. He actually deeply felt Su Ming's terrifying murderous intent. How come this kid has become the host? The air between the 2 sides seemed to be frozen. Many people inside and outside the hall were attracted by this scene. But as long as you don't do it, no one cares. It was only a brief moment of peace, which was soon broken by an elegant Dragon Kingdom word. Fuck. A rough sound came from a high terrace at the other end of the hall. Fuck. Su Ming was also attracted by this voice. Look away. Soon I saw a big man in casual clothes and the message in his eyes. Name, Jiang Qiongtian. Occupation, Golden Armor Warrior. Level, LV 199. Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly. This guy is actually level 199, a 5th turn boss? When the level exceeds 180, you have entered the 5th level. He is considered a real big shot in a small place like Jiangqing. Then everyone saw 2 old gentlemen who looked to be in their 40s or 50s, appearing from behind at the terrace. His breathing seemed a little rapid. President Jiang, once the black fog passes the west gate, we will reach the job transfer hall. This is an important building connected to the God's Tower. We can't afford any mistakes. That's right, it's time to thoroughly investigate the source of this black fog. They obviously didn't notice the situation below. I just want to urge Jiang Qiongtian, who I had invited with great difficulty, to solve the problem. But Jiang Qiongtian just laughed. The black fog will soon dissipate. Don't worry. I will recruit an interesting guy into Jianglong first. The 2 old men held their glasses and looked puzzled. Then, Jiang Qiongtian jumped off the terrace under the various gazes of the crowd. He smiled and didn't care about his image at all. This kid won't let you run away. Su Ming has not yet joined the guild. The largest and most reputable guild in Jiangsheng is Jianglong. He treated him with courtesy first. Even if you are close to the water and get the moon first, there are natural advantages. Ha ha ha, my friend Su Ming. Don't hide. Come and join me, Jianglong. Jiang Qiongtian walked quickly towards Su Ming. Display your guild information of Jianglong. But he ignores other people and ignores them like air. As expected, Su Ming felt somewhat helpless. I didn't expect to encounter this in the relatively remote Shijiang district. This level, and his casual calmness basically confirmed his guess. President Jianglong. Li Qiming. Ding Bao. Jianglong. Li Qiming spoke incoherently. Ding Bao was completely controlled by himself, petrified and frozen. Yin Ding is nothing but trash in front of Jianglong. The 2 of them looked at Jiang Qiongtian's broad back. Then he looked at Su Ming, who was frowning and hesitant. My face seemed to feel a burning pain. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Jiang Qiongtian looked at the handsome guy in front of him and gave him enough time. In fact, he had paid attention to this a few minutes ago. At that time, I just walked from the inner hall to the terrace. Then I saw the newcomers playing around below. Yo, that kid even brought a rare anti-detection item. This handsome face seems familiar. Until Ding Bao yelled Su Ming and stunned him. Su Ming. He remembered. Among the information submitted by the members was the name Su Ming. And there are accompanying pictures. I feel familiar with the boy because I have seen the handsome boy in the picture. Many people thought Su Ming was dead. But Jiang Qiongtian had close ties with Jiangqing officials, so they knew he was not dead. Hidden occupation information is also registered additionally. As far as we know, this kid is at least level 1 and has huge potential. I just haven't found any trace of it yet. I don't know where to recruit. As a result, I encountered it myself. Alas. Su Ming sighed softly. Then he replied calmly and clearly. I'm sorry, President Jiang, I refuse. Jiang Qiongtian stared in surprise. But the entire job transfer hall suddenly exploded. The two old men above are the palace masters, so this one is... I remember that I saw this guy in heaven before. Yes, he is Jiang Long's number 1, the warrior's idol, President Jiang Qiongtian. Oh my god, he's inviting someone new? But the new guy actually refused. How dare he refuse? This new guy is called Su Ming. Wait, could it be that? Many people were whispering. Ding Bao and his gang were not far away from Su Ming and Jiang Qiongtian. I just want to find a crack in the ground in the hall to crawl into. They became the background of Su Ming and Jiang Qiongtian. No, they also became the clowns in the entire hall. I think I just said that a Yinding is his enemy. Ding Bao's eyes suddenly became dazed and his legs went weak. Jiang Qiongtian showed no anger. Friend Su Ming, can you tell me the reason? Otherwise Jiang Long will not let go easily. As for the salary and resources, that's easy to talk about. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. President Jiang, actually I already have someone in my heart. If it weren't for the fact that Big Brother Wang Lin's thighs were so delicious, he might happily join Jiang Long. The president's casual and free-spirited personality made Su Ming feel quite comfortable. Oh, Jiang Qiongtian became even more confused. Could it be Lost Leaf? You won't agree to those idiots from Badu, will you? So you also think that most of the people in tyranny are idiots? Su Ming felt like laughing. But the expression must be tense. And be prepared to activate the rock armor scale crystal at any time to prevent accidents. President Jiang, none of them. Just as he was thinking quickly about how to answer, an eagle cry sounded. Only Su Ming finally showed a look of relief. Ah ha 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 ha, little friend Su Ming, I'm here to pick you up. Am I here at a bad time? Wang Lin looked at the crowd with a strange atmosphere. He put away his smile and returned to his serious uncle face. He stepped forward decisively and protected Su Ming behind him. Oh. Then Wang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Jiang Qiongtian and the two old men in the distance like a falcon. Lung Emo said, How dare you touch my people? Who gave you the courage? Chapter 24. Who is Su Ming? Go to the imperial capital. A domineering voice. Once again, everyone in the job transfer hall was on edge. Who is he? Wang Lin has been in Dongjiang district these days. Therefore, the civilians on the Shijiang side have basically never seen it. But Jiang Qiongtian and the two old men on the terrace were so shocked that they were speechless. The famous president of the Jianglong Level 5 Guild. He looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Then he looked at Wang Lin. Captain Wang, you actually kidnapped this kid. Haha, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Jiang Qiongtian kept laughing until his face turned into a sad one. I wanted to invite Su Ming to join Jianglong, but I didn't expect your official team to snatch him away first. As he spoke, the big man looked at Su Ming with regret. My dear friend Su Ming, do you really want to join the official team? You should know that you will have more freedom in the guild. Su Ming also saw the puzzled expression on Wang Lin's face. He spread his hands and nodded to indicate that this was the case. Wang Lin, who understood what was going on, smiled at Jiang Qiongtian. I'm leaving Jiangqing soon. I've already resigned and am no longer the temporary commander. Another point is that Su Ming has not joined the Jiangqing official. Wang Lin showed a calm and boastful attitude, as if he had already kidnapped Su Ming. Jiang Qiongtian was helpless. He was afraid he couldn't win the fight. So fast. He knew that Wang Lin had only parachuted in a few days ago, and he was about to leave? Although it is a good thing for the local tigers in Jiangqing. Then, Wang Lin nodded. Revealed his guild information. Temple of God Slayer. Su Ming is a member of the God-killing temple. It would be rude of you to fight for him. My dear Su Ming, this is my mistake, please don't mind it. Let's go, I can't wait. Wang Lin's expression changes as quickly as turning the pages of a book. He kept licking her as if he was afraid that Su Ming would slip away, which made Jiang Qiongtian and the others drop their jaws in shock. Su Ming sighed. Okay, brother Wang Lin. So he just followed Wang Lin out without anyone stopping him. Little Eagle, Sorry for the long wait. Wang Lin waved. Su Ming saw the familiar griffin. Race, griffin. Belonged to Tianhuan battlefield. Level, LV-196. Finally, Wang Lin in midair left only one sentence. From now on, anyone who wants to be an enemy of Su Ming must first ask the God-slaying temple for their consent. No one expected it. It will end this way. Su Ming. Not only was it not targeted, Jiang Qiongtian and this suspected senior official even had to compete for it personally. Su Ming, is it really him? The hidden profession that can fight against hundreds of enemies alone in the new secret realm. But even if it's a hidden profession, it shouldn't be such a big deal, right? How terrifying is this new guy? The Temple of the God Killers? I seem to have heard of it somewhere, but I can't remember where at the moment. Many people have had their worldviews refreshed. He was deeply envious of Su Ming's treatment. It has not been long since the connection between the God-killing temple and the imperial capital has been established. But at this moment, everyone saw it. Jiang Qiongtian suddenly pounded his legs hard. Oh my, Captain Wang is actually... I was wondering why Su Ming was so calm. He simply looked down on us. Why did I only realize this now? I'm so disappointed, so disappointed. God-killing temple. Captain Wang is actually a member of the God-killing temple? Because of Wang Lin's sudden appearance, many high-ranking officials and large guilds in Jiangxing were resentful. So they deliberately avoided Wang Lin. Who knows? Is Captain Wang here for Su Ming? If only I could have established a good relationship with him earlier and introduced him to the Temple of God-killing. That's a level 9 guild. He missed the true pinnacle of Dragon Country. Su Ming, who are you? Jiang Qiongtian beat his chest and stamped his feet in grief without restraint. The rest of the people dispersed, fearing that they would become scapegoats. Li Qiming dragged Ding Bao, who was already in a trance. I never dared to stay at the door of the hall again. He looked at Ding Bao and became even more skeptical about life. Why is there such a big gap between us when we change jobs together? He realized it only now. There must be a reason why Su Ming came here alone. He actually reached level 20 in just 2 days, and I only reached level 6 after using all my tricks. He regrets it. He wanted to slap himself more. Am I not just a complete clown in front of others? I am so blind. Why didn't I lick Su Ming then? If he knew. Su Ming is not level 20, but level 50, which is the second transformation. I'm afraid you're regretting it now. President Jiang, Captain Wang is actually from the God-slaying temple. We are so blind. It's not just Jiang Qiongtian. The 2 hall masters who hurried over also looked dejected. Su Ming joined the God-killing temple. Even I am envious. If only we had found Su Ming earlier, we could have gained his favor. Jiang Qiongtian finally sighed helplessly. Maybe even we will have to look up to Su Ming in the future. By the way, which group of blind guys provoked young Master Su Ming just now? The 2 old men's eyes suddenly lit up. President Jiang, just leave this little matter to us 2 old guys to handle. They dare to cause trouble in our job transfer hall. They are really tired of living. Today's disturbance quickly swept across the entire Jiangxing. When people realized how powerful the Temple of Godslayer was, most people felt extremely shocked and envious. Is this the treatment for a hidden profession? I'm envious and jealous. Why don't I have the same luck as Su Ming? I cried. As expected of the Bao God, so dazzling. As well as, a small number of people were too scared to go out. Su Ming didn't care at all. Now the 2 are crossing the Shijiang River on the back of a griffin. My performance just now was pretty good, right? Hee. Su Ming turned his head to look at Wang Lin, who looked like an old uncle. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Bro, stop licking me, really stop licking me. The more you lick me, the more panicked I get. Thank you, brother Wang Lin. By the way, you said before that you were going to a secret realm? What level are you now? The more Wang Lin looked at Su Ming, the more satisfied he became. Level 50. The second job quest requires entering the 5 Poisons secret realm. Oh. Wang Lin nodded, then was stunned. What level? 50. So, you didn't just happen to pass by the job transfer hall, but you came here to receive the second job transfer mission? Wang Lin. You kid, you are as perverted as ever. He saw with his own eyes Su Ming entering the black mist swamp alone. It only took a moment. Go directly from level 35 to level 50. Could it be possible that one person killed all the monsters in the dungeon? I think that even if there is no special reason, you are already valued enough by the Godslayer Temple. Su Ming smiled and did not answer. Isn't that right? If your true talent for a profession is exposed, don't you know what kind of uproar this will cause in the whole world? So, he is being trained by the Super Guild in a semi-misunderstood situation now. It was a very good deal for him. Arrive. Jiangxing Central Information Tower, level 5 area. The 2 chatted and laughed. The griffin flew to the top of the Jiangqing Central Information Tower. Here is the teleportation array that Wang Lin prepared long ago. After an eagle cry, the light of the teleportation array rose. Then the scene in front of Su Ming changed. We have arrived at the other end of the teleportation array, the Imperial Capital Information Tower. Chapter 25, Killing the Temple. Damn, the gain is too scary. Imperial Capital, Level 9 City-State. Imperial Capital Center Information Tower, Level 9 Area. After coming out of the teleportation array, Su Ming's nerves were tense all the time. This is a Level 9 area, where the real big guys gather. Full of oppression. At this moment, Su Ming's panel log updated a message. Wang Lin invites you to join the God-Killing Temple. Acting Reviewer, Wang Bo, approved. Do you agree to join? Yes/no. Guild Invitation Information. The God-Killing Temple that appeared before Su Ming's eyes was dazzling and eye-catching. Just like what Brother Wang Lin said. The establishment of guilds is limited by the scope of the city-state itself. So, if he wants to join the God-Killing Temple, he must first enter the Imperial Capital. Of course, once you join, you will no longer be affected by anything. What Su Ming didn't expect was that he had just arrived in the Imperial Capital. Wang Lin has already prepared all the guild approval procedures, as expected of his own son. My dear friend Su Ming, joining the God-Killing Temple will definitely benefit you greatly. Wang Lin looked at Su Ming, who was somewhat hesitant. I was even more shocked inside. All the major families in the entire Dragon Kingdom used every means possible. I only hope that my outstanding descendants can enter the Temple of Godslayer. Every year, people fight tooth and nail for a spot. As a result, Su Ming behaved in a way that made countless people jealous. He really makes others mad. Yes, you agree to join the God-Killing Temple, pending approval. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief and finally agreed to the invitation. An era of job change for everyone. The higher the level, the more job changes you can make. The tasks that follow will become increasingly tedious and difficult. Therefore, with the help of the guild, you can speed up the improvement of your strength and provide greater protection for life. Therefore, almost everyone will join guilds of varying sizes. Although Su Ming himself was used to the lone wolf's fighting style. But there are always times when we are too busy. As a traverser, with only one life left, he knew the importance of guild resources. He now needs growth and security. Maybe the Godslayer Temple will have what we need in the future, which will be a perfect solution. This is something that even level 9 guilds don't have. You can imagine that it is difficult to find in the entire Dragon Country. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming, you are officially welcome to join us. Don't be surprised later. Wang Lin laughed happily because the approval had been completed. Then, Su Ming's panel log began to refresh frantically. You have successfully joined the guild, God-Killing Temple, rating, level 9. Your guild position is Ordinary Member. God-Killing Temple has received the 6 Paths God Tower's Conquest Blessing. Get a buff based on your position. Experience gained in dungeons and secret realms increased by 400. God-Killing Temple has obtained the Life Aura of the 6 Paths God Tower. Additional 2,000 health points for all members. God-Killing Temple has obtained the Mana Aura of the 6 Paths God Tower. Additionally increases the mana of all members by 2,000. God-Killing Temple has obtained the Agility Aura of the 6 Paths God Tower. Additionally increases the agility of all members by 100. God-Killing Temple has obtained the Defense Aura of the 6 Paths God Tower. Additionally increases the defense of all members by 100. God-Killing Temple has obtained the Power Aura of the 6 Paths God Tower. Additionally increases the strength of all members by 100 and replaces it with 50 spells for magic professions. God-Killing Temple has obtained the Magic Aura of the 6 Paths God Tower. All members have an additional 100 spells, and physical professions have 50 strength. Your occupation category is Archer, and you have obtained the God-Killing Temple Guild level 9. Adaptive gain. Attack plus 200, attack speed plus 1.0 arrow/second, single arrow reserve plus 20. Your current level is LV50, and you have obtained the God-Killing Temple Guild level 9. Adaptive gain. Life plus 100, mana plus 100, attack plus 50, defense plus 50. The camp to which the God-Killing Temple belongs is the Dragon Nation. When you are in the Dragon Kingdom, you will get a buff. Health recovery per second plus 20, mana recovery per second plus 10, rare item drop rate of wild monsters and bosses plus 10. When you are outside the Dragon Kingdom, you will get a buff. Final damage to people outside the Dragon Kingdom camp plus 10, and final damage received from people outside the Dragon Kingdom camp minus 10. When you enter the secret world, you will belong to the Dragon Kingdom camp. When entering the Tianhuan battlefield, enter. This There was no trace of pretense in Su Ming's surprise. A terrifying number of buffs. And buffs generated according to various situations. There were even names of different dimensions that he had no idea about. It is secretly controlled by high-level officials of various countries. It's worthy of being the highest level 9 guild. Wow, this is too awesome. As long as you join, you can get huge properties for free. Only. A doubt suddenly arose in Su Ming's heart. Brother Wang Lin, since the gains of high-level guilds are so terrifying, why not have everyone join a guild to improve the overall national strength? Wang Lin looked at Su Ming and asked the question with a smile. The answer was, the reason is simple. The number of places each year is limited. Guilds above level 7 will receive more guild benefits based on the results of the Divine Tower. But at the same time, the size of the guild also limits the number of members. Su Ming nodded. I see. The largest guild in Jianqing is only level 5. So he really didn't know before. As for the game, there is no comparison at all. TSK, no wonder so many people are scrambling to join higher-level guilds. This is the stark difference. The same is true for Su Ming himself. With the powerful bonus of God-Killing Temple, the panel attributes have once again undergone a drastic improvement. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Secret Archer. Level, LV50/LV50, first turn. Health, 14,800. Mana, 999, Strength, 234. Agility, 194. Attack speed, 2.99 arrows/s. Attacks, 1833. Defense, 1,257. Critical hit, 27. Anti-violence, 20. Single arrow reserve, 999/99999. This is just the most intuitive basic attribute. The other various buffs will also gradually become part of your strength. For now, the main reason is that the bonus from Molten Scale Crystal and Rock Armor Scale Crystal is quite powerful. I'm only level 50. Attack 1833. Defense 1,257. Shoot 3 arrows in 1 second. I would like to ask, let's change it to someone who is level 100 or even level 120 and has not yet reached the 4th level. Can you withstand one of my arrows? This arrow is currently equal to 200 arrows. After completing the job change, the number of splits will probably be even more terrifying. Besides, what excites him most is the 400 increase in experience gained. That is 5 times the original amount. After all, it's only the 2nd level now, so the upgrade speed can be very fast. Once you complete 3rd job transfer, LV80, to the level after 4th turn, LV120. Whether it is the terrifying experience required for each level, or the complicated and tedious job transfer tasks, it will be a real test. Now, there's no need to worry about not being able to upgrade quickly. Su Ming thought that he could challenge the record of completing 5 revolutions the fastest. Then, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up in an elegant arc. Su Ming, now you know the benefits of joining the God-Slaying Temple, right? This is not the end. A level 9 guild recognized by the God Tower is far from being as simple as it seems. In the future, you will be able to personally experience more hidden benefits. After Wang Lin saw Su Ming's reaction, finally, he showed a steady and satisfied smile. Smart people's bodies are honest, hee. Chapter 26. Huge Advantage. Entering the Himalayas. Because your current level of authority is far from sufficient. Before reaching the 3rd level, the first priority is to increase your level as quickly as possible. In the future, as long as you can earn enough guild contributions, you can even exchange for almost all rare items. Wang Lin waited for Su Ming to digest the information, while explaining patiently. The current guild can accept tasks, 1 transfer, none. The current guild can accept tasks, 2nd transfer, none. The current guild can accept the task, 3 transfers, for each flower of the earth handed into the guild. 1 contribution point and 30 W Dragon Country currency will be obtained for each kill. The current guild can accept tasks, 4th transfer. Limited time task, none. Special mission, none. Su Ming's eyes quickly swept across the guild mission column. This is a daily task visible to all guild members. Except for the first 2 transfers, there are no tasks. Each subsequent turn includes dozens or even hundreds of tasks, large and small. And not only can you get a lot of money and contributions, there are also some rare items that cannot be seen in ordinary places. It will also depend on the different occupations of the members. Get special custom props and more. This is the strength of a top guild. Su Ming sighed inwardly. If you were hesitant before because you were afraid that your secret would be exposed. So, after personally experiencing the convenience brought by the Temple of Godslayer, He just wanted to have a good exchange of ideas with a senior named Wang Jingza. It smells so good. It smells so damn good. The latest pinned information of the guild. First, newcomer Su Ming has joined the Temple of God Slayer, pinned by Wang Bo. Guild Information Channel. Access is enabled after LV 181. Su Ming. He can't see the guild news yet. Besides, he also took a quick look at the guild store where ordinary members could redeem directly. As expected, most rare items and equipment require contributions. Even so, compared to the treasures that are hard to come by in Jiangcheng, you can buy wholesale here. For example, skill proficiency crystal. As long as you contribute enough, you can directly purchase 99 plus in the guild mall. But at this moment, Su Ming heard brother Wang Lin smile again. Ha ha ha, Su Ming, you don't know. The vice presidents and elders in the guild channel are already going crazy. Su Ming asked, brother Wang Lin, what's wrong? Oh, I haven't told you yet. This year's Godslayer Temple recruitment competition will start in a month. So you were the only one who overtook the car in advance. Besides, he's a newcomer confirmed by my dad himself. Now, they are probably anxious enough to find my father in person to ask about your identity. Su Ming looked helpless. Isn't this bad? Just because you are the president's biological son, you can do whatever you want? Su Ming looked at the other person who was clearly showing off but kept licking him, and a faint expression of pain. I was a little stunned for a moment. It seems that brother Wang Lin paid a heavy price for his place. You are an ordinary member, enjoying basic benefits without restrictions and with the highest degree of freedom. If you want to obtain more resources and advance through the guild, then continue to increase the guild contribution. It can be used to exchange items or improve your status in the guild. It's very practical. You should be able to see the items in the regular mall, right? Su Ming nodded. Yes. It is worthy of being a level 9 guild, even if it is an ordinary mall. The props inside are all high-end items that are hard to come by for years. Any occupation. There are all kinds of equipment and accessories of gold, platinum, and even diamond quality. This is just the most common and low-end stuff. And the more treasures you have, the more you will find in the future. A life-saving item similar to a low-profile version of the rock armor scale crystal. Or maybe it is the specialized skill book that countless people covet. Everything is laid bare before his eyes. Even Jiang Qiangtian is one of the most influential figures in Jiangqing. I'd also like to shamelessly shed tears. Su Ming thought, if your status is higher, how good will the things you see be? This is the most direct advantage of joining a large guild. I think, with your talent, if you can get out of that secret place safely. In the future, they are destined to become giants in the Temple of God Killing. Of course, it all depends on your own wishes. Su Ming nodded again. At this time, Wang Lin was like an enthusiastic elder brother. Keep introducing various information to him. Don't worry about anything else now. I will help you reach level 3 as soon as possible. When you receive the 4th job mission, the special space will be the place where you can show your skills. By the way, do you want to contract a griffin? As Wang Lin spoke, he gently patted the big thing under his body. Su Ming, however, smiled happily. Haha, I haven't thought about it yet. Then, just choose to act stupid and change the subject. Brother Wang Lin, I also want to level up as soon as possible, but I have to clear the 5 poison secret realm to complete the job transfer task. Look. He quickly explained the task requirements to Wang Lin in detail. When he heard that Su Ming was required to kill 5 bosses along the way, Big Brother was shocked. Su Ming smiled and blinked. Brother, you should understand what I mean, hee. Okay. If you think it's okay, I'll arrange it for you. The corners of Wang Lin's mouth twitched slightly. He continued, the 5 poison secret realm is a very special low-level elite secret realm, LV50, LV60. There are 5 bosses in total, but they are in different spaces and do not interfere with each other. And all the different teams enter different spaces, because the boss is actually the 5 poisonous clones created by the real 5 poisonous beasts. No one knows where the real 5 poisonous beasts are. Therefore, no matter which secret realm you are in, do not respond to unknown beings. Su Ming's expression was calm, but I was very uneasy inside, because he not only provoked Zaku Rong, the lava dragon that could escape at any time. He also got involved with the chicks from the mysterious shadow space. There are far more unknown existences in this world than he imagined. How about this? I'll find you 4 teammates, and then we'll set off directly. Su Ming was puzzled. Teammate? Does he need teammates? Infinite ice arrows control the boss to the point where he can't take care of himself. For him, as long as you enter the secret realm, there seems to be no difference between killing bosses and killing monsters. Maybe the only role of teammates is to join the team by making a lot of noise. Just when he refused and said one person was enough, Wang Lin spoke again. I know that your output is now equivalent to 200 for 1. But if you want to take down 5 bosses at once, you must form a team, which means a team of at least 5 people. Wang Lin looked at Su Ming, who had a helpless look on his face. I almost wanted to swear, his grandma. But I held back. You could still want to kill 5 bosses by yourself? It takes a team of dozens of people to kill a boss, and it is also very dangerous. What if they knew that I have no intention of living anymore? So soon. Under the remote operation preparation of Brother Wang Lin, the Griffin flew into a certain airspace. The teleportation array is opened directly to the Himalayas. Himalayan city-state, level 7 city-state. Himalayan snow mountain range, level 5 area. Chapter 27. Entering the secret realm. Monster. What kind of monster is Su Ming? A chill quickly invaded Su Ming's body. Everywhere you look, there are mountains covered in snow. Green grass, sheep and animals add color to this poetic picture. This was the first time he witnessed the beautiful snow-capped mountains in the other world. Of course, beneath the beautiful scenery, there is hidden extreme danger and murderous intent. Brother Wang Lin, please send 4 assistants to solve this problem as soon as possible. Su Ming said casually. Okay. The corner of Wang Lin's mouth twitched again. This kid, why does it feel like I'm begging him to give him someone? But Su Ming's eccentric yet calm personality makes me more happy the more I watch him. So he sent the message a little faster. They'll be here soon. Although Wang Lin usually keeps a low profile. But he is a well-known and powerful person in the Temple of God Slayer. However, his defense was broken by Su Ming several times. In the end, I could only smile helplessly. Ha ha ha, Su Ming, my dad will definitely be glad that he agreed to my request. With your potential, maybe he will even protect you personally in the future. Su Ming would not be in a hurry if Wang Lin did not help him. It would take him at least 10 days to successfully enter the secret realm. And he had a very pleasant conversation with Wang Lin along the way. It is said that Wang Bo, the 9th-level old man, is an extremely protective person. There was once a situation where the Beacon country suffered heavy losses but dared not speak out. Here I come. A helicopter approaches from a distance. Soon, 2 men and 2 women walked out and saluted Wang Lin. Su Ming said nothing. This big brother seems to have many identities himself. So he looked at the information of those 4 people. Name, K-pop. Occupation, Enlightener. Level, LV58. Name, Muya. Occupation, Enlightener. Level, LV57. Name, Shirtai Long. Occupation, Great Shield Master. Level, LV60. Name, Luo Fonglin. Occupation, Plant Mage. Level, LV57. These 4 are all geniuses of the border military and will meet your needs. Don't worry, they will never hold you back. When Wang Lin was speaking, I feel a little weird myself. It seemed that he was convinced that Su Ming was much stronger than the others. Commander Wang? Oh my god, it's really you. The sisters Mamian and Muya seem to have known Wang Lin before. This is Su Ming. You should understand the conditions of this mission, right? Understood, sir, the 4 answered at the same time. Then, their eyes were all fixed on Su Ming. Everyone had a complicated expression. Why have I never heard of or seen this handsome young man? The most critical. When they heard the task requirements, they wondered if they had seen it wrong. Just 5 of them to kill 5 bosses? Among them, the output character is only the archer Su Ming. Can he shoot? Only. Although they were skeptical, they did not hesitate. The very good thing about this secret realm is that you can actively exit if you find yourself defeated. But once you quit, you cannot re-enter within 1 year. You formed a temporary team. Captain Su Ming. K-pop has joined your team. Current team size, 2/40ths. Muya has joined your team. Current team size, 3/40ths. Shirtai Long has joined your team. Current team size, 4/40ths. Luo Fonglin has joined your team. Current team size, 5/40ths. The maximum number of people that can form a team in the 5 Poisons secret realm is 40. Su Ming only has 5 people here, and he had no choice but to form this group temporarily. Wait until the Griffin flies over. Many local adventurers and large guilds in the Himalayas were all surprised. They just entered the secret realm with just a few people? That's too arrogant. Either they have a background or they are stupid. They have nothing to do with us. Brother, would you like to form a team? 1 missing 39. As Su Ming expected, the gate to the 5 Poisons secret realm had been open for some time. Then, at Wang Lin's nod, Su Ming and 4 others stepped in. Your team has entered the ancient centipede realm. You don't need to do much, except for the plant mage to constantly use plants to control the situation. The rest of you just need to apply buff skills and shields behind you. As for Su Ming, shoot the bow. The ground in the space began to shake, and countless giant centipedes began to crawl out. As Luo Fonglin's plants formed several obstacles in front. Wind arrow. Su Ming started with a gust of wind arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. -1.1W, -1.6W, critical hit, -2.2W, critical hit. With 27 force critical hit, it's a rain of arrows. At least 1/4 of the critical damage will occur. Directly cause instant kill. At the same time, information about these centipedes appeared in his eyes. Centipede, common wild monster. Level, LV52. Health, 2.1W/2.1W. Skills, curling and binding, venom spray, centipede sting, bite. Information, a species born from ancient centipedes, possessing terrible toxicity. Weakness, tentacles. Why are you standing there in a daze? Give them some benefits. Su Ming looked at the stunned people and wanted to laugh. Then moved forward quickly. The centipede's moving speed was not even as fast as his killing speed. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The terror of 3 shots per second continued to erupt. Wind arrows and frost arrows occasionally alternate. Even if you use a basic attack without any skill effects, they can form an indestructible line of defense in all directions. After all, who has 200 rounds of basic attack? -1833. -3666. Critical hit. This? Muya was stunned and slowly looked at her sister. Then I saw a few people who were also stunned. What the hell? What the hell is Su Ming? Hidden profession? He must be a hidden profession, and a hidden profession with extremely terrifying output capabilities. They finally understood the mission Wang Lin had issued earlier. The way they looked at Su Ming also turned into envy and admiration. Book of Enlightenment, Volume 1, Divine Power. The Book of Enlightenment, Volume 2, Divine Speed. Four-sided shield. You are affected by the skill effect of your teammate K-Pok. Based on the levels of both parties, your strength is increased by 10 for 10 seconds. You are affected by the skill of your teammate Muya. Based on the levels of both parties, your agility is increased by 10 for 10 seconds. You have obtained a shield. Su Ming continued to draw his bow. Feel the enhanced comfort in your body. He murmured, there's a reason why output players like to bring support with them. Temporarily increases gain by 10. It may be icing on the cake for other people at the same level, but it's the ultimate weapon when it comes to you. Especially the further improvement of agility, it's almost taking off. Frost arrow. Su Ming's sharp arrow quickly created a large area of frost. Luo Fonglin. Use plants to suppress their activity space. Yes, Captain, he said firmly. In a short period of time, Su Ming has made these 4 geniuses go from frustration to envy and then to honor. Because they had the honor of teaming up with Su Ming. With this kind of relationship, maybe even drinking some soup will make you successful in the future. You killed the centipede, LV52, and gained 5,000 experience points. The rest of the team will share the 5,000 experience points equally. You killed the centipede, LV53, and gained 5,000 experience points. The rest of the team will share the 5,000 experience points equally. Su Ming was ecstatic. The guild's 5x experience bonus was truly terrifying. Directly give 10,000 experience points for each monster. But in the case of a team, the person who kills the enemy gets half, and the rest get half. This is also why he prefers to kill monsters alone. Oh my god, monster, what kind of monster is Su Ming? Anyone who teams up with him can be carried away. The Great Shield Master Shi Tailong looked at Su Ming. He even trembled when he spoke. He discovered that Su Ming was in the front. I have completely become a supporting role, Omega Omega. Chapter 28. The boss is dead now? Swift Gloves Gold. Shi Tailong is not the only one who doubts his life. Plant Mage Luo Fonglin also looked embarrassed. He has always claimed to be a super controller. After Su Ming casually dropped hundreds of frost streaks. Completely dumbfounded. Exclaimed, fortunately, Su Ming can't freeze infinitely, otherwise I would just be in a daze. This was the first time he felt awe for someone his own age. I have no idea. As long as Su Ming is willing, Arrow of Frost will teach you how to behave. Not to mention that exploding arrows and thunder arrows have not been used yet. Very good, albeit a bit slow. But it only took a few minutes. The entire space was filled with piles of centipede corpses. Then it slowly dissipated. The boss is about to appear. Luo Fonglin roared and kept retreating behind Su Ming. Well, just leave it to me. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth and nodded to the mage. Luo Fonglin's combat awareness is also remarkable. Then, his eyes turned to a giant centipede that broke out of the ground. This ancient centipede, secret realm boss. Level, LV55. Health value, 114.5W/114.5W. Skills Thousand-Legged Thorn, Venom Rain, Rapid Impact, Scream, Hardened Skin. Talent, Toxic 1,000 Feet. Targets touched by the 1,000 feet will enter the poisoned state. Talent, sprint. After entering combat, the speed increases by 1 per second. After reaching 180, 20 of any attack is converted into true damage. Information, poisonous insects born from ancient times will release terrible poisonous rain. Weakness, tentacles. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The weakness of this boss monster is also its tentacles. However, in skills, Venom Rain is a very scary large-scale poison damage group skill. Therefore, he couldn't give this big guy time to use. Wind Arrow. Frost Arrow. 2 arrows leave your hand. The benefits of the 2 sisters, Mamian and Muya, fell on him again. Cover the ground with plants, and don't let him get in there. Su Ming roared. This plant mage is still somewhat useful. Then, the arrow hit the centipede's body. The giant centipede, which was charging angrily towards Su Ming, was covered with streaks of frost. Hunched and half-paused in the air, plant vines and an overwhelming rain of arrows immediately took over the field. Su Ming was not careless. Then follow up with exploding arrow. The moment the ice broke, a loud roar resounded throughout the centipede's body. Tentacles, huh? Shoot for me. Chirp, 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 chirp. Dash 1.6W. Critical hit, burn. Dash 3.3W. Critical hit, burn. Dash 3.3W. Critical hit, burn. This critical hit feels so good. After adjusting the angle, Su Ming kept pulling the bow. 3 shots per second in one go. The familiar movements once again made the 3 assistants at the back open their mouths in amazement. No, now it's a supporting 4-man team. The giant centipede began to roll over on its back, trying to make a final counterattack before death. What a pity. Its 2 talents are useless in the face of absolute burst. That is, you can't get close quickly. It is also impossible to extend the duration of sprint. So he had to use the screech technique to spray out poisonous rain all over the sky. However, Su Ming had already rushed under the body of the giant centipede. An arrow shoots into the sky. Wind Arrow. Several sharp arrows shot up into the sky and shot its huge body high into the air. Straight line penetration. Horrible, horrible. You killed the ancient centipede, LV-55, boss, and gained 375,000 experience points. The rest of the team will share the 375,000 experience points equally. You kill the ancient centipede, LV-55, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, agility plus 12. Damn, he's just going to die? Sure, Tai Long exclaimed. At the same time, the other 3 people were seen helplessly spreading their hands. Auxiliary. They really deserve to be called auxiliary. And I've never felt so safe. Su Ming, we will not take any of the boss's drops from now on. Yes, it is very satisfying for us to gain so much experience so easily. They are very self-aware. He also decided in his heart that he must establish a good relationship with Su Ming. This is definitely a great guy. This is a great archer. You can make friends with an archer who has explosive output at the rookie stage. They simply couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. Good. Su Ming did not refuse, but agreed very naturally. Because even without them, I can solve it on my own. Since ancient times, archers have been mostly dead. Su Ming shrugged and stood up a little stronger. A piece of poisonous crystal. Su Ming happily put the spoils into his backpack. In the 5 poison secret realm, only bosses can drop items. But I heard from Wang Lin. There is a high probability that various rare items will appear among the drops. That's exactly what the venom crystal does. As long as it is any profession that involves the use of poison, such as many assassin-like professions. This poisonous crystal is an excellent poison tempering item. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can still trade a lot of your favorite treasures. There is one more piece of equipment, gloves of speed. Su Ming picked up the gloves calmly. Although it is only gold-level quality equipment. But for the drops from a boss who is only level 55, it is already a real rare drop. Haha, after seeing so much equipment in the guild store, I feel so proud of myself. Then I looked at its properties. Speedy gloves, gold. Type, gloves. Occupation, general purpose. Level requirement, LV60. Attributes, strength plus 80, critical hit plus 5, violence resistance plus 5, durability 120-120. Features, attack speed of assassins and archers will be increased by 0.5, and attack speed of other professions will be increased by 0.3. Significantly increases strength. What made Su Ming's eyes light up was that the attack speed could be increased by another 0.5. The faster you shoot, the harder you shoot. However, the wearing level requirements can only be met after the job change is completed. Su Ming happily put it into his backpack. After coming out of the secret realm this time, You can easily meet the level requirements. Then there were dozens of ordinary poisonous water droplets and densely packed centipede legs. Su Ming picked up the poisonous water droplet. As for the centipede legs, anyone who wants them can have them. He doesn't want it anyway. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Watch quietly as the huge corpse of the centipede slowly dissipates and enters another area. Just at this moment, Su Ming suddenly felt a special movement in his backpack. Dark Phoenix Egg? And more. The Shadow Space Stone also seemed to have a sense of it. Then, Su Ming, who was standing next to the boss's huge corpse, was instantly shrouded in shadow. Captain, are you okay? Luo Fonglin shouted and quickly manipulated the plants to try to pull Su Ming out. However, the next second, but the shadow disappeared mysteriously. I'm fine. Just now, this corpse generated a special item. Su Ming had a smile on his face and made up stories very naturally. Ha ha ha. I'm lucky. The boss generated a rare item. Really? Congratulations then. Congratulations. I'm so envious. It's all because handsome Su Ming, you are so awesome. I hope to see you again in the future. Then, under Su Ming's guidance, everyone became deeply envious. Then, open licking. Chapter 29. Love it. Super powerful skill book, Arrownet Hell. Su Ming chatted and laughed with everyone, squinting his eyes slightly. Consciousness is communicating with a being. Little guy, does this ancient centipede mark that you forcibly left behind belong to the power of shadow? Amazed face, /. After confirming again, Su Ming's expression relaxed. Then, the little chicken couldn't wait to tell Su Ming. There is a shadow mark in the boss's body that is dissipating, and the origin of shadow power exists in the mark. So, now this part of power has been stolen by the Dark Phoenix Cub. The little guy obtained such a terrifying origin of darkness in the egg. Once hatched, the shadow talent is definitely far beyond that of his peers. In fact, it is impossible to do it by itself. After all, it's an unborn baby. But who says Su Ming is a mobile power bank with infinite mana? Even though 10,000 mana is barely enough to support the little guy to unconsciously control the shadow in the egg for a brief moment, he still stood firm. You have completed the challenge of Ancient Centipede Realm. You are currently in team mode, 5/40. You can choose to exit the secret realm or continue to enter the random area. As the captain of the temporary team, Su Ming received the message notification very quickly. Of course, Su Ming chose to continue. Everyone, get ready to go to the next area. After Su Ming gave a reminder, the other four all nodded respectfully. After witnessing Su Ming's terrifying output, they no longer have any concerns. Well, the 5 of us are really strong. Your team has entered the ancient spider realm. Just like before, get started. Then Su Ming pulled the bow mercilessly. Wind arrow. Frost arrow. Arrows rained down from the sky. Chirp, 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 chirp. Dash 1.1 W. Dash 3.6 W. Critical hit. Freeze. Dash 1.8 W. Frozen. You killed the red-eyed spider, LV52, and gained 5,000 experience points. The rest of the team will share the 5,000 experience points equally. You killed the red-eyed spider, LV53, and gained 5,000 experience points. The rest of the team will share the 5,000 experience points equally. Spider Silk kept shooting out. Su Ming's main output skill began to be replaced by Explosive Arrow. Basic attacks and skills are smoothly connected and interspersed. Bombing in turns. The large number of burn sites formed once again became a barrier that the spiders could not break through. Hawkeye. The field of vision within a radius of 2,000 meters is fully open. He saw more densely packed spider webs. Sure enough, something is wrong. You are on top. Exploding arrow. Boom, boom, boom. Various buffs and shields of Mummy and Muya and Shi Taixing fell down. Su Ming once again wowed the audience with his graceful and ghostly show. Ancient Spider, Secret Realm Boss. Level, LV55. Health value, 120.1 W/120.1 W. Skills, 8 Spider Lance, Spider Web Hell, Scarlet Eye, Cocoon, Silk Spinning. Talent, Spider Web Dancer. Ancient spiders can move in a flickering manner in the spider web, 0-10 meters. Talent, Bloodthirst. 10 of the damage caused is restored as own health. Information, a poisonous insect born from ancient times, a dancer in a spider web, elegant yet dangerous. Weakness, Compound Eyes. As it introduces information, in Su Ming's mind, the normal difficulty of killing this guy is definitely higher than that of the ancient centipede. And Scarlet Eyes is a powerful mind control technique. Once a key person is infected, the entire team is likely to be defeated. Unfortunately, I am not a normal person. Exploding Arrow. This guy can keep flashing on the spider web. Well, The most important thing is to burn all the spider webs first. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom, boom, boom. The rain of arrows brought fire, burning every spider web in the space. Boss was angered by Su Ming's actions. The huge spider web cage gushed out again. Burn the little spider web. Dash 2.2 W. Critical hit. Burn. Dash 1.1 W. Burn. Su Ming was attracting hatred alone. Drift left and right at a speed that is even more terrifying than the opponent's. Without the spider web as cover, control skills are ineffective against Su Ming. The ancient spider had to become indistinguishable from the ancient centipede. Frost arrow. As for you still want to make a cocoon? That would make me a perfect target, and I would be even happier. The last explosive arrow kills. Die. You killed the ancient spider, LV55, boss, and gained 375,000 experience points. The rest of the team will share the 375,000 experience points equally. You kill the ancient spider, LV55, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, attack plus 18. The joyful time of slaughter is always short-lived. Then comes the more joyful part of harvesting spoils. Well, this guy has it too. Su Ming quickly confirmed. Plan to resolve such major issues first. Then, with the secondary efforts of Su Ming and the little guy. Finally, the shadow was not dissipated and the mark of the ancient spider was obtained successfully. It turns out that the 5 bosses are essentially the same. No wonder Brother Wang Lin said that the 5 poisonous insects were the incarnations of the 5 poisonous beasts. In this case, the real 5 poisonous beasts must be shadow creatures. The remaining 4 members are already exhausted. Once again, he truly felt that Su Ming and they were not a team of 5 people at all, and at least a team of 204 people. This time the big spider did not drop any gold quality equipment. In addition to the usual spider leg meat and poisonous drops, there are no advanced materials like toxic crystal. But Su Ming was even more ecstatic. This boss actually dropped the only book that made him extremely satisfied. Skill book. Yes, that's not all. This is also a powerful skill exclusive to archers. Arrow Net Hell, Archer Class Skill Book. Level Limit, LV60+. Arrow Net Hell, LV1. Shoots a special arrow with no attack power. After reaching the landing point, it generates hatred for all nearby monsters and forces them to gather at the landing point. This lasts for 2 seconds. The current range is 200 meters around the landing point. If it was an output skill, Su Ming would not pay much attention to it, because its own exclusive skills combined with unlimited firepower are truly terrifying. And Arrow Net Hell is actually a forced monster gathering skill. Gather the monsters, and then rain arrows from the sky. Wow, the output efficiency has definitely reached a new level. I am not afraid of rare skills. I am afraid of unusable skills. Big Spider, I really love you. So, I put it in my backpack without hesitation. Su Ming couldn't wait to break through the remaining 3 spaces. After the job transfer is completed, you will soon be able to reach LV60 and start learning. He muttered. After reaching the maximum level, the monster gathering effect will be absolutely terrifying. Everyone. In addition to the professional skills that come with each job change, the additional skills learned can only add 2 more grids per turn. For example, when he officially completed the second transfer, a total of only 4 additional skills can be learned from skill books. You have completed the challenge of Ancient Spider Realm. You are currently in team mode, 5/40ths. You can choose to exit the secret realm or continue to enter the random area. Continue. Su Ming confirmed it without hesitation. The other 4 people then acted quickly, stood back, and focused on playing the supporting role. Ahead, Su Ming is a legion by himself. Draw the bow. Chapter 30. Making a Fortune. Job change completed. Sky Snatching Arrow God. After quickly passing through 2 spaces, everyone worked together. Your team has entered the Ancient Serpent Realm. Soon, the snake nest exploded and the boss appeared. After Su Ming saw the skills of this big snake, eyes slightly narrowed. This guy has a full range attack. Pay attention to the timing of applying the shield. Yes, Captain. Sure, Tai Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally stopped being a bystander throughout the whole process. Omega, it's Omega. Ancient Snake, Secret Realm Boss. Level, LV55. Health value, 119.8 W/119.8 W. Skills, Toxic Spray, Sprint, Spin, Ultrasonic, Earthquake. Talent, Iron Skin, reduces non-magic damage received by 20. Talent, Tyrant's Fury. When HP drops to 20, attack increases by 50, speed increases by 50, but the Iron Skin talent is lost. Information, a poisonous insect born from ancient times, with hard skin, capable of causing great damage to the earth. Weakness, mouth. The full-range strike skill that Su Ming mentioned was exactly earth-shaking and mountain-shaking. Even if it is directly born, it will not reduce many lives. But there is sure Tai Long, the great shield master. You can't really add 666 just for the show, right? Su Ming chuckled, and the rocket longbow was ready. Shoot. Frost arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed the ancient snake, LV-55, boss, and gained 375,000 experience points. The rest of the team will share the 375,000 experience points equally. You killed the ancient snake, LV-55, boss, for the first time, and gained additional attribute, attack plus 16. Your team has entered the ancient scorpion realm. Your team has entered the ancient toad territory. The last 3 bosses are exactly the same. Su Ming briefly analyzed his skills and talents. It is convenient to quickly match the best and fastest solution among the 4 exclusive skills. The result was just as he expected. In addition to its own drops, all of them condensed their own shadow marks again. Su Ming was even a little worried that the little guy would burst. However, after receiving the message from the other party that it was just a little indigestion and it was nothing serious, he put down the big stone in his heart. Besides, killing the ancient scorpion grants him 15 attack points. Killing the ancient toad grants him 8 points of defense. And some other nice loot. It's a great harvest. The necklace dropped by the scorpion can also replace the novice outfit of the rabbit. Because of his terrifying upgrade speed, there is no need to deliberately collect all the ordinary equipment before the 3rd or even 4th level. It is completely sufficient to wear it whenever you encounter any problem. After all, it is truly formed. You can create exclusive equipment that perfectly suits your profession. His eyes turned to the necklace. Gaoyu necklace, gold. Type, necklace. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV-60. Attributes, health plus 5,000, mana plus 2,000, attack plus 80, durability 120-120. Features, removes the first control effect you receive. Damage is not removed. Separate cooldown for 3 hours. This feature is great. Just the fact that it has the ability to release control. All of this means that its value is much higher than an ordinary gold-grade necklace. After all, a lot of control is not issued by the eyes, and he currently also needs the ability to be immune to control, just in time of need. The ancient serpent dropped a giant snake tooth. If embedded in the weapon of an assassin or warrior, can additionally increase the weapon's damage to shields 3 times effect. The direct value is at least 3 million plus Dragon Country coins. Then there was the ancient toad that was killed last. I didn't expect that this boss is the real big brother. Its health is as high as 240W. Of course, this is because of the talent, reducing own attacks and greatly increasing life. Su Ming was lucky. It drops 2 relatively valuable items. One of them is the spiritual water droplets, a high-level material coveted by water and ice mages proficient in it. Second, it's actually a complete prop. 5 poison cube, epic item, special identification required. Even Su Ming was shocked at that time. This is no longer a question of good or bad luck, but outrageous. How could an ordinary boss who is only in the 2nd transformation stage drop a complete item? It's impossible. This Rubik's Cube is like molten scale crystal and rock armor scale crystal. It has exclusive effects and is an item that can be activated directly. Su Ming already knew the quality of this prop in advance, but the epic quality is already very high. Wait, is it possible that this wasn't dropped by the giant toad? Su Ming pondered. Because he stole all the dark origins of the secret realm. So this item will only appear when some prerequisites are met? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was true. Damn it, better run away. He might have stolen the treasure of the real 5 poisonous beasts. Huh. Su Ming finally reaped a huge profit. And the 4 scavengers did not return empty-handed. Su Ming looked down upon snake skin, poisonous toad skin, scorpion tail, etc. Their excited hearts and trembling hands are put into the pocket. Captain Su Ming, you will definitely reach the level of a legendary archer in the future. I hope I will have the chance to see you again in the future. Those who can join the Temple of God Slayer are already chosen by heaven, and you, the captain, are the most perverted of all perverts. Captain, if you need any help from our border troops in the future, feel free to come to us. Facing everyone's admiring gazes, Su Ming nodded slightly. Yes, although he is used to lone wolf behavior, but it doesn't mean that I am a loner. He will also respond to friendly kindness to those who help him. Your team will leave the 5 poison secret realm in 1 minute. With the soft glow, 5 people were enveloped at the same time. When I opened my eyes again, oh, Isn't this Brother Wang Lin who is guarding the entrance with a shocked look on his face? Let's take a look at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. You guys? So fast. Wang Lin was dumbfounded. Su Ming and his team killed 5 bosses in a shorter time than the time it took other teams to defeat one boss. It was at this moment. Su Ming's message log was updated synchronously. Congratulations on winning the title, 5 poisonous enemies. Another achievement. Conditions for obtaining 5 poison enemies. Participate in killing 5 bosses at once in the 5 poison secret realm, and the damage of each boss accounts for 1-0. This achievement can be obtained by up to 10 people, and you are the first person to obtain it. Sure enough, no one can do this. This means that I am currently the first. He may even be the only person to achieve this in the future. Moreover, no one except him knows about this hidden achievement. So Su Ming immediately looked at its effects. 5 poisonous enemies, special title. 1. Deals an additional 10 true damage to centipedes, spiders, snakes, scorpions, and toads. 2. It is triggered when attracting the hatred of a special existence, and this title is permanently strengthened. It's not a permanent title under normal circumstances. Besides, he felt that this special existence was just short of naming one of the 5 poisonous beasts. Su Ming had a strange expression on his face. But I'm not panicking at all. He couldn't imagine how powerful he would be in the future. So what about the 5 poisonous beasts? If gods come, kill gods. If demons come, kill demons. At the same time, another piece of information was updated in the log. You have completed the job transfer quest, 5 poisons, level 10. Job change completed, Sky Sweeping Arrow God. Chapter 31 Sky Sweeping Arrow Intent. What a terrifying talent. You have changed your job to become Sky Snatching Arrow God. HP plus 5,000, mana plus 5,000, strength plus 50, attack speed. The 5 poisons mission. Now he had experienced it firsthand. I have already experienced firsthand what the difficulty level 10 is like this time. Damn it, if it were someone else, they would just give up. After 30 days, I will be a brave man again. Even if it is a team of 40 people. Successively defeat 5 bosses and a huge number of their minions. Which team at LV50 LV60 can handle it? Unlocked along with job change. There is also a lot of experience accumulated in the secret realm. Now a breakthrough. Your level has increased by 1, LV50-LV51, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Your level has increased by 1, LV51-LV52, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. It's so comfortable, even in a team situation. The total amount of experience he gained this time was also 2.5 times the original amount. Therefore, the current level upgrade speed is still extremely fast. Level 59, level 60, level 61, level 62. It only takes one trip to the secret realm. His level actually rose to level 62, plus the additional attributes gained from changing jobs. The basic panel values have been greatly improved again. This is not the end yet. Equip Gloves of Swiftness. Equip the Gamatama Necklace. At the same time, directly use the skill book in the backpack. You meet the learning requirements of Arrow Net Hell and successfully learn this skill. Arrow Net Hell LV1. Arrow Net Hell LV1 shoots a special arrow with no attack power. After reaching the landing point, it generates hatred for all nearby monsters, forcing them to gather at the landing point. This lasts for 2 seconds. The current range is 200 meters around the landing point. Unexpectedly, we have just left the secret realm, so we can strike while the iron is hot. As long as the equipment and skill books have reached the level requirements, don't miss out. Then, Brother Wang Lin was amazed. Su Ming looked at his skyrocketing values. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Sky Snatching Arrow God. Level, LV62/LV80, second turn. Health, 27,200. Mana, 999, 9999. Strength, 376. Agility, 268. Attack speed, 4.11 arrows/s. Attack, 2,236. Defense, 1,327. Critical hit, 32. Anti-violence, 25. Single arrow reserve, 999, 9999/9999999. Now for Su Ming. Maybe the only thing I'm not satisfied with is my health. The basic attack power has reached 2,236. Not to mention that I shoot 4 times a second. My hands are twitching as I'm about to come. It's horrible, so horrible. Fortunately, I have the Rock Armor Scale Crystal as a life-saving trump card. Su Ming thought that he should pay more attention to items that increase health points in the future. Of course, since it's a job change, there should be more than just numerical changes. Sure enough, it's another new talent, which will be permanently retained. And 2 more exclusive skills. Even other so-called hidden professions. Each time you change your job, you will only get 1 additional exclusive skill. Therefore, I will be far ahead of everyone else in the changes of my skills in the future. You unlocked a new exclusive talent, Sky Sweeping Arrow. You have unlocked new exclusive skills, Holy Light Arrow and Shadow Arrow. Until Su Ming looked at their introduction. His pupils still trembled unconsciously, and he took a breath of cold air. What a terrifying talent. Talent, exclusive. Sky Sweeping Arrow intent, cannot be detected, permanently retained. 1. A progress bar will be generated for any wild monster population. After the kill count reaches the upper limit, some of its attributes will be randomly plundered. 2. Kill the boss and plunder some of its attributes, so that at least 1 rare item suitable for the archer profession will be dropped. Each boss is effective only once. 3. Attack and defense power will never decrease. This is the talent for growth. It is not inferior to unlimited firepower. Don't underestimate the attributes of each monster and boss loot. As long as small amounts accumulate into large amounts, quantitative changes will definitely lead to qualitative changes. Just give him time to kill monsters and grow. In the future, he alone will be able to fight against all the countries that are causing trouble. And Effect 3 provides him with a guarantee of output. Sorry, my attack power can only be improved. Next, there are 2 exclusive skills with powerful effects. Skills exclusive. Holy Light Arrow LV1. After charging for 2 seconds, shoot a holy arrow of light, causing 400 attack true damage to the target, purifying all its benefits and transferring them to yourself for 10 seconds. Consumes 200 mana, 60 seconds cooldown. Shadow Arrow LV1. After charging for 2 seconds, a shadow arrow is shot, causing 200 attack damage to all targets in a 1010 range, with a 10 chance to silence them for 1 second, making them unable to use any skills. Consumes 200 mana, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. The effects of these 2 skills are quite interesting. Damage is not a problem at all with the forced combination of unlimited firepower. Holy Light Arrow steals the opponent's buff. In fact, the effect is huge. Because of the higher level bosses or enemies you will encounter in the future. No one likes to stack various buffs before a battle. Your buff is great, but it will be mine soon. The effect of Shadow Arrow is equally perverted. It can silence a large area at only level 1. He thought. After this skill reaches the maximum level, how terrifying would the scope be? However, the probability of silence in the end will definitely not be too high. But I have a lot of arrows. It can cover with hundreds of arrows at a time, and currently the rate is 4 shots per second. No matter what kind of monster it is, just turn them all into super soldiers. This is combined with the monster gathering ability of Arrow Net Hell. From now on, you can always be in a very safe environment and output violently. At last, the number of arrow splits changes with each job change. One of the extremely terrifying effects of unlimited firepower. Every time an arrow is shot, 399 additional arrows with the same effect will split out, and the effect increases with job advancement. Oh my god, Su Ming was shocked. Even as calm as he is, everyone can already feel the intense heartbeat at this moment. Previously, 1 turn increased the number of arrows by 100. Now it has doubled again, from 200 arrows to 400 arrows. Just think about it, 4 shots per second means 1,600 arrows. Is this really going to grow to the point where it can destroy the entire plane of civilization with 1 arrow? Su Ming was helpless, and seemed to have become a little bit stronger. Su Ming, you are really opening my eyes more and more. As the 5 people came out without any delay, the crowd outside the secret realm had 2 completely different attitudes. Wang Lin naturally understood that Su Ming had definitely succeeded. Many teams showed ridicule. See, these 5 people came out in a while. They definitely quit voluntarily. Such a small group of people dare to attack the boss of one of the 5 poisons. How arrogant. Last year, 40 of us were defeated by the terror of the toads. How could they? Sure, Tai Long and the other 3 scowled at those who mocked them. But Su Ming didn't. He just waved his hand and chuckled. Because I have exceeded their understanding. These people are destined to only look up to themselves. Thank you for your hard work. We are leaving now. It's not hard at all. Sure, Tai Long and others quickly replied to Wang Lin. Compared to Su Ming, we really can't help much. They thought of the scenes in the secret realm. There was only inexplicable bitterness on his face. Don't underestimate yourself, you were pretty good too. Su Ming nodded. Then he jumped onto the griffin's back and left with Wang Lin. Chapter 32 Chapter 32 I am an archer, and my health is thicker than that of a warrior. Is that okay? Wang Lin invites you to join his temporary team. Do you want to join? Yes. Su Ming confirmed without hesitation. After all, for the sake of efficiency, the team will be disbanded after the upgrade. You have successfully joined Wang Lin's team. Current team size, 2. Let's go directly to the advanced copy. My experience gain is 10 times, and if you divide it equally, 5 times is the same as yours, so it won't affect your ability to kill monsters at all. With the protection of Little Eagle, your life will be safe. Then, the griffin flew eastward across the sky. Finally, it landed among the treetops of a huge sky tree. This is a dungeon called Dome Room, near Himalayas. There are LV-160, LV-179 flying monsters scattered around. Wang Lin introduced to Su Ming. Then, a large purple gold bow appeared in his hand. Su Ming, you may be the fastest person in the history of Dragon Country to reach level 3. Although the upgrades of others can also rely on the big guys to form a team. But the job transfer task must be completed personally. For others, even difficulty 5 and 6 require sufficient preparation. Not like Su Ming who found the right place. It'll be done in minutes. Su Ming smiled softly and looked at the wild monster in front of him. Blue Scale Eagle, normal wild monster. Level, LV-165. Health value, 68.6W/68.6W. Skill scale Crystal Light Bullet, Wing Attack, Dive, Violent Wind, Cross /. Information, the flying overlords that live in the sky. The coordination between species is terrifying. Weakness, Eyes. Demon Pung Bird, normal wild monster. Level, LV-172. Health value, 74.5W/74.5W. Skills Magic Pung Transformation, Violent Wind, Giant Pung Claw Attack, Shadow Corrosion, Shockwave. Information, the flying overlord that lives in the sky. Each individual possesses powerful strength. Weakness, Eyes. TSK. There are 2 large groups of huge birds and beasts flying ahead. At the same time, Wang Lin's charged arrow was ready. Heavenly Punishment, Meteor Strike. Since I promised to help you level up quickly, I have to show some real skills. Wang Lin's momentum rose, and he shot an arrow from his bow. Suddenly disappeared from Su Ming's sight. It appeared again above the entire sky, transformed into a giant arrow. When it fell, the flock of birds collapsed. Then, Wang Lin once again ruthlessly accumulated strength, and the giant arrows shot out wave after wave. The griffin under his feet also opened its mouth at the same time. The light bullets gathered and poured out continuously. Su Ming quickly understood Brother Wang Lin's way of output. Take advantage of the griffin's pull to continuously output giant arrows that can cause huge damage in a wide area. He is indeed a standard archer boss. Wang Lin killed the green-scaled eagle, LV-168. In the team, you get 202,000 experience points. Wang Lin killed the green-scaled eagle, LV-169. In the team, you get 202,000 experience points. Soon, Su Ming's information was refreshing rapidly. He also experienced the joy of lying down. But he has no intention of sitting idle. Instead, he drew his bow and put his arrow on it. First try to see if my attack power can break through the defense. Exploding arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. If Wang Lin shot a giant arrow falling from the sky at once. So, Su Ming's was a rain of countless sharp arrows. Minus 7,564. Burn. Dash 1.1W. Critical hit. Burn. Dash 1.5W. Critical hit. Burn. Su Ming showed an excited look. Although the damage is not as ideal as killing low-level monsters, but it can indeed break the defense. But Wang Lin on the side was dumbfounded. Su Ming, you can actually break the defense of a monster that's so much higher level than you. And the damage is still so high. There was no joking tone in his voice. Wang Lin was so shocked by Su Ming that his hands were shaking. Wait, has your arrow-splitting ability improved again? At this time, Su Ming shot an arrow. It seems to have far exceeded the previous number. Well, every time you change jobs, you'll improve a little bit. A little bit. Wang Lin almost choked. Oh my god, you're only level 60 or so? Your output is almost catching up with mine. If he completes the 3rd transformation, won't he definitely surpass himself? Is this the hidden profession with ultimate output? Not to mention the ability to save lives. In terms of output, a 3rd-level player can surpass others with a 5th-level player. Wang Lin wanted to cry. He serves as a senior who guides Su Ming. I have never felt so much like ants crawling inside. Could Su Ming tell me all the surprises? Otherwise, his little heart won't be able to bear it every day. In a month, the old man will definitely laugh his jaw off. You are really perverted. By then, maybe the old man will protect you personally. Just as Wang Lin's defense was broken and he was excited, Su Ming also noticed that there was a progress bar in the information he saw. Blue Scale Eagle Progress, 12. Demon Pung Bird Progress, 8. Presumably, this is the separate progress bar formed by Effect 1 of Sky Sweeping Arrow. Apart from Wang Lin killing many wild monsters with one giant arrow, Su Ming relied on the terrifying damage caused by the continuous rain of arrows. The killing speed will not be much slower. Fill up the progress first. Kill. Thunder Arrow. -1.7W. Electric Field. -3.4W. Critical Hit. Electric Field. -1,243, -1,145, -2,534. As the current weapon for mass killing, countless lightning bolts were crackling. The entire sky. Sharp arrows flew and lightning flashed. For now, with the help of Wang Lin, the speed at which he gained experience had indeed increased significantly. But it was not what Wang Lin thought. Wang Lin felt that even if he relied on Su Ming himself, it just takes a little more effort after taking life-saving measures. This kid is a complete pervert. Fortunately, he has joined the Temple of God Slayer. Maybe Su Ming only needs 10 years. When the time comes, Dragon Country will surely have another 9th level legendary shooter. You killed the green-scaled eagle, LV-169, and gained 20.1W experience. The rest of the team will share the 20.1W experience equally. You killed the sky demon pung bird, LV-177, and gained 21.2W experience. The rest of the team will share the 21.2W experience equally. Wang Lin killed the sky demon pung bird, LV-178. In the team, you get 212,000 experience points. Although he gave half of the experience to Wang Lin when he killed him, but the number of people killed by Wang Lin was still much greater. So he made a lot of money. Su Ming shot wildly and smiled as he watched the experience points he gained. Your level has increased by 1, LV62-LV63, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Your level has increased by 1, LV63-LV64, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Without any surprise, Su Ming's level soared. Soon it reached level 80, and the remaining experience was constantly accumulating. But he deliberately glanced at Wang Lin's level information. Or does LV236 remain unchanged? The further you go, the more experience you need becomes a bottomless pit. But Su Ming was not afraid. So what if there are more? My inexhaustible infinite arrows won't agree. Soon, the news came again. Blue Scale Eagle Progress. 100, you plundered 15 agility. Demon Pung Bird Progress. 100, you plundered 2,300 lives. Simple and crude, these are real attributes. Fuck, so that's how it is. That's great. I hope I can plunder more and more lives in the future. He can turn a fragile archer into a blood cow. That's not all. Other attributes will also be plundered as time goes by. And the gap between us and others is getting bigger and bigger. Later it is. I'm an archer and my health is higher than that of a warrior. Is that okay? I'm an archer and I'm faster than an assassin. Is that okay? I'm an archer. I am an archer attacking. If the archer god is not the best in attacking, what kind of archer god am I? No problem at all. Chapter 33 LV80 easily completed. Taming contract. Soon, under the power of the two people's crazy arrows. No matter how ferocious the beasts are, they will die in droves. Mainly the griffin under the feet of the two people. The speed is much higher than that of these wild monsters. Wang Lin killed the sky demon pung bird, LV-178. In the team, you get 212,000 experience points. You killed the green-scaled eagle, LV-169, and gained 20.1W experience. The rest of the team will share the 20.1W experience equally. Soon, all the birds in the outer flocks were swept away. Archers who cannot be approached and can always output safely will be able to cause far more damage than other professions. This is also why in battle, the reason why both sides will choose to focus fire on the opposing archers. Su Ming knew very well that he only needed to live one more second. It's a devastating blow to any enemy. I hope the little guy can give me a surprise then. Su Ming thought to himself, feeling a little excited. When you enter the job transfer room again, it will be time to sign the contract. These green scales are a good material for making shields. If we recycle so many of them, they will also be worth a lot of money. They will be your spoils of war. Final. After confirming that Su Ming has reached the LV80 cap, The two chose to evacuate the place quickly. Su-ming not only accumulated a lot of experience at once. I also got all the drops. It was a great harvest. It is true that the stronger you are, the faster you make money. The purpose this time is not to solve this copy, but to upgrade. It's been less than 10 minutes. Wang Lin was amazed. Su-ming also felt emotional, thinking that other newcomers might have to work hard to kill monsters for a month before barely reaching level 20. This gap is like the Pacific Ocean. But for him, it was simply too comfortable. Go directly to the job transfer hall on the Himalaya side. So the Griffin went at full speed. By the way, Su-ming, the tasks for the third rank and beyond will be significantly different from before. What's the difference? Wang Lin explained. You also know that the tasks you received before have nothing to do with your profession. But starting from the third job, the quest content will gradually become closer to your profession. But don't worry, the third transformation is just the first change. It shouldn't be a problem for you. After hearing this, Su-ming nodded slowly. I feel a little helpless. No matter how you think about it, your mission can't be easy. But he didn't panic. One arrow won't work? Then I'll shoot 1,000 arrows, 10,000 arrows. Himalayan City-State Job Transfer Hall, Level 5 area. Hello, I need to enter the third job transfer room to receive the job transfer task. Okay. Su-ming looked at the other party's astonishment and wanted to laugh, but wait politely for it to come to its senses. The three front desk ladies I met these days all had the same reaction. Only. Each time it gets stronger than the last. Dear sir, are you sure you want to enter the third transfer room? Miss Bunny Girl asked again subconsciously. Well, this is 1 million. Okay, please follow me. After watching Su-ming pay 1 million yuan with ease and calmness, Miss Bunny was completely convinced. Who was this handsome young man? She had never thought of which force Su-ming was related to in the Himalayan city-state. Then, in the young lady's surprised and curious eyes, Su-ming stepped into the job transfer space without any hesitation. Same look as always. Goodbye to this big crystal ball connected to the ziggurat. Perhaps there are more secrets hidden inside the divine tower. Su-ming murmured. Added the temple of deicide. After seeing many hidden spaces that I had never known before, the world planes within the divine tower, and so on. He is no longer an ignorant teenager. Only by becoming stronger quickly can you have the confidence to make free choices. Little guy, sorry for the wait. Before that, Su-ming took out the dark phoenix egg from his backpack. In the complete shadow space stone. In the blink of an eye, he saw the egg sway gently. Su-ming held the space stone in his hand, continuously transmitting huge amounts of magic power to the chick in the egg. I have to say, I actually felt a sense of exhaustion. He has the gift of inexhaustible mana. Little guy, you can really suck. Su-ming chuckled and shook his head. If it were someone else, they would have been squeezed dry long ago. Moreover, it is not known how many years it will take for it to hatch. Archers have always been awesome. Who told me, Su-ming, that I am not only a hacker, but also have several of them? The current 3 talents will all make countless people jealous. And soon, there will be another one. Click, click. A crisp sound was heard and tiny cracks appeared. Su-ming looked expectantly. The eggshell finally broke, revealing a wet little black chicken. Ha 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 ha, it's true, little chicken. I have to record this and use it as your dark history. Who could have imagined that in the future, the legendary beast Dark Phoenix would follow Su-ming and kill everyone? Is it still a bald little black chicken at this time? Race, Dark Phoenix. Belonged to Shadow Space. Level, LV20. The little guy called out happily. Then ate the eggshell completely. Finally, he rubbed Su-ming's thigh. Su-ming was surprised to find that even in his current state, he could also sense the other party's intentions through the Shadow Space Stone. What does this thing have to do with her? It doesn't seem like a companion item like Zaka melting 2-scale crystals. I didn't expect you to be born at level 20. You are worthy of it. He knew that this guy had not yet digested at least half of his dark essence. Therefore, even if there is no help from myself, her level will increase very quickly in the future. Contract. I want to eat something delicious that is full of shadows. Okay. Then, Su-ming looked at the abilities he had naturally gained after his second transformation. Beast Taming Contract, obtained at second job. Sign a contract with the selected target. After obtaining the other party's consent, loyalty 50, the contract is successful. If the contract fails, it will enter a 10-day cooldown. Information 1. You can only sign a contract with 1 tamer at a time. You can sign a contract again after the contracted beast dies for 1 year. Summoners will get an extra quota, and the cooldown will be halved. Information 2. When the loyalty of a tamed beast reaches 100, it will never betray. When contracting a newborn cub, the loyalty is 90,100 depending on the intimacy. Information 3. Taming an animal does not share the contractor's experience, but it will receive an additional 50 of the contractor's experience, and give 50 of the experience you gain to the contractor. Su Ming based on the description and information too. I am confident that myself and my little one can definitely achieve 100 loyalty at the start. After all, his infinite mana really makes him inseparable from himself. The most important thing is, the little guy in the egg was already communicating with me. This is a level that other trained animal cubs simply cannot achieve. Look at information 3 again. Taming animals not only does not share your experience, it will also give you a lot of extra experience. Also, because of the contract, you can automatically gain 50 of the contractor's experience, so you don't have to worry about not being able to keep up with the contractor. No matter who you are, you should pay special attention to this. For the truly strong ones, a tamed beast is not only a mount, but also a fighting partner who can stand on equal footing with you. Bring it on. Chapter 34 Chapter 34 The terrifying bonus card of the Divine Beast. The Immortal Arrow God? Su Ming did not hesitate. Do you think a cub has no use in the early stage? Then you are wrong. In addition to her own combat power, she also has the bonus of racial contract. Just contract a legendary beast. The bonus alone is probably enough to make it equal to that of a magical weapon. Su Ming's hands formed a star array. Then, a soft light enveloped the Dark Phoenix with its head tilted. Dark Phoenix agreed to your contract request. Current loyalty, 100, never betray. Watch the log for updated messages. Su Ming's mouth corners finally couldn't help but rise. Ha 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 ha. Did I just trick myself into getting a baby divine beast? And it's 100 from the start. Once you follow me, no one can take you away. Her information is only visible to the contractor. Race, Dark Phoenix, Divine Beast Juvenile. Contractor, Su Ming. Belongs to Shadow Space. Level, LV20/LV20, Advanced. Life, 48.8W/48.8W. Mana, 7.2W/7.2W. Spell, 377. Attack, 754. Defense, 378. Combat Agility, 520. Mounting Agility, 520 plus, 1/2 Contractor Agility. Skills, Shadow Incarnation, Shadow Ball, Shadow Warp, not learned. Phoenix Wing Skyfly, not learned. Shadow Possession, not learned. A total of 16 skills not learned. Talent, Phantom Phoenix. 1. Ability to hide oneself in the shadows, a state that cannot be detected in any way. 2. Immune to any natural element damage other than light and dark, immune to abnormal status and percentage damage. 3. When in the near-death state, you can choose Nirvana to block all your own breath. After at least one successful Nirvana, Effect 4 will be unlocked. Remaining times 2/3. 4. All attribute growth plus 20. The maximum damage received each time does not exceed 5 of the total health value. Can control all birds and beasts below the level of all divine beasts 20 levels lower than its own. Unlocked. Racial Contract Bonus. Contractor's total health plus 10. Contractor's total mana plus 10. Contractor's total strength/spells plus 10. Contractor's total agility plus 30. Contractor's total attack plus 20. Contractor's total defense plus 20. Contractor's critical hit rate plus 20. 50 of the damage received by the contractor is transferred to himself. Information. An ancient legendary beast, the master of space and shadow, possessing the immortal power of reincarnation, extremely mysterious. Hiss. What a terrifying bonus. Moreover, the basic attributes at level 20 are so high. The health of animals is indeed many times that of humans. I understand. But his agility is only level 20, it's almost twice his own. There is also an additional 20 increase in all attribute growth. Make the already incredible attributes even more incredible. Wait, you've already experienced Nirvana once. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly thought of something. He looked at the innocent-looking baby in shock. Doesn't this mean that the little guy might have once been a complete form? Then I thought about the incident in the Misty Swamp at that time. Su Ming had a lot of guesses in his mind. It is possible that some being was hunting her down at the time? But since you are mine now, bird, don't worry, I will definitely solve it for you in the future. He happily touched the head of the carefree little guy. From now on, I will call you Xiao Ihiki. Happy carrot carrot. A percentage bonus. This is the appearance that a true divine beast should have. Even if you join the level 9 God-slaying temple, the attribute bonuses are fixed. As the level increases, it is far less powerful than percentage. Little whim. Since completing the contract, even without the Shadow Space Stone, he could still communicate with the other party mentally. Su Ming, this is amazing. The little guy doesn't know he's on a pirate ship yet. But at this moment, the Shadow Space Stone in Su Ming's hand burst out with surging shadow power. Su Ming, I feel a little familiar. This time the shadow power did not spread everywhere. Instead, it continued to merge into Xiao Yi's body. These shadow powers seem to belong to this little guy originally. Su Ming has roughly understood some things. In addition to Nirvana, Xiao Yi also used the last of the shadow power to activate this space stone. So, he just crossed the space and fell into the foggy swamp. The shadow space stone also broke into 4 pieces. It's changed. As the power of shadow continues to surge out, Su Ming saw different information under the hidden eye. It's really a space teleportation stone. Shadow space stone special item broken. Information, a special item unique to the shadow space. The user must possess both shadow and space abilities. Active ability 1. After using the shadow ability to activate the space stone, you can teleport to any place within 100,000 meters. The cooldown is 12 hours after each use. Active ability 2, unusable. It seems that fusion can only simply maintain its integrity. The original active ability 2 might be a cross-dimensional teleportation that comes at a considerable cost. But Xiao Yi can activate active ability 2. Therefore, for myself at present, it is still an excellent life-saving tool for running away. Xiao Yi, the surprise you gave me is really beyond my expectations. But he patted his chest and shouted proudly. I am really good at this hum. Well, you enter the contract space first, and then I will buy you a lot of food that is rich in shadow power. Amazed face, /. Su Ming clapped his hands and laughed until he was numb. Xiao Yi needs to advance once before he can have the ability to fly and carry passengers. So I immediately clicked on her advanced requirements. Your contracted beast taming meets the advanced level LV20/LV20. Advanced level 1 requirements. Black Feather X1, Shadowstone X1. Taming is also divided into levels 1 to 9. However, due to racial restrictions, most are capped at levels 5 to 7. Obviously, Xiao Yi's limit is at least level 9. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. The requirements are not difficult, as long as there is enough money. It is not difficult to trade these 2 items on the major exchanges. Besides, it really doesn't work. There is also the Temple of God Slayer, which can be redeemed by completing guild tasks and obtaining guild contributions. So, he looked at his entire panel, which had skyrocketed. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Sky Snatching Arrow God. Level, LV80/LV80, second turn. Life, 34,133. Mana, 999. Strength, 434. Agility, 391. Attack speed, 4.29 arrows/s. Attack, 2,823. Defense, 1,614. Critical hit, 52. Anti-violence, 25. Single arrow reserve, 999/9999. At only level 80, the attack value has reached a terrifying 2823. Not to mention that the critical hit rate exceeds 50 in one fell swoop. Only. Now his agility is not even as high as Xiao Yi's. Dark Phoenix is indeed the overlord of the sky. The contract that I had been longing for finally came to an end. Xiao Yi flew around in the contract space with peace of mind, absorbing his own magic power. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and walked to the large crystal ball for job transfer. Immediately put your hand on the connecting device. It is detected that your level has reached LV80, and the conditions for the 3rd job are met. Profession change is in progress. The professions you can change to now are Immortal Arrow God. Still the only choice without any surprises. Su Ming's expression is calm now. Immortality? Could it be a talent that greatly increases the ability to survive? He was so excited that he confirmed it without any hesitation. Chapter 35, World Corridor. The powerful passive of the 5 Poison Cube. The Immortal Arrow God. You chose Immortal Arrow God, and the job transfer task is generated. Arrow of the Heroic Spirit, difficulty 10. That's what I knew, but so what? According to what Brother Wang Lin said, starting from the 3rd job, the difficulty of the mission is also linked to the profession itself. They're generally of medium difficulty level. Su Ming shrugged. It seems that I have this terrifying hidden profession. It's no accident or coincidence that every mission is difficulty 10. But it should be. Thinking of this, he felt much more relaxed. Isn't this the sign of a powerful profession? Then he looked at the task description. Heroic Arrow, difficulty 10. Description. You are summoned by the ancient heroic spirits and enter the world corridor in the 6 Paths God Tower. According to the guidance of the Church of Dawn, you search for and kill the boss who swallowed the heroic spirit's magic arrows. Read disaster. Time limit, 30 days, reset after mission failure. This, world corridor? Ming actually saw the name of this space in the description. Only in the guild buff of the Temple of God Slayer. It was the first time he knew about this mysterious place. At times like this, it's time to look for the tool man, Brother Wong. Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Walked straight out of the job transfer room. This time, he did not stay in the job transfer hall and walked out directly. See Wong Lin waiting patiently. How's it going? Just let me know if you need my help. It's not far from the next opening of that secret realm. You must first reach the 5th level as quickly as possible. The rest of the way will be up to you. Ming looked at this old man who was apparently young but looked very experienced. He touched his head and smiled. Brother Wong Lin, I really need your help, hee. Ming said. While doing this, he noticed the older brother's frozen expression. World Corridor? Did I hear it right? Difficulty 10? Wong Lin asked. Ming saw his expression change again. How do you know? Ming was puzzled. I wanted to wait until you reached level 120 and completed the 4th job before letting you go in for the adventure. But you are only level 80 and haven't yet reached level 3. The World Corridor can only be level 10 for you. Wong Lin explained, because in that plane, even the ordinary monsters are all over level 100. I am very confident in your output ability. The big problem right now is how to save your life. The elder brother sighed. Fortunately, the World Corridor is the main plane connected to the 6 Paths Divine Tower. The Dragon Nation has established a safe teleportation point in the Dawn Church. So you can accomplish the best you can under the aegis of the church. As the two moved towards the Himalaya Trading Hall, Ming gained a preliminary understanding of that plane from Brother Wong Lin. The different forces among them have established special exchanges with different countries on Blue Star. For example, the Dawn Church. It is a major force in the lawful camp in this plane. Hey, there's also an art exchange here? It seems that the Arte family is even larger than he thought. Ming's eyes lit up, and he walked in decisively. Yalt exchange in the center of Himalayas, level 6 area. He was originally planning to drop by the exchange. Not only do you deal with the abundant drops, but you can also buy the props that Shaoin needs. And identify the 5 poisons cube. Brother Wong Lin was still waiting patiently outside. Looking at Ming's back, he felt a little sad. He murmured, Old man, maybe in a few years your title of Dragon Country Bao God will be lost. Brother, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. With Ming's potential, he will definitely kill the devil behind the scenes for you. Continue walking inside. Ming directly took out the black card that Yajioyi gave him. All these common drops and equipment are recycled. These items, the Venom Crystal and the Giant Serpent Fang. Let's see if there are any black feathers or shadow stones that can be traded. If not, then let's recycle them together. I want to buy 27 skill proficiency crystals and a large amount of shadow rose quartz. I think it's impossible not to have them. By the way, I still need to go to the appraisal room. Ming's series of smooth operations shocked all the receptionists. The key is that he is so young. One person just took out so many good things? Maybe these things were collected together for the entire medium-sized guild. But soon an old man came out. After seeing Ming's appearance and the black card in his hand, I was suddenly very excited. You are your little friend Ming? Name, Yalancheng. Occupation, Star Spirit Master. Level, LV 158. A 4th-generation grandfather. However, his profession turned out to be a special type of auxiliary profession. The initial awakening is the auxiliary profession of astrologer. This profession does not have any means of attack, but it can help the team predict many dangers in advance. Do you know me? Ha ha ha, of course, as the news that you were chosen by the Godslayer Temple spread throughout Jiangcheng. All our local exchanges have received Joey's message. After all, you are our VIP guest. I didn't expect you to come here. The two had a very pleasant conversation. And after I made my request, I received a reply very quickly. Black Feather and Shadowstone can handle it all. There are props for the advancement of Dark Phoenix. Ming tried his best to avoid letting Wong Lin know, and only collected the money in the form of transactions at the exchange. After all, Wong Lin was involved with a 9th-turn powerful being. You must always be on guard against others. Finally, Ming entered the appraisal room. Take out the pitch black and hard 5 poisons cube. Let me see what you are capable of. Ming was very much looking forward to it. It costs 2 million yuan to identify this item. Do you want to identify it? 2 million? I hope you're worth it. Although 2 million is not a lot for him nowadays. Simply select confirm. Identification. Waiting. The identification results are as follows. 5 poison cube, epic item. Information. An item that gathers the toxic essence of the 5 poisonous beasts and can continuously increase its toxicity by killing the 5 poisonous insects. Passive ability. 1. The carrier is immune to poison damage and can absorb 1/10 of the original poison damage to restore health. 2. All normal attacks of the carrier will inflict poison damage, which lasts forever. Effective after identification. 3. After a certain amount of damage is accumulated each time poison damage is used, the poison damage will increase. Currently, -500 per second. Effective after identification. Characteristic. 5 poisons split their souls, 5 poisons gather together. Holder's attack plus 300 effective after identification. It turned out to be an item with only passive abilities. He had the ability to be immune to poison when he obtained it, but he didn't know it at the time. The abilities become effective after the second and third appraisals. It's a perfect match with his profession, because my skills also fall into the category of ordinary attacks. Therefore, from now on, every arrow will be poisoned. 500 points will be deducted per second, and if you can't detoxify quickly, you will be deducted to death. What's even more outrageous is that he opened the door to outrageous things. Poison damage can still grow. Am I going to be able to torture the boss to death just by poisoning him? And he now finally understood why he got this Rubik's Cube. The characteristics of 5 poisons split into 2 souls and 5 poisons gathered together. Shaoi stole 5 dark origins from the 5 poisonous beasts. Therefore, the original part of the poison could not return to normal and finally gathered together. What he didn't know was a dark and scary cemetery. An indescribable, chaotic, poisonous insect opened its countless compound eyes. There was deep astonishment in his words. The source of darkness that I planted is gone? Even the source of poison is gone. How is that possible? It suddenly hesitated. Is there a terrifying existence hidden behind the plane? Then countless compound eyes gradually revealed panic. Finally, I am no longer calm. To erase everything so easily means that you don't take me seriously at all. The one who made the move must be a Shadow Lord. I must inform the Insect Emperor not to act rashly. Great terror. That plane is definitely hiding great terror beyond the human race. One day in the future, it will evolve to a higher level. Make them pay the price for it. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. What the hell? Can you cheat in the virtual battlefield? Su Ming was excited, but he walked out of the appraisal room with a calm expression. Attack. 3,183. The 5 poisons cube allowed his attack power to break through 3k plus in one fell swoop, becoming a little stronger again. Friend Su Ming, all the items you need are ready. The remaining 328W was stored in the black card. Su Ming took the black card handed over by Old Manu with a smile. Thank you, old sir. Ha 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 ha. A young man who is neither arrogant nor impetuous, the young are really to be feared. Xiaoyi's advancement is easy to accomplish, but it costs money. And I had originally planned to only purchase 27 skill proficiency crystals. This time I just bought 63 of them. Can directly upgrade 7 skills from LV1 to LV10. This emptied out the exchange's inventory in one fell swoop, and temporarily left my own wallet empty. I can still learn 2 skills at the moment. Plus, you'll gain 2 exclusive skills after successfully changing your job, so you can solve the problem at once. Moreover, the skills learned using skill books can be forgotten at any time. I should ask Brother Wang Lin first if he has any skills that can help me survive. The skill of muttering to oneself. He had already walked out of the Alti exchange. The 2 quickly boarded the Griffin. Finally, I flew to the teleportation array from which I came and left the city-state on the edge of the snowy mountain. Imperial Capital, Level 9 city-state. Imperial Capital Center Information Tower, Level 9 area. I have contacted the old man, and you have obtained permission to enter the Temple of God Slayer. The world corridor is far more complex and dangerous than you think. Normally people below level 4 are not allowed to enter, so you have encountered a small problem. Su Ming tilted his head. Can't get in. Is there anything in Dragon Country that the God-slaying temple cannot handle? Now he became a little interested. Of course not. No one dares to take your place anymore. However, it is precisely because you temporarily occupied an archer's spot. So the original archer of a certain family was eliminated. As Wang Lin spoke, he jokingly revealed a meaningful smile. It seems that the relationship between him and the occupied family was not very harmonious. Su Ming understood, so that's it. They want an explanation, right? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Young friend Su Ming is smart. That's exactly the case. So the old man said that before that, let both of you have a fair match. When Wang Lin said the word fairness, as if trying to hold back laughter. It's really fair, for turns against 2 turns. But after discovering your terrifying ranged output, I felt completely relieved. Those old guys don't even know they're clowns, ha 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 ha. Su Ming also smiled. Since this is related to the conditions for completing my job transfer, he had to make sure the other party admitted defeat sincerely. Your opponent is LV-122, 4th level already. But I never thought that you couldn't even make the 3rd turn. The griffin was flying towards the fields outside the imperial capital. At this moment, Wang Lin said, "Here I come." At the same time, a crimson light shone from the top of the information tower in the imperial capital. But this scene only lasted for a moment. Then, Su Ming saw that the sky above him suddenly filled with a starry sky, and the scene kept changing. Here. This is neither the surface world nor the inner world. Don't be surprised. This kind of thing is generally not accessible to people below level 3. Besides, you are a newcomer who has only been transferred for a few days. In fact, not only the imperial capital, but also the Jiaqing information tower can communicate with the divine tower space. The other side. A man in luxurious clothes had a gloomy face. Who is Su Ming? How dare you take my place? That kid who came out of nowhere doesn't dare to come? Zhu Peiqi's big face is almost squeezed together. Master Zhu, don't be anxious. You know that it is the master who makes the decision. As long as you can defeat the opponent, the spot will also belong to you. The middle-aged man who was in charge of this matter was very helpless. Although Zhu Peiqi is the weakest one, but at least he managed to break through to the 4th level in just 1 year. I heard that the man named Su Ming is a newcomer who just joined the God-slaying temple. How to fight this? Soon, Su Ming and Wang Lin appeared. After the scene finally stabilized, Su Ming saw a dense forest in front of him and 2 people in front of the forest. Are you Su Ming? He's still a cunning fellow. Zhu Peiqi found that she couldn't see Su Ming's message and showed sarcasm. Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. But Wang Lin on the side laughed secretly and said, "Young man from the Zhu family, don't be scared and cry when the time comes." Ridiculous. I'm afraid of this rookie? The corners of Su Ming's mouth rose slightly, and he saw the other party's message at the same time. Name, Zhu Peiqi. Occupation, secret arrow shooter. Level, LV 122. And another middle-aged man, who was in charge of the other side. Name, Li Good. Occupation, wind assassin. Level, LV 188. Soon 2 rays of light appeared. Zhu Peiqi was teleported to an area in the dense forest. The dense forest is a perfect stage for my secret arrows. Boy, you are still a little naive if you want to compete for my place. So he chose to hide quickly. As long as prey appears, you will no longer be able to avoid the pursuit of your own sharp arrows. Su Ming was also teleported to the other side of the dense forest at the same time. The words that Brother Wang said are still lingering in my ears. This space is a battlefield with different environments simulated by the Imperial Capital Information Tower with the help of the Divine Tower. So dying in it doesn't really mean you're dead. You just need to kill the other party to win. Su Ming smiled. Generally speaking, the huge dense forest is indeed the most exciting scene for archery competition. Archers can use the cover of trees to eliminate the enemy step by step. But he is not ordinary. Hidden? Not there. Since we don't know where you are, we will cover the entire jungle. Hawkeye, open your vision and move forward. Exploding arrow. Exploding arrow. 4 shots per second, 1 arrow is worth 400 points. Countless flaming arrows blasted the road ahead. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Peiqi hid behind the tree with a disdainful smile. I learned from my family that Su Ming might be at level 100 plus, but definitely no 4th turn. The advantage lies in him. Stupid to have caused such a big commotion. He had apparently heard a loud noise in the distance. This is simply telling me his position. You're still fighting with me with just this little ability. Look at me drawing the bow, shooting. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sky was covered with dense red dots, and he had nowhere to hide. Fire rained down, mercilessly spreading across the prairie. Fuck. Zhu Peiqi seemed to be petrified. Is it possible to cheat in the virtual battlefield? Chapter 37. Someone is silently helping Su Ming. Entering the world corridor, the Bao warrior. How is this possible? Zhu Peiqi was completely stunned. You are an archer in just a few tens of seconds. How can he shoot so many arrows? If you can't dodge it, then don't dodge it. If you stack the numbers, the damage of a single arrow will definitely not be high. So Zhu Peiqi chose to face the enemy head-on. Su Ming was actually stupid enough to expose himself. Then just deal with the opponent before being covered by the rain of arrows. Then, Zhu Peiqi gave the sharp arrows an evil smile. An arrow shot out. That's what I want. -1.8W. Burn. -3.6W. Burn critical hit. -500, -500, -500. Poisoned. Then Zhu Peiqi opened her eyes with a confused look on her face. Is he dead? He himself didn't even know how he died? If this were a real enemy, wouldn't he be turned into ashes in an instant before he could even react? Hiss. Li Good widened his eyes in disbelief. Less than a minute, and you're already G. But Wang Lin's mouth twitched as if he was smiling. As expected, You are young Master Su Ming. I just shot an arrow. How come it came out? How could that kid shoot so many arrows in such a short time? Impossible. He must have cheated using the information tower system. Yu Peiqi fell into doubt about her life. Then he saw Su Ming appear with a calm expression. Brother Wang Lin, is everything all right? TSK. Wang Lin himself didn't dare to be careless when facing Su Ming. The kid from the Zhu family must be feeling very frustrated. You're telling me that I must have cheated, right? Yu Peiqi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Su Ming shook his head indifferently. Yu Peiqi, he took note of this person. If his family wants to deal with him in the future, he will not show any mercy. But now, completing the job transfer task is the most important thing. How dare you look down on me? Wang Lin walked out with Su Ming. Then he turned back and sighed. Don't compare yourself to Su Ming or you'll collapse. Maybe not long. Su Ming can reach the 4th or even 5th level. By then, the gap will only get bigger. What's the meaning? Yu Peiqi was stunned and finally watched the two people disappear. Hidden profession? Grandpa said that Su Ming seems to have a hidden profession. But can a hidden profession go to this extent? Absolutely impossible. Su Ming, next time we meet, I will prove to everyone that I am the strongest archer. Friend Su Ming, are you really just 100 arrows archer? Su Ming met Brother Wang's gaze. He nodded without changing his expression. If you don't believe me, just check it yourself. Well, don't worry. My promise to you remains unchanged. Wang Lin smiled at his baby with a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, in a dark secret room, the figures of two old men were faintly visible. Mr. Wu, could the secret future be related to that kid's hidden profession? I don't know. Even I can't see through it. If it really is him, you must protect him well. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Wu. You. It's okay, Xiaobo. I can still hold on for 2 years, but the future of Dragon Country and even Blue Star is becoming more and more confusing. But the Lighthouse Nation continues to provoke civil wars. Damn it. The alien races and the demons will be ready to make a move, and he might be able to bring us a surprise. Cough, cough, cough. Okay. Wang Bai looked a little sad. The man he called Mr. Wu. He was the first powerful person in the entire Dragon Kingdom to reach the 9th level. He's also the oldest elder. Moreover, his profession is actually a hidden auxiliary profession. As long as he wants, he can see almost all the information of people who are lower than him in level, but the price is to consume his own life. But he can't see through it. It's like he has no past, but this is good news. Wang Bai thought about Mr. Wu's last words, which he did not explain. Then I received Wang Lin's message. He muttered to himself. Young friend Su Ming solved it in less than a minute? He did not tell Wang Lin what Mr. Wu had said. The 100-arrow archer is already outrageous, but what if there's more to it than that? He's definitely a treasure. Su Ming may be the hope for the future of our Dragon Nation. So far, he can still try his best to buy time for Su Ming to grow. No. I can't lick too obviously. I heard that he lacks a life-saving flying skill. Isn't it reasonable for me to give you one? He was very glad that Su Ming was the first one to be discovered by his people in Dragon Country. Through his quick interception and the efforts of Mr. Wu, a lot of Su Ming's real information was kept extremely secret and suppressed. Su Ming's hidden profession. It's completely different from the hidden professionals in the past. Su Ming didn't know that the two old men had carried the load for him for a distance. But he understood. Your own strength will only become more and more obvious in the future, unless he keeps hiding and not taking any action. Now that we have the help of the God-slaying temple, we might as well ride the wind and waves. Make yourself a strong person that others cannot shake. By the way, my friend Su Ming, aren't you lacking flying skills? One of my uncles is in urgent need of something from the world corridor. I intercepted it for you after the mission was issued. The flying skill bonus is perfect for you. Do you want to take it? Since your 3rd job quest is in the world corridor, the chances of your 4th job quest being there as well are very high. Su Ming was excited and nodded quickly. Take it. It was a mission to pick herbs, which did not conflict with his current trip. Anyway, even if it is not completed, he will not lose anything. That flying skill is worth at least hundreds of millions, and yet there is no demand for it. Who told Brother Wang to be here? It's called the one who is near the water gets the moon first. Don't you understand? As for the 4th job mission, he was mentally prepared. The subsequent tasks are related to the profession, and it is very likely that they are also in the world corridor. Imperial Capital Center Information Tower, Level 9 area. Back to the top of this towering tower again. This time, Su Ming followed Wang Lin down into the interior. Until you enter a special secret room. A big crystal ball still appeared in front of me. However, it is different from what you see when you usually change jobs, as it is completely transparent. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 2 nodes that can enter the World Corridor, LV-80, LV-180, the Imperial Capital and the Demonic Capital. This special plane spanning 3rd to 5th level is different from ordinary secret realms. Only one person can enter each node at a time. Someone has been entering the node in Magic City for some time. Not only that, in addition to Dragon Country, other countries also have nodes. This means that you may also encounter people from other countries who enter at the same time. Su Ming understood. Once a conflict breaks out, people from other countries will attack without any scruples. For the sake of his own safety, Su Ming will not show mercy and kill. At last, Wang Lin temporarily lent one of his life-saving gadgets to Su Ming, and Su Ming wore it around his neck. Entering the location of the teleportation array, a large crystal ball shines. After a feeling of dizziness, the scene in front of me changed. World Corridor, Dawn Church Heroic Temple, Hall of the Brave. Oh, respected Bao Hero Su Ming, thank you for obeying the call of the dawn. A priest with a white beard was praying devoutly. Chapter 38 The Church's Commission, The Return of the Soul of Dawn. The old priest quickly led Su Ming to the main hall. Apparently he was unaware that the original Bao Hero was not Su Ming, but it was him instead. It will only get the job done better. In the hidden eye, Su Ming saw the other party's message. Name, Holt. Occupation, priest, elder priest. Level, LV 145. However, a message also appeared in Su Ming's diary at this time. You entered the World Corridor and obtained the buff, restore an additional 10 health per second, restore an additional 5 mana per second, and reduce the shadow damage received by 10. This is the buff provided to him by the God-killing temple. Su Ming thought. This is partly due to the special connection between Dragon Nation and the Church of Dawn. Moreover, Su Ming already knew this before he entered. The professions in World Corridor are similar to those in Blue Star, but they are also different. Rather than professional expertise, they pay more attention to their identity titles, such as calling themselves Bao Hero. Soon, under Holder's guidance, Su Ming met more priest elders. Brave Su Ming, the Dawn Church needs your help. Of course, we will provide you with generous rewards. Then everyone began to speak directly about the content of the commission. Su Ming listened and felt restless. His arrival triggered the official main line related to his career. It seems that this event is very important to the church. Even in this plane, the price of death is actual death. Su Ming remembered this deeply. So, do your best at every step. I see, everyone. I didn't expect that Reed Disaster was such a person. Su Ming sighed. The Dawn Church has issued a commission to you, the Returned Soul of Dawn. Do you accept it? It was pretty much what he guessed. The Church of Dawn needs a strong archer to enter the Hall of Valor in the Land of the Dead. Freeze Rider's calamity from being corrupted by the magic arrows. Because of the heroic spirit's magic arrow, he can only be killed by archers. Su Ming suddenly thought to himself, the heroic spirit magic arrow might be a good thing for me. Alas, Reed was once the church's top archer. No one could match him. But after being bewitched by the heroic spirit's magic arrow, he eventually turned into a killing demon. Brave Su Ming, when you put it to rest, you must quickly destroy the heroic spirit arrow. The elders all expressed their concerns. Okay. Su Ming did not comment much. His calm appearance made everyone feel at ease. The old priest thought that Su Ming was so confident. They should all be at least level 150. After all, it was for this matter before. The church has lost several valuable sharpshooters. The Return of the Soul of Dawn. Description. After hundreds of years of disappearance, the legendary genius sharpshooter Reed returns, but becomes a killing demon enslaved by magic arrows, Reed Disaster, following his killing instinct in the Land of Death, waiting for prey one after another. Requirement. Kill Rider's Disaster to free it, and use the Dawn Bottle to return its soul to Dawn. Level Limit. LV-80 LV-179. Profession Restrictions. No restrictions in the periphery. The final Hall of Valor is limited to archer professions. Team Limit. The upper limit of the external team is 20 people. The final Hall of Valor is single and cannot form a team. Time Limit. None. Rewards. 3 kilowatts experience. Holy Magic Stone Bow Enchantment Stone for Bow Weapons. Title, Arrow of Dawn Platinum Level Accessories. Choose one. Wow. Not a regular mission, but... Su Ming's tears couldn't help but flow out of his mouth. The Holy Demon Stone is an extremely rare item unique to the World Corridor. Even if the equipment is replaced, it will not be obsolete. It is also said that this Holy Demon Stone is exclusive to Bow Weapons, and the bonus effect on him will only be more obvious. Then there is another title whose effect I don't know. But anyway, this title will definitely be of great benefit to me. Don't worry, I will definitely complete this task, even if it does not overlap with your own job transfer mission. He won't let go either. This is obviously a hidden task that you would never encounter under normal circumstances. The previous Junpei couldn't have known that. The original purpose of entering here was just to kill monsters and collect precious items inside. If it weren't for Su Ming's guesses about the job transfer task, it's not his turn either. My fellow priests and elders, in addition to your commissions, I also need to go into Inlu Valley to pick some rare herbs. Can the church give me a more detailed map? Su Ming waited patiently for a reply. Su Ming would not miss this additional task if possible. Besides, here, he can vent his anger without any concealment. By then, the upgrade speed will probably be faster than in the other world. Fluorescent Dew Valley? Holden looked puzzled. Yes. This. Holden looked a little unnatural. Another chief priest named Rathman sighed. He explained, Brave Su Ming, you don't know yet. During this period, Yinglu Valley has become a temporary base for evil cults such as the Undead Cult and the Blood Demon Cult. I don't know what dangerous ritual they are going to perform. Su Ming asked, Is the Dawn Church not taking any action? Yes, we sent a whole army of brave soldiers to fight against them. By the way, another hero is following the Legion. I believe that it won't be long before we can get the latest information. After Su Ming learned the whole story of Yinglu Valley, we also successfully obtained 2 more detailed maps. You have obtained a more detailed map of Yinglu Valley. You have obtained a more detailed map of the Land of Death. If you still need to go to Yinglu Valley, Legion Commander Horton may be able to provide you with a lot of help. At this time, Su Ming saw Holder handing him a sun badge and a small golden bottle. You have obtained the Dawn Church token. You obtained the Bottle of Dawn. The Dawn bottle can finally purify Reed's soul and return to the Dawn. Praise the sun, may the Dawn bless you. Huh. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief and stepped into the church's teleportation array. Outside Sanglai Town, Dead Forest. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a dark and eerie forest. You can only teleport to the nearest town in the Land of Death. After putting his thoughts aside, Su Ming quickly took out the map and headed towards the Land of Death. Soon we passed the Dead Forest. A mist with a scarlet smell covered the entire land. This mist is poisonous? Many adventurers are being discouraged before they even reach the outskirts of the Land of Death. Although he sighed, Su Ming did not stop. Because he was carrying the 5 poisons cube. Sorry, I'm immune to poison. It happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, there was a sound of movement coming from the distance on the left. Then he saw countless red eyes emerging from the ground. Su Ming quickly moved to the right. At the same time, activate Eagle Eye to fully open your vision. Wind Arrow. Arrow Net Hell. Frost Arrow. Shadow Arrow. For sharp arrows with different effects are fired in 1 second. Then it came all over the place, shoot. Chapter 39 Massacre and Harvest. Entering the Land of Death. Because of the vision opened by Eagle Eye, Su Ming saw their information from a very long safe output distance. A group of LV-105, LV-115 monsters. It turns out to be just a bunch of rats. Crimson Demon Rat, normal wild monster. Level, LV-108. Health value, 21.8W/21.8W. Skills Dig Deep, Scarlet Ray, Bite, Sprint. Information, a very flexible creature. Although it is small in size, it has terrible attack capabilities. Weakness, Eyes. I'll start with you. The agility added by Wind Arrow has begun to take effect. Su Ming acted quickly. Scarlet Ray is a terrifying long-range straight-line attack technique. Although he was unsure whether his 16-14 defense could be broken by these rats and cause 1 point of damage. But who told you to use your eyes as the starting point? This is completely ineffective. The rat swarm that was originally planning to sprint was hit by the tremendous force of the Arrow Net Hell. Forced to absorb to a certain center. -3.2W. Frozen. -6.4W. Critical hit, freeze. -1.9W. Silence. -500, -500. Poisoned. Astonishing numbers continued to soar above the heads of wild monsters. Soon he received a large number of kill information. You killed the Scarlet Demon Rat, LV-108, and gained 135,000 experience points. You killed the Scarlet Demon Rat, LV-108, and gained 135,000 experience points. Each wild monster gives 5 times the experience, which is so comfortable. The maximum level Arrow Net Hell combined with Shadow Arrow's group silence is too ruthless. Su Ming sighed, and at the same time continuously used Shadow Arrows to cover the entire rat group. Long before departure, Su Ming has already used 27 skill proficiency crystals. Therefore, all of them have reached LV-10 perfection. Arrow Net Hell LV-10 shoots a special arrow with no attack power. After reaching the landing point, it generates hatred for all nearby monsters and forces them to gather at the landing point. This lasts for 2.5 seconds. The current range is 1,000 meters around the landing point. The duration of this skill has been increased to 2.5 seconds. The most terrifying thing is the huge increase in distance, 1,000 meters. Any wild monster that attempts to get close to you will be forced to be pulled back first. Then there are Holy Light Arrow and Shadow Arrow. Holy Light Arrow LV10, after charging for 3 seconds, shoot a Holy Arrow of Light, causing 1200 attack true damage to the target, purifying all its benefits, and doubling it to transfer to yourself for 10 seconds. Consumes 1500 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. Shadow Arrow LV10, after charging for 3 seconds, a Shadow Arrow is shot out, causing 600 attack damage to all targets within a 50-50 range, with a 50 chance of silencing them for 1 second, making them unable to use any skills. Consumes 1500 mana, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Holy Light Arrow now not only purifies the buff, but I also double it. The attack range of a single curtain Shadow Arrow is so terrifying. Not to mention there is a 50 chance of silencing. It has become the most direct weapon for group killing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The rat colony was not only mostly silenced, and be frozen into ice until death. The lucky few who dodged the initial wave of arrows finally shot out red light. But it was easily avoided by Su Ming's ghostly drift. Although I won't be hurt, how can I let you hit me? Otherwise, it would be a shame to use the terrifying acceleration of the wind arrow. Scarlet Demon Rat Progress. 100, you plundered 7 attacks. As the log is updated again, after the special progress bar reaches 100, Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. I don't know how many times the poison damage will be strengthened again. There were piles of corpses, but Su Ming continued to move forward. The poison damage is better than nothing compared to the terrible damage he currently suffers. Su Ming didn't care too much. The Crimson Demon Rats dropped a lot of common items, except for the skin and flesh. He simply threw them all into his backpack and was done with it. You don't even have any equipment, you useless rat. There is no room for equipment in the drops of this kind of wild monster. Finally, he walked into the center of the poisonous fog. Then I found out. It turns out that the culprit of the poisonous fog is another large group of wild monsters. The little overlord of this foggy land, Misty Poison Smoke Snake. Mist Poison Snake, normal wild monster. Level, LV 118. Health value, 27.3W/27.3W. Skills, Screech, Venom Spray, Wild Coil, Poison Smoke. Information, individual abilities are average, but under the influence of a group, they have the terrifying ability to change the environment. Weakness, 7 inches. Little Snake, do you know that I can cause an additional 10 of true damage to you? Without waiting for the group of poisonous snakes to answer, Su Ming directly opened fire. Exploding arrow. Chirp, 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 chirp. Because of the semi-active skill Poisonous Smoke. As long as the mist and poison snake keeps breathing, it can produce a large amount of poisonous fog. But Su Ming was not surprised at all. After a few moves, there was only charcoal on the ground. Using fire to deal with poisonous snakes is very effective. You killed the mist poison snake, LV 118, and gained 14.5 W experience. You killed the mist poison snake, LV 129, and gained 14.5 W experience. Mist poison snake, progress, 100, you plundered 8 defense. The matter was resolved perfectly. The experience gained is also accumulating. Maybe once you complete the job change, you can immediately take on the 4th job task. Su Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I wonder how long it will take other people or teams to pass through this place smoothly. Anyway, it would only take Su Ming less than 10 minutes. Passed without injury. Several pairs of silver quality boots would cost a lot of money to recycle. Wait, the biggest female snake dropped a pair of gold level armor. That's not bad. Su Ming showed a sunny smile. Directly replace rabbit leather boots with snake leather boots. Snakeskin boots, silver. Type, boots. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV 40. Attributes, agility plus 20, defense plus 10, durability 40-40. Features, when attacked, there is a 10 chance that the opponent will be poisoned for 1 second. It hasn't been a few days yet. Even the durability of the novice equipment at that time had not been exhausted. Then the Yinluo armor was replaced with the Dihua armor. Yinluo armor, gold. Type, armor. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV 80. Attributes, health plus 5,000, defense plus 80, durability 100-100. Features, 30 chance of poisoning the opponent for 1 second when attacked. just meets the level requirement for this equipment. However, I didn't expect that the characteristics of these two pieces of equipment are poisoning. Then, Su Ming, chuckling, finally arrived at the other side of the poisonous fog. Land of Death. We have only just reached the outskirts of the real Land of Death. Su Ming became more alert. First use Eagle Eye to open the field of vision and confirm that there is no hidden danger. Then step in and proceed carefully. The Hall of Valor where the rider Calamity is currently trapped. It is a secret altar space somewhere in the Land of Death. Except for the Dawn Church. Other forces are unaware of the existence of Reed's disaster and the heroic spirit's magic arrow. Normally, no one comes to this place. But this time, the other direction is the opposite. Two tall men wearing black cloaks walked through the poisonous swamp. Quickly arrived near the Land of Death. By Lashy, the information is right here. However, their destination just happened to be different from Su Ming's. No one knows that a shadow incarnation of the demon god is sealed deep inside this place. The great power of the demon god, damn it. Chapter 40 Blue Fruit. The guardian boss of the God Crow altar. Land of Death, Black Crow Cliff. Su Ming came to the Black Crow Cliff according to the map. Ga. The sounds of black crows came one after another. As he continued walking inside, he paused. What's on the cliff? A damp and gloomy room. A faint blue light can be seen faintly. A group of pitch-black crows were fighting over something in the dim light. Su Ming had already seen their information. Shadow Crow, normal wild monster. Level, LV-124. Health value, 28.1W/28.1W. Skills, Shadow Curtain, Sharp Beak Stab, Storm, Crow Shadow. Information, Black Crow has the ability of Shadow. Holy Light can have a good effect. Weakness, Mouth. At the same time, this group of keenly perceptive black crows also discovered the intruders. Obviously, they regarded Su Ming as an external contender. How can this be tolerated? Quack, quack, quack. The crows cried out, and a violent storm began. Facing the tyranny of the crows, Su Ming would not retreat, and his longbow appeared. Hundreds and thousands of arrows turn into rain. Wind arrow. Wind arrow. The wind surged violently against the attack of the wind. Arrow net hell. Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth and shot an arrow towards the other end of the cliff. The group of black crows that wanted to guard the glimmer of light were dragged away uncontrollably. Huh. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 1.9W. Dash 3.8W. Critical hit. Dash 3.8W. Critical hit. -500, -500. Poisoned. Bright red numbers floated by. The crows, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation, froze in shock. Then one after another they looked up and rolled their eyes. Falling down the cliff. You killed Shadow Crow, LV-128, and gained 17.2W experience. You killed Shadow Crow, LV-129, and gained 17.2W experience. Look at the critical hit values in the movie. Su Ming was amazed. I'm only at level 3 and can't even get half of my critical hits. After that, you don't have to worry about not being able to exceed 101 go. Of course, the higher level bosses you encounter in the future will also have a lot of violence resistance attributes. So the higher the value, the better. Su Ming's hands did not stop moving. The same goes for the movements of your feet. After the black crows were pulled apart, he decisively jumped along the small stone steps. This is the blue fruit. Su Ming saw a flower in the dim light. And the fruits formed on the flowers. I feel particularly excited. It's about to mature. The crows fought for this moment, but they never expected that they would end up getting the upper hand. The faint light gradually fades away, and now is the time to pick the fruits. Frost arrow. Several ice arrows were shot at the increasing number of approaching crows. Ice cubes appeared in the sky and fell to the ground. Then Su Ming did not hesitate. The blue fruit is obtained. Put it in your backpack. All in one go. No wonder Su Ming was so excited at this moment. Because this thing is also a rare item unique to the World Corridor. There is a record of this in the Imperial Capital's materials regarding the World Corridor. No matter what profession you are in, you only need to take the blue fruit when you change your job. Each will receive a permanent buff. Wait until he reaches the 3rd level and take it. Just right. Gaga. Gaga. The shadows grew thicker, and the crows at the back were clearly enraged. Su Ming's eyes returned to indifference. Now that we have the fruit, none of you can escape. Shadow arrow. If you come to Shadow, I will come too. You are still not as good as me. Are you angry? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Although the shadow curtain reduced his vision, Su Ming was still able to shoot randomly. Because I have full coverage, and there are arrows everywhere I run. Shadow Crow progress. 100, You plundered 2,000 lives. An additional 2,000 health points were gained. Su Ming smiled happily. Health was the attribute he needed most at the moment. Kill in groups with silence. Even gods have to hide when they see you. So cool. There was no bird in sight for a few short minutes until the shadows dissipated. Su Ming also did not miss out on the spoils he deserved. Huh? So you stupid birds can also drop black feathers. Su Ming found several special feathers among the thighs and wings of a group of birds. Just like what was traded from the exchange before. Each one is worth a lot of money. Lucky, there are 3 in total. Now the little guy has used advanced props. Completing advancement in the contract space. Once she completes her first advancement, I'm afraid her image and strength will truly transform. The Hall of Valor is actually hidden in the mysterious space of the Raven Altar. Su Ming muttered to himself. According to the records and legends of the Dawn Church, an ancient shadow beast in the form of a black crow once lived here. Therefore, the altar is a symbol of the crow's eternal call to the gods. Legends are only half truth and half false after all. No one in the world corridor has ever seen the altar receive a response from the shadow beast. Instead, the Dawn cult used secret methods to communicate with the Hall of Heroes. Is this what they call an accidental planting of willows that leads to a good harvest? Su Ming shrugged. Hawkeye. As he moved forward, he became alert again. Because before entering Valhalla, you also have to break through the defenses of the Divine Crow altar itself, a giant crow boss. This boss is the altar guardian who allows a team of 20 to attack. There is also an additional plundering attribute, so don't let it go. So he quickened his pace. Quack! The next second, a huge noise invaded Su Ming's ears. With frenzy and anger, the big bird made the already dim cliff even darker. It seemed that it discovered that all of its subordinates had been wiped out by Su Ming. Su Ming decisively raised his longbow. The corners of his mouth curled up dangerously as he looked at the big bird flying high above the altar. Big bird, come down. An arrow flashed with a cold light, and then it covered the sky and the earth. Frost flowers formed in the strong wind. 3.2 W. Frozen. 6.4 W. Critical hit. Freeze. -500, -500. Poisoned. When facing a huge boss, the freezing of a single arrow only covers part of the body, but it will still cause a lot of obstacles to the opponent's actions. The big bird's wings became stiff and icy at the first sight. Soon, it slowly descended a few points with great effort. It seems that we must not let go of the flying skill book. If I could fly, it will be even easier to deal with this boss. But now, so what if you're a level 135 boss? I'll still kill you. Frost arrow. Frost arrow. Come down here obediently. Shadow Crow King boss. Level, LV 135. Health value, 792.2 W/1286.6 W. Skills, Shadow Curtain, Shadow Needle Rain, Angry Cry, Shadow Leap, Raptor Dive. Talent, Shadow Reversal. 30 chance to dodge all skills in the shadow area. Talent, Summon Crows. After entering combat mode, summon several shadow crows at regular intervals, which will survive permanently until death. Information, a creature that has gained powerful shadow power, the ruler of the Black Crow. Weakness, Claws. You read that right. The health of this boss has exceeded 1 kilowatt. Even if it is a team of 20 people around LV 135. Want to kill this boss without dying. It also requires a lot of preparation and damage calculations. But I am equivalent to 400 violent archers who can shoot until your hands cramp. The damage will kill you. Attack aspect. With the addition of several powerful props and mythical beasts, it's already 3k plus, so there's no need to worry about not being able to break the defense. Su Ming's current health is only 45,000, and he is temporarily at a disadvantage. Later, they plundered. Do you have any objection to increasing your lifespan 100 times? And now, he will not give the opponent any chance to counterattack. Kill. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The Crow King wants to cry, but has no tears. Entering the Hall of Heroes. Su Ming's hands were full of wind. Countless cold rays then converged into one point. The most practical skill when facing a boss is the Frost Arrow. Control. Watch me perform a seamless control to death. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The falling arrows caused the Crow King to cry out in pain. Then, shadows began to shroud its surroundings. After entering combat mode, a small group of black crows appeared again in the shadows. But under Su Ming's indiscriminate attack, it couldn't get through at all and turned into ice cubes and fell down. Shadow Arrow. While the Shadow Crow King caused the shadow to spread, Su Ming switched to the curtain Shadow Arrow while moving along the outer circle of the altar. Sure enough, the Shadow Crow King seemed to be powerless. The shadow could no longer spread, even a little bit. Su Ming paid close attention to its skill, Shadow Leap. Because the little guy Xiao Yi also has it in his skill pool. When combined with Shadow, it becomes a super powerful flash skill. I guess this boss does have a very good Shadow bloodline. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Silence, let me see how you can dodge. Dash 3.8W. Critical hit. Dash 2.8W. Critical hit. Minus 500, minus 500. Poisoned. As the number of arrows increased, the accumulated poison damage per second became terrifying. Ga? Ga ga ga. The Crow King shouted anxiously. If I could shed tears, I would definitely shed them. Shadow Crow King, although I am not a human, you are a real dog. The wings were covered with a large amount of frost in a short time. It was difficult for him to fly on his own, and the minions he summoned turned into shattered ice halfway through. I thought it was the shadow of countless people's nightmares. I was completely silenced by this human. Even if you manage to dodge once, you can still only see arrows flying in the sky. The last countless wings turned into shadow flying needles in a desperate fight. But Su Ming suddenly stopped. He turned around and ran away without looking back. Su Ming, Thu Omegas. Ga! At the same time, the last wave of sharp arrows had fallen. The Crow King died of frustration. You killed Shadow Crow King, LV 135, boss, and gained 135W experience. You kill Shadow Crow King, LV 135, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, health plus 500. Shadow Crow King boss, progress, 100, you plundered 3,200 lives. 3 pieces of information were refreshed in succession. Su Ming finally revealed a satisfied smile. What a group of treasure crows. It's so cool to plunder their health points. After confirming the death of the Crow King, Su Ming came to the altar again. No more black crows will respawn for at least a few hours. So he quickly turned his attention to the spoils of killing the boss. There is a description in The Arrow of the Sky. Killing the boss will definitely drop at least one rare item suitable for the archer profession. Therefore, Su Ming was very much looking forward to it. More than 1 cubic meter of Shadow Rose quartz, just enough for Xiao Yi's food. A sharp beak, a high-quality item for making magic items. And, hey, what is this? Su Ming's eyes lit up. It was actually a black emblem with feathers. False hunting emblem, archer item. And when you see the unique ability of this item, Su Ming even exclaimed, False hunting emblem, archers are good at camouflage on the battlefield. After activation, they can blend into the surrounding environment. It will be removed after entering the battle. Effective on creatures with a lower level than the wearer. That's its only purpose. After wearing it, it is equivalent to achieving optical invisibility in front of creatures with lower levels than oneself. Su Ming murmured. An archer who is ignored by everyone suddenly breaks out. This will bring about a huge change in the entire battle situation. Although it is only this ability, positioning can also be done in other ways. But he can definitely give a big surprise to those who meet him for the first time. I guess this item dropped because of my talent. It has to be said that Su Ming was very excited. You can activate and deactivate it at any time after wearing it directly. So comfortable. Then, Su Ming quickly counted all the spoils. By the way, I took a look at the current panel properties. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Sky Snatching Arrow God. Level, LV80/LV80, second turn. Life, 48,213. Mana, 999, Strength, 434. Agility, 406. Attack speed, 4.29 arrows/s. Attack, 3,191. Defense, 1,722. Critical hit, 52. Anti-violence, 25. Single arrow reserve, 999/999999. Although the current level is temporarily stuck at LV80, but you can immediately solve the Reed disaster and complete the job change. The accumulated experience may allow me to reach level 120 in one fell swoop. Interesting. The strength of his power is not reflected in his level. Rather, it is the terrifying talents and powerful exclusive skills that are obtained after each job change. After reaching 9th level, there are a total of 10 god-level talents. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Pervert. Absolutely perverted. The Raven Altar is no longer a threat. Su Ming finally walked into a stone engraving array in the center of the altar. Then take out the Dawn Church token. The patterns on the token and the patterns on the stone carvings actually echoed each other. A few minutes later, the log was updated with a message. You have activated a mysterious space and meet the entry conditions. Do you want to enter? According to the Dawn Church, Valhalla exists in the cracks of the corridor of the world. It is an excellent place for countless people with outstanding professional talents of various types to break through themselves. Yes, Suming chose to confirm. The stone pattern array began to glow faintly, enveloping him. Hall of Valor Bow. As far as the eye can see, a magnificent palace seems to be floating in the air under the starry sky. Not only that, the door was slightly open, but no one could see inside. Behind the three big characters, Valhalla, is a painting of an ancient longbow. This means that those entering must be archers. Suming narrowed his eyes slightly. He walked into the hall without stopping. The Church of Dawn originally wanted to use this place as a training ground for powerful archers. Unfortunately, the core is discovered to be occupied by the corrupted Rider Scourge, transformed into a special boss comparable to level 130. As a result, several powerful archers died one after another. Because only one person is allowed to enter Valhalla at a time. Before facing the final boss, you must pass the test of Valhalla itself. Work hard and never stop. Therefore, finally, even people at level 179. You also need to win in a 1v1 battle with a LV-130 boss. It is definitely not an easy thing to do, and your life may be in danger at any time. The most obvious difference is the health value. Others have 1 kilowatt while you only have 10 W. As a fragile archer, once hit by the boss, it is very likely that you will be defeated by a series of attacks. Suming felt a lot more relaxed. Didn't he just kill a LV-135 treasure crow? But the next second, the hall building began to change dramatically. Suming found himself as if in a desert. Fearless archer, you have started the test of Valhalla. Only by completing all the tests or dying can everything end. Shadow of the desert. Test 1. Use the archer's wisdom and strength to kill the beasts that are ready to move under the yellow sand. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. For a while. Front, back. The sound of a large number of yellow sand monsters tumbling gradually came from all directions on all 4 sides. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. A really good permanent gain. A real man chooses the super hard mode. Suming made a prompt decision. Hawkeye. Arrow net hell. After his vision opened up, Suming shot an arrow towards the northwest. First, activate these 2 auxiliary skills. It allows you to quickly grasp the entire situation. Therefore, there should have been a rustling sound approaching him from all directions. At this time, a large number of arrows are gathering at the landing point of Arrow Net Hell. Thunder Arrow E. Thunder Arrow E. And around Suming, electric current was surging. The electric field began to quickly form a ring of lightning with him as the center. Other archers may choose to keep moving to create a distraction, but he doesn't need to. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth calmly and cautiously, yet arrogantly. I'm right here. If you can pass through the electric field, I lose. Bilibalibalai. Look across the electric field to where the wild monsters gather. Finally, I saw their true appearance after breaking out of the ground. Yellow Sand Skeleton, Special Wild Monster, Alienation. Level, LV-125. Health, 5.2 W/5.2 W. Skills, Skeleton Strike, Yellow Sand Splash, Fight with all one's head. Information, you gain huge attack power at the cost of lowering your health points. Be sure to avoid being approached. Weakness, none. Alienation. Suming understood quickly. It seems that the wild monsters in Valhalla are not regular wild monsters. It's no big deal. And the health of a LV-125 wild monster is only 50,000 plus, so what if its attack is high? It will only kill faster. So, as long as you don't get too close to them, it's not difficult to deal with the clumsy skeletons. In that case, the sharp arrow is drawn from the bow. Shoot. Exploding arrow. Shadow arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 1.9 W. Burn. Dash 3.8 W. Critical hit. -500, -500. Poisoned. The effect of Thunder Arrow is mainly continuous area damage. However, the explosive arrows and shadow arrows are instant group explosions. Horrifying damage values kept coming out. Suming is the emotionless killer. The skeletons that were unable to move forward died faster than the black crows before. You killed the yellow sand skeleton, LV-125, and gained 50,000 experience points. You killed the yellow sand skeleton, LV-126, and gained 50,000 experience points. These skeletons have relatively little experience in comparison, but there are a lot of them. It fell apart as soon as it came out under the dense rain of arrows. Some of them were lucky enough to have only a skull left, trying to fly over and bite me to deliver the final blow. Break them all, explosive arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Art is explosion. Yellow sand skeleton progress. 100, you plundered 12 points of attack. From the time he drew his bow to the time the mountain of skulls and corpses formed, he did not move a single step. The wild monsters in Valhalla are at LV 120, LV 129. The final boss, Reed Disaster, is level 130. But in reality, there is no one who is above level 150 and has really strong hard power. There is no advantage at all. This is also the reason why those priests previously thought that Su Ming was above LV 150. After all, under the cover of the hidden eye, they were completely unable to see through Su Ming's true situation. Soon, Su Ming's diary was updated again. Fearless Archer, congratulations on passing the test of Shadow of the Desert and obtaining the permanent bonus of Hall of Valor, Bow Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Attack Speed plus 0.2. As soon as this news came out, Su Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with stars. Every time you pass a test, you will get a considerable bonus. No wonder the Dawn Church is unwilling to give up this place. If it weren't for the sudden incident of Reed's disaster, the Church of Dawn that secretly occupies this Hall of Valor. In a few years, we will surely be able to train a large number of powerful archers to pass on. However, for Su Ming, the bonus to attack speed still made him happy. Current attack speed, 4.49 arrows/s. Su Ming exclaimed, "We will soon be able to reach 1.5 shots per second." With the first test completed, the scene before his eyes changed again. This time, he seemed to see the vast starry sky again, just like arriving at the gate of Valhalla. But two golden doors appeared right in front of them. At the same time, he also saw the different messages represented by the two doors. Challenge the Divine Realm, left normal difficulty, average challenge rewards. Challenge the Divine Realm, right extremely difficult, with rich challenge rewards and a ranking list of all previous challengers. As long as you pass this test successfully, you can reach the last level where the Reed Disaster is located. The previous group of people did this to preserve their strength. Choose all doors on the left. But the result is still to become the soul killed by Reed's disaster arrow. I choose the right side. Every professional needs a lot of luck. Only then can you find the World Corridor Valhalla, which can only be entered once in a lifetime. Or complete the test successfully. Or die. Su Ming is a greedy person, and he wants to keep the secret. You must try to make yourself stronger in the shortest time. Of course, as a time traveler, he is not ignorant or reckless. Be aware of your own strengths. Others don't have that kind of ability, but I do. A real man would choose the super hard mode. Final. Su Ming looked determined and stepped into the door on the right. You chose Challenge the Divine Realm, right? Test 2, the challenger rankings will be opened simultaneously. Wave, 1 of 3. Challenge countdown, 10s. After safely stepping through the door, Su Ming discovered that he was actually in a huge sky arena. Take advantage of the 10 seconds of waiting time. He quickly branded the entire arena's field distribution with his heart. Directly ahead, the rainstorm was ticking in the sand. On the left side, there is snow on the mountains. At the same time, the lake on the right was thundering and lightning. The only thing behind him was a field of grass. It seems that we must deal with attacks from monsters with different attributes at the same time. This is for a lone archer. It is indeed a particularly severe test. For some reason, Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth excitedly. Kill them all if they come. The countdown is finally over. Su Ming, who was originally at the center of the battlefield, did not hesitate at all. It seemed as if it was shooting gusts of arrows without a target into the sand, snowy mountain battlefield and thunderclouds. Wind arrow. Wind arrow. At the same time, the explosion of agility brought the wind under his feet. Su Ming looked towards the grass behind him. Occupy the grassland battlefield first, and then you won't have any worries. Sure enough, just as the gale arrow fell, wild monsters in the four scenes appeared in overwhelming numbers. It's really difficult. We are surrounded from all sides. Different from the simple and clumsy yellow sand skeleton. The four types of monsters here all have their own characteristics, and their effects are powerful when combined on the battlefield. The one on the grass, is that an iron-horned rhinoceros? Their information appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Iron-horned rhino, special wild monster, alienation. Level, LV 128. Health value, 12.6W/12.6W. Skills, savage charge, savage roar, horn soaring to the sky, trample. Information. You gain huge attack power at the cost of lowering your health points. The trampling effect on the grass is terrifying. Battlefield buff. Reduce direct damage received in grass battlefield by 10. Weakness, chrysanthemum. Chapter 43 Chapter 43 Unlimited firepower is so terrifying. It seems like there is a little gap. It is also a special wild monster that has been alienated. In addition, there is also an additional battlefield buff. It seems to occupy a battlefield. And the strategy layout to attract the other three populations is good. Get out of the way, arrownet hell. Faced with the group of cows charging towards each other, Su Ming slammed on the brakes. Then an arrow shot through their backs. Result. They were rushing forward and suddenly turned around. The same direction as Su Ming. The cows butt is facing me, and I'm embarrassed. Shadow arrow. Exploding arrow. Dash 2.8W. Critical hit. Dash 5.4W. Critical hit, burn. Minus 500, minus 500. Poisoned. Completely beat these rhinos. Every arrow hits a critical hit, plus critical hits do double the damage. Su Ming was like a butcher. You killed the iron-horned rhino, LV-127, and gained 5.1W experience. You killed the iron-horned rhino, LV-128, and gained 5.1W experience. Large numbers of iron-horned rhinos fell. The rest began to roar and trample the grassland. I can't let you destroy this place. Shadow arrow. Silence, silence, silence. Wait, this bull roar is a buff. Holy light arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This was one of the few opportunities for his holy light arrow to shine, so of course he couldn't miss it. Soon, the silenced rhino was hit by the next wave of holy light arrows. The battle log has new information. You successfully purified the benefit of Iron-Horn Rhino and obtained double transfer, attack plus 200, group attack range increased by 40, lasting 10 seconds. It actually increases the range of group damage skills? Su Ming was greatly surprised, because the speed of killing monsters will be faster next time. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The range of the explosive arrows and shadow arrows was further enhanced, and Su Ming did not stop. Iron-Horned Rhino progress, 100, you plundered 10 points of defense. He clapped his hands. Finally, he became the only survivor on the grassland. Once you get the hang of it quickly, it doesn't seem that difficult. Su Ming murmured. What if Wang Lin, who was also an archer, was here? I was so afraid that I almost crushed my fingers. Listen, is this human language? There is no spare time at all. Su Ming established an electromagnetic defense barrier within a few seconds of forcibly widening the gap. He knew that he could definitely destroy them all by output alone. But a truly qualified archer, you must also ensure your absolute safety and keep a calm mind at all times. Only those who are arrogant have the capital to be arrogant. Thunder Arrow. At this time, the wild monsters in the other three battlefields that were angered by himself had also entered the grass. Wave 2 of 3. Not only that, he once again saw groups of rhinos appearing on the grassland. If I clear all the monsters in a battlefield first, will the wave be triggered early? Su Ming seemed to have discovered a certain characteristic of this challenge to the divine realm. After all, he was covered by a rain of arrows. Then the explosion was covered with a group of shadow silence, plus a continuous electric field. In fact, 10 or 100 at a time has little impact on him. Bilibalibalai. After the electric field took shape, Su Ming revealed a sinister smile. The grassland has turned into a lightning field, hee. Then he looked behind him, past the newly appeared iron-horned rhinoceros. All of them accumulated in 2 waves? 2 of them are flying monsters. Ordinary archers will definitely be scared. But they are all my experience. Su Ming added. Their respective information appeared in their eyes. Lizard Ape, Special Wild Monster, Alienation. Level, LV-128. Health value, 18.2W/18.2W. Skills, Diamond Hammer, Hard Block, Blizzard, Avalanche. Information. The cost of reducing health points is used to gain huge attack power, and the collapse effect on the snow mountain is very terrifying. Battlefield buff. Reduce direct damage received in the snow mountain battlefield by 10. Weakness, Nose. Sand Dragonfly, Special Wild Monster, Alienation. Level, LV-128. Health value, 10.1W/10.1W. Skills Noise, Rain Blade, Dragonfly Dive, Rain Gathering. Information. Gain huge attack power at the cost of lowering health points, and can exert a terrifying effect in rainy environments. Battlefield buff. Reduce direct damage received in the rainstorm battlefield by 10. Weakness, Wings. Thunderhawk, Special Wild Monster, Alienation. Level, LV-128. Health value, 12.4W/12.4W. Skills, Eagle Lock, Thunder, Lightning Spin, Storm. Information. You gain huge attack power at the cost of reducing your health points, and can exert a terrifying effect in a thunder and lightning environment. Battlefield buff. Reduce direct damage received in the lightning battlefield by 10. Weakness, Eyes. As expected, these 4 monsters can exert more than 100 effect in their respective battlefields. Therefore, Su Ming's decisive actions greatly reduce the threats in the time of each breakthrough. He is the only one who dares to gather so many monsters at once. Dragonflies and war eagles flew secretly in the sky, and the scene was terrifying for a while. Killing is about to begin. The land has an electric field as a defense line, and the sky, just freeze it all into ice. Eagle Eye, Arrow Net Hell, Frost Arrow, Shadow Arrow. In just a few minutes, Su Ming was very happy with the killing. Lizard Ape Progress, 100, you plundered 9 points of strength. Sand Dragonfly Progress, 100, you plundered 1,800 life points. Thunderhawk Progress, 100, you plundered 8 points of agility. Wave, 3 of 3. This is the terrifying thing about unlimited firepower. Su Ming sighed. Even if the last wave was fierce, but it still couldn't get close to the distance where the man's arrow lost its flight. 5 Poison Cube poison damage has met the conditions, increased to -800/S. Oh. Then Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. The damage that can be caused by growth should never be underestimated. In the future, the number of people infected with drugs may reach tens of thousands per second. It seems that Su Ming has done a lot. Actually, no one dared to think that Su Ming's challenge would last less than 10 minutes. Fearless Archer, congratulations, you are the 23rd person to pass the test of Challenge the Divine Realm, right? And you will receive permanent bonuses, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Attack Speed plus 0.5. Wow, 0.5 attack speed gain. Su Ming watched the changes in attributes excitedly. This is a buff automatically granted upon completing the test. I think it must be a little more than entering the door on the left. Then, randomly award various rare items based on the rankings. Ranking calculation in progress. Su Ming waited patiently for the settlement of Valhalla. I didn't expect that there were 22 people who passed this devilish challenge before me. That's right. The world corridor has existed for countless tens of thousands of years in the long river of time. It is not surprising that a stunning archer appears in a certain era. Just keep a calm mind. After all, his talent will only grow more terrifying in the future. He murmured, I don't know how far behind I am now, and the original number 1 on the list? Soon, the settlement was completed. There are actually 2 rankings. Su Ming's gaze first shifted to the clearance time list. Your final clearance time is 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and your historical ranking is first. Huh? I'm number 1. He thought that his terrifying speed of killing monsters in 1 second was among the best, but I didn't expect it to be the first. I'm a little embarrassed. Clearance time ranking, LV80 LV179. First place, Su Ming. Time, 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Fortunately, there are only records of names and times. Then he curiously continued to look at the results of the original first and now second place. Second place, Ikrod. Time, 76 minutes 44 seconds. Su Ming. Are they so slow? It seems there is a little difference. Chapter 44 Playing with Rider Disaster. What are you doing? Su Ming did not worry too much about the time issue. Instead, he looked towards the rewards column. Reward, 1 kilowatt experience, critical hit amulet, limit stone X1. Wait. Critical hit amulet and limit stone. Su Ming's pupil shrank slightly. Likewise, there is another leaderboard. Overall performance ranking LV80 LV179. First place, Su Ming, performance score, 19,198. Second place, Elgar, performance score, 2077. Sure enough, the gap was almost 10 times again. The original first place in this performance score is currently 3rd on the time list. Certainly, what Su Ming cares about most is the reward. Fame is just a passing cloud. Reward, 1 kilowatt experience, guardian amulet, morning arrow block. Seeing this, his eyes flickered again. It's worth it that I chose the super difficult mode. I made a lot of money. Not only did you gain 2 kilowatts of experience points, but all the props were rare and precious. Critical hit amulet. Features, the carrier's critical hit rate is increased by 10, and the first attack after entering a battle is a guaranteed critical hit. Guardian Talisman. Features, carrier's defense plus 100, 99 less damage from the first attack, separate cooldown for 24 hours. These 2 amulets can be carried with you to take effect. Especially the Guardian Amulet, the damage reduction is awesome. The Limit Stone is a particularly powerful consumable. After use, all status items are restored to full. Well, all. Ha ha ha, having this thing is like having one more life. Su Ming smiled like a child weighing over 100 pounds. As for the morning arrow, it is a good thing. used on arrows to increase their hardness. But because of infinite firepower, Su Ming has all-exclusive arrows. You can trade with other archers. Brother Wang Lin might be interested. As the snow-capped mountains and thunderclouds gradually disappeared, Su Ming finally returned to the magnificent hall. Hall of Valor, Hall of Inheritance. The test message did not appear as before. Su Ming's heart sank. There really was a problem here. Suddenly a chill came over me. This immediately made him alert and draw his bow. Intruder, this is not the place for you. Die, die. A blurry figure appeared across the corridor, accompanied by the metallic sound of chains dragging. Rider Disaster? Hawkeye. Without any hesitation, Su Ming drew his bow decisively. The wind quickened, frost bloomed, and silence enveloped the place. This is his unstoppable starting 3-arrow move. If there is a solution, there can only be one reason. The opponent is immune to control. Wow, you really encountered it? Holy light arrowy. Su Ming began to retreat quickly along the corridor. At the same time, change the combat method. -7.4W. Critical hit. -3.6W. -800, -800. You successfully purified the buff of Reed's Disaster and obtained double transfer. Ignore 200 of the defense of all enemies within 1W. Gain 40 bloodthirstiness effect, lasting 10 seconds. Wow, he ignored the defense and broke through 100. It really is this guy. Rider Disaster, Magic Special Boss. Level, LV 130. Health value, 102.4W/188.1W. Skills, Flame Arrow, Multiple Arrow Rain, Charged Heavy Attack, Move Shot, Ultimate Defense Break, Flying Strike, Bloodthirsty. Talent Burning Will. 1. Every 1 reduction in health increases strength and agility by 1. 2. The attack will definitely cause burn and cannot be removed within 3 seconds. 3. When health drops below 20, release the Fire of Death. Heroic Spirit Demonization, immune to control. After death, continue to survive in the heroic spirit state for 30 seconds before dying, ignoring any damage and control. Message: those who are lost will eventually lose everything they have. Weakness cannot be triggered. A special boss who was originally very high-handed and condescending. After meeting Su Ming, he completely lost his momentum. Whether it was defense breaking or bloodthirstiness, all of them were stolen twice by Su Ming. And when it just shot an arrow, Su Ming already had hundreds of arrows ready. Invaders, die, die, fly in the sky. Su Ming looked at the distorted face shrouded in demonic flames and shook his head slightly. It was just following its killing instinct. A total of 188.1W health points. But with Su Ming, it couldn't last long. The other side jumped toward the sky. Then a pitch-black magic arrow seemed to have eyes and flew towards Su Ming. Is this a must-have tracking technique? Su Ming used the strong wind to accelerate himself and moved his body quickly. At the same time, a rain of arrows continued to be generated towards the threat. Frost Arrow. Frost slows down the arrow's pursuit. But it still didn't stop. This guy is really something. Then, the entire Hall of Heroes became Su Ming's hiding place. Wind arrows continued to shoot upward into the sky. Meanwhile, Su Ming himself was also speeding up. Fast and furious. It's getting hot. Su Ming murmured. Its health is already below 20. The Fire of Death sounds terrifying. But he was relieved instead. A molten scale crystal appeared in his hand. It's finally your turn to show your prowess. Rider's health is in the rain of arrows. It can be seen with the naked eye that it has dropped from 20 to 15 in 8. But it laughed madly. Ha ha ha. Damn it all. I will destroy everything. Let it all be annihilated in a sea of fire. Just the next second, it was stunned. This demonized boss was stunned before he died. The flames of death erupted from its body, sweeping across the entire hall. Cold white with a hint of blush. But what shocked the world was the only place that is not corroded but absorbs flames instead. Is it Su Ming and the piece of scale crystal in his hand? How is this possible? Damn you, why did you destroy me, masterpiece? Ah. Reed Disaster let out a final, unwilling roar. Let yourself be annihilated in the sea of fire. Silence. The hall was in complete silence. The sharp arrows that were tracking Su Ming finally slowly dissipated. Even the Guardian Amulet has not yet begun to work. But Su Ming's nerves were tense again because Reed Disaster was not dead. Heroic Spirit Demonization, this 30 seconds of absolute time. Once you are careless, the speed of death will definitely not exceed 1 second. Of course, this is without the rock armor scale crystal as a backup. Then, Su Ming's strategy is to slip away and delay. The attack is no longer effective. Just drag it for 30 seconds and everything will come to an end. Hey, all of you die. I want to be destroyed. Burn, son, son. What's wrong with me? Where is this place? Su Ming, who was getting further away from Reed's disaster, narrowed his eyes. But suddenly I found that this guy stopped. As the molten scales continued to absorb the fire of death, the enthusiasm in the entire hall eventually dropped a bit. I am Ryder. I am not Ryder Calamity. Ryder Calamity suddenly turned around, his tone anxious. Brave archer, did you save me? Then it quickly rushed towards Su Ming. Su Ming, what are you doing? Don't come over here. Stay away. Warrior, I will soon perish. Please listen to my last words. Ryder's words became more urgent. Chapter 45 Job Change, Immortal Arrow God. The armor is so thick that it can't even break its own defense. Su Ming, however, remained unmoved. Continue to distance yourself from the demonized Reed disaster of the heroic spirit. What is going on? Why does it seem to become awake? Could it be because I absorbed all the fire of death, thereby taking away some of the corrosive force? It doesn't matter if you are being bewitched by the devil or if you really have something to say. Stop immediately, at least 1,000 meters away from me. Just say what you want to say. Whether you want to listen or not is up to me. Su Ming shouted at the other person. He would not give the other party any chance to launch a sneak attack. The last 10 seconds. If you give the choice to the other party, how will you choose? Warrior, there is an incarnation of a demon suppressed under this land of death. Not only that, there are 2 more hidden in the underground of Inlu Valley and Silent Hill. Please destroy the incarnation of the devil. Otherwise, when the demon awakens, the 3 will finally merge into one. Several worlds will face the disaster of destruction. Demon? Right under the ground in the land of the dead? Su Ming maintained a half-suspicious and half-believing attitude towards Reed disaster. After all, some of the beings he had encountered were quite outrageous, such as a treasure dragon. 100 years ago, Reed came here just for the incarnation of the devil. But I never thought about it. After all, he couldn't resist the erosion of the heroic spirit's magic arrows. You can absorb the power of demonization. As long as you control the arrows of the heroic spirit, you will definitely be able to destroy the incarnation of the demon god. Reed glanced at the molten scale crystal in Su Ming's hand. Thank you for bringing me back to the embrace of the dawn. May the dawn bless me. The last moment. The demonized heroic spirit was actually praying devoutly. He told Su Ming with his actions. He was purified of his soul. There were no surprises. A devout believer, fate plays tricks on me. How pitiful. Su Ming was somewhat moved and felt very sad. I didn't expect that the most dangerous 30 seconds would end like this. You killed Reed Disaster, LV-130, boss, and gained 1.5 million experience points. You kill Reed Disaster, LV-130, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, attack plus 20. You obtained the first kill of Reed's Disaster, LV-130, boss, and obtained the additional attribute, agility plus 20. Ryder's Disaster, boss, progress, 100, you plundered 18 strength. As information is updated, Su Ming took out the bottle of dawn that Holder gave him. A faint light slowly emerged from the bottle. Bloom and shine. Then it seemed to sense something and danced happily. The light dimmed. Eventually it returns to the bottle again. Su Ming sighed softly. Ryder should definitely be the dawn of returning soul. He shook his head helplessly, because this guy wouldn't drop anything. Are you a boss if you don't drop anything? Wrong. As the flames absorbed everything, a huge purple-red arrow filled with demonic energy gradually condensed at the place where Reed died. Heroic Spirit Magic Arrow. I don't know if it's because of the ability of Sky Snatching Arrow. Or maybe it's the only one that Reed Disaster drops, which is full of mystery. At the same time, you have completed the job transfer quest, Heroic Arrow Difficulty 10. Finally, with his unremitting efforts, this difficult task has finally been accomplished. Su Ming clapped his hands. He exhaled a breath of relief. You have changed your job to become the Immortal Arrow God, HP plus 1W, Mana plus 1W, Strength plus 100, Attack Speed plus 0.5. Immortal Arrow God, wow, so domineering. This is not the end yet. Your level has increased by 1. LV80-LV81, Health plus 200, Mana plus 100, Strength plus 1, Attack Speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV81-LV82, Health plus 200, Mana plus 100, Strength plus 1, Attack Speed. It's so funny, it's really the best. Su Ming had a smile on his face. As the shackles are broken, the level is like Monkey King who is about to poke a hole in the sky. Running all the way. Finally, he stopped at LV-120. Directly jump from the 3rd job to the state where you can take on the 4th job mission. It can be said that it does not disgrace the title of the God of Bows. Strength has skyrocketed again, but there is still a long way to go. Su Ming once again affirmed his own strength. It is human nature to be excited. But I also understand that level 120 is far from enough. When can I wait for thousands of arrows to be fired at once and turn 9 times in an instant before I can feel safe? So he took a look at his basic attributes, which had greatly increased. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Immortal Arrow God. Level, LV 120/LV 120, third turn. Life, 67,013. Mana, 999, Strength, 530. Agility, 640. Attack speed, 5.49 arrows/s. Attack, 3,783. Defense, 1888. Critical hit, 52. Anti-violence, 25. Single arrow reserve, 999/99999. As an archer, I have to say, the damage caused by the combination of attack speed and the terrifying attack in 1 second is terrifying. It's still a bit crispy. As an archer, the basic health only increases by 200 per level. It is just a little thicker than the pure output mage profession. But now, Su Ming was no longer panicking, and his mentality was even completely stable. All because he looked towards his newfound talent. With this talent, I'm afraid the passive ability of Rock Armor Scale Crystal won't be used even once. Tilt your head back. Will I face fatal injuries in the future? Talent exclusive. Indestructible arrow body cannot be detected, permanently retained. 1. Have a shield with 100 health value, take damage first, enjoy all health recovery effects, and reset if not injured within 10 seconds. 2. While the shield exists, the final value of the player's own defense is determined to be x2, and the shield and defense cannot be ignored. 3. When the shield is broken, it cannot be targeted by any skills for 3 seconds. After having this talent, Su Ming's survivability seemed to increase from 1 to 99. Although it's a bit exaggerated, but it was definitely worth his excited roar. As long as you stay out of combat for 10 seconds, a shield will be refreshed, which is your second life. The most critical effect 3. It means the shield is broken, and you gain 3 seconds of invincibility. TSK, lock the blood. Not only that, I also want to lock in full health. Besides, Su Ming once again gained 2 exclusive skills. Then take out the skill proficiency crystals prepared in advance and use them one after another. Reaching the maximum level of LV10 in one go is perfect. Skills exclusive. Rock-breaking arrow LV10. After charging for 3 seconds, it shoots a large rock-breaking arrow, causing 800 attack damage to the target it hits. If it hits the ground, it releases Earthquake, consumes 1500 mana, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Defense arrow LV10 shoots a defensive arrow, dealing 600 of the attack's true damage to all targets in a 20/20 range and stealing 10 of the temporary defense of all targets, which is transferred to the upper limit of 100 defense. Lasting for 10 seconds. Consumes 1200 mana, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Su Ming was surprised. There is a skill that can steal defense? He thought about temporarily stealing 100 defense through the defensive arrow. Then, because the indestructible arrow body shield exists, the value is doubled. And it can't be ignored. So if someone attacks him within 10 seconds, currently it is judged based on 1888 by 4. What the hell? Can't I even break my own defense? Su Ming suddenly laughed so hard that he was numb. Chapter 46 Heroic Spirit Magic Arrow? No, it's the Heroic Spirit Divine Arrow. That's not all. There are also rock-breaking arrow earthquakes, which are a bit inhumane. At that time, thousands of arrows will be fired. He, Su Ming, can be the creator of natural disasters himself. Then look at the first, unlimited firepower, talent. I wonder how much the improvement will be this time? Su Ming was full of anticipation. Effect 2. Every time an arrow is shot, an additional 999 arrows with the same effect will be split. The effect increases with job advancement. He looked again and saw that it was true. Absolutely right. 1,000 arrows at once. That's inhumane. Su Ming should have laughed wildly. But I don't know why it became a dilemma. The last turn had only 400 arrows. This improvement is truly terrifying. It seems that the time has come for one arrow to shoot 10,000 arrows. You should know that his current attack speed is 5.39 shots/s. What does it mean to be able to shoot 5,000 arrows in 1 second? It can be divided into 5 types with different effects, each with 1,000 arrows. That scene. It's exciting just thinking about it. But while checking the panel, Su Ming did not stop his hands. Immediately take out a plump fruit from the backpack, the blue fruit. You meet the conditions for using the azure fruit, and a permanent buff is about to be generated. Permanent buff, Bloodlust Extra Life Recovery plus 20/s, All-Round Life Sucking plus 10, Attack speed plus 0.5 shots slash S after absorbing 30 of total lifespan theoretically, lasts for 3 seconds. This buff. Su Ming was excited. After all, the buff obtained from the blue fruit is very random. It may be completely useless. But what Su Ming got now was obviously not that. Bloodlust and Fury actually has the effect of increasing attack speed. This made him exclaim that he had made a huge profit. Not to mention the bloodsucking effect. Based on his damage, wouldn't the theoretical bloodsucking value explode in minutes? Huh. Finally, Su Ming regained his composure. There is no more turmoil in my heart, stay calm, and take a longer-term view. Then, while Su Ming was staring at the magic arrow and thinking, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in my mind. This arrow is stained with a strong breath of shadow. Little whim. Su Ming was overjoyed. You succeeded in advancing? Backslash, amazed face, /. Then, the contract space vibrated. Then Xiao Yi's figure appeared in Valhalla. The jet-black phoenix feathers are mysterious yet dignified, and Xiao Yi spreads her beautiful wings. The Huaming Palace is like the king of shadows. The streamlined and colorful body is pleasing and exciting. This is Phoenix Wings Sky Soaring. Sure enough, Xiao Yi's level also reached LV50. As you advance, he also learned Shadow Leap and Phoenix Wings Flying. The combination of this man and this phoenix is really strange. There is no such thing as successful advancement. It's like a natural process, and you can immediately reach the advanced state again? Su Ming thought. Now this mighty and sacred little guy is in adolescence. Well, the phoenix girl is still innocent but beginning to show her strength. This is when the little one is still in the egg. Su Ming determined the other person's gender. Xiao Yi, let's get down to business. Can you absorb its shadow power? He waved to the dark phoenix that was soaring high above the hall. I thought of a very feasible method. The magic energy of the heroic spirit magic arrow is not generated by itself. Xiao Yi put away his playful mood and nodded the phoenix's head. Then she gradually disappeared into darkness. Shadow incarnation? TSK. Shadow comes into contact with the heroic spirit's magic arrow. Demonic energy gushes out. Su Ming walked forward carefully and watched as the entire hall was shrouded in demonic energy. It turned out to be the right thing not to pick it up rashly. Huh? Heroic Arrow Fusion Artifact, Fusion Activation. Has its message changed? No. To be precise, the surface information is still Heroic Magic Arrow, but in hidden eye. But it seems to see through the true essence. Su Ming had long been aware of this ability. Although there is no introduction to my talent, my eyes are indeed extraordinary. It's actually part of a divine weapon. What else is there to say? Just put it away. Now there is no burden to put it away. Su Ming's eyes softened when he looked at Xiao Yi. Raise a Shadow King since childhood, and dodge all curses, evil spirits, invasions. It's time to leave. Xiao Yi returned to the contract space and happily absorbed the Shadow Rose Crystal. And finally, he stepped out of the solemn and magnificent gate of the starry sky. Fearless Archer, you have been recognized by the Hall of Valor and will leave this space in 10 seconds. Huh. Su Ming's figure appeared at the Divine Crow altar. It actually didn't take him much time from the moment he entered. The Crow King boss has not refreshed either. So Su Ming walked in another direction and carefully verified Reed's words. Somewhere in the dark underground. Ha 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 ha, this is a great day of testimony. As long as we use this soul lamp, the power of the demon god will be controlled by the Lighthouse Nation. The two figures finally revealed their faces beneath their cloaks. That's right, by Lashi, it's this magic circle that summons the demon god. The Church of the Dead is about to summon another incarnation of the demon god. When the time comes, the two clones will merge into one and be controlled by our lighthouse, and they will become the masters of Blue Star. And we are the heroes of the lighthouse, accompanied by beautiful women and peerless mounts. In fact, they just thought that this demon had 2 shadow incarnations. They took out a lot of offerings. He began to chant a complex yet magical prayer. Resurrect, demon, and become a slave of our great beacon country. They held the soul lamps in their hands with fanatical eyes. Hee. A sinister laugh sounded. Damn it, we freed you, so just be put into the soul lamp. The shadow grew thicker and thicker, gradually gathering towards the soul lamp. Hee. The vague figure in the shadows was still laughing as usual. Only, the laughter was becoming more and more creepy. These 2 bugs actually woke me up ahead of time? Almost ruined its plan. Thank you so much. Su Ming was stunned. Damn, those 2 idiots from the Lighthouse Country. Name, Bilaxi. Occupation, Rock Mage. Level, LV 145. Name, Trap. Occupation, Traction Warrior. Level, LV 143. He didn't expect to follow the guidance of the heroic spirit's arrow. After coming to this extremely secret underground space, I just happened to see two people in the distance giving orders to the shadowy body with a proud look on their faces. At the same time, he kept praising the greatness of the lighthouse, which made Su Ming look very upset. I don't have to solve any of this. Because the next second, the lights went out. The two men immediately turned into two soulless corpses assimilated by the shadow. Ryder wasn't lying. Su Ming confirmed this. I just didn't expect that the lighthouse country was one of the instigators. Unfortunately, they underestimated the demon. Without a magical weapon like the heroic spirit arrow, Su Ming would not have the confidence to investigate. Aren't they looking for death? Xiaoyi, you just need to isolate the power of shadow. As long as these shadow forces cannot pose a threat. Facing the incarnation of the demon god who had just awakened, Su Ming was not afraid. After all, it has the arrow of heroic spirit. There's a little bug in the distance. Hey, why can't it be eroded? Then he saw Su Ming rushing forward. The longbow is equipped with an arrow, but this arrow is a little different from the previous ones. Heroic arrow. An arrow leaves the bow, shoot. Per bug. Do you think you can do that to me? Ayawa. The incarnation of the devil, dead. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. It turned out to be the god of time and space Eros. Everyone who sees him will say he is a prodigal son. You killed demon incarnation, Garusifa, 1/3. Su Ming walked forward expressionlessly and retrieved the heroic spirit arrow. But my heart is already full of energy. He really shot the incarnation of the devil to death with one arrow. Although there is indeed an element of luck involved, the shadow incarnation that just awakened has not yet recovered the power of the demon. But the power of shadow was countered by Xiaoyi Tian. So, in front of a targeted artifact like the heroic arrow, his health bar is as fragile as a soldier's. It's so depressing. He was defeated before he could even use 1/10,000th of his strength. Therefore, the sooner we deal with the other two incarnations, the easier it will be. Oh, it also dropped a piece of shadow eternal crystal. It turns out that the carrier of this body is this extremely dark thing. Even rank 8 or 9 shadow masters would be jealous of this thing, right? Su Ming took the hung crystal in his hand and played with it. It was useless to him, but it meant something completely different to Dark Phoenix. Xiaoyi stopped drooling. Xiaoyi, no, absolutely not. She was so happy that she almost cried. Following Su Ming was the best decision she had ever made. Master Su Ming, please don't abandon me in the future. You can ride me now. Su Ming. The demon's demise was quickly confirmed. Su Ming used the explosive arrow to completely burn the two idiots who had turned into soulless corpses. At the same time, he picked up a lamp that fell from the flames. This soul lamp should not have been completely destroyed. Death Whisper Soul Lamp. Use special means to ignite the death fire, which can control and drive the shadow creatures absorbed into it. The information was incomplete, but Su Ming didn't care. He had no idea of doing anything with this thing. Perhaps if Brother Wang Lin does some research, he can find out what the Lighthouse Nation will do next. Then, after Su Ming cleaned up all traces. No stopping. Hey, no one noticed that a phoenix hidden in the shadows was flying over the land of death. Awesome crass. Su Ming seemed to have discovered a new world. Finally passed through the teleportation array of Santa Town. Su Ming returned to the Dawn Church. Dawn Church, Dawn Hall. Respected archer hero Su Ming, you are truly outstanding. Holder praised without any reservation. Thank you for freeing Reed's soul. May the dawn bless you. Brave Su Ming. What about the heroic spirit magic arrow? Su Ming replied calmly. It's ruined. It's better to be ruined. It's better to be ruined. Just don't know why. Su Ming felt that he was more of a lost person. He didn't care. It belonged to him anyway. Handed over the bottle of dawn. Su Ming's mission was officially completed. At this time, he finally smiled. You have completed the commission of the Dawn Church, the return of the Dawn Soul. Rewards, 3 kilowatts experience, Holy Magic Stone Bow, Bow Weapon Enchantment Stone, Title Arrow of Dawn. Platinum level accessories, choose one. The Holy Magic Stone Bow is very useful, but it is not used at the moment. So he looked towards his newly acquired title. Arrow of Dawn, permanent title. Blessed by the Dawn, each shot has a 10 chance to cure the player's abnormal state and make the player immune to the next control. Relieve abnormal status? Immunity from control. The effect of this title is so nice. Even though there is only a 10 probability, Su Ming can now shoot 5 times in 1 second, which is very easy to trigger. At the same time, there is also a platinum level accessory. Choose one of the following: ring, necklace, or crown/mask. I choose the mask. The crown here can only be worn by magic professions. The mask is a physical profession. The image of the equipment is hidden after wearing it, and will not cause any changes. He didn't have any mask-like accessories. And masks and crowns are the rarest types of accessories. Even exchanges rarely see it. Platinum level is pretty good right now, but the level may not be high enough. You obtained the Deep Sea Mask. So it's a special equipment with no level restrictions? That's great. After Su Ming smiled. Wear it decisively. Deep Sea Mask, Platinum. Type, Mask. Occupation, General Purpose. Level requirement, none. Attributes, Life plus 1W. Defense plus 100. Violence resistance plus 20. Durability 360. Features, reduce water damage received by 50. Features, when health drops below 50, all abnormal states are removed and restored to 80. Independent cooling for 48 hours. Equipment that reaches platinum level will have two characteristics. There is nothing else to say about this piece of jewelry equipment. The only thing is that there is no level limit for platinum quality. If Su Ming sold it, it could be sold at a high price of tens of millions. The second feature greatly increases the ability to save lives, and the price will only be raised higher. Besides, Su Ming's panel defense has reached 2008. After Su Ming received the reward, then he said, Chief Priest Holder, I need to go to the church's job transfer hall first. What? You're already level 180. Oh my god, no wonder you can complete the task so easily. The old people were all moved. Obviously, they all thought that Su Ming was about to reach the 5th level instead of the 4th level. Once you complete 5th turn and exceed LV 180, they will be forcibly teleported back to the inner world by the world corridor. Therefore, the expressions of the priests were somewhat complicated. Someone murmured, I never thought that I would never see such a talented and brave man again. Su Ming smiled indifferently and did not explain the misunderstanding. Dawn Church, Job Transfer Hall. The world corridor is actually a part of a certain plane intercepted by the Divine Tower. Therefore, the forces here also have a job transfer hall. Su Ming entered with a calm expression. Big Crystal, here I come again. This time he activated the connection device without hesitation. It is detected that your level has reached LV 120 and you meet the 4th job requirements. Profession change is in progress. The professions you can change to now are Space-Time Archer God. Wait, God of Time and Space Arrows. Su Ming was shocked. This was a very big title. The abilities of time and space, both of which are rare in the world. Want to involve this ability. For other common career transfer paths, it takes at least 8 or 9 transfers. Most of them are just minimal. As a result, I was only at level 4 and was directly named after time and space. There's something. Will the title of the job change become more and more scary in the future? Su Ming's mind was full of thoughts, but his body was very honest. Click to confirm. God of Time and Space Arrows. You chose Time and Space Arrow God, and the job transfer task was generated. Eternal Divine String, difficulty 10. The difficulty is only 10, just sprinkle some water. Now seeing this is just as difficult as ever. Su Ming, on the contrary, felt very relaxed. It's not just a problem at difficulty 10. It's just this, a magic arrow, a magic string. Will the next 5th job mission be the bow? Moreover, Su Ming thought that the heroic spirit arrow was a fusion artifact. Is this going to be fused into a super artifact? Thinking of this, Su Ming's expression became more serious. He absolutely could not let go. Other people's exclusive weapons are made by crafting. Your own exclusive weapon relies on the fusion of artifacts. Oh shit. Even the devil or true god would call him a prodigal son if they saw him. Chapter 48, Entering the Yinlu Valley. Are you planning a sneak attack? Are you not following the moral code of martial arts? Soon, Su Ming looked at the content of the task. It seems that the location of the 4th job mission is still here. Eternal String, difficulty 10. Description, enter the world corridor, find and kill the demon god named Garusifa, and get the clue of the eternal string. Time limit, 30 days. The task will be changed and reset after failure. Only. What surprised Su Ming was, this Garusifa, isn't he just the weakling demon god who could only make GGG sounds and was killed instantly by one arrow? It turns out that no matter whether you obtain the arrow of the heroic spirit, this was the message Reed revealed before he died. This is to pave the way for the next task. This is still a chain mission. So anyway, that demon god must also become a dead soul struck by his arrow. Who told you to take my bowstring? The other 2 places are Glowing Dew Valley and Silent Hill. Su Ming immediately thought of what Holder had said. No, we have to destroy it before that evil cult releases it. Let's go to Yinlu Valley first and complete the gathering mission while we're at it. Then, Su Ming quickly walked out of the job transfer hall. As long as he has the heroic spirit arrow in his hand, he will be confident. Oh, my respected warrior Su Ming, what else can I do for you? Holder and several priests all smiled. If Su Ming is really level 180, in the world corridor, it is an absolute fighting force. In these last moments, it would be great if we could help the Shuguang Church. Head priest, I plan to go to Yinlu Valley immediately. Really? That's great. Several elderly people were excited. If you plan to help the heroic legion, you may be able to get a lot of rewards from Horton. Su Ming nodded. This is a hint that Horton has a hidden commission. The crowd did not hesitate any longer. Su Ming once again stepped into the teleportation array. Fluorescent town, small woods outside Yinlu Valley. Steady your body and open your eyes calmly. Then Su Ming called out Xiao Yi. Su Ming, I will protect you well / amazed face, / Then, the little guy turned into a dark shadow and hid in his own shadow. This is her innate ability of Phantom Phoenix. Once hidden in the shadows, the stealth effect can even reach the terrifying level of Hidden Eye. As long as there is little whisper, the strange corrosive power of the demon's shadow incarnation would no longer threaten him. Let's go in from here first. Open the map and quickly walk through the woods. The scope of Yinlu Valley is very vast. He was in a position that was beyond the control of the church's brave legion. Maybe you can meet someone from the church along the way. The Dawn Church Order in Su Ming's hand is proof of his identity. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The movement ahead quickly alerted Su Ming. A bunch of forest lizards? They're looking for death. Before Su Ming could find the experienced baby, they rushed forward on their own initiative. Forest lizard, common wild monster. Level, LV 134. Health value, 35.6W / 35.6W. Skills, rampage, mud, tail break, earth shatter. Information, a group of dominant creatures living in the forest. Their huge numbers have stopped countless people from entering the valley. Weakness, head. Wind arrow. Royal guard arrow. Shoot. Now is the magnificent scene of one arrow scoring thousands of arrows. With the strong wind clearing the way, Su Ming's speed increased rapidly. Moreover, Su Ming also tried the effect of defending arrow for the first time. - 4.4W. Critical hit. - 4.4W. Critical hit. -800, -800. Your defense steel has reached 100, temporarily increased by 2008, lasting 10 seconds. Only one wave of defensive arrows is needed. The defense power temporarily reaches 4016. The effect is awesome. At the same time, the effect of Bloodthirst Frenzy is triggered. Attack speed increased again. It's like a twitching monster that shoots nearly 6 times per second. Soon, countless messages appeared. You killed the forest lizard, LV 135, and gained 28W experience. You killed the forest lizard, LV 135, and gained 28W experience. Forest lizard progress, 100. You plundered 2,800 lives. The rate at which the bodies were piling up was horrifying. The life attribute that was plundered again made Su Ming's mouth curl up slightly. Only pieces of meat and crystal cores appeared before his eyes. Forest crystal core, not bad. Put these items into your backpack without hesitation. Su Ming moved towards the interior of the valley. Once again, he felt the guidance of the heroic spirit's arrow. So that's how it is. This arrow is not sensing the demon god at all. It's the eternal string. Because the demon carries the aura of the divine string. It's actually on the right side of the valley, deep in the valley and nowhere to be seen. There might be cultists hiding there. Therefore, Su Ming's mind was highly concentrated. Hawkeye, take advantage of the 3.5 seconds when the field of vision is wide open. The footsteps never stopped for a moment. Sure enough, we soon discovered a group of people wearing black cloaks in the distance ahead. Although there aren't many people, each of them is around level 150. Could this be the old nest? Besides, this place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. If the Legion cannot resolve the situation in one go, the other side will be able to escape safely. But at this time, Su Ming shrugged. Killing people seems to be easier than killing monsters. The archer hunt has begun. As long as we shoot all obstacles into a sieve, everyone will be able to find them. Is that okay? Shadow arrow. Those idiots from the Dawn Church, ha. They were fooled on the battlefield on the left, and had no idea that the true purpose of the 3 leaders was to awaken the adults sleeping underground. Once the Lord Demon God appears, our undead cult will rule the world, hee. Cake Guardian, do you feel that the sky has become darker? Why is it dark? No. Arrows. Arrows are overwhelming. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp chirp. - 4.2W. Critical hit. - 2.1W. minus 800. You killed Mogu. You killed Cake. Who was the one who launched a sneak attack? This is a complete lack of martial ethics. Ah. So, there's only one person? Ugh. Damn it. Lord of Fire, listen. Why can't I use my skills? Ugh. Frost Arrow. Dash 7.6W. Critical hit. Freeze. Dash 3.8W. Frozen. Minus 800. You killed Teddens. You killed Kabuffman. A dozen guardians who were originally high and mighty were all silent and frozen in 1 second. There was absolutely no time to react, and he died with his eyes wide open. The ground was covered with frost, and only one person was shaking his head gently in the sunshine. The induction of the heroic spirit arrow is getting stronger and stronger. The demon god is definitely behind us. Su Ming did not hesitate. Soon after passing the bodies of the crowd, after seeing an excavated entrance, his eyes flickered. It's inside. Chapter 49 Nima. He. An army of one man. The cold and damp stone walls faintly reveal a demonic aura. Su Ming's heart trembled. This clone might have already appeared. Wind Arrow. Su Ming is maintaining the acceleration time. Because at the end of the stone wall road, a shadowy figure turned quietly. There were also 3 dried corpses nearby. This bug seems a little different. This incarnation of Garushifa did not go out immediately after waking up. Instead, he is trying to restore his demonic power as much as possible. At this time, its shadow encroachment followed, but was completely blocked by Xiao Yi. Heroic Spirit Arrow. Su Ming did not hesitate at all. The long arrow was put on the bow and shot out powerfully again. As expected, Shadow's body was pierced. It seems that its current demonic power is not enough. The incarnation of Garushifa was stunned and suddenly thought of something before disappearing. You are. No. I must pass the power to the third main body. Damned archer, the master will never let you go. It is obviously a demon. But when he was at his weakest, he was shot to death by a bug, which was a slap in the face. It is unwilling and it hates it. Ah. You killed demon incarnation, Garushifa 2/3. You're the only one who talks too much nonsense, but it's still 1 arrow per second? It seems that we must kill all the incarnations to obtain the information of the divine string. Su Ming's expression turned serious. Quickly step forward to retrieve the heroic arrow and the dropped shadow crystal. We must hurry and finish what's going on here. Rock-crushing arrow. Boom, boom, boom. As he left, Su Ming shot thousands of arrows at the ground. The ground here began to shake. Rock collapse. Both the corpse and the hole were buried. The soul-soothing firefly and the rope-knotting grass are not here. After a quick scan, Su Ming did not find his target. So head towards the center and to the left. Su Ming was like a bulldozer. Wherever he went, he left no monster behind. We are in a hurry. Don't block the way. The shadow arrow. Dash 4.6W. Critical hit. Dash 6.9W. Critical hit. Minus 800. I love the critical hit trigger rate. The direct damage was so horrific, and the number was even more shocking. For any output profession below LV 200, I dare not even think about it. Nodding grass, found it. Su Ming had already killed most of the tribesmen guarding this grass field on the way. Swift Wolf, normal wild monster. Level, LV 135. Health value, 35.8W/35.8W. Skills Swift Strike, Call of the Wild, Bite, Dig. Information. Giant wolves are powerful individually, but they are also excellent in group cooperation. Weakness, Eyes. Bloodtooth Tiger, normal wild monster. Level, LV 140. Health value, 36.1W/36.1W. Skills, Call of the Wild, Earth Shatter, Roaring Wave, Bloodlust of the King. Information. The true overlord of the forest, only a small number of individuals can pose a huge threat. Weakness, Eyes. The number of blood-toothed tigers here is much smaller than that of velociraptors. But the wolves on the opposite side did not dare to act rashly. Shoot. Frost Arrow. Su Ming didn't care about anything, and the quiet moment was broken immediately. To him, these are all experiences. Frost creates flowers, and at a glance you can see several ice cubes wrapped around them. Dash 7.6W. Critical hit, Freeze. Dash 3.8W. Frozen. Minus 800. You killed the Swift Wolf, LV 135, and gained 28.1W experience. You killed the Swift Wolf, LV 136, and gained 28.1W experience. You killed the Bloodtooth Tiger, LV 140, and gained 28.4W experience. Swift Wolf Progress, 100, you plundered 13 points of agility. Bloodtooth Tiger Progress, 100, you plundered 10 points of strength. That's not all. By killing the Bloodtooth Tiger, Su Ming was lucky enough to obtain several identical gold-level equipment. Blood Tiger Boots, Gold. Type, Boots. Occupation, General. Level Requirement, LV 110. Attributes, Agility plus 50, Attack plus 100, Defense plus 50, Durability 140/140. Features, the acceleration gain effect is increased by an additional 10, and the duration is increased by 10. When Su Ming saw this feature, his eyes curved with smiles. It is a perfect match with Wind Arrow, so why do you need snakeskin boots? Directly replace and equip. Gain a lot of experience, plunder attributes, and get equipment. As well as, just take away the nodding grass from a field. Oh. Delicious. Soon, Su Ming pushed forward all the way and approached the left side of the valley. In the wilderness area nearby, a battle between two forces was taking place. The running dogs of the Dawn Church know nothing, ha 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 ha. Once the leader and his men complete the great ritual, their lives will come to an end. They will all be transformed into undead spirits and bloody corpses. The spells glowed brightly, and the warriors charged. Horton served as the commander of the heroic corps and the commander in the rear. His expression was very serious. Stab hero Li Hui Yao, I'm going to ask you to deal with the opposing commander this time. Li Hui Yao raised the corners of his mouth. Take the enemy's chief general from among the hostile forces. This is exactly my art as an assassin. I hope you don't forget my reward. Li Hui Yao was very excited as he finally got this special mission. As Li Hui Yao slowly walked out, only Horton was left. He murmured, according to what my father has told me, there may be another Bao hero who will help us. But what can an archer change in front of an army? The cult on the other side also has a powerful archer from another world. The role played is not even comparable to that of an assassin. I hope this powerful hero can take the enemy commander's heart directly. Su Ming muttered to himself, I didn't see any soul-soothing glow grass along the way. Since the church has been here for a few days, they should know. Then, in Eagle Eye, outside the dense forest. Finally, I saw the two sides fighting each other. No pecking either. It's just that Su Ming is used to being killed in groups and having arrows rain down from the sky. Is it so difficult to wipe out a few small cults? He didn't intend to waste too much time here, so Su Ming yelled, Hey, I am the Bao warrior of the Church of Dawn. It is our unshirkable responsibility to destroy evil. Evil cultists, be baptized by my arrows of holy light. Holy light arrowy. Su Ming acted decisively, facing the cult. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It only takes 1 second. 1K, 2K, 5K. Countless sharp arrows with holy light drew graceful arcs and broke through the air. Such a shocking scene to the world. Even both sides on the battlefield were stunned for a moment. Fuck him. He. An army of one man. Chapter 50 Perfect Solution. Wait, big brother. Please take me with you. The only thing left for the Dawn Church camp is for everyone to kneel down devoutly. What a holy arrow, he must be the messenger of the Dawn Goddess. Oh my god, this holy rain of arrows was caused by him alone. Long live the archer warrior, the Dawn is guiding us, brothers, charge. Su Ming began to transform into a sharp arrow of war. An arrow shot by one person in a short period of time. It is several times more than the number of people on the entire battlefield. And they are all very beautiful holy light arrows. How holy he is. He is simply the savior chosen by the goddess of dawn herself. Su Ming, please call me the messenger of justice. Some are happy and some are sad on the other side. The evil followers of the undead, blood demon, and other sects were completely furious. Help, run away, quickly. 14.1W. Critical hit. This arrow. The bloodthirsty warrior at level 100 at the front was killed instantly. How is this possible? Is he a hero? Hero, don't we also have a Bao hero? Behind him, there was a practitioner from the Sunset Country. He froze for a moment, his mouth opening into an O shape. Oh Baiga. Sorry, Guardian Karen, I have something urgent to do. He quickly took out a prop and ignored his partner beside him. In an instant, it retreated at a rapid speed. Archer? Can't see the information? I will tell the family about this. He will definitely be a threat to the Sunset Nation in the future. No, I have to sneak back home first. I want to find my mom. News about the archer also appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Name, Falga. Occupation, secret arrow shooter. Level, LV 152. Secret arrow shooter? This reminded him of Zhu Peiqi. Since you're here, why don't you stay? There was no way Su Ming would let the other party go back to the inner world to report the news. Unless you exceed your level and are forced to be teleported out, You can only return to the place where you landed. The other party must be planning to run back to the cult's real base. Arrow net hell. An arrow shot right in front. Both Falga and the mini cultists were attracted by the huge force. Exploding arrow. Boom, 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 boom. This is impossible. He must have exceeded 5th level. Why? I don't want to die. Facing such a desperate rain of arrows, Falga didn't even have the courage to raise his bow. He fired one arrow, while the other side fired thousands of arrows. You killed USA. You killed Urka. You killed Falga. Su Ming showed a sunny smile, like a messenger bathed in the dawn. Usually before the 5th turn, LV 180. Even if it is a pure output profession, it is also difficult for personal output to undergo qualitative changes. The 5th job transfer is the midpoint of all job transfers. This is the stage when your career completely transforms. But now, the strength displayed by Su Ming was even more extraordinary than the transformation, and could never understand it until his death. Long live the dawn, long live the Bao hero. Ever since Su Ming intervened in the battlefield, the situation has become completely one-sided. On the other side, Li Huiyao came out from the tent at the back with a smile on his face. It is said that there is a person from the Sunset Country who is helping the tyrant to commit atrocities. I have to find a way to stealthily pass by and kill him in the corridor. Wait. What's going on in the sky? To the side of the battlefield? Then he was stunned. The man who looked at the rain of arrows and changed the situation of the battle with his own strength. There were countless words I wanted to say, but I couldn't say them at the moment. It took half a day to finally squeeze out a number. 6. Shit. That guy wiped out the whole team. Where can I get the command? My friends, I need to see the leader, Horton. Su Ming walked into the battlefield of the Dawn Church, holding the church order and speaking straight to the point. Blessed by the Dawn, you are truly a brave warrior of our Dawn Church. Dear archer hero, please follow us. Then, without waiting for Su Ming to go deeper into the tent, then I saw a big man in armor behind me, and someone with a constipated look on his face. Name, Li Huiyao. Occupation, Mystic in the Shadows. Level, LV 148. Is this guy the Shadow Man, who changed his job from an assassin? Brother Wan Lin mentioned Li Huiyao's name before he entered this position. The same age as Zhu Peiqi. But he has been well evaluated as a patriotic and good young man. Don't worry about it being bad for you. Therefore, Su Ming nodded to him kindly as a greeting. No matter how calm he is, he will not trust someone easily. Li Huiyao suddenly went from being depressed to being flattered. He nodded quickly in return. He had never met Su Ming. I was horrified in my heart. Which force is hiding this monster? Dear Bao hero, is this really solved by you? Holden still couldn't believe his eyes. A second ago he was still sighing that the other hero could not change anything. Then, he slapped me in the face. Name, Horton. Occupation, Holy Knight. Level, LV 160. What do you think? The smile seemed a little scary to Li Huiyao. Su Ming didn't intend to explain further. Instead, he followed Horton and told him his purpose. Captain Horton, I need the soul-soothing fluorescent flower. It is said to be in Inlu Valley, but why can't we find it along the way? Following several conversations between Su Ming and him, Horton froze, and Li Huiyao was petrified again. You also destroyed the nest on the other side? No wonder the other side has been dragging us. Soul-soothing firefly flower. Bao hero, you've arrived at the perfect time. So, in the next moment, Su Ming's log panel updated 2 messages in succession. The heroic Legion leader Horton has issued a special commission to you. Kill the commander and guardian Urka hidden in the cult battlefield. You completed the commission of Horton. Reward, refined light fragment, thorn, soul-restoring fluorescent flower X3, experience 800W. Hero, actually, the place where the soul-resting fluorescent flower was at that time. Su Ming. The fastest commission ever completed, it was completed the moment it was posted. So that's how it is. Su Ming nodded. When the Legion came, it just so happened that they encountered a group of cultists wreaking havoc on the Flower Valley. Therefore, after a battle, it was taken away by each of the 2 major forces. Thank you very much. Then Su Ming saw Li Huiyao, who was looking forward to seeing him, and he almost cried. This quest rewards. Could it be that I had intercepted the mission that originally belonged to him? Refining light fragments has little effect on me. If you want, bring the archer's high-level items to the God-slaying temple to exchange them. You know. Su Ming smiled, walked up and patted the other person's shoulder. My name is Su Ming. See you again if we are lucky. Tempered light fragments are extremely valuable to assassin-type professions. So, he understood Li Huiyao's feelings. This is the hidden mission of Horton. But it seemed to have been prepared for a certain brave warrior. After telling Horton and several lieutenants the location of the lair on the other side, He went straight into the dense forest, and then a dark shadow rose quietly and disappeared. Target: Silent Hill. Li Huiyao is alone in the mess. Am I just a bystander? Su Ming is so strong. Where is he? So he's from the Temple of God Slayer. Wait, big brother, please take me with you. Chapter 51. A boss controlled by a demon? He silences you and breaks your defenses. Su Ming came and left in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the distant sky. Little E, come on, charge. Oh, amazed face, /. Su Ming rode on the back of the Dark Phoenix, galloping all the way. Silent Hill. Silent Hill is a remote place even for the World Corridor. There were no signs of a small town or human activity nearby. After advancement, Xiaoyi adds his own agility bonus. At an extremely fast speed, they quickly approached this gloomy world. After passing through a cloud, Su Ming frowned, because a group of violent black eagles appeared in front of him. Storm Black Hawk, normal wild monster. Level, LV 148. Health, 40.2W/40.2W. Skills, Cross Windblade, Spinning Kill, Eagle Claw Strike, Scream. Information, a powerful creature in the storm, possessing powerful storm abilities. Weakness, Eyes. This population of black eagles can be considered the overlord even in this plane. Little Lee, don't stop. And he had already drawn his longbow. Shadow Arrow, Frost Arrow, -4.6W, Critical Hit, -3.9W, Frozen, -800, -800. Thousands of arrows flew out in an instant, and the ice belt fell silent. Before the large flocks of them could get close, the Black Hawk's wings stiffened and they fell down in large numbers. Currently, the 4 god-level talents have accumulated. Su Ming killed the small monsters in seconds as if he was drinking water. You killed Storm Black Hawk, LV 148, and gained 29.2W experience. You killed Storm Black Hawk, LV 149, and gained 29.2W experience. Storm Black Hawk progress, 100, you plundered 12 agility. Agility? Not bad. In just a few tens of seconds. The screams of the group of overlords turned into screams before death. As for the feathers that have fallen in a few places, I'm too lazy to waste my time. I am so arrogant that I don't even look down upon these things. It's just down there. The shadow appeared, revealing the gorgeous and colorful body of the Dark Phoenix. Xiaoyi hid in his own shadow skillfully. Hawkeye. As the view opened up, Su Ming moved cautiously inside. They all turned into corpses? Silent Hill is shrouded in a layer of shadow, just like its name. The corpses of the giant bear monsters were everywhere, and none of them survived. They definitely haven't been dead for long. Because the wild monsters are approaching the next refresh, the original corpse and dropped items will slowly dissipate. Su Ming thought of Garusifa's shadow methods and felt a chill in his heart. The speed increased again. Finally, follow the guidance of the heroic spirit's arrow. He saw a cave. Roar. But at this moment, a huge roar suddenly came from the cave. Su Ming approached the interior along the wall. Heroic arrows and longbow weapons are always ready for use. Hee, damn bug, you're finally here. Today, I will control you and torture you thousands of times. The time interval between when Su Ming dealt with the second incarnation was less than an hour. In desperation, the last incarnation of this demon god chose to directly use the remaining demon god power. Control the strongest monster here to fight for it. The arrow in Su Ming's hand can find it. So Su Ming must be dealt with first. Only then will it have time to continue hiding in this plane and slowly recover its demonic power. Is this considered possession? While feeling puzzled, Su Ming's expression turned serious. At the same time, after the wind arrow is launched, it quickly creates distance outside the cave. -4.6W. Critical hit. -2.3W. Su Ming saw the other party's message at first glance. This is the strongest boss I've encountered so far. Also, there is a lot of blood. Deathly Silence Demon Bear, Boss, Mark of the Demon. Level, LV 170. Health value, 5000W/5000W. Skills Dead Silence, Shattering Mountain, Crazy Demon Roar, Flash Charge, Giant Bear Severed Palm, Demon Body. Talent, Demonization. When HP drops below 50, the player will be demonized, immune to all control, all damage received will be reduced by 50, attack range will be doubled, and agility will be reduced by 20. Talent, Earth Armor. For every 20 of maximum health damage taken, gain a temporary shield of 100W that lasts for 10 seconds. If the shield is broken, it will trigger an earthquake. Demon Mark Enhancement. Any attack will cause the target to enter an eroded state, greatly affecting the opponent's mind. The longer it lasts, the greater the probability of being assimilated by the demon. Demon buff, all attributes plus 50, last for 12 minutes. Information, a monster that has been completely eroded by a trace of weak demonic power. It is dangerous and powerful. Weakness, ineffective. With a health value of 5000 W, it still cannot deliver a critical hit. A transcendent boss that is out of reach for anyone below level 5. It's all your fault. Damn bugs. You forced me to merge with this ugly big bear, Rue. The moment the giant bear stepped out of the cave, it actually spoke human language. This time, Su Ming did not set up the heroic spirit arrow. He only had one chance to score the winning goal. Since Garushifa is hiding in the body of this corroded boss. Therefore, we must first kill this big bear and force it out. It's only after 50 that we're exempt from control, so I won't be polite now. Su Ming muttered to himself indifferently. After the arrow net hell takes action, the real battle begins. Shoot. Wind arrow. Holy light arrow. Royal guard arrow. Shadow arrow. Frost arrow. It fires 5 arrows per second at the beginning, and all of them have different effects. Wind arrow accelerates, holy light arrow and guardian arrow steal buffs and attributes. Then, it is the alternating cycle of shadow arrows and ice arrows. You successfully purified the buff of the dead silence demon bear and obtained double transfer, all attributes plus 100, lasting 10 seconds. You stole the defense of dead silence demon bear. Dead silence demon bear's defense becomes 0, temporary increase of 2258, lasting 10 seconds. Huh? Su Ming almost burst out laughing. Is this all right? I'm sorry. He actually stole the giant bear's terrifying demonic gain twice. Moreover, because all attributes increased by 100. Defense soared to 4016. The upper limit of stealing additional defense can even reach 4016. However, without the attribute gain, the total defense of the big bear is only 2258. That's great. After I steal everything, it will be faster to kill you. The arrows really hurt, and that was no joke. Soon, the roar turned into a shrill scream. How is it possible that my power is gone? What on earth did you do? Frozen, silence, frozen. The deathly silence demon bear is now a huge living target. Your stomach is full of ice, right? Garushifa was so angry that he cursed. Who are you? And you have all these terrifying powers from different elements. I can't use any skills. Why is this broken bear so useless? The arrows pierced his bare body with holes. Garushifa was going mad. Although it was once extremely powerful. But now he can only use the ability of the deathly silence demon bear. It's fake silence, really breaking defense. I can't use it. Chapter 52 Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hint of the mark on the magic sealing scroll. At this moment, the deathly silence demon bear did not look like a powerful boss at all. Like a fool, he stood at the entrance of the cave. Boom. The earth began to shake, and the demon bear's armor quickly appeared and then quickly shattered. Is it an earthquake? Xiaoyi. Master Su Ming, I'm here. The phoenix sings in the sky, and the dark phoenix spreads its wings. Su Ming quickly rode on Xiaoyi's body and flew into the air. Be careful to keep your distance. While giving instructions, Su Ming did not slack off in the slightest. Faced with creatures that cannot be immune to control, Su Ming currently has absolute suppression. Just less than a minute. The effective damage left the magic bear defenseless and its health dropped sharply. I was careless with this rubbish giant bear. Soon, the eyes of the deathly silence demon bear turned black. It's like turning into a demon. When its health drops below 50, it can't take a lot of shots. The demonization talent of the deathly silence demon bear takes effect. Garushifa, unable to control himself, was finally able to unleash his rage. Little bug, don't think I can do nothing to you just because you fly into the air. The body of the devil, the world of death and silence. The earth is shaking. Thick black demonic energy emanated from the surface of the already tall demon bear's body. Then, it becomes even bigger again. Like a giant beast. At the same time, Xiaoyi under Su Ming used the power of shadow. The incarnation of shadow protected him within it. Holy light arrow. -2.4 W. -4.8 W. Critical hit. In a flash, countless golden arrows shot out from the dark sky and earth. Continue to purify the buffs granted to this boss by the demon. Damn it, The giant bear chose to give it a try, even though it was as strong as a demon. You only need to hit Su Ming once. It only takes once. It can allow the power of the devil to corrode Su Ming's body. The huge bear paw is like a mountain that suppresses everything. This attack, which was launched with all of Garushifa's strength, almost covered the entire silent hill. Let me see how you can hide. This demon god has said that you will definitely die. The bear's face, which was riddled with holes, finally revealed a cunning expression. It can be injured several times. But the man and the bird in front of me can't do it at once. Death. Gurushifa no longer concealed his excitement. This bug. I didn't expect that even if I threw away that terrifying purple-red arrow, it almost killed the giant bear. In the face of absolute strength, you will eventually fall, ha ha ha. Oh, really? Su-Ming said calmly. Rock armor scale crystal activated. At the moment when the enlarged giant bear's severed paw fell, the giant palm suddenly seemed to be blocked by something and hit Su-Ming's head. But I can't fall down no matter what. -0. Immune. Oh, it seems I'm still not cautious enough. Su-Ming's expression became more serious. In fact, even if Su-Ming did not activate the rock armor scale crystal, he also has the invincible protection of the shield of indestructible arrow body. But that is a skill transformed from the power of the devil. Su-Ming cannot be careless at all. Only by being cautious and having multiple insurances can you make yourself feel more secure. The next moment, Su-Ming drew his bow and shot the arrow in one go. The twitch attack speed of nearly 6 shots per second reproduces thousands of arrows. The corners of his mouth finally curled up. It's my turn. You can die in peace. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. This demon made Su-Ming feel its terror. Therefore, he became more determined to avoid future troubles. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Why didn't you die? It's obviously a weak insect. Why is it so tenacious? You must have a secret. I want to corrupt you. The demon bear's shield reappeared but was quickly broken. Countless demonic energy once again transformed into a huge palm. Do you think you still have a chance? Su-Ming was just one step away from reminding a certain demon god who was so angry that his eyes turned red. Your blood volume has reached the bottom. Other people's countless sharp arrows may be scraping, but he was scraping his bones. Do you dare to resist? Be prepared to be completely scraped to the bone. I want to kill. Huh? Where's my body? Gurushifa was stunned. When I looked again, the giant bear's hands were gone. Now, Su-Ming's eyes were as sharp as torches. The heroic arrow is placed on the longbow. Pull it to the maximum and move forward. Chirp. The divine arrow flew across the sky and broke through the sky. You are a devil. Don't come over here. No. A fatal arrow pierced through the huge body of the deathly silence demon bear. At the same time, it also penetrated the separated shadow incarnation of Gurushifa. Double kill. Su-Ming finally clapped his hands. Fighting is indeed the best way to hone your skills. You killed the deathly silence demon bear, LV-170, boss, and gained 1.5 million experience points. You killed the silent demon bear, LV-170, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, life plus 1,500. Dead silence demon bear, boss, progress, 100, you plundered 15 strength. You killed demon incarnation, Gurushifa, 3/3. Hey, what is this? Just after the boss and this incarnation fell at the same time. Su-Ming quickly stepped forward and retrieved the heroic spirit arrow. At the same time, it was discovered that Gurushifa dropped shadow crystals as usual. There is also an additional scroll formed by the gathering of countless shadows and demonic energy. Demon Sealing Scroll, ruined, special item used to seal the demon. This is the introduction information seen by Hidden Eye. However, the scroll in front of him was slowly dissipating. That's right. If all the demons are destroyed, this thing will not be able to be maintained. Wait, on the scroll, there is a map mark and a text prompt. Eternal Divine String. Su-Ming thought of this possibility for the first time. The last marked point on the map is deep in Silent Hill. So, this text may be the special spell to unlock the treasure. No wonder it takes so much trouble to deal with 3 incarnations. Only when all problems are solved will the Demon Sealing Scroll appear briefly. Then, his gaze shifted to the items dropped by the deathly silence demon bear, which was supposed to be the real boss of this place. This heart. Could it be possible that it is mutated after being corroded by the power of the demon? After Su-Ming took the demon bear demon heart in his hand, it clearly feels very different from normal circumstances. Xiaoyi, is this thing useful to you? The dark phoenix stretched out its little head and looked left and right. Then he retreated again and again. Master Su-Ming, I seem to feel very disgusted by this aura. Maybe you can use it against other demons? Su-Ming put it into his backpack. He looked at Xiaoyi with a strange look. Little guy, could your enemy also be related to the devil? Oh, I need to be more careful in the future. Besides, Su-Ming also saw a purple-black ring, platinum grade. Death Silence Ring Platinum. Type, ring. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV 100. Attributes, attack plus 500, critical hit plus 20, durability 280/280. Features: damage caused to targets with health above 50 cannot be recovered, last for 5 seconds. Features: increased damage to targets with health below 50 by 20. Chapter 53 Chapter 53 The Arrow God of Space and Time. Abnormal, a complete abnormality. Su Ming played with the Deathly Silence Ring. One feature cannot be restored, and one feature increases damage. It's barely good. That's not all. Its basic attributes greatly increase attack and critical strike. This made Su Ming quite satisfied. The level limit is lower than he thought. Just put it on. Then, he turned his eyes to the last special item for the archer. I made a fortune. It turned out to be the Arrow Chase Amulet. Arrow Chaser Amulet, exclusive amulet for archers. Features: after entering combat mode, designate a target whose level is no higher than LV20 of the carrier, and all subsequent arrow attacks will automatically track this target. Only one target can be designated at a time. Su Ming looked at the characteristics of this amulet item. The smile on my face couldn't fade away for a long time. I was so happy. This is a super prop that any archer would envy. The value is not even less than 1 billion. But Su Ming won't take it out, for fear of scaring people. Even Brother Wang praised and recognized his archery skills. But now 1 point is 1,000 arrows. And more in the future. It is difficult to hit all the same small targets. But it's completely different with this arrow-chasing amulet. You can even designate a target and then just shoot randomly. It's as if the arrow has eyes. You have to hit the target even if you turn a corner. The first thing Su Ming thought of was the fully automatic tracking arrow that Reed had used at the time. If you change to yourself, you will no longer be a big arrow. Instead, 5,000 sharp arrows are chasing the target in 1 second. That's seen. This requires all arrows to hit the boss without missing a single one. I'm afraid the boss will die before the monsters. I was able to obtain this top-notch item thanks to the plundering effect of the sky-snatching arrow. Finally put away all the items. Su Ming immediately moved deeper into Silent Hill. By the way, I took a look at my improved attributes. Name: Su Ming. Occupation: Immortal Arrow God. Level: LV120/LV120, 3rd turn. Life: 81,743. Mana: 999, Strength: 557. Agility: 711. Attack speed: 5.39 arrows/s. Attack: 4,497. Defense: 2056. Critical hit: 67. Anti-violence: 45. Single arrow reserve: 999/9999999. The current number of attacks has reached 4,497. If Wang Lin knew this, he would be absolutely shocked. His job transfer mission is almost completed. Once you reach 4th level, your strength will take another leap forward. Su Ming's pace quickened even more. It's right here. Passing the back of the original boss cave, Su Ming saw a ruined altar. The inscriptionless monument. No. There should have been words in the empty space. Hawkeye. There was no trace of any living creature anywhere. So Su Ming carefully wrote down the text on the scroll. The next second, the stone tablet cracked. Su Ming? It seemed that it was due to the aging of the altar, and it took a while before any movement was heard. In the center, a high platform slowly rises. There is an eye-catching treasure chest on the high platform. The conditions for obtaining this hidden treasure chest are really difficult. Su Ming sighed softly. Except for myself, this pervert. In the 20 years since the Tower of God came, no one has been able to do it. You open the ancient treasure chest and obtain the items, Eternal String, Fusion Stone X1. Su Ming's eyes flickered, and the Eternal Divine String was indeed among them. Eternal String Fusion Artifact, Fusion activated. It's really a fusion artifact. So far, Su Ming has completely confirmed one thing. My own exclusive weapon is a bit special. I don't know if it will be enough to complete the fusion by the 5th job. As for the other one, it is the Fusion Divine Stone. Perhaps it is very likely that you will need to integrate your own exclusive artifact. Then, Su Ming quickly put away the 2 special props. Shoot a large number of rock-breaking arrows at this place. The real earthquake began. The rock shook, the altar was destroyed, and all traces were eventually wiped out from this place. Shall we? It's time to go back. Caret. Whether it is the devil, the eternal divine string, or the heroic divine arrow, the impact is too great. Su Ming did not intend to tell the Dawn Church or anyone else. He sighed and said, I'm still not strong enough. However, in the next moment, Su Ming's log information has been updated. You have completed the job transfer quest, Eternal String Difficulty 10. I completed 2 revolutions on my own in just a few days. I should admire myself. Su Ming clapped his hands. He exhaled a breath of relief. You have changed your job to become the time and space arrow god. HP plus 30,000, mana plus 30,000, strength plus 300, attack speed plus 0.8. The god of time and space arrows. I wonder what terrible abilities he possesses. Su Ming muttered to himself. Move your eyes toward the area of talent and skill. The experience accumulated over a long period of time also began to rise. Your level has increased by 1. LV 120 LV 121, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV 121 LV 122, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Oh, it's increased by 32 levels in one go, LV 152. In fact, Su Ming was a little surprised. He killed a large number of wild monsters crazily, and the experience accumulated by the 4th level had already exceeded 100 million. The result was that it only reached level 32 instead of being capped? Su Ming shrugged helplessly. The experience requirements as time goes on are really a bottomless pit. If Wang Lin was standing nearby, he would definitely want to yell, Zhao. When Su Ming entered, he was at level 80 and had not yet changed his job. As a result, it only took 2 days to reach level 152. This is how many monsters I killed without stopping for a moment. Because he didn't expect that Su Ming's arrow splitting had evolved to 1,000 arrows. I didn't expect that Su Ming didn't have to consider the consumption issue at all. The speed of killing monsters is so fast that even he, a big guy who is close to the 6th level, can't catch up. Wrong. Now I am even more speechless. Unlimited firepower, effect 2. Every time an arrow is shot, an additional 29.99 arrows with the same effect will be split. The effect increases with job advancement. How much? Am I seeing clearly? Su Ming himself was startled and almost fell off Shaiyi's back. 1 arrow becomes 3,000 arrows? When he was at level 3, it was only 1,000 per point, but now it has tripled. When it reaches level 5, won't it be over 10,000? Su Ming thought it was very likely. Think about it. Now you can shoot 6 times in 1 second. Therefore, 18,000 arrows can be shot in 1 second. This. Attach the words, Arrow Chase Amulet. It may not even take 1 second to kill a boss? What a pervert, a complete pervert. Chapter 54 The Terrifying Time Travel Talent. Start leveling up. Su Ming has achieved a qualitative leap. He has only reached the 4th level, and he hasn't even reached the halfway point of his career change. The speed of the Dark Phoenix in the sky is extremely terrifying. Soon, under Su Ming's command, it stopped above a rainforest of giant trees. He saw 2 very powerful communities in the rainforest. Let's start leveling up from here. Try to reach the upper limit of LV 180 as soon as possible. Then you can leave the world corridor with peace of mind. Hey. Xiaoyi hummed happily, holding a handful of shadow rose quartz in his mouth. Primitive rainforest. This is a desolate and primitive land with no human habitation. Fights between wild monsters occur at any time between the towering trees. Finally, take advantage of the time before it falls. Su Ming's gaze fell on his newly acquired talent of space-time arrow god. I couldn't help but lean back again. It turns out that I have the ability to recall time and space. Obviously shocked, Su Ming couldn't stop smiling. Talent exclusive. Time travel cannot be detected, permanently retained. 1. Attacks hit the target 1 second earlier, and being attacked hits you 1 second later. 2. An absolute blockade can be formed within the 1K space of the user, rendering all spatial abilities ineffective. 3. It can be triggered after entering the combat state, causing the player to recall the time and space state 3 seconds ago, and then this effect enters a separate cooling period of 60 seconds. Fuck. Let's look at effect 1 first. You can really play with it. 1 second time difference, whether attacking or defending. They can all decide the final life or death. Maybe it won't have much impact when killing monsters, it'll just be a little faster. But in a life and death battle with others, the opponent has to wait 1 second before trying to kill me, but I can still be 1 step faster than you. We'll have an absolute advantage. In the future, you will encounter demons or beings like Zaggurin. He has absolute confidence. Effect 2 can block space and force people to stay, which is extremely useful. And the final effect 3. Su Ming was very excited. It seemed that his ability to save his life had become a little stronger. For example, after getting hurt, you were forced to revert to the uninjured state 3 seconds ago. For him who has many secrets, the more life-saving methods you have, the more secure you will feel. It's really not a poke. Su Ming jumped onto the branch of a giant tree. Xiaoyi took the initiative to hide in a shadow. This little guy. I am really becoming more and more in tune with my own thoughts. But in the next moment, he saw several groups of large manuses that were strong yet agile. It was attacking him fiercely. One of the two dominant groups in the rainforest, the cross mantis. Cross mantis, normal wild monster. Level, LV 172. Health value, 68.8W/68.8W. Skills, cross-light slash, flying attack, limit flash, mantis 10 blades. Information, a creature with abnormally strong strength and agility. If you get close to it, you will be in danger. Weakness, lower abdomen. The level of the wild monster has reached LV 170+. In this plane, it is completely at the ceiling level of the food chain. No wonder no one dares to approach this place within miles. It's a good opportunity for you to try out the changes in your strength. Hawkeye. Arrow net hell. Exploding arrow. As the explosive arrow was shot out, it instantly split into 3,000 identical sharp arrows. Dash 6.2W. Critical hit, burn. Dash 9.3W. Critical hit, burn. -800, -800. Poisoned. The damage of a single explosive arrow exceeds 30,000. It would be even more terrifying if a critical hit or a fatal blow was triggered. Not to mention, after Bloodlust and Fury are stacked at the same time. The temporary attack speed finally soared to 7.01 arrows/s. After gathering monsters in arrow net hell. In just 1 second, 21,000 sharp arrows were fired like a punishment from heaven. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bang, bang, bang. A strange scene appeared. The sharp arrows had not yet touched the wild monster's body. The cross mantis group was suddenly caught off guard. Shoot them directly and their bodies will explode wildly. You killed the cross mantis, LV 171, and gained 40.2W experience. You killed the cross mantis, LV 173, and gained 40.4W experience. No matter how powerful you are, you will die in front of the arrows that cover all ranges. Then, Su Ming saw. The mantis's body behind it was flashing with light spots. Is this flickering? Extreme flickering? He knew the twinkle, but he had never seen such an extreme flash before. Anyway, it's space skills. It just happens to be a perfect experimental subject. This made Su Ming think of testing his own abilities. Space blockade. An invisible and traceless wave was generated with Su Ming as the center. The covered area forms a no-entry space. The cross mantises that were flashing in front of Su Ming suddenly froze, falling uncontrollably. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Then, as expected, they all died in the hail of arrows. Cross mantis progress. 100, you plundered 14 points of strength. Su Ming smiled and transformed into a standing machine and continued shooting wildly. Within 1,000 meters of the tree where he was, not even a praying mantis could step in. Anyone who steps in will die. Your level has increased by 1. LV 152-LV 153, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Finally, wave after wave of cross mantises were cleared out. The accumulated experience has increased the level again. Every time I fight a group of wild monsters. Su Ming's mana consumption rate was even more terrifying than that of hundreds of mages gathered together. But his magical powers are unlimited. Also, you don't have to worry about using up all the stored arrows at once. Greatly saves time on mana recovery and reloading ammunition. The cross mantises screamed in agony. But in just a few breaths, another group of dominant wild monsters gradually appeared in the original territory of the cross mantis. As expected, the armored helmeted bee is here too. Warframe helmeted bee, normal wild monster. Level, LV 173. Health value, 77.5W/77.5W. Skills, helmet guard, hunting needle, hardness, thorn shield counter. Information, a very special species, a bee colony that is good at using defense as an attack. Don't be careless. Weakness, tail. The armored bee can be said to be a rare gem among countless bee species. Different from the characteristics of other extreme boost attacks. This bee's armor and even its wings are designed for defense. In the super map of primeval rainforest, only the cross mantis can form a confrontation situation of 1 attack and 1 defense with it. Are you guys collaborating? Bullying an outsider like me? Su Ming was somewhat amused and crying. But in the face of his absolute suppression, it was useless. The 2 arrows that flew out of the bow again were completely different from the ones used before. Blocking arrow. Time disappearing arrow. The 2 arrows were divided into 6,000. Perfectly landed on the opposite wild monster battlefield with a time difference of 1 second. Chapter 55 Blockade Arrow. Time dispelling arrow. Holy crap, a skill book 4, Extreme Flash. The arrows gradually became denser than raindrops. Several pieces of information were refreshed one after another. You killed the Cross Mantis, LV-173, and gained 40.4 W experience. You killed the Armored Helmeted Bee, LV-174, and gained 40.4 W experience. Warframe Helmeted Bee Progress, 100, you plundered 11 points of defense. Suming murmured, 2 very special effects. What he just used. Whether it is the blocking arrow or the time disappearing arrow. These are the 2 exclusive skills that one obtains after changing his job to become the god of time and space arrows. When clearing monsters on the big map, killing a group of enemies with explosive arrows and shadow arrows is still the best experience. Suming was just testing it casually, but he showed admiration. Sure enough, he is not a human being at all. When the job transfer is completed, the remaining 18 skill proficiency crystals have just been used up. Therefore, these 2 exclusive skills have reached level 10 perfection. Skills exclusive. Blocking arrow LV-10. After charging for 3 seconds, it shoots a blocking arrow, causing 800 attack damage to the target, and blocking the surrounding 1010 range, making the target unable to move by itself, lasting for 3 seconds. Consumes 1500 mana, and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Time Dispelling Arrow LV-10. After charging for 3 seconds, a time dispelling arrow is shot, causing 1500 attack damage to the target and accelerating all abnormal status effects it carries, with each settlement being 20 times. This damage cannot be recovered. Consumes 1500 mana and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. At first glance, these 2 skills may seem insignificant. But Blocking Arrow even surpasses the group control of Shadow Arrow, a blockade effect similar to petrification. The difference is that the blocked target cannot move itself, but you can rely on external forces. Doesn't Suming happen to have an excellent skill granted by an external force? Arrownet Hell. The Arrownet Hell will only create a huge suction force. But if your agility is high enough, you can use a lot of space means to escape. But first block it and then gather the monsters. It's 100 and no one can escape it. You know. This is a mandatory 3-second control time, and it's group control. It lasts 1 second longer than the single control of freezing. The special feature of the time-eliminating arrow is its abnormal acceleration. Abnormal status such as burn, poison, bleeding. Currently, the poison damage added by the 5 poisons cube is minus 800 per second. Once the arrow is fired, it will be poisoned by itself. Then the damage will be calculated 20 times per second and cannot be recovered. The poisoning rate per second also reached 1.6 W. If you don't use items to detoxify, you will be poisoned to death. It is very necessary in special circumstances. For example, when the environment is bad and output cannot be sustained. Just shoot a time-killing arrow and hide. The other party can wait for death and peace. It's almost done. Let's make it quick and decisive. Exploding Arrow. Shadow Arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Suming roughly understood the effects of the 2 special skills. Also quickly analyzed the situations in which they are most applicable. The alternation of killing arrows is still the symphony here. Screams and wails compose the most beautiful music. Your level has increased by 1. LV 153-, LV 154, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV 154-, LV 155, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. The Cross Mantis and the Armored Helmeted Bee could never have imagined it. They are at the top of the entire ecological food chain of this plane. But it became a tool for Suming to test his skills. After a while, Hawkeye, looking at the dead insects all over the ground. Suming patted the corner of his clothes lightly. Start jumping forward and collecting valuable loot along the way. Helmet Bee Wing Shield? Suming's backpack already contains several gold-quality shields. A good weapon for Shield Master or Shield Warrior class. It makes sense that the Warframe Helm Blown would drop this. Praising. The whole body of the Armored Helmeted Bee is a treasure, a great material for making armor. Then, the movement of walking away was extremely smooth. I didn't see any equipment dropped by the Cross Mantis along the way. However, the huge number of cross pliers have a good total value. Just as he was looking at the Mantis corpse with contempt, suddenly I saw a glimmer of light somewhere. This is a skill book. If ordinary wild monsters can drop skill books, it proves that this population has great potential. Even bosses need special species to have a chance to drop. Previously, whether it was the 3-headed snake or the ancient spider, they are by no means comparable to bosses of the same level in ordinary copies of the Otherworld. The skill of muttering to oneself. He had already rushed over and held it in his hands. Extreme Flash, non-melee professional skill book. Level limit, LV 120+. Extreme Flash LV1, Exquisite Spatial Movement. After use, flash to any position within 200 meters, consuming 1000 mana, can be used again after each second, with the range and mana consumption x2 of the previous time. The upper limit of use within 10 seconds is 5 times. After 10 seconds, it will enter a cooldown of 60 seconds. What the hell? What the hell? Su Ming became particularly friendly when he looked at the group of cross-mantis corpses. I admit, I wronged you. They are worthy of being the dominant wild monster group in the world corridor. He thought, given time, a boss-level existence will definitely emerge among the cross-mantis. Until then, it definitely surpasses the deathly silence demon bear and becomes the strongest boss in this plane. Extreme Flash. No wonder that group of mantises can flash continuously. The general flashing cooling time is 3040 seconds. But it can only flash once at a time. If Su Ming had to choose, of course I'd choose Extreme Flash. You can flash 5 times in 10 seconds. And the range is doubled every time. Isn't that great? Moreover, this is a great escape trick for him. First block other space, then flash away. Perfect? It is not less valuable than the flying skill book that Brother Wong Lin promised. Several 100 million, another few 100 million for free. Treasure little mantis, I love you. You meet the learning conditions of Extreme Flash and successfully learn this skill, Extreme Flash LV1. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction, as bright as the sun. In the future, you can increase your speed rapidly and move gracefully. It can also flash and move ghostly to the extreme. TSK, like a ghost. As an archer, it's not too much to be a little more flexible than an assassin, right? The spoils have been collected. Su Ming did not choose to stay and wait for the next refresh, but instead called out to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, let's go kill the wild monsters in the next map. After a round, I can just come back here to start the next wave, hee. Chapter 56 Hardworking Sprint Level 180. This brave warrior is simply, my god. We have finally reached level 156. As long as we don't stop for a moment, you can reach level 180 in just one day and one night. Su Ming knew very well that he couldn't just catch a group of sheep and fleece them. Instead, we should treat everyone equally. Amazed face, / kill. Follow the master and kill. Su Ming. You are still the Phoenix girl. Why do you talk about killing all the time? I don't know who I learned it from. So Su Ming calmly rode on Xiaoyi's back. Hey. Overlord Wild Monsters, let me do the fighting. Lu Yongquan. You killed Kaiyan Kuan, LV-168, and gained 38.8 W experience. Colorful Cloud Kuan Progress. 100, you have plundered 1200 lives. You killed the Sawtooth Shark, LV-169. Luofu Steel Valley. One man and one bird. One is responsible for racing and the other is responsible for shooting. Wherever he goes, no monster will be left behind. Even as long as it is a population that has been encountered. The plundering progress has reached 100 without any omission. A day and a night of work. All the top-level overlord monsters in the entire world corridor are suffering. Su Ming plundered beautifully. 6,800 health, 37 strength, 32 agility, 52 attack, 23 defense. It's so wonderful. He also confirmed one thing in his mind. It seems that it is because his mana has an unlimited cap. So he will not plunder the attribute of mana. Of course, experience increases steadily. The level begins to improve visibly. Your level has increased by 1. LV-156 - LV-157, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV-157 - LV-158, health plus 200, mana plus 100, strength plus 1, attack speed. The monsters in the rainforest have refreshed. Come again. A few hours later. Your level has reached LV-180. Please complete the job transfer and continue to upgrade. Finally reached level 180. Xiaoyi, help me up. My hand is a little cramped from shooting. LV-180 means you can take on job transfer tasks. It's time to go back to the Dawn Church. With excitement in mind, Su Ming rode on Xiaoyi without looking back. He just needed to find the nearest town where the Church of Dawn had set up a teleportation array. You can easily return to familiar places. Take advantage of this opportunity. Su Ming simply counted the gains from killing monsters. In addition to the precious items from various overlord wild monster groups, Su Ming also obtained several types of gold equipment totaling hundreds of pieces. However, Su Ming currently has 7 types of equipment. All except the rocket longbow are gold and above. Comparing the properties, there is no need to replace it for the time being. There are indeed few wild monsters that can specifically drop bows and arrows. But Su Ming didn't care. On the contrary, I feel it more and more. The several fusion artifacts that I obtained are related to my weapons, plus the Rainbow Cloud Cape dropped by Rainbow Cloud Coin. Currently, all 8 pieces of equipment have been collected. Colorful Cloud Cape, Gold. Type, Head Armor. Occupation, General Purpose. Level Requirement, LV 150. Attributes, Health plus 3000, Mana plus 1000, Defense plus 80, Violence Resistance plus 15, Durability 160-160. Features, under the protection of the colorful clouds, it cannot be fatally hit. Arms. Armor, boots, head armor, gloves. Ring, necklace, mask. This is the basic 8-piece equipment set for the archer class. Different types of occupations will also vary according to their own circumstances. For example, gloves and masks. Many professions are gauntlet, crown, etc. Head armor equipment, although not as rare as accessories. But most of the level restrictions of the same quality are very high. Then Su Ming glanced at his skyrocketing attributes. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, time and space, arrow god. Level, LV 180/LV 180, 4th turn. Life, 143,123. Mana, 999. Strength, 1,017. Agility, 1,347. Attack speed, 6.99 arrows/s. Attack, 5,574. Defense, 2,587. Critical hit, 67. Anti-violence, 60. Single arrow reserve, 999/9999999. Huh. Su Ming's side, his health finally exceeded 140,000, and even his resistance to violence reached 60. Although he is still a fragile archer. But he has all kinds of terrifying and powerful talents and props at hand. Life safety can be very well protected. The shield of indestructible arrow body may not be broken. And his output is really horrible. This is still the most basic panel value, with an attack power of up to 5,574. After attaching the arrow chase amulet. What is a boss? Wouldn't it turn you into a hedgehog if tens of thousands of arrows were shot out in an instant? All are sold out. I hope there will be more prompts to increase life in the future. Su Ming muttered to himself. Finally, Xiaoyi returned to the contract space, and Su Ming also entered the teleportation array. Heroic Temple of the Dawn Church. Oh my god, the respected archer hero Su Ming. You have been out of touch with the church for 2 days. We are delighted by your safe return. Thank you for the blessing of the dawn. After Hall and several old priests learned that Su Ming had returned, arrive at the scene as soon as possible. They had apparently received word from Horton and the Valiant Legion. Super strong. They are also the brave men who symbolize their dawn. It deserves the highest attention from the Dawn Church. However, Su Ming asked, has the Thorn Warrior left? Hall nodded. Yes, he has completed his mission. At this time yesterday, I returned to my own plane. Hero, are you leaving too? The old people were a little reluctant to leave. People, don't compare yourself. Because comparison brings harm. Not only Hall and other church leaders, but also Li Huiyao himself. Whenever I think of Su Ming, I start to doubt my life. How can he be so strong? In the past, no matter which brave warrior of each profession, no one can do it as easily as Su Ming. It was supposed to be a difficult training journey that would last almost a month. Su Ming compressed it into less than 3 days. No. To be exact, it was completed in just 1 day. There were nearly 2 days when he disappeared. Su Ming nodded in confirmation. Yes. However, before that, I have to go to the job transfer hall first. Su Ming thought that it was almost impossible for the 5th job mission to still be here. But what if? Besides, take the task into your own hands first. Only then can you put down the big stone in your heart safely. All the priests nodded respectfully with smiles, but suddenly froze the next second. What's going on? Brave warrior Su Ming, haven't you already accepted the job transfer mission? Su Ming shrugged helplessly. Yes, take it again now. The elderly people were dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Wait, it can't be the previous time. Is this not the same job transfer identity as this time? This hero is simply... Oh my god. Chapter 57. Destroy the Arrow God. Super difficult task. Brother Wang's mentality collapsed. Su Ming walked into the job transfer hall indifferently. After all, he will be leaving here soon. There will be no interaction with him in the future. Looking at the big crystal ball in front of me, it looks like an old acquaintance. Su Ming suddenly felt that his hard work was well worth it. Bring it on. Without any hesitation, Su Ming placed both hands on the connecting device. It is detected that your level has reached LV 180, and the conditions for the 5th job are met. Profession generation for job transfer. The professions you can currently transfer to are Extinction Arrow God. Is this Extinction? The last time I saw the name of the god of time and space Eros. He could guess that the innate skills were related to time and space. This time, Su Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine. If your ability to kill enemies is once again epically enhanced, how terrifying will the output capacity become? Are you asking me to shoot the demon god above my level? As he thought about it, Su Ming suddenly felt like laughing. My body also felt a lot more relaxed, and I clicked to confirm. Extinction Arrow God. The only choice, still mysterious and powerful. You chose Extinction Arrow God. Generate Job Transfer Task 1. Extinction Overlord. Difficulty 10. Generate Job Transfer Task 2. Ancient Divine Bout. Difficulty 10. Generate Job Transfer Task 3. Eternal Creator. Difficulty 10. Hint: you must complete 3 tasks in sequence. Time limit: unlimited. The task cannot be reset. This actually generated 3 job transfer tasks. And all of them are at difficulty 10? No wonder Brother Wang Lin said that the 5th level is a chasm for countless people. The difficulty of changing jobs will stop most people from doing so. Su Ming was surprised that this task could not be reset. This means that if you fail to complete it, you will never be able to change jobs again in your lifetime. Only. Wouldn't it be possible to fix it permanently only at the 7th turn? As a result, this happened when I was only 5th level. Is there something a little different about hidden professions? Every year, many people take risks to complete their tasks. Finally, it fell silently in a desolate place. Because in addition to the required items, there are also other items in the mission. Other battles require the job changer to participate personally. Su Ming's heart quickly calmed down. Look at the first task requirement. Extinction Overlord, difficulty 10. Description: only by destroying all obstacles can you become the master of the top and become the top of the world ranking of Sky Ring Battlefield None/1. Kill at least 100 enemies in the top 1,000 who are not from the same camp. 0 out of 100. Su Ming. I knock. This is only the first task. Does the beginning have to be so hellish? Although it is one task, it is actually 2 tasks that can be performed simultaneously. Tianhuan Battlefield. We have to find Brother Wang, the Toolman, this time. He remembered Wang Lin's griffin. It was the one that was abducted from the Tianhuan Battlefield. Therefore, I have to study hard to learn the rules and information of this special plane. Su Ming never considered himself a saint. He understood, in that kind of struggle, your life could be in danger at any time. Therefore, we must not show mercy to enemies who deserve to be killed. Respected. Brave warrior Su Ming, thank you for your help. This is a parting gift. May the dawn bless you. Oh. After Su Ming walked out of the job transfer hall, naturally, he told about his plan to return from the Hall of Bravery. However, I didn't expect that there would be a few more items in my hand at this time. I'm afraid no one else who enters the world corridor has received such treatment. You obtained Brilliant Crystal, X1. You have obtained the skill book, Holy Light, X1. You have obtained the skill book, Flame Sun Holy Arrow, X1. The Dawn Church is best at healing and purification. Glorious Crystal and Holy Light are treasures for priests. Maybe they understand this problem too. So I also gave him a copy of Holy Arrow of Flame Sun. The archer has a skill with extremely high range output. Su Ming found that he seemed to have no use for it. It's not because you are weak, but my skills combined with unlimited firepower are too strong. Maybe we can exchange auxiliary skills that suit us in the future. For self-learning skills. What Su Ming needs is not output skills, but auxiliary skills. For example, Eagle Eye, Extreme Flash. But these 3 precious items are worth hundreds of millions, and Su Ming was excited. The teleporting light enveloped him. After a brief feeling of dizziness, he opened his eyes again. Su Ming appeared in the transparent crystal ball. Imperial Capital, Level 9 City-State. Imperial Capital Center Information Tower, Level 9 area. I'm back. Su Ming smiled. He finally returned to the inner world of Dragon Kingdom. The researcher in charge of the passage looked at Su Ming in shock. Then quickly notified Wang Lin. During the few minutes of waiting, Su Ming chose to communicate with the contract space. Oh, kill it. Su Ming, do you think I'm powerful? Su Ming. The little guy is making a fuss in the contract space. But he was looking at another message. Your contracted beast taming meets the advanced level LV50/LV50. Advanced to level 2 requirements. Shadow Jade X1, Shadow Beast Blood 1 Liter, Moonlit Night. The current requirements for advancing to level 2 are not difficult for him. You can get items directly on the exchange. Then, on a cloudy night, a breakthrough occurred. By then, her speed will become faster, and she will gradually regain her powerful strength to fight against opponents of higher levels. But Su Ming's eyes looked a little strange. I hope the little guy won't be as perverted as me when he advances to level 5. This. Young friend Su Ming, have you finished it? Wang Lin walked in hurriedly, with a look of shock. He quickly took Su Ming away, and then entered the secret room next door. Yeah, Su Ming replied calmly. Level 120? Or level 180? Wang Lin asked in a low voice, his heart in turmoil. During the few days that Su Ming entered the world corridor, he finally learned some news related to Su Ming from his old father. Therefore, the first task assigned to him now is gain greater favor from Su Ming. Clear away all obstacles that prevent Su Ming from improving his strength. When necessary, he could even use the highest authority of the entire god-killing temple. He can use any magical weapon. Su Ming, I really love you to death. Of course, this is what Wang Lin thought in his heart. If Su Ming heard this, he would probably turn around and run away in horror. We are not interested in uncle types. Is the little loli not cute? Su Ming, don't worry, since you have become a member of our god-killing temple. We will not delve into everything about you, but we will also be responsible for you to the end. I just hope you remember that Dragon Country will always have your back. This moment, Su Ming discovered that Brother Wang Lin's temperament had become softer. It was as if he regarded himself as an elderly person. He is entrusting his successor with earnest words. Ahem, Brother Wang Lin, don't make it sound like you're giving instructions for your final resting place. I'm already level 180. Sure enough, after getting confirmation from Su Ming, Wang Lin felt relieved. This was Su Ming's true potential. But then I thought, damn it. Doesn't this mean that this kid will be able to ride on his head soon? Will I have to ask for it myself in the future? The big brother suddenly felt a little overwhelmed and wanted to cry but had no tears. Su Ming? Why is Brother Wang Lin laughing and crying at the same time? Chapter 58 Super Skill Phoenix Wings Flying. Trial ground before entering the battlefield. The two left the information tower on a griffin, talking about the flying skill book and the Sky Ring battlefield. Fortunately, I was smart enough to bring the skill book ahead of time. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled, and even he was full of admiration and envy. TSK, this flying skill book may be the only one in the entire Blue Star. You will definitely not be disappointed. Phoenix Wings Flying. Hear this name. Although Su Ming's face was calm, he was extremely agitated inside. I thought of Xiaoyi, who was in the contract space. She possesses the super flying skill called Phoenix Wings Flying. Could it be related to this skill? Phoenix Wings General Skill Book. Level Limit, LV 150+. Phoenix Wings Flying LV1, break through the shackles, and let the magical phoenix wings grow from the back, and have the powerful flying ability of the Phoenix clan. The basic agility is increased by 100 during this period, the superstorm can be triggered, and the mana consumption is 1000/S, with no cooldown. The speed at which mana is consumed is truly terrifying. Su Ming then saw the introduction of Superstorm. Superstorm Phoenix wings can be hidden. When revealed, by flapping the wings continuously, a storm zone is generated in the 1K space, causing 100 true damage to the target per second and slowing down by 60. It seems that it can be further integrated. A skill is actually a collection of increased attributes and damage effects. Flying plus basic agility increased by 100. This is different from the temporary gain from stealing attributes. But because it consumes mana, so Su Ming discovered that he could open it permanently. Wow, infinite mana is so powerful. From now on he can fly whenever he wants. From now on, treat this effect as a passive. Basic agility plus 100 is no joke. In addition, Superstorm is the real terrifying skill. No, should it be called field? The range is exactly the same as the blocked space, and they can also overlap with each other. It's just that last sentence that needs some contemplation. Oh shit, from now on, anyone who dares to get within 1K of me will have to ask me for my permission. Su Ming was extremely excited. Brother Wang Lin, this skill, isn't it a bit expensive? Su Ming is not a fool. Soon I figured out some things in my mind. Su Ming, the old man is very optimistic about you. Take it, it will surely work wonders on future stages. Just thinking about your terrifying output and movement makes my scalp tingle. By the way, you just asked me about the Tianhuan battlefield? Oh, has Mr. Wang Bai noticed me? Does it look like you were investing in yourself? Su Ming looked at Phoenix wings flying in the sky and took it over with inexplicable honesty. Just tell me whether it smells good or not. Moreover, he loves Dragon Country as his home. In the future, anyone who dares to violate this rule will be punished no matter how far away they are. You meet the learning requirements of Phoenix Wings Soaring and successfully learn this skill, Phoenix Wings Soaring LV1. Super powerful flying field skills are obtained. Just use the skill crystal to end it perfectly. The destination of the Griffin's trip is the Arte Exchange. Of course, Su Ming had already told the story of the Sky Ring battlefield. Wang Lin was stunned. I was stunned for 3 seconds before finally accepting the fact. Then he resumed his chuckle and said, "With you, every day feels like a new world. In that case, maybe soon. We are teammates for life and death in the truest sense." Wang Lin's expression was somewhat serious. It seemed that he wanted to talk to me in detail after he had dealt with the matter. This was the case even though Su Ming had not explicitly told him that he had to get the top spot. Otherwise, the reaction would be more intense, right? Imperial Capital Art Exchange, Level 7 area. Su Ming quickly cleaned up the waste he had collected. He also bought 72 skill crystals with a wave of his hand, and the materials needed for Xiaoyi's advancement. Several high-level items such as Holy Light Magic, Holy Arrow of the Sun, Glorious Stone, Refined Light Fragment, Thorn, are temporarily stored. Encounter a situation where there is a trader who wants to exchange items that he or she is satisfied with. The exchange will then notify you to choose to exchange and trade. The general person in charge is Yaji Yilin. Under the other party's passionate gaze as he looked at the treasure, all of Su Ming's transactions went very smoothly. And Su Ming was surprised. This man in his 40s is the elder brother of the young woman in Yajioi, carrying props that are free from detection. But in Hidden Eye, it is level 322. However, Su Ming did not change his attitude, and the two of them had a very pleasant conversation. As expected of the young man, I highly recommend. Excluding the extremely expensive deposits, the value of the other recyclables is 240 million. My dear friend Su Ming, you can always come and see this old man of mine when you have time. An old man? I don't believe you. But he did not expose the identity of the other boss. After Su Ming left, Yajiolin muttered to himself. Unfortunately, Master Wang's god-killing temple is still one step faster. It seems that the Arte family has got hold of an incredible little fellow. It is impossible for people at Yujielin's level to know the real reason. But one thing can be confirmed through information from various sources. Su Ming is most likely the son of Mr. Wang Bo, one of the 9th-ranked guardian gods of Dragon Country. The successor to the position. The rising Bao god of the future Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity for that little guy Wang Lin, if it weren't for his big brother. Su Ming is such a handsome guy. He seems to be single. If I kidnap him to be my son-in-law, he. Su Ming walked out of the Arte Exchange. I don't know, and I don't care about some old man's imagination. Brother Wang Lin, where are we going next? He knew that the Tianhuan battlefield would not open for another half a month. Skyring Battlefield, LV-180 LV-239. This is a special alien space battlefield that connects the entire world. Listen to Brother Wang. This battlefield involves the acquisition of resources from countries around the world every year. Competition is extremely fierce and the mortality rate is extremely high. The competitors are the 5th-level strongmen from various countries who specially participate in the challenge. Of course, Su Ming, who was stuck at the 4th-level limit, just reached the threshold. That's why Wang Lin was stunned for several times. Why is this kid's job transfer mission so outrageous? There are 10,000 people from all over the world entering at a time, and I was originally one of them. What Wang Lin actually wanted to say was, originally, he was even going to give up his place for Su Ming. As a result, it's just right now. Don't worry, since this is your job transfer requirement. You must be one of the candidates for Dragon Country. Wang Lin is very confident this time. The old man has spoken. If anyone disagrees, I will just use my magic weapon. Su Ming tilted his head and looked at the other person, wanting to laugh. Facing someone who helps me so much. He will remember it in his heart. Xiao Wang, I will protect you in the future. If you bring it up half a month later, it will be too late for the horror. But now, the time can be arranged just right. At this time, Wang Lin smiled. Just before you enter the Tianhuan battlefield, there is an excellent trial site. Come with me. I'll take you to a good place. Chapter 59 Void Spirit Space, Shenlong Valley. Shenlong Ruins? The Griffin's speed increased dramatically. Soon it landed on the top of the Temple of God-Killing? Imperial Capital, God-Killing Temple Guild, Level 9 area. It turns out that the God-Slaying Temple is not located in the center of the Imperial Capital, but a separate marginal piece. On the surface, this place seems very low-key. Although there are few members in the Temple of God Slayer, each of them is an elite. Most of us are very busy, so we don't pay much attention to the formalities. Don't be fooled by the appearance, there is a whole new world inside. The two did not go through the main door, but entered through the secret door above. Then take the special elevator down. Su Ming was shocked. It turned out to be a huge underground world. It is indeed a level 9 guild, and what has been revealed is just the tip of the iceberg. We'll go through the secret door. No one will disturb you. Wang Lin was explaining. The two soon saw the special space ahead. All guilds above level 5 have this space. Ethereal space, LV 150 LV 200. Everyone can only enter the virtual space once in their lifetime, and the map is randomly filled with unknowns. Death in it will force you to exit, but it won't really kill you. So, you can think of it as a trial battlefield. Su Ming quickly understood what Brother Wang Lin meant. In the Sky Ring battlefield, death is the end. But here is a chance of failure. Therefore, you can prepare yourself mentally in advance. You might even get unexpected opportunities. Unless you voluntarily quit, you will be forced to quit after 10 days, or if you're killed. Su Ming nodded and stepped directly in. Ethereal Realm, Dragon Valley, were square. After opening his eyes, Su Ming did not see the darkness as he had imagined. Shenlong Valley? Sounds like a good place. The place was filled with birdsong and flowers fragrance, and quite a few people gathered in the square. But, in the eyes of outsiders, these people were covered in a layer of fog. Oh, and myself. No one who enters here can detect their identity. After all, there will be no real death, so there will be no burden no matter who you kill. But, Su Ming could still see the names, occupations, and levels in the fog through the hidden eye. At this time, many people mysteriously disappeared in the square. Then, Su Ming's information was also updated synchronously. You will be randomly teleported to the Shenlong Valley. Basic Challenge 1. Kill at least 20 enemies within 3 days, otherwise you will die and exit. Su Ming, who had just looked at the information, found that the scene in front of him had changed. The towering trees all around come into view. Just as he was about to call out Xiaoyi, he saw a mist rushing over from afar. Are you a newcomer? I'll take your head. Ha ha ha. Su Ming heard a rough laugh. Then he drew the bow and put the arrow on it in one go. Frost arrow. At the same time, I tried to attach the arrow-chasing amulet, and it worked. That's right. The highest level here is only LV 200. Go to hell. Huh? I've only been here for 1 day? No. The opponent was pierced into an ice hedgehog before he even got close. You killed an enemy, 1/20th. Little babbling. After the Dark Phoenix appeared, Su Ming decisively rode on its back. It's not about using the little whistle to fly. Instead, Su Ming planned to hide through Xiaoyi's shadow incarnation and open his vision directly in the sky. Hawkeye. Sure enough, there is no end to this Shenlong Valley. Here, the Will of the Divine Tower will issue challenging tasks at regular intervals. As long as everyone can complete the test within the specified time, we can continue to explore further. There must be a lot of good things buried here. That is. In the lower left corner of his sight, he saw a large group of wild monsters that looked like dinosaurs. Violent Earth Dragon, normal wild monster. Level, LV 170. Health value, 69.6W/69.6W. Skills, Violence, Dragon Charge, Destruction Wave, Earthquake. Information, a group of very powerful earth dragons with thick skin defense. Weakness, Feet. Oh my, the monsters here are those that never appear outside. Now that he has seen it, how can he let it go? Shadow Arrow. Su Ming immediately shot his bow in the sky. The speed of 2.1 W arrows per second instantly blocked out the bright sun. It's not just this group of earth dragons. The challengers near the violent earth dragon all looked up into the sky in confusion. The sky? What's that? Water fake. Run. Damn it. The guy with flying skills is damned. You want to attack indiscriminately? I want to assassinate him. Su Ming shot the arrow without any hesitation. The rain of arrows covered the entire dense forest below. Now that he knows the rules here, he won't show mercy. You killed the violent earth dragon, LV 170, and gained 39.1 W experience. You killed the violent earth dragon, LV 170, and gained 39.1 W experience. You killed an enemy 2/20ths. You killed an enemy 3/20ths. In just 3 seconds, he not only killed a large group of violent earth dragons. The challenge goal was also completed. Killing requires skills. Simple and unpretentious. You have completed Basic Challenge 1. You can choose to increase the life or mana attribute. Oh, you can also gain attributes. Life. You gain an additional 10,000 basic life points. Sure, this is the right place. Su Ming's eyes gradually became excited. So I planned to do it before the next challenging task appeared. Don't let go of any wild monster. There is only one chance, so of course you can't miss the talent of plundering. Violent Earth Dragon Progress. 100, you plundered 9 points of defense. Perfect. Except for the Violent Earth Dragon, there are no other wild monsters nearby. Fly forward maybe. Wait, what is that? Looking along the corpses of the Earth Dragons, Su Ming in the sky saw an inconspicuous corner in the Shenlong Valley. There was some kind of array pattern engraved on a stone wall. Could it be? that there is a special item buried there? Suming approached with excitement. Finally saw the above information. The seal array can be removed by external force. Do you want to remove it? Yes. Suming remained vigilant and retreated. But in the next second, a message was updated in Suming's diary. You have triggered the hidden map, Dragon Ruins, and will get the only ruins hint. And then continue. The entire valley was filled with loud mechanical sounds. The Dragon Ruins has been opened. Everyone will get a reminder of the location of the ruins in 10 seconds. What's going on? As the formation pattern was triggered, the stone wall shattered with a loud bang. A corner of ancient ruins and bricks and tiles was exposed. Compared to others, I seem to have 10 more seconds. And special tips? Hawkeye. Xiaoyi disappeared into his own shadow. After confirming that there was no one else around, Suming rushed in without hesitation. Because the prompt has appeared at this moment. Map guide. The ruins are a maze of death. Follow the map to reach the center of the Dragon Temple safely. In the Dragon Temple, you can get the title Dragon Master and the companion creatures of the dragon. A companion creature? Damn, my luck is incredible. Suming's eyes flickered. This reminded him of the 2-scale crystals of Zagurong. That is a legendary item. We must not let it go. Chapter 60. Entering the Shenlong Ruins. Suming's crazy shooting. Suming continued to move forward following the instructions on the map he had obtained. I didn't expect there is a hidden space here. This reminded him of Valhalla. A maze. Perhaps it is a trial field formed by multiple overlapping spaces. For example, the 3 doors in front of him. 2 of the doors ended in dead ends. Once you break in, you will waste a lot of time. Of course, no matter which door it is, they all have various monsters that block challengers. According to the map, Suming cautiously stepped into the door on the right. Hawkeye. A dark space that is eerie and strange. Several low roars continued to sound. At the same time, Suming had already seen the group of roadblocks clearly. Then, come for me. Ruined skeleton. Normal wild monster. Level. LV 172. Health value. 71.6W/71.6W. Skill skeleton strike. Charge corpse explosion. Information. No consciousness, only knowing to kill all outsiders who break in. Weakness. Head. Shadow arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Dash 6.6W. Critical hit. Dash 3.3W. In just 1 second, tens of thousands of sharp arrows broke through the air. They hadn't even gotten close to the corpses of the beasts. The damage was dealt immediately. Suming almost laughed out loud. It took less than a second from the time the arrow left the bow to the time it hit the monsters. Therefore, life or death will be decided as soon as the arrow is shot. Before they could react, they lay quietly on the ground. You killed the Ruins Beast, LV 172, and gained 39.5W experience. You killed the Ruins Beast, LV 174, and gained 39.6W experience. Even if I'm not riding Xiaoyi, Suming also floated above this space. The huge pair of wings behind it are completely opposite to the black beauty of the Dark Phoenix. White, or rather, holy. When I do things with Xiaoyi in the future, others might even think they were the black and white devils. But Fengyi can be hidden as long as the superstorm is not triggered. Suming found it completely handy to use. Ruined skeleton progress. 100, you plundered 10 points of strength. Soon, Suming saw the riot below again. The body that was pierced by silence did not slowly turn into a point of light and dissipate, but it keeps getting bigger, like an inflated ball. Bang, 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 bang. TSK, this is corpse explosion, an extremely disgusting skill, because it will definitely trigger. A large explosion will occur when a wild monster with this skill dies. Deals true damage and stuns a large area. But there is a limitation, you can't attack in the air. Therefore, Suming had already prepared countermeasures in advance to solve the problem perfectly. At this time, the ground of the ruins was littered with bones, and not a single one was intact. Exploding arrow. Boom, 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 boom. Under the second and third waves of sharp arrows. Finally, everything will be burned and renewed. It's a new concept that's refreshing. Then, Suming fell to the ground. See small piles of dropped items. Death Rose Quartz. It seems that Xiaoyi can also absorb this kind of rose quartz. So I quickly put it into my backpack, looking towards the 2 newly opened doors. That's a lot of doors. Suming sighed. There is only one real route, but luckily I have a map in my hand. Then, Suming hid the wings behind him and quickly walked into the door on the left. The holy wings can be used for flight even without materialization. Suming had just tried out the superstorm before. The result is indeed a magical skill. Because I have already purchased the skill proficiency crystal. Phoenix Wings Flying and Extreme Flash have both reached level 10 perfection. The former significantly increases the damage and slow of storm. Create a storm zone in the 1k, 1k, 1k space, causing 500 true damage to the target per second and slowing down the target by 80. This is real damage. As long as there is enough mana, the space around you will become extremely terrifying. And Su Ming. What is not too much is a lot of mana, so come on. And the latter. The improvement seemed even greater to Su Ming. Extreme Flash LV10, Exquisite Spatial Movement. After use, flash to any position within 300 meters, consuming 1000 mana, can be used again after each second, with the range and mana consumption x2 of the previous time. The upper limit of use within 10 seconds is 7 times. After 10 seconds, it will enter a cooldown of 60 seconds. The initial distance became 300 meters. The upper limit of usage within 10 seconds has been increased from 5 times to 7 times. Then, the maximum distance is increased to 19,200 meters. 20,000 meters. That's so real. Then, just after Su Ming stepped into the next door, just 10 seconds had passed. The entire Shenlong Valley is filled with challengers from various countries. At the same time, the location information of the stone wall where the array pattern was located was received. The remains of the divine dragon? Ha 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 ha, all the treasures are mine. I am a golden armored warrior. Those who don't want to die must obey my orders. Fuck you. No one can take my things. My kidney? Who is attacking me? I don't want to be forced out. The entrance to the ruins gathered a large number of challengers, but no one gave in to anyone else. There were even a few dark fogs that secretly killed a large number of quarreling guys. Su Ming doesn't care what others think. I don't have time to play house with him. At this time, he was already mid-air. The large amount of shadow power generated by Shaoyi guards around him. The right hand generates wind, and after the arrow net hell is over, frost arrows and blockade arrows rain down one after another. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 11.2W. Critical hit, freeze. Dash 8.4W. Critical hit, freeze. Su Ming looked at everything below with serious eyes. He didn't expect that he had just stepped into this place. The whole scene underwent a dramatic change. There is no trace of any ruins, but a sea of flowers. Very beautiful. It was like the paradise that Su Ming once dreamed of. But in the next second, countless flowers withered and died at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sharp sounds came from among the sea of flowers. Those flowers came alive. Dream Flower Fairy, normal wild monster. Level, LV 180. Health value, 33.3W/33.3W. Skill Spirit Blade, Dream Eater, Hypnotic Song, Soul Symbiosis. Information, a very special creature that can invade the dreams of any living being. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Oh, can't trigger a critical hit. And what surprised Su Ming a little was, it has really low health, but its skills are truly outrageous. Therefore, we must not give them the opportunity to use their skills. Frost Arrow, Blockade Arrow, Shadow Arrow. Freezing, blocking, and silence are constantly triggered. Countless flowers that have degenerated into monsters are scattered across the earth. Chapter 61. Thank you, but please die. As he continued to move, the bodies piled up again. You killed the Dream Flower Fairy, LV 180, and gained 43,000 experience points. You killed the Dream Flower Fairy, LV 179, and gained 43,000 experience points. It feels so good to come. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It would only take a few seconds to clean up. After all, the sea of flowers is so huge. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. There drops. Wait, no, something feels wrong. Su Ming suddenly became alert. The experience gained from killing the Dream Flower Demon is too little. Moreover, he clearly killed more people than he expected. The plundering progress of Sky Snatching Arrow has not reached 100. Eating Dreams, Symbiosis of Souls. Isn't this the relic space, but my dream? After Su Ming discovered the problem, he immediately thought of a solution. Hidden Eye. Su Ming's eyes have the ability to see through essential information. After carefully scanning the entire Flower Sea area, the corners of his mouth rose, found it. So it's you who did it. This is Higanbana. The other shore Dream Flower transforms itself into the appearance of a Dream Flower Demon. Then he hid cleverly among the flower corpses. Su Ming found that none of his rain of arrows could hit it. This guy is really cowardly. He is even more afraid of death than I am. And what's even more amazing is the information Su Ming saw through the Hidden Eye. It does not belong to the wild monster category. Not a boss either. But plant-type beast taming? Race, Dream Flower. Belong to Dragon Burial. Level, LV-188. This guy. It turned out to be a special creature similar to Xiaoyi from another dimension. Arrow Chase Amulet. Since the rain of arrows covering everything cannot hit it, then use the amulet to lock it directly. It worked. Su Ming's hands did not pause at all. Whatever it is. Then he drew his bow and was determined to kill with one strike. But at this moment, Su Ming heard a terrified voice. Wait, you have passed the test of Lord Shenlong, let me go. Su Ming. The faint sound of the sleeping song faded away. The sea of flowers with corpses scattered all over the ground seemed to have experienced reincarnation all over again. Su Ming felt as if he was watching a movie that was playing again. There is no corpse of the flower fairy. A gentle breeze blew by. There are clearly visible waves across the sea of flowers. But this time, in the sea of flowers, there stood a beautiful creature covered with roses. A pitiful look. Please don't kill me. I am just a guardian creature that Lord Shenlong uses to test challengers. Because this is a dream world. So Su Ming was communicating with it through the spirit. However, Su Ming did not put down the arrow he had made. Oh, then can you tell me about the Lord Shenlong you mentioned? Higan Minghua breathed a sigh of relief. Brave challenger, you have entered one of the tombs of the dragon, Niger. That is a dragon king who controls the spiritual world. He is mysterious and powerful. But one day, after being besieged by the heavenly demon lords, I realized that I would fall. Therefore, divide your spirit into several parts and bury them in different cemeteries. If you can obtain Niger's relics, you will have extremely powerful spiritual abilities. While speaking, this flower of the other shore showed an excited look. Challenger, the exit for you has appeared. May you receive the inheritance of Nigrian. It took a very humble attitude. Su Ming looked in the direction it guided. Really? Behind the sea of flowers, a door formed by faint light rose up. You have passed the test, just enter it. We will reach where Lord Shenlong is. Spirit Dragon King? Su Ming was shocked when he heard the news. Abilities involving the spiritual realm. In some ways more mysterious than time and space. And a large part of the control capability is involved here. If we could obtain some of the spiritual abilities of this Dragon King, maybe his eyes will transform into something even more terrifying. Su Ming slowly put away his bow and arrow. Thank you so much, beautiful lady. The dream flower on the other side also revealed its gentle and beautiful side. You're welcome, challenger. You are the most powerful person I have seen in years. You are the only one who has any chance of obtaining Niger. Su Ming gradually fell down. By the way, can I ask you a question? Yin Minghua's body stiffened. Then he waved the rose branch in confusion. What? I was wondering, why do you sometimes call me Lord Shenlong and sometimes call me Niger? Draw the bow, pull the arrow, and shoot. Frost arrow. A flash of cold light passed by. Su Ming acted decisively. You. The poor flower's delicate face lost its color. Su Ming smiled calmly. Thank you, but please die. The damage exploded instantly. Being targeted by the Arrow Chaser amulet is no joke. Dash 11.2W. Critical hit, freeze. Dash 8.4W. Critical hit, freeze. Dash 5.6W. Frozen. Then I saw Higanbana, which had been pierced into an ice hedgehog. Higanbana is originally a fragile mage. Freezing also has an excellent effect on plants. Therefore, the message popped up the next moment. You killed Bien Minghua. The sky changes rapidly. The calm azure color gradually took on a hint of darkness. The sea of flowers withered rapidly once again. But no flower demon appeared. Everything is being swallowed by darkness. Little babbling. Su Ming, I'm here / amazed face, /. You were just fooled, weren't you? It turned out to be a bad guy. Xiaoyi's shadow power protects him, and Su Ming will not be affected in any way. But even without Xiaoyi's protection, it's all over. The scene before him was a little dim, and he returned to the maze of ruins. Open your eyes and look right in front of him. I saw a large net woven with countless vines. This is your true form. Exploding arrow. The arrow light turned into flames. Gradually, everything was burned to ashes. Su Ming shrugged. It would be easy to be deceived if you let your guard down. He tapped Xiaoyi's little head. The little guy didn't get angry, but went into the shadow to reflect. Don't even think about it. If this is really just a test, then why hasn't the other party been able to get rid of the ability to enter dreams? Moreover, the Dream Flower Fairy possesses the skill of soul symbiosis. It means it is one of this guy's skills. Once he enters the light, he may be strangled to death. We can't be careless at any time. Chapter 62 Dream Seed. Master Nigeler, he. When the flames turn everything to dust, a slightly charred seed fell from the center of the plant net. Su Ming immediately saw its information. Oh, what is this? Dream Seed Cultivation Item. Features: planted in the contract space, it will take root and sprout after careful cultivation and grow into a contract fantasy tree, which can significantly improve the attributes and mental abilities of the host and the contracted beast. Oh my god, what a good thing. Su-Ming quickly took the seeds in his hand. Then, according to the introduction, let Xiaoyi plant in the contract space where she lives. Are you absorbing my mana? Go ahead. Not only that, it can also absorb the shadow power emitted by Xiaoyi. Not only that. Can I eat any energy body? Su-Ming sprinkled the death powder crystals he had obtained earlier on the seeds. It was all absorbed in just 2 seconds. And, as long as it absorbs, Su-Ming could feel the seeds growing slightly faster. It will also provide subtle feedback on your mental strength. It is insignificant nowadays, but Su-Ming believed that it would truly grow into a big tree in the future. You will definitely reap huge benefits. Hiki, now any dropped items are no longer waste. I won't be able to use it in the future, but all the items that you would find a pity to throw away can be given to it. It's absolutely amazing. Hawkeye. There are no wild monsters around this space, and there is no exit. Wrong. Originally, there were wild monsters in this space. However, the original body of the Higanbana stole a bit of Niger's spiritual essence. Now I have taken this seed away. Soon, wild monsters will be reborn. The facts were the same as Su-Ming had guessed. The next second, Su-Ming quickly took off into the air. Exploding arrows come out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. -6.7W. Critical hit, burn. -6.7W. Critical hit, burn. Boom, boom, boom. He saw a group of skeletons emerging from the ground. Hellfire skeleton, normal wild monster. Level, LV180. Health value, 80.6W/80.6W. Skills: Netherworld Fire, Skeleton Strike, Skeleton Dash, Reorganization. Information: a group of skeletons that can continuously reassemble their bodies over and over again. Weakness: Fireheart. Fireheart. Su-Ming glanced sideways slightly, and the arrow in his hand had already been shot out. Weaknesses are not reconnaissance information. It is the effect of Hidden Eye, so it is also a special prompt in many cases. For example, Su-Ming looked at the wild monsters that were constantly falling apart and then recovering. Already understood this kind of skeleton. The Fireheart in their bodies is their origin. You killed the Hellfire skeleton, LV180, and gained 398,000 experience points. You killed the Hellfire skeleton, LV179, and gained 39.8 W experience. Su-Ming's current output is too terrifying. It only took a few seconds. They all cannot escape the fate of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Hellfire skeleton progress. 100, you plundered 22 points of strength. Soon, Su-Ming showed a look of satisfaction. Wait, these fire hearts aren't extinguished? They are actually drops. However, as skulls shattered in large numbers, these fire hearts seem to feel the call of the ruins. It is slowly moving upward into the dome. I sense that these fire hearts have very powerful flame abilities. Wait, don't run. Su-Ming's eyes flickered and he flew forward quickly. At this time, a piece of fiery red crystal appeared in his hand. Molten scale crystals, you can absorb them, right? Collect them for me. He thought about the situation of Higanbana. So they can definitely be taken away. After the scale crystal is activated, a huge vortex was formed to continuously suppress the flying fire hearts. It's done, hee. Until now, this piece of scale crystal in his hand absorbed 2 extremely special flames in total. Death Flame and Heart of Fire, which is now suspected to be related to some of Niger's abilities. Maybe later, he will also become a mobile storage fire disaster. Boom. The ruins began to shake slightly. Su-Ming's eyes were fixed on the only open huge door at the back. Huh. It seemed that he had spent a long time in the sea of flowers constructed by the other side of the dream flower. In fact, it only took a few seconds. This is the power of spiritual abilities. Then, Su-Ming stepped into the giant gate a little faster. Wait, what is this again? The sudden situation made Su-Ming immediately become serious. Because of him at this moment, it was as if a mechanism was opened and it kept falling. Fortunately, I was able to use my flying skills to quickly stabilize my body and land slowly. Isn't this the space shown on the map? In theory, follow the map instructions. After he entered the giant gate, he had only reached the correct space of the 3rd level of the maze. And this relic has 18 floors. Just when he turned on Hawkeye. When I looked up, I saw a horrifying scene. Before my eyes, the branches of the giant tree are intricately tangled. And deep inside the branches, there is a giant silver dragon sleeping. What the hell? Nigler. He went straight to the last floor where Nigler was? No. This dragon's aura is not as terrifying as Zagurin's. You know, even if Zagurin was sealed in a big fireball. When Su Ming was in that space, physiologically, everyone will have palpitations instinctively. But at this moment, Su Ming could not feel the powerful pressure from the other party. Right at this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Human race? Did you saw the damn Higanbana thief? The dragon is still sleeping. But Su Ming intuitively felt strongly that it was this sound that was made. I have indeed fallen. This is just the part of my spiritual body that is left. It cannot be touched. Su Ming slowly moved backwards, rubbing the bow in his hand. I don't know why the other party had a good impression of me in the beginning, because he killed Manhwa? Are the dragons so easy to talk to? Not to mention that the one in front of him is a proud and mysterious dragon king. At the same time, Xiaoyi was also ready to transform into a shadow in the shadow. Su Ming activated Eagle Eye. Then he spoke cautiously. Yes, so you're the one who dragged me into this? Soon a calm answer was heard. You dealt with the guy who tried to steal my spiritual power. So my body has temporarily recovered a little bit of strength, so I can bring you to my side in advance. The other party was silent for a few seconds. Again a gentler voice. I sense the aura of the Dragon King in you. You have been recognized by the Dragon King. So, as long as you fulfill my last wish, I will grant you a companion. Su Ming. I see. That's because I have the scale crystal of Zagurin. Does it think it's one of us? In that case, Great Lord Negrere, I, Iron Manganese, am your devout believer, he. Chapter 63, Dragon Buried in Pure Land. Fooling, oh no. The communication was very smooth. As for why I can feel the breath of the Dragon King, he happened to take out the molten scale crystal when he was collecting the fire heart. So it is reasonable for the owner of the ruins, Niger, to feel it. In the Dragon King's recognition, he. Being able to give the companion to oneself is indeed enough recognition. It's just, if Zagurin knew his true identity, if it doesn't go crazy and kill you immediately, it's considered a kind and holy dragon. Su Ming had a bold idea, and his voice was full of piety. You are truly the great Lord Niger. Great Dragon King, I didn't expect to see you again today. I, Tiamong, will go through fire and water to help you with your affairs. It has begun. It has begun. The innocent dragon messenger and spokesperson for the Dragon King, Iron Manganese, is online. After all, this dragon is now only a spirit body and has no idea of what it looks like. So this is so much fun. Sure enough, the spirit of the fallen Dragon King was in a good mood. It began to emanate spiritual ripples. Whenever I touched Su Ming's body, they were all absorbed by the dream seed planted in the contract space. The growth rate is visible to the naked eye. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to bring any weapons. Oh, human Iron Manganese, you are pretty good. It seems that you sincerely believe in the great dragon clan. This is the power I bestow upon your humble race. It gave Su Ming a trace of spiritual power. It is also a temptation. The result was very satisfying. It finally revealed its natural arrogance and pride. Great Niger, thank you for your reward. Su Ming allowed the seeds to gain a huge amount of extra energy for free. It's true that I was happy in my heart, but I was thinking, if it weren't for the preconceived notions that I would have treated him as one of my own. Still want to inherit? Companion creature? Without saying anything, I'll just roar and kill him. Black. So damn black. Su Ming muttered to himself. So, it's not too much for us good young people to quietly eat for free, right? In the next second, a mission message was refreshed in his journal. Niger Spirit, 1/2, has issued a commission to you. Dragon Burial Pure Land. Do you want to accept it? Special Information 1. Accepting this mission will give you the coordinates for the Dragon Burial. Special Information 2. The Divine Dragon Burial contains the Dragon Clan's sacred artifact and the remains of a heavenly demon lord. If I hadn't met an envoy like you who was recognized by the Dragon Clan, then I will hide my last wish until it disappears. We are the great dragon race. It's a pity. You are just a tiny human. Su Ming. Yes. Whatever you say is what it is. Haha. In fact, compared with Zagurin, this Dragon King gave him a slightly better feeling. As expected of a being that possesses spiritual power, his rationality won't suddenly become violent. Fool. Oh no, the communication was very smooth. So, can you dissipate with peace of mind? Oh, _intersection. Oh, take it. Su Ming accepted the task. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he doesn't go. If you have the guts, come back to life and beat me up. Then look at the specific description of this task. Dragon Buried in Pure Land. Description. The dead will eventually return to their homeland and bury the spiritual crystal transformed by Niggler spirit body, 1/2, next to the other half of the crystal in Dragon Burial, one of the dragon cemeteries. After the two are combined into one, the location information of the dragon artifact is obtained. Finally, after activating the artifact, the sealed remains of the heavenly demon Saint Lord are killed. Reward 1. Mysterious Dragon Artifact. Reward 2. The last gift from Niger's complete spirit. Level limit. LV 181 LV 239. This is a place that requires 5th turn to enter. Su Ming's eyes look strange. The rewards for these 2 tasks are not clearly stated, but they are obviously extraordinary. He was indeed attracted by the Dragon Clan's artifact. I just didn't expect this mission to involve the demon. Especially the Holy Lord of the demonic world, who is almost a complete demon god. Even the remains should not be underestimated. At least I have to complete the 5th job quest as soon as possible so that I can fuse the artifact bow with confidence. Su Ming thought to himself. Heavenly demons, the Dragon Kingdom has more records about them than about demon gods. Especially after he joined the Temple of God Slayer, he learned many things that ordinary people didn't know. The demon is a separate entity. However, the demons are a powerful race in the entire God Tower universe. They have no thoughts of their own and are eager to fight. The instinctive desire devours everything. Blue Planet is also one of their targets. Therefore, for Su Ming, they will definitely be enemies that we need to kill in the future, and this mission is just right. It is one of the ones who besieged us. If I hadn't been surrounded by 5 Sky Curtain Saints at the end, I would not have been at a disadvantage against 3 Saints. Roar. Niger roared angrily. The entire maze of the Shenlong ruins was shaking violently. The challengers who finally made it to the 2nd floor were suddenly affected by the changes. Most of them fell to the ground and were pinned and rubbed by the groups of wild monsters in the maze. I was careless. I wanted to get the treasure. Aw. Shit. Where's my staff? Who stole my staff? Oh my god. Why is my shield gone too? There's a traitor. Fuck. There's a traitor among us. You unlocked the coordinates of Dragon Burial. Dragon Messenger, I hope you won't let me down. So the next second, the silver dragon in front of Su Ming began to turn into light and dissipate. Come on, the final test has begun. Prove your strength and get the scale crystal I left behind. I look forward to the moment when Shenlong Zhang sees you again. Half of the spiritual crystal has fallen into Su Ming's hands. Only by merging with the other half. Only then can we re-trigger the last spiritual message that Nigrian recorded before his death. Boom. Boom. Just at this moment, the branches of the giant trees around Su Ming began to grow wildly. It's like coming alive. Sure enough, several wild monster information appeared on the giant tree vines in his eyes, surrounding him. War Tree, Normal Wild Monster. Level, LV 188. Health Value, 95.5W/95.5W. Skills, Rapid Growth, Super Entanglement, Vine Whip Spikes, Self-Sacrifice Impact. Information, a large plant that came to life due to a special power, its branches grow very fast. Weakness, Root. He put the spiritual crystal into his backpack. Immediately took off into the air. Exploding arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 6.7W. Critical hit, burn. Dash 3.4W. Burn. Dash 800, dash 800. In an instant, a 1:3000 explosive arrow hit the vine net. Then a hole was blown up in the front. The spirit of Nigler finally told him that the Dragon Temple was at the end ahead. So, towards the front, towards the finish line, the moment of transcendence is just around the corner. Chapter 64 Stone Dragon Boss. I got up. I was killed in 1 second. At the same time, the holy wings materialize, superstorm. The wind howled violently, forming countless sharp blades around it to cut off the attacking branches. Any giant tree that tries to approach it. They were constantly broken under the powerful destruction of the wind blade. Wind arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The beauty of Gale is that even if it doesn't cause damage, it can still trigger a surge in speed. Extreme Flash. Speed up again. Extreme Flash. The passion of speed and flash is accompanied by the roar of fire. There are only figures of fallen and burned dead trees. You killed the War Tree, LV 188, and gained 40.5W experience. You killed the War Tree, LV 186, and gained 40.4W experience. War Tree Progress, 100, you have plundered 6,000 lives. 6K lives? Comfortable. Just when Su Ming was in a good mood. Another piece of news came at the same time, bringing double happiness. 5 Poison Cube poison damage has met the conditions, increased to dash 1500/S. Finally improved again, not bad. It was worth his crazy shooting. If you use the time-killing arrow. Now the poison damage per second has reached 30,000. Mobile poison sources belong to Shenlong Ruins, Shenlong Temple. Su-ming finally walked through the door at the end and curled his lips. Even without using the shadow space stone, this extremely long distance for others is also easy for him. Exploding arrow. Finally, tens of thousands of sharp arrows were shot at the other half of the door. The burst of fire burned everything to ashes. A real man never looks back. It's right here. Now look at the map instructions. Finally, I discovered that the correct door to enter here was on the opposite side. I didn't expect that I would be dragged to the Dragon Palace by Neegler. So where Neegler was before. In fact, it has surpassed the 19th floor of the Dragon Temple. Hawkeye. The magnificent silver-white palace was extremely empty. In the center of the entire hall, there is a lifelike stone statue of a silver dragon. This guy doesn't look anywhere near as majestic as Neegler. While Su-ming was chuckling, he had already seen the huge mouth of the stone dragon. That's right. In its mouth was a piece of the same silvery white scale crystal. Su-ming stepped forward excitedly and cautiously. This is definitely Neegler's companion scale crystal. It is almost the same as the molten scale crystal and rock armor scale crystal in his hands. And, although only one piece, but the spiritual abilities it involves are more mysterious than the natural elemental scale crystal. Who? The next second, a low roar of a dragon was heard. Su-ming was someone who had personally experienced the roars of the two dragon kings. I immediately realized that this was not the roar of a real dragon. Instead, the statue opened its eyes and the stone skin was falling off. The final boss guarding the ruins. The information about this boss finally appeared in Su-ming's eyes. Now it is slowly recovering. Dragon Guardian, Stone Statue Ruins, Boss, Dragon Guardian Enhancement. Level, LV 195. Health Value, 3623.6W/3623.6W. Skills Dragon Grab, Storm, Sky Tearing, Hardened Dragon Wings, Ultimate Breath. Talent, Spirit Guardian, blessed by a certain Dragon King, immune to all mind control effects, and rebound upon the first other control. Talent, Stone Body, all spell damage received is reduced by 80, and for every 10 of total health damage received, a 500,000 spell shield is gained for 10 seconds. Dragon Enhancement, increases damage to non-dragon targets by 20, and 20 of all damage is converted to true damage. Information, a dragon servant who once followed the Dragon King. After his death, his soul was sealed in a powerful creature transformed from a guardian stone statue. Weakness, Eyes. It seems that the final test that Neegler you mentioned is not over yet. He also has to get rid of the stone dragon first. Haha, then I won't pretend anymore. 7th second, Extreme Flash for 7ths. 8th second, Extreme Flash, 5 7ths. The higher the number of flashes, the more terrifying the distance is. So Su-ming took decisive action while the stone statue was falling. He wants to snatch scales from the dragon's mouth. The only way is to get the scale crystal in your hand first. He feels more secure. Because if the stone dragon boss can also use it later, maybe you will be subjected to strange mental attacks. Well, scale crystal requires special identification. Now that you have the scale crystal, you can get another legendary item after identification. Who? The stone of the statue was breaking rapidly, and the stone dragon was about to explode with anger. This little bug. How dare you take advantage of it just as it wakes up? Snatch from its mouth the beloved treasure that it has guarded its entire life. Dragon breath filled with explosive energy was brewing in his mouth. It's obviously a charged skill. It wants to blast the little bug in front of it into pieces. 9th second, Extreme Flash, 6 7ths. Su-ming distanced himself again. Judging from the information, the charging skill used by the opponent at this time is the ultimate breath. You charge up and use your ultimate right away? You, a stone dragon, are really petty. The dragon was not worried at all about its skills being interrupted. The talent of Spirit Guardian is its confidence. Besides, it's just a small bug. Can you kill me in seconds? Su-ming had a strange expression on his face. This guy is just accumulating power right in front of him? In order to take away the will scale crystal, I let you live for 3 more seconds. Don't be ungrateful. Time disappearing arrow. Arrow chase talisman. Lock on. Shoot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Since the opponent has the ability to rebound and control, then what else is there to control? Just use the time-killing arrow with the highest single arrow damage to kill instantly. -17W. Critical hit. -17W. Critical hit. -3W. -3W. Tens of thousands of sharp arrows swarmed and pierced the dragon's body. In addition to the damage of a single arrow, each sharp arrow will also trigger the first 3W poison damage. Dragon. The ultimate breath exploded directly from his mouth. Bang. There was a commotion in the Dragon Palace, and Su-ming also updated the information log simultaneously. You killed the Dragon Guardian. Stone statue, LV 195, boss, and gained 175 W experience. You kill the Dragon Guardian, stone statue, LV 195, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, life plus 1,200. You obtain the first blood of the Dragon Guardian, stone statue, LV 195, boss, and obtained additional attributes, health plus 1,200, mana plus 1,200, defense plus 50. Dragon Guardian, stone statue, boss, progress, 100, you plundered 32 defense. Su Ming. The stone dragon is too disrespectful to him, isn't it? It started. Then, it was snapped up in seconds. Chapter 65 Dragon Master. Wind Amulet. Attributes increased greatly. Soon, the log refreshed another message. Congratulations on obtaining the title Dragon Master. That's the title. Although Su Ming had prepared in advance, he did not know the conditions for obtaining it. Now take a look. It's not that difficult actually. The boss's damage percentage is greater than 10, and the final blow is completed. After all, he was the one who dealt all the damage. It's 100 possible for him alone. This is also the reason why the Stone Dragon boss would accumulate strength in front of you. Without hundreds of challengers, you still want to kill it? Then he died with resentment and hatred. Dragon Lord, permanent title, increases the damage caused to any wild monsters and bosses with the dragon attribute by 10, and makes dragon creatures initially have friendly feelings towards you. Su Ming was very happy. The damage increase is nothing, but improving the initial favorability of the Dragon Clan is very useful for him. Suddenly, friendly exchanges with the various Dragon Kings became smoother. Soon, the stone dragon that was shot into a sieve by Su Ming shattered. Wherever you look, he saw 2 dropped items. So he immediately flew forward and took it in his hand. Another amulet. Damn good deal. Wind Talisman, exclusive talisman for archers. Features. After the archer shoots continuously for 3 seconds, the current limit will be exceeded gradually. The attack speed will increase by plus 0.1 arrows/s, with an upper limit of plus 2.0 arrows/s. The battle will end after 3 seconds of being out of combat. TSK. Finally, I can increase the attack speed by 2 arrows per second. Su Ming couldn't stop sighing. The current attack speed is close to 7 arrows per second. After that, the twitching became so severe that only the afterimage could be seen. Is this the pace of evolving towards God's right hand? Su Ming chuckled. Then he looked at another object, or a rock. Dragon Soulstone Core? Eh? This thing. Look at this perfect round stone. Su Ming immediately thought of the information that the boss had given him at that time. So, this stone is equivalent to the soul of the dragon servant? And it works. After being placed in the sealed stone statue, it can control the power of many stone statues. A good thing that might come in handy later. Quickly put it in your backpack. The dragon palace was collapsing, and Su Ming soared into the air. Boom. Boom. The entire ruins began to shake, and there was no sign of stopping. Just at this moment, not only Su Ming, but all the surviving challengers in the ruins all received a message. The final challenge of Dragon Ruins has been completed. The ruins are about to enter the final endless mode. All maze doors are open, and the refresh rate of guardian monsters is reduced by 90 for 3 days. Oh, endless mode? Su Ming's eyes flickered. Doesn't this mean an endless supply of wild monsters? No. It means an endless supply of experience, baby. After all, he understood. The experience requirements for each subsequent level are extremely terrifying. Otherwise, Brother Wang Lin has been here for so long. It is still a few levels away from the 6th level. Thinking of this, Su Ming rushed directly into the space door, returning to the 17th floor. He wants to kill all the way. Give me shoot. Exploding arrow. Thunder arrow. Shadow arrow. When Su Ming was on the 17th floor, the other challengers were still on the 2nd floor. Looking at the constantly shaking ruins and the sudden news, they all looked at each other. What the hell? What's going on? Who is it? What fuck? The final challenge has been completed? This is impossible. Monsters, the wild monsters are rushing towards us frantically. Retreat quickly. What kind of ruins are these? We just entered, and you're telling me someone has finished it. These people, who were already wary of each other, became even more confused. But in their hearts, they all hated the mysterious person who didn't show up. You killed the quicksand puppet, LV 185, and gained 38.5 W experience. Quicksand puppet progress, 100, you plundered 25 points of strength. You killed the ancient demon wolf, LV 183, and gained 38.4 W experience. Ancient demon wolf progress, 100, you plundered 23 points of agility. Su Ming, who was flying in the air, didn't even need to look at the monsters below. Keep shooting arrows at the sky, very quickly. After several bonuses, his attack speed has reached 9.49 arrows/s. The terrifying rain of arrows covered the sky. Like a falling meteor, it adds a heavy color to the turbulent ruins, and wherever it falls, there is death. A clear sound of a phoenix began to cry. The shadow swept across the ruins along with Su Ming. Su Ming was overjoyed. Xiaoyi, you succeeded in advancing again? Oh. Carrot, I want to kill with my master. Looking at the noble dark phoenix with wings becoming more full and luxurious, Su Ming was very happy. It will be so cool to ride on Xiaoyi's back in the future. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. The 17th floor, the 16th floor, the man and the bird kept moving back. Information on countless experiences and attribute plunders is constantly updated. The monsters in the ruins are all new to the outside world. We can't let them go. Su Ming smiled. Success embodies mine, all mine. Finally, passing through every space on all layers. It is bound to reach 100 progress for all races of wild monsters. As time went by, corpses piled up like mountains. What surprised Su Ming even more was the dream seed gradually grew into a sprout. Both he and Xiaoyi gained attribute improvements from it, plus the superposition of several wild monster looting attributes. Even now, it is only LV 180. His panel also underwent a significant change. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, time and space, arrow god. Level, LV 180/LV 180, 4th turn. Life, 198,540. Mana, 999. Strength, 1,348. Agility, 1,432. Attack speed, 6.99 arrows/s. Attack, 6,234. Defense, 2,778. Critical hit, 67. Anti-violence, 45. Single arrow reserve, 999/99999. TSK, I didn't expect the attack has reached 6,002. Su Ming sighed. The speed of killing the boss in seconds has increased a little bit. Everything is settled. The deeper labyrinths continued to collapse and dissipate. Su Ming was sprinting towards the exit of the ruins. And here, it is no longer as deserted as it was a few days ago. The groups formed by challengers from various countries have been waiting for this moment. At this time, new challenge tasks have been updated. Basic Challenge 2. Kill 50 enemies and 100 wild monsters above LV 175 within at least 3 days, otherwise you will die. The number of people requesting to be killed has increased a lot. But Su Ming didn't care, anyway, when killing monsters. It can be completed by the way. All the wild monsters in the valley, I, Su Ming, am here again. Chapter 66. The dense forest is very noisy today. Hidden profession, the boundless thief? The entrance to the ruins. There are still a large number of challengers who are unwilling to give up. He escaped at this time? Could it be him? Who? Where? Why didn't I see? Su Ming possesses the pseudo-hunting crest, so people below LV 180 can't see him for a while. If it's really him, the treasure must be on him. Quickly control the person in the fog and don't let him leave this space on his own. Following which a misty figure appeared. The stone walls behind him collapsed completely, and there was no trace of any remains. The previous array pattern also disappeared. In this dense forest, the situation has reached a point where tensions are high. Plant ball cage. Silence formation, activate. Countless control skills attacked him. Su Ming instantly understood the current situation. His eyes became cold. There are still many wild monsters in the valley that have not been plundered. He doesn't want to end it early at the moment. Don't get excited, Xiaoyi. I can handle it by myself. Space blockade, extreme flash. Dare to deal with him? Go home to your mother. Su Ming's figure flashed ghostly to the locations where countless skills were coming from. He has the gift of time travel. You have to wait 1 second for any skill to reach you. How is that possible? It disappeared. Oh my god, what did I see? I have never seen such a magical person in my lighthouse country. We must not let him get away. Hey, whoever you are, hand over the treasure you got. Otherwise, shoot the bow. Frost arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 12.4W. Critical hit, freeze. Dash 6.2W. Frozen. You killed an enemy, 1/50th. You killed an enemy, 2/50ths. What else? You all have to die. The dense forest is very noisy today. Screams of anger and astonishment were heard everywhere. This scene. Even the challengers who were further away were shocked. He's cheating? Don't shoot me, I'm just watching the show. We are all over level 100. Why is he so strong? Wherever the rain of arrows fell, no one survived. Most of them haven't even reacted yet. All I knew was that the sharp arrow suddenly hit my body. Next second. WD and MD. I was killed in 1 second. You killed an enemy, 49/50ths. You killed an enemy, 50/50. In just 1 second after the arrow was shot from the bow, the entrance to the ruins became a deserted place. There's not even one person who can fight. Su Ming muttered to himself. Everything is easily solved. He started forward again and was already some distance away from here. Now, this is my perfect monster killing ground. Just as he was about to take off and start firing at everyone, suddenly I felt that I was in the range of space blockade. There was a faint spatial fluctuation, and then the target flashed out of range. Right side. Su Ming became alert instantly. The deserted forest was extremely quiet. Not even a wild bird could be seen. Su Ming withdrew his gaze, but his action made someone's hair stand on end. Li Huiyang, hiding beside a huge tree in the distance, did not move. But my heart was in turmoil. That was a close call. I didn't expect that person to have such a strong sense of spatial fluctuations. Fortunately, he shouldn't have discovered me. Li Huiyang is an assassin. Not only that, it happened 2 years ago with the family as witness. The job he changed to was a hidden profession that had never been seen before. Even more terrifying than the concealment ability of the man in the shadow. Initial occupation, the hidden thief. The upgrade and job transfer of this profession are quite special. In addition to experience, it is also necessary to achieve a special theft proficiency. So it took 2 full years to finally reach level 198. This is not. After opening from the Shenlong ruins, he quietly followed the challengers and sneaked in. Don't kill monsters either. As long as you find the right opportunity, you can steal the weapons and props displayed by others. Until the ruins collapsed. He even hid himself behind everyone. Unexpectedly. Seeing the mist shrouding Su Ming, he was shocked by the feast of thousands of arrows. Li Huiyang kept flashing and escaping. It was with great difficulty that I was not sent away. Maybe he is the only survivor here besides that person. He should have moved away from the archer quickly. However, with great skills and courage, he was completely attracted to Su Ming. Playing to the extreme is exciting. He's already this strong without even reaching level 200. This is exactly what I want to achieve. He will definitely break my highest theft score for a professional of the same level in the past 2 years. If I have a chance to take his belongings, my talent will be further transformed. I will definitely be able to advance to the 6th level by the end of this year. TSK, a 20-year-old rank 6 genius. It's time for Grandpa Dragon Country's title of Thorn God to be given to me, hehe. Li Huiyang knew that he was extremely talented and had a promising future. But it is restricted by it, making upgrading extremely difficult. What's more, this is a virtual spiritual space. Even if he fails, he won't really die. So this is his chance to rise to fame. Just ask, who wouldn't be moved? I just need to use my special skill, hide and flash, to approach carefully. There's no way he could find me, it's perfect. Although Su Ming was no longer staring at the right, his expression was a little strange. Because his hidden eye is like cheating. You can see someone's basic information. You're the one following me? Name, Li Huiyang. Occupation, Infinity Thief. Level, LV 198. Li Huiyang? Dragon Countryman. Wait, that guy? After coming out of the world corridor, he told Wang Lin about his encounter with Li Huiyao. Then the two chatted about some things. Among them, Li Huiyao also has an older brother, Li Huiyang. He is the strongest young man of this generation of the Li family. However, when it comes to Li Huizhang's career, brother Wang Lin showed a meaningful expression of envy. Assassin hidden profession. He is one of the hidden professionals who will enter a secret realm with me later. The Infinite Thief? It's definitely not in the normal job transfer path for assassins. The thief. Are you trying to steal my equipment? Su Ming smiled lightly. Pretend not to notice someone and walk forward. But in fact, this space blockade has been prepared for a long time. As long as the other party steps forward again. Spatial means that can lock Li Huiyang at any time. Plus a shield for 10 seconds that can be used as a second life. There is also a guardian amulet that reduces damage by 99 on the first hit. It is impossible to be killed in seconds. At this moment, he heard a rustling sound in front of him. They were a group of swift and fierce wolves attracted by the previous noise. Li Huiyang on the right has not moved yet, but Su Ming had already drawn the bow without hesitation. Exploding arrow. Chapter 67 Good grandson. Remember to call me that next time we meet. The only survivor. The blazing breath of fire swept through the dense forest. Along with the howling of the wolves, Su Ming's information was constantly updated. You killed the swift wolf. LV-177, and gained 37.9 W experience. You killed the Swift Wolf, LV-178, and gained 37.9 W experience. Swift Wolf Progress, 100, you plundered 21 points of agility. It only took a few seconds. Lots of corpses and piles of fallen rose quartz. He looked down upon it, and it could be absorbed by the dream seeds. No. Now it has become the new sprout of fantasy dreams. You have completed the basic challenge and can choose to increase the strength or agility attribute. Strength. Su-Ming chose to increase his strength, because currently agility is crazy accelerated by Wind Arrow. His speed in battle was so fast that he could become a shadow. You gain an additional 80 points of strength attribute. Not bad. Su-Ming was quite satisfied with this, and then put the dropped objects into his bag one by one. This is too strong. Li Huiyang, who was watching from a distance on the right, was dumbfounded. Breathing becomes rapid. If it weren't for his special talents and abilities, I'm afraid I'll be shot into a hedgehog. He was a little panicked. But this was the time when Su-Ming relaxed his vigilance in the fog. So, don't miss the great opportunity. No matter how strong he is, as long as he can't find me, you will all be fooled by me in the end. Hee. The talent goal has been assigned, the performance score has entered the countdown, and it's my turn to perform. God of Hidden Flash. Shit. Just as Li Huiyang flashed forward, suddenly I felt an invisible wall rising around me. It was as if a natural chasm separated him from the rest. He flashed into a wall? No, all flashing abilities are disabled. What happened next shocked him even more. The arrow-chasing amulet. As a master of stealth, he instantly felt that he was being targeted. Li Huiyang's adrenaline surged. We'll die. You will definitely die in the next moment. You must leave this place. But the imagined divine tower prompt did not appear. Instead, a somewhat teasing voice came from the fog. Why does it sound like you're trying to hold back your laughter? Su-Ming showed a wicked smile and said, in one of the small virtual space maps, I can still encounter such a hidden master. If I hadn't been more skilled, I would have been careless. Since you won't show up in the mist, I'll give you a ride. Su-Ming said with interest. But the ice arrow in his hand is already ready. If Li Yaoyang remained silent, then he would not give the other party any chance to speak directly. Shoot. Dragon people? Wait a minute, bro. I am also a dragon person. Li Huiyang seemed to have grasped at straws. Right at the place where Su-Ming was locked. Finally revealed the fog like all challengers. It's just that the longbow is right. But he found that he could not escape in a flash. It seemed as if he could only shout out the last words. Then force quit. What Li Huiyang cares more about is the talent that has been activated by his own actions. If the theft fails, the proficiency he had worked so hard to improve was actually deducted points. Wait, big brother, can you give me a random item? I won't complain if you shoot me again, please. Anything is fine. It's too late, brother, dad, grandpa. There was even a hint of crying in Li Huiyang's voice. This was the worst setback he had ever suffered. Even theft scores are likely to become negative. He is going to go back to the time before liberation overnight. Su-Ming. Damn, you kid, are you really shameless? Even more shameless than your brother. It seems. Li Huiyang is 2 years older than me? But Su-Ming was very pleased. Instead, he directly threw out an assassin's knife dropped by a wild monster from his backpack. Good grandson, remember to call me that next time we meet. Su-Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Looking forward to the moment when we officially meet soon. Frost arrow, out. Certainly. The ice arrow finally left his hand and pierced Li Huiyang into an ice ball. You killed an enemy. In this virtual space where death will never occur, all challengers entering the same map are temporary enemies. It was said to be the last day of closure. Only one person can survive and complete the challenge. And the other party seemed satisfied. Of course he won't be polite. He sighed. It seems that my hidden profession is still a little bit stronger. Hawkeye. There was no sign of anyone else. However, it seems that more groups of wild monsters are rushing towards this place. As most of the people in the ruins entrance and Li Huiyang left one after another. The challenger fog in Shenlong Valley has become very scarce. Su-Ming clapped his hands. Then take off into the air and shoot the arrow at 45 degrees. No thoughts in mind, shoot like crazy. Magic City, Level 8 Guild Mingzhu Shinkei. In fact, it is part of the same guild as the Tianlong Pavilion, a Level 9 guild in the Imperial Capital. Because only the 2 major guilds in the Imperial Capital can reach Level 9. Who is he? Li Huiyang looked at the extra knife in his hand. I was almost moved to tears. The score is 0.02, the lowest ever. I finally managed to avoid a negative number. At least the result of theft was accomplished. Save the collapsed situation back to before liberation overnight. Li Huiyong didn't expect it. The first time I stumbled in front of someone of the same level, I was almost finished. He swore. I will never start a performance rating without making all the necessary preparations. Mysterious archer. Thanks anyway. Then he carefully put the knife into his backpack. I wonder which big power he belongs to? Forget it. I have to report to the old man immediately before entering the Tianhuan battlefield. Li Huiyong walked out of the virtual space room. I planned to contact my younger brother and father. Suddenly, I stood there for 3 seconds. Wait, what was the last thing that person said? Grandson. When we meet, please call me. Hiss. No way, damn it. Am I going to be socially dead? Li Huiyong realized his skill of recognizing his relatives in a desperate situation. Completely frozen. With the efforts of Su Ming and Xiaoyi, all the wild monsters in the Shenlong Valley were visited without exception. Once again gained a large amount of experience and drops. And plundered a lot of attributes. Su Ming looked at the panel that was rising steadily every day and smiled brightly. The wild monster level exceeds LV 180, which corresponds to the 5th transformation of humans. The basic attributes of the looted items also become much higher. Until the end. The location coordinates of all the remaining challengers were displayed. Su Ming directly activated the time-eliminating arrow to clean up the area. Before the others could react, they were killed instantly by the sharp arrow that hit them 1 second in advance. The information log is updated accordingly. Congratulations on becoming the only survivor of Shenlong Valley. Attribute rewards. Life plus 1W, mana plus 1W, strength plus 100, agility plus 100. You have obtained a permanent secret realm buff. Any life recovery and blood-sucking effect X2, and the extra 10 of life value can be stored, effective in the secret realm. You obtain the item, Ethereal Holy Fruit, X10. Chapter 68 Understanding the Tianhuan Battlefield. The Real Dragon King Legend Scale Crystal Ecstasy. Got a nice buff. Life storage reminded him of the Bloodthirsty Sword. The double life-sucking effect combined with the Bloodthirsty Frenzy enhancement is no longer a simple life-sucking effect. That's called a blood pump. And those 10 Su Ling fruits? You can feed it to the contracted tamed beast to increase its potential and further intimacy. But Xiaoyi started with the mythical beast Phoenix. 10 of them shouldn't be noticeable. But it's a good thing after all, and it's comfortable. Tip: the virtual space will be closed in 10 minutes. Now Su Ming has enjoyed shooting monsters. It's about time. It's time to enter the Sky Ring battlefield and complete the 5th transformation. Su Ming withdrew in anticipation. The legendary scale crystal of Nigler, the coordinates of the dragon's burial. I have gained a lot and the trip is worthwhile. The scene before my eyes changes rapidly. When I open my eyes again, Su Ming has appeared at the entrance of the god-slaying temple connecting to the virtual spiritual space. Glancing at the panel, it changed again. This is a situation where there is daily looting or reward enhancement feedback. It gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. Name: Su Ming. Occupation: time and space arrow god. Level: LV 180/LV 180 4th turn. Health: 23.8W. Mana: 999. Strength: 1,577. Agility: 1,555. Attack speed: 6.99 arrows/s. Attack: 6,866. Defense: 2,892. Critical hit: 67. Anti-violence: 45. Single arrow reserve: 999/9999999. The archer's weakest health value also reaches 23.8W. Take the Shield Master profession of Ultimate Main Life as an example. At LV 180, before 5th turn, it only has about 250,000 health points. Su Ming has caught up with the front row. As for the other basic attributes, some of them are jaw-dropping. Because at this time, the attack power of many Shield Masters is less than 1,000. Even if the output profession can reach over 2,000, it would be good. The Stark Gap. Certainly. If you take talent into account, it's a natural chasm. Soon he saw his smiling uncle. No. Wang Lin, brother? Oh my god. Su Ming's eyes widened at this 24-year-old heroic young man who looked both familiar and unfamiliar. Where is your maturity? And where's your beard? This was equivalent to the first time Su Ming saw the other person's full angular face. Brother Wang Lin's temperament changed drastically after he shaved off his most obvious beard. Even Su Ming really wanted to sigh at the dawn of another world. Haha, Su Ming, thank you so much. You brought back the passion I once had. Fuck the devils and demons, I'll kill them from now on. It seems that I have changed in the past few days. This gave Brother Wang a great shock. but it's finally developing in a good direction. So the two of them walked and talked. Su Ming smiled and said, "Thank you for your help, Brother Wang Lin. I have gained a lot from this trip." Wang Lin seemed to have anticipated this. "If you come out now, you must be the final winner. Next is the Tianhuan battlefield. This is your Tianhuan admission pass." As he spoke, he handed over a ring-shaped crystal. After holding it in your hands, he saw two messages projected in the ring. Su Ming's faction belongs to the Dragon Kingdom, and his guild belongs to the God-Killing Temple. Su Ming has been entered into the world rankings. Current points, 0. Ranking, none. Seeing this, Su Ming felt a little curious. He asked, "Brother Wang Lin, do you know how many points the first place has in the past?" The level limit of Tianhuan battlefield is LV 180, LV 239. So no matter how outrageous it is, it will only seem like a small experience to the 9th level boss. Besides, the Six Paths Tower has only been in this world for 20 years. Therefore, the Tianhuan battlefield has only been opened 20 times in total. The next one is the 21st time. The former world's top scorer? Hee. Wang Lin suddenly smiled, then answered, "More than 270,000 yuan, a full 20,000 yuan higher than the second place. As for who it is, you will soon find out." He actually started playing charades. However, Su Ming felt something when he saw the other person's expression. It shouldn't be Brother Wang Lin, though. It's someone from our dragon country. Wang Lin then explained in detail to Su Ming. After the final ranking of world points is confirmed each year, this involves the allocation of some fifth-turn applicable resources by the Divine Tower. Therefore, all countries still attach great importance to it. Besides, the higher the ranking, the better. You can also obtain various rare rewards that are difficult to find in the outside world. Imperial Capital Art Exchange, Level 7 area. The time spent in conversation. The Griffin has arrived at the Arte Exchange in the Imperial Capital. In the entire Imperial Capital, there is no place lower than Level 7. Who dares to cause trouble in this place where there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Maybe he would suddenly be shot to death by some 8th or 9th level boss who passed by and hid his identity. Su Ming stepped in with familiar steps. "Oh, respected guest Su Ming, we have prepared a separate reception room for you. This time I didn't see that old man, Jiolin. It seems like he is out on a family mission. But no one dared to neglect this distinguished guest. Any special item can water the new sprouts of dreams. So he only recycled a large amount of unused equipment. Then head to the appraisal room. After all, there is the Dragon King scale crystal that he has been thinking about. The strength can be improved again. I look forward to it. It costs 2,000 W to identify this item. Do you want to identify it?" What fa? Although I had expected it, I was still a little surprised. I remember that the 2 scale crystals that were appraised at that time were only 800 W each. The price of the appraisal alone for this piece of yours is more than $2? Zakuran, could it be the most amazing ancestor Dragon King? No, maybe there is another possibility. Zagurin is simply not a Dragon King of Negrel's level. It's blowing the dragon's pussy. Of course it can't be lower. It should be after the death of the Lava Dragon King. A direct son who inherits its name? Su Ming seemed to have discovered some strange secret. Identification. Waiting. The identification results are as follows. Will Scale Crystal, legendary item. Information. The scale crystal that came from the original spiritual Dragon King Niggler, after being nurtured for thousands of years, broke away and became a prop with powerful power. Passive ability. 1. The holder is immune to all control, and any final damage settlement to himself is forcibly reduced by 50. 2. Obtain the protection of the will of the dragon, and will not be mentally oppressed even when facing a god-level existence. Effective after identification. Active ability. 1. After activation, you can break all illusions and reach the end of the illusion. Effective after identification. 2. After activation, you can force all targets within the 100,100,100 range of yourself, movable, into a dream, and wake up after receiving 90 of the maximum health value. Each activation lasts for 3 seconds and cannot be effective for god-level targets. Single cooldown for 24 hours. Effective after identification. Characteristic. Immortal. Holder's health plus 10 W effective after identification. Holder's mana plus 10 W takes effect after identification. Holder's attack power plus 1,500, defense power plus 1,500 effective after identification. Holder's critical hit plus 15, anti-violent plus 15 effective after identification. Su Ming. This is the real legendary Dragon King scale crystal. Su Ming is simply ecstatic. Chapter 69 Shao begins to emerge, entering the Tianhuan battlefield. No wonder, No wonder the appraisal fee is so high. Su Ming muttered to himself. Can't contain my excitement. 2 active abilities and 2 passive abilities. The enhanced properties are even more powerful. So cool. He really wanted to shout out that he was invincible. Because he is truly immune to any control, this passive ability alone is god level. There is also illusion breaking and force damage reduction. And the most terrifying active ability too is group control. Relying on his terrifying speed, he can move continuously within 3 seconds. All targets within the radiation range will fall into a deep sleep, and it is also a sure kill ability for defending against close-range attacks. So the ability to save life is also a little stronger. I've grown a little bit stronger without even noticing. Su Ming sighed. Moreover, after looking at the information in this scale crystal, he became more certain of his guess. The title of Dragon King Negrel is clearly shown here, in the 2 pieces of Zagurong, but it was replaced by Ancient Lava Dragon. What does that mean? This means that our great Lord Zagurin is not cool enough. Su Ming almost laughed out loud. Later, wait until Xiaoyi recovers the active ability 2 of the Shadow Space Stone. He might be able to directly bypass the level-restricted secret realm and enter the mezzanine space of that secret realm. Now with Negrel's approval, he felt that the distance between himself and the Dragon Clan was not as far as he had imagined. Su Ming suddenly thought of a new, friendly way of communication. Maybe I can even ride on the Zakurong and attack the demons. Ride a phoenix, ride a real dragon. What a wonderful life. He put away the scale crystal and walked out of the appraisal room. At the same time, look at the items Xiaoyi needs to advance to level 3. Your contracted beast taming meets the advanced level LV80/LV80. Advanced to level 3 requirements. Magic shadow sand sprinkled all over the feather body, containing the transformation in the nether stone, Shadow Eternal Shatter X1. It's already getting more difficult at level 3. Just saw the last item. Su Ming shrugged. Shadow Eternal fragments are incomplete fragments of Shadow Eternal crystals. And he received 3 pieces of Shadow Crystal. The demonic shadow sand is not difficult, but the netherworld stone requires luck. Soon, he started talking to manager Yabu. The chubby middle-aged man showed a look of surprise. Netherworld stone? Such an unpopular item is really hard to find. By the way, that family might have it. They must be interested in the brilliant stone you deposited. It is worth quite a bit. Then, when the steward came in again, he was smiling. Friend Su Ming, it's done. We can get it this afternoon. Su Ming suddenly became curious. Can I ask which family it is? The Jiangnan Mu family is the family where our Dragon Country Mage's patron saint is from. Mu Motel in Jiangnan. Wait, Mu? When he was in the outer world, he knew that there was a very famous Mu family in Jiangnan. But that is the largest leather factory group in the whole Jiangnan region. Good job. The big guys in the inner world are so down-to-earth in the outer world. Thank you very much. Regardless of whether the Arte family has the intention to curry favor with them. But in the end, all the benefits actually fall into your own pocket. Then a more detailed list of requirements was listed. The two talked for a long time and were very happy. This kind of transaction method that relies on money is best and has no burden. Therefore, he would not rely on the guild if he could avoid it. Of course, Mr. Wang Lin and Mr. Wang Bai have been so good to him, and he will slowly repay them in the future. The most important thing now is to complete the job transfer as soon as possible. There is only 1 day left until the opening of the Tianhuan battlefield. So he didn't kill monsters today. Instead, he dealt with all the things that had accumulated over the past few days at once. Manager Ya, if you find any advanced items for archers, don't forget to notify me. Okay, my friend Su Ming, take care. Looking at Su Ming's departing back, the fat Asian man couldn't stop praising, saying, young people are so promising. This made him even more convinced that Su Ming was the successor of Mr. Wang Bai. Su Ming and Wang Lin boarded the griffin again. Before Wang Lin could speak, Su Ming spoke his prepared words half-truthfully. What, you have obtained a contracted beast tamer? Wang Lin was shocked, because that's exactly what he was going to say. A shadow bird cub with a trace of phoenix blood? Oh my god. Is this the special opportunity you have in your virtual space? I'm so envious. Su Ming had hinted at this before he entered the virtual space, basically confirmed based on my current strength, and the importance that the Godslayer Temple attaches to this hidden profession of his. Even if Xiaoyi is completely exposed to the public, Old Man Wang Bai will also protect him. But that's still a bit risky. So, ever since Xiaoyi learned Shadow Possession and Shadow Charm, cooperate with the talent of Phantom Phoenix. The information can be changed while making changes. So, Shadow Bird is the perfect beast to tame because it's very powerful but not overly enviable. Friend Su Ming, I am with you. My little heart is never at peace. Shadow Bird is the monarch of shadows. Xiaoyi, come out, perform well, and don't let yourself be fooled. Then, A dark shadow rose beside the griffin. Xiaoyi showed his slightly modified wind feathers and phoenix tail. Su Ming is relieved / amazed face / One person and one phoenix having an encrypted conversation at the same time. Wang Lin was completely dumbfounded and kept taking a deep breath. After investigation, Xiao Yi's message appeared in his eyes. Race, Shadowbird. Belong to Void Space. Level, LV80. It's really Shadowbird. It's already level 80. Su Ming nodded. Well, it just so happens that the advanced materials are available at the Arte Exchange. Wang Lin withdrew his thoughts and looked solemn. Because at the moment Xiao Yi appeared, his griffin instinctively responded with fear through the contract. Racial oppression. It seems its bloodline is indeed not simple. Friend Su Ming, can I ride it? Su Ming? Xiaoyi? Xiaoyi quickly hid far away. Now she has a simple mind, except for the contractor Su Ming. No one else can get the approval of the naturally arrogant phoenix. Griffin? No love. Ahem, I couldn't hold it in just now. I was just kidding. I like you the most, Xiaoying. Griffin, cry. Brother Wang Lin, its name is Xiaoyi, and it's a girl. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. With an apologetic look, he looked at Xiaoyi. Little guy, I have no ill intentions, don't take it to heart. I didn't expect it was a girl. You are really amazing. Then you should be able to ride now, right? Go ride your little Su Ming. So, the two people and two birds set off and temporarily stayed near the Imperial Capital Information Tower. Su Ming and brother Wang Lin continued the topic about the Tianhuan battlefield. The next day, the top of the entire Imperial Capital's information tower emitted a beam of white light that shot up into the sky. The sky is rippling. But this scene can only be seen by those holding the Sky Ring admission pass. Activate the entry order, and we will enter the space where the Sky Ring battlefield is located. Su Ming channeled his magic power according to Wang Lin's admission order. Suddenly, I felt a light similar to teleportation surrounding me. Sky Ring battlefield, faction space, Dragon Country. Su Ming opened his eyes, and the scene around him was completely different, which shocked him greatly. Chapter 70. Ruins appear, treasures revealed. Points skyrocket at the start. He seemed to have arrived at the top of the sky, and wherever the eyes look. But it is a huge palace that you can't see the end of at a glance. Is this the Sky Ring? Inside the Universal Palace is an eternal and independent world, full of unknowns, dangers, and opportunities. At this time, Su Ming's information log also updated a message. The Tianhuan battlefield will open in 3 minutes. Friend Su Ming, the information of all the challengers from Dragon Country has been sent to you. Soon everyone will be scattered and randomly entered. So, you must be careful and prepare quickly. If you encounter danger, try to find a nearby Dragon Nation challenger for help. Wang Lin spoke very seriously. The two had a long conversation last night. Su Ming also nodded seriously. Because this will be a real battlefield of life and death. Whether it is a competitor with ulterior motives. There are also extremely strong wild monsters and special tamed beast populations. The survival rate in a single-player encounter is very low. But conversely, with danger comes opportunity. Every year, almost all the strong people who have reached the 5th level will compete for the qualification to enter. Okay, brother Wang Lin, you should be careful too. Regarding your own safety. He has 3 legendary scale crystals and the talents of immortal arrow body and time and space travel. When he faces beings below the level of the devil, there is no need to worry about getting hurt at all. The demon god must exist and be sealed in the world of the Tianhuan battlefield. Su Ming thought to himself. Because his last 2 job transfer tasks are likely to be related to the devil. The next moment, he seemed to feel powerful spatial guidance. Whether it is him or Wang Lin, one after another, they transformed into stars and sank into the Universal Hall. Sky Ring battlefield, elemental ring, a corner of the ruins. It's just too huge. The misty air was thick, and the melodious music followed, ringing in the ears of all challengers. Phase 1. Relics appear, treasures are found, and the universe undergoes dramatic changes, last for 3 days. With the opening of the Tianhuan battlefield to the public, the major relics and treasures buried therein will be unearthed one after another. And this is also the beginning of everyone's fight. Then, several prompt panels appeared in front of Su Ming. Su Ming belongs to the Dragon Country camp. The points earned will be accumulated into the total points of the Dragon Country camp. The world ranking list is updated in real time, and the battlefield buff gains are calculated based on the ranking at 2400 hours every day. Initial points based on your level, 1,800. Su Ming, current points, 1,800, ranking, 1W/1W. Su Ming. As expected, I am the lowest level among these 10,000 people. because he hasn't even turned 5 yet and is stuck at LV 180. He felt like laughing a little at this moment. In order to complete the job transfer task, that means he has to rush all the way up from last place at the beginning to first place. In addition to this is the leaderboard visible to everyone. Only the top 1K are recorded. The current top 8 all have 2,390 points. This means there are 8 people at level 239, and Brother Wang Lin is at level 236, which puts him at number 39. The 1KTH place also has 2,250 points. There are basically few people who can enter here who are below level 200. Su Ming shrugged and then withdrew all his thoughts. Hawkeye. The moment Su Ming appeared here, his vision immediately opened up. Because this world is extremely huge, no challenger has been detected in the vicinity. After a slight sigh of relief, his eyes turned to the dilapidated ruins behind him. There must be treasure in here. Then, Xiaoi temporarily hid in his own shadow. Su Ming did not fly into the air, but instead floated quickly along the ground and rushed in. The entrance is surprisingly hot. Something is wrong. If there are no potions or props, this will cause direct burns. Just stepped into the dilapidated giant gate. Su Ming discovered the unusual environment. But he is immune to fire. Rustling, rustling, rustling. It was as if Su Ming had touched a switch for the ruins. Next second, countless flames transformed into ferocious horses and charged towards it. This little world is indeed extremely special. The wild monsters should not be underestimated. Their information has already appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Magic Flame Warhorse, Strengthen Wild Monsters. Level, LV 198. Health value, 105.5W/105.5W. Skills, Blazing Fire, Flashing Flame Sprint, Horsehoof Crush, Fire Spin. Enhancement buff, Fire Damage Resistance in the Elemental Ring plus 50. Information, a creature with powerful elemental power and extremely high resistance to the elements it controls. Weakness, Hoof. Compared to the generally painful wild monsters, they all have enhanced bonuses belonging to their respective races. Although, it's still not good enough in front of Su Ming. Wind Arrow. Su Ming quickly pulled out the Gale Arrow. In addition to causing considerable damage, it will also increase your speed even more. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 10.4W. Critical hit. Dash 5.2W. Minus 1,500, minus 1,500. Terrifying arrows worth 3,000 per minute. Under the powerful fire suppression, all the horses were shot and dispersed. Any fear comes from a lack of firepower. Su Ming deeply agreed with this statement. You killed the Demon Flame Warhorse, LV 198, gained 40.4W experience, and obtained 1 point. You killed the Demon Flame Warhorse, LV 199, gained 40.4W experience, and obtained 1 point. Tisk, TSK, each weirdo is 1 point. But even so, under his devastating attack, not a single one of the Demon Flame horses was left alive. His accumulated experience and points continued to rise rapidly. Magic Flame Warhorse progress. 100, you plundered 42 attack points. In plunder, we can't forget that. Thinking of this, Su Ming's eyes flickered with excitement. How many kinds of wild monsters should there be in this huge universe? All of them are attribute points he moved. The place was cleaned up quickly. All the rose crystals containing the element of fire were put into the backpack. Su Ming cautiously went deep into a treasure mountain inside. Didn't waste time worrying about other things. So he doesn't know. While shooting the horses madly, a terrifying wave arose in the hearts of almost all challengers. Someone named Su Ming. It suddenly appeared on the list from a state that was not on the list. Then 977, 832, 620, 120, 79. Su Ming directly rushed into the top 100. This is because there are not enough Magic Flame Warhorses. Otherwise, maybe I would have rushed to the first place directly. Oh my god, Su Ming is from Dragon Country? Why haven't I heard of it? How come he got so many points just after coming in? It's impossible for him to kill hundreds of monsters by himself. He must have been so lucky to come across a treasure. I'm so jealous. You can get points by killing wild monsters. However, like the Magic Flame Warhorse, the basic points are relatively few. Therefore, almost no one thought about killing monsters, but instead showed envy and jealousy. Su Ming encountered a treasure at the beginning. This immediately made many people with ulterior motives remember it. Wang Lin, who was looking for his teammates in a corner. Fuck, Su Ming is really a pervert. If it's him, he can really kill wild monsters as soon as he meets them. Wang Lin had to admit it in his heart. Even he could only admire Su Ming's current output of thousands and tens of thousands of arrows. The archer's fragility is also an inevitable problem for Su Ming. Even if you have a tool to save your life, it's not a panacea. I have to try my best to help him cover up. Young friend Su Ming, wait for me. Chapter 71. Another permanent buff. Killing monsters and exterminating the whole clan is just a matter of having hands, right? Su Ming has already stepped into the treasure mountain. Until you can see the abnormality of the mountain clearly. He exclaimed, fuck, there's another world. But the contrast is too great. Once you enter this mountain, you will find that the space here is reversed. Because there were actually goose feather-like snowflakes falling here. The core area of the fiery ruins is actually covered with ice and snow. This snowy mountain is unusual. Illusion interference? Su Ming did not act rashly and acted decisively. Choose to activate the illusion-breaking ability of Will Scale Crystal immediately. This active ability has no cooldown. So just use it whenever you encounter an illusion. What is that? Ice Snow Lotus. Su Ming's voice revealed excitement and excitement. Looks like I'm lucky. Directly and randomly arrive near this ruins. Then enter and encounter these natural high-end items. It turns out that you are the one who created the ice and snow. It happened in the blink of an eye. Countless thin snakes with silver and white patterns quickly emerged from the snow below the snow lotus. A huge squall came with snowflakes. I knew there were also groups of guarding monsters here. Ice Ring Snake, Strength and Wild Monster. Level, LV200. Health value, 102.1W/102.1W. Skills Blizzard, Flash, Ice Fong, I have slowed down. Enhancement buff, Ice and Snow damage resistance plus 50 in the Elemental Ring. Information, a creature with powerful elemental power and extremely high resistance to the elements it controls. Weakness, Head. Space Blockade. Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth and chose to directly fight the blizzard. -0, not broken. -0, not broken. When the shield exists, Su Ming's defense cannot be ignored. And the defense calculation is multiplied by 2. The blizzard from this entire group of ice snakes will not be able to harm him at all. Damn. I feel like I'm a powerful assault tank, Kiki. Shadow Arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. -10.4W. Critical hit. -5.2W. -1,500, -1,500. Terrible damage with area silencing. Soon the ice snake sect was shot over and turned over, and the blizzard retreated. You killed the Ice Ring Snake, LV200, gained 40.5W experience points, and obtained 1 point. You killed the Ice Ring Snake, LV200, gained 40.5W experience points, and obtained 1 point. Ice Ring Snake Progress, 100, you plundered 3,500 lives. Whether it is a wild monster or a boss, don't even think about stopping him from taking away the will of the Ice and Snow Lotus. By the way, you can also clean up the snake's drops. Wait, there's equipment. This looks like a bow. 3 bright blue ice bows were dropped. Because now I can basically defeat people of the same level in seconds. And looking forward to the next big bow artifact. Therefore, there is basically no need to replace weapons. But now a gold quality bow is dropped, which is completely suitable for me at level 180. It's indeed a deceleration feature, not bad. Ice Ring Bow Gold. Type, Weapon. Occupation, Archer. Level requirement, LV 125. Attributes, Attack plus 200, Attack Speed plus 0.8/s, Critical Hit plus 5, Durability, 150/150. Features, each arrow shot will slow down the target by 20 for 1 second. Because the number of Su Ming's rain of arrows was terrifying. So from now on, no matter what skill you use, the arrows will slow down the opponent. Of course, being defeated by yourself is another matter. The key is that it has an attack speed of 0.3 arrows/s more than the rocket longbow. His current basic attack speed has reached 7.29 arrows/s. Replace it directly, and then put the other Ice Rose crystals into the backpack. His eyes were already fixed on the Ice Snow Lotus. After taking it, it can greatly increase frost resistance and even improve freezing effects. He silently recited the function of this thing in his mind. Mine, all mine. Eat. After quickly locking onto the Snow Lotus, Su Ming took a bite of a lotus leaf. This is a treasure that can be eaten directly without being picked. The effect is absolutely the best. 1 piece at a time, then another piece. You have obtained a permanent buff. Frost resistance increased by 20. All freezing and deceleration time caused by yourself is extended by 1 second. You have earned 500 points. It's done. It's done, ha 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 ha. Su Ming showed a sunny smile and exhaled a stream of cold air from his mouth. He doesn't care whether the buff he gets will be useful in the future. But at least it will exist forever, which is definitely not bad. Besides, Prolonging the freeze for 1 second is probably useless. I just happened to get equipment that slows down my arrows. The status of the frost arrow was quickly raised. Very good. Time to plunder other places. I didn't expect to get 500 points by harvesting the snow lotus. I guess opportunities will come to other people as well. So, Su Ming took a look at the current world standings. I was stunned for a moment. What? I'm first. He didn't seem to do much. Perhaps, I just wiped out 2 more tribes of wild monsters in this relic? It's just a matter of one person killing monsters and exterminating an entire clan. Isn't it enough to just have hands? Su Ming shrugged helplessly. But he didn't know that others who had seen the ranking changes were completely shocked. What Michafak? Su Ming's score has started to soar again. 79, 62, 43, 1. What's going on? He jumped straight from 43rd to 1st. How much treasure did he obtain? Some people started to have problems with their mentality. In this arena of life and death competition, see that the treasures are in the hands of others. It's worse than killing yourself. Su Ming suddenly noticed that his real-time ranking had changed to 1/9998. 2 level 5 players have already died after just a short while. TSK. But Su Ming suddenly thought, if the first day was over, if I clear the top of the list myself, can I meet the requirement? The top 1,000 are out. At that time, facing the enemy will be hunting time. Today is a happy time of killing monsters and digging for treasures, and Su Ming keeps moving forward. There's a group of big-horned crocodiles by the river. Don't run. Shadow arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. -10.4W. Critical hit. -10.4W. Critical hit. -1,500, -1,500. You killed the big-horned crocodile, LV201, gained 40.9W experience, and obtained 1 point. Bighorn crocodile progress, 100, you plundered 30 points of strength. Hey, it's the sun-sacred grass. It's a material needed for advanced potions. If you were surrounded by a group of vultures, then you will all die. Shoot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed the dusk vulture, LV201, gained 40.9W experience, and obtained 1 point. Dusk vulture progress, 100, you plundered 28 points of agility. Compared to rare treasures. Most of the time, Su Ming was communicating in a friendly manner with the wild monsters in the elemental ring. So, even if a wild monster only has 1 point, he is rising rapidly. Current points, 11,451. After communicating with Brother Wang Lin, he realized that he no longer needed to hide his abilities because of his strength. He already felt completely safe. After all, even the reported hidden profession is now 1,000-arrow shooter. What's wrong with being a little perverted? With his current strength, he just needs to stay in the inner world and not step out of Dragon Country. Old Man Wang Bai will not agree to anyone who wants to deal with him. And I also have super life-saving and teleportation props. No need to panic anymore. Now, I want to tell all the challengers that I have definitely won first place. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Then, he suddenly stopped. Because a ripple appeared in the space thousands of meters in front of him, and a figure with an imposing aura appeared, approaching me rapidly. There is no hint from the same faction. It must be an assassin from another country. He wants to kill me at close range? Su Ming's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he moved back close to the ground. The space is blocked. If you dare to get in, you'll hit the wall. Arrow Chase Talisman. Lock on. Chapter 72 Hunting Time. Elemental Ring Domain Boss. Elemental Monarch. Masaraja is an assassin for Mason. Although the level is just LV200. But he has made sufficient preparations for this competition. He licked the blade with a terrifying smile. Any fragile creature of the same level will be turned into a dead soul in front of him. Is there an archer from another country? God is helping me. Your head is mine. Then, Masalaja's figure flashed. Assassins are the natural nemesis of squishy shooters. He lamented his good fortune. Ha ha ha. However, in the next moment, Arrow Chase Talisman, locked. Masaraja saw the opposing archer draw his bow. You can only shoot 1 more arrow at most once I get close. Wouldn't the squishy shooter be killed instantly? The advantage is mine. Clang. The invisible air seemed to rise up like a 1,000-foot barrier, and he felt dizzy. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. The other party's information appeared in his eyes. Name, Masala. Occupation, Skywalker. Level, LV200. You can just use the Arrow Chase amulet to lock it directly. A flash of cold light flew by. An ice arrow. Come for me. Under the time travel talent, 3,000 arrows swarmed out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Countless arrows were not scattered. Instead, they shoot at the same target at the same time. 1 arrow. What the hell is this 1 arrow? Walter, let me go. I don't want to die. Devil, he is. What kind of devil? This is the assassin before his death. The last scream. He flashed over. Then I found that my life value is emptied. You killed a competitor and gained an additional half of the opponent's points, 1,000 points. At the same time, the accumulated points of the Dragon Country camp increased tenfold to 10,000 points. Su Ming knew it a long time ago. Killing a competitor also earns half of the opponent's existing points. At the same time, because the camp points are 10 times more. Therefore, competition between countries will only become more intense. He's just unlucky. Su Ming waved his hand. In the huge Tianhuan battlefield, the probability of encountering a challenger in the same place is extremely small. But as time goes by, the universe is constantly shrinking inwards. All the remaining people will gradually move closer to the most dangerous core area. Su Ming shook his head. Then keep moving forward. However, challengers from other countries are once again losing their temper. What fake? Instantly increase 1,000 points? Look, the Dragon Nation camp's points have increased by 10,000 at the same time. Su Ming encountered a challenger? And he killed him instantly? Damn Su Ming, we in the Lighthouse Nation will bury you here forever. Su Ming didn't care what the other challengers thought. All the way towards the core area, there was no sign of other challengers. But he plundered the attributes of several wild monsters again and again, growing steadily. Soon, it was time to calculate the first day's standings. Your current score is 191,981. Your current score ranking, 1/9994, obtain the buff in the Sky Ring battlefield. Buff, increases damage to wild monsters by 50, reduces damage from wild monsters by 50, increases damage to challengers from different factions by 20, lasts 1 day. Su Ming didn't pay much attention to this buff. Instead, he looked at his job transfer task. Alright, once you complete it, there will be a record here. Then, turn your gaze to kill at least 100 enemies in the top 1,000 of the leaderboard who are not from the same faction, 0 out of 100. The first ranking is out. Next up, hunting time. From the moment you enter this battlefield, people from all different camps must be prepared to face life and death at any time. So, the obstacle that blocked Su Ming. Kill them all. Wind arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Su Ming was flying close to the ground all the way, never stopping shooting his wind arrows. Whether it's aimed at the air or killing passing monsters. Wherever he went, arrows rained down upon him. You killed Yun Susan, LV208, and gained 41.1 W experience. Cloud Susan progress, 100, you plundered 45 attack points. You killed Patillon Chicken, LV209, and gained 41.1 W experience. Patillon Chicken progress, 100, you plundered 36 points of agility. Is this what it means to kill monsters at random? I'm such a pervert. The speed of wind arrow can be continuously stacked as long as it is within 10 seconds. So he was like a gust of wind ghost moving through the elemental ring. At the same time, always maintain the maximum speed you can achieve. He started to act. Kill all enemies and find Brother Wang Lin. This is Su Ming's current goal. Wang Lin helped me so much. He would never let the other party die here. From this moment on, an invisible hunting wind began to appear in the Tianhuan battlefield. And once a sharp arrow flies out in the wind, the next moment, thousands of arrows will mysteriously shoot directly into other people's bodies. Leduoxy, ranked 942nd. Cyberman, ranked 452. Relying on Su Ming's speed, he visited almost all of the elemental rings. Therefore, all the wild monsters were plundered to my satisfaction. Then there were hundreds of challengers. He murmured, it seems that Brother Wang Lin is not in this area. He did not disturb the challengers from Dragon Country when he met them, rather than people from the same camp. When Su Ming didn't think about dealing with the other party, are they actively thinking about killing themselves? I'm sorry, you will all die under the rain of arrows. This also made him understand more. The people on this battlefield are all from the same camp. You must never be merciful when facing people from other camps, because there are points. At this time, Su Ming stopped, looking at a huge elemental spirit rising from the earth in front of us. The bow in his hand was fully drawn again. This is the final boss of the entire elemental ring. Its information had already appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Elemental Monarch, Elemental Ring Boss, Enhanced. Level, LV210. Health value, 4500.6 W/4500.6 W. Skills, Endless Fire, Tornado Hurricane, Frost and Ice, Rock of the Earth, Thunder of Destruction. Talent, Elemental Mastery. The range of all elemental skills used is doubled, and the skill casting time is reduced by 80. Talent, Elemental Body. All physical damage received is reduced by 80, but spell damage received is increased by 10. Elemental Ring Enhancement. For every 30 of maximum health taken as damage, a skill is triggered randomly without chanting. Information. A powerful elemental creature, sleeping in the elemental ring, will destroy everything in anger after being awakened. Weakness. Cannot be triggered. Oh. Su-Ming tilted his head slightly with interest. This guy's 5 skills are all large-scale skills that require a long time to chant. Since physical damage is reduced by 80, then I'll just use real damage. No more hesitation. Draw your bow. Dazzling Golden Light. Holy Light Arrow. Chapter 73 Element Mastery Skill Book. I, Su-Ming, will kill the demon god. In just 1 second, tens of thousands of arrows were fired. Chirp, chirp, chirp. -24W. Critical hit. -12W. -1,500, -1,500. Although he is only at level 180 now, this boss cannot be targeted with the Arrow Chaser Amulet. But the damage of each arrow has exceeded 12W. Who can escape from the crazy rain of arrows? The Elemental Lord roared domineeringly. Then, I was shot into scum. The earth began to shake violently, and a tornado sweeping across the sky and earth suddenly appeared. What followed was rolling thunderclouds brewing thunder. All 3 skills were triggered instantly? Of course, that also means it's gone. You killed the Elemental Lord, LV210, boss. Gained 1.9 million experience points, 1,000 points. You kill the Elemental Lord, LV210, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, life plus 3,000. Elemental Monarch, boss, progress, 100, you plundered 3,800 lives. Fast, it's really too fast. This boss didn't even last until the second. It seems that these are a bit child's play for me now. Su-Ming adjusted his attitude and was not proud. His target, his enemy. It is the demon god, the holy lord of heavenly demons, and even the lord of the abyss. So there is no need to waste too much time on these things. He quickly stepped forward and looked at the items dropped by the boss. An elemental crystal, something that every elemental magician would envy, 100 million for nothing. Wait, a skill book? It's a skill book. Su-Ming quickly looked at a book that was taking shape in the light. Element Mastery, General Skill Book. Level Limit, LV 150+. Element Mastery LV1, Mastering Powerful Elemental Abilities. The range of any group skills with elemental attributes used is increased by 1.5 times. This is a passive universal skill. Moreover, the range gain against shadow arrows and explosive arrows is huge. Su-Ming thought. When it is upgraded to level 10, the range should be doubled. He has no lack of output ability. So very practical. Learn. You meet the learning requirements of Element Mastery and successfully learn this skill, Element Mastery LV1. Then, quickly take out the skill proficiency crystal from your backpack. After using 9 pills in a row, he once again turned his attention to Elemental Mastery LV10. The full level range is not 2 times, but 2.5 times. Not bad. The speed of killing monsters in a group has increased a little bit. Finally, an arrow fragment? Quench Poison Bow. This reminded him of the refined light fragment thorn he obtained in the world corridor. It looks like this is poisoned. Use it. You use the quenched poison bow. The archer gained a powerful poison attaching ability, and each arrow has an additional 500 points of poison damage, which is settled immediately. This 500 poison damage can only be triggered once per arrow. But if it is paired with the time dispelling arrow, 40,000 damage can be dealt initially. It's better than nothing. It's okay. Quickly take inventory of everything. Su-Ming directly used the Gale Arrow to increase speed and drifted close to the ground. It's really comfortable to be able to keep Phoenix Wing sky flying open all the time. Very good. Now the elemental ring has been resolved. No need to go any deeper, but go to the next ring area and complete the job transfer task as soon as possible. Soon, Su-Ming discovered that the map information had changed. Sky Ring Battlefield, Fiery Sun Ring, Ruined Walls and Broken Mountains. This ring domain is different from the previous element ring domain. The sun is particularly dazzling. The enhancement of light attribute skills is greatly improved. And all the wild monsters here have powerful recovery capabilities. Of course, it was not good enough for Su-Ming. The hunting time has begun. This took 2 days. Su-Ming was not communicating in a friendly manner with the wild monsters. It is on the way to friendly exchanges with various challengers. His current level now. Although he was at the lowest level, he had reached a level that was far beyond the reach of the 5th turn. Soon, he received a message. You have completed the first job transfer task, Extinction Overlord. Su-Ming then glanced at the scoreboard. Current points ranking, 1/7836. Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. More than 2,100 people died in just 3 days. But more than 1,000 of them were almost all caused by me. Su Ming's face was calm as he spoke. 100 people here who have been in the top 1,000. Because his mission was just completed. And the rest. It is just like Masalaga, rushing over and delivering it. This is probably the deadliest start in 20 years. Today, challengers from other countries are trembling in fear. They didn't even look for the treasure. Instead, they constantly seek companions to form a group. Therefore, this time, the style of the Tianhuan battlefield is completely different from before. Su Ming accelerated the whole pace like flying. Among them, he also encountered dozens of Dragon Nation challengers. It's a pity that Wang Lin is not here. I told them the location of the companions they had met before and let them reunite on their own. Only a graceful back figure floating in the wind was left behind. Oh my god, is he the future successor of the god-killing temple? He's handsome, young, and strong. I envy him. Su Ming. Is he even more terrifying than old man Wang Bai was back then? You know, Mr. Wang Bai is #1 in the world in points. As a result, it broke the record in just over a day, and now it has skyrocketed to over 500,000. Su Ming is the future inheritor of Wang Bai's title of Bao God. In the vast network of relationships among the major forces in Dragon Country, it has almost become a default thing. It wasn't until they saw it for the first time that their understanding was refreshed. Among them, Wang Lin and Li Huiyang were the most helpless. Wang Lin, I know you are a pervert, but you are too perverted. Until now, Su Ming still needs his protection? It would be good enough if I didn't hold him back. He still underestimated young friend Su Ming. Unexpectedly, this leader was surpassed by the next wave in such a short time. He was very pleased. You are indeed the man of destiny, as my father said. So, as long as we avoid the Dragon Nation, we can all win without any effort. Young friend Su Ming will lead the team directly, hee. Before he knew it, he would also experience the pleasure of being carried away. Emma smells so good. Li Huiyang finally understood who he met in the virtual space. Damn, he actually wanted to steal the equipment of our Su Ming Sushin? He felt a chill down his spine. This Mr. Su Ming will definitely be the best archer in Dragon Country in the future. Besides, he is simply a killing god on the battlefield. It's okay, he is my teammate. I have to find a big guy to take me flying. As for calling him grandpa or something. If you meet the great Su Ming, it is possible. Emma smells so good. Since completing job transfer mission 1, Su Ming's premonition became stronger and stronger. The last one, the creator of eternity. Could it be the birth of a super artifact? It seems that the crisis on Blue Star is coming faster than expected. Just 5 turns later. You no longer have to worry about being exposed or being secretly wiped out by the bigwigs of other countries. By then, he will represent the new generation of the strongest in the God-slaying temple. The showdown as the 1,000-arrow shooter was directly displayed on the big stage of the world of Blue Star. Kill gods if they stand in your way. Kill demons if they stand in your way. This fake vest of mine is scary enough. The information log is updated again. You have generated the second job transfer task, Ancient Divine Bout difficulty 10. Sure enough, the Ancient Divine Bout and a demon god are both sealed in the Tianhuan battlefield. Next, Su Ming is about to kill a demon god. Chapter 74 Destroy the demon god Cardangero. Get another treasure, marking seal. Su Ming looked at the introduction of the job transfer task. Ancient Divine Bout difficulty 10. Description: the forgotten battlefield of ancient gods, where once immortal artifacts and demons are sealed. Enter the Tianhuan Divine Treasure to kill the self-sealed extinct demon Cardangero and get clues about the ancient Divine Bow. The Devil of Extinction, Cardangero, there is no record of him in the Dragon Country. Su Ming muttered to himself. Moreover, this demon is completely different from Garushifa. The former are just 3 shadow incarnations whose powers have not yet recovered. But it possesses the complete power of the devil. Although it will be suppressed to LV-239 by the Tianhuan battlefield. But it still cannot be underestimated. Any carelessness will be fatal. Very good, the Tianhuan Divine Treasure should be in the core area. Su Ming thought about it briefly. The gale accelerated and began to move towards the core area. With my speed, it will take me a long time to get to the core area before others can get close to me. At this point, he no longer had time to hunt. Only find the devil. Then complete the job transfer. All the petty fights will vanish in front of him. Wind arrow. Soon, the flame ring approached the boundary of the deep ring. He once again discovered a golden rock boss with holy light on its head. It seems that there is a boss guarding each ring area, so I just happened to take him down along the way. Su Ming was in a happy mood. Killing the boss can plunder its attributes. At least one good item for an archer of the corresponding level will be dropped. So shoot like crazy. Jinping and all his brothers finally found the culprit who was troubling the entire Liang Ring area. They roared angrily. This made some challengers who were still alive in this area tremble in their hearts. Suming did not stop moving forward. At the same time, the information about this group of great golden rocks also appeared in his eyes. This group of golden pinks, are they still a group summoning boss similar to the Black Crow King? Golden Rock of the Blazing Sun, strengthen wild monsters. Level, LV210. Health value, 112.2W/112.2W. Skills Holy Sun Bullet, Golden Rock Lightning Attack, Storm, Blazing Sun Rays. Enhanced buff, restore 0.5 of your maximum health per second in the Sun Ring. Information, living beings bathed in holy light have permanent and continuous recovery abilities. Weakness, eyes. The number of this kind of golden rock is slowly increasing. Soon there were dozens of them, and the guy they were surrounding had a huge golden feather tail. It is the final boss. TSK, 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 while others are still constantly looking for people to join forces and play by the way. He's already going to take on the second boss alone. Scorching Sun Ping Lord, Scorching Sun Ring Domain Boss, Enhanced. Level, LV215. Health value, 4640.2W/4640.2W. Skills, Storm, Fiery Sun Field, Mass Excitement, Burning Wings, Purifying Light. Talent, Golden Rock Lord. After waking up, he can use the power of the Scorching Sun to continuously summon golden rocks and provide powerful benefits to the golden rocks. Talent, Body of a Great Ping, immune to all abnormal states. Each abnormal state increases agility by 5. Strengthening the Fiery Sun Ring. For every 30 of your maximum health and damage, you will immediately summon 10 golden rocks in front of you. Information, the ruler who is sleeping in the Flame Ring will kill all intruders after getting familiar with it. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Once each area boss is triggered, unless killed or left here. Otherwise, it will attack all challengers. It's a pity that you ran into me directly. Suming smiled and shook his head without even stopping. Instead, just move and shoot. If Xiaoyi wasn't currently advancing in the contract space, he had already sprinted on Xiaoyi. Direct fire coverage. Holy Light Arrowy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. -26W. Critical hit. -13W. -1,500, -1,500. You think you're the only ones who can fly? The Jinping's plan to fly high and create distance was instantly shattered. After the arrow ruthlessly pierced through the body, they were falling stiffly one by one. Lord Liang Pru was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, all his subordinates were gone. Then, all the arrows fell on him. If it could speak. At this critical moment, I just wanted to yell at Su Ming. Although I am not a human, you are a real dog. Miserable and endless. You killed the Fiery Sun Golden Rock, LV210, and gained 41.1 W experience. You killed the Fiery Sun Ping Lord, LV215, boss, and gained 195 W experience points and 1,000 points. You kill the Fiery Sun Ping Lord, LV215, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, agility plus 42. The Lord of the Blazing Sun boss, progress, 100, you plundered 32 points of strength. It feels good. Su Ming did not stop his movements. Quickly put all the dropped items into your backpack. Along the way. By the way, I took a look at the 2 items dropped by this boss. Is this the Freedom Attribute Core? You can choose to increase the values of certain attributes. Looking at the diamond-shaped crystal core in his hand, a happy smile appeared on Su Ming's face again. Use. You have used the free attribute core and have selected life plus 2W. As a squishy archer, the health value has increased a little bit. Then comes the second item. Marking seal, exclusive seal for archers. Features. Targets that have appeared in the archer's field of vision will be marked with their positions even if they leave the field of vision, and the mark will last for 30 minutes after they leave the field of vision. Oh, this is a full location marker. Su Ming immediately activated the properties of the marking seal. Then, I found that there were several more map coordinate information on my panel. These are the coordinates of the Dragon Country challengers he had seen within 30 minutes. Fuck, I'll just have to see him more often in a crowd next time. You can know the location in all directions without blind spots in 30 minutes. Whether it is reconnaissance, it's still counter detection. These are extremely practical and powerful abilities. Life support has been greatly improved. Until he finally left the area of the Ring of Flames. Enter the deeper Tianhuan burial ground. By the way, I took a look at the panel after the continuous plundering over the past few days. TSK, 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 the attack power has exceeded 10,000. Fear. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, time and space, arrow god. Level, LV 180/LV 180, 4th turn. Health, 57.4 W. Mana, 999/9999. Strength, 1968. Agility, 1945. Attack speed, 7.29 arrows/S. Attack, 10,845. Defense, 5,038. Critical hit, 85. Anti-violence, 60. Single arrow reserve, 999/9999/999999. This is the horror of sky-snatching arrow. From being unnoticeable in the early stage to the continuous accumulation now. Quantitative change gradually evolves into qualitative change. A level 180 fragile archer with 570,000 plus HP. Anyone who hears this will be shocked, hehe. Skyring Battlefield, Skyring Burial Ground, Howling Mountains. Su Ming's expression turned serious. Because of this moment, not only did the heroic arrows produce a response, the same is true for the eternal divine string, the demon Cardangelo. It was sealed in a sacred relic in the burial ground. They are pointing to the right. Chapter 75. One man becomes an army, slaughtering all beasts. Demon, I'll steal your house. Hawkeye. It is an area that is worthy of being called a burial ground. Compared to other areas, it's eerily quiet. Then, Su Ming wasted no time and ran cautiously to the right of the mountain range. Current world ranking, 1/7055. There are only over 7,000 challengers in the entire Tianhuan battlefield. However, at present, except Su Ming, others are not able to reach the deep burial area in just 3 days. He needs to complete his job transfer peacefully without being disturbed. Right at this moment, the entire Tianhuan battlefield was filled with a melodious sound again. Phase 2. The outer ring collapses, the sky and the earth collapse, and the beast rise up, lasts for 3 days. Is this the second stage? Su Ming tilted his head slightly, but he had already arrived at the burial site. It seems that this beast tide has little to do with me. Challengers from various countries should gradually band together. Others are grouping together to kill the monsters, while I'm killing the demon alone. Everyone has a bright future. The effort of keeping on the road. He had already cleared out all the wild monsters along the way. This time, the recycling of ordinary equipment alone is worth hundreds of millions. Boom. Suddenly, the mountains and the burial ground began to shake. Su Ming quickly hid at the foot of the mountain. Darkness. Shadows. The sky and the earth gradually became dark. Immediately following. The sky, the earth, the rivers, countless beast roars came from deep within the burial ground. What the hell? Is this a beast tide? Where did the beast tide come from? So, it just happened to collide head-on? Su Ming almost laughed out loud. Turn out to be. It turns out that the wild monsters and the beast tide were resurrected from the burial ground. Then, from all directions. Rushing towards several areas including the fiery sun ring and the elemental ring. No matter what direction. At this time, Su Ming could already feel the strong sound of thousands of beast feet stepping on the ground in front of him. It seems that there are only a dozen or so Dragon Nation challengers left in the 2 rings behind me. Because I'm killing the gods. Instead, the number of people has become the weakest point. But don't panic, since I'm here. From this location, no wild monster can cross the burial ground. Phoenix Wings Tianxiang. Su Ming finally stopped hiding from the dark sky. The holy wings behind him were particularly dazzling, spreading in the sky. Superstorm, howling. Longbow in hand. In heaven and on earth, I am the archer god Su Ming. Shoot. Wind arrow. Holy light arrow. Royal guard arrow. Blockade arrow. Rock-crushing arrow. Thunder arrow. Shadow arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Arrows from the sky pierce the eagle, and arrows from the earth knock down monkeys and cattle. Faster, faster. Bloodlust frenzy is instantly superimposed. The Gale amulet takes effect at the same time. Attack speed 7.29, 7.79, 7.89, 9.79 arrows/S. Nearly 10 pulls per second. When the Gale is fully stacked, 30,000 arrows can be fired per second. One man forms an army and slaughters thousands of beasts. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. At every moment, there were corpses everywhere and the grief was long and lasting. A clear phoenix cry stimulated Su Ming's thoughts. Immediately following, a stunningly gorgeous dark phoenix flew out from the shadows. Xiaoi, you are getting more and more beautiful. The phoenix's wings are fuller. The phoenix's tail sways, and its shadow follows. Full of mystery and power. Su Ming, I want to kill with you 2 carat. Shadow Possession. After using her skills, Xiaoyi transforms into Phoenix Shadow. Reflected behind Su Ming was a giant dark phoenix spirit. Moment. Su Ming felt it through the contract. He and Xiaoyi have a spiritual connection and have become one. You are endowed with an extremely powerful shadow force. During this period, all arrows shot out will inflict an additional 50 true damage, and this damage cannot be recovered. Oh my god, the output capacity has increased by 1.5 times. Xiaoyi needs to consume mana continuously when using this skill, and it can absorb mana from me through the Shadow Space Stone. Isn't that equivalent to no consumption? Moreover, it does not affect Xiaoyi's ability to use other shadow abilities in this state. Now, she has truly transformed into the Dark Phoenix Master. The extra half of the damage is real damage. Also because the power of shadow corrosion cannot be restored. Powerful, worthy of being a divine beast. You killed the Thunder Eagle LV216 and gained 41.3 W experience. You killed the Stone Maggot Lychee Spider LV218 and gained 41.3 W experience. You killed the Giant Armored Rhino LV218 and gained 41.4 W experience. You killed the Forest Python LV219 and gained 41.4 W experience. News of countless wild monsters being killed is refreshed. Along with it came many groups of wild monsters that were not seen in the periphery. Su Ming once again made great progress and gained a large number of attributes. Stone Maggot Lychee Spider Progress 100, you plundered 38 points of agility. Forest Python Progress 100, you have plundered 3,500 health points. Mountain Collapse Giant Ape Progress 100, you plundered 32 points of strength. The Phoenix Wings bloomed, but Su Ming did not retreat. Instead, it keeps moving forward. Thousands of arrows came one after another. Su Ming moved forward along the source of the massive beast tide. Because there, it is also the place guided by the heroic arrows. No one can stop me. Die. Su Ming had expected this. After reaching the 5th level, the experience required to upgrade each level is like an insurmountable chasm. This is also why many people complete the 5th turn. You will be stuck at this level for several years. So, this is just the perfect place for a slaughter. Su Ming will kill him to pieces. At last, the road where he was. There are only corpses and countless dropped items. Pick up things along the way as you move forward. Feed all of them to me, dream sprouts. The little buds in the contract space soon showed signs of growing again. Su Ming was very satisfied with this growth rate. This is Xinzang. Su Ming's pupil shrank slightly. Sure enough, the source was the Tianhuan divine treasure that he was looking for. A door filled with a strange atmosphere was only half open. So, now is the time to release all the beasts inside. The group of people who finally made it here alive after the beast tide. You can enter the divine treasure and explore for truly rare treasures. He heard about it from Brother Wang Lin. Xinzang is the most dangerous place in the entire Tianhuan battlefield. Of course, I dare not imagine the treasure, because it is restricted by the maximum strength limit of LV239. Challengers who enter every year. They only dare to enter the divine treasure and fight for it on the edge. But Su Ming would not wait for the beast tide to end. He will continue to draw his bow and shoot indiscriminately. Little E, that's not enough. Try again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. At the same time, Xiaoyi continued to use the power of shadow to generate a shadow barrier. Protect one person and one phoenix in it. Su Ming fluttered his phoenix wings and rushed into the gate of Xinzang decisively. The devil card Angelo? I'm gonna steal your house. Chapter 76 Void Sage. You were such a good guide. A superstorm was dancing wildly around Su Ming. Within the space, anything weird that tries to approach me will be chopped into pieces. But, at this moment, a creature with a blurred face in the divine treasure suddenly opened its eyes. The voice is low and hoarse. Who disrupted the progress of Xinzang? I have to go and take a look. Only the beast tide can bring the demonic power of our Lord to kill all obstacles. Only then can our Lord further accelerate the speed of recovery. The earth began to shake. Su Ming in midair looked at the wild beast that kept emerging from the ground of Xinzang. Squinting slightly, there was no pause in the arrow shooting action. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It's only close to 30,000 arrows per second, which feels a bit too little. The damage is still not enough. Su Ming murmured. This was the first time in this world that he witnessed the source of the crazy beast tide with his own eyes. The right hand twitched and pulled. There were countless corpses piled up ahead. But it's not enough. He wants to kill more and shoot like crazy. Perhaps, after this time, once the job transfer is completed. It's not too far away to reach LV240 and reach the 6th level requirement. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. Others would never dare to think of such a thing. The wild monsters that Su Ming slaughtered in one day. Even more than they accumulate in a whole year. Just as Su Ming continued to go deeper inside. Suddenly, he saw the sky ahead. It was as if there was a being coming out from within and killing people crazily. It was a humanoid creature with a distorted face. A special. Terran. Huh? I feel a wonderful aura from you. Su Ming immediately became alert. The other person's information appears in the eyes at the same time. Race, Void Sage. Belong to, Abyss. Level, LV-239. Void Sage? From the Abyss, the Devil's Servant. Su Ming's heart sank and he immediately thought of it. It is most likely the waiter guarding Cardangelo. Fortunately, there are powerful world rules in the Tianhuan battlefield. This guy looks very mysterious. As long as you are in this small world, your level will be suppressed to the upper limit of LV-239. Wonderful. Could it be Xiaoyu's shadow power? No, it's some substance that Xiaoyu absorbed. Su Ming was surprised. This guy with such a low sand value obviously came with murderous intent. But suddenly his attitude changed. Wait, maybe he felt. Maybe it was the dish that had no class at all because of the devil. The breath of Garushifa. Think of this. Su Ming temporarily gave up his plan to launch a surprise attack and kill the opponent instantly. It's obvious. The divine hiding place hides many spaces. And this Void Sage must have direct knowledge of the ruins where Cardangelo is located. It just saves time and effort completely. Su Ming suddenly had a special idea. Then, Su Ming immediately took out the Shadow Eternal Crystal from Garushifa. No fear at all, calm expression. Void Sage, are you the servant of Lord Cardangelo? He spoke domineeringly, waiting for the other party to respond. There is no trace of acting. What? Human? How dare you address my lord by his name? Who are you? If you take another step forward, you will die. The Void Sage was stunned. Why is this insect so weak? Do you know the name of the demon lord? Moreover, it did feel that Su Ming possessed the power of the shadow demon. This is why it failed to kill the bug immediately. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth, holding high the shadow crystal. I am a follower of the great demon god Garushifa. Today, following the will of my lord brings great power. In order to revive Lord Cardangelo, the Void Sage looked at the Shadow Eternal Crystal. It contains the rich power of shadow as the incarnation of Garushifa. That's right. The aura of this hung crystal is extremely wonderful. The corners of the Void Sage's mouth cracked, and his sanity value exploded. But the words spoken were full of excitement and joy. Oh, dear human, please forgive my rudeness. You are different from those ignorant bugs. For the great demon god, I, Camillo, am willing to sacrifice everything. Think of this. The Void Sage no longer felt angry about the beast tide being disrupted. Instead, the corners of his mouth widened further, and he looked at Su Ming with fiery eyes. Human, can you really revive our lord completely? Forehead. Are you smiling at me? The smile is very sweet. Don't smile next time. Yes, as long as I activate the hinging of the fellow demon lord, Garushifa. This world will be ruled by us. Su Ming's blood boiled as he spoke. It said with enthusiasm. His performance made the Void Sage even more satisfied. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? Its great work is finally about to be completed. From then on, I followed the great demon god. Turn one world after another into your own possession. Once Lord Cardangelo recovers, all living things in this small world will be transformed into nutrients. In this human, he is the biggest contributor, Jeer. Su Ming, in the place where the gods hide, he won another Oscar. It's a pity that I didn't get nominated for Best Actor in my previous life. Unexpectedly. Here you can not only fool the great dragons and dragon kings, he can also fool the servants of the devil. Camillo, please take me to where Lord Cardangelo is sleeping. I, Iron Manganese, will accomplish the greatest feat of all. That's all that has been said. It would be rude to doubt it any further. Camillo maintained his cracked face. Iron Manganese, please follow me, hee. Right at this moment, a huge black hole force suddenly erupted around it. All the wild monsters around were pulled in uncontrollably. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy, if he wasn't restricted by the Tianhuan battlefield, the strength is absolutely catastrophic. It should take a little more time to kill. But so what? Now he is my good partner of Iron Manganese. Su Ming followed Camillo as he continued to bypass the various spaces within the divine treasure. Thinking in my heart, it turned out to be the right move to keep it to lead the way. Once you get away from the edge, you will find countless overlapping spaces inside the divine treasure. This overlapping space, even more complicated than the previous Shenlong ruins. Of course, Camillo led the way. Su Ming also cleared the flying monsters on both sides of the sky. Shadow arrow. Sharp arrows filled with the power of shadow pierced through one wild monster after another. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A large amount of experience was gained again. It is far beyond the strength of the weak human race. Rich and extremely powerful shadow power. Iron Manganese, you are indeed a follower of the great demon god. The Void Sages are a very intelligent race. Until now. Only then did he truly recognize Su Ming's identity. Therefore, everything is for the revival of the Demon Lord. Su Ming is the hero it reveres. The great Lord Cardangelo is sleeping in the space ahead, so that the Demon Lord will not be disturbed. No one except me can find this place. Camilla was filled with pride and excitement. Very good. Su Ming's handsome face also revealed an extremely excited expression. Such a tricky space. Demons are all pretty good at hiding, aren't they? Therefore, we should be even more grateful to a wise man for his guidance. Camillo had already created a space crack at this time. Ancient burial ground, mausoleum ruins, demon god sealed territory. Su Ming entered decisively. Then I saw a huge mausoleum and the demon. Of course, he was lying in the coffin. Stealing home. Finally, I'm going to officially steal the house. Here I come. Chapter 77 Exploding Demon God Cardangelo. Woohoo, take off. Camillo, you stay outside the mausoleum. No matter what happens next, don't act rashly. When I come out, let's welcome the resurrection of the great demon god together. Su Ming endured the humiliating look. He said it confidently with a calm face. I understand, respected Iron Manganese. I offer my devotion and wait for good news. Then, finally, Su Ming stepped into the mausoleum alone. Huh. It came earlier than expected. I thought it would take a lot of time to find it, but the Void Sage is truly an honest man. Just gave him a big surprise. Let's talk about the art of deception. Even a powerful Void Sage. It's still no match for the wisdom of the bugs he mentioned. Haha. Xiaoyi only used one piece of shadow crystal. So there are actually 2 complete pieces in Su Ming's backpack. After taking it back, he held the ice bow in his left hand. The right hand is ready to summon the heroic arrow at any time. This magic arrow. This will give him the confidence to completely kill Cardangelo. The road is not very long. It seems that countless mechanisms were shut down because of the friendly Camillo. Finally, Su Ming came to an empty hall. In the middle of the hall stands a huge crystal pillar. Inside the stone pillars, Su Ming has already seen the basic information of the figure surrounded by shadow chaos. Name, Cardangelo. Position/concept, Devil of Extinction. Level, LV-239, sealed. How many secrets does the 6 Paths Divine Tower still hide? Su Ming muttered to himself. Countless small worlds connected by the Divine Tower. Not only is there the Dragon King, there are even relics sealed by the Demon God. What kind of existence is it? Conceal them all in history? Su Ming did not believe that it was the work of the all-devouring demon clan. Because he is as powerful as the Demon Lord. Still can't escape the same situation. The Dragon Burial, the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Demon, is also sealed inside. Brother Wang Lin said that the crisis on Blue Star is getting closer and closer. Su Ming shrugged. Is this getting closer? Damn, all the beings who are capable of destroying the world are sleeping right under our noses. Although, nothing is the same as it used to be. The artifact heroic spirit arrow can kill instantly. So now, Su Ming decisively, I will kill you while you are sick. However, the moment he stepped into the hall, the being in the crystal column also suddenly emitted spiritual sounds in its sleep. The breath of the shadow demon? No. You killed the shadow demon. Su Ming curled his lips. As expected, this demon god himself is not so easy to fool, because it can truly feel the power of Garushifa. Who let you in? I've lost a lot of my strength again. Camillo, you idiot, you were fooled by this little bug. If I kill you and take the shadow demon's items, I can also recover a lot. The crystal column began to become extremely dark. Su Ming drew his longbow and put an arrow on it. Now he's fine, he doesn't pretend anymore. Cardangelo, you talk too much nonsense. Wind arrow. Holy light arrowy. Holy light arrowy. Start with wind arrow. Then Su Ming continued to shoot holy light arrows, each arrow causing real damage to the crystal. It can also prevent the opponent from secretly replenishing gains. In just 1 second, the center of the hall was surrounded by sharp arrows from all directions. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Stupid bug, I am an immortal being. You are being ridiculous. Now, change arrows. Heroic arrow. After shooting countless holy light arrows, he drew his bow. Pull it full and shoot at. Whoosh. Su Ming finally revealed a sunny smile. Devil, you still don't understand how powerful humans are. Why am I pretending? Isn't it just about shooting the winning arrow at the best moment? Cardangelo was completely unprepared. With one arrow fired, time travel takes effect. The huge arrow mercilessly pierced through the center of the crystal and then passed through the figure's body. Reach the other end of the temple. You. What do you mean? Goodbye. I won't see you off. Su-Ming quickly rushed to the back to retrieve the heroic spirit arrow. As a separate artifact, the heroic arrow has this biggest drawback. After each shot, you have to recycle it yourself. So Su-Ming understood. Once it leaves your hand, you must kill with one strike. No. Damn it. You think you can kill me with this? You actually let me use the essence of the devil. You deserve to die. Void walking void. What's going on? Why can't I use it? Cardangelo was screaming madly at this time. There was a big hole in its body, but it was not completely dead. You know, the heroic arrow not only pierces the target's body, it will also penetrate that part of the soul. Su-Ming's heartbeat quickened, but his eyes became even colder. He had to use his acting skills to the fullest to find the opportunity to kill with one strike. The result was success, but it only caused serious damage to the opponent. Since the first arrow didn't kill him, I'll shoot again. And why couldn't Cardangelo walk in the void? Of course it's because of Su-Ming. The space is blocked the moment you enter the hall. It is to prevent accidents and make the devil go out and join forces with Camillo. Now preparation is finally making a huge difference. Give it to me. Shoot. While the demon was going crazy, Su-Ming's second arrow came from the opposite direction. Whoosh. A second hole appeared. At this time, the entire mausoleum was shaking violently. Camillo, who was stationed outside, knelt on the ground fanatically. The confused and blurred face is extremely pious. With such a sensation, it seems that Iron Manganese will be successful soon. Great Lord Cardangelo, I can finally follow you again. I am waiting for the moment when you step out of the mausoleum. By then, I will dominate thousands of small worlds, and even annihilate all those above the 9 heavens. Camillo knelt devoutly the whole time. You're not fucking dead yet? Su-Ming wanted to fuck. 2 arrows. These are 2 complete arrows of the divine weapon, the heroic spirit arrow. Completely shot the guy who was still sealed. But it looks noticeably fainter. Then, the 3rd arrow. Shoot. Not dead yet? 4th arrow. Shoot. Cardangelo, WD and MD. Why? It possesses the supreme space skill void walking. But, I can't move. I can't move at all. What level of blocking ability does this damn bug have? I don't know how many arrows have been fired, and the forces come again. What's even more terrifying is this arrow. It really has the ability to completely destroy it. Destroy the demon god. The power of extinction it possesses is to destroy everything physically, and also mentally and spiritually. It can even break through time and space and eliminate all traces. It actually felt similar laws from this arrow. So it did not perish immediately. But if it hits a few more times, it will really die. Let me go. Stop shooting arrows. Let me go. As long as you let me go, I will tell you a shocking secret. Shocking secret? Oh, I thought you weren't going to die. What's the secret? You want to sign a contract with me. Put it down now. No, you have no moral principles. You killed Cardangelo. Finally, Su-Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally shot it to death. Whether for himself or the mission, this demon must die. As for secrecy, if there is, there may be clues in the tomb. Really? When Cardangelo died, the job transfer mission has been completed. And a demon sealing scroll that seemed to be disappearing soon appeared before his eyes again. There is a text on the scroll. It is really the information of the ancient divine bow. Heroic spirit arrows, eternal strings, ancient bows, take off. Woohoo, take off. Chapter 78, the Eternal Creator. Mine, all mine. As the light of the scroll gradually dimmed, Su-Ming's eyes did not miss any details above. The ancient divine bow is also sealed in the divine treasure. But it's not here. Look at the pattern drawn above. Su-Ming understood that it was most likely a map to a divine treasure. In fact, it's not just the ancient divine bow. There are all kinds of high-level holy medicines in this divine treasure. Su-Ming's smile lasted for a long time. You have completed the second job transfer task, Ancient Divine Bow. The second job transfer task was finally completed cleverly with wisdom. It was far beyond Su-Ming's expectations. It's good to have an honest guy leading the way. The final job transfer task will be refreshed soon. You have generated the third job transfer task, Eternal Creator. Eternal Creator difficulty 10. Description: the eternal artifact sealed in the long river of history is waiting alone, waiting for the moment when its owner holds it in his hand and creates the eternal artifact in the God's Dome, destruction. The final mission. The job transfer will be completed soon. The Divine Dome? Is it somewhere in this place? Wait, if it's the highest place. Could it be the clouds in the upper right corner of the demon ceiling scroll? Fortunately, he can fly. This would be a situation where someone has no flying skills. There are no people who can fly and tame animals. I can only stare blankly. Su Ming withdrew all his thoughts. No longer pay attention to the content of this task. The answer will be known after you reach the Divine Dome. Then, Su Ming began to look at the special hall carefully. Just stepped into this place before. It was exciting and thrilling to have a friendly exchange with the demon god Cardangelo. It seems now. On the walls here, there are crystal pillars that seal the demon. It is indeed copying the unknown secrets. There is a tower-shaped pattern. Is it the Six Paths God Tower? And the place where the Six Paths Divine Tower was originally located. Is it a continent above the stars? No, it's an incomplete continent, made up of 10 fragments. The Six Paths Divine Tower connects the heaven and earth of the entire continent. Above the sky, above the pattern of clouds, the silhouette of a person in the palace can be seen faintly. Now, the Six Paths Divine Tower has landed on Blue Star. Have the former sky and earth been ruined and collapsed? It has to be said that Su Ming was shocked. It seems that Blue Star is also a special place. Final. Su Ming calmly left the hall and returned the same way. There was no retreat in his heart. No matter what the future holds for this world, he will move forward courageously. In the future, the name of Bao God Su Ming will resound throughout the universe. I am the only one arrow in the sky and on the earth. Since we have come to this world, how can one be mediocre and idle? Su Ming opened the door of the mausoleum from the inside. The light became brighter. At this time, Su once again transformed into an Oscar winner. There was enthusiasm and joy on his face. He saw that Camillo, who was kneeling on the ground, did not stand up. Oh, respected Iron Manganese, has Lord Cardangelo recovered? Camillo asked Su Ming devoutly. Of course, Master Demon's wise man Camelot. But you should know that the Lord is in a critical period of accumulating strength. So you must not disturb, understand? Oh, thank you. Camillo looked even more gloomy when he heard Su Ming's exact answer. Such a big momentum before. Camillo had no doubt about the possibility of failure. And no matter what it thinks, no one would have thought that Su Ming had the ability to kill this demon god. We understand. I will kneel here. Welcome Lord Cardangelo from the tomb. But at this time, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Then he pretended to be drained. Ahem, it's like this, Camillo. For the great Lord Cardangelo's resurrection, I paid a lot of treasure. So, Lord Cardan promised to grant me the items in his treasure house. You must have the key to the treasure house? Then, let's welcome Lord Cardangelo together. Camillo then rose reverently. He replied excitedly. Of course, respected Iron Manganese, you deserve it. You are my and my lord's companion, and you will conquer everything in the future. Please follow me, although there is nothing extraordinary in the treasury now. But it also contains a lot of resources that our lord has collected from many small worlds. So, you can live a little longer then. Su Ming felt even more excited and expectant. He was just testing it out and had no hope. Unexpectedly, it worked. Then, the man and the abyss creature quickly went around to the back of the tomb. Camillo recited a complex spell to a stone tablet. Then the stone tablet moved. Another hidden space? Su Ming murmured inwardly. A door appeared in the empty space before my eyes. The door opened, revealing. Fuck. I almost couldn't help blurting it out. Su Ming's eyes were instantly blinded by the dazzling gold. That is a mountain of gold. But Camillo sighed instead. Respected Iron Manganese, for the resurrection of our Lord. For countless years, these are the only things left here that are useless in this world. For example, these mountains of special gold coins. In fact, it is made of celestial stone which contains a huge amount of magical power. But we hardly use it now, Camillo said as Su Ming listened quietly. As the smile on Su Ming's face grew brighter, Camillo reminded, Iron Manganese, you can take 3 items from the remaining ones. 3. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. No, I want them all. Camillo, what? This void sage didn't notice it at all. Don't know when. A piece of silver-white scale crystal appeared in Su Ming's hand. Will scale crystal activate? This is an extremely powerful control tool. It allows Su Ming to instantly turn the situation around when facing any opponent below the god level. As long as the scale crystal is in hand, there is no need for any pre-swing. All creatures below the god level near him will be forced into a dream. This is the scale of the Dragon King. How dare you lie to me? Cardangelo, sir. This chaotic-looking creature was finally controlled by the powerful force of the Dragon King's scale crystal. He fainted on the ground weakly. Maybe he is still dreaming of welcoming the demon god. Su Ming, nervous face, hee. Do you think you are a demon like Cardangelo? I don't care what you're capable of. Force me to sleep first. Then, Su-Ming took out the heroic spirit arrow with peace of mind. The magic arrow leaves his hand. Shoot. There were no surprises this time. One arrow pierced through this honest wise man. You killed Camillo. It also died under the arrow god. Su-Ming felt a little lost for some reason. What an honest silly child. Then, Su-Ming turned his head, and golden light suddenly reflected in his eyes. Mine, all mine. Chapter 79 God's Hidden Sky. Eternal creation, destruction. A mountain of gold that you can't see the top of. These glittering gold coins are not gold coins in the sense of blue star, but it contains a huge special magic. Su-Ming thought, if this is used in all the great formations in the inner world, perhaps it is an excellent source of energy. There is no way that the energy could be exhausted, right? Besides, on the contrary, as Camillo said, there is not much else. TSK. What a waste of good things. The energy in many items was all used to transfer to Cardangelo. Of course, there are still some good things left. Huh? I can use this amulet. Steel Heart Amulet, universal for objects. Features. Triggered in battle, use physical attacks to hit a target every 10 seconds, temporarily increasing the carrier's health limit and defense limit by 1, up to 100, and will be refreshed and reset within the next 10 seconds. This is to stack the life and defense limits. Su-Ming was extremely excited. If the upper limit is increased by up to 100, all you need to do is hit 100 targets simultaneously within 10 seconds. Isn't it enough to have hands? Once triggered, now he has finally reached 60 W health points. The temporary life limit can be instantly increased to 1.20 W life. Moreover, the shield of indestructible arrow body is also 100 of total health. Therefore, he has an additional 120 W health shield. Not to mention the improvement in defense is equally exaggerated. Finally, I'm finally getting rid of my crispy skin. I am an archer, but I can kill the boss head-on. If there is another passive skill that can counter injury, he can even be played as a counter-attack tank. But, how can a tank be as comfortable as rapid firing? Oh, there are dozens of skill books. That's right, the skill books are of no use at all. Sky-shattering slash, ice and snow, words of despair, healing aura, giant sphere of Kuan. Warriors, mages, priests, and other professions are included. But Su-Ming doesn't need the archer's output skills. Words of despair? I didn't expect it to have no restrictions. This skill is interesting and extremely useful at certain times. Words of Despair General Skill Book. Level restriction, none. Words of Despair LV1 launched on the unconscious surviving target caused by you. You can control the target to act or answer questions according to your commands in an unconscious state, which lasts for 5 seconds. The cooldown for the same target is 300 seconds. This is just the effect of LV1. The duration of a full level is at least 10 seconds. Combined with the forced dreaming of will scale crystal. In 10 seconds, Su-Ming can learn any truth from the mouths of all the major beings. For example, it can openly trick Zucker wrong. Encounter the enemy later. You can also use this ability to instantly find out the other person's background. You meet the learning requirements of Words of Despair and successfully learn this skill, Words of Despair LV1. So far, Su-Ming put all the remaining things into his backpack. Being a professional is good. Comes with a 4-dimensional pocket. He can also use the dream tree that he has no use for. The small bud in the contract space finally grew into a small tree. There aren't many leaves yet, but Su-Ming clearly felt that his spirit had become more active. It's time to go. Su-Ming soared into the air and reached above the mausoleum. Exploding arrow. Exploding arrow. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of forces with fire began to bombard the mausoleum. All traces of this should disappear, until Su-Ming came out of the space crack. This space began to collapse. Follow the map instructions on the scroll. The place where the ancient divine bow was sealed was not far from the Shinzong sky. Hey. Su-Ming rode directly on Xiaoyi's back. Terrifying speed, sprint in an instant. After Xiaoyi reaches level 3, the flying speed in the riding state has become own speed plus Su-Ming's 110 speed, worthy of being the overlord of the sky. Wind arrow. The speed accumulated instantly, and the dark phoenix poop was like a shadow arrow across the sky. Racing Phoenix is so exciting. At the same time, Su-Ming continued to use gale arrows along the way. Clear the map at random against the several groups of wild monsters below. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Dash 13.2 W. Critical hit. Dash 6.6 W. Minus 1,500, minus 1,500. You killed the mimic giant lizard, LV218, and gained 41.7 W experience. You killed the death tree, LV218, and gained 41.7W experience. You killed the red sting bee, LV-220, and gained 418,000 experience points. Arrive. Crazy killing all the way. Su-Ming finally arrived at the place surrounded by huge rocks. Ancient Stonehenge? Looking down from above, Su-Ming discovered that this place was not simple. Countless towering rocks seemed to be arranged in alternating circles in a regular pattern. So the center of the ring is equivalent to the ancient altar. This scene reminded him of the World Corridor. Enter the Crow altar at Valheim. Hawkeye. There is no danger lurking around. Su-Ming rode Xiaoyi carefully down and entered the formation. Just at this moment, an inconspicuous item in Su-Ming's backpack emitted an extremely strong light. This is the Fusion Divine Stone. Su-Ming realized that this was the main carrier of the Fusion Divine Stone. It's not the heroic arrow. It is not the eternal divine string either. But it is the ancient divine bow. So it is trying to activate the stone formation. Su-Ming quickly took out the Fusion Divine Stone and held it in his hand. The sacred stone shines brightly. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the boulders began to move. The ground beneath Su-Ming's feet began to shake violently. They are rising. Going straight up into the sky, will it be right in front of the divine hidden sky? While he was thinking, the center of the stone formation continued to rise. In the boulder at this time. Gradually, they formed a neat staircase in front of Su-Ming. Is this the road to heaven? The magnificent and mysterious sky. At the end of the stairs, there was a huge, frightening bow floating. Xiaoyi hid in the shadow. Su-Ming's eyes were firm. Ancient divine bow, here I come. Su-Ming murmured with a smile. This is the divine bow that belongs to him. Ancient divine bow fusion artifact, fusion activated. The big blood red bow is so red that it appears black. The moment you hold it in your hands, Su-Ming seemed to see one giant after another standing high above being shot through and perished in hatred. The bow, strings, and arrows are complete. The stairs began to extend further. The Fusion Divine Stone was guiding him to move forward. At this moment, the clouds covering the divine hiding place seemed to be parted. So this is the center of the sky ring, the very center. Su-Ming seemed to be separated from the entire Tianhuan battlefield. You can overlook everything below. This is the god's hidden sky. The sky ring battlefield turns out to be a circular corner of the ancient god's battlefield. Finally scattered in the space connected by the Six Paths Divine Tower. The next moment, 4 objects filled with ancient aura floated in front of Su-Ming. Heroic Arrow Fusion Artifact, Fusion Activation. Eternal String Fusion Artifact, Fusion Activated. Ancient Divine Bow Fusion Artifact, Fusion Activated. Fusion of Divine Stone. The Fusion Divine Stone triggered an unknown power. Will an unknown level of fusion be performed? Whether unknown level? It's really a super artifact. Yes. A beating heart, trembling hands. Su-Ming finally confirmed the creation of eternity, destruction. Chapter 80, only 2 words can be seen, invincible. Above the sky, a ray of blood light illuminated the circle. From Su-Ming's condescending gaze, the entire Tianhuan battlefield began to experience a collapse that was far more terrifying than before. At this time, Wang Lin, Li Huiyang, and others all gathered together. That's not all. Whether it is the Dragon Country or the remaining challengers from various countries. No more desire to fight each other. Instead, he ran as fast as he could towards the Tianhuan burial ground in the center. Thanks to Brother Su-Ming. Yes, we had a smooth journey. That's the terrifying beast tide that everyone wants to avoid. Brother Su-Ming really wiped out an entire group of people by himself. Ahem, Wang Lin, you, the God-slaying temple, have kept this a secret from us. Wang Lin. The corners of Wang Lin's mouth twitched. I don't even know it myself. Because Su-Ming slaughtered everyone along the same route as him. Therefore, the challengers gathered on the side of the Dragon Kingdom suffered almost no casualties. And the challengers from other countries were completely dumbfounded. Walter? It wasn't like this last year. The earth is about to collapse. Run. There is still a tide of beasts ahead. We cannot force our way through. I don't want to die. I want my mother. Su-Ming shrugged and raised his head. In the blood light before my eyes, there was a longbow with a string. And the heroic arrow of the past. But it automatically changes into an ordinary arrow that can be summoned by thought. Wait. No, he turned into my own special arrow? Congratulations on your successful fusion and obtaining the eternal artifact, super artifact, destruction. The bloody longbow is no longer a substantial weapon. Su-Ming was looking at it at this time, as if becoming one with its thoughts. It is actually a conceptual super artifact. Immortality, indestructibility. Leaving no trace in the long river of time. Even cause and effect. There will never be any trace of it. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, he belongs to me alone. Meet your calling with the nature of your weapon. It seems like I have been waiting all the time. From then on, Su Ming's bow and arrow would always exist between concepts. Even exclusive arrows. It is no longer just an arrow that can only attach exclusive skills. It will strike all targets it hits in conceptual form. Arrow God of Extinction. Is this what it means to annihilate everything? Conceptual strike. This weapon is simply terrifying. Then, Su Ming finally looked at the abilities attached to this super artifact. Destruction, Eternal Artifact, Super God. Exclusive, Su Ming. Type, Concept Weapon. Level Requirement, None. Occupation, Extinction Arrow God. Starting. Basic Attributes, Total Attack Power x2, Total Attack Speed x2, Total Critical Strike x2, Total Anti-Crit x2. Growth Attribute, Total Damage Increase x, Level. Concept, Destruction, the target killed by destruction will be permanently conceptually erased. Concept, Absolute, arrows shot from extinction cannot be blocked by anything. Features, Eternal Immortality, can kill souls with one strike. Features, kill any target to gain the power of destruction, which adds progress. Currently, it is 0/100. Features, when the power of destruction reaches 100, it can self-annihilate for 1 minute, immune to any damage control, and kill and erase all targets it attacks with one strike, including the complete God level. In fact, the additional information is still unremarkable. There are only 2 words revealed between the lines. Invincible. Kill the soul body with one strike? What Su Ming has encountered in the small world so far. Whether it is Garushifa Incarnation or Card Angelo is essentially a soul body. Except for the Abyss. The demon's original body could not enter the small world at all. I see. No wonder the heroic spirit arrow is so effective. And the power of destruction. Even a perfect god could be killed with one arrow? And the concepts of extinction and extinction are indeed simple and direct. The simplest things are often the most heart-wrenching. It's unstoppable, so if combined with the arrow chase amulet, wouldn't it be a sure hit? The most terrifying thing is conceptual erasure. Don't talk about resurrection. Even if time and space are turned back, they will disappear from now on. Simple and crude. These 2 concepts and 3 characteristics are destined to surpass the god level. However, my basic attributes seem to have taken off. The output capacity seems to have become a little stronger. And Su Ming also saw a new attribute. It is a newly added panel with basic attributes. Total damage increase. This is not affected by damage reduction effects. The attribute with the highest damage increase in the panel. It is impossible for occupations below level 7 to appear. I just reached the 5th level and here I am. It's not just about getting 510. At LV 180, the total damage has increased by 180. This means that the extra 180 damage is full damage. This is 1,000 times more terrifying than real injury. There are ways to reduce real damage. For example, the Guardian Amulet he possesses reduces the first hit by 99. As the level continues to rise, the damage has skyrocketed exponentially. What was the eye spell in your hand before? We are really not familiar with it. Destroy. Su Ming's mind moved. The blood-red bow was finally held in his left hand. Isn't this too domineering? Then Su Ming took a quick look at his panel. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, time and space, arrow god. Level, LV 180/LV 180, 4th turn. Health, 62.2 W. Mana, 999, Strength, 2,703. Agility, 2,655. Attack speed, 12.98 arrows/s. Attack, 22,688. Defense, 5,538. Critical hit, 160. Anti-violence, 120. Total damage increase, 180. Single arrow reserve, 999/9999. More than 20,000 attacks, that's simply inhumane. Well, an attack speed of 13 arrows per second is even more inhumane. Beyond human limits, invincible. As Su Ming will eventually complete everything. The stairs to the Shinzong sky are also slowly descending. Boom. Su Ming immediately retracted the blood-red longbow. It's time to leave, Xiaoyi. Su Ming quickly rode on Xiaoyi's back. A man and a phoenix swooped down quickly. At this moment, another message was refreshed. You have completed the 3rd job transfer mission, Eternal Creator, difficulty 10. It's over. It's finally over. Su Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the previous 4 turns. Up to level 5 took him more than 10 days to complete. That's more than 10 days. Well, It's a bit slow indeed. Chapter 81. Ultimate Extinction. Probability of instant kill at full health? This is too scary. Su Ming supported his chin and confirmed again. Then, the exciting moment arrived. You have changed your job to become Extinction Arrow God. HP plus 8W, Mana plus 8W, Strength plus 200, Attack Speed plus 1.0. When changing jobs, you will gain 1.0 attack speed again. After doubling, Su Ming's panel attack speed has reached 14.98 arrows/s. Then after the level is upgraded, it will increase by 0.02 for each level. I am worthy of being the man with the right hand of God. Your level has increased by 1. LV 180-, LV 181, Health plus 600, Mana plus 300, Strength plus 3, Attack Speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV 181-, LV 182, Health plus 600, Mana plus 300, Strength plus 3, Attack Speed. While riding Xiaoyi at full speed. While watching the level increase news frantically. It's really exciting. 202, 205, 218, 234. Su Ming's level finally stopped at LV 234, an increase of 54 levels. When I saw LV 234 stop, Su Ming frowned instinctively. There is no back cover? It seems I still haven't killed enough monsters. If Wang Lin were here, I absolutely can't help but kneel down and look up to the sky. Then he shouted, "Oh my God." In a short period of time, Su Ming killed the same number of wild monsters that others would take 2 years to kill. Even Li Huiyang, the hidden professional assassin who once caused a sensation, after quickly reaching 5 turns. After 2 months of killing monsters and stealing, I finally reached LV 198 from LV 180. So far, Su Ming's level is now completely on the same starting line as Wang Lin. As for strength, Wang Lin, I won't bother you anymore. Especially after obtaining the exclusive eternal artifact, Destruction. Once the power of destruction is fully stacked. 9 turns. It's just a toy under my arrow. Everything in the world hangs on one arrow. I will destroy God. Then, the exciting moments take it to the next level. Wind arrow. Xiaoyi, let's collect all the good stuff in the God's treasure. Hey, it's all us. 1 arrow is shot out. A gale of thousands of arrows. This is the second effect of unlimited firepower. Every time an arrow is shot, an additional 9999 arrows with the same effect will split out, and the effect will increase with job advancement. Guessed it right, totally crazy. From this moment on, Su Ming officially went from 1 arrow to 3,000 arrows. It became 1 arrow divided into 10,000 arrows. Until now, if the wind talisman is stacked, that means his attack speed is 16 arrows per second. Fuck, 160,000 arrows per second. If you are poor, you should focus on studying skills. Rich, fire coverage. What other skills are needed? Everywhere you look, there are nothing but arrows. Just keep your own life safe. Is my current output enough to surpass the 9th rank boss? Su Ming fell into deep thought. No rush, let's just stay here and solve Brother Wang's secret realm and the dragon burial first. Then after the 6th turn, it was almost stable. When that happens, if Blue Star causes trouble in several countries, don't let any of them go. Now that we can no longer live a peaceful life, we will start with the lighthouse country. This moment, Su Ming actually felt sorry for the premature end of his happy life. There is no chance to do it myself. Then, Su Ming saw the talent. The ability to save life has become a little bit stronger. And the chance of a full health kill? Talent, exclusive. Ultimate extinction, undetectable, permanently reserved. 1. Every time you kill a god-level being, you will be permanently immune to the power of the corresponding law that he controls. 2. Consuming the power of destruction can cover your entire body and instantly paralyze the target that touches you for 3 seconds. 3. Each attack has a 5 chance of instantly killing creatures below the god level with full health. The first 2 effects improve your ability to survive in special ways, especially killing the demon. Once you become immune to the power of the corresponding law, all such powers in the future will be ineffective. In effect 3, people will laugh until they are numb. This effect is absolutely god level. Maybe I don't need 6th level to kill all the troublemakers on Blue Star. After the firepower coverage, hundreds of thousands, millions of arrows were fired. Tracking, unstoppable, sure to hit. Then, each arrow is judged at 5. Kill instantly when full health. This is too scary. The exclusive skills are different from before. There are still 2 exclusive skills. Moreover, it was actually a Halo skill. Skills exclusive. Extinction Aura LV1. Within the range of 1W1W1W. Any selected target that kills an enemy can also provide you with power of extinction and increase the damage caused by all selected targets by 50, including yourself. Transfer Aura LV1. Within the range of 1W, 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 80 of the damage received by any selected target can be transferred to another target, including yourself. See these two exclusive skills. Su Ming was very excited. After all, he already possesses powerful arrows with 10 special effects. Whichever you use. Relying on firepower coverage, countless wild monsters and bosses can be killed instantly. And these two halos. An item that can increase the speed of obtaining the power of destruction. As long as the goal is within your scope. All have to work for themselves. And the damage caused by oneself can be increased by 50. This alone is very good. The other damage transfer is interesting, especially in range. Do you want to hit me? If you hit me, you will take 80 damage first. Moreover, he has a very powerful role. It can also transfer between targets. When Su Ming is tired of shooting, maybe he can even work part-time as an assistant to shock everyone. Look at me, hat trick. When they reach the maximum level, their range and effects will become even more abnormal. For 2 consecutive days, Xiaoyi was running at full speed. Collect the loot along the simple map drawn on the demon ceiling scroll. There was a large amount of high-level holy grass piled up in the backpack. It's almost to the point where you can open a pharmacy for retirement. And it's not just an ordinary pharmacy. The big guys will be jealous. And, nowadays, the damage of a single arrow is extremely terrifying. Su Ming quickly plundered all the wild monsters in the entire Shenzong. Wind arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 96W. Critical hit. Dash 96W. Critical hit. Minus 1,500, minus 1,500. Damn. Every arrow is a critical hit. The amount of damage needs to be multiplied by 10,000. Now the total damage increase of 234 is really terrifying. And this does not take into account the situation where Xiao Yi is possessed by a shadow, facing ordinary wild monsters with low health. Su Ming can kill instantly with just one arrow. Chapter 82 Ilaoi Giant Seal. Obtain the ornamental puppet necklace. The shock of the sky ring's collapse gradually subsided. Su Ming killed him so hard that the sky was dark and the earth was dark, and his corpses were everywhere. The basic damage alone is enough to kill big enemies instantly. You killed the 3-legged giant toad, LV-225, and gained 42.8 W experience. You killed the blood sea killer whale, LV-229, and gained 43.1 W experience. You killed the spiked mammoth, LV-229, and gained 43.1 W experience. Spiked mammoth, progress. 100, you plundered 38 points of defense. Fire spirit Klee, progress. 100, you plundered 35 attack points. The level was finally raised again. Your level has increased by 1. LV-234 LV-235, health plus 600, mana plus 300, strength plus 3, attack speed. Huh, this trip to the Tianwan battlefield was worth it. Then, he looked at the progress of his power of destruction. Power of destruction, 46.3/100. When the power of destruction reaches 100, it is truly invincible. And when it is not achieved, it does not mean that it has no effect. Su Ming can form a state of continuous consumption. Let it cover your entire body. After 2 days of testing, Su Ming discovered that every one of the power of destruction could last for 100 seconds. It's been a long time. Just touching it can cause paralysis. If you change the angle, Su Ming can commit fraud. Even if others don't touch him, he can force others to become paralyzed by just touching them. Of course, he didn't intend to do that. Why bother when one arrow can kill it in 1 second? Hee. The land of gods. It should be renamed Bald Land now. Xiaoyi, let's go out. Amazed face, /. This little guy has grown into a noble phoenix. But still so simple and cute. Su Ming saw the magnificent giant gate. On the other side of the gate is the Tianhuan burial ground that we passed earlier. Su Ming returned to the sky above the burial ground. There are no more beast tides here. By the way, there is a final boss in the burial ground. He is the strongest boss in the Tianhuan battlefield. We cannot let him go. Wait a minute, I'll kill you in a second. So, after the efforts of Su Ming and Xiaoyi, finally, it was in a pool of stagnant water as dark as ink. Saw the giant monster hidden in it. Its tentacles can continue to extend and are currently capturing wild monsters on the periphery. It uses other wild monsters as food. Su Ming looked at this scene and felt like laughing. The other party's information has already appeared in my eyes. Ilaoi Giant Seal, Sky Ring Burial Ground Boss, Enhanced. Level, LV2 35. Health value, 5722.6W/5722.6W. Skills Super Water Absorption, Super Jet, Tentacle Binding, Corrosive Slime, Forest Collapse. Talent, Super Tentacles. For every 1/8 of damage reduced to your maximum health, you can break off a tentacle to increase your attack by 1/8, agility by 1/8, and defense by January 8th. Talent, Giant Octopus Puppet. After death, it will transform into a super small octopus with 10 of the maximum health. Defense becomes 0, attack and agility increase by 100. If it does not die within 60 seconds, it will transform into an orange giant octopus with 30 health. Sky Ring Burial Ground Enhancement. All control effects received are replaced with a 10 slowdown, which cannot be stacked. Targets that attack you cannot recover health in any way within 10 seconds. Sky Ring Burial Ground Enhancement. Purify all damage and abnormal effects within 1 second after triggering Giant Marksman Puppet Body. Information. The Beast Master sleeping in the burial ground possesses terrifying attack capabilities, and its huge tentacles have bound countless powerful creatures. Weakness. Cannot be triggered. This guy also has a 1-second invincibility. As Su Ming muttered, he already had the blood-red longbow in his hand. Be thankful that you can still live to the next second. Time Disappearing Arrow. Shoot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. One arrow is shot out and instantly split into thousands of arrows, aiming at the huge black pool and the occasional huge tentacles that stretched out. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a shrill scream was heard from the pool. Chirp, chirp. The octopus body, which was riddled with holes from the sky, instantly surfaced. But at this moment, Su Ming's eyes flickered. This huge body is dead. The damage directly killed it. Hawkeye. Su Ming quickly opened his eyes and looked for another trace. So, within the next 1 second, this boss triggered the giant seal puppet body. Boom! At the same time, the black forest surrounding the pool began to collapse. Countless streams of water seemed to converge towards the center point. It transformed into a super small octopus and used forest collapse and super water absorption. Next, it is the terrifying Super Jet. The corners of Su Ming's mouth curled up handsomely. Found you, little octopus. Wind Arrow. Thousands of gusts of wind streaked across the sky, as if playing tricks on time. Whoosh, all the movement directions of the little octopus were blocked. Run through. Su Ming sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party escaped in 1 second, Su Ming's 2 arrows would directly take its life. The little octopus before dying. A huge column of water swept towards Su Ming. Extreme flash. Then, it opened up at a terrifying speed in an instant. On Su Ming in the sky, not a single drop of water was stained. Perfect solution. You killed Orange Giant Seal, LV235, boss, and gained 212.5W experience and 3W points. You kill Orange Colossus, LV235, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute. HP plus 5,500. Eleoi Colossus, boss, progress, 100. You plundered 42 points of defense. With the appearance of kill information, Su Ming wasted no time in swooping down quickly to pick up the fallen items. Maybe the boss's own drops are not very attractive, but he knows. The more extra archer items you get from sky-snatching arrows, the better. These 2 giant seal eyes full of magic power are high-grade materials. As for the 8 plump tentacles, maybe we can roast them and eat them? Su Ming simply put them all into his backpack. Then look at the dropped equipment. Necklace, platinum grade? Not bad. He has reached the level requirement. I don't really care about the basic attributes. The characteristics are also good. It can directly replace the Gaoyu necklace. After all, ever since obtaining the will-scale crystal, Su Ming could now completely ignore all control. Puppet necklace, platinum. Type, necklace. Occupation, general. Level requirement, LV220. Attributes, life plus 3W, defense plus 300, violence resistance plus 10, durability 320. Features, when receiving damage higher than 20 of the maximum health value, the puppet will take over the damage. The puppet can be used once every 24 hours. Features, when the puppet is not activated, the wearer's defense is increased by plus 200. As for life-saving abilities, no one has too many, right? Besides, this necklace really has defensive properties. Su Ming currently expressed great satisfaction. As for the output or something, with the super divine bow in hand, no one is invincible. Chapter 83 Super Abnormal Crystal. Dragon Country. It must have been done by the Dragon Country Challenger. Then Su Ming's eyes turned to the last item. Super abnormal crystal? Wow, this thing is extremely rare. Although the effect is not to the extent that everyone will be jealous. But as long as it is an archer profession, it is still enough to fight for it at the cost of one's life. You use this super abnormal crystal bow, and all arrows shot from now on will have a 5 chance of burning, a 5 chance of bleeding, a 5 chance of poisoning, a 5 chance of slowing down, and 5. Each abnormal state is calculated separately. Although in terms of damage alone, it's nothing, but it's extremely disgusting. Suppose a warrior charges confidently at an archer. Result: there are a lot of anomalies hanging along the way. I'm so scared. After all, this is not a game. But this is the true reality of Blue Planet. If it is not resolved, people will die. Su Ming didn't care. It's more comfortable to kill people in seconds. End of the stage. The rings merge, the burial ground is buried, and the sacred treasures are in dispute, lasting 7 days. Note: starting from the 4th day, you can exit the Tianhuan battlefield early to settle your points after being out of battle for 10 seconds. This time, because Su Ming significantly increased the speed of the outer ring's collapse. The other challengers were mostly on the run, until the last wave of survivors reached the edge of the burial ground. Only then did everyone put down the heavy stone in their hearts. Fuck, who the hell is Su Ming? He must have cheated, right? Why are his points already over 3 million? Can anyone explain this to me? Watma's fact. Once upon a time, 20 years ago, the highest score in the entire Tianhuan battlefield is only 27W. And those who reached this number, it was Wang Lin's grandfather, Wang Bo, who was once at level 5. That was also the time when Wang Belong's reputation as the archery god began to emerge. Su Ming is even more than 10 times? How many monsters did he kill in such a short time? How many natural treasures have you obtained? Dragon Country, is this going to produce an even more amazing Bao God? No, Su Ming will definitely be a threat to the lighthouse in the future. We must kill him on this battlefield, because most of the wild monsters in the burial ground left with the beast tied. So, now there are a total of 5,882 people who have finally arrived here. Most of the danger was instantly reduced. On the edge of the burial site, 3 major groups are confronting each other. The largest group, led by several level 239 challengers from the Lighthouse Country, Sunset Country, India, and other countries. The second largest group, it is a group formed by various small neutral countries. The last group, they are the people of Dragon Country. This kind of situation has never happened before, and everyone in Longguo is communicating with each other. Wang Lin, it seems that the Lighthouse Nation wants to gather the power of all the major countries to deal with Su Ming. The person who spoke was named Tang Mu, LV-239. He is the strongest 5th level person in Tianlong Pavilion, one of the 2 9th level guilds in Dragon Country. Currently, these people are led by him and Wang Lin. Just do it if you want to. They still want to attack us. I don't know where Brother Su Ming is in the burial ground. Wang Lin felt helpless. Judging from the situation, Su Ming must have run deep into the cave. The danger inside is so great that even everyone here dares not act rashly. But that kid has the capital to defy the heavens. Let's solve the current problem first. The terrain here is very suitable for our tug-of-war. Don't fight them head-on. They will definitely lose their patience. When the time comes, they dare to expose their weaknesses. Let them come back without return. Wang Lin quickly formulated a battle strategy. They're not in a hurry anyway. The ones who were most anxious were the ones who were frightened by Su Ming and had gone insane. After all, they haven't seen Su Ming until now. I can't understand his terrifying strength at all. Only Wang Lin was secretly happy. Once Brother Su Ming and I meet up, those people will be in trouble. Tut. No, there is also Li Huiyang in the corner. Captain Wang. I'm going to cause them to quarrel among themselves first. Trust me. Huiyang, okay, let's protect our own lives first. Okay, watch me take away the fat of those evil girls. Li Huiyang disappeared. At this moment, even Wang Lin couldn't see his figure. After experiencing being killed instantly by Su Ming, Li Huiyang felt calm inside. And he finally realized one more thing. It's not that he's weak, but Su Ming is too strong. Looking at all the challengers from Dragon Country around him, even including the current strongest Tang Mu. Then take a look at those arrogant things in the Lighthouse Country. This is not even on the same level as me, Sushin. Li Huiyang was very excited. He understood very well how arrogant these people in the Lighthouse Country were now. When Sushin comes, these people will cry so miserably. And he can also be hailed as the successor of the god of assassination. He wants to let his idol and the most admired Sushin know that he is not an ordinary scumbag. I want to follow Sushin, fuck him. Su Ming and Xiao left many friendly marks in various places deep in the burial ground. Then Xiao Xiao collected some resource interest as a reward. At this stage, all challengers should be at the edge of the burial ground. Su Ming thought about it. Decided to meet up with brother Wang Lin immediately. The final battle is to explore the inner space of the divine treasure, and the birth of the holy treasure of the burial ground. And inside the divine treasure, Su Ming returned with all the plunder he needed. There is only one holy treasure left, we can't let it go. Xiaoyi, let's go. Oh, amazed face, wind arrow. It seems to be a random map clearing, but in fact it is a ruthless acceleration machine. Based on their current speed, it only takes a few minutes to cross the entire burial ground. Hey. The dark phoenix spread its wings and turned into a black meteor. By the way, don't forget to pretend that you are Shadow Bird. Xiaoyi raised his noble head. Hey, I have already obtained Su Ming's true teachings, amazed face, After all, she personally witnessed Su Ming's amazing deception skills. From then on, an indelible seed was planted in my heart. At the same time, there was a riot at the burial base camp headed by the Lighthouse Nation. Damn it, how dare those scum of Dragon Country not hand over Su Ming? What Su Ming? I don't think there is such a person. It's impossible for him to go deep into the burial ground alone. That would be courting death. We have overwhelming numbers, we can just attack and wipe out all the people in Dragon Nation. Just then, several screams rang out. Then, he started beating up the people around him. Hit the top of the head directly. I knew you guys were no good. How dare you touch my little vest? Frenzy, Ascension Fist. Fuck. What kind of surly tigress is that? How could I be interested in you? Bull charge. Shit, I've been displeased with you guys for a long time. Multiple firebombs, die for me. Suddenly, the dispute involved dozens and hundreds of people. In the end, even the unsuspecting challengers were all dragged into the battlefield. Stop it right there. I, Laxitaduo, am your leader. You all must listen to me. You're nothing. I've been upset for a long time. Lashitato's eyes suddenly turned red, and a pitch-black prop appeared in his hand. Damn it, it was originally intended to be used against the Dragon Nation. And it's all wasted on these losers. Hold on. I will settle the score with you after I solve the problem that is worrying me, Su Ming. Dragon Country. This must have been done by the Dragon Country Challenger. Chapter 84 Su Ming. A godlike man who shoots all the clowns with one arrow. A dark shadow is particularly dazzling, enveloping the entire chaotic scene. The challengers who were originally fighting each other seemed to be temporarily controlled, forced to change the target direction, coming towards Dragon Country. Wang Lin, Tang Mu, and others narrowed their eyes. But my heart is extremely heavy. I didn't expect that Laxi Taiduo actually had a trick up his sleeve. It seems that this fight is inevitable. Let's do it. Who are we, the Dragon Nation challengers, afraid of? Li Huiyang has successfully returned to the Longhua camp. His eyes also became cold. I have already successfully caused internal strife among the other side. Unexpectedly, that guy actually brought a famous prop from the Lighthouse Country. Fortunately, I managed to force out this powerful control item in advance. It allows us to seize the initiative. Brothers, we will make sure they never come back. The other group consisted of more than 1,000 people occupying a neutral position. Choose to move away from the battlefield. Some of them sighed and shook their heads. These dragon people are all going to be destroyed. But we didn't see Su Ming at all? Who told this Dragon Country man to be so terrifying that he caused the Beacon Country and other major countries to be wary of him? As the group of people walked away, the entire borderland eventually became a battlefield of offense and defense. Arrows and magic bullets resounded through the sky with gorgeous and terrifying explosions. Hawkeye. Just at this moment, a dark shadow also streaked across the distant sky. In the dark burial ground, it is deeper and more striking than the shadow area below. Hey! A clear and loud phoenix cry. Whether it is Wang Lin, Tang Mu, and others, or Lashitato and his little brothers, all those who had flying beasts were summoned to confront each other in midair. This bird possesses such terrifying shadow power. Walter? Wait, there's another person on its back. At this moment, Wang Lin finally showed an excited look. Su Ming? Su Ming is here. Ha 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 ha, you came at the right time. Friend Su Ming, we are being bullied, you see. Wang Lin kept blinking his right eye. You know what I mean. Tang Mu showed a look of surprise. Shadowbird, mysterious and powerful Shadowbird. On the back of Shadowbird, he is a young man who is extremely handsome. He is Su Ming. Name, Tang Mu. Occupation, Pyroblast Mage. Level, LV-239. Name, Laxi Taido. Occupation, Shadow Mage. Level, LV-239. The highest-ranking people on both sides have already appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His profile contains Tang Mu's information, 25 years old. although the level increase is too slow. But he is considered a top-notch damage dealer in Tier 5. And diarrhea is too much. He is the leader of this lighthouse country. Walter? You are Su Ming. Laxate Duo and the LV-230+ warriors beside him showed expressions of disbelief. It looks like a little white moon that has just reached adulthood. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 264W. Critical hit, burn, bleeding. Dash 264W. Critical hit. Dash 3W, dash 3W. One shot of the time-destroying arrow will make them dead in an instant. The moment the bow is released, the powerful 1-second time difference of time travel has been activated. Arrows rain down from the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. We didn't bully the Dragon Nation. We haven't even started the fight yet. Whoa. How is this possible? No, it's all Laxi Taito's fault. It has nothing to do with us. I don't want to die. Devil, he is a devil, flicker. Why can't I move? They are like clowns. Su Ming gave the other party time to finish his sentence. That's already a huge mercy. How could there be any reason to let him go? Space blockade. As long as the arrow hits a person, it will be fatal for that person who has no life-saving items. It's a one-hit kill. And those who have used forced life-saving items, due to the space blockade imposed by Su Ming, they just run away fast. But how can I catch up with the group of arrows that arrive 1 second ahead? Tangmu was dumbfounded. Su Ming was alone. He just raised his hand and shot through thousands of rank 5 elites. If I become Su Ming's enemy, can I withstand an arrow from him? Unconsciously, he didn't even realize it. At this moment, the shape of my mouth changed from O to O. My jaw was almost dislocated. 3-4. Tangmu looked in horror at the handsome guy on the shadow bird who killed people without blinking an eye. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at the other Dragon Nation challengers. Surprised face, surprised face, surprised face, as if petrified. Two people have different expressions? Wang Lin. Wang Lin's little heart was also beating violently. But, for some reason, I felt that this was Su Ming's basic skill. Sure enough, Su Ming is destined to be the Bao God. The other one was Li Huiyong, who emerged from his invisible state. Li Huiyong? It's my idol. It's my Su Xin. I finally met Su Xin in person. He is so handsome. He is so strong. I am going to awaken a new sexual fetish. He is worthy of being the man who shot me, Li Huiyong, to pieces with one arrow. God Su will always be the god. Thousands of arrows rained down like rain, one wave after another. The direction of fall. All she could do was beg for mercy and scream like a sow. Su Ming is the cold-blooded executioner. Thousands were ruthlessly sentenced to death. Wang Lin helplessly spread his hands. This year's survival rate is the lowest in history. It was just a dozen seconds of watching Su Ming take action. The total number of challengers entering the burial ground is 5K plus. Finally, it dropped to 1,532 people. And those challengers who chose to remain neutral and stay away. I was stunned and didn't know whether to be thankful or relieved. How is this possible? That's more than 3,000 strong men, including the elites of the Lighthouse Nation. This is a top-level 5th-level expert. How can he be so weak? Weak? Impossible. So, there is only one possibility. It's because Su Ming, whose points have skyrocketed again, is too strong. The future of Blue Planet is about to change. Who is Su Ming? I must report to the chief immediately after I return and do everything I can to get back on Dragon Country's good side. Su Ming doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? I will decisively turn into a woman and capture his heart. You killed Laxi Taito. You killed Kambuluo. You killed Kilatamii. Looking at the kill information that is constantly being refreshed in the information, there wasn't even a ripple in Su Ming's heart. Compared to the devil, these are so childish. 5 poison cube poison damage has met the conditions, increased to -3000/S. In addition to the kill information, Su Ming also saw an additional message about the increase in poison damage. Use the time-killing arrow to trigger it. In the first second, there is an additional 500 poison shatters, for a total of 3,500. Then 20 times will also be 70,000 damage. Then 6W poison damage per second. It's horrible. Of course, considering the terrifying damage that can kill everyone instantly with just one arrow. It's better than nothing, hee. Oh, it's a little bit stronger. Chapter 85 Epic Item Shadow Tide. The Dawn Road appears, and the Holy Treasure is born. Hey. At this time, Xiaowei reminded Su Ming. You found an item that carries the power of shadow. As everyone fell down, Su Ming saw the corpse of Laxi Taito's trained beast. A pitch-black eye-shaped badge rolled out. Tides of Shadow Epic Item. It's actually an epic badge item? Made a fortune. In the hands of a scumbag like Laxi Taito, it can't play any role at all. Besides, he has since fallen into a deep sleep. So, let me keep it for you with tears. Shadow Tide's epic item. Information. Objects that have been contaminated by the essence of shadow will turn shadow into a tide that invades people's hearts. Passive ability. Increases all abnormal effects caused by the holder by X2, and reduces the abnormal effects received by 30. Active ability. Generates a massive tidal field of shadows. Choose one of the two. 1. If you identify a friendly force in the area, all abnormalities will be removed and your prestige will be greatly increased for 10 seconds. The cooldown is 12 hours. Effective after identification. 2. Reduce the defense of all enemies in the identified area by 80 and reduce their agility by 20 for 30 seconds. Cooldown for 24 hours. Effective after identification. Characteristic. Shadow Coordination. Holders attack plus 500, effective after identification. What attracted Su Ming first was the unprecedented feature of shadow coordination. If you want to use this item, you must master the power of shadow. Moreover, it can also prevent the power of shadow from getting out of control. No wonder. The shadow mage Lashitato became the leader of the Lighthouse Nation this time. Su Ming remembered that there were official records in Dragon Country. There is a powerful wizard family in the Lighthouse Country. All of them changed their jobs to the shadow system. I don't care. It's mine, hehe. The Dark Phoenix is his mount, so to control the power of shadow, doesn't it just take hands? After the active ability is triggered, you can choose one of the two. Friendly group resolves abnormalities. I really have the potential to become a great support in the future. But what Su Ming cares more about is the passive ability. Abnormal effect X2, isn't it just right for poison damage? Now that's better. The initial 7W poison damage originally triggered by the time-dispelling arrow directly became 14W. Su Ming directly put the bad-shaped prop into his backpack. The other challengers from Dragon Country did not show any dissatisfaction at all. They have until now. They had not yet recovered from the shocking sharp arrows fired by Su Ming. Wang Lin stepped forward and waved, then asked excitedly. Su Ming, you have completed the 5th transformation, right? He knew that Su Ming entered the Tianhuan battlefield mainly for the job transfer mission. Otherwise, there would have been no place for him. Until now, Su Ming's strength has officially far surpassed his. Wang Lin felt quite helpless like an old father. But more than that, it's excitement. Now Wang Lin thought, damn, this decision is absolutely correct. Anyone else want to kill Su Ming? You have to think about the possibility of being wiped out. Su Ming waved in response. He nodded to brother Wang Lin. Yes, now I have changed my job to a 10,000 arrow archer. Well, you are indeed a pervert. Wait, what did you just say? 10,000? 10,000 arrow shooters? Wang Lin was stunned, and now thought about the scene of Su Ming killing instantly. Countless arrows rained down on the sky. Damn, it really is 1,000 arrows. Then Su Ming turned around and saw another person and smiled. Li Huiyang, is my idol looking at me? Su Shin, can I take a photo with you after we get out? The scene inside the Tianhuan battlefield could not be photographed. Su Ming smiled and shrugged. Okay. He didn't say, perhaps this is the next secret realm they are about to enter. See you soon. At this time, Su Ming spoke to all the Dragon Country challengers. The final stage is to explore the divine treasures and bring the holy treasures to the world. I have cleaned up the Shinzang. In the danger there is much less than before. You might be able to obtain some rare treasures. Su Ming had expected to encounter this situation. So even though the good stuff was taken away by myself, but I still left some soup for others. As for the holy treasure of the burial ground, I'm sorry everyone. If you want to fight me, I won't give in. What? You have entered the divine treasure a long time ago? Wasn't that when the beast tide was at its most ferocious? Everyone seemed to be in a state of panic and couldn't react for a while. So, did Su Ming, the archer, just shoot directly into the beast tide? Hiss. The sound of countless people gasping for air broke the silence again. Archers are indeed fragile. However, kill all the targets before they get close to you and then rush over. This seems to sound reasonable? Boom. For a moment, the sky over the entire burial ground seemed to be illuminated by a ray of dawn light, accompanied by violent shaking. The holy treasure of the burial ground is about to be born. It means that the door to the divine treasure is also completely opened. They are located at the 2 poles of the burial site. The place where the divine treasure is located is not far from here. Then, everyone else followed Su Ming's advice and entered the divine treasure. Only Shabi would snatch the holy treasure from Su Ming. Can you snatch it? Moreover, according to records, in the previous 20 times, no one had ever successfully obtained the holy treasure of the burial ground, because obtaining it requires extraordinary means. and it will only stay for a while before disappearing from this space. It is far less practical than exploring the marginal areas of the divine treasure. And this time, maybe I can go even deeper. Shall we? Let's go and see the so-called holy treasure. AOO / amazed face / So, in the eyes of envy and admiration of everyone, Su Ming disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Tang Mu then breathed a sigh of relief and whispered quietly into Wang Lin's ear. Wang Lin, tell me the truth. Is Su Ming the illegitimate son of Mr. Wang Bo? He's actually your half-brother, right? Wang Lin. Get lost, old Tang. Su Ming's status may be much higher than you think. Tang Mu was stunned and cleverly cut off the topic. Then I thought, I have a sister. What if Su Ming becomes my brother-in-law in the future? Wouldn't that be ecstasy? So, I must introduce my sister to Su Ming when the time comes. Su Ming pondered. The records about the holy treasure are much less than those about the divine treasure. No one has ever successfully obtained it, so it must exceed the strength requirements of a fifth-rank person. The so-called holy treasure of the burial ground is more like the dawn of an unknown existence passing through the sky. Send something across the boundary to the burial ground to absorb special energy, and then wait until the time is right. Then disappear into the sky again through the twilight channel. Su Ming stroked the blood-red longbow. Extinction is consistent with his idea, continuously and lovingly creating ripples of destructive power on the bow. Su Ming thought that the Tianhuan battlefield was once a corner of the land where the gods fought. Then he looked into the distance. The dawn light falling from the sky. The Sky Ring battlefield, the Sky Ring burial ground. There are definitely some unknown secrets hidden here. After all, it is outrageous enough that there is a demon god's soul sleeping in the divine treasure. Arrive. Su Ming and Xiaoi rushed cautiously towards Dawn Road. Then Su Ming saw the end of the dawn. A gourd vine is slowly taking root in the black soil of the burial ground. At this moment, it is emitting colorful light. The gourd vine seemed to be nurturing the only treasure. That's a purple gold gourd baby? Chapter 86, that's it? Shoot through the Dawn Road. The other side of the golden chaos sea. However, now the purple gold gourd is only the size of a palm. As the gourd vine continues to absorb the energy of the burial ground, it also becomes visibly full of charm. Within 2 days, it will definitely take shape. Su Ming raised his eyes and looked towards the source of the dawn. The sky was a sea of golden chaos. It seemed as if countless terrors were about to burst out from the sea of chaos, announcing that once someone breaks into Dawn Road, it will do everything it can to kill those who come. Oh, today I will shoot through this road. In an instant, Su Ming raised the blood-red bow. Facing the sky, 1 man and 1 phoenix rushed in. Buzz. The golden chaotic sea indeed triggered a special restriction. It instinctively blocks any creature that tries to rush to the end of the Dawn Road. Is that the golden jiaoping? In Su Ming's eyes, countless pieces of information have appeared. Phantom golden jiaoping strengthen wild monsters. Level, LV239. Health value, 135.5W/135.5W. Skills golden armor body, phantom golden storm, giant dragon strangling, void travel. Enhanced buff. When bathed in dawn light, you are not affected by true damage. Enhanced buff. All damage to targets with health above 50 is true damage. Information. Attack the terrifying phantom gold summoning spirit. Do not be careless with it. Weakness. Eyes. The number of phantom golden jiaoping is increasing, but they did not take the initiative to attack. More like a unilateral guardian of the gourd vine. Phantom gold summoning spirit? Summoning spirit. Su Ming murmured in his heart. So the other side of the golden chaos sea is definitely not simple. But now, Su Ming chose to take the initiative. Still want to guard the gourd vine? I will shoot straight through the chaos sea channel. By then, the gourd will be formed. Isn't it just right that he can pick it himself? Wind arrow. -112W. Critical hit. -112W. Critical hit. -3000, -3000. After the gale arrow quickly accelerated, it began to kill a group of people in a terrifying manner. Shadow arrow. Thunder arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Billy Billy. After all, in this Tianhuan battlefield, everyone is limited to LV240. What is the upper limit of the strength of the 5th job? Anyway, no one had ever thought of Su Ming to this extent before. There are enough jiaopings to cover the entire road. It is not something that thousands of rank 5 warriors can easily deal with. Su Ming started with 10,000 arrows. With his current absolute strength, he is enough to destroy an army of more than 10,000 5th-level troops. It's not even on the same level. So, what can Jiaoping do? You killed the Phantom Golden Jiaoping, LV239, and gained 44.3 W experience. You killed the Phantom Golden Jiaoping, LV239, and gained 44.3 W experience. Su Ming's arrow shooting speed was too fast. Jiaoping is appearing faster and faster. But Su Ming killed even faster. He pushed forward all the way without any burden. Blood Rage has been triggered. Wind Talisman is stacking. Su Ming couldn't even follow the twitching movements of his right hand with his eyes. Kill. I'll kill as many as you come. Phantom Golden Dragon progress. 100, you have plundered 5,200 life points. Su Ming ejaculated with great satisfaction. Su Ming shot recklessly. Thunder roared, flames burst out, and then shadows fell into silence one after another. It seems that my guess was correct. The dawn has indeed become a little dimmer. Want to generate a Phantom Golden Dragon? The energy of the Golden Chaos Sea must be consumed. And the Golden Chaotic Sea. Its energy has a limit, shoot it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Su Ming continued to ride Shaoyi up to the sky above Shuguang Road, getting closer and closer to the Chaos Sea. In an instant, a huge purple lightning bolt struck out from it. Whoever comes, die. Fuzzy mumblings echoed in my ears. The purple thunder transformed into an elemental giant, and his giant hand covering the sky made crackling sounds. He fell down and completely suppressed Su Ming. That's it. A piece of fiery red scale crystal appeared in Su Ming's hand. Activate the Molten Flame area. The fire of death, accompanied by the immortal fire heart, rushed towards the sky. Su Ming's sky-destroying arrow was shot out at the same time. The arrow-chasing amulet completely locks on, and one arrow decides the outcome. Exploding arrow, explode. A huge rumble echoed throughout the burial ground, and after the smoke cleared, there was no longer any sign of the purple thunder giant. At this time, whether it is Tang Mu and others who came to the Shenzong Gate, or a neutral group hiding in a safe area, they all looked up in horror, then look up into the sky in the distance. Su Ming, what did he do? The sky turned red. In the golden light, there seems to be a master of fire. Tang Mu is a pyroblast mage. Looking at the scene in the sky, my heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Compared with Su Ming, his pyroblast is like setting off fireworks to liven up the atmosphere. Why? Why is Su Ming so strong? If I can't lick Su Ming, my body, my mind, my everything seems to be meaningless. God Su is truly a god. Only Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief in the corner. No emotion. Instead, I murmured silently in my heart. Just past the 5th turn, and it is enough to be on par with all 9th turn levels. It seems that Blue Star's fate has truly chosen him. Dragon Country. No, perhaps the future of the entire ancestral land depends on him. Wait until the last secret realm is over. It's time to tell Su Ming the secrets of the ancient times. After 2 days of nonstop fighting, the only sound on Dawn Road was the roar of countless elemental giants collapsing. If it doesn't break, reassemble it. The dawn has become a little dimmer until now. It seemed as if everything was returning to calm. Maybe this thing is pretending to be dead. After all, it has to kneel down no matter what happens. Su Ming showed the smile of a sunny big boy. Block? Doesn't exist. He can now move freely here. Your level has increased by 1. LV 235 LV 236, health plus 600, mana plus 300, strength plus 3, attack speed. Finally, the level was raised again to LV 236. Such a terrifying upgrade speed would make anyone drop their jaw in shock. Su Ming holds a super god-level world-destroying bow in his hand. Looking down upon the sky, he did not stay, but ascended to higher heavens. In his eyes, it was as if a god had descended to earth, trying to see through everything through the golden sea of chaos. Another piece of silver-white crystal appeared in his hand. While scale crystal breaks through some illusions and reaches the end. Didn't I see its truth? This moment, the scene before Su Ming changed. The other side of golden chaos. He saw a vague and magnificent palace. A hole opened in the huge gate of the palace. A chain composed of dense runes emerged from the inside. Eventually it kept declining. That chain passed through the long river of time in the space of centuries. Chapter 87 Four-Sided Divine Beast Boss. Turtle, you can't even catch my arrow. Then, the chain quietly passed through countless worlds. But not a trace was left. Finally, it circled around the sky where a small tower stood. Wait, small tower? It looks like a small tower from a bird's eye view, but it is actually a huge monster. This tower. Why does it look somewhat similar to the Six Paths Tower? Fu culture is a golden ocean. In the ocean, a gourd vine fell from the sky. Finally, it fell on the burial ground and waited to take root. Su Ming felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if being burned by the law. You know, his eyes are comparable to those of gods. Even the gods cannot see. What kind of existence is it? If this is the world under the sea, then chaos is the surface of the sea. The golden chain is the fishing rod, and the sacred gourd is the bait, So what do you really want to fish for? Su Ming shrugged. It can't be these kids who are only at level 5, right? No wonder no one has been able to succeed in 20 years. There are levels involved here. It's simply not something that ordinary people can imagine. What's inside the palace? Su Ming's eyes were now illuminated by gold. He wants to see the whole thing. The palace universe encompasses everything. This is a world above the blue planet. 2 levels of heaven and earth. One is filled with celestial air, the other is deathly silent and scarlet. Hey. Xiaoyi immediately communicated with Su Ming through his beast-taming contract. It turns out that the dead and scarlet place is where the abyss is. Su Ming didn't expect Xiaoyi to know this news. It seems that she was once powerful before her nirvana. What about another place? Or perhaps, the stars between the 2 levels? Buzz. At this moment, the golden chaotic sea began to rotate violently. It is constantly bathing the gourd vines below. The palace was obscured. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes. This was the first time he felt like he was overstraining his eyes. Then, his eyes regained their composure and looked downward. The gourd is about to mature. The final offensive of the Chaos Sea will be exceptionally fierce. 5 rune beams of light appeared instantly. The center line rushes toward the gourd vine to form the bait-pulling line. The other 4 transformed into gigantic beasts. Su Ming's expression froze for a second. This is actually the appearance of the 4 divine beasts? Moreover, at the moment of formation, the respective information appeared in Su Ming's eyes. They all became bosses. Oh my god, you really don't treat the other 5 as human beings? Even 5,000 LV-239 strongmen. Facing the siege of these 4 bosses at the same time. What are the chances of winning? However, those challengers in the past had never even forced out these 4 bosses. They had already been attacked by waves of dropping that could not be completely cleared out. It blocked the way forward. Moreover, these 4 bosses are also different from ordinary bosses. They are also phantom gold summoned spirits. There are no special boss-specific talents. In its place was the power of a mythical beast and a daunting amount of health. 100 million each? That's a full 400 million. Fortunately, in Su Ming's eyes, 100 million is just a small goal. I'll shoot you in seconds. Phantom Golden Azure Dragon, Boss, Phantom Golden Shadow. Level, LV-239. Health value, 10,000 W/10,000 W. Skills Blue Dragon Breath, Pray for Rain, Ultimate Dragon Claw, Dragon Dive, Shock, Dragon Absorbing Water. Power of Azure Dragon, Extra Attack plus 1,000. Critical Strike plus 80. Power of Azure Dragon. All damage becomes true damage, and melee damage is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Information. Reflecting the Divine Blue Dragon, it forms a Phantom Golden Summoning Shadow, which has extremely powerful frontal output capabilities. Weakness. Cannot be triggered. Phantom Golden God White Tiger, Boss, Phantom Golden Shadow. Level, LV-239. Health value, 10,000 W/10,000 W. Skills, Divine Tiger Dash, Wild Beast Roar, Ultimate Tiger Fist, King Seal, Earthquake, Trample. Power of the White Tiger, Extra Agility plus 800, Critical Strike plus 30, Resistance to Critical Strike plus 50. Power of the White Tiger, after entering combat, you will continuously gain 1 agility per second, with an upper limit of 500. Information, the Divine White Tiger forms a Phantom Golden Summoning Shadow, which has extremely fast speed and combatability. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Phantom Gold God Suzaku, Boss, Phantom Gold Shadow. Level, LV-239. Health value, 10,000 W/10,000 W. Skills Flame Rain Sky Burial, Meteor, Purgatory, Ultimate Sparrow God Slash, Flame of Resurrection, Superstorm. Power of Suzaku, Extra Attack plus 500, Extra Defense plus 500. Power of Suzaku, the range of all skills is increased to 3 times, and the duration is increased by 50. Information, the reflection of the Divine Suzaku forms a Phantom Golden Summoning Shadow, which has an extremely powerful large-scale spell-bombing ability. Weakness, cannot be triggered. Phantom Gold God Xuanwu, Boss, Phantom Gold Shadow. Level, LV-239. Health value, 10,000 W/10,000 W. Skills Move Fast as a Mountain, Solid as a Rock, Ultimate Mystical God Break, Self-Sacrificing Protection, Super Mystical Shield, Battle Cry. Power of Black Tortoise, Extra Defense plus 1,000, Resistance to Violence plus 80. Power of Black Tortoise, when using a Guardian skill, you will take 80 of the damage to the Guardian target first, and you will only take 1/3 of the damage. Information, the reflection of the Divine Xuanwu forms a Phantom Golden Summoning Shadow, which has an extremely powerful group protection ability. Weakness cannot be triggered. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's amazing. Su Ming was not afraid at all, but he still felt emotional. We have to deal with these 4 blood cow bosses at the same time. It is also necessary to interrupt the gourd vine's flying process. Who can do it? That must be me. So, Su Ming looked at the giant turtle with a snake tail facing him. The super god-level world-destroying bow was pulled to its full extent at the same time. Arrow chase amulet. Time-consuming arrows, shoot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 281W. Critical hit. Dash 281W. Critical hit. Dash 14W. Dash 12W. Hawkeye. Extreme flash. Just when the big turtle had just poked its head out, tens of thousands of sharp arrows shot directly forward. Woo. The big turtle was furious. How could such a tiny person want to shoot through his thick turtle shell? Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed the phantom gold god Xuanwu, LV 239, boss, and gained 220W experience and 5W points. You kill the phantom gold god black tortoise, LV 239, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, life plus 5,800. Phantom golden god Xuanwu, boss, progress, 100, you plundered 60 points of defense. Very good, turtle didn't even use any of his skills. The turtle's head is pierced like a honeycomb, and you can't even catch one of my arrows. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, such a big black tortoise. The purple gold gourd baby, is it a spirit? What about the huge basalt? The other 3 bosses seemed to be embarrassed for a moment. Phantom golden azure dragon? Phantom golden god white tiger? Phantom golden god Suzaku? Phantom golden god Xuanwu. M-__M tomb. My turtle? Such a big black tortoise. Whether it's his buffs or skills, Xuanwu has the thickest skin. As a result, he was killed in seconds. Su Ming's lips curled up into a smile and he shrugged. Without even thinking about it, tens of thousands of arrows all hit the target. If the turtle doesn't die, who will die? Now, it's your turn, little cuties. Hee hee. Su Ming turned his head. A sunny smile in the eyes of the remaining 3 bosses. Like a devil. However, in this last gap, they also used their most powerful abilities. Otherwise, it would be too depressing to die with eyes open like Xuanwu. Oh, this is Ultimate Dragon God Claw, Ultimate Tiger God Fist, Ultimate Sparrow God Slash. At this moment, the entire Shuguang Road resonated with it. The overwhelming offensive has locked onto Su Ming. We must kill him in one fell swoop. Haha, I won't give you any chance. A third piece of thick scale crystal appeared in Su Ming's hand. Rock armor scale crystal activated. As an archer, why can't you just confront it head on? Arrow net hell. All 3 of you, get together. Then, blockade arrow. Shadow arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Blocked and silent. Do you want to know about the unsolvable package? Dang. 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 3 loud explosions resounded through the sky and countless thick smoke rose up. -0. Guardian. -0. Guardian. -0. Guardian. Su Ming's surprised face. Oh, I am so perverted that I own the dragon scale crystal. Next, it's your turn to defend. But, can you defend against it? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 281W. Critical hit. Dash 281W. Critical hit. Dash 14W. Dash 12W. The huge white tiger's body kept jumping around. However, the tens of thousands of sharp arrows that were protected by the arrow-chasing amulet seemed to have eyes. Alas, I was 1 second ahead of time. Shoot. Who? Woo. The wailing sounded, ruthlessly piercing through everything, death. You killed the phantom golden god white tiger, LV 239, boss, and gained 2.2 million experience points and 5 million points. You killed the phantom golden god white tiger, LV 239, boss, for the first time, and gained additional attribute, agility plus 56. Phantom golden god white tiger, boss, progress, 100, you plundered 58 attack points. Then, the arrow-chasing amulet immediately locked onto the Suzaku boss. The fiery red bird kept soaring high into the sky. But it still doesn't help. No one can escape from Su Ming's arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed the phantom gold god Suzaku, LV 239, boss, and gained 2.2 million experience points and 5 million points. You killed the phantom gold god Suzaku, LV 239, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, attack plus 55. Phantom golden god Suzaku, boss, progress, 100, you plundered 56 attack points. The screams resounded through the sky once again. In just 2 seconds, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird fell one after another. The Azure Dragon Phantom used its last bit of strength to pray for rain. Tick, tick, tick. Suming tilted his head with a strange expression. Do you still want to be a dragon sucking water? Is pointless struggle useful? In that case, freeze them all into ice. Frost Arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dash 224W. Critical hit, freeze. Dash 224W. Critical hit, freeze. Minus 7,000, minus 6,000. You killed the Phantom Golden Azure Dragon, LV-239, boss, and gained 220W experience and 50W points. You killed the Phantom Golden Azure Dragon, LV-239, boss, for the first time, and gained additional attribute, strength plus 48. Phantom Golden Azure Dragon boss, progress, 100, you plundered 58 attack points. Finally, under Su Ming's arrow, it transformed into a cloud-high ice dragon. Then it slowly dissipated into the sky. The attributes have been improved a lot. It feels good. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Today Su Ming has already been at the forefront of qualitative change. He dares to say it. As long as they are living beings under God, they all have to suffer the consequences under their own sharp arrows. And the creatures above God? Su Ming no longer has to worry about being targeted. Power of Destruction progress, 100/100. His power of destruction has reached perfection. So what if it's God? It's better to have as many as possible at once. In that case, when Su Ming's incarnation is annihilated, it will be the day when all gods fall. The drizzling rain has not yet dissipated. And it was like a rain of recovery. Let the gourd vine below emit a vibrant luster. It began to free itself from the burial ground. He will rush up to the sky along the beam of light. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He raised his lips and said, "Sorry, it's mine." Extreme Flash. As long as you have the will scale crystal in your hand, Su Ming will be immune to all control and mental oppression from the god level. Therefore, the beam of light was completely useless. Immediately afterwards, the gourd vine began to transform into countless special runes that wrapped around the only gourd. Extreme Flash. Su Ming rushed indecisively. Pick up the identified target without hesitation. Throw it directly into the backpack without any hesitation. Extreme Flash. He rushed again, away from the destructive aura of the rune. Bang. Boom. Shuguang Road began to collapse and explode. Su Ming looked along the runes. Suddenly, in the hidden eye, I saw the head of a huge fish hidden in the void. Is that AI Kuan from the abyss? Shabao was actually trying to fish out this thing? Fuck. Su Ming retreated repeatedly. It is said that once this AI Kuan reveals its true form, the entire small world will be submerged in the endless sea. Fortunately, it discovered that the sin of the gourd had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the void. The creatures in the abyss are indeed not simple. Su Ming murmured. He believed it wouldn't be long. I will destroy everything. Dawn Road eventually collapsed. The runes also disappeared into the golden chaotic sea along with the beam of light. The Tianhuan burial ground returned to peace. The sky was once again shrouded in darkness. Bang. In the distant sky, the palace door finally closed. But there is nothing at the end of the chain. Countless runes turned into a gourd vine again, but without the gourd. Everything withers, centuries are annihilated. Is this the end of the 21st era? The owner of those eyes seems to be outside of time. Hey, where is my purple gold gourd? My daughter was stolen. No. A heart-wrenching wail echoed, and the palace returned to peace again. Su Ming rode Xiaoyi away from here quickly. Hawkeye. After confirming that there is no danger around. Finally, he looked at his backpack. That purple gold gourd baby. It's like a special treasure with consciousness. Could this be considered a weapon spirit? After all, Su Ming is a time traveler. Even if you encounter strange situations, you can understand it. At last, Su Ming took out the purple gold gourd baby. I was stunned for a moment. Because of this moment, his information log was suddenly updated with a message. The purple gold spirit god uses the God Lord contract on you. Do you accept it? Chapter 89 Dad, don't yell. Where are the people from the lighthouse country? Why didn't any of them come out? What? Su Ming looked at the gourd strangely. You are actually a god? You are a god just after being born. You are really awesome. Along with the God Lord contract, it appeared in Su Ming's spiritual sea of consciousness. There is also a faint sound. Is it calling itself? Lord God. Dad. Dad. Su Ming? The whole family was very filial. So, verify it several times. Su Ming finally confirmed one thing. The gourd considers itself to be its father. This is a perfect example of someone who recognizes a thief as his father. Su Ming almost laughed out loud. Once the God Lord contract is accepted, It can obtain a divine space similar to Xiao Yi's. Then gain nutrients for continued growth from yourself. Purple Gold Spirit God. As long as Su Ming thinks about it, it will be able to absorb everything nearby. At the same time, it feeds back the life force to oneself and the contract master. So, just carry it with you. It means becoming an automatic treasure collector. Moreover, it is an endless source of life supply. The life-saving ability is epically enhanced. I can't die. This time I really can't die. Except, you accepted the God Lord contract of Purple Gold Spirit God and permanently gained an additional 100 total life. Wait, 100 extra total life? This is directly added to the panel properties. Su Ming glanced at the panel. It is indeed so. Name, Su Ming. Occupation, Archer of Extinction. Level, LV-236/LV-240, 5th turn. Health, 162.2W. Mana, 999, Strength, 3,548. Agility, 3,275. Attack speed, 14.1 arrows/s. Attacks, 24,864. Defense, 6,364. Critical hit, 160. Anti-violence, 120. Total damage increase, 236. Single arrow reserve, 999/99999. His basic health has reached 162.2W. I never thought that an archer like me would become a blood cow. This is not the limit. Under the superposition of Steelheart Amulet, Su Ming can also obtain a total of 100, or 162.2W, temporary life again. At the same time, the shield of Immortal Arrow Body also took off. At that time, it was a shield of 324.4W. Oh my god, I can become a super boss. Su Ming began to establish a close connection with the consciousness in the gourd. Then, he seemed to see something in the gourd. Is there a purple doll with big round eyes? Girl? Lord God. Dad. The purple-clothed doll roamed intimately in his own sea of consciousness, and then found Xiaoyi with a shocked look on his face. Xiaoyi? Ahem, little guy. I'll call you Ziling from now on. Xiaoyi, Ziling will be your playmate from now on. Ziling. Ling? Great. Dad, I'm hungry. Xiaoyi, Omega, I was here first. Xiaoyi, Su Ming, from now on I will also call you Dad. Su Ming. Ahem, Xiaoyi is the best. Daddy, don't yell. Don't worry, I will only ride you from now on. We are the best partners. Amazed face, / good partner, kill it. Su Ming. After some twists and turns, Su Ming finally calmed down the two little cuties. Originally, Ziling could return to her own divine space, but she seemed to like Xiaoyi very much. So now I am staying among the branches of the dream tree. This seed is rooted in the contract space. Now the outline of a towering tree has finally emerged. Xiaoyi was helpless. But with a new playmate, the joy soon outweighed the grievance. The Tianhuan battlefield will finally come to an end. One day later, Su Ming looked at the ranking list on the battlefield. Su Ming, current points, 1032.79W, ranking, 1/1145. Over 10 million points. Wow, there were a total of 10,000 people when they came in. As a result, only 1/10 is left now. Among them, nearly 100 challengers from Dragon Country received friendly help from Su Ming. There were basically no casualties. And this time there are several arrogant countries such as the Lighthouse Country, the Indian Country, and the Mingan Country. Their challengers were all destroyed, especially the person called Laxitaduo. It is said that they are a very important young generation in the Beacon Country. Haha, the souls that died under my arrows. I don't care who you are. Until now, 5 turns have been completed, and a super god-level world-destroying bow in hand. Su Ming no longer had to be careful to hide. I want to deal with my own forces in the future. Better be careful. After all, I am a very insecure person. One careless move. It is not impossible to directly destroy a country with an existing threat. In the end, Su Ming did not return to the camp of other Dragon Nation challengers. Instead, continue to kill monsters and level up. Your level has increased by 1. LV-236 - LV-237, health plus 600, mana plus 300, strength plus 3, attack speed. The level has been raised by 1 again. You know, Wang Lin is still only level 236. So, right now, his level has officially surpassed Brother Wang. I'll tell you, Brother Wang. From now on, I will be the one to take care of you. It's time to go to the dragon burial. This day is the moment when the major forces of various countries are waiting outside the Tianhuan battlefield. Although there were no 9th level people present. But if Su Ming was here, you can definitely see a lot of elderly people whose levels are LV 400 plus. Many major countries have sent 8th level leaders. The person in charge of the lighthouse country is an uncle of Lashitato, LV 425. Ha ha ha, our lighthouse country is definitely first this time. Lashitato's shadow ability is extremely powerful. Besides, he also carries a powerful epic item. If we can wipe out all the challengers from other countries in one fell swoop, it couldn't be better. I can't wait to see the sad faces of all the strong men. Rastito looked sinisterly at the other heads of various countries. I have already made up my mind. Then, the completely contracted sky ring battlefield was streaked with streaks of light. A challenger has already flown out. Fly to different directions according to your camp. On the periphery, there is no need to worry about being targeted by other forces, unless it is powerful enough to break through the restrictions of the Tianhuan battlefield. But how is it possible even if it is 8 turns? Huh? Why are all the challengers from weak countries? And what puzzled everyone was, on these people's faces, all were filled with deep fear. After knowing that he had landed safely, finally, I breathed a sigh of relief as if a stone had been lifted off my head. They must have been frightened by Laxi Taito. These people are just useless garbage. Then, instead, a group of challengers with sunny smiles flew out. Challengers from Dragon Country? Why are there so many of them? Damn it. Didn't I tell you to suppress the Dragon Nation challenger? Rastado was puzzled. It shouldn't be like this, even under normal circumstances. It is impossible for almost everyone to survive. How lucky is Longwa that he has never encountered any trouble. Rastado's face suddenly turned gloomy. However, a challenger from a great power has already emerged, and he is thinking about what to do next. The first is that they are no longer the beacon country. At this time, a magnificent and soft sound was heard, indicating that everything was settled. The heavenly ring is complete, the god list is released, and the resources of the 6 paths are divided. First place in this camp, Dragon Nation, obtains the total mining rights of the 1st to 6th floors of the 6 paths field, LV 181 LV 239. Second in this camp, Bala Nation, obtains partial mining rights of the 1st to 4th layers of the 6 paths field, LV 181 LV 239. Third in this camp, Pharaoh Nation, obtains partial mining rights of the 1st and 2nd layers of the 6 paths field, LV 181 LV 239. The remaining 4th to 10th layers only have partial mining rights of the 1st layer. Rastito, _? Why are the 2nd to 9th countries all little-known small countries? Wait, where is my lighthouse country? No one from my lighthouse country came out? Chapter 90 Generous Rewards. Sanglio 3-piece jewelry set, causing a tsunami. The magnificent world of heaven was getting farther and farther away from everyone. In everyone's eyes, everything has returned to silence. What the? Where is my lighthouse nation challenger? Oh no, why doesn't my country of Asen have a single challenger? How is this possible? Why are there so few survivors this year? At the same time, many heads of state were questioning their lives. Su Ming followed a rainbow of light. Following the other Dragon Country challengers, he returned to the Dragon Country area. At the same time, his information log also began to refresh with several settlement messages. Su Ming, final score, 1032.79W, has obtained the ranking of the previous world rankings. Previous world rankings. First place, Su Ming, score 1032.79W, belongs to Dragon Country. Second place, Wang Bo, score 27.8W, belongs to Longwa. Sure enough, the original first place has been dominated by Mr. Wang for many years. Until I broke the record. If future challengers see this, will they despair? Su Ming shrugged helplessly. You broke the previous world ranking record and received the following rewards. Title Battlefield Master, temporary buffs in the Sky Ring battlefield replaced with permanent buffs, 100 points of free attributes. This is the reward Su Ming received for entering the overall ranking list. Then, Su Ming quickly looked at the title Battlefield Master. The condition for obtaining it is to become the new number 1. So, in fact, Mr. Wang Bai also has this title. Battlefield Master permanent title. After entering combat mode, you gain the power of mastery and cannot be affected by any group damage in the first 3 seconds. All your attacks have a 10 chance to make the target fearful. Wow, this title has some effect. Su Ming sighed. Not to mention immunity to group damage within 3 seconds. Simply making the target fearful by 10 of all attacks is a very powerful control. Of course, this is combined with his own unlimited firepower. Fear is a control effect. It will make the target unable to attack and turn its back to you. more powerful than silence. And another buff. It was adaptively brought out permanently from the Tianhuan battlefield. Permanent buff increases damage to wild monsters by 50, reduces damage from wild monsters by 50, increases damage to all non-wild monster targets by 20. Greatly increase your jungle clearing speed. Moreover, there is an additional 20 damage to humans. It's really good. The final 100 points of free attributes obtained. Su Ming chose to add defense. The ratio of a free attribute to defense is 1 to 2, so increase defense by 200 again. There is no shortage of output at the moment. The higher the defense, the greater the sense of security. Because of the powerful effect of Immortal Arrow Body. As long as the shield is not broken, his defense cannot be ignored. Therefore, true injury is ineffective on oneself. Your ranking in this Sky Ring battlefield is 1. Your points are 1032.79 W. Your overall performance rating is SSS. You have obtained the basic reward, 300 million experience points, 100 free attributes, diamond level accessories x3 optional. You have obtained the points achievement reward, special skills catalog 30, choose 3. You have received a performance rating reward, ultimate stone, x2, transcendence crystal, level 5 taming. Your faction is Dragon Nation, which increases Dragon Nation's mining resources in the 6 paths field by an additional 50. What is being refreshed now is the reward for this ranking. The free attribute is still added to defense. If Su Ming's guess was correct, these 3 optional accessories are special items with no level restrictions. Isn't this just right? The necklace, ring, and mask are all the same. So Su Ming didn't hesitate at all. Quickly selected confirm. You obtained the Songlio ring, Songlio necklace, and Songlio mask. Huh? These 3 accessories have the same entries. Generally a complete set of equipment. The effect it has is definitely more powerful than individual parts. Su Ming's gaze quickly shifted to them. Songlio ring, diamond. Type, ring. Profession, archer only. Level requirement, none. Attributes, attack plus 1000, critical hit plus 20, attack speed plus 0.3 arrows /s, durability 1500/1500. Features, the next attack every 3 seconds will freeze the target for 2 seconds. Features, actively activated at the same time as the Songlio necklace and Songlio mask, the Songlio converges and causes a tsunami in the area, during which 5 of the maximum health is restored per second, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Songlio necklace, diamond. Type, necklace. Profession, archer only. Level requirement, none. Attributes, life plus 50,000, strength plus 300, violence resistance plus 20, attack speed plus 0.3 arrows /s, durability 1500/1500. Features, the next attack received every 3 seconds will definitely rebound the control effect and 50 damage. Features, actively activated at the same time as the Songlio ring and Songlio mask, the Songlio converges and causes a tsunami in the area, during which 5 of the maximum mana is restored per second, lasts for 10 seconds, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Songlio mask, diamond. Type, mask. Profession, archer only. Level requirement, none. Attributes, health plus 50,000, defense plus 800, violence resistance plus 20, attack speed plus 0.3 arrows /s, durability 1500/1500. Features, after entering combat mode, you can enter full-scale invisibility for 0.5 seconds every 3 seconds. Features, actively activated at the same time as the Songlio necklace and Songlio ring, the Songlio converges and causes a tsunami in the area. During this period, you gain 5 extra agility per second, which lasts for 10 seconds and has a cooldown of 24 hours. What the hell? This increases the attack speed by 0.9. With the double bonus of destroy, that means an increase of 1.8 arrows /s. It's abnormal that it can cause a tsunami. No wonder it occupies one of the characteristics of these 3 accessories respectively. There is absolutely no need for the mage's chanting. 100 years is enough to trigger a tsunami comparable to a forbidden spell, even though it's only 10 seconds. But it is not something that ordinary people can bear. After the earthquake, there was a tsunami. I am truly a human-shaped disaster. Su Ming equipped it directly without any hesitation. The strength has become a little bit stronger. Then, Su Ming can choose from a catalog of 30 skills displayed. Choose 3 of them to get a separate skill book. Let me see. Sun Chaser Arrow, Frost Arrow Formation, Bloodthirsty Mark, Flying Eagle View, Kuanjin Cage. Looked over them all. The skills here are obviously all good skills for archers. Su Ming directly eliminated all output skills. Then, he seemed to have no shortage of control skills. So I gave up the idea of choosing Kuan is in a cage. Final. Su Ming selected 3 good auxiliary skills. You obtained Eagle's Overlook, Demon Exorcising Arrows, and Energetic. It's been a very rewarding journey. Su Ming successfully reached the 5th level. A total of 10 common skills from skill books can be learned. Therefore, Su Ming did not hesitate at all. Learn. Chapter 91 Rastido's Crazy Behavior. Old man, who gave you the illusion that you could kill me? You meet the learning requirements of Flying Eagle View and successfully learn this skill, Flying Eagle View LV1. You meet the learning requirements of Demon Exorcist Arrow and successfully learn this skill, Demon Exorcist Arrow LV1. You meet the learning conditions of Energetic and successfully learn this skill, Energetic LV1. These 3 skills match your own output. It can definitely play a role in going to a higher level. Eagle Vision LV1. Archers gain long-term Eagle Vision. After activation, an unstoppable magic eagle flies out, gaining all straight-line vision within 10,000 meters. Consumes 500 mana and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. This skill is a vision-opening skill. It's just different from Eagle Eye, one that opens up all vision around. The other one has a longer straight-line range. Various advanced investigations. This is a very important thing for fragile archers. Although, I don't seem so fragile now. Demon Eliminating Arrows LV1. Passively adds to all arrows. Each arrow consumes an additional 10 of the own mana and reduces the target's maximum mana and maximum health by 10 and cannot be restored within 3 seconds. This skill is very interesting. Mana for mana. But the mana consumed by one's own body is basically the same as no consumption. In addition, each arrow can also cause 1 of maximum health. This doesn't mean that, as long as I'm hit by 100 arrows, I'll die. Not to mention the ability of Ultimate Extinction. Each arrow has a 5 chance of instantly killing the target. Energetic LV1. Archers gain wild energy, making the 3rd arrow after shooting 2 arrows have an additional 50 of all effects, no consumption, no cooldown. This skill can only be learned by archer-type professions. Easy to understand. This is equivalent to gaining 1.5 times the effect with every 3rd arrow, whether frozen or silent, blocked. This is much more powerful than simply increasing damage. Obtain 2 more limit stones. Put it in your backpack and you will have 3 of them. Each one is equivalent to a life. Very important. As for the final Beyond Crystal, Su Ming's eyes flickered. After giving it to Xiao Yi, it can directly exempt her from the requirement of advancing to level 5. Comfortable. The appearance of Su Ming instantly made him the focus of all Dragon Nation challengers. Everyone had a faint smile on their face. In fact, everyone is ecstatic in their hearts. Ranked in the top 100 in this Tianhuan battlefield, the place is basically booked by the Dragon Country challengers. TSK. The superposition of the 6 paths field resources this time is too terrifying. For a full 10 years, Dragon Nation won't have to worry about a shortage of Tier 5 resources. In the future, the speed at which everyone from level 5 can reach level 6 will be greatly increased. Wang Lin looked at Su Ming and couldn't help sighing. All of these were obtained because of Su Ming. Idle. Please take a photo with me. Li Huiyang was no longer reserved. Instead, he excitedly rubbed against Su Ming, and crazy snapping sounds were heard. The person in charge of Longwu this time is a middle-aged man with some graying hair. At this time, we are staring at the harvest of the Dragon Kingdom camp. A look of astonishment. What the hell is going on? All the top 50 are Dragon Nation. Doesn't this mean that the 6 paths field is all included? This happiness comes too suddenly. Name, Li Xingyan. Occupation, Death Thorn. Level, LV 412. An 8th rank assassin, TSK. Su Ming sighed inwardly. Soon, Li Xingyan walked up to Su Ming with a strange expression. Li Huiyang, what are you doing? You have completely lost the face of our Li family. As for licking a young man like this? Ahem, Li Huiyang, get out of here. Let me have a good exchange with friend Su Ming. Li Xingyan immediately smiled at Su Ming. Aizhua, Dad, don't even think about snatching my Su Shin away from me. Li Xingyan, Hema? Li Huiyang, sorry to bother you. Then, when Li Xingyan looked at Su Ming, instantly it turned into a friendly smile. It's really young friend Su Ming. Seeing you today, you are indeed handsome and charming. Su Ming. He thought that this middle-aged man was just a senior executive of the Li family. Unexpectedly, it was Li Huiyang and Li Huihuang's father. It doesn't feel like it. Maybe the 2 brothers look like their mother. Su Ming was thinking in his heart. Fortunately, Brother Wang Lin came to the rescue quickly. He told Li Xingyan the situation on the Tianhuan battlefield in relatively detail. One person was shocked, the rest were helpless. Other challengers. Su Ming is simply not a human being. When they realized that Su Ming was not on the same level as them, these people can only admire sincerely. They all understood the future Dragon Kingdom. A Bao God who is far more amazing than all others will appear. My dear friend Su Ming, it's a pity that I only have 2 useless sons. What a pity. Li Xingyan was simply frightened. The more he looked at Su Ming, the happier he became. If I were a girl, I would want to do it myself. After all, their Li family has a close relationship with the God-killing temple. I already knew Su Ming's basic information. Single. No emotional experience. After this time, that stinky old man Wang Bai will definitely receive countless envelopes looking for a date with Su Ming. Just when Su Ming and others were about to leave, a shrill and hateful cry came from the next area. That is, name, Rastido. Occupation, Void Shadow. Level, LV 425. It turned out to be an 8th level Shadow Mage. Wait, his name. What is the relationship with Laxitaduo? Who on earth is Su Ming? How could he have more than 10 million points? You Dragon Nation are definitely cheating. Don't leave, don't leave. That's not all. Dozens of other 8th and 7th level warriors began to gather around Rastido. Why was our country of India completely annihilated? Our Manhwa nation is the same. This is not normal. The final winners are all from Dragon Country. There must be something wrong with you. At this moment, Li Xingyan's temperament changed. Su Ming felt like he had instantly turned into an invisible assassin. Oh, you can't cause any harm here. Life and death on the battlefield are commonplace. Could it be that you guys still want to cheat? Li Xingyan stood in front of Su Ming. If it wasn't here, no harm could be done. He had already killed Rastado with 1 strike. We don't care about other people, but Su Ming must stay today. I heard from those challengers from the Bala country who have become mentally insane. Su Ming is a murderer. He was the one who killed everyone in our lighthouse. People who have lost their humanity must be punished by heaven. The corners of Rastido's gloomy face curled up. There was a small altar in his hand. Even though Lashitato is dead, I discovered a huge threat to the future of our lighthouse. Today, I broke the rules of the great country. As long as I spend a few years of my life, I can kill people even here. A thick black mist floated out of the small altar, covering the entire outer area. Is this the space transmission failing? Rastido, you dare? What is there for me to be afraid of? Using a few years of my life to exchange for the destruction of future threats to the lighthouse is pretty good. At worst, I will be expelled from the lighthouse country from now on, and you won't even have a reason to go to war. Li Xingyan's expression became extremely serious. Unexpectedly, Rastido would dare to do such a crazy thing this time. You're such a jerk. You talk too much nonsense. Su Ming spread his hands, and a blood-red Bao appeared. Yuran walked up to Li Xingyan, narrowed his eyes, and said, "With your body about to go into the coffin, you want to kill me? I really don't understand. Who gave you this illusion?" Chapter 92 I'm here. Let's all go to bed. The inside story of the lighthouse country. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes were as cold as ice, and his deep pupils were chilling. Hiss. What? Did I hear that correctly? Boy, you dare to hide the information. You are indeed Su Ming. Rastido stared at the handsome boy in front of him, gnashing of teeth. Damn it. It was you who killed Lashitato. Today, I will kill you. Rastido began to be surrounded by endless darkness, along with the communication to the small altar in hand. A sharp knife as black as ink began to appear at the edge of the entire Tianhuan battlefield. This is the sky-breaking shadow needle. In my shadow realm, all rules will be dispelled. Rastido's stinky face became even older. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Damn it, it cost me 8 years of my life. I will kill you today, and I will be a great hero of the lighthouse nation. Rastido fell into a state of madness. Even the other responsible persons around him were all shocked. They each seemed to be thinking about something and had ulterior motives. Is this the essence of the lighthouse country? He became rich by plundering and soon became the largest force in the inner world. This makes these delusional vassals extremely jealous. This is an opportunity. If they can take advantage of the situation and climb up to the high branches of the beacon country, their future will be bright. The lighthouse nation is mighty. In fact, I, Masalapi, have long admired Lord Rastido. I also admire the Taito family very much. Today, Lord Rastido will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eliminate this evil. These people looked at how powerful Rastido was. They all lie with their eyes open without blushing at all. They looked at Su Ming with a gloating look on their faces, but they felt disdain in their hearts. Boy, do you think you can challenge Lord Rastido? I think you are tired of living, Li Xingyan looked at Su Ming in surprise as he walked forward. Just wanted to block it. But Su Ming just waved his hand gently. He said softly, Uncle Xingyan, I want to ask you a question. What can? Li Xingyan didn't understand why Su Ming was so calm. Hello, young man, you can't do whatever you want just because you are handsome. I want to ask, if I kill all of them here, will it cause a war among the nations in the other world? Su Ming smiled. Li Xingyan? The middle-aged man was so frightened that his legs almost shook. You know, Rastido made such a huge sacrifice. It took 8 years of life to be able to use just one strike. You kid actually want to kill all the opponents? Su Ming, don't be impulsive. I'm here, as long as this attack misses. Rastido is no longer capable of posing a threat. After this incident, it's time for Dragon Nation to settle accounts with Lighthouse Nation. Su Ming, I just asked if I could kill him. Would that work? Li Xingyan. Okay, no problem. He really didn't know what abilities Su Ming had hidden. It can actually break through the rules of the world and cause a blow. Rastido felt like the master of the entire space. Tianjiao? He was just a toy that he killed at will. So what if Su Ming becomes stronger in the future? Today you will fall under your own black blade. Su Ming. Very good. The others will just watch you die helplessly. I can't wait to see your desperate expressions. Dang, Su Ming snapped his fingers lightly. The will scale crystal that was prepared early shone with silver light. Space blockade. Xiaoyi, these shadow powers are enough to fill your stomach. This guy's shadow magic is really bad, Carrot. Ling, Dad, I want to eat too. Oh, well then, I've eaten too much. At this moment, it's not just Xiaoyi. Even the purple gold spirit in the small gourd showed joy. At the same time, whether it is Li Xingyan, Wang Lin, and other Dragon Country challengers, or those heads of various countries who were wiped out, as the beings in the will scale crystal fell asleep, they fell to the ground one after another. Wait until Brother Wang Lin and the others wake up. You will find that there is nothing left, Su Ming shrugged. Suddenly I realized that I have such a strong talent for stealth. I'm here, let's all go to bed. What others don't know is, the arrows shot by Su Ming from destruction are unstoppable. Don't even mention the rules of the small world. Even the big world will be turned upside down. Just draw the bow. No matter where in the world, I will shoot you. Frost arrow. Su Ming showed a sunny smile. With crazy pulling, hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot towards the opposite side. Except for Rastido. No other audience members should be left out, as long as all of them are permanently conceptually erased. So who knows that he did it? Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed Masalapi. You killed Bujin Mold. Words of despair. Finally, Su Ming used this skill on Rastido, because he had something particularly important in his mind that needed to be confirmed. Words of despair currently only lasts 5 seconds. Su Ming spoke immediately. Rastido, is the Lighthouse Country colluding with the devil? What do you know? It starts from entering the world corridor and meeting 2 Shabi from the Lighthouse Country. Su Ming began to have bad suspicions in his mind. Now possesses words of despair. The target was none other than a high-ranking member of the Shadow family of the Lighthouse Country. Absolutely can't let it go. At this time, Rastido was talking in a dull voice as if he was mumbling in a dream. Just a little crazy expression. Ha 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 ha. The Lighthouse Nation will be the ruler of Blue Planet in the future. We have already contacted that world, and they will soon descend on Blue Star. Searching for the demon god is just an order from a certain master. We have discovered the sealed places of several demon gods. By then, the Lighthouse Nation will be the representative country of Blue Star. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression became extremely serious. Sure enough, the Lighthouse Country does have inside information. That world? What kind of world is that? Rastido started talking madly in his sleep again. His expression suddenly became extremely panicked. That is a world far beyond the level of Blue Star, a world with gods. No, we can't. We can't resist. The Lighthouse Nation only needs to decisively betray Blue Star and then join them. From now on, you will receive God's blessing. When the time comes, I will be strong again, and with my beloved Ji Li Tai beauties. Hey, What's going on? Rastido suddenly came back to his senses. Then I was horrified to see a handsome boy with a sunny smile. Su Ming, aren't you dead? No, this is impossible. I must be dreaming. He discovered that he had wasted 8 years of his life. The condensed shadow power has all disappeared. Is there a possibility that you were dreaming before? Thanks for the information. It's time to repay you. 10,000 ice arrows immediately locked onto Rastido. He was frozen like a hedgehog. Feel the eternal sleep. Chapter 93 Honorary Member. Zakarong, wait for me. Faster. I feel like I had a short sweet dream. Wang Lin and others all woke up. I didn't see Rastido and others. The space teleportation capability has been restored to its original state. Young friend Su Ming. What happened just now? Are you okay? Wang Lin rushed ahead of Li Xingyan and said with concern. If Su Ming had an accident, he would definitely hate himself from then on. Ahem. Actually, I don't really understand either. At the last moment, I seemed to hear the melodious music of the Tianhuan battlefield. Because Rastido broke the rules of the world. After Su Ming's explanation, everyone was surprised. Could it be that the old man has touched the restriction? Ha ha ha. Well done. He deserves to die. I knew the Tianhuan battlefield wasn't that simple. Obviously. After Su Ming's actor-like acting skills, they quickly accepted this statement. In fact, Su Ming himself didn't care. But he didn't want to expose the existence of the will-scale crystal. Even the devil. They would also covet the companion creatures of the true Dragon King. 3 days later, in the wilds of the imperial capital. Your level has increased by 1. LV237-LV238. Health plus 600. Mana plus 300. Strength plus 3. Attack speed. Su Ming smiled, and his level was raised by 1 again. Moreover, since Su Ming was nearby, there was no need to worry about anyone getting close to him. Brother Wang Lin also killed crazily and reached level 237. I never expected that you would surpass me in such a short time. When I learned that Su Ming's level had reached LV238, Wang Lin almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. Damn, the difference between people. Nima, the gap is even bigger than that between humans and dogs. Sure enough, I can't compare with Su Ming. Otherwise, there is only deep despair. Don't worry, the old man in the lighthouse country won't let us go. In fact, we have long planned to crush those villains. Everything is just waiting for you to return from the secret realm. Your guild position has been changed to honorary member, same as vice president. God-killing temple has received the 6 Paths God Tower's conquest blessing. Get a buff based on your position. Experience gained in dungeons and secret realms increased by 900. During these 3 days, Wang Bai Laozi had already visited Su Ming. I have to say, the real person is almost exactly like Brother Wang Lin. Anyone who sees him will know that he is Wang Lin's biological father. Su Ming accepted the change of position. Honorary membership is actually just a nominal position. But although he does not have the rights of vice president, but he has all the status of vice president. This means, as long as Su Ming shows his guild information, he can walk all over the dragon country. This time under the report of Li Xingyan. Su Ming's battle record really moved the group of 9th turn elders. The one at the top, who is a 9th level auxiliary hidden profession, Mr. Wu. I became more convinced of Su Ming's potential. The entire Dragon Kingdom will give Su Ming all the freedom. Even the Zhu family, where Zhu Peiqi originally lived. They all have to think about finding an opportunity to make amends. Zhu Peiqi, Su Ming, he is too scary. Facing the current gap, he no longer dared to call himself a strong archer. It's just like playing house. Wait, help. He was the man who mocked Su Shan. Thinking of this, the pig's trotter in my mouth no longer tastes good. Brother Wang Lin, I understand. Su Ming nodded gently, very seriously. Su Ming originally thought that the secret realm that Brother Wang mentioned was also a space similar to the Tianhuan battlefield. Until he secretly searched according to the spatial coordinates given to him by the Dragon King Nigel. Suddenly discovered. The entry point to Dragon Burial is right in that secret realm. That is the burial place of countless dragons. And there is even a holy demon lord. No wonder Brother Wang Lin said that unexplored places are very dangerous. If the other 5 turns go deeper, wouldn't that be courting death? By the way, Brother Wang Lin, besides Dragon Country, there are 20 hidden professions from the other 4 major countries, right? Only 25 people can enter at a time. And, especially wanting to get into the core area, the 5 people in the same camp must all have hidden professions. This secret place. The Dragon Kingdom is not like it did in the Tianhuan battlefield, where they fight for it, but do not force it. Even without entering the core area, as long as you get out alive in the periphery, the ranking of the top 5 countries will also be considered during settlement. Determine the division of important resources for one party. And that resource is enough to involve a country's 8th or even 9th level. So, there are 5 major countries that are eligible to enter. Everyone will be treated at the highest level. And these 5 countries are the 5 most powerful countries in the world. The regulations mentioned earlier by Rastido. The 5 countries are responsible for this. For example, professionals cannot use their abilities at will in the surface world. Su Ming only revealed it vaguely to old man Wang Bai. There are some disloyal things in the lighthouse country. There is no mention of that world. Once he has resolved the issue of the dragon burial, it will be time for him to reach level 6. The lighthouse country has no need to exist. Su Ming muttered silently in his heart. Su Ming had a strong premonition about that world. It is closely related to the starry continent that he saw through the Golden Chaos Sea. Imperial Capital Art Exchange, Level 8 area. Although Su Ming accepted the position awarded by Mr. Wang Bai, but except when necessary, I still prefer to trade directly on the exchange. Brother Wang Lin also understands this very well. He knew that Su Ming was a young man who loved freedom. Su Ming saw the old man at level 7. Ye Jielin was stunned for 1 second. Then he opened his mouth, too shocked to speak. Ahem, uncle, stay calm. You. Won't others despair when they see your Tianhuan battlefield points in the future? After a brief greeting, Su Ming simply waved his hand, and equipment of various qualities piled up like a mountain. Then there were the skill books that he had no use for. Ye Jielin. He was shocked again, omega to omega, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Equipment provided by Su Ming alone. It's enough for an elite team to provide in several years. All the skill crystals are included. I also need Night Flower, Sleepless Shadow Vine. These are the items Xiao Yi needs to advance to level 4. Once the advancement is successful, Su Ming can use the Transcendence Crystal to directly exempt himself from level 5. Until then, Xiao Yi's level will also catch up with his own. As for Ziling, Su Ming discovered that the purple gold gourd could absorb objects that were rich in life. It will also speed up the growth rate. No, it should be transformation. The purple gold spirit god now only has a spirit body, the gourd. Only after transforming into its true form can it transform into a true god. A baby god is also a god, isn't he? Moreover, Su Ming also discovered a special ability of Ziling. She can even suck living creatures directly into it. Either devour or protect. Once you choose to protect, you can also use divine power to block all external perceptions. Even the devil can't be found. Very good. We can now subdue that unfortunate kid Zaguno with courtesy. This can be considered as solving a threat to Longhua. Su Ming's surprised face. Oh, Zakurio, the matter of scale crystal being deceived. You don't want the other dragons to know? Chapter 94 Zagarangio, I'm coming to you right away. Jiangqing City-State, Level 5 area. Su Ming returned to Jiangqing. Now with his strength, he no longer needs Wang Lin's protection. In a place where the highest guild is only level 5. Su Ming's level is the highest. Now, a black diamond-shaped crystal appeared in its hand. Shadow Space Stone. As Xiao Yi's strength increases, the connection between this teleportation stone and herself became closer and closer. Xiao Yi, based on the current you. Is it possible to use it to pass through the small spaces in low-level dungeons? With the effort of doubt, Su Ming's figure appeared at the edge of the magma. Su Ming discovered that there was an extra sign here. It has apparently replaced the former Libura Mine volcano. Labra Lava Mountain, Lava Serpent LV40 LV50, Rare Wild Monster, Rock Iron Beast LV50, Rare Boss, Gold Rock Iron Beast LV50. A new instance formed after the eruption of the Labra Mine volcano. It is recommended to form a team of 10 or more people after the second transformation. Su Ming looked at the giant snake swimming in the magma in front of him. Some emotion. The volcano that made me palpitate just last month erupted. It's just a piece of cake now. After all, he himself is a moving disaster. Hey, I can do it, Su Ming. The teleportation point to the lava secret realm is in the lava mountain. But this is the closed period. That's why Su Ming used some special means. Next second, Xiao Yi turned into an endless dark shadow and attached himself to his body. This is the shadow possession she used. Then, Su Ming activated the Shadow Space Stone. Unlocked the ability to travel through space. In the past, Su Ming was unable to teleport across the small world with this teleportation stone. But now, with the help of Xiao Yi's power, it was finally realized. As long as it is a secret realm that you have entered before, he doesn't need to wait until the opening period. Everyone can enter freely. I have to say this Shadow Space Stone. In fact, it also involves the God level. Transmission across worlds. Once upon a time, Xiao Yi's full strength seemed to be no less than that of the Dragon King in Nigel. You have activated the Shadow Space Stone and detected the deep world space that was once marked. Do you want to enter? Done. Even though he had expected this, Su Ming was still excited. This means that it can be used not only in this case. It can also be used for cross-border travel. No one can catch up with me, hee hee. Yes. The next moment, a huge shadow force rose from the crystal, completely enveloped Su Ming. He suddenly felt ripples in the nearby space. Wait until the shadows dissipate. Su Ming looked up and saw a group of rock scorpions in the distance. Yo, they are all old acquaintances. However, it seems that the secret realm is still brewing a new round of wild monsters. Facing these trash who are only around level 20. One explosive arrow from Su Ming is enough. Thousands of arrows fell to the ground in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. All the minions within the range will be killed instantly. Rock Scorpion progress. 100, you plundered 15 points of defense. Of course, the sky-snatching arrow was originally obtained later. Nor did he miss the opportunity to plunder attributes. As for the rock cubes all over the ground, Su Ming no longer had to waste time picking them up. Purple Spirit. Ling Ling, I want to suck. From now on, no matter what drops you get from killing monsters, or items that others have not had time to pick up, all of it was instantly sucked into the small gourd, and then, Su Ming, then they will all become mine. He felt like laughing. No one will be able to snatch it from him in the future. It was only 7 or 8 seconds since he entered the secret place. Now, an item appeared in Su Ming's hand again. Fire Emblem. This is because it is equivalent to a key. Only then can the hidden space sealed with Sakuryu be opened. Hey, I'm going to be hot. Su Ming activated the Shadow Space Stone once again and communicated with the Fire Emblem. A faint light suddenly enveloped him. Open your eyes again. His body appeared in the long stone passage. A lot of fire spiders here refreshed, and all attacked Su Ming. Frost Arrow. It was still just a casual arrow. The walls around were all frozen into ice. Fire Spider, progress. 100, you plundered 12 points of strength. At the end of the road is a huge fireball that seals the Zaku Rong. In a silent space. Eternal loneliness. There was only the occasional sound of molten lava churning. This is for Zhiganong, who has been sleeping for 10,000 years. In fact, I've already gotten used to it. Shortly after it was born, it was forcibly sent away from the dragon realm by its mother. As a wildly grown dragon, he doesn't have the slightest bit of dragon bearing. Of course, due to a moment of carelessness, he offended a certain god and was eventually sealed for 10,000 years. Zaku Rong slowly closed his eyes. But it couldn't fall asleep anyway. No, a dragon's perception of time is different from that of humans. Iron and manganese are just a thing of the past for it. It thought again of the fact that it had been deceived. Damn it, W. Taimangan, come back here. The dragon was angry. I would be awakened by Taimangan's laughter when I was sleeping. Zaku Rong hasn't realized it yet. The divine seal flame cage that sealed himself was gradually weakening. Su Ming had already seen the blurry shadow of a dragon. Then, his expression began to become serious. Ahem. The sudden figure surprised Zaku Rong. Who? Another human? Damn, could it be that cunning time manganese? Zakuryu, I am the dragon messenger who inherited the power of Niger. After killing time manganese, I learned about you. Therefore, I will unblock you today. Su Ming's words were filled with unquestionable seriousness. With his current ability, there is no need to fear Zhiganong's threat. Moreover, Su Ming also discovered something very important. This huge fireball seals Zaku Rong. In fact, it is not the fire element at all. Rather, the mark of the gods. This suddenly reminded him of the rune chains he saw in the Tianhuan battlefield. No wonder it can easily seal the dragon's body. Su Ming murmured in his heart. What? Zaku Rong was stunned for a moment. Right from the start, this human revealed the name of a certain dragon king. Moreover, it even mentioned killing iron and manganese. Oh shit, that damn cunning guy just died like that? My 2 scale crystals are now in the hands of this human? Zhiganong didn't believe it. Roar. It roared. Boy, no matter who you are, don't even think about deceiving me again. When I get out, I will destroy you bugs. Looking at Zaku Rong, who seemed to be having a stress response, Su Ming felt like laughing. But it has no say in this. Ziling, use your divine power to suppress this seal. Ziling, Ling Ling, follow Daddy kill. Xiao E, not bad, not bad. Su Ming, Xiao E, what on earth did you instill in Ziling in the contract space? At the same time, Su Ming stepped forward decisively. Then the fire emblem directly touches these divine rune marks. Buzz. There was a loud noise, and the magma underneath began to boil violently. The temperature of the entire space continued to rise terrifyingly. Zaku Rong. It's open. The seal is really about to be broken. Happiness comes too suddenly. It turns out that this human is really the messenger of the dragon. And he killed Iron Manganese. Get rid of the guy you hate the most. Zagunong's expression was much happier. This day has finally come. My great Zakurong is about to rule the world. Wow. All the delicious treasures in the world will be yours. Human, you are good. Submit to me. Ha ha ha. Also, present our companion scale crystals to me with both hands. It's time for the great lava dragon to show its power. Chapter 95 Chapter 95 Why is Wuxia Guluo so miserable? Return to the imperial capital. Su Ming didn't want to hold it back any longer and burst out laughing. Su Ming, puff. Zakurong. Human, what are you laughing at? Ahem. I'm laughing. You don't seem to understand the situation. Then, the purple gold gourd unleashed its mighty power. The small body seems to contain infinite power. A purple gold light burst out from the mouth of the gourd. Instantly suppressed Zakurong's violent body. How is this possible? The great Zakurong can never be defeated. Boy, who are you? Are you the descendant of that god? Roar! Magma erupted and filled the entire space. Phoenix wings soaring into the sky, superstorm. The holy wings behind Su Ming bloomed, and the storm turned into countless sharp blades. Crazy isolation of all magma. Then, Su Ming raised the bow of destruction. Now I give you two choices. First, you must be taken into Ziling's gourd and become my divine servant. Second, I shot him to death. Then I will force you into the gourd and make you my divine slave. Zakurong, does it make a difference? Can I choose three? I choose three. This script is totally wrong. Once you become a slave of the divine seal, it means that its life will be completely controlled by Su Ming, and any ill intention towards Su Ming would be discovered. Even in a moment of thought, Su Ming can make Zagunong die truly. Why? Why is my great Zakurong so miserable? No. Since Niger and I get along well, I have no intention of killing the few remaining dragons in the world. Or do you actually want to die? 3 scale crystals appeared in Su Ming's hand. Molten scales, rock armor scales, and wool scales. Zakurong was stunned. The dragon's eyes were as loud as bells. It felt the familiar aura of the first 2 scale crystals. But this last piece. But it felt the suppression from above. Dragon King. That is the scale crystal of the true Dragon King. In that case, I'll shoot you out first. Su Ming no longer paid any attention to Zagunong's absent-mindedness. The long arrow has been knocked. The giant dragon on the opposite side suddenly felt the threat of death and became even more terrified. In fact, when facing extinction, only creatures at a higher level are likely to discover its unusualness. That is a weapon that is truly powerful enough to kill gods. Even Wang Lin, Li Shengyan, and others. I just thought it was a weapon of good quality. Wait, human. Oh no, Master Emissary. In fact, we are very friendly and can talk. Zakurong doesn't want to die. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been sealed for nothing for 10,000 years? It was hard to see the light of day again. It still has a long life ahead of it. It also has to travel across several worlds to find the beautiful dragon girl. Live a happy life from now on. As long as it is alive, its long lifespan may be able to outlive this short-lived human. So, it chose to follow its heart. It's definitely not because the great Zakuron-sama is scared, huh? Zakurong thought to himself. Su Ming put away the bow with satisfaction. Under Ziling's suppression, Zakurong, whose strength had not yet recovered, was unable to move at all. So he made a friendly please gesture. Be good, go in on your own initiative. It's a good place inside. Su Ming himself has experienced it personally. In fact, it is much more comfortable than any luxurious villa. The purple air is dense and refreshing. Zakurong. Day? A dragon's life is full of ups and downs. It's really not easy for it. Zagunong, huh? This isn't hell. It's quite comfortable. Zakurong accepted the servant seal of Purple Gold Spirit God. Based on your status as the Lord of Purple Gold Spirit God, you obtained the identity of the seal master that was transferred. Race, Lava Dragon. Belong to, Dragon Burial. Level, LV 579. This stupid dragon comes from the Dragon Burial? No, it should be born in the Dragon Burial. But he left 10,000 years ago. There shouldn't be a single living dragon left in the Dragon Burial today. It has become a real dragon tomb. But its level is actually level 9. This is much stronger than a single human's 9th turn, because they also have natural racial advantages, thick skin and flesh. Unexpectedly, he hadn't used even half of his strength. Su Ming used all-round tactics to get him. Don't even think about taking back your 2 scale crystals. Tell me, what is the relationship between you and the Lava Dragon King? Zakurong, how do you know I'm not the Lava Dragon King? You are the Dragon King. That's really lowering your status. Su Ming taunted mercilessly. I am the direct grandson of the Lava Dragon King Zahag, and the heir to the name of the great Lava Dragon King. Stop. That's what it is. Su Ming figured out a lot of things. Zakahag should be dead just like Niger. Actually, Su Ming chose to subdue Zaku Rong now. It is also because entering the dragon burial mound may have an unexpected positive effect. After all, the other half of Nigler's spirit is still there. Now it seems to be true. Since Zaku Rong was born in Shenlongzang, then the rest of the journey will be much more comfortable. It's time to leave this place. As Zaku Rong was put into the divine space in the gourd, this deep space gradually collapsed. At the same time, magma began to erupt. This secret realm will change once again. We need to let Jiangxing officials take notice. With the reactivation of the Shadow Space Stone, Su Ming finally appeared safely on the hillside of Labula Lava Mountain. Boom! The lava mountain began to shake violently. The lava mountain is going to erupt too. It seems I don't need to remind you. Soon, the familiar alarm sounded throughout the city. With the shield, you'll be fine as long as you stay in the city. Su Ming contacted Dabeo. Let him tell Jiangxing officials through the Yalter family. This volcanic eruption has little impact on the inner world, but the secret realm may become different. Now Dabeo is already under his recommendation. He worked as a minor manager at the Arte Exchange in Jiangxing. Especially, Yaji knew that Su Ming was brought here by Dabeo, and he was a strong and honest man. Take better care of Dabeo. This kid. After receiving the other party's confirmation, it was time for Su Ming to leave. Looking back at where it all started, Su Ming smiled and shook his head slightly. A short period of time doesn't actually make much of a difference for others. It's just that I am constantly killing. It's just that there has been a drastic change in strength. Imperial Capital Information Tower, Level 9 area. Su Ming now has his own authority. It is enough to teleport freely throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Zakuryu, if you perform well when I need you next, perhaps I will grant you some freedom after we sign a detailed contract. In terms of mounts, Xiao Yi is much easier to ride than Zagan. In terms of strength, Zagunong can't help at all with what he can't do now. Lava power is not as good as shadow power. So, after the dragon burial trip, Su Ming had the idea of controlling and training Zaku Rong to become the guardian beast that protects the Dragon Kingdom. After all, Blue Star is about to be hit by a storm. He might go into that place. Chapter 96 Reunion. 5 Hidden Professionals. Su Ming is the best. Su, Your Excellency the Envoy. Is this true? Zaku Rong in the Divine Dimension has accepted his fate. With his dragon sense. The more I feel that Su Ming is not simple. Well, you should understand. Unless I die of old age. Otherwise, once you do something against my will, I can destroy you in a single thought. Su Ming already knew how to treat Zaku Rong correctly. That is, hit with a stick. Then give me a candy. Besides, don't you dragons have long lifespans? When I die normally, you will be truly free. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. We have to give this stupid dragon some hope, right? Besides, human life is short, that is for ordinary people. Su Ming thought of the world where gods were everywhere. How dare you invade my Blue Star ancestral land? Just wait, I will kill you eventually. After leaving the Imperial Capital Information Tower, Su Ming met Wang Lin and Li Huiyang about the secret place where the dragon is buried. It will be open soon. This time, everyone was prepared. Su Ming, I was a little nervous before letting you enter that secret realm. But now after seeing your strength, I am completely convinced. Now here, Su Ming and Li Huiyang are 2 types of hidden professions. Dragon Country will also send out 3 other professional tendencies. They are the hidden profession of the mage, the hidden profession of the warrior, and the hidden profession of the auxiliary. It is said that the master came from the Mu family in Jiangnan. The warriors and assistants come from the Dragon Kingdom military. Idol Su Shan, if you enter that secret realm this time, we, the Dragon Nation, will definitely be able to find out the secrets inside. Then, Wang Lin told Su Ming many secrets in detail. For example, the demonic node is ready to move. Moreover, there might be a passage to another world in that secret realm. Su Ming nodded calmly. If he guessed correctly. Except for the dragon burial. The core area of the secret realm may also connect to the world above the stars. Wait, if that's the case, then isn't the Lighthouse Nation's action this time going to cause trouble? Su Ming murmured in his heart. They don't know yet that they have discovered the secret of the Lighthouse Country. About the death of Rastido. Now it has been handed over to Mr. Wang Bai. There was a hidden confrontation between a group of 9th-turn bosses and powerful men from other major countries. So, I can find the challenger from the Lighthouse Country first. Then use the words of despair to obtain special information. Very good. He was worried that he didn't have detailed spatial coordinates. Since the Lighthouse Nation has decided to betray Blue Star, well, they must know more. Soon, the three of them entered the special space of the Six Paths Divine Tower belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Here it comes. A voice sounded, and Su Ming saw an old man. Name, Mu-He. Occupation, Destruction Mage. Level, LV 516. A 9th level mage. When Su Ming saw that the other person's surname was Mu, he immediately thought of the one from the Mu family in Jiangnan. It turned out to be the old man in front of me. This is young friend Su Ming, right? After seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. Mu-He stared at Su Ming, but found that he could not see through him at all. The old man then sighed. Today's young people have unlimited potential, and the young are formidable. Our old bones are about to be thrown on the beach. This big guy is full of kindness towards me. So Su Ming also smiled. Mr. Mu, you must be joking. I am just an ordinary archer. He didn't expect that after saying this. Wang Lin and Li Huiyang on the side were stunned for a second. Then the corners of his mouth twitched. Ordinary? That's really ordinary. Your hidden profession has created a huge gap between you and others, and you are far ahead of others. By the way, my friend Su Ming, my granddaughter Mu Qingwan is your companion this time. I beg you to take care of it for a while. After all, the danger there is unpredictable. Of course, Qingwan's strength will not hold you back. Mu-He's expression turned serious. If it weren't for your performance in the Sky Ring battlefield, perhaps the secret realm will not be opened so soon this time. After all, Manhwa has always lacked a hidden profession of archer. I originally planned to enter on the last day. Now, because of Su Ming, he could enter directly on the first day. Don't worry, Mr. Mu. I won't let them get into danger. Because I am the biggest danger. Su Ming's idea is once the core area is opened, Su Ming opened fire at full power and directly shot down all obstacles. He can then leave and enter the Dragon Burial Temple alone with peace of mind. While a few people were exchanging greetings, 3 more figures entered. 2 women and 1 man. Name, Mu Qingwan. Occupation, Frost Annihilation. Level, LV 235. Mu Qingwan is a quiet girl. Perhaps because of his own talent, Frost continued to appear in the air around him. It's indeed a profession that has never appeared before. So she is most likely also in the past 20 years. The first person with a magic-oriented profession to possess this hidden profession. Mu Qingwan saw Li Huiyang. Then he looked at Su Ming. There was a hint of surprise on his face, but he just nodded slightly, with a preliminary impression in his mind. A gentle girl who doesn't talk much. He doesn't seem to have an icy personality that is unapproachable. Wow, you were Su Ming? You were even more handsome in person than in the photo. The harmonious peace was suddenly broken. Then Su Ming saw a giant with a childlike face. Fuck, the murder weapon. He almost blurted it out. Name, Yu Ming Ming. Occupation, Star Enlightener. Level, LV 233. What is the Star Enlightener? Although, Yu Ming Ming relies on her own advantages, it seems that he can become the enlightenment of countless people. She is the auxiliary hidden profession this time. Communicate with the stars to gain additional power. Su Ming seemed to be thinking about something. If it was the stars in the palace, could she communicate with them? Ahem, thank you for the compliment. This is a legal little lowly with a lively personality. Then there was another burly warrior. Name, Feng Xiongjiu. Occupation, Optimus Prime. Level, LV 235. It is said that this hidden profession has special talents. You can make your body extremely gigantic, not only as a powerful warrior. At the same time, it can also serve as a staunch guardian of the entire team. However, Su Ming's focus is this gigantic size seems to be able to make everything bigger, isn't it? Su Ming immediately withdrew his thoughts, not daring to imagine. It's a pity that Ming Ming and I were on a special mission at the time. Otherwise, I will definitely be able to witness your invincible style in the Tianhuan battlefield. Today I have met you, the future Bao God of Dragon Country. Ha ha, you're not bad either. Soon, Su Ming became familiar with these people. These hidden professionals are all the key training targets of various forces. He is very likely to be the future leader of Dragon Country. It is worth mentioning that Li Huiyang is currently at the lowest level. But compared to when I was in the virtual space, the Tianhuan battlefield also upgraded to level 219. The role of his profession. Infinite Thief. Isn't it more interesting than fighting? Chapter 97 Entering the Xinyu Secret Realm. Su Ming teaches you how to kill monsters happily, Al. Now, everyone should understand the danger of this secret realm, right? In fact, although his nature belongs to the secret realm, but it is a small world of its own, and it also has powerful local races. Mu-He looked at everyone's expressions and they became extremely serious. As a 9th rank boss, he was worried about his granddaughter. Due to level restrictions, their racial forces are not strong. But it's still not something a 5th-ranked challenger can handle. Moreover, some races will even take the initiative to step out of the core area to hunt challengers. You must be extremely careful. Mui kept reminding him. Su Ming thought of what Wang Lin had said earlier. In the core area center, it seems that there is someone hidden behind the scenes who commands countless races. The devil in his prime. In the Dragon Kingdom, several people with hidden professions had died at its hands. Of course, this demon is not at the level of the demon Saint Lord. At most, he is a young demon general. Otherwise, if he is really the demon lord in his prime, anyone who enters will die even if he is at the 9th level. Su Ming can only use Destroy to become invincible. Power of Destruction, 100 out of 100. Looking at the power of destruction in its perfect state, Su Ming is not afraid of anyone. It's better not to let me run into a demon or something like that. Otherwise Boom. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of a bell. Then, golden light appeared around the 5 people who took out the 5 tokens. Mysterious Land of the Fallen God LV-181 LV-239. Tip. Once you enter this secret realm, unless you die, everyone will be forced to exit after 7 days from the time you enter. During this period, you will not be able to exit if you reach level 240. Tip. This is the first day after entering. 6 Paths Divine Tower World News. The Dragon Nation camp has entered the Divine Meteorite Secret Realm. At the current time. Hints about the world of the 6 Paths Tower. Only the remaining 4 qualified countries will receive the message. They were stunned. Walter? Dragon Country doesn't follow the ethics of martial arts. They actually dared to enter in advance. Don't you know that this is the most dangerous time? Oh my god, could it be that? They know more secrets? That Su Ming is probably in the team. I must avenge old 8 last Edo. The other 4 major countries are under suspicion. The Lighthouse Country could no longer sit still. Because this operation in the Shinyun Secret Realm is related to their important task of dominating the Blue Planet. As long as their beacon country opens the small channel in advance, let several special beings from that world come here secretly through the air. Then we will work together inside and outside. The various forces on Blue Star will collapse in an instant. Their Lighthouse Country naturally became the spokesperson for the gods in this world. Hurry, we, the Lighthouse Nation, must be the first to do so. Shinyu Secret Realm, Broken Dragon Mountains. Hawkeye. Eagle Watch. At this moment, the 5 people seem to have fallen at the tail end of a huge dragon vein. Su Ming quickly gained vision to confirm the situation nearby. Yu Mingming also raised the star staff at the same time. Moment. The auras of all 5 of them were concealed, as expected of a well-trained person. In fact, although Yu Mingming looks like a loli, she is actually 24 years old. Right at this moment, the entire dragon vein began to shake. A group of huge monsters appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Giant Stone Corruption Dragon, Strengthened Wild Monster. Level, LV-225. Health Value, 135.5W/135.5W. Skills Rockfall, Savage Charge, Dragon Whip, Earthquake. Enhanced Buff, reduce physical damage received in Broken Dragon Mountains by 30. Information, with its huge dragon-like body, it can cause huge damage when it rushes forward. Weakness, Rotten Heart. Su Ming has seen this weak spot, the Rotten Heart, on the chest of every stone dragon. There is a depression there, and inside is the Rotten Heart. As the number of this group of huge rot dragons increases, the other 4 are ready for battle. After all, for even the top 5th turn 5-man team, I want to quickly get rid of these thick-skinned monsters. It also takes more than 10 minutes. Stop. Su Ming suddenly spoke calmly to the other 4 people. Su Ming, Captain? Are we going to bypass these monsters? Su Ming is the captain of this temporary team, so his orders were very effective. Not to mention that Li Huiyang understood Su Ming's idea instantly and his face was filled with excitement. No, you're too slow. As he spoke, Su Ming held the world-destroying bow in his hand. Instantly filled up. Frost Arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. -98W. Critical hit, freeze. -98W. Critical hit, freeze. -7,000, -6,000. You killed the Giant Stone Corruption Dragon, LV-225, gained 84.7W experience, Dragon Nation Performance Points plus 10. You killed the Giant Stone Corruption Dragon, LV-226, gained 84.6W experience, Dragon Nation Performance Points plus 10. Giant Stone Corruption Dragon Progress, 100, you plundered 42 points of defense. Su Ming did not shoot more. 16 arrows were fired in just 1 second. Then, 16 arrows became 16W arrows. Muchi 1, _, Fang Xiongju, confused face. Yu Ming, Omega Omega. Li Huiyang, fortunately, I was mentally prepared. After all, only Li Huiyang had witnessed this with his own eyes. The scene of Su Ming slaughtering thousands of challengers in an instant. Su Ming? The professional archer you reported is. Is it really what it means literally, Omega Omega? Shooting one arrow is equivalent to shooting 10,000 arrows? Oh my god. Yu Ming saw it with her own eyes. The little girl's face was stunned. Breathing, one after another. No, something's not right. Is the attack speed of a rank 5 archer so terrifying? Fang Xiongji was also stunned for a moment. The speed at which Su Ming's hand twitched in an instant simply shocked him. Originally, he wanted to let Su Ming, who was now a rising star, see how great he was. Now, it's like a deflated ball. Suddenly wilted. Even the frost that Mu Qinwan had prepared to condense dissipated. Only 1 second had passed. So many big guys all became corpses in an instant. Mr. Mu said that the wild monsters on the outer layer are most active now. Now that you've seen my output, you should know better than to be restrained. So we can quickly clean up and max out Dragon Nation's performance points. Su Ming said this. But I was thinking in my heart that the challengers from the lighthouse country would be arriving soon. As long as you get the detailed coordinates from them, he can push all the way to the core area. Okay, everything will be arranged by Su Shen. Li Huiyang in front of Su Ming. But he is so self-aware. Li Huiyang, with Su Shen here, aren't we just tools to open the core area? After all, the performance points of the Dragon Kingdom camp are shared. The stronger Su Ming becomes. In the end, the Dragon Kingdom will obtain more resources from the 6 Paths Divine Tower. Isn't it more comfortable for the others to just lie down and enjoy it than to take the initiative yourself? Little whim. Then, Xiaoyi, pretending to be Shadowbird, appeared. This once again made Yu Ming and others exclaim. You guys also summon your mounts, I'll teach you how to kill monsters happily. Sure enough, now at this level, everyone chose a tamed beast with flying abilities. Space blockade. Now, let's kill monsters. As long as you are within 1k of me, no one can hurt you. Also, if you're slow, I'll grab all the monsters. Shadow arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Fang Xiongju, what the hell? He, an archer, stole my position as a guardian? Until I felt an unprecedented sense of security. Emma, it smells so good. Yu Ming's way of gaining experience in her profession is very unique. He will gain an additional 20 experience for the target with the same level of benefit. At this moment, all he had to do was lie next to Su Ming. Countless experiences were gained, and he smiled softly. Looking at everyone having fun. Su Ming raised his lips. The fish from the lighthouse country are finally here. Chapter 98 Kill without blinking an eye. I wonder if Su Ming likes the cute girl. 6 Paths Divine Tower World Tip. The Lighthouse Nation camp has entered the Divine Meteorite Secret Realm. The current time point. 6 Paths God Tower World Tip. The Bear Country camp has entered the Godfall Secret Realm. The current time point. As 2 reminder messages sounded, Su Ming finally smiled brightly. It's time to clear out the entire periphery of the Xinyu Secret Realm. Rock-crushing arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Tens of thousands of rock-breaking arrows flew out in an instant. Only, the goal isn't just to cover the monster pack. In the whole earth. Boom. For the rock-breaking arrows that hit the earth, countless major earthquakes began to activate, shaking the earth. Yu Ming and the others were stunned again. Su Ming's actions were truly too shocking. Is this the rhythm of overturning the secret realm? Everyone, challengers from other countries have already entered the secret realm. I plan to deal with them directly first. What do you think? Mu Qinwan. Fang Xiongju. Yu Ming. Li Huiyang. Su Shen is awesome. If you hadn't witnessed Su Ming's terrifying strength with your own eyes. When they face challengers from other countries, neither side will act rashly. After all, the 25 people who can enter the secret realm are all hidden professions. It is possible that the opponent has special counter-killing capabilities. But now, everyone can only sigh. Under Su Ming's all-encompassing firepower, what does it matter if you have a hidden profession? Countless arrows were shot. The pressure will crush all the strong men to death. Under the terrifying firepower, they were still too small. Little whim. Then, Su Ming rode on Xiaoyi's back. After giving some simple instructions, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Tackle other challengers. Just having him is enough. The other side. The 5 people from the lighthouse country who had just entered the Xinyu secret realm discovered something unusual. Walter? Is there an earthquake in the distance? Where are the wild monsters? Aren't there the most wild monsters at this time? This is a good thing. There are no wild monsters to hinder you. The group moved directly and quickly inward. There was excitement on everyone's face. Anima, don't forget our mission. Understood. As long as we obtain the power granted by the gods, the blue planet will be dominated by the lighthouse. What is Dragon Country's #1 rising star Su Ming? He will be trampled under our feet. Just at this moment, a dark shadow gradually appeared in the sky. Then Su Ming's handsome face was revealed. What a coincidence. I seem to have heard my own name just now. The 5 people below are the challengers from the Lighthouse Country. What? You are Su Ming from Dragon Country? So what? We are also extremely powerful hidden professions. If he dares to show up alone today, then let us die here. Why do I feel so sleepy? The 5 people below were all ready to kill Su Ming. But he was only halfway through the conversation. I suddenly felt drowsy and fell into a dream. Su Ming has landed safely. The silver-white crystal scales in his hand sparkled. TSK, the force dreaming of will scale crystal is too difficult for creatures below the god level. Su Ming sighed. Then, he wasted no time. Words of despair. The word of despair is upgraded to perfection through skill mastery crystal. At this time, the duration increased to 15 seconds. Soon, the information of the 5 people was summarized. Su Ming easily obtained the node coordinates. I didn't expect it to be so close to the coordinates of the dragon burial site. At last. Ahem. Throw out all the items in your backpacks. This team from the Lighthouse Country is of great significance. So you must bring a lot of good things. Sure enough, under Su Ming's command, a large amount of resource props began to accumulate on the ground. Ziling, suck it for me. Now that the matter is resolved, let's give them a ride. Frost arrow. As soon as the cold arrow was shot, the 5 people on the opposite side fell into a long sleep. You killed Anima. You killed Mayo Shushi. In fact, no matter these 5 people, or none of the top leaders of the Lighthouse Country had thought of this. It's not because they are weak. But Su Ming really exceeded their expectations by far. After all, Rastido, who had experienced Su Ming's terror the last time, seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Even though other countries speculate that it is closely related to Dragon Country, I would never think that Su Ming did it. No matter how powerful it is only 5 turns. Since the Tianhuan battlefield, Su Ming has become famous internationally. But he is just a rising star with great potential. Wouldn't it be a matter of just a slap to kill him in front of the 9th rank boss? So, their misjudgment led to the miserable deaths of these 5 people. If you knew that Su Ming could even kill gods, they must have been frightened to the point of being at a loss. Very good, after this trip to the secret realm. With my strength, I no longer need to hide my identity. Directly confront the Beacon Country. You want to cause trouble? I will kill you first. After dozens of minutes. I want to kill you. How is it possible? No. Murderer. You are a murderer. Devil. Su Ming is simply a devil. Su Ming looked at the challenger who was frozen into an ice cube again and clapped his hands gently. Without blinking an eye. Except for the Dragon Country challenger who was his temporary teammate. The remaining 20 people were all easily dealt with by Su Ming. Su Ming is not a bloodthirsty person. But he is not a saint either. Since those people entered the Shinyun secret realm, they became his hostile competitors. We should understand that life and death are inevitable. After all, every time Su Ming shows up, the first reaction of challengers from other camps was to kill him. So this is still self-defense. Little whim. The threat from outside has been resolved. It is now time for Su Ming to deal with the threats within the secret realm. Soon, he appeared in front of the 4 people again. Su Shin, have you solved it? Li Huiyang asked curiously. The other 4 challengers that entered one after another were basically distributed in completely different peripheral areas. If you want to solve it, you must first arrive at it extremely quickly. You also have to find the other party's traces. After all, it's only been less than half an hour. Well, you don't have to worry about the threat of challengers anymore. The giant body of Fang Xiongju gradually shrank and returned to its original state. With a look of disbelief, he said, Brother Su Ming, are you going to wipe out all the challengers from the other 4 countries? Previously, they also thought that Su Ming could only deal with challengers from one camp in half an hour. Unexpectedly, the result was so beyond expectations. Those people all have hidden professions. Why? Why are we all the same hidden profession? Will the gap still be so big? Yu Ming, who was standing by, was also shaking with fear. She and Fang Xiongju are from the military. I deeply understand what Su Ming's current performance means. The 2 armies faced off. Based on Su Ming's current identity as the archer of 10,000 arrows. He is alone. It is the transcendent army of archers. Su Ming will definitely become the #1 person in Dragon Country in the future. Besides, this guy is so handsome. When Yu Ming lowered her head, she was immediately blinded. I thought to myself, I wonder if Su Ming likes cute girls? Chapter 99 Poison Arrow. God's Fall. Any race that encounters us will be unlucky. The outskirts of the Shinyun Secret Realm are no different from ordinary secret realms. After defeating the other challengers, Su Ming asked everyone to stop hiding their aura. Instead, just let go and move forward. Shadow Arrow. Exploding Arrow. Wherever the arrow falls, everything will burn to ashes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed the Death Vine, LV-228, and gained 93.1 W experience. You killed the Wild Giant Snake, LV-231, and gained 93.3 W experience. You killed the Sky High Kun Chicken, LV-231, and gained 93.3 W experience. As the news of kills continues to be updated, Su Ming's attribute Plunder also reached 100 without a single one left. Your level has increased by 1. LV-238-, LV-239, health plus 600, mana plus 300, strength plus 3, attack speed. The level has finally reached LV-239. In this trip, Su Ming's experience gained increased dramatically. Yu Ming was also smiling from ear to ear. She also moved up a level. Her special hidden career requirement. This means that as long as you follow Su Ming, you can level up just by lying down. Soon under Su Ming's violent shooting, not even a single wild monster was seen in the outskirts of the entire secret realm. The passage on the middle level has been opened, but there seems to be a guardian beast at the entrance. Generally speaking, everyone who enters the middle level will try to use hidden means to get around it. But now, there is Su Ming, the god of death. Just go straight to the front. Is this an ancient Gu eagle? Ancient Gu sculpture, Shinyun Secret Realm, Passage Guardian Boss. Level, LV-225. Health value, 4855.6 W/4855.6 W. Skills, Thorn Blood Explosion, Poison Field, Rage, Provocative Scream, Frost Freeze. Talent, Frost Will. When attacked by any attacker, there is a 10 chance that the attacker will be frozen for 1 second. Talent, Blood Goo. For every 30 of maximum health damage taken, a blood goo will be generated, causing continuous bleeding damage to targets in a large range and absorbing part of the health to restore itself. Channel Guardian. Attack and defense will not be reduced. Information. The Guardian of the outer passage of the God's Meteorite Secret Realm. As long as you avoid its perception, you can also enter the passage, but killing it will obtain a God's Meteorite Order. Weakness. Cannot be triggered. The God's Falling Order? And this is the God's Falling Secret Realm. Maybe this thing is useful after entering the middle level, and the final core area can be of great help. Therefore, Su Ming will definitely not let it go. Stand far away, don't enter the blood poison range of this boss. The other 4 people had twitching mouth corners. They have really become pure tools. But at this time, they can use auxiliary skills to help Su Ming solve the problem quickly. Mu Chi-wan raised Frost to control the boss in place. Yu Ming and Fang Xiongju applied buffs and shields to Su Ming. Li Huiyang? Su Shin is awesome. At the same time, Su Ming instantly drew his bow. Arrow Chase Amulet. Time Disappearing Arrow. Tens of thousands of arrows were no longer scattered, but all hit the boss's huge body. Su Ming himself was immune to control and was not panicked at all. Next second, you killed the Ancient Gu Eagle, LV-225, boss, gained 425 W experience, Dragon Nation performance points plus 1,200. You kill the Ancient Gu Eagle, LV-225, boss, for the first time, and gain additional attribute, health plus 5,600. Ancient Gu Eagle boss, progress, 100, you plundered 48 attack points. Wait, he's dead already? Yu Ming's cherry mouth opened wide. It seems as if. Boss instantly even without any benefits. Oh my god, arrows can target a specific target? This time, even Mu Chi-wan, who usually doesn't talk much, blurted out in surprise. Everyone looked at Su Ming with fiery eyes again. Su Ming didn't care. There was no need to pretend now. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "This is the power of my item. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for tens of thousands of arrows to hit the same target." Oh, I see. But now this so-called prop is still in your hands. Originally, they only thought that Su Ming possessed the extraordinary ability to form an army of one person and defeat many enemies at once. And now it seems, even when facing top-level bosses, Su Ming still holds his own in one-on-one situations. 10,000 sharp arrows instantly stack their damage, and it keeps growing according to the attack speed. It's really too shocking to think about it. Ha ha ha, don't lose heart. You will all be the pillars of the Dragon Nation in the future. Many matters in Dragon Country will be handed over to you in the future. Your future potential is equally immeasurable. Everyone was helpless but could only accept it humbly. Sushin, why do these words feel a little wrong when they come out of your mouth? Now I have Ziling. The dropped items automatically fell into Su Ming's hands without him having to pick them up actively. A poisonous feather. Su Ming threw it directly into his backpack. Then it turned out to be a skill book, Poison Arrow. This skill book should be dropped because of the talent, Sky-Snatching Arrow Intent. It feels good, after it is superimposed with the 5 poisons cube. From now on, the poison damage of my arrows will be off the charts, so poisoning the boss to death will be a piece of cake. You meet the learning requirements of Arrow Poison Gusaro and successfully learn the skill, Arrow Poison Gusaro LV1. Others had no objection to Su Ming monopolizing the spoils. Then, Su Ming decisively took out the skill proficiency crystal. After a short while, the Arrow Poison Gusaro reached perfection. Now, Su Ming has learned a total of 9 general skills. Poison Arrow LV10, the archer's arrows are attached with an amazing poison, causing each arrow shot to have 10,000 basic poison damage, and doubling the total poison damage obtained through other means. Passive, no consumption, no cooldown. The basic poison damage has reached 1W. Another effect is just superimposed on the 20 times settlement of the 5 poisons cube in the time dispelling arrow. It's scary to think about the future. The last item is the God's Falling Order. This is an ancient jade token. God's Fall Order. Information, a special token that seems to be able to serve as some kind of control core. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. This information is equivalent to not saying anything. Although I don't know the specific function. But if you prepare in advance, you might get unexpected surprises. Okay, now we can enter the middle level of the secret realm openly. Challengers who have entered this secret realm several times in the past all chose to bypass all bosses encountered. Because as long as you don't risk exploring the core area, you can get good things far better than what the boss drops from the various ruins in the middle level. It is obviously not cost-effective to spend huge costs to deal with the boss. After all, others couldn't kill the enemy with one arrow like Su Ming did, so the loss would outweigh the gain. Everyone quickly stepped into the passage. At this time, Muchiwan spoke. Grandpa said that the middle level of the secret realm is actually the largest area in the entire secret realm. It's more than 100 times that of the outer areas. As the secret realm opens to us, it also means that many of the ruins in the middle level will be opened as well. Therefore, there will be many indigenous races competing with us for resources. When you meet them, there is no room for reason at all. The next moment, the scene before everyone's eyes changed. The world is magnificent, and the air is filled with fairy spirit. Everyone was amazed. Compared to the outer areas, this place is simply a paradise on earth. Su Ming took over Mu Qingwan's words, smiled brightly, and replied, "Any race that encounters us will be unlucky." Who dares to stop Su Ming? You have to ask the Mia in your hand whether it agrees. He also has to push forward all the way and bring the 4 tools to open the core area and enter the dragon burial ground as soon as possible. Chapter 100 Found a Minotaur? Let me steal its cow. Mysterious Realm of God's Fall, Valley of 100,000 God's Fall, Unnamed Valley. As 5 people appeared here. Be prepared to face unknown enemies in an instant. Hawkeye. Eagle Watch. Star Vision. Su Ming is the archer and Yu Ming is the assistant. Use vision reconnaissance skills one after another. The first 2 skills can open nearby ranges. And long-distance vision with straight-line orientation. Yu Ming's Star Vision opens her vision in an indirect prophetic way. But it is an exclusive skill belonging to her special profession. So it also comes with a particularly powerful ability. In a randomly opened field of view, will always target the nearest non-teammate. That is, possible threats are prioritized. Su Ming looked at this legal little loli. Nodded with satisfaction. This girl's special profession is top-notch in all aspects except defensive ability. Su Ming, behind us on the right. I found a group of minotaurs. They seem to be moving forward according to the pointer light curtain in their hands. Su Ming did not see anything unusual 10,000 meters ahead. Then, I immediately followed Yu Ming's words. It just so happens that we can pry their nest out of the mouths of these bullheaded people. It seems there is no need to waste time. Use this group of Tauren to directly attack the local race's lair. Then take down the devil behind the scenes. By then, Su Ming won't need to look for it deliberately. The channels in the core area will be opened automatically. Just like he did in the outer area, he killed all the wild monsters. Forced the passage guardian beast to appear directly. Secret breath. Blocking the sky and the sun. Yu Ming and Li Huiyong used their skills again. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. This kid Li Huiyong actually possesses the skill of group invisibility. Of course, he does not have his own powerful stealth effect. Su Shin, this group invisibility can only last for 10 seconds. But if you take action, it will be enough. At this time, the 5 people had moved to the woods on the right side of the group of Tauren. Su Ming heard the conversation between the bull-headed leaders in front of him. Oregano, those outsiders who are looking for death will be coming in soon, right? Yes, Lord Nyogung. Things are different now. If those damn guys come, don't even think about leaving alive. Moo laughs. We have finally found the clue to the ruins that the Holy Lord has been looking for many years. Soon, the Holy Lord will come in person. Don't worry, Lord Nyogung. I have kept it in the Qiankuan Nyo bag. When the time comes, the Nyo clan will rise completely and overwhelm the Panlong clan. And those outsiders who don't know their own limitations are nothing but clowns in front of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord has already killed many of them in seconds. Moo. Holy Lord? Su Ming, who was about to take action, stopped suddenly. No. The Holy Lord they are talking about is not the real Holy Lord of the demonic world. It should just be the name that the demon minion calls himself. Haha, I didn't expect that guy to be so unrestrained. If he really is the living demon lord. Didn't this secret place explode a long time ago? Of course, so what even if you're the true demon lord? Just start the big destroy and kill, and give death. Li Huiyang, did you hear that? Now I have an important task for you. You can steal items from the natural bull bag of that bull-headed deputy leader, right? Su Ming looked at Li Huiyang with a burning gaze. The other three also looked at Li Huiyang hopefully. Su Ming did not show up and take action immediately. I'm just afraid that I might accidentally kill this group of minotaurs. The Qiankuan Nyo bag was originally a part of the minotaur's body, so it will disappear into ashes along with death. Li Huiyang was shocked and excited. Ever since his abilities awakened. Although it is envied by countless people, it is also despised and despised. I was afraid that the money would be stolen accidentally, so everyone kept as much distance as possible. Until Su Ming appeared. It almost completely overturned him, and he was back to the time before liberation. Su Shen. Don't worry, I will complete this mission even if it costs me everything. Just let me steal its cattle. Li Huizhang's eyes seemed to be filled with starlight. At this time, Mu Qiwan spoke after some psychological struggle. I can also lend you a hand. Ice Annihilation Frost. Reverse. Su Ming looked at Mu Qingwan's sudden change. It seemed as if I felt a familiar power. The nearby space seemed to be pulled into the illusion she had created, and the Minotaur was completely unaware. Now, if Li Huiyang takes action, it's definitely a sure win if you steal it. Su Shen, I'm going. In Su Ming's eyes, Li Huiyang approached the Minotaur in an instant with a subtle flash. Then, a small black hole suddenly appeared in his hand. It looks like this kid's talents are fully utilized. The silly Minotaurs were still sitting with their legs crossed, taking a rest. Little do we know that the things around us are constantly decreasing. It's done. Shashun gives me one more hand, and I'll give you another hand. I'll give you another hand. Li Huiyang was excited. Unexpectedly. This time with the help of Mu Qiwan. My efficiency in stealing has increased significantly several times. Not only the bull-headed deputy leader that Su Ming requested. Even the other Minotaurs were all stolen by him. Right now, Yodo. This time the rating will be the highest ever, hopefully SSS. My upgrade speed is expected to catch up with Su Shen, Li Huiyang withdrew decisively. The next second, a Minotaur licked the corners of his mouth and opened his confused eyes. Moo. Xiao Mimi, let's continue playing games happily. Moo? Where are my clothes? It's not just this Minotaur. The other Minotaurs finally noticed something was wrong. Moo, where's my big sword? It's the best sword in our village. Oh no, the pointer in my hand is gone too. The two bull-headed leaders and the deputy leader immediately realized that something was wrong. There are enemies, enemy attack. Then, I saw a handsome face with a sunny smile. Su Ming's longbow was fully drawn. He replied kindly, that's right, but it's a pity that you were too slow. Isaro, shoot. Chirp. Boy, I'm going to kill you. You killed Nyogung. You killed Oregano. You killed Nyobao. In an instant, only a dozen or so ice blocks that had been pierced like a honeycomb were shattered. Everyone still couldn't stop sighing. Su Ming didn't even need 1 second to instantly kill this group of Tauren, whose health should have been extremely high. It's so terrifying. Su Ming waved his hand leisurely. If they knew their own health value, they would probably be even more shocked. As a LV-239 fragile archer, his health has reached 186.8 W. Very good, as long as we enter the ruins first. We can just wait and kill the demon in one fell swoop. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Things are going even better than I imagined. Chapter 101 Mu Qingwan's Strangeness? Entering the Lost Ruins. Dragon Country is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Soon, Su Ming took the special pointer light curtain from Li Huizhang's hand. And an ancient scroll. As expected, this is a demon sealing scroll. Others don't know. But Su Ming had already seen what a complete demon sealing scroll looked like. Therefore, even though the one in front of you has lost its original effect, Su Ming also quickly confirmed its authenticity. It just so happens that the location of the ruins is also where we want to go deeper. Let's just empty the ruins and wait for someone to die. Su Ming's words were orders. At the same time, it is also a reassurance for everyone. So the group took action immediately. Xiaowan, why do I feel that your aura has changed? Halfway through the journey, Yu Mingming looked at Mu Qiwan curiously. No, Sister Mingming. Oh my, this is a woman's intuition. I feel you are even sexier. Ahem. Su Ming didn't say anything, but in what his hidden eyes saw, I had already noticed Mu Qingwan's changes. In this world, it doesn't seem strange that a person has two personalities. Su Ming murmured in his heart, and he made further discoveries. Mu Qiwan is completely different from the average person with a dual personality. Once the personality switches, both the power level and aura have undergone earth-shaking changes. Compared to the introverted and gentle Mu Qiwan I knew before, the person now is simply a living collection of magic. Inside her curvy and slender body, it seemed to contain a huge destructive power that could freeze the entire world. Warcraft? Monster? Or a creature created by gods? Although she tried her best to restrain and hide it, but it still could not escape Su Ming's divine eyes that could see through the essence of the matter. Even Yu Mingming, who can communicate with the stars, could feel something strange. Frost annihilation. I see. Su Ming finally figured it out. Why did it feel familiar when Mu Qiwan used that ability just now? Because that is a power factor at the same level as the power of destruction. Yo, isn't this girl simple? Perhaps there is a god from ancient times living in her body? However, she had no ill will towards herself, Yu Mingming, and others. So, Su Ming decided not to expose the secret in person, waiting until we reach the ruins. He has plenty of ways to lure this existence out if it is restless and has ulterior motives. Hiki, the big destruction is on. I love no one. Just as Su Ming glanced at Mu Qiwan also glanced at Su Ming. In an instant, beads of sweat seemed to flow out of my back where they didn't exist. I looked away, and finally everything returned to normal. No one noticed her subtle changes anymore. Mu Qiwan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that she has switched back to her original gentle personality. I just don't know what the difference is between the personality that tries so hard to control itself. Su Ming thought curiously in his heart. It was just his manly curiosity. If there is a complete change, that would be interesting. The secret realm of the fallen gods, the valley of the 100,000 fallen gods, the lost ruins. Here we are. It looks like we are the first ones here so far. After half an hour's journey, everyone finally found this deeply hidden relic. If it weren't for the guidance of the special pointer light curtain and the lost text on the demon sealing scroll, normal searches would reveal no trace of the hidden ruins. And Su Ming found that having an assistant with a specialty in prophecy was extremely comfortable. Now, he no longer regards the others as tools. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed a country with many hidden talents. If Su Ming compared it with the 20 hidden professionals from various countries who he had killed before, if Mu Qiwan completely activates her second personality, total destruction can also be achieved, but it may cause irreversible impact on one's personality. And Yu Mingming, the Star Enlightener, has powerful predictions and is looking for human assistance in all aspects of the map. Even Su Ming was full of praise. It's a buff with little impact compared to the combat. Isn't this much more delicious? Of course, there is also that weirdo Li Huiyang, the only one of his kind on the entire blue planet. Plus, I am not a human being. Perhaps this is the fate that brings us together now. Feng Xiongjiu? Brother Feng's peculiarity can become bigger? How many men envy him? Su Ming thought to himself with a smile. The huge size of the square bear giant also has unlimited potential. In the future, it may even be big enough to crush the stars. But Su Ming felt a little regretful about this, because the basic health and basic defense of the human race were too low. This means that Feng Xiong has undergone a huge transformation. It is also easy to be focused and killed instantly. If he can encounter opportunities like the Titan Spirit God in the future, maybe he will take off. Everyone entered this slightly dilapidated ruins. After it, however, Su Ming discovered something else. The entrance to the ruins behind him suddenly disappeared, and a road leading to the other side rose up. Then, the rear collapsed. Boom. Just charge forward, and leave the monsters to me. Su Ming roared. He didn't want to miss the source of mobility attribute that was delivered to his doorstep. Besides, even if a crisis really occurs, you can also teleport out of the ruins at any time with the Shadow Space Stone. Next second, a large group of bats with red eyes attacked. Crimson Giant Bat, Strength and Wild Monsters. Level, LV 232. Health value, 148.4W/148.4W. Skills Super Shockwave, Mind Capture, Toxic Bite. Enhanced buff. You will not be affected by abnormal status in the ruins. Information. A wild monster that has been sleeping in the lost ruins for countless years, possessing powerful mental control abilities. Weakness. Eyes. This giant bat's success or failure lies in its eyes. But in front of Su Ming, they all have to be defeated in seconds. Still want to capture my soul? Sorry, I'm immune. Exploding arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bang, bang, bang. A huge explosion sounded from behind. After Xiaoyi came out from his shadow, Su Ming rode on her decisively. Crazy shooting. You killed the Scarlet Giant Bat, LV-232, and gained 89.1 W experience. You killed the Scarlet Giant Bat, LV-233, and gained 89.1 W experience. Crimson Giant Bat Progress, 100, you plundered 48 points of agility. Su Ming clapped his hands lightly, happily solving the problem. With Xiaoyi's speed, he instantly caught up with the people in front. Ling Yu Ming Ming and the others didn't know what expression to make for a moment. Su Ming, you are so fast. Su Ming. Ahem, a man can't be called fast, this is called swift. Yu Ming Ming. Oh. The little lowly nodded one after another. Yu Ming Ming then said seriously, everyone be careful. I predict that there is a huge threat of a mechanism at the door at the end. In the ruins, Yu Ming Ming's role is also very significant. Compared to the general auxiliary astrologer profession, the information she predicted was more specific and accurate. You can know the next crisis faster and in advance. Su Ming could even push forward without pausing. A mechanism, right? Look, I'm going to blow it up. Yu Ming Ming, question mark. Can it also shoot and explode? Rock-crushing arrow. Su Ming smiled without saying a word. He shot out an arrow, which instantly split into thousands of arrows. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The next moment, a huge vibration began to come from the door. Boom, boom. Countless rocks collapsed and disintegrated, and the earth shook. Fuck, this is... I felt a little familiar with it before. Isn't this a natural disaster skill? Earthquake? An archer has this skill? Oh my god. Fang Xiangju exclaimed, and several people thought about it with horror, and then were completely dumbfounded. But he saw Su Ming on the side showing a sunny smile. He waved his hand slightly. It's just a trick. Since the mechanism has been destroyed, don't waste time and just go over there. Chapter 102 directly sucked an entire crystal vein. One man formed an army, slaughtering all demons. Hunting time. A group of people rushed into it along the mechanical road. The crisis that Yu Ming Ming felt also disappeared safely. Then, look forward. Oh my god. Theseus, this an elemental crystal vein? Yu Ming Ming exclaimed. Even Su Ming was amazed at the scene before him. These are all block crystals on top of rose quartz. If we take them all back to Dragon Country, it will definitely lead to the rise of a large number of element-based professions. Mu Chi-wan and others looked at Su Ming eagerly. Su Ming smiled gently. This thing is of no use to me. It's time to repay the Dragon Nation. It would be a waste of time if you dug it manually. But I happen to have a space receiving item, hee. Speaking of, Su Ming informed Ziling. The innocent and lovely little Ziling happily activated the magical power of the purple gold gourd. For a while, a huge storm vortex appeared throughout the ruins. Countless elemental crystals disappeared visible to the naked eye. The Zakarong in the gourd had his eyes wide open like copper bells. What the hell? There was a huge crystal vein under him? Su Ming, the eternal god. Am I seeing this right? Such a large crystal vein was sucked away in an instant. Everyone was almost numb. Every time Su Ming made a move. For them, it was like getting to know each other all over again. Before you know it, they all understood how Brother Wang Lin felt. It's really worthwhile to choose to come to this ruins temporarily. This is an entire crystal vein. Lihua, Xianshui, Ningbing, Gengjin. In the future, Dragon Country will still be short of advanced materials of various elements. Once buried beside the Huang River. From now on, people will be able to pick up crystals everywhere in the other world. If only there was another vein. Su Ming thought to himself. After all, there is another Changjiang River in the other world that is even more rich in natural treasures. The next second after Su Ming took away the crystal vein, the entire ruins began to shake violently. This is an underground worm cave. Dead progenitor, special wild monster. Level, LV-239. Health, 1/1. Skills devouring everything, death splitting. Necromancy, under special control, unable to die through normal means. Information, from the abyss. The controller is immortal and will not die normally. Weakness, none. Crack. These bugs can't be killed. Fang Xiongju cried out in surprise, and instantly grew huge, destroying the earth and rocks in front of him. Quick, get into the air. Little whim. Several dark shadows suddenly appeared around Xiao Yi, who had a telepathic connection with Su Ming. Soon, it enveloped Su Ming and the other 4 people. The next moment, everyone appeared thousands of meters in the air. What's going on? Does Shadow Bird possess such terrifying spatial abilities? No one had time to think. Then he saw Su Ming in the air already drawing a long bow. Shadow arrow. Exploding arrow. Rock-crushing arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Everyone, stay within 100 meters of me. The demon is coming. You killed the undead progenitor, LV-239, gaining 10 experience points. You killed the undead progenitor, LV-239, gaining 10 experience points. Can't be killed under normal circumstances. But under the ruthless erasure of the concept of destruction, can you survive? Shinsu, can you kill these bugs? Li Huiyang found that he was also unable to kill. But under Su Ming's thousands of arrows, only the scorched insect shells were left. Dead progenitor, progress. 100, you plundered 48 points of agility. I'll tell you why that demon needs to find this relic. It turns out that the other half of its soul is sealed under the crystal mine. Oh. Yu Mingming turned her head away, feeling a little embarrassed. So we broke the seal? Yes. Su Ming, however, curled up the corners of his mouth. But this is better. Now we can kill the boss behind the scenes in seconds. Yu Mingming. Mu Qingwan. Li Huiyang. Fang Xiongju. If I didn't know that Su Ming was a serious person, they really thought Su Ming was talking in his sleep. The continuous extinction of the Zerg instantly caught someone's attention. I feel my insect family. No. How is that possible? They are immortal beings. Why is it decreasing? Although surprised, the heavenly demon generals deep in the 100,000 gods fallen valley were extremely excited. Because once it senses the location of the insect followers, it means that it has found its other half of the soul. When the time comes, it will evolve into its complete form and become the true king of the entire gods falling land. Then, you will have the ability to devour other worlds. The Panlong clan, the Red Tiger clan, the Dark Crow clan, follow me to rule the world. For a while, countless native creatures in the land of God's fall all showed excitement and greed. The Holy Lord is mighty. The Holy Lord is mighty. We will be heading out to conquer the God's fall soon, and I will plunder everything. The fine wine and beauties from another world will all be ours. Why don't I see the Nyunyo tribe? Su Ming and others did not leave the vicinity of the ruins. The other 3 people surrounded Mu Qingwan and planned to set up an ice formation. The purpose is to create a defense line for Su Ming that he must never step into. Then, Su Ming can form an army by himself. Massacre all races. Thanks to you for trusting me so unconditionally. Su Ming shook his head helplessly in his heart. Although without this formation, no one else can hurt me. But it's not always so easy to explain. Here I come. Su Ming's expression was calm. Yu Mingming's prediction made her feel more terrified than ever before, and she felt a little flustered. This is for them. Now we have to face an existence that is close to the level of gods. It is indeed a bit difficult. But Su Ming, I'm sorry, I've killed several demons. Dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. But this frosty city was unexpectedly resilient. It seems that Mu Qingwan has once again used a trace of the annihilation power in her body. A remnant cloud rolled up countless, densely packed creatures. Afterwards, the shadow of a giant skeleton rising into the sky was imprinted in Su Ming's eyes. Do you think I can't see you? The native creatures spoke. There are outsiders appearing near the Holy Lord's ruins. How dare they destroy the Holy Lord's palace? Look, I will kill them with the Panlong divine light. Everything on the battlefield is ready. This was also Su Ming's first large-scale war with alien creatures. Although it was him 1vn. Not entirely, the 4 friends still helped a lot. My bow has been thirsty for a long time. Phoenix wings soar into the sky. The holy wings behind Su Ming were finally revealed in their entirety. Xiao Yi turned into a shadow and merged into one with himself. You are endowed with an extremely powerful shadow force. During this period, all arrows shot out will inflict an additional 50 true damage. This damage cannot be recovered. Is this Shadow Bird? Why does it feel more like the legendary Phoenix? Xiao Yi, I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know. Don't cue. Wind arrow. Royal Guard arrow. Holy Light arrow. Shadow arrow. Thunder arrow. Exploding arrow. The first 3 arrows stack and steal the status, while the last 3 arrows are violent group damage. At one time, there were 160,000 arrows per second. The fire was accompanied by lightning, and the silence broke the defense. Hunting time. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 God of Destiny. The sixth job transfer is actually a divine job transfer? The world-destroying bow kills the demons in seconds. Are those 5 outsiders scared silly? You deserve to be punished for disturbing the Holy Lord's presence. Even if you run away, I will catch you and torture you to death. Wait, that idiot actually dared to shoot a bow at us. Does he think that he can shoot a few arrows by himself? Can he deal with so many strong men like us? Ga gaga gaga. It only takes 1 second. The whole sky was flooded with fire and lightning. And the arrows with these cool special effects seemed to travel through time. It reached the clouds in an instant. Boom 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 boom. Billy. Bloodlust fury is taking effect. Stack up the Gale amulet for me. Under the terrifying bonus of destruction. All of your attack speed gains are doubled. The twitching right hand of God seemed like countless phantoms at this moment. -186W. Critical hit, freeze. -164W. Critical hit, burn. In a trance. All enemies will be destroyed. You killed Rat in the Middle. You killed Raven Sky. You killed the demonic puppet, LV-239, and gained 925,000 experience points. You killed the demonic puppet, LV-239, and gained 925,000 experience points. As expected, many of the higher-ups among these creatures have been replaced by the demons. The next moment, Su Ming's panel refreshed another message. Your level has increased by 1. LV-239-LV-240, health plus 600, mana plus 300, strength plus 3, attack speed. The level has officially reached LV-240. Temporarily breaking through to level 240 in this secret realm will not teleport you out. So Su Ming was not worried. At this moment, he finally aimed his longbow at the guy who thought he had not been discovered. Arrow Chase Amulet. Time disappearing arrow. Go ahead. The demon behind the scenes was suddenly dumbfounded. What? How could you find me? The arrows that originally scattered the fire coverage. Suddenly, everything turned. Shot into the air. Why is he so scary? Huh. He missed the target. Great, he missed the target. I want to avenge my sister-in-law long. Go to hell. However, the next moment, a sharp scream suddenly came from the empty sky. Ah. This scene made the last surviving aliens completely despair. He even lost his fighting spirit and knelt down. Holy Lord. Why is the Holy Lord there? Was it shot to death? No. How could the Holy Lord be shot to death? Is he still a human? That damned human. I will never rest in peace. Very good. Su Ming's heart is as solid as a rock. Shoot like crazy. At the same time, turn immediately. Extreme flash. Facing the wormhole of the ruins, a bursting arrow burned the entire interior to ashes. Hee. Why do you think I stayed in that soul in the first place? It's all for the purpose of luring out this greedy demon general. You killed Demon Spirit General Chongjun. It's just a young demon general. His brain is still not good enough. Then, Su Ming looked at the alien race that would not be spared. Devil, you are a devil. Su Ming showed a sunny smile. It is my honor to be called a devil in front of you beasts. We are mortal enemies, and I want to kill you. Arrow net hell. Finally, suck back all the fish that have slipped through the net. Exploding arrow. Bang. The whole team was wiped out. Yu Ming and the others looked at the battlefield littered with corpses, looking disheveled in the wind. Fortunately, the ice wall we built blocked most of the opponent's dying attacks. They comforted me so much. I haven't watched the whole show yet. Now, they finally figured out Su Ming's true level of combat power. You are only at 5th turn and close to 6th turn. His current strength is definitely even greater than that of ordinary 9th turn bosses. Mu Qingwan and Li Huiyang both thought of their grandfathers. If they can't deal with Su Ming instantly, it seems I can't win yet. Su Ming only needs to shoot 1 arrow, and it will be a fatal kill. Su Ming took back the world-destroying divine bow and put all the spoils directly into the small gourd. Now, go straight to their nest. No treasure is left behind wherever I go. In the following period of time, the entire middle level was cut off from the source of support by Su Ming and his companions. Su Ming sighed softly. Brother Wang Lin, you didn't expect me to solve it so easily, did you? I have finally fulfilled my promise to Wang Lin. At last, deep in the mountains where the Panlong clan's ancestral land is located, Su Ming discovered the passage into the core area. 5-sided stone platform. No wonder it requires 5 hidden professions to activate. After Su Ming confirmed the situation here, finally, he looked at the 4 people beside him. I had specifically asked Ziling to confirm the existence in Mu Qingwan's body before. The result looks to be a good thing. I have something very important that needs to be dealt with in the core area. So, I won't be able to take care of you then. All the native creatures in the middle layer have been dealt with. They are in the 100,000 Gods Fall Valley. There are still many opportunities and treasures that have not been explored. Everyone understood Su Ming's words instantly. So we immediately started talking, you and I talking. Don't worry, Su Shun. We have already discussed this. I have decided not to enter the core area. It's just that the place is extremely mysterious, and no one who entered it before has ever returned. You are the only one who has the ability to retreat safely. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it wasn't until the day before entering. Su Ming then realized that the Dragon Nation did not want challengers to enter the core area, because it's too dangerous. So Wang Lin seemed to be hesitant to speak at that time. He believed that Su Ming might be the only one who had the ability to find out the truth. If you miss this opportunity, whether it is Dragon Country, otherwise, Blue Star will lose many opportunities. In that case, open it. Soon, the 5 people activated the 5 stone pillars of the 5-sided stone platform respectively. Then a golden beam of light shot up into the sky. Wait, Golden Chaos Sea. The end of the stone pillar is actually the Golden Chaotic Sea? It turns out that the core area is really connected to a corner of that world. Wang Lin's guess was correct. The core area of the Xinyan secret realm really hides secrets that concern the life and death of the entire blue planet. Let's not talk about the dragon burial for now. If the Lighthouse Country had really achieved its goal before, it is still unknown how many mysterious beings are hiding on the blue planet. The Lighthouse Nation has completely violated the bottom line of Blue Star. Cherish these last days. Everyone must live well and return to Dragon Country together. There is the existence in Mu Qingwan's body as a backup. He was no longer worried that these people would encounter life threats at the middle level. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Enter the golden column of light. Finally able to pass through the golden chaotic sea. The entire God's falling land is full of treasures, so let's not waste time. Hee. Who knows? Maybe by then we will gain more than Su Shan. Leaf Burial Forest. Here it is. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a maple forest. Suddenly, the information log was updated with a message. Your level has reached LV240, meeting the prerequisites for the godly job change, synchronous 6th job change. You have obtained the exclusive eternal artifact, Destruction. Do you want to start the God-inspired job transfer task and become the world's Lord of Gods? Arrow God of Destiny. Su Ming. There is no need for the 6 Paths Divine Tower to directly trigger the job change task. And the world God or something. Ziling seems to call me God Daddy. Am I, Su Ming, going to become the God of Blue Star? Is this my 6th level? Awesome. Holding destiny in his hands. The Arrow of Destiny. Chapter 104 Divine Revelation. Building a Divine World. Meeting the Dragon King, Nigeler again. Do you want to start the God-inspired job transfer task and become the world's Lord of Gods? Arrow God of Destiny. Weather. Su Ming finally confirmed the news. Yes. You chose Arrow God of Destiny and generated the Divine Revelation job transfer task. Divine Revelation. Build a divine kingdom world. What? I want to build a kingdom of God. And Su Ming discovered that the format of this mission was also completely different. There is no chain that appears at 5 turns. There is no general difficulty marking. Although, Su Ming thought that his job change task could only be the most difficult case. This is indeed not a job change in the ordinary sense. After all, he didn't even touch the job transfer crystal of the 6 Paths Divine Tower. So Su Ming immediately looked at the task description. He then breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out not to be as horrifying as he had imagined. You don't need to build it from scratch. Divine Revelation. Building the Kingdom of God. Description. Choose and receive the origin of a world and become its nominal God. When the overall strength of this world increases, you will receive synchronous feedback, and your strength improvement will also promote the expansion of the origin of the world. Hint 1. The origin of the world you receive must be connected to your destiny. Hint 2. The Kingdom of God will not have any impact on you. It is a conceptualization of fate. Hint 3. When the construction is completed, destruction will truly become your eternal artifact of origin. This, if it's fate, it's Blue Star. No wonder destruction is needed as a premise. It actually involves concepts. If I'm guessing correctly, once Blue Star has the concept of the Kingdom of God, then the level of the entire world will be improved at a rapid pace. This is also a good thing for Blue Star. After all, no matter it is the devil who is ready to make a move, or is it the other world where Su Ming is now? They all stared at Blue Star eagerly. Perhaps They are actually looking at the Six Paths Divine Tower? Brother Wang Lin said so. In ancient books, the blue star was once called the ancestral land. Therefore, the arrival of the Six Paths Divine Tower was not accidental. What should I do? There is no answer in this task description. By the way, I can ask Niger. After all, he is still the great Nigerian dragon's follower. Little whim. Hey Su Ming, I'm here. Xiao Yi turned into a dark shadow and immediately enveloped Su Ming. Then Su Ming rode on Xiao Yi's back. We have sensed its location from the coordinates of the dragon burial site. Amazed face, / Su Ming is riding steadily. Go ahead. A dark shadow passed by, and the maple leaves in the forest flew into the air. No one noticed that a human from another world had appeared in the Zanya forest. We're here. This is the spatial node of the dragon burial. Hawkeye. Su Ming did not see any living creature along the way. It seems that this place belongs to the desolate part of the world. At this time, the Nigelar 1/2 spirit crystal that had been lying in Su Ming's backpack. Suddenly, a faint light appeared. Su Ming was then enveloped at the same time. The scene in front of him changed again, and Su Ming disappeared on the spot. What Su Ming didn't know was that more than 10 minutes after he disappeared, a group of humans with blue pupils appeared on the outskirts of the burial leaf forest. What's going on? I clearly felt the spatial fluctuations. Why did they disappear? 2 or 3 of the humans were surrounding a handsome blonde boy. Their expressions were very flattering. At this time, the blonde boy spoke again. Has no one from the idiot group who call themselves the Lighthouse in the ancestral land come yet? It seems they don't have that ability anymore. What a waste. Many people around agreed. The ancestral land just has a special world restriction. Although it was dominated by humans, it is now just a place of barbarians who have not yet received the blessing of the gods. The blonde boy had a grim expression. He ordered, send a few people to guard here, and report immediately if you find anything unusual. After all, this is the Far East. Rumor has it that there are dragons buried here. It's too dangerous. Yes. What they didn't know was that it was just because they were late for a dozen minutes. They missed Su Ming and also missed the opportunity to discover the dragon burial. The burial of the dragon has always been an ancient rumor here. Even the gods can't find its location. And Su Ming, he was able to enter it with the help of the spiritual dragon King Nigel. Dragon burial. Come out, Zaku Rong. Su Ming is going to show off his skills here. Under Zi Ling's magical power, a huge lava dragon appeared in the sky above the dragon burial ground. Who dash? Messenger you, Thesis, actually the dragon burial ground of my hometown. Can I still lie to you? That's right, silly dragon. Ling Ling, Dad is right. Su Ming did not waste time and looked decisively at Ziguanong. Even now, things have changed a lot. But you should be able to feel the breath of the Dragon King, right? Zaku Rong's head nodded repeatedly. Mr. Envoy, I feel it in the southwest. At the same time, the Negral 1/2 spiritual crystal also resonated strongly, with a silly dragon and 2 little cuties. Set off. Su Ming was very excited because this trip was related to the Dragon Clan's artifact. Plus, the big destruction is in hand. Kill gods if they stand in your way. Kill demons if they stand in your way. The sky here is actually filled with turbid air. Fortunately, Su Ming relied on the will-scale crystal to become immune. Then he let Xiao Yi crawl into his shadow. Ziling returned to her own divine space. As Zaku Rong is a dragon with thick skin and flesh, this is not a big problem for it. Then, the man and the dragon began to fall rapidly. Just at this moment, a spiritual voice sounded in Su Ming's mind. You're finally here. The spiritual crystal in Su Ming's backpack flew out at the same time, constantly moving in front of Su Ming's eyes. Follow it, Su Ming said to Zagurong. He rushed forward as well. It's indeed an underground plant world that Nigrianu would like. Su Ming murmured in his heart. The maze here is completely an enhanced version of the dragon ruins. It's just that we have this spiritual crystal to lead the way. The journey was smooth all the way. Finally, Su Ming saw the spiritualized Niger. It seems to generate induction. It became a spiritual crystal. The 2 crystals finally merged. A magical scene happened, and the entire deep world began to be enveloped by thoughts. Relax, I am pulling you closer to the dream. Please forgive me for doing this. After all, the heavenly demon Saint Lord may notice it. Oh, this little dragon is your partner? Su Ming did not answer this question immediately. Instead, he looked at the surrounding scene with a strange expression. Blue sky, white clouds, and fresh breeze. The flower fields in my dreams. The Higanbana will construct dreams based on the scenes that people desire in their hearts. So I thought, you might like this place. Su Ming, thank you so much, Niger. But he thought of something else. It seemed that his identity had been completely verified by Nigler. Perhaps there is also a reason why the title Master of the Divine comes into play. So, this complete spiritual embodiment now seemed particularly close to him and treated him as a peer. Chapter 105. The name of the race, Dragon King. Dragon-seeking ruler. The book of words, the words of all beasts. Thank you, Negril. It is indeed beautiful here. Su-Ming meant what he said. If it weren't for the shadow in the dream left by the dream flower on the other shore at that time. This endless sea of flowers really heals the soul. But Zhigenong on the side couldn't help but get extremely excited. Are you really the Spirit Dragon King? It's been 10,000 years. I finally met the Dragon King of my own race. Nigel soon learned that Zagan was one of the few surviving dragons. You have the purest blood of the ancestors hidden in your body. Zagu Rong was immediately proud. Isn't it? I am the great Zaku Rong Sama. Su-Ming. Zhigenong. Ahem, I am still Lord Su-Ming's most loyal younger brother. It's a pity that the power of the gods deprived him of his dragon essence. It is also a chance that you can see me today. Let me erase all the limitations you once had. Nigel looked at Su-Ming. Zhigenong also looked at Su-Ming. Why are you looking at me? This is a good thing. Why don't you come over to greet us for takeoff? How could Su-Ming not be happy? He was almost laughing so hard. After all, Su-Ming originally planned to let Zaku Rong take charge and become the guardian beast of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, after obtaining Nigel's original power, Zaku Rong is destined to be the real Lava Dragon King in the future. Just at this moment, Su-Ming's information log was updated with several more pieces of information. You have obtained the permanent racial title Dragon King. You have obtained permanent attribute gains. Health plus 10W, mana plus 10W, strength plus 1000. You have unlocked the Book of Words, words of all beasts. Su-Ming seemed to see the last bit of kindness in Nigler's eyes. This is my final gift to you for keeping my promise. The Book of Spiritual Words turned into a curtain of light. Finally, it sank into Su-Ming's brow. So, from now on I can communicate directly with all the beasts? Su-Ming tried to use the Book of Words to communicate with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi? Su-Ming, when did you learn the Phoenix language? Xiao Yi tilted his little head in Su-Ming's shadow space. Hey, this is a secret. Xiao Yi. Su-Ming, you bully me. Oh. Then, Su-Ming looked at the title of Dragon King. Dragon King, racial title. Racial passive. You will be treated as one of the same kind by all dragons, and you will be able to use all dragon skills from now on. And your status will be equal to that of the Dragon King, and you can command and lead all dragons. Racial initiative. After activation, your power will be replaced by the Dragon King's essence. In the hearts of non-dragons, you are the real Dragon King. Hint. It is normal for some dragons to disobey you when you give them orders. You need to deal with them in the dragon way. That is to gamble on the dignity of the Dragon King and defeat it. Fuck, I love this gift. Su-Ming suddenly thought of a line. Jojo, I don't want to be a human anymore. When others think I am a human, I turned into the Dragon King and scared them to death. When others recognize that you are the Dragon King, I am actually a human. Jump sideways repeatedly. I just want to ask you, do you dare to bet that there is no bullet in my gun? We don't have any bullets, but we have tens of thousands of arrows. Su-Ming's expression softened again when he looked at Nigel and Zagurin. They are all treasure dragons. The Dragon Clan is simply his treasure. You received a heavenly burial of the gods. Picture. Is this the map that records the Dragon Clan's artifacts? The Holy Demon Lord is sealed there, brave young man. If you want to gain the recognition of the dragon's artifact, you must kill it. Su-Ming nodded, then put the map away. Before Nigler's last bit of strength dissipates, he hurriedly asked, Respected Nigel, do you know how to receive the origin of a world? The origin of the world? Nigler showed some surprise towards Su-Ming. The dragon's eyes stared at Su-Ming for a long time without moving away. You are not an ordinary human. That's all. The fate of our dragon race is intertwined with yours. In that case, you can take the dragon vein from the dragon burial site. This world eventually became a ruin, lost in history. Now I can still meet a descendant of my own race. I am very satisfied. Nigler's body began to fade. It gradually turned into particles of light. Then it finally converges into a small ruler with a pointer. You have obtained the item, Dragon Seeker. Dragon Seeking Ruler, special item. Features. After activation, it can sense the dragon veins in the world and collect the ownerless dragon veins in the ruler. Each time a dragon vein is collected, it will enter a cooling period of 24 hours. Hint. After the seal formation of the main dragon vein is broken, it will return to the ownerless dragon vein. This ruler is the prop that Nigler finally transformed into. In fact, When it comes to collecting dragon veins, Ziling's small gourd is even more powerful. Maybe the seal can be broken by force. But the good thing about this ruler is that it can directly sense the location of the dragon vein. There are only dragon veins in any world. Then you can directly sense across space. Unfortunately, Nigeler died 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, maybe we could still be considered friends. Although, there was a lot of deception at the beginning. Silly dragon, it's time to go. Zaku Rong immediately showed a confident look. Wahaha, the great Zaku Rong felt an extremely powerful force. Just give me some time, and I will truly inherit my grandfather's name. Who is the great lava ancestor dragon king? It's me, Zaku Rong-sama. Pa. Su-Ming shot him in the head immediately. Look at how cocky you are. How can you be as profound as a dragon king? Zaku melting, Omega to Omega. Therefore, Su-Ming simply took a ride with Ziguanong and returned the same way. Wait until you get out of the place of turbid air. Xiao Yi emerged from the shadow impatiently. Hey, Su-Ming, you clearly said you only know how to ride on others? Su-Ming. Ahem, of course, I just didn't want your beautiful feathers to be stained. So that's how it is. Su-Ming, you are so nice, oh, carrot, carrot, oh. Ling Ling, Dad is the best. Ziling's divine language is not one of the languages of all beasts. So Su-Ming could only know what she meant through the contract. But now, he can communicate directly with Xiao Yi or Ziguanrong in Phoenix language or dragon language. That book of spiritual words. It's not as simple as the language of all animals. Especially the higher-level mythical beast races recorded. That can be used to use racial words. Definitely a treasure that has been kept in Nigler for many years. Open the burial of heaven and God's map. The man, the phoenix, and the dragon suddenly disappeared from the spot. The blood-colored divine Baomia appeared in his hand. Power of destruction. 100 out of 100. When facing a true Saint Lord-level demon, one must use the power of God-killing. So this time, the final form of the power of destruction will be used. Saint Lord of heavenly demons, what if you are a god? Welcome my arrow of death. Su-Ming himself was also very much looking forward to it. Because next, he will kill the gods with one arrow. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. What a huge dragon vein on the earth. Once the great destruction begins, no one will love it. The dragon vein should be buried underneath. At this time, Su-Ming was holding the dragon-seeking ruler with a calm expression. Niger told him finally. The one method it knows of accepting the nature of the world. It is to use the real dragon veins of the dragon clan as part of the core of the world. Then, Su-Ming can feel the will of the world through this dragon vein, and thus gradually gain control of this will. TSK. What a huge dragon vein. It's several times larger than the previous crystal vein. After Su-Ming finally saw it clearly, he sighed. Su-Ming planned to bury this dragon vein along the Chang River. So, the professionals of Dragon Country who will live in the other world above in the future. You will get super experience buff every moment. Just live on this land. You can level up quickly without doing anything. From now on, level increase is no longer a bottleneck for the dragon people. They need to do it. It's just to complete your job transfer task. The future of the Kingdom of God is promising. The fully automatic experience buff is just the most basic gain. With the establishment of the prototype of the Kingdom of God, and the dragon veins were revived and grew again. At that time, Zagu Rong will be able to sit in charge of the dragon vein again. Everyone on the earth and rivers. Even ordinary people will get a significant improvement in their basic attributes. And the gain at each level will be several times higher than before. For example, if the health points increase by 200 per level, it will become 1,000 per level. This will have adaptive improvements for all professions. Of course, everything at the end. All will converge on Su-Ming. Is this the happiness of the Lord God? The whole world is your worker. So, when the time comes, as the Lord God, Su-Ming cleaned out the termites like those in the lighthouse in advance. It is also as it should be. You have obtained the true dragon vein of the earth, which is temporarily dormant in the dragon-seeking ruler space. Please find a suitable place to awaken the dragon vein again. This is a true dragon vein of the earth. It just happens to complement the properties of Zaku Rong. When he is not on Blue Star in the future, there is no need to worry about Blue Star being disturbed by some alien races. Su-Ming was extremely excited. A crystal vein flows into the Huang River, and a dragon vein flows into the Chang River. As long as I am here, the dragon nation will surely rise to prominence. Su-Ming shrugged. Now, who dares to say that he has become powerful but has not given back to the country? I don't just want to be powerful and kill gods alone. Not only does the whole country need to ascend, but the entire world needs to be transformed into the kingdom of God. Put away the dragon dozing rod. Su Ming shot several gale arrows at explosive speed and disappeared into the sky again, riding on Xiaoyi. Until the endpoint of the Heaven Burial map. Dragon Burial, homeland of the Abyss Passage. I didn't expect that this place was once an exit from the Abyss. Su Ming muttered to himself with a serious expression. At this moment, just as Su Ming approached, a voice sounded in his mind. The breath of the Dragon King. The voice was filled with boundless anger, stirring up the earth below. Damn it. Damn Neigler actually let a little bug in here without telling me. Boy, don't even think about taking away the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Go to hell. Boom. The earth was shaking violently. Everywhere I looked was torn apart. This earthquake is far more terrible than any I have ever seen. That's not all. Su Ming even saw the sky in front of him slowly breaking apart. Is this the strength of the heavenly demon Saint Lord? It can crush countless powerful men through the seal. However, Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, I am not an ordinary person. A brat who wants to get his hands on the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Now is your end. As long as we exist, the dragon race will be extinct. At this time, Zakurong, who had returned to the gourd, tilted his big head. Zakurong. My great Zakuran-sama is not dead yet. He immediately raised his head and roared. Mr. Envoy, kill this cheap guy who is playing tricks on others. Su Ming chuckled. Still need some tips from you, silly dragon? 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. It's coming. A strange blood-red tower emerged from the shattered land. The holy lord of the demonic world was sealed at the bottom of the giant tower. There is no end in sight. Huge shadows are gathering in the sky. With the partially collapsed and shattered sky, it looked like a god. Su Ming riding Xiaoyi. In front of it is nothing but the tiny body of the human race. You lowly bug. Even if you have Neger's help, don't even think about leaving this little world. Buried forever. The fate of those who anger our heavenly demon lord is to continue to repent in the abyss of death. Today I will tell you how foolish you will be. Pay the price for your stupidity. At this moment, the huge shadow of the god turned into a black blood mountain. Heavenly demon blood mountain seal. Neigler should have given all his last bit of strength to you, little bug, right? In this case, I will no longer be afraid of After I kill you, little bug, I will reign over the abyss again. You can't escape. The blood-red mountain seemed to surround the sky of the entire world. It is an invisible big hand, contracting and converging from all directions. The demon Saint Lord was laughing wildly, laughing wantonly. Foolish Neger, he actually chose such a weak human race as his inheritance. How decadent is the Dragon Clan today? Oh, you got that one thing wrong. Why should I run away? At this moment, Su Ming was almost laughing to death. This heavenly demon saint not only blocked his retreat, even his own retreat was blocked. Now, you sent yourself up here, and even cut off your own escape route. I can't thank you enough for helping me solve the problem. Great annihilation. Self-annihilation. At the moment when Su Ming fully activated 100 of the power of destruction, he seemed to feel that the world-destroying bow had come alive. It is no longer a cold weapon. Su Ming seemed to feel its heartbeat and his heat. At this moment, Su Ming and the world-destroying divine bow became one in mind. The world in his eyes has been colorless ever since. Destroy? Is there an eternal gray in your eyes? Then let me turn him into colorful gray. This is the heroic arrow has also heard my call. The arrow in Su Ming's hand changed again and turned into the dazzling purple-red color it once was. Su Ming felt an unprecedented terrifying force. It seems like it's no problem to ejaculate 24 hours a day. That's right, there's no stopping. In this moment of self-annihilation, I will be the eternal God Slayer. Shoot. An arrow flies through time and space. The moment it left the bow, it silently sentenced the demon saint to death. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Kill with one arrow. The self-transformed true dragon artifact, true dragon jade seal. Boy, I feel that you have a special power. But no matter how strong you are, you can never be a match for our heavenly demon Saint Lord. Be suppressed by me and become the nourishment of the abyss. You don't think you can kill me with just one arrow, do you? I won't even take an arrow head on. You killed Demon Lord Blood Evil. Su Ming, what is that? Kill instantly with one arrow, nervous face. The strange arrow instantly pierced through the huge phantom body of the demon Saint Lord. The shrill sound was deafening. Then the heroic arrow shot into the blood-red tower from top to bottom. Boom, boom, boom. A horrifying roar resounded through the sky. The blood-red tower was collapsing, and countless red and black liquids were flowing on the ground. Soon, it makes a hissing sound. Is this abyssal pollution? The land stained by the red and black liquid suddenly turned into a wasteland. The scene was horrifying. It was like a god crying, and then the earth shook. Little whim. Su Ming, I am here, Shadow Protector. Xiao Yi turned into a shadow and immediately enveloped Su Ming. Then Su Ming no longer hesitated. He rushed directly into the giant tower that was still collapsing and falling into the earth's center. The Dragon Clan's sacred weapon is at the deepest point. Frost Arrow. Frost Arrow. Countless ice arrows, each numbering 10,000, were shot out at the same time. Countless frost flowers rose up. A skateboard was formed from the huge rock fragments falling everywhere. Su Ming then controlled the skill of Phoenix Wings Flying to decline rapidly. Passionate and exciting. Found it. This is it. The Heaven Burial Map. Activate it. This quaint map from Neegler flies up ahead, until it sank into a certain space underground. Suddenly, a golden door appeared out of thin air in front of Su Ming. It's right inside. Wind Arrow. Su Ming once again shot out 10,000 gale arrows towards the back. While the speed skyrocketed, he rushed into the golden door in an instant. Dragon God Heritage Hall. Sure enough, it is here, this magnificent golden dragon palace. Su Ming saw countless murals of flying dragons on the inner walls of the hall. At the same time, the three giant dragon statues in the center of the hall suddenly opened their eyes. This is the Gatekeeper Stone statue. Dragon statue, fire, ice, rock, boss, guardian statue. Level, LV 240. Health value, 5000 W/5000 W. Skills Dragon Roar, Diving Dragon Claw, Elemental Bullet, Explosive Wind, Elemental Field. Elemental Power. When using fire/ice/rock elemental skills, the damage and range are doubled. Guardian. Immune to all control. All damage received by the three stone statues will be evenly divided. Information. The three elemental stone statues guarding the Heritage Hall must be defeated if you want to obtain the Dragon God Inheritance. Weakness. Cannot be triggered. There are 3 in total, each corresponding to an attribute. Right off the bat, 5000 W health points each is not a small amount for others. But in front of Su Ming, it's not good enough. After all, he had just killed a demon lord who was comparable to a true god. It's a pity that the power of destruction needs to be accumulated again. Power of destruction, progress, 0.13/100. Since the damage suffered by these 3 stone dragons is equally shared. That's great. Arrow Chase Amulet. Su Ming directly locked onto one of the bosses. Time disappearing arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. So the sharp arrow immediately flew towards the dragon. Upon seeing this, the other 2 stone dragons immediately swooped down arrogantly, as if to say, how dare you ignore both of us? And then, nothing happened. The damage is evenly distributed. The other 2 stone dragons died inexplicably in midair. Hee perfect? Jua. You killed the dragon statue, Yen, LV 240, boss, and gained 24.5 W experience. You killed the dragon statue, Ice, LV 240, boss, and gained 24.5 W experience. You killed the dragon statue, Yen, LV 240, boss, and gained 24.5 W experience. In addition, it has all the attributes of plunder. Then, Su Ming saw that each of them dropped a special crystal core. Elemental additional core, fire, ice, rock, archer. Oh, it's this thing. You have used elemental additional crystal core, fire, elemental additional crystal core, ice, and elemental additional crystal core, rock. When you use arrow skills of the corresponding elements afterwards, the final damage will be increased by 50 and the range will be doubled. Su Ming's range archery skills had already undergone several range upgrades. Now that it has doubled again, it will be even more terrifying. From now on, no one is spared wherever he shoots. Su Ming stepped forward decisively and took advantage of the top of the Shenlong Terrace. Just at this moment, he seemed to feel the roars of countless dragons. Come on, the inheritance of the divine dragon weapon. You have completed the special mission Dragon Burial Pure Land. A message also appeared in Su Ming's information log. Then, he seemed to enter a wonderful state. In this state, he seemed like a real dragon. Dragon King activated. Su Ming immediately activated the active effect of his title Dragon King. This time, in a sense, he is the real Dragon King. Sure enough, I can feel its presence. That is a little golden dragon. No, it's not a real little golden dragon, but a spirit transformed from some object. It actually became a living thing. It transformed itself. Perhaps, the little golden dragon is the spirit of the weapon and can continue to evolve into a spiritual being like Ziling. Soon, Su Ming communicated with the little golden dragon. It does not have the extraordinary wisdom that Zi Ling possessed at birth. After the Dragon Kings died one after another, after 10,000 years of silence, it finally gave birth to a trace of intelligence, which is this little golden dragon. But in this case, Su Ming can actually control it better. Follow me, come on. Finally, Su Ming saw its true form. It turned out to be a jade seal. True dragon jade seal, artifact, available for dragon bloodline. This golden jade seal originally had a lifelike little golden dragon engraved in the center. And now, the little golden dragon officially gained a bit of intelligence. Transform into the spirit of this divine weapon. The two most direct abilities of the true dragon jade seal are: one of them is to forcibly control all the beasts. The second is to tear the void and annihilate the void creations. Is there nothing much to say about the first ability? It's the ultimate suppression of bloodline. No wonder Niger taught me the Book of Words. After being paired with the true dragon jade seal, in the future, he may even become the god of all beast races. The title of the dragon clan's lord of all beasts is not given for nothing. The second ability is even more terrifying. It is indeed a true dragon artifact, tearing the void. So that's how it is. The dragon clan is destined to become the mortal enemy that restrains the abyss. So, is this also the reason why countless demons and devils try their best to destroy the dragon clan? Now he has become the inheritor of this jade seal. Will become a higher level demon executioner again. It seems that it will be easier to kill the demon from now on. Just close the door and release the little golden dragon. All abilities in the void are invalidated. Tear them all apart. In addition to the main ability, his attribute enhancement on Su Ming was equally terrifying. The most intuitive way is to directly gain 50 W health points. After doubling, it increased by 100 W. Name: Su Ming. Occupation: Archer of Extinction. Level: LV240/LV240. 5th turn. Life: 304.6 W. More than 3 million health points. This is called a fragile archer? Su Ming's surprised face. Oh. And, according to Nigler, this jade seal is now regarded in the outside world as a sacred object lost by the dragon clan. Originally, only this spiritual dragon king knew. Now it finally fell into Su Ming's hands. In the future, he will hold the true dragon jade seal. With Su Ming's strength, he can not only be the dragon king, but also the king of all dragon kings. Su Ming put away the little golden dragon. The purple spirit in the divine space circled around it curiously. Don't be too comfortable. It's time to go back and reason with the Lighthouse Nation. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Why are there always idiots looking for death? Return. A curtain of light flickered. Su Ming appeared in a corner of the far east. This place is not far from the burial leaf forest. There is not much time left before the secret realm of the gods is closed. So, Su Ming must return to the burial leaf forest as soon as possible. That is the core area of the original Xinyan secret realm. I was thinking of exploring other areas of this place. Su Ming murmured in his heart. However, the top priority now is to return to Dragon Country as soon as possible, and use the Dragon Vein to complete the 6th turn. Then he became the god of Blue Star. We will have to face the invasion of foreign races. The storm is coming. Su Ming had to inform Grandpa Wang Bai and the others to make preparations in advance. Little whim. Su Ming, I'm here. Go ahead. Xiaoyi turned into a dark shadow and immediately enveloped Su Ming. Leaf Burial Forest. This is a very special place. Half of it is connected to this world, and the other half belongs to the chaotic sea of the Xinyan secret realm. Unfortunately, this golden chaotic sea is not the one we saw before. Su Ming shrugged and muttered to himself. What he didn't know was, ever since the last time I kidnapped the purple gold gourd, an ancient being in a certain heavenly palace has gone mad. The entire fairyland was swept by an endless tsunami of souls. This situation and scene is for all races. Even unavoidable natural disasters are opportunities to make further progress. Treasures and relics are emerging one after another on several starlands. This era is changing rapidly. I finally understand the purpose of the God's Falling Order. It turns out that this token can control the timing of returning to the Chaos Sea. Otherwise, Su Ming could only wait until a new round of golden chaos rose in the burial leaf forest. It will definitely waste a lot of his time. Wait, are there people here? Or other species? Su Ming instantly discovered the abnormality here. There were signs of living creatures appearing in this originally deserted place. This made him even more convinced. This star continent is completely extraordinary. If Su Ming wanted to return to the secret realm, he would have to pass by them. Of course, you can also just shoot them out. But Su Ming is not a devil. so he wants to make contact with him in advance. After all, he possesses the skill, words of despair. Therefore, Su Ming chose to appear in front of the two people below openly. Who? Su Ming's sudden appearance shocked the two people in front. He also saw the basic information of these two people. There are some differences from Blue Star. But compared to the past, the two humans before them were only equivalent to the peak strength of the fifth turn. I also want to ask who you are? Su Ming asked back. Then he heard the person on the other side suddenly utter a word in lighthouse language. Meaning, hello. Are you the lighthouse man who greeted us? One of the warriors, named Blue Fox, maintained a superior attitude. They seemed to have mistaken their identities. However, Su Ming immediately understood something. The lighthouse country is indeed in collusion with them and has already carried out some shameful deals. And they will be the ones who sneak into Blue Star. It seems like I can do something. The original intention to kill the two people was instantly interrupted. It's not just the two of you, is it? Su Ming asked. Lighthouse boy, speak with some respect. It is your honor that we can rule over you barbaric primitives in advance. The more they talked, the more arrogant the two people opposite them became. TSK, you were really looking for death in every possible way. Yes, my lords. Su Ming became even calmer instead. When we invite you to Dragon Country, you must behave well. He has made plans. Don't these people want to sneak into Blue Star? Then I will satisfy you. Then, Su Ming could happily hand them over to Li Xingyan. I heard. The Assassin's League has a set of methods specifically used to interrogate prisoners. Soon, Su Ming discovered that more space nearby was experiencing fluctuations. Then 8 people appeared. Leading the group was a young blonde man. Why don't you kneel down when you see Master Jin Taidiao? Su Ming smiled neither humbly nor arrogantly. Ahem, we in the lighthouse country don't have the custom of kneeling. This caused everyone to glare at him angrily. Boy, do you Lighthouse Nation really take yourselves seriously? At this time, Jin Taidiao waved his hand. It seems that you are the only one who has passed through the world barrier. Not all people in the lighthouse country are useless. You will be my war servant from now on, and you will be treated better than other lighthouse people. Others then spoke up. Boy, why don't you thank Master Jin? Su Ming. Jin Taidiao also has the strength of the peak of 5th level. This should be due to the restrictions of the secret realm of the gods. Only people with 5th level are allowed to enter. So it serves as a transit station for them to sneak into Blue Star. They also all enforce more of the rules. Only, Su Ming felt that the true strength of these 10 people was more than level 5. They must have used some secret method to suppress it to this point. For the sake of our god ancestors' great plan, you, the lighthouse, will be heroes in the future. Jin Taidiao curled the corners of his mouth, looking down at Su Ming from above. To him, Su Ming was just a pretty good aunt. It's a waste of my time to communicate with you idiots. Su Ming sighed. He was originally planning to pretend, but these idiots kept bumping into his arrows. Okay, I'm laying my cards on the table. I won't pretend anymore. What? What did you just say? Jin Taidiao was suddenly furious. It seemed that the ant was scolding him just now. Are you deaf? I say, you idiots, don't you understand what I'm saying? At this moment, Jin Taidiao completely understood what Su Ming said. Then his face turned green. Very well, you are really courting death. I will make all of you on Blue Star pay the price right now. It's not just Jin Taidiao. The other 9 people were all filled with murderous intent towards Su Ming. He was about to kill Su Ming immediately. Just go to sleep, hee. No one knew that a piece of silver-white scale crystal suddenly appeared in Su Ming's hand. Under the crystal scales of will, all beings below the gods are equal. Let me sleep. I'm going to kill you. I'm so sleepy. Good night, Wei Bibaboo. How is it possible? What did you do? Jin Taidiao watched in horror as the people around him fell asleep one after another. I want to kill. Good night, Wu Zidisai. Su Ming's surprised face. Oh. Ziling, put all 10 people into the gourd. Zakurong, wait until they wake up and show them your big baby. When Zagunong heard this, he was immediately delighted, continuously making excited dragon roars. Master Su Ming, I will definitely entertain these people well. Su Ming also smiled. He has no time to stay in this world any longer. We must return to the Xinyun secret realm immediately. Now, these 10 people came to him, which was really great. Su Ming believed it. After that, Longwu can easily pry a lot of useful information out of them. This is used to deal with the alien races that invade the Blue Star. Definitely a good thing. After taking back the will scale crystal, another token appeared in Su Ming's hand. You used the God's Fall. The golden light curtain immediately enveloped Su Ming. Then, Su Ming once again entered the light column connecting the golden chaotic sea and the 5 stone platforms. Chapter 109 The final settlement of the God's Fall. Is the world structure about to change? The Lighthouse Nation has got completely crazy. The secret realm of the fallen gods, the land of the fallen gods, the five-sided stone platform. At this time, Mu Chi-wan, Yu Mingming, and others were looking at the golden chaotic sea in the sky with worry. The God's Fall secret realm is about to end. If Su Ming hasn't come out yet, he will never come out. Don't worry, Su Shen is not an ordinary person. Compared to Yu Mingming, Li Huiyang is Su Ming's loyal little fan. Although, he is older than Su Ming. We have basically collected all the good stuff in the Xinyu secret realm this time. Once we return to Dragon Country, the situation in the entire world will change drastically. Yes, Su Shen still has a whole crystal vein in his hand. We must prevent other major powers from jointly exerting pressure on Manhwa as soon as possible. Haha, do you really think we are afraid of them? Huh? Look up in the sky, that's... Su Ming. Su Ming is back. Yu Mingming exclaimed in a lowly voice. This immediately made the other three people look up again. It's really Su Shen. I, Su Ming, will always be the god. I'm glad you're back. Grandpa said that area is very dangerous. Watching Su Ming coming. Everyone had their own thoughts, but all of them were happy for Su Ming and relieved. Everyone, I'm back. Su Ming was the first to see the four people flying into the sky to greet him and responded with a smile. Su Shen, what exactly is in the core area? Li Huiyang asked curiously. The others also looked curious. After all, I heard about it a long time ago. Everyone who entered it within the past 20 years has died. Su Ming was indeed the first person to come back alive. Based on the message left by his eldest brother, Wang Lin guessed that the place was related to a certain world. The result is indeed so. It's hard to explain this matter in a short time. Let's return to Dragon Country first. We have something very important to accomplish next. Su Ming's expression was very serious. These four young men and women, who have powerful forces behind them, all sensed a sign that something big was about to happen. The last time, Su Ming led everyone to clear all the maps of the middle level again. It's time to return to Dragon Country. We will meet again, everyone. While speaking, Su Ming gave Mu Chi-wan a meaningful look. And another godlike personality within her. The mysterious land of gods will be closed in 1 minute, and all survivors will be automatically teleported out. The final performance of the 5 major countries is being settled. First place, Dragon Country. Survival status. All members survived, 5/5 performance points, 3.46488 billion. Second place, White Bear Country. Survival status. All members died, 0/5 performance points, 114. Third place, White Flag Country. Survival status. All members died, 0/5 performance points, 78. Fourth place, Sunset Country. Survival status. All members died, 0/5 performance points, 68. Fifth place, Lighthouse Country. Survival status. All members died, 0/5 performance points, 0. Based on the performance points of the 5 major countries, the 6 Paths Divine Tower will allocate resources in the Crystal Mountain, Dragon Country, 99.999, White Bear Country, 0.0003, White Flag Country, 0.0003, Sunset Country, 0.0003, Lighthouse Country, 0.0001. Except for the Lighthouse Country, the other 3 major countries have some points. So the resources allocated are a little bit more. Su Ming heard from Brother Wang Lin. Crystal Mountain is a very important resource point of the 6 Paths Divine Tower. But it's not just about obtaining resources for the 5th job. It even involves the acquisition of 9th level resources. Only, Su Ming no longer cared about this at all. Whether it is the crystal veins obtained or the true dragon veins of the earth. In the long run, they are countless times better than the resources in Crystal Mountain. Of course, more resources will never be a problem. This moment, not only Su Ming and the other 5 received the news, but the leaders of the 5 major countries also received the news at the same time. Then, everyone was dumbfounded. Except Li Xingyan was slightly prepared. The other 4 major country leaders were completely petrified. Li Xingyan, Su Ming, you really gave me a huge problem. It not only posed a big problem to him, but also to Longhua. The last Tianhuan battlefield gave Grandpa Wang Bai and his men a headache for quite a while. Now, this more important Xinyu secret realm is even enough to cause changes in the world pattern. Really? I didn't expect a 5th rank boy to be able to do this. Soon, Su Ming and others appeared in the Dragon Kingdom space of the 6 Paths Divine Tower. Dad, I knew you weren't waiting for me. When Li Huiyang saw his father, he immediately showed disgust. You little brat, I can tell from the first glance that you're holding Su Ming back. Li Xingyan also responded with disgust. Then he looked at Su Ming with a smile on his face. Su Ming, the Mu family member is coming soon. What is going on in the secret realm? What you did this time really had a huge impact. This short moment. The entire Dragon Kingdom's top leadership was almost furious. Of course, what is even more explosive is the entire international situation. The Lighthouse country has gone completely crazy. He threatened that he must deal with Su Ming, the Great Scourge, otherwise he would have to wait for the all-out war in Lighthouse. All the challengers from the Lighthouse country died in the secret realm. It means that contact with that world has completely failed. So they absolutely cannot delay any longer. We must quickly seize the initiative and wait until all the races in that world finally arrive. Lighthouses will have more say. At this point, Su Ming also thought about it very clearly and asked a question in return. Is the Lighthouse going to start a civil war against the Dragon Nation? Li Xingyan was stunned. Su Ming's words were shocking, but it was very likely that this was the case. Yu Mingming and Fang Xiongju were also stunned. They were from the military and knew what Su Ming meant by this sentence. My dear friend Su Ming, what else do you know? At this time, an old voice sounded. The two old men appeared in this divine tower space at the same time. Because it is the Dragon Kingdom space. So there is no need to worry about being targeted by other countries here. Grandfather. Mu Chi-wan immediately walked to Muhi's side. In addition, the other person is also an old acquaintance. Mr. Wang Bo, how are you? Name, Wang Bo. Occupation, sky-killing archer. Level, LV 535. Wang Bai is much younger than Muhi, but his level is more than 10 levels higher than Muhi. After all, the middle-aged Muhi was also called a genius. Tell me, Su Ming. You must know something, right? Wang Bo trusts Su Ming very much. In other words, he didn't trust Su Ming. But it was Su Ming predicted by Old Wu. The Lighthouse Nation intends to betray Blue Star and become the vanguard of the alien race. Li Xingyan couldn't sit still anymore. What? If my guess is correct, the top leaders of Dragon Country should know about the existence of a certain star world. What? Su Ming, what star world? Ahem, Xingyan. Don't make a fuss. You didn't know these things before. Nui said calmly. Li Xingyan. He shut up decisively, otherwise he would have looked like a little kid who had never seen the world. The unlucky Sun Li Huiyang is actually laughing? Wait back, and I'll give you my favorite bamboo shoot fried meat. Su Ming finally looked into Wang Bo and Muhi's eyes. That world is about to come to Blue Star, and Blue Star will soon suffer a world-destroying disaster. Destroy the world. Wang Bai and Muhi looked at each other, but did not refute. Really? Is it coming? We are nothing but ants under the gods. Can Dragon Country and all the forces on Blue Star really resist? Wang Bo's voice sounded a little pale. Apparently he knew a little more than Su Ming thought. This is also the reason why he established and named it God-Killing Temple. But now that we are really going to face each other soon, I still feel a little panicked. Just at this moment, he suddenly saw Su Ming opposite him smiling. Don't worry, old man. With me here, no one can invade Blue Star. Su Ming's voice was sonorous and powerful, like a master who looked down upon the 9 heavens. Chapter 110 Dragon Country Fusion Crystal Vein. Everyone is paying attention. What? There is a real dragon vein. Imperial River Basin, Level 8 area. At this time, Su Ming was already standing at the source of the Huanghe River. Not just him. Behind him were Wang Bo, Wang Lin, and a group of people. Is this the crystal vein? Wang Bo and his son Wang Lin looked at Su Ming's handwriting in disbelief. And the crystal vein Su Ming just displayed seemed to have been created out of thin air. It amazed everyone. You know, the item that can collect a complete crystal vein is rarer than the crystal vein itself. Su Ming did not let them see the full picture of the purple gold gourd. Now, I understand Su Ming's confidence. I didn't expect Su Ming to be willing to do this for the Dragon Nation. Yes, from now on, all professionals in Dragon Country will receive Su Ming's favor. He will definitely be a hero to countless people. You have chosen to merge the ancient crystal vein with the Yellow River Basin. Since this will cause irreversible changes to the world environment, please confirm this operation again. Oh, this was when Su Ming officially learned the name of this crystal vein. It is worthy of being a crystal vein that can seal the soul of the devil. Wait, doesn't this mean that Dragon Nation can also use this crystal vein to seal all the demons in the future? Su Ming felt very happy, although he can easily kill high-level demons in seconds. But it is not easy for other people in Longhua. Without being in Dragon Country yourself, he could directly let Zakarong take control of this best insurance method. Once the devil takes advantage of the opportunity and sneaks in. If I were not on Blue Star, at least we have absolute countermeasures. Wait until your own kingdom of God is built. The strength of all professionals will also develop rapidly. When the time comes, even if he is not needed, no one can invade Blue Star. Following Su Ming's high-profile actions, Outside the Imperial River Basin in the inner world, various powerful professionals continue to gather. Gradually, the old antiques stood silently in the back. Not only Wang Bo and Muhi. In addition, several old men who were all at the 9th level appeared again. Some people learned the identities of this group of people. It took a long time to calm down. Su Ming. Is that extremely handsome young man on the Imperial River Su Ming? Who is he exactly? He actually has a bunch of Dragon Country's super strong men sitting in his place. Why? Why is Su Ming so handsome and so powerful? I want to be Su Ming's dog. Even if it's a dog, Su Shen can make it fly. Su Ming didn't care about other people's gay words. After final confirmation, the Crystal Vein and the Imperial River were completely integrated. The earth is rumbling and everything is coming to an end. Is it over? Wang Bai was able to speak at this time and looked at Su Ming with complicated eyes. Su Ming's return to Dragon Country was truly enormous. Not only is there almost all of the Crystal Mountain, but there is also this huge crystal vein that will influence generations to come. Well, this crystal vein has ended. But the next one is the most important one. Su Ming showed a sunny smile. At this time, he also noticed 3 other respected elderly people. 2 men and 1 woman, all of them are real big guys at level 500 plus. Well, we will always be by your side. Then, Wang Bo and others were suddenly stunned. Wait, Su Ming, what did you just say? There is more than one crystal vein like this. Did I hear you correctly? Are you saying there is another more important one? You know, Yu Ming and the others only knew about the existence of this crystal vein. After learning that Su Ming was going to merge with Huang Ke, the entire Dragon Kingdom's top leadership was shocked, but they were also mentally prepared. Result. Now you tell me there's a bigger one? Su Ming's words almost made the hearts of the top 5 people in Dragon Country explode. The 5 of them make up half of the strongest fighting force in the entire Dragon Kingdom. There are only 10 rank 9 bosses in total, and 5 of them appear here at the same time. How could it not shock the entire Dragon Kingdom? Especially the nearby towns. It is already filled with countless powerful people who know some information. Higi, the other one, is not a crystal vein, but a real dragon vein of the earth. Dragon? Real dragon vein? Muhi exclaimed. They are the people in the Dragon Kingdom who know the most ancient secrets. It's natural to understand what dragon veins mean. That's a legendary item from the ancient times. This moment, they found that compared to Su Ming, they seemed to be ignorant. What is the Lighthouse Country? How dare you touch our Dragon Country's beloved Su Ming? Fuck him. At this moment, the 5 old men had surprisingly consistent ideas. No matter how much it costs, we must protect Su Ming. Whoever dares to attack Su Ming, if a one-on-one fight doesn't work, then a group fight will do. Especially Wang Bo, he seemed to be 10 years younger and his face was full of smiles. Su Ming is worthy of being the person that he and Mr. Wu unconditionally support. I didn't expect it would take such a short time. It gave the entire Dragon Kingdom a big surprise. The best scenario is for this true dragon vein of the earth to merge with Changjiang. From now on, starting from Changjiang, it will gradually radiate to the entire land of Longhua. Then, the entire blue star will be nourished by the dragon veins. Then, the 9th level warrior profession, the Dragon Kingdom God of War, stayed in the Huanghe River Basin. He will soon order the dragon army to move in. And Su Ming and others. With a wave of Muhi's hand, a huge teleportation array rose up immediately. Then he disappeared from the place. Su Shen and all the Dragon Nation bosses have left. Everyone, check the news online. They have appeared at the source of the Changjiang River again. Isn't Su Shen's matter over yet? Changjiang River Basin, level 8 area. Both the Changjiang River Basin and the Huanghe River Basin are powerful level 8 outdoor areas. Because their core dungeon areas have powerful wild monsters of LV 400+. But under the strong suppression of the big guys. Which blind monster dares to approach this place? All of them were reduced to ashes. You have chosen to merge the Earth's true dragon vein with the Yangtze River Basin. Since this will cause irreversible changes to the world's environment, please confirm this operation again. It's still the reminder. Oh my god, it's actually true. Is this the dragon vein? It's so huge. It's like a real dragon lurking in the center of the world. Moreover, it is the real dragon from the Dragon Country legend. With this true dragon vein of the earth, why should we be afraid of the lighthouse? They dare to start a war? Let's just kill them. With Su Ming's confirmation of the fusion, a huge dragon roar seemed to sound from the depths of his soul. Is it calling me? No, there is also the origin of the world of Blue Star. Su Ming was very excited. It seemed that his 6th transformation was about to be completed. Suddenly, golden light enveloped him. Wang Bo and others immediately became alert. Don't worry, Master Wang. This is the call of the dragon vein. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Wang Bo, Muhi, and others nodded immediately. Then a huge magic circle rose up from the source of Changjiang River. Go with peace of mind. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 Sixth Transformation completed. Arrow God of Destiny. The terrifying causal talent, Destiny Usurpation. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, the scene around me was completely different, as if I was in the center of an illusory magma. Just at this moment, 2 messages were refreshed from the log in succession. See the content of the message. Su Ming finally revealed a sunny smile. The true dragon vein of the earth has chosen you as its master. Do you accept? Yes/no. You have met the conditions for receiving the Blue Star origin. Do you want to accept the Blue Star origin? Yes/no. Yes. Yes. Zakurong, come out. This dragon vein will be controlled by you. Hearing this, Zagunong was shocked. Master Su Ming, did I hear correctly? Do you think there are other dragons here besides you? Zakurong's pupils suddenly dilated. It's so happy. Who? Thank you for your kindness, Master Su Ming. Wakaka. The great Zakuron will be invincible from now on. Su Ming. There is no hope for this silly dragon. So, next Su Ming began to accept the original power of Blue Star. Zagunong also gained partial control over the dragon vein through Su Ming's life and death contract. The aura of the man and the dragon are constantly rising. Time is passing by. You have met the conditions for divine revelation. Do you want to start divine revelation? Yes/no. Yes. Su Ming did not hesitate at all this time. It all feels so dreamy though. But it is actually happening to me. Hey, Su Ming is awesome. Amazed face, /. I seem to feel a huge force. Shai's voice rang in Su Ming's mind. At this time, she will also undergo the 4th level advanced transformation. Once the advancement is completed, it can also be exempted from the 5th level advancement simultaneously. The little talk at that time. Then it completely entered the perfect state. I don't know if this little guy will awaken his memories before Nirvana. But no matter what, Su Ming would not change his attitude towards her. No matter what, it's still my little cute phoenix. Lingling. At this time, Lingling also made a pleasant sound. What? You are about to transform and can leave the gourd body alone. That's not all. Even the little golden dragon on the true dragon jade seal has undergone significant changes. Su Ming felt that its spirit body became more complete. The part of spiritual intelligence that was once missing seemed to be completely completed at this time. I don't know how much time passed. A crisp reminder sound woke Su Ming up. You have completed Divine Revelation. You have completed the job transfer task, Divine Revelation, building a divine world. You have obtained the prototype of the Kingdom of God and can integrate it with the entire blue planet. Is it finally done? Su Ming immediately felt refreshed. It was as if all the troubles that had accumulated over several days were finally resolved at once. Through inner vision, he saw the magnificent palace of heaven and earth in his mind. This is actually the universe in my brain. Once the fusion of the Kingdom of God and Blue Star is finally completed, it means, from now on, Su Ming can even peek at everything on Blue Star in his mind. A trace of fallen leaves, the sound of gurgling water, and everyone can broadcast live simultaneously while they are secretly doing things? Fuck. Su Ming's expression was particularly strange. Is it possible that the Lord God's control over the Kingdom of God is so perverted? Su Ming suddenly thought of it. If I enter that world in the future, is there a possibility? In fact, one or even several higher-level beings are secretly spying on the entire world. Then isn't it time to have a deep exchange with the pretty girl? In fact, maybe there are some unknown entities secretly watching? It's really exciting. Su Ming swore that he had never awakened any strange fetish. Just as a local god, sometimes you have to take responsibility for your own Kingdom of God, right? Then, the most important thing at the moment is that the job change is completed. You have changed your job to become Archer of Destiny, HP plus 10W, Mana plus 10W, Strength plus 100, Attack Speed plus 1.5. Your level has increased by 1. LV240-, LV241, Health plus 3000, Mana plus 3000, Strength plus 20, Attack Speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV241-, LV242, Health plus 3000, Mana plus 3000, Strength plus 20, Attack Speed. The moment of job change. Su Ming's basic attributes skyrocketed again. The level has also been upgraded to LV242. But he just happened to squeeze in some time to sweep the lighthouse. So it doesn't take long. It is not difficult to reach LV320 and obtain the quick 7th transfer task. Today's most basic attribute improvement. For Su Ming, it was just a small deal. Even so, this time the job transfer attribute improvement is also much higher than before. This should be the effect of the true dragon vein of the earth. Over time, the entire dragon country and eventually the entire Blue Star will take off. At that time, Even life-related professions will gain a huge number of attributes. And once you have the foundation of attributes, it is possible that some life-related professions can develop extremely powerful routines. Of course, Su Ming no longer cared about these. As the Lord God, you have completely transcended the kingdom of God, and from now on your life and death will be under your own control. Begin to integrate the prototype of the kingdom of God. This will take a long time. Su Ming was not sure whether he could complete it before the aliens arrived. So you need to be prepared for the second hand. At this time, the Changjiang River that spans the entire Dragon Kingdom world is filled with fairy air. It seems to possess countless dragon phantoms. It attracts the attention of all major forces in Dragon Country at all times. Now, especially the towns along the Changjiang River and the Yellow River. All of them set off a huge trend. In the name Su Ming, it has also become a household name and the most mentioned name throughout the Dragon Country. Who on earth is Su Ming? He actually summoned a real dragon? What are you talking about? Su Ming clearly married a real dragon. No, Su Ming's true identity is actually a real dragon that was stranded on Blue Star, and he has only awakened now. Zhu Peiqi. He really wanted to rush over and beat up these guys who spread rumors. That's Su Shen, the eternal god. Until now, Zhu Peiqi no longer had any thoughts of competing with Su Ming. He turned into the shape of Su Shen. And he is also the second president of the Su Shen fan club, after Li Huiyang. Li Huiyao looked at his fanatical brother and Zhu Peiqi. The whole person is numb. Of course, when thinking of Su Shen, Li Huiyao also blushed. That day, Wang Bai and Mu He finally took action. As a result, all the forces that were paying attention to the source of Changjiang River could no longer sit still. Because a golden light appeared again from the center of the source of Changjiang River. The god that everyone in Dragon Country talks about, Su Ming, is back. And Su Ming at this time. Immerse yourself in your newfound talents and abilities as the arrow of destiny. What a terrifying talent. It can actually rewrite other people's fate to some extent. If I use this method, I can force my enemies to become my loyal dogs. This talent did not improve Su Ming's frontal combat ability. But it is far more terrifying than gaining the ability to fight head-on. It is an ability that involves cause and effect. It is exclusive talent, usurping destiny. Chapter 112, the extremely terrifying usurpation of fate. The upcoming Sea War. At this time, Su Ming had already looked at this exclusive talent. Talent, exclusive. Destiny usurpation, undetectable, permanently reserved. 1. You are free from fate, and you can forcibly rebound any cause and effect imposed on you by any target. 2. After causing damage to any target, you can stop it and make it retain 1 drop of blood, and then forcibly change the fate of the target whose life level is lower than yours, making it unconditionally serve you as its master and unable to do anything against your orders. 3. When facing a target whose life level is higher than yours, you can change your multi-line destiny, so that their attack on you in the future will be directed to a causal and reasonable failure line. Your current life level is God Lord, the pinnacle of the divine level. The text description of this exclusive talent is very concise, but except for the first causal rebound ability. Effect 2 and Effect 3 are not as simple as they seem in actual use. A change in destiny means a change in the entire level of life. And Su Ming can also automatically identify friendly forces and enemy forces in his mind. Effect 2. The transformation of friendly forces will not affect any personality. It can also be based on loyalty to Su Ming. Obtain the believer status anchored by Su Ming. What does this equate to? This is equivalent to having someone above you. No. It's a god above you. This is the goal that countless people dream of. It means that Su Ming will receive real protection. As long as the kingdom of God is not destroyed, there will definitely be no day when they die. And now with the blessing of the dragon veins in Su Ming's kingdom of God, the normal lifespan of all people on the entire blue planet will be extended indefinitely. TSK, this is even the temptation of eternal life. Su Ming murmured in his heart. And for the identified enemy, their past minds can be forcibly erased. Self-selection makes it a loyal dog that only knows how to wag its tail and beg for mercy. The saint who was high and mighty in the last second might be, Su Ming shrugged. How terrifying. If in the future there were to be a frenzy of believe in God Su and gain eternal life. It's quite embarrassing for him to be a god. Eternal life or something like that. Wait till I reach that level first. Effect 3 indicates that Su Ming has powerful means to fight against the unknown. No need to fight. I intervene directly in your future destiny. Let me, Su Ming, become an indispensable part of your future. Not to mention the final victory. At least, I first occupied an absolutely invincible position. Hey, so what if you were strong? You can't kill me, and you can't hit me either. When my life level rises, I will turn you into a loyal dog. There will be punishment for not listening. Su-Ming curled the corners of his mouth, feeling more excited than ever before. Then there are 2 exclusive skills. These 2 skills, worthy of being the arrow god of destiny. Su-Ming sighed. Compared to combat, the skills of this profession are all auxiliary in nature. But it also involves cause and effect. Once used, this powerful skill is enough to completely turn the tide of the battle. Without saying a word, Su-Ming took out his usual skill proficiency crystal. 2 exclusive skills can directly achieve perfection. Skills exclusive. Usurpation LV10, a passive skill of karma. When you kill a target, you can retain and seal its soul as a bridge for you to usurp its fate. After that, you will completely inherit the other party's identity and karma, and inherit everything the other party originally had, which lasts for 24 hours. You can only usurp one identity at a time. Reversal of Fate LV10 causal passive skill. Any target that attacks you will bear the causal damage and all negative effects on your behalf in the first 3 attacks. At the same time, you will receive the opposite treatment and all benefits. The first 3 times for each target, the number of times reset every 24 hours. It's so scary. Even Su-Ming himself couldn't help but marvel. The first, usurpation skill. Isn't this a blatant NTR? Moreover, its soul is still preserved at this time. So, the victim can even feel everything being done to him by NTR. Think about it. If Su-Ming directly usurps someone with a wife for 24 hours. So, that means within these 24 hours, that lady will kindly ask Su-Ming for comfort in terms of cause and effect. Fuck, why are all my thoughts filled with these? Su-Ming is a serious person. But, as the saying goes, nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than. Ahem, we are indeed serious people. In addition, the reversal of fortune is also against the will of heaven. Now no matter who wants to attack Su-Ming, in any form, for the first 3 times, you need to take responsibility for the cause and effect yourself. As a result, Su-Ming gained benefits in the opposite direction. Doesn't this mean that I can also develop a reverse gain flow? The harder others hit you, the stronger my buff is. Hee-hee-hee-hee-oh-oh. Wang Bo, confused face? Muhi, omega. This child, could he have suddenly become stupid? This is the biggest loss for the entire Dragon Nation. Old Master Wang Bai said, Su-Ming, you finally came out. Oh, how long have I been in the Dragon Vein? 3 days and 3 nights. Lao Wan almost couldn't sit still and went to the center of the earth to look for you. Muhi on the side muttered. Su-Ming then realized that it took him so long to accept the origin of the world. But now it's all worth it. Su-Ming, I feel like the atmosphere on the entire Blue Star has changed drastically. And I seem to have regained my youthful energy, which is really strange. Is this related to this Dragon Vein and you? Wang Bo and several other elders came up and asked. During these 3 days, they were the 4 ninth turn bosses closest to Su-Ming. Their feelings are particularly strong. For 3 whole days, the world seemed to be undergoing an unprecedented yet imperceptible change. That's right. Su-Ming smiled and nodded in confirmation. The future of Blue Star will be immeasurable. Then, Su-Ming patiently explained to everyone. However, this involves his identity as the Lord God. All of them were cleverly attributed to the role of Dragon Veins. Whatever the benefits, it's all caused by the Dragon Veins. Long live the Dragon Veins. At this time, the old woman who was a 9th level summoner spoke. Su-Ming, it's a good thing you're out now. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to leave here to fight against the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse was surrounded in the outer waters of Dragon Country in the Pacific Ocean yesterday. Now, it's time to let them know that our Dragon Kingdom is not easy to bully. Name, Long Zhenqiang. Occupation, Tower Summoner. Level, LV 529. Don't underestimate this Grandma Long. She is a woman. She is the real leader of the entire Dragon Kingdom's Zhenhai Defense Army. Because Su-Ming is too important. So, during those 3 days, she chose to sit back and wait for Su-Ming's arrangements. Now that Su-Ming is out, he can show his skills. Has the Lighthouse Country really torn its relations apart? In that case, I can just try out my new abilities. Master Wang, Granny Long, let me fight this battle. Su-Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Wait, Su-Ming, you have broken through to the 6th level? It was Brother Wang Lin behind who was more perceptive and was stunned again. How long has it been? Su-Ming is simply not a human being. Chapter 113 East China Sea Battlefield. Let me show you something interesting. Damn, are you guys all playing me? Hee, Brother Wang Lin, you are about to break through to the 6th level, right? Su-Ming joked. Wang Lin is already level 240 at this time, and is in the state of receiving the job transfer task but has not yet completed it. Unexpectedly, Su-Ming was even faster than him. It is true that heroes emerge from youth, and the younger generation pushes the older generation forward. Then, Muhi raised another magic circle. He himself stayed here to command the garrison troops that were about to arrive, after Chaojiang merged with the true dragon vein of the earth. Of course, in the current early stages, we need the protection of powerful forces to prevent sabotage by people with bad intentions. Certainly, we didn't know that he was in the dragon vein at this time. There is also Zaku Rong sleeping and absorbing the power of the dragon vein. That was after Su Ming dealt with the lighthouse and a number of threats. A little surprise for Dragon Country. East Coast, East China Sea battlefield, level 9 area. The sea is also a wild area, especially the places on the east coast of Dragon Country that were once close to a peaceful life. There live many terrifying super sea beasts in the sea. After all, it is the sea area closest to the body of the Six Paths Divine Tower. Another direction. A dense swarm of flying trained beasts has gathered over the sea. At the same time, there are also huge warships. It's all because of that Su Ming from Dragon Country. Everything is because of Su Ming. At this time, the Lighthouse Country even dispatched 3 truly powerful 9th-level warriors, and a team led by several top 8 job masters from each profession. Lania Taido, are those cowards from Dragon Country scared? Today, if Longwood does not hand over Su Ming, don't blame us at the Lighthouse for being ruthless. It's all because of that damn Su Ming. God is completely angry. Jian Chuan Longpu, I suspect that the disappearance of the god in that world is also related to Su Ming. Su Ming must have been in that place. Damn it, damn it. So, as long as we catch Su Ming, we will definitely be able to gain God's forgiveness again. At this time, the 3 old guys in the front. All of them showed resentful expressions. Neither Longwood nor Su Ming will let it go in the future. Just at this moment, the east coast of Dragon Country also moved. Suddenly, countless flying beasts filled the sky. A powerful army of professionals soon arrived at the other side of the East China Sea battlefield. Leading the group are also 3 9th-level bosses. Long Zhenxiong, Long Bo, and the 9th Turn Shield Warrior boss who was with him before. Of course, there is also Su Ming. How dare you, a bunch of cowards from Dragon Country, actually come here. Today, I, Lanio Taiduo, have announced that if you do not voluntarily hand over Su Ming and compensate us for our losses, my lighthouse will swallow up a corner of your Dragon Country. Moreover, it's not just us. Other big countries are also eyeing your Dragon Country. You should prepare to face the divine punishment of all nations. Rainio Taido was the one with the strongest hatred, because of a strong man and a genius in his family. The deaths of Rastido and Lashitido were all related to Su Ming, although there is no evidence. But their Taiduo family had already identified Su Ming as the murderer. Wang Bai immediately showed a look of disdain. Haha, you guys at Lighthouse really think highly of yourselves. If we didn't have something more important to do, would we really give you face? Just do it. My Bao has been thirsty for a long time. When Su Ming was not yet a household name, Wang Bo is the only designated Bao god of the Dragon Kingdom. He shot the arrow. It's not that easy to answer. Su Ming looked at this domineering old man and silently gave him a thumbs up. So handsome. Rainio Taido immediately became furious. You are very good. The Dragon Kingdom has incurred public wrath today. Not only our lighthouse, you guys will be attacked from all sides in the end. Ha 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 ha. I, Rainio Taiduo, apply to the Six Paths Divine Tower on behalf of the Lighthouse Nation. We will launch a large-scale battle against the Dragon Kingdom. The East China Sea battlefield begins. Name, Ren Iota. Occupation, Shadow Vanisher. Level, LV 520. Name, Jian Chuantrump. Occupation, All Things Taunting War. Level, LV 521. Name, Sabamabai. Occupation, Earth Bomber. Level, LV 527. In Su Ming's opinion, these 3 old guys are still quite good. But, don't you even look at who your opponent is? Su Ming thought that it would not be difficult for him to kill a 9th-level monster now. Puff. Su Ming, riding on the noble and gorgeous Xiao Yi's back, was already very conspicuous. Now he smiled recklessly. It was immediately clearly seen by countless lighthouse workers on the opposite side. Damn it. Fuck. That damn kid actually dared to laugh at me. He simply doesn't want to live anymore. Wait. He looks like he is Su Ming. As soon as Su Ming's name came out, he instantly became the target of all the powerful people in the lighthouse. Damn it, Su Ming. How dare you show up here? I'm going to kill you. Rainio Taiduo immediately prepared for a sneak attack without any moral principles. As a super powerful shadow mage, countless dark shadows seemed to dye the sky black and quickly attacked towards Su Ming's location. Su Ming, be careful. 2 magic circles rose up around Long Zhenxiang. Then 2 holy dragon-headed war horses walked out from it. This is the holy light dragon horse of the dragon leader, someone exclaimed. However, Su Ming put on a sunny smile. Compared to shadow ability, Lanio Taiduo is simply spreading his butt cheeks to look for shit. Hey. Xiaoyi hummed. There are actually people who are trying to show off their skills in front of her, the Lord of Shadows. Su Ming, look at my divine power. I will take all the shadows away. Amazed face, /. The deep-sea battlefield opens. At this moment, everyone seemed to have entered an isolated sea competition battlefield. The arrival of this scene. It means the battle has officially begun. This was a large-scale naval battle recognized by the Six Paths Divine Tower. The victorious side can obtain a huge amount of spoils. The world-destroying bow in Su Ming's hand has also appeared. Now, the time to perform has finally arrived. Xiaoyi made a shadow sprint and immediately rushed to the front. As a free person, Su Ming is not subject to any other restrictions. But this action frightened Wang Bo and others. Su Ming was taking too much of a risk. If he encountered danger, it would be a loss for the entire dragon country. Don't worry, Master Wang. I'll show you something interesting. Then, Su Ming took the initiative to dive into the shadows. The wrinkles on Lanio Taiduo's face suddenly broke into a smile. Su Ming, this arrogant boy. Since you've fallen into the trap, don't blame him for being rude. Huh? What's going on? Pfft. Lanio Taiduo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, the entire body seemed to have suffered a backlash and was affected by various negative effects of shadows. This is impossible. I was cursed by my own shadow. No. What on earth did you do? There's no way a little loser like you could have escaped my lock. Not only Lanio Taiduo. At this time, many lighthouse people discovered that something was wrong. Under the attacks of countless people, Su Ming should have died. But why do I feel like I've been hit from a distance? Then, in the shadows, an extremely domineering and magnetic voice sounded. Blockade arrow. Come on, tsunami. An arrow flew out from the shadows, and Jin Chuanlongpu showed disdain. Then, one arrow was divided into 50,000 arrows. The second branch also divided into 50,000 branches. In just 1 second, 700,000 or 800,000 arrows were fired. That's right. Su Ming's arrow-splitting ability has been improved again. One arrow can be divided into 50,000 arrows. Trump and Trump at the front were all dumbfounded. Their mouths changed from O to O? This is an illusion. This must be an illusion. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The moment Trump put up the light shield, he found that he couldn't move. Countless sharp arrows pierced his body everywhere. The entire battlefield. A crazy rain of arrows formed instantly. Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly. That's enough. Fate has been rewritten. Did you want to kill me just now? Kneel down and repent now. As soon as these words came out, even Wang Bo didn't know what Su Ming was doing. This kid also has the skill of mantra? But Jianxuan Langpu, Lanio Taiduo, and a group of lighthouse people were covered by the fire. He immediately knelt down devoutly. Long Zhenxiong. Confused face? Wang Bo. Confused face? Dragon Nation. Confused face? Everyone who wanted to rush forward was stunned. The friendly troops were rubbing their eyes. The only lighthouse 9th-level archer still at the back was the most desperate. He looked at his 2 9th-rank companions who were kneeling down. I feel like a clown at this moment. These people look so pious. He didn't believe that he hadn't surrendered to the enemy early. Especially Rainioti is truly an Oscar winner. So I am the only outsider who knows nothing? Could it be that they had already colluded with Longhua? Shit, are you actually playing me? Shiba ma bai, tomb, m-__. Me went in by myself. Chapter 114 Chapter 114, it's time to liberate all lighthouses. Information about cheap parents? Walter? Am I seeing things? Zabamabai was in a bad state. Lanio Taiduo, don't you have a blood feud with Su Ming? Why are you kneeling in front of him? What he couldn't understand was that it wasn't just Lanio Taiduo. The same is true for Trump. Lanio, are you violating my loyalty? Jianxuan Mabai, that's right. Don't be stubborn and convert to my lord Su Ming. Compared to the lighthouse's only 9th turn commander who was out of range. Wang Bo and others were even more shocked. Su Ming, what did he do? This kid always gives us unexpected surprises. Those 2 guys are veterans of the lighthouse. So Su Ming actually already possesses enough strength to surpass the 9th level? The more they thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. You know, if Su Ming's strength is really as they think, he could have transcended the control of the entire dragon kingdom long ago and even opened up his own business. But he didn't do it. He also respects everyone. What an unpredictable little fellow. But no matter what, it's our blessing that he considers himself a member of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha, with Su Ming, the Dragon Kingdom will be immortal for 10,000 years. They don't know yet, it will be a while. Su Ming will officially merge the embryonic form of the Kingdom of God with Blue Star and become the Lord of Blue Star. Is it more than just the Dragon Kingdom that will be immortal for thousands of years? In the future, Perhaps everyone on Blue Star will have the potential to become a god. All this will benefit from Su Ming. As the biggest instigator, Su Ming just smiled. Siba Mabai, right? It will be your turn soon. Extreme flash. Su Ming walked forward without giving the other party any time to react. Sabamabai, don't come over here. This ninth turn boss. He is a high and mighty figure in the entire lighthouse country. I was completely panicked at this point. If you take one more step, you'll have to ask my bombing arrows if they agree. But Su Ming seemed not to care at all. He raised his mouth and said, if you can, shoot me. Now, since having the causal passive ability of reversal of fate, who dares to deal with him? That's dealing with yourself. The expected attack did not come. But Su Ming didn't give him any chance to hesitate. Frost arrow. Seeing Su Ming's attack, Lanio Taiduo, who was still kneeling in the air, looked extremely excited. My lord is mighty. Now he feels as if he has been reborn. The great master Su Ming changed his destiny. He must be the most loyal dog to his master. In the next second, everyone was shocked again because Sabamabai finally knelt down devoutly. The outcome of this battle was truly magical. The heavy casualties that were expected did not occur at all. Instead, it ended with all the members of the lighthouse country turning against them. They just raised the white flag and were all pious and happy. This, Su Ming, have they truly surrendered? Aren't you afraid that they will betray you again? Su Ming chuckled. Don't worry, old man. This is a permanent change for them. Whether you want to kill them or use them as labor, leave them to the Dragon Nation. Su Ming didn't care about the life or death of these people. I would have chosen to waste a little more time just now. It is also to test the effect of the skill reversal of destiny. Looking back now, it's really horrifying. If Su Ming is willing, he can even force all the humans on the blue planet to become his diehard fans. Certainly. In fact, Su Ming doesn't think highly of other people's strength. But Blue Star is its own kingdom of God. You can continuously provide yourself with future gains. And, as the ruler, you can't do everything yourself. From now on, management-related matters will still be handled by Longhua. Don't be too comfortable with yourself, the god of shaking hands. The space of the East China Sea battlefield disappeared, and Long Zhenxiong, as the leader, received a generous reward. Moreover, he is now mobilizing the Dragon Kingdom soldiers to escort the prisoners of war. It's incredible. Those prisoners of war from the lighthouse country even cooperated actively. He even asked for repentance with an excited look on his face. The 3 ninth-level bosses of the lighthouse country, Lanio Taido, were following behind Su Ming at this time. Now, it's time to liberate all of Beacon. Not only that, there are other disobedient forces. Su Ming murmured. Since we have to do it, let's solve it all at once. From now on, his kingdom of God does not need traitors who cause trouble. Su Ming can also take advantage of this trip. Gain a huge amount of experience and attributes in the top copies in each country. After all, in different country copies, they all have wild monsters and bosses of various races. How could Su Ming miss this opportunity? He had a hunch. Since the divine revelation, the next 7 to 9 turns are also closely related to fate. Among the 3,000 great ways, destiny is supreme and time and space are king. As long as you control your destiny, then all the final properties can be evolved. By then, my various talents will finally become complete. Moreover, one's own skills will be completely beyond the ordinary level. It is no longer simply a fixed attribute, but it can be based on your own ideas. Use whatever abilities you have at your disposal. That would be a real arrow shooting up the stars. No, hundreds of millions of arrows exploded. The power of gods should not be underestimated. After all, not everyone can control their destiny like Su Ming. What? Su Ming, you want to control the entire lighthouse country? Wang Bo was almost frightened to death. Don't be impulsive. The background of the lighthouse country is far from what it seems. We can take our time with this matter, depending on your ability. As long as we slowly control all their strong men, the lighthouse nation will naturally collapse. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. I don't have that much time to waste with them. The space-time barrier of that world is about to be broken. Once that world is mentioned, Wang Bai, Long Zhenxiong, and the others also became serious. Wang Bo, Su Ming, since you have made up your mind, just go for it. In fact, we have never been able to see through your past and future. And your parents, we only discovered major loopholes when we reinvestigated thoroughly. They were originally engineers of the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Tower, but the entire Dragon Kingdom database knows nothing about their origins. And, although it was reported as a death, that exploration was a big explosion. No bodies were left, and no trace of them was found. Now it seems that they may not be dead. Wang Bo finally told Su Ming the secret. Now it was Su Ming's turn to be shocked. He actually heard news about his adoptive parents? After all, I am a time traveler with a good family background. There is no feeling at all for this couple who live in vague memories. But after all, there is a fateful bond between them and me. After we resolve the issue on Blue Star, let's find some time to study it carefully. Chapter 115. I am truly a great saint. Blue Planet is about to be unified. Now, ever since he gained the power to control his destiny, I have a deeper understanding of the horror of fate. This kind of coincidence is created by the mysterious cause and effect, but it is enough to bring about a storm of destruction on the entire world. Don't worry, old man. Dragon Country is my home now. When Wang Bai and Long Jinxiong heard these words, their eyes immediately filled with tears. This child is truly a blessing to the Dragon Kingdom. As the elders, they must share his worries in the future. Ahem. Su Ming, you are actually an adult, and your energy and blood are strong. So, I wonder if there's any girl you're interested in. Xiao Qingwan from the Mu family and the twin sisters from the Shi family are both absolutely beautiful women. Long Jinxiong immediately showed a kind smile. Su Ming, Grandma Long, Blue Star is in crisis right now. Why is this the time to talk about this? Long Jinxiong, it is in such a chaotic world that we need to preserve our bloodline, right? How about I act as a matchmaker for you? It was Wang Bo who rushed over to rescue Su Ming. Although Su Ming did not exclude women. But right now he is too busy with his main tasks to think about that kind of thing. Besides, he doesn't like faces. To be his woman, you must also have the will to fight for the world. By the way, Granny Long, you can remind Grandpa Muhi later. Tell him to pay more attention to Mu Qingwan's condition. There is a huge amount of energy dormant in her body. A huge amount of energy? The energy that could even warrant Su Ming's attention is definitely not simple. These old people had never noticed anything unusual about the girl from the Mu family. Wang Bo, that girl is the successor of the Mu family's magic god. Now it seems that Qingwan's potential is even more terrifying than we imagined. Long Jinxiong, I understand. Su Ming, mother-in-law will speak up for you. Then she gave him a meaningful look at the same time. Su Ming, Ragmatato, your most loyal servant is here. What do you want, master? You three will take me back to the lighthouse country now and act according to my instructions. Then, Su Ming told them how to perform at that time. It's time to give a big gift to the lighthouse country. Su Ming found that he was indeed very kind. If you don't have the ability to rewrite your destiny, Su Ming's decision might be to directly destroy the lighthouse country. And now is the early stage of the establishment of the Kingdom of God. They are the best labor force that Longhua can use without any burden. He doesn't feel guilty about squeezing people to death. Damn these traitors. It is to squeeze out every last bit of their power. Then use them as cannon fodder to test other civilizations in the future. It is really perfect. After all, I'm not a devil. Sometimes living is more painful than death. Su Ming, Lanio Taiduo, and the other two disappeared here. Wang Bo sighed, and finally agreed that Su Ming did not need their participation. I didn't expect that he would grow to this point. Old Wang, you should have understood at the moment the true dragon vein appeared in the earth. Su Ming's current thoughts are no longer limited to the fights on Blue Star. I can even begin to imagine the scene where Su Ming scares those aliens to death with one arrow. You said, could it be that Su Ming is actually the child of an ancient god who has gradually recovered his strength? He was left behind on Blue Star for some reason. I think it's not impossible for a god and a true dragon to have offspring. After all, can the person who can control the true dragon veins of the earth be an ordinary person? If Su Ming has really recovered the power that belongs to God, then it would be a piece of cake to deal with the Beacon Country. So, the ancestral land of Blue Star really does hide the seeds of gods. Lighthouse Country, Woxington Information Tower, Level 9 area. There are a total of 9 ninth-level bosses in the Lighthouse Country, which is actually one less than the Dragon Country. That's why they feel more and more that Dragon Country is a huge threat. The 3 ninth-turn warriors of Rainio Taido returned. He is a person who can control half of the sky and lighthouse. It's not just a matter of strength. They also have their own families, which are complicated and extremely large. Ancestor Lanio Taiduo is back. The 3 beacons of light have definitely brought exciting news. In the Lighthouse Country, the 9th-rank strongmen are called the Lighthouse of Light, guiding the way for the people of Lighthouse. Su Ming, standing in the shadow of Lanio Taido, showed a mocking expression. How ironic, guiding the lighthouse to become a dog of an alien race. So, since you guys like being dogs, then just be your own dog now. Shadow arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Countless sharp arrows suddenly appeared, catching everyone in the Taido family completely off guard. Who dares? Oh my great master Su Ming. It is such an honor for your humble servant to be your dog. Su Ming ignored them, just shrugged slightly, especially the few tigresses who wanted to rush up and kill Su Ming. But at this moment, she was trying her best to show her charm in front of Su Ming. How much they hoped to be favored by their master. Su Mingkai looked down on this kind of stuff. He thought it was dirty. At this time, Rainio Taito knelt on the ground devoutly again. My lord, all the heads of the Taito family have become your believers. Your glory. Stop talking nonsense and go straight to the next store. First, the families of these 3 people, and then the Hongmen banquet. Sit in a row and eat arrows. Not one left behind. Very good. There's not even a disgusting taunt. Take it. All families have one day to present the lighthouse's most precious treasures and mobilize all forces to allow the people to accept my baptism. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. The devout believers who issued the order were also excited as if they were doing the most correct thing. Everyone's face is filled with smiles. I am truly a great saint. Su Ming commented in his heart. On this day, the lighthouse country went completely crazy. Countless areas even broke out in riots and became Su Ming's fanatical followers. They only want more people to believe in their master. And on this day, Su Ming's rain of arrows did not stop. Millions, tens of millions of arrows indiscriminately covered every area of the lighthouse. Of course, you can also clear the dungeon at will. Your level has increased by 1. LV242-LV243, health plus 3000, mana plus 3000, strength plus 20, attack speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV243-LV244, health plus 3000, mana plus 3000, strength plus 20, attack speed. True Ikoan progress. 100, you plundered 45 points of strength. Xiaohei ZG progress. 100, you plundered 48 points of agility. Crazy killing, carnival in the lighthouse. It is an honor for the entire lighthouse to be Su Ming's dog, but of course it is only one-sided. Finally, Su Ming sent a message to Long Zhenxiu. The large dragon country troops that had been preparing overseas long ago also began to go ashore. In one day, the lighthouse nation has become a mere name. No wonder we are asked to carefully consider management changes. This guy is planning to be a hands-off manager. Haha, but they are all completely obedient, and the basic situation does not need to change anything. From now on, the entire Blue Star will achieve final unification. Su Ming's level at this time has already risen to LV261 and is growing rapidly. Strike while the iron is hot. Once other major countries have been dealt with, it will almost reach the 7th level. What a fulfilling and wonderful day. Chapter 116 Usurpation. Directly into Arhihi. Your level has increased by 1. LV308-LV309. Health plus 3000. Mana plus 3000. Strength plus 20. Attack speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV309-LV310. Health plus 3000. Mana plus 3000. Strength plus 20. Attack speed. A full 3 days. Su Ming successively solved the major countries in North America, South America, Eurasia, and Africa, relying on the violent speed of the Gale Arrow, and rode on Xiaoyi's back and rushed all the way. Wherever he went, arrows covered the sky. Su Ming's current attack speed has reached 20 arrows per second, and each arrow will instantly split into 5W. So, the ultimate firepower of 100W arrows in 1 second. The damage caused would have been greater if Su Ming had not deliberately stopped it in time. That is, wherever it lands, it will arrive in seconds. After all, even if it is a 9th turn like Rainio Taiduo, as a human, health is always a disadvantage. Once you are hit, you will die. And Su Ming's world-destroying divine bow. But he possesses an unstoppable ability to hit the conceptual mark. As long as the arrow leaves the bow, nothing on the blue planet can restrict him anymore. All the high-ranking officials in Dragon Country are really too busy to handle it. Yes, in addition to the ancient Crystal Vein and the Earth True Dragon Vein, each having a 9th turn in charge. The other 8 elderly people simply wish they could give away dozens of people each. Thanks to Su Ming, Mr. Wu has completely escaped from the brink of death. The Mr. Wu mentioned by Wang Bo. He was the highest-ranking person in the Dragon Kingdom who was supposed to be nearing the end of his life. Name, Wu Tianlong. Occupation, Astral Fortune Teller. Level, LV572. This old man is a hidden profession of the auxiliary profession. The level can even compete with Zakurong. In Su Ming's eyes. At this time, Wu Tianlong no longer looked old. Instead, it is a second spring of prosperity and vitality. It seems that Mr. Wu has suffered from a vice job that shortens his life. Now it is being continuously filled by the true dragon veins of the earth. Not only is he the most prestigious person in the Yuanlong kingdom, other strong men who had suffered from hidden illnesses and injuries all found that their bodies were recovering. Su Ming, we have decided to build a statue for you in every continent. If you were truly a true god, we would be willing to risk our noble faith for you. Wu Tianlong said this very seriously, as the embryonic form of the kingdom of God continues to merge with the blue star. Many powerful astrologers have felt this. Among them, Wu Tianlong even speculated on the deeper information. Su Ming had to say it. This old man has the real ability to change the future. His ability also involves a part of destiny. Hee, Mr. Wu, this is what you said, so you will be my messenger to the gods of Blue Star from now on. Wu Tianlong. What? Su Ming actually admitted it directly? Do you want to scare me to death, kid? But he was prepared. Just didn't expect it. Su Ming would graciously arrange for himself to be the envoy. Is this the final meaning I guessed? Wu Tianlong murmured. The fate of the astral world foretells my future. I will achieve unprecedented transcendence with the child of destiny. The old man looked at the handsome boy in front of him with a responsible look. But I saw the other person's sunny smile. Forget it, kid. We will always be waiting for you on Blue Star. Su Ming knew the nature of the other party's profession, so it feels more comfortable to speak frankly now. Finally, a consensus was reached. Su Ming can once again be a free and hands-off boss. Besides them, Wang Bo and Long Jinxiong, only the two of them knew about this matter. Hey, let them worry about their own headaches. After all, it starts with the true dragon veins of the earth feeding back. The 10 ninth-turn strongmen of Dragon Country were the first people besides Su Ming to achieve the transformation of their life level. They are no longer grandparents in the strict sense. Life expectancy in the future will be much longer than it is today. Then there are 8 turns, 7 turns. Eventually, the entire Blue Star became a part of Su Ming's Kingdom of God. Imperial Capital Information Tower, Geocentric Prison, Level 9 area. Jin Taijiao looked at his companions in the other 9 rooms. More and more desperate. Of course, there is hatred. He is a supreme being with the blood of gods. Now it is actually controlled by these country bumpkins in the ancestral land. Especially in front of the young man who caught him, his legs couldn't stop shaking. That damn kid, what on earth did he do? Just then, he saw the young man again. Su Ming's lips curled up at this time. Although the other party has a divine mark planted in his body, there is no need to worry about leaking information. But Su Ming possesses the words of despair. So, until now he has known a lot of important information. It turns out that Jin Taijiao's race is the Tianling clan. The holy lord they are talking about is also a divine ancestor of all the Tianling people. It belongs to the spiritual god level, which is a complete state similar to the purple spirit life level. This spirit god has a very special ability to find things. This made the Tianling tribe the first to set their sights on the 6 Paths Divine Tower. And, finally, the cosmic coordinates of the ancestral land Blue Star were discovered. It turns out that the name Blue Star is still a legend of the ancestral land in that world. Su Ming supported his chin in thought. Moreover, he also learned about some inheritance from that world. Only on the Blue Star can it finally evolve into its complete form. Therefore, several gods in that world are also looking for the location of the blue planet. Only, it seems that this divine being concealed the information and chose to keep it to himself. If you can't swallow it, be careful to eat until you die. And the star plane they are in. It happened to be connected with the starry universe that Su Ming had seen before. It is one of the planets, Linghai Star. That world has 10 transcendent stars. So, Su Ming came here through the burial leaf forest. It is just an unknown corner among the stars. Compared to them, Blue Star is really too small. But as my own kingdom of God, it is completely enough for now. You should know that there are countless gods hidden in the Linghai Star. And 9 turns are worse than dogs. So, the spirit god of the Tianling clan is at the most powerful level among them. I don't know if he can take my arrow in the Great Destruction state. Power of Destruction, Progress, 100 out of 100. That's right, there has been crazy killing in various countries in recent days. Su Ming's power of destruction is full again, and he can easily kill gods in seconds. Then, Su Ming gave Jin Taijiao a meaningful smile. Golden Sky Eagle, Omega th Omega. His anus immediately tightened, and his whole body trembled. You despicable barbarian, the price of disobeying the Holy Lord will be unbearable. Be smart and release me immediately, and kneel down to beg for forgiveness from my people. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Su Ming, what am I going to do? You will soon be able to experience it yourself. Oh. Su Ming immediately shot an arrow at the golden eagle. Usurp. Now, he wants to directly usurp everything from Jin Taidiao. At this moment, Jin Taidiao's soul witnessed the entire process of Su Ming's destruction of him. He was completely abandoned by fate, and everything fell on Su Ming's shoulders. This is impossible. This is impossible. Going crazy. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, close the door and beat the dog. Now that everyone is here, we can start killing. Jin Tiandiao has a fiancée. I don't know if she will appear in the plane channel connecting to Blue Star later. If you were here, you would probably call me husband affectionately. Jin Taidiao, don't you think so? Jin Taidiao soul. This is impossible. I will kill you. Although only Su Ming could hear his soul's roar. Su Ming shrugged. He himself may not even like her fiancé. On the other side, Jin Taidiao's body became an empty shell. Su Ming shot an explosive arrow to destroy the corpse and eliminate all traces. But strictly speaking, Jin Taidiao was not dead, he just lost his body. His soul is now sealed in the sealed space created by Su Ming through usurpation. And Su Ming himself doesn't even need to change any appearance. Because of who he is now, above all causes and effects, they will be treated as golden eagles by the Tianling clan. Then, Su Ming walked out. Su Ming, why do I feel like your destiny has changed? Mr. Wu is indeed an expert. Of course, there are also those whom Su Ming actively identified as friendly forces. Otherwise, Wu Tianlong would treat Su Ming as an alien at the first moment. Such is the horror of usurping destiny. Everyone, we are about to see a good show. The 9th rank experts from other countries have become his loyal followers. So it can even be said, the entire Blue Star can cooperate with Su Ming without any surprises. They are coming. Thanks to Jin Taidiao, he is still a very noble being in the Tianling clan. Their tribe originally thought that once they occupied the Blue Star, after dedicating everything to the Holy Lord, Jin Taidiao was the biggest contributor in this event. There is even hope of obtaining the true inheritance of the gods. Result. Instead, Su Ming knew the news of his arrival accurately, which was today. Whether it was Dragon Country or other countries, they all became fanatical people shaped like Su Ming. All entered the underground shelter in advance. Su Ming, Wu Tianlong and others also prepared a banquet. Su Ming is such a bad guy, but I like him This Hongmin banquet is not going to be easy once you get here. On this day, the sky and the earth changed color. In Su Ming's eyes, the sky in the center of the Pacific Ocean suddenly seemed to be broken into pieces. A golden chaotic sea gradually formed above the clouds. This was extremely familiar to Su Ming. The passage has been opened, but it is much smaller than before. Then, a column of light began to descend from the center of the golden chaotic sea. And in the column of light is a road of dawn. It looks like a simplified version of the path that the gourd vine was sent out on. With the dawn of time, the road finally took shape. The shadows of several gods began to appear above the dome. Is this the ancestral land that Taidiao mentioned? The spiritual energy is really thin here. How strong do you expect this primitive bumpkin's birthplace to be? That's not the case. After all, the ancestral land has a special meaning. Then, several people exclaimed. Because they saw the 6 Paths Divine Tower located in the territory of Shaorizi. 6 Paths Divine Tower? It really has returned to its ancestral land. Damn it. Why should the Divine Tower be given to these barbaric rubbish? As long as we occupy the ancestral land, the 6 Paths Divine Tower will also belong to our Tianling clan. It is said that the true power of the Divine Tower can only be unlocked with the power of the gods. It's a complete waste to be in this shabby place where there is no god. My lord is wise. The people who are communicating are actually very powerful. When it comes to Blue Star, its combat power has even exceeded 9th level. That is, it exceeds LV 600. However, one cannot achieve godhood after the 9th transformation. Rather, it is a period of entry into an extraordinary life level, LV 600, LV 999. This period is the longest for the top strong people. There is no lifetime cap of LV 999. Unless one obtains the inheritance from the gods and directly completes the transformation of the life level. Su Ming shrugged. But I've only achieved divine enlightenment at level 6, so what does that mean? If Su Ming were to tell this, all the demons would probably go crazy. After all, I'm a demon killer. Then, Su Ming went straight to meet him. At this time, powerful creatures continued to appear on Dawn Road. It seems that in order to completely occupy the Blue Planet, they mobilized almost all of their forces for this operation. Just at this moment, everyone here received a message, including Su Ming and others. Tip: a passage to an unknown plane has appeared near the God Tower. The God Tower will generate a reverse space. All countries on Blue Star, please be prepared to resist the unknown. On the other side, the message received by the Tianling tribe was to be prepared for battle. Damn it, the Six Paths Divine Tower still generated a plain battlefield. But the great Holy Lord has already made preparations, relying on our powerful strength. The trash on Blue Star are nothing but scum. The whole world is turning upside down. The space where the Tianling clan is located enters the internal void battlefield of the Six Paths Divine Tower from the inner world. More and more creatures appeared from Dawn Road, looking down from above. They have long wanted to feel the thrill of slaughter. Su Ming and others appeared on the other side. If you want to act, you have to act it out fully. Although Su Ming didn't need to act, this would speed up their entry. Then, just close the door and beat the dog. Then, a large number of cannon fodder from the lighthouse country appeared in the rear as a foil. Because he accepted the cause and effect of Jin Taidiao. Therefore, Su Ming knew exactly the identities of the celestial spirits leading the opposing team. Long Jinxiong murmured, "They are very similar to us humans, but their eyes are indeed pure blue." Now, everyone looked at Su Ming. "Grandpa Shajiao, look at who I am." Su Ming appeared in the center of the battlefield. "Tu Jiao? You? Could it be? Ha 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 ha. So you have already completed the great mission in advance. Oh my god, it's Master Jin Taidiao. He took over the entire ancestral land." Then, Su specifically called on Rainio Taiduo and Jinchuan Longpu to come forward and kneel down. "Oh, great sir of the Tianling tribe, my lighthouse nation has taken control of the Blue Star. Now, under the leadership of Master Taidiao, I am willing to dedicate everything to the Holy Lord." The three super powerful men in front were overjoyed. "Oh, you bunch of lighthouse idiots are still useful after all." There was a hint of admiration in their eyes as they looked at Su Ming. "You are worthy of being the most promising genius of our race. You are the greatest contributor to Tianling." Although many people were disappointed that they couldn't kill to their heart's content. But the great Master Jin Taidiao was able to seize the ancestral land without losing a single soldier. This is enough to prove how horrific his methods are. By the way, Grandpa Shajiao, please ask the tribesmen to come here faster. When the time comes, I will simply ask Zudi to surrender unilaterally. You can now fully enter this world. Hear this. They really increased their efforts until the entire army arrived. Ha ha ha. Taidiao, the main force has already arrived. Is there really not one left? Except for your main family, which controls the formation and sits in the Tianling domain. Everyone else is here. Su Ming. Very good. Now that everyone is here, it seems we can start the killing now. Gold sand sculpture? Phoenix wings soaring, explosive arrows. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chapter 118 Chapter 118 A strong reversal of fate. The evolution of the power of Shinto. A miniature version of the phantom of the Six Paths God Tower. Why? This is impossible. Jinsha Jiao was completely dumbfounded. Right now, he suddenly thought of something extremely terrifying. Is it possible that there is actually a great terror in the ancestral land? The golden eagle in front of him has been completely controlled. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Su Ming replied that what was on the opposite side were millions of arrows. This scene. Even Wang Bo and others had complicated expressions when they saw it. Is Su Ming still a human being? Admit it, Su Ming, you are actually a god. You killed Jin Taimei. You killed Gold Madman. After Su Ming selectively killed some of the Tianling people, he preserved the rest with their last lives. Su Ming will still be of some use to these people, and they will become slaves of Blue Star for generations, and devout slaves at that. This is their sin. A reversal of fortune. This is a ruthless crushing. Several super powerful warriors of Jinsha Dio tried to make a final struggle, but on the battlefield of the Six Paths Divine Tower. Unless the war ends. Otherwise, there is nowhere to hide. You. Impossible? You must not be Jin Taidiao. Who are you? Why are you so scary? There are super powerful beings under the gods. I found myself like a little white mouse in front of the other person. Everything they did was in vain. It was completely a one-sided massacre by Su Ming. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. What are you talking about? Grandpa Jinsha Dio. I am the most promising golden eagle of the Tianling clan. A reversal of fortune. In the end, Su Ming also changed the fate of these strongest men. As long as the target is below the level of gods, and if you don't carry any targeted artifacts. Su Ming's terrifying tampering ability. It is a complete dimensionality reduction attack on any civilization. I don't know what terrible changes I will cause in that world. Su Ming shrugged. Before I knew it, I had become a moving disaster. I'm afraid that countless false gods and demons will hide from me out of fear. You, what on earth are you? Huh. Great Master Jin Taidyo, you are our hero. Long live young Master Jin Taidyo. Long live the Tianling clan. This moment, Su Ming changed the fate of all the remaining Tianling people. So, the wind direction of the entire battlefield changed. In their perception, Su Ming is still the Golden Eagle. However, he has become the ruler of the Blue Planet. Therefore, they all thought that the Tianling tribe had successfully occupied the ancestral land. Everyone celebrated. Very good, it's time to enter the Spirit Sea Star. At this time, the cause and effect of Su Ming's usurpation has not changed. He decided to directly attack the Tianling tribe's lair in the opposite direction. When the time comes, I wonder what expression the so-called God of Heaven would have when he sees him? Hee. Looking at the Tianling people kneeling down before him on the other side of the battlefield, and the golden sand sculpture in the front that was respectfully facing Su Ming. Su Ming spoke. The Holy Lord should have given you the method to return to Linghai Star, right? Yes, young master. Then, Jin Shadiao handed over a golden seal. This is a seal with the mark of the gods. It seems that the spiritual god in the Tianling clan is indeed extraordinary, possessing special abilities that other gods do not possess. In the end, the entire Tianling clan was forcibly controlled and surrendered by Su Ming. The battlefield of the Six Paths Divine Tower disappeared. On the other side, 3 leaders, Long Bo, Long Zhenqiang, and Wu Tianlong, also received settlement information. Su Ming, we actually gained a trace of the world's luck. Could this thing be related to the gods you mentioned? These people knew some of Su Ming's situation. So, share this important information right away. World luck? It can increase the speed of integration of the prototype of the Kingdom of God. Su Ming murmured in his heart and suddenly became extremely excited. So after several exchanges, everyone in Longbo is going to get busy again. Of course, as cannon fodder of the Tianling army. They can also be used as labor force. All major professions on Blue Star have started the huge project. And the gold mountain that Su Ming obtained from the demon god Cardangelo at that time. It can serve as the energy core for the entire Blue Star array. The construction of the entire Blue Star. There will soon be dramatic changes. Su Ming, are you really planning to go to that place alone? Several elderly people asked with some concern. That world has many gods in different places. It's too dangerous. They wanted to make plans after Su Ming completely completed the integration with the Kingdom of God. But they don't know. Su Ming actually even possesses the power to kill gods in an instant. The eternal artifact that surpasses all other artifacts, destruction. At this time, he and Su Ming were completely bound together. As long as the great destruction is opened, he is truly invincible. And even when there is no great destruction, there are 2 terrifying concepts, must hit and erasure. It is absolute suppression for all those below the level of gods. It also has a strong ability to strike against gods and above. It's just that there's no such terrifying instant kill as the great destruction. After all, he was a god after all, and it was too shocking for the world to be killed in an instant like that. I am destiny. Su Ming murmured. Ever since the divine revelation, he has felt the changes in his divine power. Thanks to Ziling's help. Let him recognize the source of his strength. By using the power of destiny, he can now gradually evolve to the second ability, space and time. Fate and time and space are the most terrifying abilities I possess right now. Then, continue to evolve the properties of all things downward. For example, the several exclusive archery skills that he possesses. Explosive arrow, ice arrow, wind arrow. They directly correspond to the Great Tao of Fire, the Great Tao of Ice, the Great Tao of Wind. This is the most direct. Su Ming can call upon it immediately through his skills. And then, he can also begin to evolve elemental abilities that he never mastered before. For example, transforming the avenue of ice into the avenue of water. The Great Tao of Fire is divided into smaller branches, such as the Great Tao of Fierceness, the Great Tao of Burning, etc. It's simply the transformation of everything. Moreover, now Su Ming can directly split one arrow into 50,000 arrows. Wait until you have further mastered your countless great ways. He can even break free from the constraints of a single skill. Each time, the 50,000 arrows shot will have completely different effects. Until then, it will achieve the goal of shooting the arrow with one arrow in the true sense. 10,000 blooms. 6 Paths Tower, Cloud Top Space. It turns out that the 6 Paths Divine Tower also has a special control space. Then I really have to thank the spiritual god for his help. There is no golden seal. No one on Blue Star today can enter this place. The 3 powerful men of Jinshajiao were waiting outside respectfully. Su Ming held a golden seal of the gods. Entering the interior of the cloud top space, the scene in front of you changes. Open your eyes again. Su Ming felt as if he had come to a paradise. The place is filled with fairy air, and the mountains and rivers are as black as ink. Everything is so harmonious and beautiful. until it moved to the center of the lake in the entire cloud-top space. Su-Ming tilted his head slightly and said, "Is that a smaller version of the Phantom of the Six Paths Divine Tower?" Chapter 119, The Six Powers of the Six Paths God Tower? Please die, you hypocritical gods. Su-Ming continued to approach the center of the lake. The golden seal in his hand also produced an increasingly strong sensation. Then, the illusory small Six Paths Divine Tower simultaneously emitted a golden light. The seal in Su-Ming's hand turned into a stream of light. Is this a gate to the void? You have entered the core control space of the Six Paths Divine Tower. You have achieved the special condition, obtain the origin of the world connected to the Six Paths Divine Tower. You have achieved the special condition, Divine Revelation. You have achieved the special condition, Six Paths Tower. You have obtained the six powers of the Six Paths Tower. Do you accept the contract with the gods and become its master? Whether. What? A divine contract. Also, what kind of special condition is the real name of the last Six Paths Divine Tower? Why don't you explain it? Su-Ming stared at the illusory little tower in front of him in surprise. Suddenly, I thought of the divine contract that Zi-Ling had made with me at that time. Wait, could this little tower actually be self-aware? Oh my god. Su-Ming seemed to have discovered some extraordinary secret. And, because Blue Star was once the ancestral home of the Six Paths Divine Tower, by chance, Su-Ming obtained the origin of the world of Blue Star. It also gained the recognition of the Six Paths Divine Tower. Yes. Su-Ming confirmed it without hesitation. Today, the Six Paths Divine Tower is closely connected with the countries on Blue Star. Although it was forcibly integrated into one by Su-Ming, hundreds of countries are divided directly according to their geographical location. The four continents are Asia and Europe, North America, South America, and Africa. But as long as Mr. Wu and his team work overtime to build a larger teleportation array, in the future, ordinary people will also be able to connect easily. The Dragon Kingdom also had to send out major forces to guard the other three continents. By then, the Blue Planet will be truly unified. Just at this moment, Su-Ming's information log was refreshed. You have gained partial control over the Six Paths Divine Tower. Please read it carefully. Huh? You only have partial control. Su-Ming discovered the problem instantly. The Six Paths Divine Tower, it is actually a super artifact. Su-Ming was truly shocked. Moreover, it is different from the destruction that has merged with Su-Ming. Now it seems to be in a state of absence. The self-awareness that Su-Ming had thought of before was extremely vague. No way, the missing states are all super artifacts? Wait. I got exactly 1/6 of the control. See this information. Su-Ming glanced at the illusory little tower meaningfully. Such a coincidence is somewhat intriguing. When the Great Destruction started before him, Su-Ming felt that his world-destroying Bao seemed to have once possessed self-awareness. The gray world presented by extinction. It is surprisingly similar to the appearance of this imaginary little tower. Could it be that Mia once had a special relationship with one of the Six Paths Divine Towers? If Mia controls the ability of annihilation, corresponding to one of the abilities of the Six Paths Divine Tower, then perhaps there are still 5 eternal artifacts lost in the open. They correspond to the abilities of the other 5 paths. Su-Ming felt more and more that this possibility was huge. Because 1/6 of the authority that I have obtained at this time. It is exactly 1/6 of the tower from top to bottom. The different space contained therein. Almost all of them involve reversal and void. Of course, he also understood the function of the previous void gate, because it happens to be the authority that is controlled by myself. The gate of the void connects thousands of stars and should now be located within the Tianling clan. So, the ability controlled by the god of the Tianling tribe also involves partial annihilation. But now it seems that the level of prestige is not as high as Mia. Besides, Su-Ming can also activate almost 1/6 of the secret realm connected to the Six Paths Divine Tower. As long as he activates it, from now on, there will no longer be a mandatory closure period for that part of the secret realm. The special resources and wild monsters will also be refreshed like in dungeons. Now, Blue Planet will be filled with various resources. TSK, the Blue Planet will be a paradise from now on. 1/6 of the dragon veins, crystal veins, and secret realm resources are fully opened. Soon, there will be a lot of 9th level resources. And wait until his Kingdom of God is completely completed. The people of Blue Star can also become subordinate gods under him. There is nothing I can do about it. After all, my power of destiny covers all the god positions. But others just need to be given even one of these abilities by me. You will be able to obtain that kind of divine inheritance. As for whether one can eventually break through the level of life, that depends on their own talents. In short, the entire Blue Star will no longer be restricted by the path to becoming a god, and everyone can become a god. Let me think. What is this mode called? That's what it means. My strength is the sum of my own strength and the entire blue planet. By then, the overall strength of Blue Star will be stronger. Su-Ming will also become more powerful. But now, his own divine power level seems to be greater than the entire Blue Star combined. So, Blue Star, grow up quickly. Su-Ming quickly completed all the procedures regarding the opening of permissions for the Six Paths Divine Tower. And some messages were sent to the old men of Wangbo. What? You can actually establish a connection with the Six Paths Divine Tower? You plan to use the Six Paths Divine Tower as the core of Blue Star's Divine Kingdom formation? This doesn't seem to be impossible. After reasonable processing, this news was finally delivered to every citizen of Long Country. Everyone's blood was boiling. Oh my god, the secret realm is open. And if the Six Paths Divine Tower is used as the core of defense, I'm afraid Blue Planet will be the safest place in the entire universe from now on, right? I heard it seems to be related to Sushin. Long live Sushin. I want to give birth to a child for you. How can a rough man like you give birth? Let me, the most beautiful girl in Dragon Country, do it. I heard that the Imperial Capital will build a huge Hall of Valor and a giant stone statue for Su-Ming. I want to be the first fan under the statue. They don't know yet. This Hall of Heroes is actually the temple that Elder Wu is planning for Su-Ming. Although Su-Ming really wanted to refuse. But after all, it is their token of love for the future Lord of Blue Star. Never mind. I am just a hands-off shopkeeper. Huh. Su-Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His relationship with Blue Star was completely mutually beneficial. And Su-Ming is always the one who never suffers any loss. After all, he can abandon Blue Star at any time. Of course, he didn't have to do that. Whether it is running errands or managing the entire alien resources to be obtained in the future, someone has to do things for him. And Su-Ming himself? Directly fight against the devil and the demon in heaven and embark on the road to invincibility. Whether it is Blue Star or Six Paths Divine Tower. Or it could be the terrifying existence that Xiao Yi once encountered when he was at his peak. Or maybe the top-level demon gods knew that they held Destruction, True Dragon Jade Seal, and the Purple Gold Gourd. I'm afraid that countless gods will be jealous and will not let me go. Will I, Su-Ming, swallow my anger and endure this? I won't wait for you to come. I will kill you first. Blue Star has been dealt with for the time being. Now we can step into the Tianling clan's lair. After all, I am afraid of death with my small body. For my own personal safety, I'd better ask you hypocritical gods to die. Nervous face. Chapter 120 Entering the Heavenly Spirit Realm. What should I do if I'm called my husband? Waiting online. Urgent. Everyone was cheering. Only one proud soul eventually fell into despair. Jean Taidyu's soul. No, don't. His soul was watching all this clearly in the sealed space. Su-Ming did not rewrite his destiny. Maybe it's because I'm a little bit dark. He would let Jean Taidia witness with his own eyes another form of destruction of the entire Tianling clan. At this time, Su-Ming was still thinking about the cause and effect of Jean Taidiao. Now, Jean Taidiao's soul must be crazy. Jean Taidiao's soul, you are a devil, you are a devil. Why should we provoke you, a devil? No. The entire huge Tianling clan. It was all because of provoking this young man. You will become his eternal slave. Su-Ming, the moment the Tianling clan decides to invade Blue Star, they will have to pay the price. You should be grateful that the Kingdom of God will require a large number of high-level laborers in its early stages of establishment. Otherwise, the end may be even more tragic than it is now. Su-Ming's sunny smile. In the eyes of the soul of the once arrogant young master of the Tianling clan, it's particularly frightening. Su-Ming stopped teasing Jean Taidiao. At this time, a team of strong men including Jean Shidayo who were considered decent had been arranged. Next, it will open the void gate connecting to the Six Paths Divine Tower. From now on, the Six Paths Divine Tower can establish a formal space channel with that world of gods. Su-Ming murmured in his heart. But now the two parties establishing the connection are Su-Ming and the heavenly spirits on the other side. So, this time, Su-Ming entered the Tianling realm in order to take back the other party's channel authority. After all, only the space channel is completely in your hands. This will prevent certain beings from sneaking into the blue planet using this channel. As for defeating this spiritual god, that's all by the way, he. Great young master, we are ready. After returning to the Tianling territory, the Holy Lord will definitely reward you for your great efforts. The golden sand sculpture on the side said flatteringly respectfully. Very good, since you are so loyal to me. Then you can scout the way for me. Yes, sir. This old guy still has good strength after all. In terms of individual strength, the output of the golden sand sculpture even exceeds that of Grandpa Wang Bai. Presumably, he will be a good tool by then. In the future, Blue Star will ruthlessly let him do all the dirty and tiring work that requires heavy work. It's really perfect. After Su Ming activated his authority, I can experience the personal feeling of this void gate better than anyone else. Sure enough, the reversed annihilation force is used as a space barrier. The power of annihilation is externally very unstable. That kind of powerful force. Even a careless move could completely destroy something like the golden sand sculpture. But the reversal is extremely stable inside. This made Su Ming further realize the horror of his own destruction. As expected, a super artifact is a super artifact. It's really awesome. Tianling territory, Tianling Forbidden Land altar. After passing through the barrier, Su Ming opened his eyes again. Then I found myself at an altar surrounded by mountains, but with the air in the center being exceptionally fresh. According to Ling Haixing, this should be called abundant spiritual energy. Moreover, Su Ming had already learned about it from the golden sand sculpture. The Tianling clan is because of the existence of the Holy Lord. It is indeed one of the prominent and powerful forces in the entire Ling Ai star. So they also rule over vast territories. This is the Tianling realm, located in the eastern corner of the entire Ling Ai star. So, no wonder this group of people appeared in the burial leaf forest at that time. After all, the Tianling realm is located in the Far East. It is the spatial node where the dragon burial is located, as well as the burial leaf forest. However, the Tianling realm is still very small compared to the entire Ling Ai star. Even this one star. There are still many mysterious places that even powerful races cannot explore. Not to mention that Su Ming saw a total of 10 stars on the scroll at that time. They were supposed to be one connected continent. I wonder what kind of terrifying existence caused the continent to break apart into 10 stars? Su Ming murmured. I'm afraid even a demon god at this level can't do it. So, there must be a more powerful level of life above the Lord God. Think of this. Su Ming has already made it clear what to do next. That is to complete the 9th transformation as quickly as possible. Then successfully complete the transformation of one's own level of strength. Actually, at that time, Su Ming is the one who can be considered as a true God Lord. Now it's just that the life level belongs to the Lord God. When facing God-level beings, one has to rely on the super artifact, the world-destroying bow, to kill instantly. Wait until the level has completed the transformation. Even if you don't rely on great destruction, a random arrow attack in the future will be a godlike blow. Finally, under the guidance of the golden sand sculpture, Su Ming soon arrived at the real core area of the Tianling clan. The current patriarch of the Tianling tribe, Jin Meidiao. It was Jin Tiandiao's biological grandfather. Su Ming was a little surprised. This old guy has actually reached the peak of the mortal level. That is, the real boss who belongs to level 999 on Blue Planet. And he is also the high priest of the Holy Lord, the first person under the gods. This spirit god is really stingy. My own divine envoy didn't even grant me a trace of divine inheritance. Or is it that Jin Meidiao was planning to keep it for Jin Taidiao? At this time, Su Ming had no intention of revealing his disguise. As he inherited the karma of Jin Taidiao, he has a perfect opportunity to face the spirit god directly. Otherwise, given his current situation, he would be exposed. Although he can still kill the opponent instantly. But what if the other party runs away early? He currently has no way to find the other party. After all, whether it is the demon god, the spirit god, or the heavenly demon Saint Lord, as long as they hide themselves and do not provoke Su Ming. Su Ming had no special reason to come to the house. Ha 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 ha, that's right, my grandson Jin Taidiao has the potential to become an emperor. Su Ming. When Su Ming heard Jin Meidiao's words, he almost spit in his face. This is not a good thing to say. Otherwise, look at what happened to Jin Taidiao now. Then he saw a weak woman following behind the golden eagle. The name is Qiu Ruoxue. Wait. She is Jin Taidiao's fiancée? But he clearly felt that Qiu Ruoxue looked at him with some fear. Qiu Ruoxue hesitated for a moment. Still she timidly called out in a low voice, Husband, sir. Su Ming. Ahem, let me ask all you handsome guys, should I agree? Waiting online, urgent. Su Ming's surprised face, oh. Contagioso, impotent and furious. Looking at the other party, Su Ming suddenly found something wrong under his secret eyes. There was actually a restriction placed on Qiu Ruoxue's appearance. She was actually not from the Tianling clan, but a nine-tailed demon fox? Chapter 121. Entering the Tianling secret realm. It turns out to be a reversal demon god? That's great, hee hee. Although Su Ming was a little surprised, he did not do anything. It seems that the so-called fiancé. It seems more like he was forcibly captured because of the other party's special physique. The Tianling tribe is really a piece of shit. It's time to rescue the good girl. Su Ming murmured in his heart. At this time, the entire Tianling tribe was in a frenzy. All of them were filled with smiles of successful invasion. They had no idea that all this was just a lie created by Su Ming. Now, Jin Meidiao brought Su Ming to a special place alone. Taidiao, your great devotion to the Holy Lord has been conveyed to me. The Holy Lord has finally granted our race a place in the divine inheritance. This is your honor. At the same time, it is also the beginning of our Tianling clan's further dominance. In the future, the entire Lingai Star will belong to our Tianling clan. Hehehe. Hear this. Su Ming immediately played the role of Jin Taidiao. That's great. Thank you for the gift from the Holy Lord. I don't know. How can I see the Holy Lord? Su Ming also wanted to laugh in his heart. This spiritual god of the Tianling clan is so despicable. It is actually hidden in a special space. Looking at the door to the secret realm in front of me, Su Ming finally showed a sunny smile. Go in. The Holy Lord will guide you to obtain great divine power. You have opened the Tianling secret realm. Do you want to enter? Whether? Su Ming did not hesitate. Yes. Then, a faint light enveloped him. Open your eyes again. Su Ming found himself entering a dark world. Just at this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Not bad, boy. You are qualified to receive our inheritance. Su Ming did not panic. The Dragon King Nigel also possesses this ability. In fact, it will not pose any threat to Su Ming. And even if there is, the fateful rotation of cause and effect will also force the first 3 attacks to be reversed to the opponent. This talent, even if the other party is a god, it is inevitable. Because Su Ming's own life level is that of the God Lord. Great Lord, what should I do next? The other party allowed him to enter the depths of the secret realm step by step. For Su Ming, also approaching the opponent step by step. At this moment, the sky began to shake. A passage formed by the power of annihilation suddenly appeared in front of Su Ming. Get in there. The other party's words seemed unquestionable, as if everything was settled. The same is true for Su Ming. If it were any other spiritual god, Su Ming would have started fighting right now. But this person chose to use the ability controlled by destruction. This is simply showing off one sword in front of Guan Gong. I was trying to prevent you from running away, but now you've offered yourself up on your own initiative. In fact, Su Ming was a little excited at this moment. No matter what demons were solved, it's still the Holy Demon Lord. In fact, it's all because we are in a small world with limitations. All their strengths were suppressed to the upper limit of the secret realm. Moreover, they were under Su Ming's powerful surprise attack. He didn't even use 1/10,000th of his original strength. Of course, even if it can be used. In the face of great destruction, he is still a piece of trash that can be killed instantly with one arrow. But compared to the one whose strength is recovering, the spiritual god is now in the best and most complete condition. Once any abnormal clues are found, he could choose to sacrifice some of his strength and run away, so Su Ming was a little cautious. Oh, great Holy Lord. It is my honor to inherit your legacy. In the dark annihilation. However, Su Ming would not be blinded by the darkness. At this time, his hidden eye has penetrated the ultimate essence. And under the powerful illusion-breaking power of full-scale crystal, Su Ming saw a tentacle in the deepest darkness. Wait, there's more than one. 1, 2, 3. There are 7 more tentacles hidden in the back, a total of 8? Su Ming was confused. Could it be that your true form is an octopus? That's not right, as the ancient ancestor of the Tianling clan. Logically speaking, it should have a body exactly the same as that of humans. Is it a knockoff? That's not right. It does possess divine power. Could it be? In fact, the spiritual god of the Tianling tribe has already fallen. So, Tianlingling god had actually been swallowed by this giant octopus a long time ago. And he also took the opportunity to pretend to be the god of Tianlingling and gave orders to all the Tianling people. TSK, you're even better at NTR than me. So that's how it is. It makes perfect sense to think this way. Su Ming had already suspected this. A spiritual god of the celestial spirit clan who was born with the gift of light. Why is the final ability annihilation? No matter how you put it, the evolution must start from the shadow ability. After all, the Tianling people are not humans. Although the human race's starting basic attributes are very low. But it is the state that is closest to the origin of the Tao in the entire universe. The sea can accommodate all rivers. Therefore, Su Ming is the god who controls destiny. It is entirely possible to evolve thousands of avenue attributes through one's own skills. Come, accept the power I give you. From now on, you will become a part of me. I will make good use of this body you are blessed with. The giant octopus was simply getting more and more excited. Although Su Ming inherited the cause and effect of Jin Taidiao at this time. But in the perception of the giant octopus, it is still Su Ming's own body. Unexpectedly, I found an unexpected surprise. It discovered a being with the long-lost power of annihilation that could even evolve itself. Su Ming, of course not. Don't you even look at my life level, God Lord? Moreover, it is completely integrated with destruction. I am a being that combines fate and annihilation. I'm afraid any being in the abyss would be jealous. Su Ming hasn't taken time and space into account yet. Now, relying on the power of destiny, you can begin to build a complete force of time and space that belongs to you. Huh? How is it possible? Why did it fail? Just at this moment? The tone in my mind completely changed. How could it be possible? Su Ming's finally curled up the corners of his mouth. It turns out that your true identity is a reverse demon god. Very good, now I will. The showdown has begun. No more pretending. Now that we know that the other party is a demon god, he will be much easier to deal with than a spiritual god. In the silent dark space, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. This. Damn it, you are not from the Tianling tribe. How is it possible? You actually hid it from my consciousness. This is Su Ming. I feel a huge threat. Go to hell. The moment when the true dragon Jade Seal appeared, the demon god, Olatanster, was completely panicked. It has secretly controlled the Tianling tribe for thousands of years and plundered countless resources from the Lingai star. This is the first time I have felt a huge threat to my life. 8 giant octopus tentacles seem to be passing through space, pointing directly at Su Ming's head from the darkness. However, a strange scene appeared. The little golden dragon on the true dragon Jade Seal suddenly came to life. It exhaled a golden dragon breath that illuminated the entire world. Neither the tentacles nor the reverse darkness could advance even a single step. Is this the little golden dragon's ability to tear the void? Wow, that's awesome. It seems that I don't even need to use my ultimate to kill a demon like you in 1 second, hehe. Chapter 122 Little Golden Dragon's Divine Power. The power of destruction is horribly enhanced. Am I going to level 7? The true dragon Jade Seal in Su Ming's hand was shining with golden light. The octopus-like guy opposite could no longer pose any threat to him. So your real name is Alatansig? That being the case, I'll take your dog's life. Little golden dragon, show us your terrifying power. This was the first time that Su Ming did not use destroy to deal with the demon. By the reaction of this giant octopus, Su Ming gradually began to understand the power of this Dragon Clan artifact. After all, there was absolutely no room for use before. I met the devil around the corner. This is not. Be sure to experiment. The giant octopus was completely panicked. At this moment, it actually felt a strong sense. It must escape quickly. Otherwise, the only fate that awaits it may be destruction. Damn human race, how come you have the dragon race's artifact? This is impossible. The Dragon Clan's sacred weapon has appeared in the world. I will tell all the demons about this. Just wait for your death. The giant octopus's voice began to become extremely vicious. The Tianling people have been its tools for thousands of years. Now, faced with the powerful artifact in Su Ming's hand, he had to give up everything. The demon in his complete state felt deeply threatened. It thought, after escaping, Su Ming must be killed at all costs. Otherwise, once Su Ming grows up, it will be the end of all demons. No one will be spared. Dragon Clan, and the damn Dragon Clan. I didn't expect they had such a hidden trick. Boy, I am the great reversal demon god. There's no way you can leave me here. Just wait here and wait for your death, hehe. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Big octopus, you were even dumber than I thought. Alatansig. What? Confused face? Damn it. How dare you blaspheme me? Soon you will meet your doom. Su Ming. Ahem, why don't you try? Can you leave? Su Ming. Dragon King, activated. The power of a true dragon. Su Ming. Square root. With Su Ming activating the title of Dragon King, he will now be the true Dragon Lord. Su Ming holding the true Dragon Jade Seal. Tear apart all the void power in the entire space. At the same time, with itself as the center, it absorbs and annihilates all reversals. A very comfortable feeling spread throughout the body. Although the power of destruction has reached 100. But this time it will get further unprecedented improvement. Su Ming had a hunch. Once this demon is killed, your annihilation ability will be enhanced again, so you must not miss it. What happened? Why did my reversal power disappear? Human, what on earth have you done? I am the great demon god. I don't believe you exist. The shrill cries echoed throughout the Tianling secret realm. As Erlotin's power continues to drain, no, it's transferred. The annihilation force around Su Ming began to become abnormally active. The giant octopus gradually fell into despair. No, please let me go. If you just let me go, I will sacrifice everything for you. I am a great demon god. I will definitely help you dominate the entire universe in the future. Alatans began to struggle frantically for mercy. But there was no change in Su Ming's eyes. A demon god like you? I don't even look down on you. You are not the first, nor the last. Do you think I don't know that the devil has never been honest? So, let's get going. Su Ming controlled the little golden dragon to break through the darkness. Finally, he reached the body of the giant octopus in one go. The little golden dragon immediately bit onto Olatanster's tentacles. No. With every bite of the little golden dragon, Olatanster dissipated a little. What disappears is its true essence. This way of dying by being eaten completely drove Orlatasker crazy. Of course, there was another person who was really crazy at this time. Jean Tidio's soul. No. Our great ancestor spirit god cannot fall. It is impossible for it to devour the Tianling spirit god. Jean Tidio still had a single hope left in his heart. That was the great spiritual god of their Tianling clan who forced Su Ming to be crushed. Then everything was finally saved, and the Tianling tribe took off from then on. But he finally saw a giant octopus? How can such a powerful god turn into an octopus? It turns out that the Tianling tribe itself is a joke. What frightened him even more was, why does Su Ming possess the Dragon Clan's divine weapon? How many unknown secrets is he still hiding? Even a demon god can be suppressed easily. Jean Tidio soul, we are so ridiculous as to provoke a real god. This is ridiculous. Completely crazy. Hint. The soul sealed in your divine space has fallen into a dead state and is about to completely collapse and annihilate, falling into eternal death, but will never reach the reality of death. Su Ming? He was the first to notice the changes in the Golden Sky Eagle. This kid's Taoism has completely collapsed. Or should I say, you've been ruined? It doesn't matter anymore. TSK, you can never realize the reality of death. You are the most miserable. It seems that I don't need to wait until the time comes to crush his soul. Now, he himself entered into an eternity of penance. This is the price you pay for choosing to invade Blue Star. No, I don't want to die yet. The big octopus was eaten clean by the little golden dragon. The darkness of the entire Tianling secret realm is gradually dissipating, and a shrill sound echoes. The next moment, Su Ming's information log was refreshed again. You killed the demon god, Orlatansig. You have finally destroyed the reversal power of demon god, Orlatansig, and at the same time, the power of the reversal law will be completely integrated into annihilation. The upper limit of your power of destruction has been increased to 200. Your self-annihilation time is increased to 3 minutes. Power of destruction, 132/200. The storage limit and duration of the power of destruction have all been increased. Su Ming was already feeling extremely happy at this moment. If the storage limit becomes 200, it means that he can be invincible twice at a time without any CD. When a certain spirit god thought his invincibility was over. I will be invincible again, are you afraid? Not to mention that a lot can be done in 3 minutes. Theoretically, as long as his speed is fast enough and his space jumping ability is strong enough, he can move there in 3 minutes. Just kill everything wherever it goes. Su Ming, even if you are a god, you will fall along the way. After the darkness completely dissipated, Su Ming discovered that the Tianling secret realm was actually a treasure land filled with fairy energy. And he purified the entire secret realm at one time and gained billions of experience points. Su Ming was immediately overjoyed. Wait, I want to be level 7. Chapter 123 Second Divine Revelation? Arrow God of Destiny, Cause and Effect. Can an archer blow up the stars with one punch? The last time I was in Zhongyi Lin. Su Ming realized this when he reached the job transfer level. The activation of the Six Paths God Tower's job transfer crystal is no longer needed. Now, the same is true. Ever since she obtained 1/6 of the authority of the Six Paths Divine Tower, Su Ming understood the connection between this tower and the starry universe. Not only that, there is also that unknown mysterious palace. So theoretically, all Blue Star people who have awakened their professions through the Six Paths Divine Tower. If I come to this world where gods exist, every bottleneck is presented in its entirety and directly before your eyes. It's exactly the same as the original race in this world. No, the opposite may be true. Whether it is a spiritual god or a demon god, the original place of origin is actually the ancestral land, the ancient blue planet. That is why there are so many races similar to humans here, and they are the ones who evolved later. Su Ming shrugged. He had previously studied this together with Mr. Wu Tianlong. The message left by my cheap parents in Longhua. The result was surprising. Their final destination. This is actually the world. That is another place similar to the Xinyu secret realm. Unexpectedly, it is actually also connected to the starry universe. This was the anomaly that Su Ming discovered with the help of the Six Paths Divine Tower's reversed void. What a pity, because of that horrible explosion. All the space in that secret realm collapsed. So, he still had no clue about the planet where his adopted parents were. Perhaps they are staying in a certain star world now. TSK, it would be nice if it was at Linghai Star. As for other feelings or something, it doesn't matter anymore. Your level has increased by 1. LV318-, LV319, health plus 3000, mana plus 3000, strength plus 20, attack speed. Your level has increased by 1. LV319-, LV320, health plus 3000, mana plus 3000, strength plus 20, attack speed. With the irrigation of a whole huge experience, Su Ming's level finally stopped at LV320. The 7th turn, it is indeed a cause and effect that is one with fate. However, this job transfer seems to be completely different from the normal situation of other people on Blue Star. Is this the radical change after the divine revelation? Your level has reached LV320, and you have completed the conditions for divine revelation, Lord God. You have obtained the exclusive eternal artifact, Destruction. Do you want to start the second divine job transfer task, Arrow God of Destiny, Cause and Effect? Is this the second divine revelation? Moreover, this job change is completely different from the previous name changes. It is still in the realm of destiny, but the power of cause and effect has been activated. Destiny is the source of everything. Now, if we can further thoroughly understand the cause and effect, that's really awesome. Perhaps, at the 8th turn, there will be another 3 divine revelations? Su Ming was filled with thoughts for a moment. It seems that many things have been discovered and figured out. It seems that the divine revelation of the 6th turn has not been truly completed. He has only just reached the initial level of God's life and established a model of the kingdom of God. It's amazing. Now I can be a god or not. That's right. After all, I can become a dragon king. Is this the unique racial talent of the human race? Or maybe I'm the only exceptional. As a traverser, the soul is no longer restricted by any heaven or earth restrictions. Is this just a cheat? Arrow of Destiny, Karma. Su Ming no longer hesitated and decisively activated his 2nd level of divine revelation. The 2nd divine revelation, the beginning of cause and effect, 10,000 powers in one arrow. Description 1. This divine revelation will be initiated by you, the Lord God. Once the starting point of cause and effect is opened, you will enter a period of divine power fusion, allowing all attributes, talents, and skills to be integrated with yourself in the form of concepts, so as to achieve the great power of piercing the world with one arrow. Description 2. During the duration of the 2nd divine revelation, destruction will merge with the power of annihilation with you, the Lord of God, and from then on it will become a conceptual eternal artifact that belongs exclusively to you, and will be permanently bound to the concept, Su Ming's weapon. Description 3. After opening the double divine revelation, the arrow splitting will be under your autonomous control. Currently, one arrow is divided into 50,000. You can attach arrows separately according to all the law abilities you have mastered, or the arrows can finally return to the original one, gathering all the great power in one arrow. This situation will also cause all law damage effects to single god-level targets. Tip. During this divine revelation, your own strength will not be suppressed in any way, and you can continue to upgrade your level to LV400. As one of the conditions for completing the divine revelation, continuously using the ability of destiny will speed up the completion of the final divine revelation. Su Ming. Awesome. He carefully read and thought about this divine mission. Surprisingly, I discovered that there is no level limit during the 2nd divine revelation. So, he can directly enter the next 8th level during the 2nd divine revelation. For Su Ming, this is not a simple difference in level, because in Description 1, his attributes, talents, and skills will all be conceptually integrated into himself. So, holy shit, am I going to turn into a humanoid Ultraman? Who could have imagined the future? The sight of me, an archer, blasting the stars with one punch. Certainly. In the future, use the world-destroying bow according to the Description 2 and Description 3 states. The arrow shot out will truly be able to pierce through the stars. Su Ming was very excited and looked forward to the near future. This day will not be too far away. World of gods, get ready to tremble, hee hee. Su Ming's surprised face. Oh, it seems that this time, in addition to reaching level 400 as a prerequisite for completion, God's revelation also requires us to be able to reach the highest level of the 400th level. It also requires some degree of causal manipulation of fate. There is no progress bar though, but Su Ming could feel the vague conditions in his heart. So next I need to make my way across the entire Lingai star. Moreover, as the fusion with Mie deepens, under the power of destiny, I can sense the existence of an eternal artifact of the same kind. Some entrance, hidden in the Spirit Sea Star? After we go out, let's look for a detailed map of Linghai Star among the Tianling clan. Maybe we can find clues from the map. Su Ming was not too surprised. After all, even the node of dragon burial is hidden in this world. Now that the 2nd level of divine enlightenment has begun, the level restrictions have indeed been opened again. His level shot up again. reaching level 335 in one go? Fairly okay. It is now very easy for Su Ming to upgrade his level. So I want the divine revelation to be completed as soon as possible. You also need to use fate usurpation more. In that case, I will accept the entire Tianling tribe as my tool slave. You have completely explored the Tianling secret realm. Do you choose to leave? Whether? Yes. At this moment, an old man who had been waiting for a long time was particularly excited. Ah, you finally came out. You are really my good grandson. The Tianling tribe will dominate everything from now on, he. Su Ming, what are you barking about, old man? Who is your grandson? Then, in answer to him, Su Ming also shot a ruthless arrow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It traveled through time and space and instantly shot the old man into a sieve. Jean Meidiao? I am gone. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 The Rapid Changes of Blue Planet. Clues to the Eternal Artifact. Jean Meidiao had already despaired and thought he was dead. Only to find yourself alive again? Only. Now, the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Ming was full of fanaticism and piety, as if he had become a puppet. That's it. Fate has been rewritten. It's simply terrifying. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. The old man didn't care at all about his drastic change in attitude. Now, after he has dealt with the reversal demon, there will be no obstacles in the entire Tianling tribe. Old man, gather all the remaining members of the main family. Su Ming said casually. Yes. Respected master. Jean Meidiao has completely identified himself as Su Ming's slave. This is the power of destiny rewriting. It not only changes the other person's future life trajectory, it even changed our perception of past events. This day, the other races were all unaware that a rain of arrows was rising from within the Tianling tribe. Without exception, Su Ming spared no one. Even Jean Taidiao's so-called fiancé Qiu Ruoshui. He also changed the other person's fate. Really? She found out that the other party was actually the Tianling tribe who abducted her from the forest of Demon God. Compared to myself, she also harbors deep hatred for the Tianling people in her heart. She was originally waiting to marry Jean Taidiao, but she risked everything to kill this young master. But now he just felt deeply grateful to Su Ming. In that case, you will be responsible for the support from the Tianling clan here. Yes, thank you, Master Su Ming. Su Ming's idea is to use the Tianling clan as a channel between Blue Star and Linghai Star. Now both ends of the channel are under his control. No need to worry about people with ulterior motives anymore. In the Tianling tribe's treasury, wait for these gold coins. Although the number of gold coins is not much, but it is indeed the same as the gold mountain he obtained from the Shadow Demon. Then, I learned that this kind of gold coin can actually be used as a very important currency on Linghai Star, and it is the top-level energy core. So, I became the richest man in Linghai Star right from the start. I have to say, the Shadow Demon gave him a great gift. Besides, Su Ming obtained a very detailed map of Linghai Star with great satisfaction. Only, he found that compared to the known areas, the territory occupied by the unknown mysterious place is even larger. It seems that although there are god-level beings in this world, but many places still restrict their movement. However, as a human, I have no restrictions at all. No, it should be the human race on Blue Star. The more you understand. Su Ming increasingly felt that Blue Star, as his ancestral land, still hid many secrets. Now it has become my kingdom of God. Today, Su Ming has restored his karma. With Jean Taidiao's despair, all matters of the Tianling clan finally came to an end. Now he has returned to Blue Star and directed some of his anchor points to Mr. Wu Tianlong. This is the most respected old man in Yuanlong Kingdom. With a smile on his face, he became his own messenger on Blue Star. Anyway, I am a hands-off boss. It's better to leave Blue Star's affairs to them. This day, while Su Ming was gaining experience and plundering attributes in various secret realms, he received a piece of news. The prototype of your Kingdom of God has been successfully integrated with Blue Star. Confirm again whether you will become the Lord of God. Whether. Has the prototype of the Kingdom of God been integrated? Su Ming was overjoyed. At this moment, he felt everything on the entire blue planet through his power of destiny. Yes. Su Ming did not hesitate and confirmed it immediately. Now he has officially gained the ability to change the world of Blue Star with a single thought. Wait, there is also the Six Paths Tower? Because the Six Paths Divine Tower and Blue Star are now also connected as one. So Su Ming seemed to feel its vague will once again. Su Ming returned to the cloud top space and touched the shadow of the small tower. Sure enough, it is trying its best to convey a message to me, but it is too blurry now. The Eternal Artifact. Is it telling me the clues about the Eternal Artifact? Fortunately, he is a sharp-minded person. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would just ignore it without knowing what was going on. He handled the matter and temporarily handed over part of the authority of the Six Paths Divine Tower to Wang Bo. Su Ming also explained to them his next plans. Su Ming, you just came back and you're leaving again? The person who spoke was not a few old men, but Wang Lin. As a senior who guides Su Ming, Wang Lin now feels deeply moved as he looks at the handsome young man who changed the fate of the entire Blue Star. Yes, brother Wang Lin. The place where I want to become stronger is no longer on Blue Star. Perhaps, as Mr. Wang Bai guessed, it is related to that world. Now you should also feel the rapid changes in the environment of Blue Star. In terms of level alone, you will soon be able to reach rank 9. When that time comes, you won't have to worry about not being able to help me. Wang Lin looked at the serious and sunny boy and finally smiled. Well, when the time comes, don't forget that we are all your strong backers. Ha ha ha. I won't be shy when I ask you for help in the future. At this moment, the two of them seemed like old friends. In addition to Wang Lin, there are Li Huiyang, Li Huiyao, and many other people who have had good interactions with him, while lamenting the changes in the world. He also offered sincere blessings to Su Ming. Remember, for those who come out of Blue Star, rank does not represent strength. Perhaps, the 9th revolution is just the beginning, and the cause and effect of the 3,000 great Daos will blossom. Everyone, if you want to stand by my side and fight side by side in the future, work hard. Su Ming finally arrived at the source of the Changjiang River. This place is guarded by Muhi, a 9th-level old wizard. What? Dragon? A real lava dragon? That's right, Master Mo. From now on, Zagunong will be the guardian of the dragon vein. It will protect the blue planet for me. Zakurong, come out. Hearing Su Ming's order, Zagurong's momentum suddenly increased, and he flew into the sky from the dragon vein at the bottom of Changjiang River. Hold head high. Oh, this silly dragon has already completed the 9th-level breakthrough? Its current condition is the same as the previous golden sand sculpture and golden sculpture. But, under the true dragon vein of the earth, and Su Ming as the master of the contract, Zakurong's path to obtaining the power of the dragon will be unobstructed. I believe it won't be long. It will then become a divine dragon guardian beast that can truly protect the blue planet. Oh my god, there's a huge dragon appearing on Changjiang? Oh my god, this dragon is too huge, isn't it? Is it going to destroy our dragon kingdom? Wait, the dragon actually lowered its head, and a person appeared in front of it? That's FCK. That's my Sushin. This is too scary, right? Who on earth is Su Ming? This giant dragon is so humble to him. I'm so envious, Omega. I'm not envious, Sushin. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Su Ming looked at the increasing number of fans on Chang Jiangbian's side and shrugged helplessly. Finally, he left behind a sunny smile and disappeared from here. Go through the Void Gate. I didn't expect that Linghai Star actually had clues about the eternal artifact related to the Six Paths Divine Tower. Chapter 125 Ancient Relics, Secret Realm of the Sky. Are you teaching me how to do things? Spirit Sea Star, Heavenly Spirit Realm. Because of Su Ming's kindness and good character, there is no change in the Tianling tribe itself. Only, your clan land is my home. All members of the Tianling clan obey Su Ming's orders unconditionally. If Su Ming let them die, he would also die without hesitation. It's really not bad. After having the ability to rewrite fate, I have become much less aggressive. After all, he is a sunny boy who treats people with courtesy. According to the description on the map, there are 3 possible locations. In that case, just go directly through the Tianling territory. To the southeast, that's an ancient relic that has just been opened. Just then, a clear and melodious chirping sound was heard. Hey, Shui, Su Ming, I broke through 2 levels in a row. I'm so happy. Ziling, Ling, little sister E is awesome. The noble and gorgeous, yet mysterious and cold body of the phoenix appeared. Compared to before, Xiaoyi's streamlined body has further evolved, especially the phoenix feathers at the tail. It is more than 2 body lengths long and extremely charming. You have broken through the 5th level and entered the 6th level directly in one fell swoop? Su Ming was very happy. Don't think that Xiaoyi is only at level 6 at this time. But in fact, since he picked up the Dark Phoenix Egg, he has been improving from scratch. This speed is actually no less than mine. If it were someone else, they would cry to death. A breakthrough that may only take several years or even more than 10 years to achieve. Su Ming and Xiaoyi drank it as easily as drinking water. Hey, Xiaoyi, I can sense the law of shadow in you. It even comes with the upper-level laws of the shadow demon god? How do you feel about that? Xiaoyi, I don't know either. Xiaoyi, but I feel like this power has been completely absorbed by me. Su Ming looked at Xiaoyi with more and more surprise. This little guy's potential is even beyond my imagination. Just keep following yourself, it won't be long. Xiaoyi will be able to possess the power of shadow. Ziling, your sister Xiaoyi has completely transformed, You should also work hard. Ziling, Ling Ling, degree. I want to become stronger too, and follow my dad to kill. Su Ming. However, Ziling's current growth state is about to reach saturation. She is not far away from fully understanding the power of the laws that belong to her. Su Ming was very much looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of cute little thing Ziling will become? Eh? If Xiao reaches level 7, it seems that he can also transform. Is this the joy of raising a daughter? Su Ming shrugged. He chuckled and said, Little E, I will ride on you again. Xiaoyi, amazed face, Su Ming, it is so happy to be ridden by the master. Then, the man and the phoenix quickly turned into shadows and disappeared into the sky. On the other side, a large number of powerful creatures gathered in a corner of the ancient ruins. I didn't expect that a holy treasure tide would erupt from the ancient ruins of Linghai Star. This is all our opportunity. My giant race will soar to the sky. Haha, all the treasures belong to my Tianhu tribe. You are all scum. None of the countless creatures here give in to each other. As the ruins roared, a tear appeared between heaven and earth. All they saw was towering mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Layers of fairy air are surrounding it. This is a miracle. A fallen super god must be buried inside it. As long as we can find a treasure left behind by a god, we will all gain a new god's inheritance. You know, gods are all stingy. Even on such a huge Linghai star, there are very few divine inheritances left. For example, the Tianling tribe. If they hadn't accomplished the feat of occupying Blue Star, they would never have had the chance. Of course, this is just a conspiracy of the reversal demon. Su Ming didn't know what was happening on the other side of the ancient ruins. Now his diary has been updated with a message. Ancient ruins, secret realm of the sky, cannot form a team, below LV 999. In other words, the gods cannot enter the secret realm. Hey, what does the fact that the gods can't enter have to do with a 7th level person like me? Soon, Su Ming found the teleportation array hidden nearby. A golden light enveloped him. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he appeared in a huge mountain. Boom. At this time, rocks were constantly falling from the top of the mountain. At the same time, countless panicked beasts and monsters rushed down together. Is this a beast tide at the beginning? But after seeing this scene, Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. I am no longer capable of dodging natural disasters or boulders. Right in front of him, a large number of powerful wild monsters at level 7 or even level 8 were charging. But Su Ming still did not move at all. A large blood-red bow immediately appeared in his hand. Xiaoyi was possessed by his own shadow at the same time. You are endowed with an extremely powerful shadow force. During this period, all arrows shot out will inflict an additional 120 true damage. This damage cannot be recovered. Xiaoyi's damage has been enhanced to an epic level. It actually exceeded the damage itself. Besides, I can use you to test the effect of the arrows of the double divine revelation. Shoot. One arrow is divided into 50,000 arrows. Moreover, today's 50,000 arrows are not just a single skill effect. If someone was nearby, they would be absolutely terrified. Tens of thousands of sharp arrows split from one arrow actually carried both flames and frost. Even, light and dark. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ming's divine right hand twitched wildly. It's like a super bombing turret. The arrows shot out and bombarded the earth continuously, and the result was most of the giant mountain was flattened. You killed Rue A. Pu Kuan, LV 413, and gained 282.4 W experience. You killed the final powder-cracked sky chicken, LV 409, and gained 264.1 W experience. You killed the blazing sun fiery dragon, LV 433, and gained 326.6 W experience. With the continuous crazy killing news, another new batch of attributes was added, and Su Ming felt refreshed all over. Sure enough, during the process of the second divine revelation, now his body is being thoroughly strengthened by the improvement of its attributes. Is this the rhythm of turning into an immortal golden body? Is it normal that an archer like me can crush a warrior at close range? Su Ming chuckled. As expected, there have been many Bao gods hanging on walls since ancient times. There was a tremendous tremor, especially the countless arrows that fell with the earthquake effect. The entire secret realm of the sky became turbulent. Over time, finally, 3 super strong men riding in a chariot approached this place. What on earth is going on here? Why do I feel like this is man-made? Wait, I seem to see piles of dead bodies. There's still a living human out there? Although they were unable to detect Su Ming's strength. But Su Ming's restrained divine aura looked just like that of an ordinary rank 7 divine master. In their opinion, it was impossible that Su Ming was responsible for the death of these beasts. Could it be that this kid has a treasure hidden inside his body? As the strongest group in this trip, they are confident that they are invincible below the level of gods. Then, they proudly revealed their faces in the air. One of them immediately said, "The boy down there, tell us what happened here before. And hand over the treasures on you, and we will let you go." Su-ming, are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 126 Super Strong. So what? Directly tampered. The Sky Trial Tower was born. Wah, what? Boy, do you know who we are? You're looking for death. These powerful men are the most powerful ones under the gods. A giant whose level has reached LV 999. In the Spirit Sea Star, countless ethnic forces bowed down to them after seeing them. Unexpectedly, this inexperienced kid dared to be so arrogant to them. Today, I will teach you what is the principle of being a human being. Su-ming shrugged. He had already noticed these sneaky guys. I haven't even caught him yet to ask for directions. Finally, they sent it up directly. Oh, I really don't know who you are. How does it compare to the Golden Eagle of the Tianling clan? Su-ming was a little curious, but he didn't teach them a lesson with just one arrow. The Golden Eagle is the most powerful of the entire Tianling clan. In the end, he was shot into a puppet by his own arrow. He wanted to see what status these people were in. Boy. I didn't expect that the people behind you are actually the Tianling clan. Haha. Even so, you dare to speak rudely. Even Jin Meijiao can't save you. He is the only one among the Tianling tribe who has reached our level. But we have several of them here. Do you think Jin Meijiao dares to save you? After all, you are not a member of the Celestial Spirit clan. No matter how deep the friendship is, it is not enough for them to devote everything to you. Su-ming nodded leisurely. Okay, that's boring. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you guys. It seems that you are just as much trash as Jin Meijiao. Su-ming shrugged. A blood-red bow immediately appeared in his left hand. Pull your right hand fully at the same time. What? You dare to be so arrogant when the Tianling clan isn't behind you. Okay, human boy, I will torture you for eternity. I can draw a bow like a full moon. Shoot. One arrow is fired. The three powerful men on the opposite side also each used their most powerful skills. But before the sharp arrow that traveled through time and space, no matter where they dodged, it was of no avail. One arrow actually turned into tens of thousands of arrows? I seem to feel an infinite power from the arrows he shot. My God, what on earth is he? Could it be that he was responsible for the corpses all over the ground? This is terrible. Wait, let's talk it over. Danta. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Fate usurps you, no matter how powerful you were before. Now you are only fit to be my slave. The next moment, the three mighty men felt extremely upset. This heroic young man is definitely the God Lord that they will never be able to reach in their entire lives. Master, it is our honor to be your servant. Thank you for giving us a new life, Master. May I know your name? The three people at this time were extremely pious. It's not just because of the rewriting of their fate, but also because of their deep admiration for Su-ming. After all, that arrow was like a divine punishment. Even Su-ming himself was amazed. Those are the ways of countless gods, and they are all hidden in one arrow. It's really too shocking. My name is Su-ming. Can you tell me why you are here? This is what Su-ming wanted to ask. He thought he was the only one who entered the secret realm of the sky. Now it seems that all the major forces in Linghai Star are well prepared. Master, the Star Spirit Temple once prophesied. The ancient ruins here are likely to contain secret treasures of gods that fell 10,000 years ago. It is said that this ancient relic was once a fallen corner of the ancient gods' battlefield. The identities of these three people are equivalent to the supreme elders of the three major races on Linghai Star. So we invited each other to enter the secret realm together and cross to the other side. After all, if it wasn't for the news from the Six Paths Divine Tower, no one would know that there is another entrance to the teleportation array. So, as soon as Su-ming entered, he landed in a corner of the core area. But at this moment, the whole world began to shake violently. When Su-ming saw the three old guys in front of him, they were immediately surprised and looked at each other. It seems you know what happened just now? Su-ming had already flown high into the sky at this time. Master, this is most likely the legendary Sky Trial Tower. Sky Trial Tower? Although Su-ming didn't know about this thing, but its name is indeed consistent with the secret realm of the sky. It seems that if this secret realm has the clues that I need, they must be in the Trial Tower. In that case, take me there. Su-ming's words were unquestionable. Now it seems that having more guiding tools is indeed a good thing. When you enter other secret realms later, bring a few local tools with you. Yes, Master. Master will definitely become the first person in tens of thousands of years to pass the Sky Trial Tower. Su-ming didn't care about their flattery. These scumbags couldn't even catch a single arrow from him. She is not worthy of being taken seriously by him at all. Slaves just need to do their job as tools. Just as Su-ming set off, The place where the Sky Trial Tower was born has gathered countless geniuses and powerful people. Oh my God, this really is the Sky Trial Tower from the ancient times. It is said that the trial ground treats everyone equally, only looking at talent and potential, whether it's the first person under the gods or a cultivator who has just awakened. Once you enter the trial tower, everyone will start from the same starting line. At this time, many proud geniuses have already entered, but there are still many people who hesitate and stay outside. Because anyone can only enter this trial tower once, and their life may be in danger at any time. So, everyone is constantly adjusting to the best state. Have you seen the previous rankings? I didn't expect that the legendary warrior 5,000 years ago also challenged the Sky Trial Tower. But the result was unexpected. He only cleared the 899th floor. That's a total of 1,000 floors in the Sky Trial Tower. How terrifying would the last 100 floors be? And the peerless saint of Yuingu 3,000 years ago only cleared the 903rd floor. It is said that these people have finally transformed into gods, but still no one has completely cleared the level. Even the number 1 ancient magic god, Shun Xuansong, has only cleared the 949th level. Those who stayed outside all had mixed feelings. In terms of talent and potential, isn't the one on the list someone who amazed an era? Can they compare? At this moment, an extremely gorgeous carriage appeared here. Countless people immediately stepped back. That's the peerless supreme elder of the 3 major forces. This place is near the Tianling clan. I wonder if the Tianling clan's peerless chief will come here. Then, the sharp-eyed people suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, the 3 most powerful men in the sky are actually bowing down at the same time. Oh my God, there's a handsome boy there. These 3 peerless masters actually knelt down before a young man. Am I seeing things right? I have never seen this person before. Who is he? And Su Ming above him just curled up the corners of his mouth. Shrug. Look at how ignorant these guys are. They will be even more dumbfounded after he breaks through Linghai Star. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 is actually related to the 6 Paths Divine Tower? Damn, Su Ming killed an entire floor in seconds again. Su Ming didn't care at all about the whispers below. Instead, he looked at the huge Sky Trial Tower in front of him. But compared with this 6 Paths God Tower, it's like a small witch compared to a big witch, a little insignificant. After all, it connects the entire heaven and earth, connecting the void above and the abyss below. Su Ming felt. You may need to obtain full permissions. Only then can the passage connecting to the abyss be opened. The land of the abyss. That is the source of all demons. Presumably, many demons are now trying to find themselves, Xiao Yi, Ziling, or the true dragon Jade Seal. So just wait for me. When the time comes, I will destroy your lair before you even have time to make a move. Su Ming looked at his information log, because after arriving at this Sky Trial Tower area, he refreshed a message and challenging missions. You have obtained the qualification to challenge the master of the Sky Trial Tower. Do you accept the challenge? Whether. Wait, what? Just when Su Ming was slightly confused, several more messages appeared. Once you are recognized as the master of the Sky Trial Tower, you will unlock an additional 1/6 of the authority of the 6 Paths God Tower. So, Su Ming looked at the ranking list of those who had challenged the Sky Trial Tower. Rankings of previous Sky challenges. First place, Shun Xuansong, cleared to level 949, took 1 year and 3 months. Second place, Kadanjarov, cleared to level 938, took 1 year and 4 months. Third place, Murpha, cleared to level 935, took 1 year and 4 months. Even the guy ranked first still has the last 51 levels to pass. You can imagine how difficult it will be as time goes by. However, this is not a problem at all for Su Ming. I didn't expect that this Sky Trial Tower has a connection with the 6 Paths Divine Tower. At this moment, Su Ming felt the strong will of the 6 Paths Divine Tower in the dark. Xiaoda, are you going to accept me as your master completely? This is also a good thing for Su Ming, because now it has completely merged with the Blue Star. Wait until you have fully mastered all the authority later. The 6 Paths Divine Tower can serve as the true core of the Kingdom of God on Blue Star. According to these 3 old guys, whether it is Shun Xuansong or Kadanjarov, those who are in the top 10 of the list, all of them are big names in Linghai Star who have amazed countless times. But the strange thing is that when they finally became gods, they quickly disappeared from the news. As expected, even if there are gods in these star worlds. But we can't interfere too much, we need to hide. They seem to be hiding from something. The dangers and mysteries of this world are greater than I imagined. Su Ming moved and slowly landed in front of the Sky Trial Tower. There were those 3 old guys following behind. Now no one dared to stop Su Ming from moving forward. Yes. Accept the trial and enter it. Every time you pass a level of the trial tower, you will gain a large amount of experience and precious resources of various attributes. Moreover, Su Ming now completely understood. Only after completing 1,000 levels can you be qualified to control it. Good fellow, so you are also looking for a master? The first level of the Sky Trial Tower. The requirements for passing the level are as follows. Kill 10 corpse monsters of the same level. Kill. Oh, it looks pretty simple. That's not easy, when the number of wild monsters has not reached more than 50,000. Su Ming can kill them all instantly with just one arrow. And even if it reaches more than 5W. The large-scale explosion, shadow, and freezing effects attached to the arrows can bombard groups indiscriminately. Therefore, Su Ming passed through one layer with one arrow. Congratulations, you have cleared the first level of the Sky Trial Tower, gained 4 kilowatts experience, and obtained 1 cubic meter of amethyst powder. Congratulations, you have cleared the second level of the Sky Trial Tower, gained 5 kilowatts experience, and obtained jade cream. Su Ming began to sprint upwards at a rapid speed. They soon approached the various powerful men who had entered the trial tower earlier. Oh my god, look, that person just entered and he cleared 20 floors directly. So his name is Su Ming? I wonder what kind of power he is. Su Ming is so handsome. I wonder if the saint of our Shueihua pavilion can get married. At this time, even many powerful people from various forces approached the 3 old guys guarding the tower. Respected Lord He, I wonder if this Su Ming. But what he received was only the other party's disdain. Give up. There is no way the master would be interested in these ordinary things. What? Ordinary stuff? What surprised them even more was these 3 important figures actually called the young man master. At this time, Su Ming had gone crazy with killing. This tower is perfect for leveling. That's not all. If it is merged with the 6 Paths Divine Tower at that time, Su Ming thought, it seems like it could become the exclusive leveling tower for your own kingdom of God. The Sky Trial Tower did not think of this at this time. Someone has already used it as a pure tool tower to gain experience and resources. The attack speed continues to increase. Every few seconds, a rain of arrows would indiscriminately destroy everything. In just a short moment, Su Ming's name began to soar rapidly. Oh my god, he has surpassed the contemporary genius, the #1 ceiling saint, by 100 levels. He is still outputting. Su Ming is still outputting like crazy. In just a few seconds, Su Ming cleared another 4 levels. Even a powerful person like Shun Xuansong took more than a year to complete the challenge of 949 levels. According to Su Ming's attitude, it won't be completed in one day, right? Over time, countless strong men began to gradually turn from shock to numbness. The weapon he used was a bow and arrow, and he didn't even stop. Instant kills, all of them. Su Ming almost killed them all the way to the top. Soon, the forces that were originally watching other geniuses were all looking at the location of the trial tower where the same person was. There are even leaders of powerful forces who don't even look at their own holy sons. Su Ming, this is going to break the record of 10,000 years. Doesn't that mean that Su Ming's future potential has surpassed everyone on the list? The bright spots of light continued to rise. From the 623rd floor, 624th floor, 625th floor. Soon we reached a level close to the 800th floor. It is said that a boss with special abilities will appear after reaching the 800th floor. Shit, killed in 1 second again? Su Ming killed an entire floor in 1 second again. The faces of the 3 old guys showed unprecedented piety and excitement. Master, you are worthy of being the master. Only the master has the ability to reach the top. Everyone else will be eclipsed. At this time, Su Ming finally arrived at the 900th floor. Previously, he experimented with an arrow of 1,050,000 and then returned to the original state. The result was even more horrifying than he had imagined. Damn, this is exactly what happens without activating the Great Annihilation mode. 1 arrow can shoot down the devil. Your level has increased by 1. LV 399-LV 400, health plus 1W, mana plus 1W, strength plus 100, attack speed. The level also reached LV 400 very easily. He also had a premonition that he had taken a big step towards completing the 2nd level of divine enlightenment. Soon, we will be able to complete the 7th turn and go straight to the 8th turn. No one expected it. Su Ming, who shot the demon god to pieces with 1 arrow, hasn't even completed the first 9 turns? Xiao Yi, Su Ming, you are so amazing. Xiao Yi, follow the master and kill / amazed face, / Ziling. Dad is the best, I want to help too. Watch me absorb all the resources. Chapter 128. The imagination of the local strongman in Linghai. The final trial of the 1000th floor. God's will. In everyone's distant gaze, Su Ming continued to move up one level. No wonder the others are having such a hard time. Even the wild monsters in the last 100 floors have a guaranteed minimum of 100,000. Moreover, they also have built-in dodge and displacement capabilities. Su Ming shrugged and sighed. But for him, still not good enough. Phoenix wings soar into the sky. The huge holy wings behind Su Ming stretched out for the first time in a long time. As he took off into the air again, the densely packed wild monsters below are just minions. Of course, a large army of Thunderpung also appeared in the sky. It really is a protracted war. Su Ming understood why other strong men took a year to attack. It turns out that the ultimate difficulty lies in the last 100 levels, because each layer does not end. Once you have dealt with 4/5 of the troops on this floor, the next layer will open directly. Thus it continues to appear until it fails. Now it seems that the Shun Xuanzang who cleared the 949th level is indeed amazing. Of course, you can't be different from me, we are not on the same level at all. Ziling, Ling, Dad is right. The small purple gold gourd is now floating on the upper right side of Su Ming. Every time Su Ming killed monsters instantly, all the attribute resources dropped were absorbed by it. It's simply a fully automatic treasure absorption girl. Numbers have no advantage over me. Unlimited firepower, pour it out, shoot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom, boom, boom. On this day, a deafening bombing sounded throughout the Sky Trial Tower. There was no pause at all, as if nothing had ever been consumed. Could it be that Su Ming was some old monster who cheated to enter the ruins? Everyone outside was nervous. The main reason is that Su Ming is so incredible. Except for the mysterious being buried here. The ruins of the sky restrict creatures at the level of gods from entering. And here, the three most recognized strongest elders are the supreme elders of the three major clans who are now guarding the entrance of the tower. But they actually called Su Ming their master? Su Ming, is he really an unknown god? That's not right. The gods can't enter this ruins at all. Besides, even gods can't make these three powerful men willingly serve as slaves. Unless someone became curious and asked immediately. Unless what? Unless the power controlled by Su Ming is more terrifying than that of ordinary gods. Could it be that he has even transcended the gods? Countless people held their breath and watched this exciting scene. Soon, Su Ming reached the 936th, 937th, and 938th floors. For him, it was as easy as drinking water. But only those who have truly experienced it will understand how exaggerated Su Ming's strength will be. Perhaps he wanted to complete an experience as a god, so he appeared before us as a mortal. Doesn't that mean, if we can lick a him, establish a relationship with Su Ming, then our entire clan will have a chance to ascend to the higher realms? Countless races were extremely excited. They know that the world they live in has gods. But except for the Tianling clan who have the same divine ancestors as them, ordinary gods don't care about other people at all. Su Ming has reached the 949th level and is the same as that ancient magic god. I really can't figure it out. Is it possible that the spiritual power in his body is inexhaustible? Spiritual power is magical power. Although Su Ming's mana is infinite, but in fact, he now only relies on the splitting of the unlimited firepower talent. You can use basic attacks to kill hundreds of thousands of wild monsters at once. The most plain and simple, it contains 3,000 great ways. TSK. Anyone would be scared facing my attack. This is like an insurmountable chasm that makes countless people feel suffocated. In a short period of time, Su Ming's attack speed has reached more than 20 shots per second. Only the hidden eye can see the afterimage of the right hand pulling. Millions? Tens of millions? Or hundreds of millions of wild monster corpses piled up on every floor of the trial tower. The people waiting outside exclaimed again. Oh my god, he has already cleared the 949th level and officially surpassed that ancient magic god. Master Su Ming's weapon is a divine bow, and he will become the immortal bow god. I, Mio Yink, must do everything I can to win Su Ming's favor. Everyone in our Shueihua Valley is a peerless beauty and will definitely win Su Ming's favor. At this time, many people have already started to have some thoughts in their hearts. The other side, the geniuses who were still struggling to pass the 170th floor all lost their minds. There were even saints from powerful forces who were killed in the blood. No. Since Su was born, why did we have to be born? I don't want to admit that I'm weak, but I'm nothing but scum in front of Su Ming. Su Ming, where on earth is he from? He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere on Linghai Star, shocking everyone. Many high-ranking officials from major forces have already realized that Su Ming came from other planets. But no one thought of the ancestral blue planet. The main reason is that the current Tianling clan has been tampered with by Su Ming. Nowadays, they all speak well and are all talented. A puppet who is devotedly serving Su Ming as a tool. Su Ming didn't know that he had already caused a big uproar outside. But he didn't care at all. Now his strength can even make him absolutely invincible twice within a period of time. Then hiding yourself. Other demons and spirit gods might be more afraid of being killed instantly by one arrow. A steady stream of arrows were shot out and immediately replenished. The need to prepare arrows yourself was originally intended as a balance restriction for archers. But Su Ming skipped it directly. Unlimited arrows is a godsend for archers with long-range output. A distance of several thousand meters may only take a moment for me after the acceleration of the wind. But for others, it's a huge chasm to get close to me. Su Ming remained calm and continued to comprehend the various arrows that were shot. He found out. As I continue to pass levels, my understanding of the attribute elements becomes more thorough. This feeling, it is constantly accelerating the speed of its second divine revelation. Finally, Su Ming arrived at the last floor. Not just him. Countless Linghai Star forces who were watching everything from outside the tower did not miss a second of their attention. At the same time, Su Ming's information log also received a prompt message. Reminder, Dear Su Ming, you are about to start the final trial of the 1000th floor of the Sky Trial Tower, God's will. Oh, does this divine will belong to a certain god? Su Ming was not flustered at all, but instead raised the corners of his mouth curiously. He has faced the demon god and the demon lord head-on. Then, Su Ming stepped onto the top of the Sky Trial Tower without any hesitation. How dare you, a little god's will, show off your prowess in front of me? Chapter 129 Chapter 129 News from the Spirit of God. The Sky Trial Tower recognized its master. So cool. It was consistent with what Su Ming expected. This final layer is similar to the cloud-top space in the Six Paths Divine Tower. Therefore, there will no longer be the appearance of various powerful wild monsters. What followed was a huge purple crystal mountain that appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Crystal clear and sparkling. Oh my god, this entire purple crystal mountain is no less precious than the crystal veins buried under the Imperial River. And it is different from the crystal ore that produces various elements. This special amethyst does not restrict any element or profession. Anyone can use it to improve all attributes. At this moment, the huge amethyst mountain began to shake. A loud thunder fell from the sky, formed by the top of the tower. Boom! Su Ming stood in midair. But there was no intention of retreating. There were more and more thunders, and then they began to condense into special divine spirits. Compared with Su Ming himself, it is simply too huge. Countless bodies fused with thunder and lightning blocked Su Ming's way, with great momentum. At this moment, the huge spirit of God set off a thunderous sound. In front of a monstrous god, why don't you kneel down and bow down? Along with the thunder, there came a huge tide of souls. This scene was seen by Su Ming. It was like a waterfall of souls falling from the sky, rushing towards Su Ming. Su Ming sneered immediately. You are worthy of this with your little divine will. The blood-colored divine bow was immediately drawn to its full length. The appearance of Mia immediately made the huge divine spirit on the opposite side panic. How can you have the ability to control the rules? This is impossible. Who are you? We can talk, my spirit. Sure enough, it is true. Su Ming smiled again, but it was a smile of relief. The original body of this spirit forcibly marked the Sky Trial Tower. So, the tower's will is also in opposition. It tries to find someone who can destroy the one who has taken over its nest. But it's too difficult. He wanted to erase the imprint of the divine spirit left by a guy who was even above the level of a god. Only a life that truly completes the transition from mortal to divine. But after reaching godhood, one can no longer enter the tower to start challenges. This has become a vicious cycle that cannot be broken for thousands of years. Sorry, I can do it. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. He was not at all disturbed by the other party's sophistry. Don't think I don't know if I promise to keep you. It won't be long before you can use mutual induction to completely expose my location to the entire stellar universe. The giant spirit saw his thoughts being exposed. His expression changed immediately. Damn it, you damned guy. How dare you ruin my 10,000-year plan? I must find you and kill you, and finally take control of the Sky Trial Tower. Wait, could it be the Six Paths Divine Tower? I see The Sky Trial Tower is willing to recognize you as its master because you are related to the Six Paths Divine Tower. The Lord of this world has been born. I will definitely find you. The Lord God who possesses the Six Paths Divine Tower is destined to be destroyed forever by the gods. Su Ming's ruthless arrow split it into pieces. Then thousands of arrows came together and pierced through the thunderclouds between heaven and earth. A shrill scream shook the earth. Even the countless races outside the tower felt the trembling from their souls. Master Su Ming, what did you do on the last floor? He won't die just like that, will he? He broke the record that has lasted for 10,000 years. Even the 3LV999 old guys looked worried. But at this moment Su Ming was feeling very happy. With the cumulative calculation of rewards, he actually gained 1 million health points again. The huge amount of life gained will be completely fed back to one's entire body attributes. It will no longer be a simple number. Rather, it is the physical changes that can be clearly felt through introspection. This is the process of becoming a god. Ultimately, all the power is gathered in one body. Of course, also in one arrow. But, from this guy's mouth, Su Ming seemed to have learned a shocking secret. Six Paths Divine Tower. Many unknown beings are searching for the Six Paths Divine Tower outside of space. It's no secret that the Six Paths Divine Tower is on Blue Star. No, those beings are not the same as the demons I encountered. They are temporarily unable to connect with reality. Su Ming found the key point very keenly. For example, the original body of this spirit, if he could return to reality. I'm afraid he has already arrived here by now. Also, he seems unable to share vision with spirits. I have absolutely no idea who I am. I don't know where the Sky Trial Tower and my current location are. Su Ming shrugged. This world seems to have become more interesting. Dear Su Ming, you have completed the final challenge of the Sky Trial Tower and unlocked the God Contract, Master Recognition Contract, of the Sky Trial Tower. Do you accept to become its God Master? Whether. That's right, it's a divine contract in the same form as the Six Paths God Tower. However, the Six Paths Divine Tower does not recognize it as its master at the moment. It's more like a vague while seeking equal communication with itself. Only after you have unlocked all permissions will it truly recognize you as the master. The Sky Trial Tower, on the other hand, directly recognizes its master. This means that all permissions on the 1000th level are completely under its control. Fuck, can I still play as a summoner? As long as Su Ming provides it with sufficient mana, he can summon countless wild monsters from each layer. These wild monsters regard Su Ming as friendly forces. They were unable to attack Su Ming. He can even completely obey Su Ming's orders. But if it was Su Ming who killed them, various resources will still be dropped normally and experience will be gained. The mobile monster generator and resource explosion tool tower belong to. Yes. Su Ming no longer hesitated. It is about unlocking the other 1/6 of the authority of the Six Paths Divine Tower. Of course I won't let it go. That guy was talking about the God Lord coming to the world at the end. Was he talking about me? It seems that Blue Star and the Six Paths Divine Tower are of great significance in the entire universe. And now that I have become the Lord of Blue Star, I am sure many people will be jealous. It is not easy to become the master of the Six Paths Divine Tower. But Su Ming would not back down. He holds destiny in his hands and steps on time and space. Who dares to disobey him wherever he is? Then I will shoot you with one arrow. Surrender. Rankings of previous Sky Challenges. First place, Su Ming, cleared 1000th floor, took 36 minutes. Second place, Shun Xuansong, cleared to level 949, took 1 year and 3 months. Third place, Kadanjarov. Updated. The ranking list of the Sky Trial Tower has been updated. Oh my god, Su Ming actually cleared the level completely in less than an hour. Su Ming actually accomplished in just 1 hour what the ancient masters would have taken a year to achieve. That's not all. Others haven't completed the game yet. However, just as people outside the tower were discussing, the Sky Trial Tower actually began to shake. The tower is moving? Everyone, get away quickly. No, it's shrinking. Is he going to leave the secret realm of the sky? I haven't even entered the trial yet. Why is it running away? Because many people plan to wait until Su Ming's final ranking before entering the trial. I never thought of it at all. The Sky Trial Tower, which was launched not long ago, is about to run away. Oh no, what a loss. There are all kinds of natural treasures in there. It's not just this group of people. Even the talented and powerful people from various races who were originally undergoing trials at the lower levels were dumbfounded. Killing and killing, what's strange? Then they were all forcibly teleported out. Wait, what about the Sky Trial Tower? How could such a huge tower reaching into the sky just disappear like that? Chapter 130 Chapter 130 has a special symmetrical beauty set off to the title C. After the Sky Trial Tower is reduced to a certain size, it disappeared right under everyone's noses. No one knows where it went. Certainly, Su Ming was also teleported out. He looked at the small tower lying peacefully in his spiritual space. Shrug. The sky tower coveted by countless gods has been obtained by me, Su Ming murmured in his heart. However, compared to the Six Paths Divine Tower and the world-destroying bow, now it has no sense of existence at all. What is this called? What you can't get will always cause you trouble. Those who are favored are always fearless. As Su Ming appeared in midair, the three old guys from before immediately came to greet him. Congratulations, Master, for breaking the record that has lasted for 10,000 years. Master, you have become the only person in 10,000 years to pass the Sky Trial Tower. The faces of these two old guys were full of piety and flattery. Su Ming didn't care at all. At this moment, those who didn't know what was going on also saw this scene. They are undergoing trials in the tower. In the end, he was sent away for no apparent reason. This time I found out that it was because Su Ming had completed the clearance. How is this possible? He must have cheated. I used every trick I could to get through more than 100 levels, and he finished them all. The person who spoke was a young man of great potential. He doesn't believe it. He could never imagine that Su Ming could pass the level by his own strength. Will the Sky Trial Tower be taken away by him? Su Ming can't be a god. I absolutely don't believe it. If he didn't cheat, I'll shit upside down in the name of the Holy Sun of Qingyang. Oh, Holy Sun, you can't say such things carelessly. But the unruly young man became even more arrogant. He is relying on his relationship with the three supreme masters. The entire Qingyang County is behind him. It is also a superpower with the Supreme Lord in charge. He absolutely did not want to admit that he was worse than Su Ming. It's a bit noisy down there. Su Ming heard many voices trying to establish a relationship with him. I also heard the extreme criticism and slander from the geniuses, especially the so-called Holy Son of Qingyang, who is still self-righteously pulling people down. Do you really think I have a good temper? So, Su Ming flashed in an extreme moment and arrived in front of the opponent. Space blockade. Then, he slapped her in the face with his backhand. Pa. Oh, are you dissatisfied with me in some way? This sudden scene stunned everyone. Even the Holy Son Qingyang himself was stunned. You, how dare you hit me? Bang! Su Ming slapped back without explaining. It just so happened that both sides of the other person's face were covered with huge red marks. There is a special symmetrical beauty. It is not your turn to comment on what I, Su Ming, do. You three old guys, leave everyone here behind. Su Ming didn't care about anyone's opinion at all. Instead, a large blood-red bow appeared directly in his left hand. He immediately pulled his right hand to its full extent. What? No. Are you going to massacre us all? Even if there are three supreme masters, it is impossible to do it. You are a devil. Wait. We in Shueihua Pavilion are willing to become your vassal. Let us go. For a moment, everyone panicked. Su Ming's order did not seem like a joke, and the three supreme masters took action immediately. Shoot. The long arrow left the bow and hit everyone indiscriminately. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, millions of sharp arrows surrounded the entire world from all directions. Haha, all of you. I am surrounded by myself. Wherever the arrow falls, the person will be killed instantly. You killed Izian. You killed Quintamiot. Among them, those who spoke rudely were directly destroyed under the rain of arrows. Of course, Su Ming also kept those guys who had originally intended to curry favor with him. Fate usurps, but as fate would have it, they died. They will become puppets who are absolutely loyal to themselves. Of course, Su Ming is not a real devil after all. So for the guys who are doing okay, after using them as tools, we won't care about their future situation anymore. Boom, boom, boom. The ruthless arrows blossomed into fierce flowers of the avenue. Some people were reduced to ashes in the process. The other part seems to be reborn in it. The look he gave Su Ming was particularly pious. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. From now on, I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Just a few blinks of an eye. The towering mountains that were originally near the Sky Trial Tower. Now, all those rude guys have been razed to the ground. Countless people were half kneeling below. It's like worshipping a revered god. We are willing to go through fire and water for our master, no matter what it takes. We are willing to go through fire and water for our master, without hesitation. Su Ming retracted the world-destroying bow and waved his hand. It was only a matter of convenience to tamper with their fate. After all, Everyone here knows the news of the birth of the Sky Trial Tower. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Su Ming would let them leave. So, if he didn't have the ability to usurp fate, he wouldn't hesitate to kill everything. Those who are not of the same race as me must have different hearts. It is not uncommon for people of the same tribe to stab you in the back. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Ming to leave his back to these fence-sitters. However, fate usurpation solves this problem very well. Su Ming directly tampered with their understanding of the Sky Trial Tower. So these people who are still alive now, including 3 old guys at LV 999, there was no memory of the Sky Trial Tower anymore. Ahem, it's good if you think so. But I won't order you to do anything big right now. You still return to your respective forces. Just pay attention to the news about the demon gods and spirit gods appearing in the entire Linghai Star. Soon Su Ming was left with only the 3 supreme masters. Let the rest of the people go back to their homes and find their own mothers. This was something he did at random. But I don't know. As time goes by, it gradually moves forward. Those whose fate had been tampered with by Su Ming were no longer restricted by the rupture of the divine path. The future of Linghai, it will gradually turn into Su Ming's shape. No matter when in the future, as long as Su Ming gives the order, they will immediately become devout believers. Phew, I am truly a great saint. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. In the future, there will be gods that have been tampered with by myself in every star. If a war between gods breaks out at that time, will the demons suddenly realize that all of them are traitors? What were originally their cannon fodder suddenly rushed in the opposite direction. This scene is so interesting. Then, Su Ming then looked at the 3 men who were leading the way for him. Next, I plan to go to the Tidal Sea area. Tell me about the situation there. The 3 old men immediately replied devoutly. Yes, respected master. Chapter 131. Have you ever seen an ice tornado frozen in the deep sea? With the disappearance of the Sky Trial Tower, the secret realm of the sky is gradually coming to an end. In the end, countless forces from Linghai Star only knew that this group of people had gained almost nothing. But a large number of talented people with great potential died. Then, those who returned began to gradually come to the fore. Begin to replace the identities of the so-called Holy Sun and Elders. Su Ming didn't care at all. At this time, he was using the Shadow Space Stone and Xiaoyi to perform large space teleportation. Xiaoyi, Su Ming is worthy of being my master / amazed face / Ziling, Ling Dad's strength has become stronger again. Not only Xiaoyi and Ziling, Su Ming himself could also clearly feel the attributes constantly transforming after merging with himself. For example, when he slapped the Holy Son of Qingyang before. If you use slap as one of your basic attack moves, I'm afraid that foul-mouthed guy's head could be blown off with just one slap. Of course, he just had an itchy hand. As the professional god of the arrow of destiny, or shooting the stars with one arrow is more suitable for me. After all, now, he has reached the state where man and arrow are one. One person, one phoenix. There are 3 old servants who will explore the way for him next. This was the first time Su Ming performed ultra-long distance teleportation. The chaotic storm of space travel is indeed much stronger than before. After all, the territory of Linghai Star is much larger than that of Blue Star, except that it doesn't reach the level of plane teleportation like the Gate of the Void. This is almost the limit of what Su Ming can achieve at present. After I reach the 9th level, I will be able to teleport across dimensions by myself. Spirit Sea Star, Tidal Sea, Sea Islands. If the Tianling clan is a very powerful clan on the land of Linghai Star, so the other 2 tribes in the Tidal Sea area, they are the royal families of the sea, the mermaids and sharks. But for Su Ming, they are not a big threat. The real threat is the sea god behind these 2 tribes. This must be a true spiritual god. However, there was a hint of mocking smile on Su Ming's face. What if they were also controlled by the devil like the Tianling clan? So, Su Ming had to absolutely suspect that the Abyss was planning something shocking and secret. Combined with the spirit of God in the Sky Trial Tower, Su Ming suddenly felt the breath of impending storm. I have a strong feeling that after this trip, the 2nd divine revelation will be completely completed. So, after confirming the route, Su Ming placed vision marks on the 3 old guys. Let them go to several locations that are suspected to be deep-sea ruins, and it itself entered the waters of the mermaids. If what the 6 Paths Divine Tower said is correct, then the mermaids may have what I need. However, with the appearance of Su Ming, a large number of lobster and crab monsters have gathered ahead. Each wild monster is at least level 7. There are many times more wild monsters in the sea than on land. No wonder the forces on land have been unable to gain any territory in the Tidal Sea area over the past few years. This is also the peculiarity of this star. The land and the ocean each account for half. Their respective forces basically do not interfere with each other, and the sea and land are like two different worlds. Of course, according to those three old guys, 10,000 years ago, the major tribes on land also launched a large-scale attack on the sea tribe. But the results were shocking. That war brought out the Poseidon. Sea god will not attack creatures on land. But as long as they dare to enter the sea, they will never return. Until now, the relationship between the two sides has eased a lot. Therefore, Su Ming does not have to worry about being directly targeted by the mermaids. Of course, I don't care. Cannon Lobster, Strengthen Wild Monster. Level, LV 388. Iron Crab, Strengthen Wild Monsters. Level, LV 392. Both of these wild monsters are deadly to anyone who dares to enter the sea. But in front of Su Ming, it is just a toy. An arrow gust of wind. Even in the deep sea, it still does not affect Su Ming's terrifying speed gain. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed the Cannon Lobster, LV 388, and gained 272.4 W experience. You killed the Iron Crab, LV 392, and gained 280.2 W experience. Giant Cannon Lobster Progress, 100, you plundered 78 points of agility. Iron Crab Progress, 100, you plundered 82 points of defense. 2 seconds of effort. Su Ming's thrusting attack speed had already shot out millions of arrows. None of the wild monsters blocking his way survived. The huge noise soon attracted the powerful merman who was patrolling nearby. This was also what Su Ming intended. Soon, a man and a woman, a male and a female, two powerful 8th-level mermaids who seemed to be brothers and sisters appeared in front of Su Ming. Humans, this is the territory of the mermaids. You can kill the wild monsters on the periphery to collect resources, but you can't go any deeper. In their opinion, Su Ming is just a human teenager with decent strength. If you continue to go deeper into the tidal waters, there is a high probability that you will die. Moreover, the mermaids actually don't welcome the races from land to enter their land. Oh, how can I go deeper? Su Ming asked with interest. At the same time, I sighed in my heart, they are worthy of being mermaids. According to records, the entire mermaid tribe is composed of handsome men and beautiful women. Except for the mermaid tail and gill-like ears. Other aspects of their appearance are almost the same as those of humans. Human, we kindly remind you not to be ungrateful. With your strength, you can't get through the encirclement of the manta ray. What do your elders think? They let you come in here alone to die? You were lucky. Today is the ceremony for the election of the new mermaid queen. It is not appropriate to kill any living creatures. Return to land as soon as possible. The male mermaid among them has already issued an order to expel them. You have killed so many wild monsters, which is enough to prove that your strength is far beyond that of your peers. But in the hands of my brother and I, it's still not good enough. Boy. Name, Jiao Wuzhou. Name, Samitsuki. These are their names, and their strength is at level 8. Looking at Jiao Wuzhou, who was looking down at him with a raised mouth, Su Ming also smiled. Is today the celebration of the succession of the new queen of the mermaid tribe? I have to take a look at this grand event. I wonder how beautiful the queen of the mermaid tribe is. Su Ming stroked his chin and thought for a moment, feeling very curious. You, boy, how dare you blaspheme the mermaid queen? Today I will knock you out and throw you on a deserted island. Just at this moment, several deep-sea water tornadoes began to rise in the sea area where Su Ming was, and they were approaching. Oh, the sea people are indeed gifted with the control of water. Su Ming had a clearer understanding of their strength. Change to any 8th-level professional. I'm afraid no one can gain any benefit from being surrounded by a waterspout. But Su Ming did not move. The bow of destruction was immediately drawn to its full length. A waterspout, right? I wonder if you have ever seen an ice spout frozen in the deep sea. An arrow of ice. The next moment, the entire sea area ahead. Ice flowers are frozen. Su Ming, the space is blocked, and you too, don't even think about running away. Oh. Chapter 132 Perfect Entry into the Mermaid Palace. Dark blue door. What happened? My spatial ability has failed. Jiao Wuzhou and Jiao Wuyue were suddenly horrified. However, the next second, Su Ming's sharp arrows had already landed on them. You little human boy, you actually attacked the great mermaid royal family. What about you? At this time, Su Ming's mouth corners had already curled up. Fate usurps. Su Ming immediately changed their fate. Although they are still the extremely proud mermaids. But in my heart, it turned into the shape of Su Ming. However, this time Su Ming clearly did not let them call him master, but the so-called distinguished guest of the human race. After all, this time he needs to get what he needs from the mermaids. And it must be an important treasure for the entire mermaid race. So, I'm not a devil. I must dress like a formal person. Very good. From now on, I will be your former benefactor. And now, you just happen to meet me and invite me to the celebration of the Queen's succession. Do you understand? There is no longer the tension between the sea people and the human race as in the past. So if that's the case, Su Ming will also become a person welcomed by the mermaids. Besides, the brother and sister Jiao Wuzhou and Zhu Jiao Wuyue were originally rank 8 strongmen among the mermaid royal family. Su Ming regarded them as their former savior. You can then have the in-depth communication that follows very comfortably. Of course, depending on the situation, we can also consider whether to tamper with the fate of all mermaids. Su Ming murmured in his heart, but want to do this? This means that you will inevitably face the so-called sea god in the tidal sea area. Power of destruction, 188.3/200. There is only a slight distance left before the second great destruction recharge. So, even if you want to take action, Su Ming also plans to reach 200. Then have face-to-face communication with Poseidon. The return journey was smooth. Su Ming discovered that these mermaids indeed possessed a special method of hiding their breath in the sea, even if they are running head-on into a swarm of wild monsters. If you are not actively attacking and exposed, you will not be attacked. To put it simply, they will not attract the hatred of sea monsters first. Su Ming didn't care at all. The arrows in his hands shot out quickly, and the journey was still unobstructed. Jiao, you already a great respect for Su Ming. How powerful is this force? Only then can several beautiful frost flowers bloom in the sea. You killed the deep-sea manta, LV-390, and gained 276.4 W experience. You killed the electric eel, LV-392, and gained 282.8 W experience. Another large wave of experience and attributes gained. Now, as long as Su Ming completes the second level of Divine Enlightenment, he can directly trigger the 8th job transfer task. However, Su Ming felt that it was closely related to the revelation of fate. But the accumulated experience will not disappear. It can continue to accumulate until the 9th turn or even finally reach LV-999. By then, I will have truly reached the Divine Lord realm in every sense of the word. Su Ming will not be stuck at level 999 and unable to move forward like the 3 old guys before him. Instead, it is a natural process to complete the sublimation of body and soul. Power of destruction 200/200. Until the power of destruction is finally filled. Su Ming also put away the world-destroying bow in his hand with peace of mind. Next, let's see what the situation is in the core area of the mermaid tribe. Dear guest Su Ming, the mermaid palace is ahead. Don't worry, as our savior, you will be blessed by the mermaids. Jiao Wuzhou looked at Su Ming with gratitude. In his opinion, Su Ming is now like his reborn parents. Very well, thank you for troubling me so much. Su Ming replied politely, it's perfect. So, next, under the deep-sea token in Jiao Wuzhou's hand, Su Ming passed through a huge barrier. It turns out that there is a magical sea formation here. Su Ming murmured. At this time, he had already seen the real situation with the help of the hidden eye. An extremely powerful magic circle for others. But in front of him, it was like paper. Oh my god, it's a human. He's so handsome, even more handsome than the prince of our mermaid tribe. Master Wuzhou actually brought back a very handsome human? I have to inform my sisters right away. This is a rare event that only happens once in 100 years. With the appearance of Su Ming, the mermaids in the entire core area, and their vassal races, such as the turtle people and the sea snake people, were all in an uproar. It's not that there are no human beings in the tidal sea area, but Su Ming has only been around in the past few hundred years. The first person to be personally invited by the mermaid royal family to enter the mermaid palace area. No wonder Master Wuzhou and Master Wu went there immediately after hearing the noise. So it was their savior who welcomed them? Oh my god, I didn't expect that this young human is as powerful as Lord Wuzhou. After all, Su Ming only looks to be at level 7 in strength. If one could surpass level 8 strong men in the deep sea, this is enough to prove that he has great potential. And ever since everyone heard that Su Ming had once saved the mermaids, everyone became respectful towards Su Ming. I don't know which transcendent power on land he belongs to. But at this moment, some mermaids began to exclaim, the competition ceremony for this year's queen has begun. Buzz. The huge conch made a humming sound in the deep sea. He followed the mermaids' dance and echoed them. The melodious song of the deep sea gradually resounded throughout the entire palace. This song actually has a powerful group benefit ability because of Su Ming who was in the palace. And the little whispers hidden in the darkness all received powerful attribute upgrades. Then, a huge dark blue door appeared. Then 3 mermaid sisters wearing golden crowns appeared. Oh my god, these are 3 identical twins? All of them have absolutely beautiful faces. Soon, they rushed back into the dark blue door. Su Ming heard Jiao Wuzhou and Jiao Wuyue whispering. Because of the ability to tamper with fate, They would not avoid talking to Su Ming about any secrets. Sister, do you think the three princesses can successfully obtain the tears of the sea god from the deep sea gate this time? Jiao Yu shook his head hesitantly. It's difficult. We, the mermaids, have not been able to feel the response from the sea god for 1,000 years. I don't believe that Poseidon has abandoned us. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Could the sea god be missing? But it seems that there is no situation where other demons have taken over the place. There must be a secret hidden behind the door. Su Ming and the onlookers could see the blurry images of the three trial participants. But at this moment, three painful cries sounded at the same time. It seems that I have failed. The succession of the queen can only be determined by the sensitivity of the crown. There's nothing we can do about it. Thousands of years ago, only the mermaids who obtained the tears of the sea god could inherit the title of queen. Chapter 133. How is this possible? He is a human. Stop pretending, let's get down to business. But now, there are no more mermaids who can communicate with the sea god. Perhaps the sea god has left the tidal sea. If a war breaks out between land and sea at this time, without the protection of the sea god, we will most likely be at a disadvantage. After all, they all know it. There are gods on land as well. For example, the celestial spirits and the demon spirits. Their ancestors all became spiritual gods with theoretically eternal lifespans. Unless killed by the same gods. Come on, the gods don't want to get involved in these fights at all. And ordinary people want to kill the gods. How is that possible? The brother and sister unscrupulously revealed to him the huge secret of the entire mermaid race. And Su Ming just smiled. He had just awakened his profession and killed several demons. Soon, Su Ming once again saw a mermaid with a royal sister's temperament appear. Meet the mermaid queen. All the tribes nearby saluted immediately. Oh, is this the former mermaid queen who is about to abdicate? Name, Zhaolin Shuang. Sure enough, her strength has reached the peak of LV 999. Unfortunately, he did not receive the favor of the so-called sea god. The possibility of never being able to enter the realm of the gods in your entire life. The inheritance of the gods in this world seems to have been completely cut off as well. Except for the existing spirit gods who are actively looking for successors, the local tribes are still unable to achieve transcendence. In comparison, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh at the happiness of the people of Blue Star, who told them to have me as their god. Under fate, thousands of divine paths are unobstructed. Today, Wu Tianlong, Wang Bo and others are benefiting from the dragon vein of Shalong Zagurong. The level also increases rapidly. It has already surpassed the previous 9th level. It won't be long before they all reach level 999, and then they will be able to feel the wonderful and infinite divine power. The Kingdom of God. It's called the Kingdom of God only if everyone can become a god. Of course, one must first truly advance to become a divine lord. Otherwise, Blue Star could only feel the divine power but was unable to use it. Zhaolin Shuang glanced at Su Ming but said nothing. It is obvious that Su Ming is the savior of Jiao Wuzhou and Jiao Wuyue from the royal family. The whole palace knew about it. The eyes of the sea creatures were still fixed on the blurry image in the blue door. But just at this moment, a void chain suddenly appeared in the Sky Trial Tower in Su Ming's divine space. Huh? You said what you need is inside the door. Su Ming tilted his head slightly. This can be seen from Su Ming's conversation with the Jiao Wuzhou siblings. It is learned that only the mermaids who can resonate with the mermaid crown can enter. The three twin sisters wore it on their heads. It is a spiritual device that has separated a bit of the power of the mermaid crown, the greatest treasure of the mermaid clan. This is not only the Sky Trial Tower, but also the thing that allows him to gain authority over the Six Paths Divine Tower. Oh, looks like you have an idea. Su Ming smiled. Then, all the sea creatures here were stunned. Only Su Ming could see that void chain. It escaped into the blue door along Su Ming's divine space. Then, everyone saw that the entire door was emitting a scorching golden light. Oh my god. I have seen this scene 3,000 years ago. This is the call of the sea god. The voice was particularly excited. Everyone looked towards the place where the sound came from and saw an old lady from the turtle tribe. It's actually Old Turtle. She's an antique who has lived for thousands of years. The turtle people have the longest normal lifespan among all the sea creatures. When this old turtle was young, he accidentally obtained a holy spirit fruit that could greatly extend his life. Therefore, it is known as the living fossil of this area. What? Old Turtle said this was the call of the sea god? Did the princesses succeed? Countless sea creatures were suddenly extremely excited. His face was filled with genuine excitement. Only Zhaolin Shuang frowned. She is the current controller of the mermaid crown. There was no trace of the tears of the sea god from any of the princesses. Just at this moment, the golden light gradually condensed into a glorious staircase. The stairs continued to extend along the void chains of the Sky Trial Tower. Finally, it fell at Su Ming's feet. Jiaowuzhou? Jiaowuyu? This door is actually welcoming our benefactor? Not just these two. Even in the palace, there appeared 4 old mermaids who were unwilling to reach the upper limit of the 9th turn. All the sea creatures looked at Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming, ahem, it's asking me to come in. Su Ming touched the back of his head. Shut up, you're making too much of a fuss. Originally, he planned to take advantage of this rest time to directly use the Shadow Space Stone. Use the teleportation technique to cross into the secret realm. The result, okay. He did hear a voice calling. Only you who are connected to the void chain can hear it. Is this the former Poseidon? It seemed to be dying and might even disappear at any time. It's not at the end of the path that the blue door normally leads to, but the deep sea tomb. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Ming began to climb the golden stairs. Jiao Lin Shuang just couldn't understand it. The sea god, who had been silent for thousands of years, finally showed his divine light today. But why? It turned out that this human race had received the call from Lord Poseidon. Could it be that he is actually a descendant of the sea god? There was no way she could know the Sky Trial Tower existed. So Su Ming would not tell these sea creatures. How is it possible? He is a human. But he is really handsome. Is it possible that Su Ming is the child of a merman and a human? An elder, this. Could it be that he is also the queen's child? Then the 4 elders who had appeared before looked at Jiao Lin Shuang with strange expressions. Jiao Lin Shuang, confused face? He is not. I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense. So, Jiao Lin Shuang and the 4 elders immediately surrounded them. They are the most powerful force in the entire mermaid race. Your name is Su Ming. Su Ming smiled slightly. Yes. Su Ming stopped in front of the door and responded. One of the elders was very excited at this time. Is it really the Lord of the Sea who is calling you? Although they thought that Su Ming's strength was within their control. But now it's because of the sea god. But he couldn't help but show great respect to Su Ming. Is the being who called me the one you mentioned, the sea god? So from now on, I will treat you mermaids according to its attitude. Remember, think carefully before you deal with me. Now that the clues we were looking for have been found. So, he stopped pretending and showed his cards. The sea god, worshipped by the sea people, is still a good thing. Then Su Ming might help it after taking away what it needs. On the contrary, one arrow will shoot it. Then in order to avoid revealing his whereabouts to the devil, all sea creatures in the tidal sea area must be wiped out or their fate tampered with. Although it is indeed troublesome and takes a lot of time to tamper with the entire tidal sea area. This is also the reason why Su Ming did not choose this method at the first time. But who told me that I was being targeted by countless demons? I have to be careful of the traitors. Chapter 134 Sea God. Little Lolita from the Elf Royal family? Little Lolita's request. You have triggered the ancient Deep Blue Gate, secret realm, and cannot form a team. The level limit is below LV 999. Do you accept the directional transmission of ancient Deep Blue Gate? Weather. Just when Su Ming touched the huge dark blue door, his information log was immediately updated with news related to this. Yes. Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately chose to agree. Because of the void chains emitted by the Sky Trial Tower, the sea god on the opposite side must have also felt his extraordinary aura. Now, is it asking for help from itself? Su Ming didn't know what the other party had been through. The sea god, who was originally the controller of the entire secret realm, is now imprisoned deep in the secret realm. Moreover, even the complete body is gone. This situation. It was as if he had once seen a spirit in the secret realm of dawn. So Su Ming was also fearless. The characteristic of destruction is destined to kill the soul body in one shot. Even if the power of great destruction is not activated. He's also the one who holds the initiative. The golden light curtain enveloped him again. So, in the surprised eyes of all the sea creatures, Su Ming disappeared at the door. Oh my god, Su Ming actually went in? That's a place that only the royal family of the sea gods can enter. Many respected old men of the sea tribe came out. Many of them looked at the current queen, Jiao Ningxuang. This human boy, could it really be the queen and the human's child? Shark Frost. If Su Ming were here, he would probably also be frowning. He originally thought that these mermaids would be angry after hearing his threat. As a result, not only did no anger appear, it completely went astray. I understand. Queen, we all understand that there was always a time when we were young and we all sang in unison. Shark Frost. The strongest mermaid had never been so embarrassed. Instead, he murmured in his heart, Su Ming, who exactly are you? The scene before my eyes changes rapidly. Soon Su Ming found himself in a calm sea. This place is absolutely magical. It's clearly in the sea. Su Ming seemed to feel the strong force of the storm. Is this a deep sea storm? Even on the blue planet there are legendary deep sea storms. Because it doesn't happen naturally. Instead, it is a super disaster magic produced by the annihilation fusion of water element and wind element. Except there is no powerful divine power attached. The destruction caused by normal power is no less. But Su Ming was in it as if nothing had happened. Oh. I almost forgot. Extinction is the eternal artifact that controls the origin of annihilation. Eh? Doesn't that mean? Can I also try to further annihilate and fuse the evolving avenue of elements? After all, I have never truly witnessed the scene of annihilation and fusion. Now, being in the middle of it can serve as a reference. I didn't expect to receive such a big gift just after entering here. This trip really made a lot of money. Su Ming continued to follow the void chain connected to the Sky Trial Tower. Swim towards the breath deep in the sea. This place was different from the place where the Mermaid Princess 3 was that he had seen before. This is not just a secret place. Or is it the deep space hidden in the secret realm? This reminded Su Ming of the lava space where the silly dragon Zaguron was first discovered. The sea god here is indeed a true spiritual god. Now Su Ming felt relieved, because he has deeply felt the condensed divine power of water and wind. If they were demons, their goal would certainly be to destroy the world and devour its origin. So he is Su Ming's destined enemy. As for the words of the spirit gods, their intentions were different. But there is no conflict of interest with him. Maybe. But I haven't really inherited the title of god yet, so I don't know. Su Ming murmured. Ancient forgotten land, deep sea tomb. It's really here. I didn't expect that this place that has existed since ancient times was moved here by this sea god. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to hear a faint call again. But this time it appeared clearly in his mind. My lord, I hope you can. Save me. Su Ming was stunned. This is totally different from what he imagined. He originally thought that the spiritual god took the form of a mermaid similar to the mermaids. At worst, they are ancient sea creatures like octopuses and sharks. Result. It turns out to be the image of a little human loli? Wrong. Her ears are different from those of humans. And her sapphire eyes are vaguely similar to his own, hidden eye, possessing extraordinary divine powers that surpass ordinary strength. Then Su Ming suddenly came to his senses and said, I know what race you are. You are elf royalty. And it's a deep-sea elf that has the ability to control ocean currents. Logically speaking, there are no elves on the Linghai star. Unexpectedly, she not only came here. He became the sea god worshipped by the mermaids tens of thousands of years ago? Wait, have you lost your memory? Su Ming responded to the little lowly image projected in his mind. The little lowly suddenly felt aggrieved. All I remember is that I was suddenly attacked by a monster that emerged from a black hole. Then my body was pierced and left with an extremely horrible black mark. In a desperate situation, I had to use the last resort. Abandon your body and return to the deep-sea tomb in the form of a soul. Then fell into a long sleep. It was not until you came that your divine power restored some of my strength to have a conversation. Oh, that should be the trace of power that the Sky Trial Tower provided him. Su Ming discovered that this small tower was indeed unusual. He had a feeling. It seems that this Sky Trial Tower is originally a part of the Six Paths Divine Tower, because it starts with recognizing itself as the Lord. Su Ming's sense of the Six Paths Divine Tower became stronger and stronger, even though he is here now. You can also gradually feel the changes in every inch of land on Blue Star through the Six Paths Divine Tower. So what's wrong with you now? Can't you get out of the deep-sea tomb? Su Ming continued to ask. Well, actually, there are 2 guardian beasts sealed in the deep-sea tomb. But they fell into a state of frenzy due to the backlash of the contract. So once I get out, they're going to create a catastrophic tsunami that's powerful enough to change the entire tidal ocean. So now you can't beat them at all? Once you dare to leave here, the so-called guardian beast may kill its master. No wonder you need someone to save you. At this moment, Su Ming's information log refreshed another message. You have received a request from unnamed sea god. Do you accept it? Yes/no. Chapter 135 Soul Holy Pillar. Weapon Spirit. 2 Guardian Divine Beast Sea Dragons. Commission 1. According to the guidance of the unknown sea god, find the 2 berserk guardian beasts in the deep sea tomb and seal or purify their abnormal state. Commission 2. Follow the guidance of the unknown sea god to enter the soul temple in the deep sea tomb and rescue the soul trapped in the soul pillar. Reward. Permanent title, Light of the Deep Sea Special Item Deep Sea Soul Crystal. My lord, I sense the powerful divine power within you. As long as you can save me, I will give you the deep-sea soul crystal as a reward. The elf-like little lowly is full of anticipation. However, Su Ming showed an interested expression. You also know that I am still a person who has not yet achieved transcendence. It is not an easy task to deal with 2 level 999 guardian beasts. Su Ming then showed an embarrassed expression. Sir, What do you think we should do? The little lowly elf suddenly became flustered. Now that she has lost her divine powers and most of her memories, she feels powerless. On the other hand, Su Ming was laughing in his heart. I didn't expect this girl to be so innocent and naive. Is it because of the loss of memory? But judging from the legends among the sea people, she is indeed different from other spirits. Normally, spiritual gods would not care about the life and death battles of ordinary people. However, the sea god worshipped by the Sea Clan actually took action himself. And from then on, it protected countless sea creatures in the tidal sea area. Of course, it's not impossible for me to solve it at a cost. It's just you have to pay extra, cough cough cough. Actually, I entered the tidal sea area to look for an item. Based on the induction, it is very likely in this small world. So, I'm going to need your extra help in getting the items I need. Although Su Ming could sense the items he needed through the Sky Trial Tower. But its location is uncertain. I don't know what it looks like. Although the Six Paths Divine Tower was trying its best to convey the other party's message to Su Ming. But who knows what bird language it speaks? Ahem, it's probably something that can seal the soul. When Su Ming finished saying this, the projection of the little lowly in my mind was stunned. Su Ming suddenly thought of something. Wait, your soul body has not shown any signs of weakness in 10,000 years. Could it be that the last thing you sealed yourself in and put it into sleep is the item I need to find? Holy Soul Pillar. Judging from the description in the entrustment information, isn't the Soul Holy Pillar an item that has the ability to seal souls? The little girl started to get anxious. This, Omega. Sir, actually, I have merged with the Holy Soul Pillar you mentioned. My soul body is alive only because of this stone pillar. If you take it away, I will be gone. Su Ming. The little girl continued crying. It seems that I accidentally obtained this stone pillar 10,000 years ago, precisely because of it. That's how I was able to survive that fatal crisis. And I finally managed to hide it from that horrible monster in the black hole. I don't want to die yet. I want to find my mother. Woo. Su Ming. This former sea god, could it be that his IQ has returned to that of a child? Although the corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly. But now his expression gradually became serious. From his feelings. This sea god controls the ocean currents and can even annihilate and fuse the former spiritual sea stars and sea gods of water and wind. He is definitely one of the most powerful beings among the spiritual gods. In the end, he was successfully killed by a sneak attack from some unknown terrifying existence. If it weren't for the holy pillar of soul sealing her soul body, maybe it was reduced to ashes. Fuck, that sneak attack guy must be something. It's almost as good as my great destruction, annihilation kill. Su Ming had to become serious. Because his output is invincible now, but his defense is not yet. He can do nothing under the gods. But facing the devil, spirit god, the devil lord, and even more powerful beings, he might get injured. Of course, Su Ming also endured 3 attacks before he was injured. The attacker will be hit by the fate rebound first. As for the trump card, of course you can't let others know it casually. As the little girl continued to talk about her current situation, Su Ming moved towards the deep sea tomb. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke. If I'm not mistaken, you may have become the spirit of the Holy Soul Pillar. Spirit of the weapon? Apparently, she had forgotten the concept of spirit of the weapon. That might be a good thing. Su Ming has completely understood the artifact that is related to the Six Paths Divine Tower. Almost all of them once had self-awareness. But I don't know why it is either already dissipated or in a state of blurred consciousness not far from dissipation. The Sky Trial Tower is left with only obsession and instinct. Until I deal with the Spirit of God. Only then did I completely choose to recognize myself as the Master. Holy Pillar of Soul, or your own weapon destruction. Their consciousness should have been dispersed in ancient times. After destruction merged with himself, Su Ming could feel it very intuitively. The same is true for the Holy Pillar of Soul. But it is an item that controls the power of the soul. It is not uncommon to be able to merge with the soul body. So, this former spiritual star sea god is now a little lowly of the elf royal family. Just by chance, he became the spirit of the Holy Soul Pillar? Don't worry, you won't disappear. Perhaps in the future, you can regain your body. Or, I can create a new body for you later. According to the little lowly, after that terrifying existence left a mark on her body, then he controlled them and brought them back into the black hole. Really? Su Ming. Really? Omega, more real than Dingjin. Deep Sea Tomb, Land of Lost Ruins. After confirming what he needed and the little lowly's condition, Su Ming finally accepted the little lowly's commission. Deep Sea Soul Crystal is also a good thing. It can allow one to gain powerful spiritual power in the ocean. I didn't expect that the guardian beasts you were talking about were 2 sea dragons. It is said that the Sea Dragon clan was once a member of the Dragon clan. But now that the dragon clan is almost extinct, the sea dragon has established its own clan and is included in the sea clan. He learned all these things from the spirit dragon king, Nigler. What was learned from the dragon dozing rod, which was transformed from the final spiritual imprint? Nigler left behind a lot of information about the history of the dragon clan. Found it, sure enough, 2 stupid dragons again. 34. They are, fighting each other? Chapter 136. Chapter 136. Then I'll call you Luo Lan. Long live Lord Su Ming. Su Ming saw 2 huge aqua-blue dragons fighting each other. At this time, their eyes are particularly scarlet, constantly destroying the surrounding environment. Only, the deep sea tomb itself is also a special place. No matter how much damage they do, they have not yet acquired the power of gods, nor will it cause the collapse of space. Roar. Su Ming's appearance quickly attracted the attention of the 2 sea dragons. They became angry and kept roaring. Su Ming, oh. So you guys are not fighting, but oh hee hee. His expression became strange. Name, Long Ao. Name, Long Ju. These 2 sea dragons have reached the limit of LV 999. But Su Ming didn't care about the 2 stupid dragons opposite him at all. However, the projection of the little loli in my mind was extremely panicked. My lord, they are only 1 step away from becoming true dragons. You must be careful. I hope you won't kill them. They used to be very kind. The little girl was in a state of hesitation. Don't worry, I can pay a small price and use a secret method so that they won't be harmed at all. Really? That's great, sir. Obviously, the little loli had been fooled by Su Ming. Even Xiaoyi, who was hiding in the shadows, felt a trace of pity. Xiaoyi, the master is really naughty, but I like it very much. Greater than over equal to? Less than over equal to? The noble phoenix began to have some thoughts in his heart at this moment. In an instant, the 2 sea dragons swam rapidly in an instant. Oh, this is the deep sea storm. As expected of little loli's guardian beasts, their most powerful ability is the stormwater tornado. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Silly dragon, did I ask you to stir up a deep sea storm? I told you to stop. The world-destroying divine bow in Su Ming's left hand was already ready. A shadow arrow carrying a breath of destruction suddenly shot into the tornado. There was a moment of silence. The 2 sea dragons were dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Where are my skills? Puff Fate usurps. At the same time, activate the title of Dragon King in front of these 2 silly dragons. Although Su Ming had no way to purify them directly, but it can be solved directly from the root cause. Wipe out their fate of being in a confused and violent state for tens of thousands of years. Then, Su Ming wiped his forehead. Ahem. Using this ability cost me a huge price. Little elf loli, you have to compensate me well. By the way, I am a little confused. Have you forgotten your name? I saw the little loli in my mind showing a grateful look. Then he replied, Sir, I actually forgot my name a long time ago. Everyone calls me Poseidon since I came here. So, Su Ming, so you took Sea God as your name? He suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. It was truly a blessing from heaven that this elf could grow safely to become so powerful. So that's it. Su Ming finally understood why she became the sea god of Linghai Star. Because she lost her memory 10,000 years ago. Then, by chance, he ended up in the tidal sea area of Linghai Star. Moreover, it happened to coincide with the great naval and land battle at that time. Since this was also where he lived, he chose to help the sea creatures in the tidal sea area. Then, he inexplicably accepted the offerings from the sea god of the mermaid clan, a member of the royal family of the sea. Although the shark people are not as fanatical as the mermaids. But at the same time, they also acknowledge and respect this sea god's identity. Su Ming. It turns out that this is the correct answer to all problems. In that case, I will call you Luo Lan from now on, right? Roland. Okay, greater than over equal to? Less than over equal to? Now the only divine power I have is enough to keep my body from dissipating. So I have to thank you, sir. Luo Lan really doesn't have the slightest spiritual temperament. Think of this. Su Ming thought of Ziling again, the spiritual god born from the purple gold gourd. This little guy has been led astray by his little talk. It seems that Luo Lan's existence in the elven royal family was the same as Ziling's. They are born spiritual gods. This can also explain why her body has degenerated into the state of a little loli. Luo Lan can still master the spiritual power of wind and water. By the way, why do I feel that Ziling's spiritual power is completely different from normal? Although now only the purple gold gourd can be used to open up the divine space. But in fact, it is not a spatial attribute ability. What this little fellow possesses may even be as special as the properties of time and space. It seems that I will probably be targeted by the beings in the mysterious heavenly palace. Never mind. Anyway, Ziling is already my little cotton-padded jacket hee. Soon, the two sea dragons were stunned. They crawled in front of Su Ming in panic and fear. Then, he began to recite the dragon language. Great, 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 great Dragon King? Oh my god, are you really the Dragon King? We, the Sea Dragon Clan, thought that all the Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan were destroyed. Please give us another chance to be loyal to you. Whether it's fear or awe, these two sea dragons have become beings that he can control at any time. It is not only fate that usurps. Su Ming is now equivalent to the Dragon King that Nigeler pushed forward at all costs. He will have a natural suppression when facing the Dragon Clan. Perhaps, Nigel hopes that one day I can reunite the remaining dragons. Su Ming shrugged. This matter depends on fate. It's just that so many benefits have been taken from it. A little care can still be done. My name is Su Ming, and I came here to take away an item from the sea god. Ahem, in that case, I will give you your first task now. The two sea dragons suddenly became excited. Su Ming acknowledged their allegiance. After fate usurped them, they felt the terrifying divine power from Su Ming's body. It is actually several times larger than the sea god he once served. Therefore, this is also their opportunity. Master Su Ming, I want to say, Master Poseidon, has fallen. The two sea dragons suddenly showed sad expressions. No, she's not dead yet. Su Ming stated this fact calmly. What? Is this true? Lord Poseidon is still alive. Su Ming did not answer. Instead, he looked behind them. That was the Soul Temple. Your first task is to continue what you did before. There are very few survivors of the Sea Dragon Clan now, so adding new members is a very important matter. I have already controlled your destiny. As long as you work hard, a new baby sea dragon will be born. Longju, _ Long Ao, degree. The male sea dragon Long Ao was ecstatic. He immediately shouted in dragon language, Long live Lord Su Ming L, Omega. Chapter 137 Reincarnation of Life and Death God. 1/6 Authority Mission Book of Reincarnation. But for now, you guys stay outside. I need to go into the Soul Temple. With Luo Lan's guidance, Su Ming unlocked the external magic circle without any surprises. Following the sound of the tide, the ears were filled with the sound of the tide. Su Ming felt that he was integrated into it. The tide. Is the ocean calling? When he opened his eyes again, Su Ming found that the scene before him had completely changed. This Soul Temple is hidden in the Deep Sea Tomb. Deep Sea Tomb, Soul Temple. The core that supports it is the Holy Soul Pillar. So, after Su Ming took away this pillar, the palace will also become history in the deep sea. Is this the water of all things, the water of life? The Soul Temple Center not only combines the water element, it also possesses power at the level of life. This is the power of the Holy Soul Pillar. It is not only the source of the soul, but also the source of life. The death of the body is not the end of life. The soul lives on. Life is immortal. Su Ming seemed to have an epiphany. Countless enormous forces formed a vortex of divine power and gathered towards him. The Holy Pillar of Soul, also called the Holy Pillar of Life. No wonder Luo Lan's soul has been so solid for thousands of years. She has been sublimated by life. In the next second, Su Ming's information log was updated with a new message. You have triggered the life perception of the Holy Pillar of the Soul. The current perception progress is 2. You are continuing to comprehend the life of the Holy Pillar of Soul. The current progress is 14. Oh, Su Ming was overjoyed. Every time the progress of the news improved a little, he could feel the solidity of his life. This feeling. The most intuitive way to express it is that the health attribute increases dramatically. Hundreds of thousands, millions, wait, over 10 million? You are continuing to comprehend the life of the Holy Pillar of Soul. The current progress is 76. You are continuing to comprehend the life of the Holy Pillar of Soul. The current progress is 91. You are continuing to comprehend the life of the Holy Pillar of Soul. The current progress is 99. You have mastered the special skill, Reincarnation of Life and Death God. Su Ming? So, Su Ming immediately looked at the introduction of this skill. You don't know until you see it. Wow, this is awesome. From now on, I, Su Ming, will no longer be the Bao God and killing God feared by everyone. Rather, he is the God revered by everyone. TSK. This is simply murder and arson, villain iron manganese, and rescue the suffering divine master Su Ming. Su Ming. Oh. Reincarnation, God. No level master the divine power of the true meaning of life. Release it on a living target to make them fall into reverse reincarnation. Release it on a target who has died within 1 minute to bring them back to life and forcibly revive their soul. This skill consumes the corresponding divine power according to the difference in life level between the target and the dead. Resurrection only resurrects the soul but not the body. A special artifact is required to unite the soul and body. Su Ming immediately supported his chin and laughed. Oh, this so-called special artifact. Could it be the Holy Soul Pillar? The actual effect of this skill is far from as simple as the description. For example, putting the survival target into a reverse cycle. There are a variety of factors that may lead to completely different results. Moreover, if Su Ming completely establishes a connection with the Holy Soul Pillar, you can also add the effect of this skill to your own arrows. It is a sure win if combined with the concept of extinction. It's simply an unsolvable means of attack. TSK. I've become a little stronger without realizing it. This is not the most important thing. The cycle of life can actually be released on dead targets? Back from the dead, damn. Just like little Lolita Luolan. As long as the soul is immortal, there will be a chance for it to merge with the body and revive again. And, from now on, her soul will be exceptionally powerful. From now on. It means that as long as Su Ming exists, he won't let all his friendly troops die. No one can die. If it's a future war between two divine kingdoms, I won't have to worry about my men dying anymore. If you advance, you can shoot down the demon with one arrow. If you retreat, you can bring all things back to life. TSK. Reincarnation and fate are nested in the line of cause and effect. How terrifying. Su Ming was not the only one who lamented. At this time, the little Lolita Luolan was completely dumbfounded. And he finally realized why Su Ming was looking for the Holy Soul Pillar. Because this is simply its natural owner. She didn't know the real reason. The Holy Soul Pillar was indeed once a part of the Six Paths Divine Tower. Because Su Ming then received several messages. You have obtained the Sky Trial Tower. You need clues to unlock special tasks. You have established a soul connection with the Holy Pillar of Soul. You need clues to unlock special tasks. You have triggered 1/6 of the authority task of the Six Paths Tower, the Book of Reincarnation. Do you accept it? Whether. Finally found the clue to the eternal artifact. Sky Trial Tower and Holy Soul Pillar are both part of it. This is interesting. A tower, a pillar. The final fusion subject is a Book of Reincarnation. Then, Su Ming confirmed without any hesitation. Yes, the Book of Reincarnation. Unlock first, Sky Trial Tower Fusion Artifact. Unlock first, Soul Holy Pillar Fusion Artifact. Task description. After entering the Soul Realm, enter a special mysterious space through the induction of the Soul Holy Pillar and solve the clues of the Lord of Space to obtain the Book of Reincarnation. Sure enough, until this task appeared, the Sky Trial Tower and the Holy Pillar of Soul only then revealed their identities as fused divine artifacts. It was as if a trace of their will had been awakened by the Six Paths Divine Tower. This feeling, the fusion of extinction, is the same. My job transfer mission was also received from the job transfer crystal in the Six Paths Divine Tower. So, the Six Paths Divine Tower is actually the one that has established a real connection with me. It seems that when I return to Blue Star, I will have to have a deep exchange with that imaginary little tower. Luolan, sir, what's wrong with me? The closer you are to me, the more my soul trembles. This feeling is so strange. Why would I want you to be my master? Su Ming? It is very likely that Luolan was just in the process of activating the Six Paths Divine Tower. Affected by the Holy Pillar of Soul, it seems that the little loli has really become the new spirit of the Holy Soul Pillar. At least before he completely completes the fusion of the Book of Samsara. It is impossible to separate Luolan from the Holy Soul Pillar. Ahem, look, Luolan, I lost a lot of my divine power to save you. Now I can also take back the Holy Soul Pillar, and you are actually saved. Do you want to see the wonderful worlds of 10,000 years from now? As long as you follow me, you can do fun things with me. Little E? Here it comes. Master Su Ming is going to trick the little loli again. Xiaoyi, hey, wait, why do you say again? Hidden in the shadows, Xiaoyi tilted her beautiful phoenix head. Ziling, Ling, since you want to pursue excitement, then go all the way, yo. Ziling, Ling, daddy is awesome. Ziling has a sister again, greater than over equal to 3 less than over equal to. Chapter 138 Divine Authority, Ocean Current Sea God. Commission completed. Little loli gets it. The Holy Soul Pillar in the center of the Soul Temple is shining brightly. But as the connection with Su Ming deepened, he finally found the little loli trapped inside. Luolan, you have to know that being integrated with the Holy Soul Pillar is good for your soul. Also, soon after the Book of Samsara appears, we will fuse it with the Eternal Divine Artifact. Then you will be able to truly be independent with your soul and body. Su Ming smiled and looked at the little loli. Luolan hesitated for a moment, but soon nodded. After all, Lord Su Ming paid such a huge price for her. She would definitely repay Su Ming as much as possible. If only Su Ming could hear what the little loli was thinking. you will definitely be completely melted. Really, a simple elf. Su-Ming showed a warm smile and stretched out his right hand to touch the Holy Soul Pillar. Welcome back, and Luo Lan, let me introduce you to two friends. The Holy Soul Pillar has created a divine contract, master contract, for you. Do you accept it? Whether. This time, the information about the master ownership contract appeared without any surprise. Yes. Su-Ming agreed decisively. In the next moment, it just came into my mind. The entire Soul Temple began to shake violently. No. Actually, the Holy Soul Pillar is shrinking. Boom. Just like the Sky Trial Tower before. The Holy Soul Pillar was shrinking to the point where Su-Ming could lift it with one hand. Sure enough, it's not a simple thing. With the disappearance of the Holy Soul Pillar, the entire hall could no longer hold on. Ziling, store everything here into the divine space of the purple gold gourd. Lingling, Dad, look at how awesome I am. At the same time, Xiaoyi also appeared in the hall at Su-Ming's signal. Xiaoyi, welcome. Ziling, Lingling, hello, Sister Luo Lan, carrot. Luo Lan, this, Master Su-Ming? Luo Lan, Shai, please take care of me. It seems that this simple little elf has accepted her current fate. If I were to continue the journey with Master Su-Ming, it seems like it is something worth looking forward to. Moreover, maybe she can even recover her lost memories. Luo Lan, where is my homeland? Maybe I have been forgotten by my people. Su-Ming comforted him kindly. In the future, I will take you to see it, don't worry. Because of Xiaoyi and Ziling, two lively girls, Luo Lan quickly opened her heart, and the matter was finally resolved perfectly. At this moment, a special symbol appeared on Luo Lan's forehead. At the same time, through the connection of the Holy Soul Pillar. This symbol also appeared on Su-Ming's forehead. This is the inheritance branch of the Elven royal family, the Ocean Current Sea God. You have obtained the special authority of Ocean Current God, and have currently unlocked the plane's Blue Star and Spiritual Sea Star. Su-Ming looked in surprise at the little Lolita who was playing with Ziling in the divine space. This was such a pleasant surprise. After all, Su-Ming didn't have much contact with the sea. Now that I have obtained this special authority, it means that in the future you can become the undisputed master of the sea. After all, the sea creatures are not included among all the beasts. TSK, even if we don't tamper with their fate. It seems that I am destined to recognize myself as the master? This feeling is like something. Yes, it's like the master of the trend of the times. Thinking of this, Su-Ming's expression gradually became serious. Because he thought of the crazy words of the divine spirit again. If I am the destined master of this trend, then my enemies may be far more numerous and terrifying than I expected. Su-Ming shrugged. In fact, when it comes down to it, it is still who you are now. Too weak. I am still too weak. Only under the great destruction can a god be killed instantly with one arrow. But if the opponent can dodge and run away decisively, then you can take advantage of the opportunity. Su-Ming still couldn't predict all the enemies. It's still weak indeed. It seems that for now, we can't talk about output. At least we have to ensure that we can't kill him. I have a feeling that the second divine revelation has reached its final stage. Then my ability to protect myself against gods will be further enhanced. Ocean Current God, Divine Authority. Description 1. After using the power of the Ocean Current God, you will be able to merge with the will of the sea in the unlocked plane for a short time, gaining insight into all the secrets of the sea. Each time you use it, there is a high probability that you will recreate a lost history near you in the sea. Can only be used once every 10 days, lasting for 3 hours. Description 2. As long as you have the authority of the God of Ocean Currents, you can force all the sea creatures whose life level is lower than yours in the unlocked plane to fight for you in a short period of time, and greatly increase the percentage of all attributes and super recovery speed of all participants. Each target has a separate cooldown of 1 day, which lasts for 30 minutes. Description 3. The damage received from wind and water elements is reduced by 99. All sea creatures cannot kill you, and the initial favorability is trust. Oh, this divine authority is quite interesting. Description 2 and Description 3 are both powerful active and passive abilities used in combat. But this Description 1 has insight into the secrets of the sea. It seems like we can make a big fuss about it. The sea has buried too many ancient secrets, and they are all treasures to Su-Ming. Whether it is to further understand this extraordinary world, or find the entry point of destiny from the secrets, Su-Ming decisively accepted this powerful ability. The look he gave the little lowly elf became even more unusual. He murmured in his heart, Luo Lan, maybe she was very important when she first had her memory loss. She might not be an ordinary child of the elf royal family at all. But the queen of the elven royal family? Of course, the elven royal family is divided into several major branches. The one that controls ocean currents, namely the elements of wind and water, is only one major branch. At the same time, Su Ming's information log was refreshed with another message. You have completed the commission of Unknown Sea God and unlocked the title Light of the Deep Sea. At this time, Luo Lan took out a piece of deep sea soul crystal. Master Su Ming, this is the only treasure I can afford now. Thank you for helping me. Omega, please accept it. This deep sea soul crystal is a perfect match with the authority of the ocean current god. When you merge your mind with the will of the sea, your soul will be protected in all directions. Su Ming took a transparent prism that flew out from the holy soul pillar. In that case, I'll keep it safe for you. Chapter 139, Light of the Deep Sea. What is the speed pass trial field? This is not sea theology. The holy pillar of soul is already lying in the same divine space as the sky trial tower. Very harmonious. Su Ming then took a look at the effect of the newly acquired title. Light of the Deep Sea, permanent title in the ocean environment. The damage caused by wild monsters to you is reduced by 80, and any damage caused by yourself will be 100 restored to your own health. And the excess can be shared with all friendly targets within a 1W1W1W space. Bear reduced. And 100 of the damage is recovered, and the excess recovery part can be shared. God of Naval Warfare. As Ziling absorbed all the rare materials in the entire hall, a water blue light began to envelop him. The sound of the tide rang in his ears, and it was time for him to return to the deep sea tomb. Long Ao, my master Su Ming has come out. Huh? How come the master's aura has become human? Long Ju, you silly dragon. That must be the switch made by the master's supreme power. Master Su Ming is the supreme dragon king and dragon god. Long Ao. Ao, my wife is right. Long live Lord Su Ming L. Omega. Dragon tactics? Su Ming. Sure enough, the thinking patterns of these two sea dragons are comparable to Zakuran's. If you find one more person, we can make a table. Although Su Ming took Luo Lan away, he did not plan to take these two stupid dragons away, in addition to giving them the task of creating baby dragons. After Su Ming negotiated with Luo Lan, he also gave them the task of guarding the tidal sea area. From now on, there will be no sea god to protect this place. But the two sea dragon masters. Long Ao. Woo, master, you can't abandon us. Long Ju, Master Su Ming, we will definitely work hard. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. Ahem, why wouldn't I want you? After I changed your destiny, there is no longer any obstacle on your path to becoming a dragon god. So, as long as you successfully transform into a dragon god in the future, and complete the tasks assigned by me and the sea god you once served, I'll come back to pick you up once I've finished all my business. When the time comes, I will introduce you to new dragon companions. Now, Zakurong is also about to embark on the journey of transformation into a lava dragon. It will be the second person to achieve godhood on Blue Star after Su Ming. Long Ao, Long Ju, really? Thank you, Master Su Ming. Luo Lan originally wanted to show up, but was stopped by Su Ming. Now Luo Lan's condition cannot be revealed to any living being. Otherwise, the Holy Soul Pillar will be exposed. Don't worry, they have established a special connection with me. Unless you are a being above the devil god, you won't get any benefit. Su Ming's words made Luo Lan feel much more at ease. After all, she was the one who raised these two silly dragons. Luo Lan. Wait, they are definitely not being stupid because of the influence of their original owner. It's time to leave here. It's better not to tell the sea creatures about the existence of the deep sea tomb. Su Ming followed the deep sea secret passage and passed through a space barrier. Then he did not walk out of the dark blue door. Instead, it suddenly appeared in the original space. The first level of the ancient deep blue trial field. The tide surges. Oh, here. By the way, I should get your elf spring back. Luo Lan. I remember this seems to be the trial field I set up. Sir Su Ming, let's go straight through. The little girl gradually became lively. TSK, the innocent little loli is going to be led astray by Xiao again. I don't know who Xiao learned this from. There are so many little tricks in Phoenix's little head. Su Ming's sudden appearance finally excited the mermaids who were watching outside. Is it Su Ming? Why did that human suddenly appear at this time? Why can he participate in the royal trial without the mermaid crown? This is not sea theology. All three of us princesses failed in the final inheritance. How could he, a human being, succeed? Has the sea god really left? Not just the mermaids. Because Su Ming's trial scene suddenly appeared. All the major sea creatures participating in the celebration gathered around to watch again. The mermaid queen Lang Ningxuang and her three daughters were also watching everything silently from a distance. Mother, this human is actually our younger brother, right? Condensation frost? Damn it, there's really no way I can get through this, right? So she immediately waved to Jiao Wuzhou and said, Wuzhou, the eldest princess, may have been mentally injured during the trial. You must send her back to her room to rest. Jiao Wuzhou. Underscore? Princess? Condensation frost. Oh. The second and third princesses trembled at the sight of their mother's smile. But deep down, I felt more and more that what my sister said was very likely. Then, a strange scene appeared. Su Ming acted as if nothing had happened, not showing any seriousness at all, as if he was about to face a strong enemy. How dare he? FCK. The first level of the trial sees Spirit kneel down directly, 0-0? Am I seeing right? He went straight into the second floor like this. The second floor can't be. Damn, it's like this again. All the sea creatures here were completely dumbfounded. Even Lang Ningxuang and the two princesses who had experienced the trial personally. All of them showed expressions of disbelief. The spirit of trial is a projection of war without any emotions, right? Why do they kneel down when they see Su Ming? Kneel down. The third level, the spirit of trial. He knelt down again. Su Ming is not the god of the sea. All the sea creatures could not imagine how Su Ming did it. Only the old turtle, who had lived for a long time, suddenly thought of something and became more and more shocked. Could it be that this human is a god? Then, the handsome boy in the picture instantly entered the fourth floor. Then the fifth floor, the sixth floor, the seventh floor. Finally, without any hindrance, they arrived at the ninth floor where the sea god heritage existed. It took less than 10 seconds to get from the first floor to the ninth floor. Lang Ningxuang's eyes were fixed on the handsome boy in the picture. Then he looked at his two daughters beside him. Ahem, my dear two little princesses, do you have any thoughts about this human boy? This queen of the mermaid tribe is mature, charming, and graceful. But he was particularly afraid in front of the two little princesses. After all, they have grown up under the careful teaching of their mothers since childhood. Mom, they may not be interested in us. The little princess sighed softly as she looked at Su Ming, who seemed to be the master in the picture. They used the mermaid crown to take a shortcut. It still took a lot of effort to reach the final place of inheritance. In the end, he still failed to successfully obtain the inheritance of Poseidon's tears. But at this moment, Su Ming smiled. Found it, Luolan. A drop of water from the elf spring is actually called sea god's tears. It's really interesting, ha ha ha. Luolan, sir, it's not their fault. It was the sea people who spread it themselves. Chapter 140, The Fountain of Elves. How did he become the king of mermaids in just the time it took to take back a pillar? Su Ming's hands touched the inheritance statue. At the same time, Luolan, who was in his spiritual space, had closed his eyes, with a light flickering between his eyebrows. Boom. The entire inheritance hall was suddenly in an uproar. This scene excited countless sea creatures outside the door. Oh my god, the inheritance statue responded. He responded to Su Ming. The second princess, I was here first. The third princess, it turns out that the sea god has always been here, but we cannot meet his requirements. And then in the next second. At the same time, Su Ming turned into a deep blue light and entered the stone statue space. Su Ming succeeded. He successfully obtained the sea god's inheritance. It turns out that the sea god's inheritance is in the stone statue space. But now, they were once again unable to see Su Ming's appearance in the stone statue space. All the high-ranking members of the Sea Clan, including Jiao Ningxuang and 4 great elders. There are also turtle people, sea god people, crab people. They all gathered together for an emergency meeting. As for Su Ming, he has already entered the space where the elf spring is located. Luolan, this thing is also a treasure for your elven royal family, right? Luolan, yes, a complete spring of spirits has the power to bring the dead back to life. Su Ming was not surprised this time. Because he has obtained the cycle of life and death, he can also do the same. In that case, let's take away 9/10 of the springs. The remaining 10th is left for the 2 silly dragons to provide life force for the baby dragon. By then, Long Ao and Long Ju's children will be able to grow up smoothly. As for where the 10% of the springtime that was taken away would go, of course it's Blue Star. The Elf Spring Holy Land to be built on Blue Star in the future will serve as the source of life for Blue Star. At the same time, it is also the endless source of vitality for God's kingdom. With the development of the people of Blue Star, strengthen the upper limit of the Elf Fountain's health and at the same time benefit yourself. By then, my body's ability to recover will be extremely terrifying, even if it was cut off from the waist by a blow from the gods. As long as there is still a breath left, you can recover as before through the nourishment of the kingdom of God and the Fountain of Elves. This isn't just a numerical health regeneration. It is the revival of every organ and even cell. With the Elf Spring, my ability to survive has improved a little bit. Finally, most of them were stored in the divine space. Su Ming discovered the specialness of this place. Luolan, this place, Could it be the place transformed by the will of the sea? Regardless of the previous trial spirit, it is still the last inherited stone statue. Su Ming didn't even feel like she was one with Luo Lan. Su Ming. Sir, it is indeed so. I once seemed to be recognized by the will of the entire tidal sea. But now, the will seems to have chosen you? Although Luo Lan is still a little spiritual lowly now. But in fact, there is almost no difference between her and Ziling. No. His divine power is not even as good as Ziling's. Because Luo Lan's spiritual power can only work in the sea. I see. It seems that not leaving the ancient deep-sea gate at that time was also the choice of the will of the sea. It's calling me to merge with the will of the sea? Is it trying to tell me the ancient secrets once buried in the tidal sea? Wait, is that the tidal sound again? Yes, I guessed right. So Su Ming did not miss this opportunity. As the ocean current god recognized by Ling Haixing, Su Ming began to use his authority. In a trance, the entire stone statue space was changing rapidly. The tides constantly washed the coast in a dreamlike projection-like manner. I don't know how many years have passed. Su Ming gradually saw two vague existences from the place where the sea was beating. These are two indescribable creatures. They came here through the plane of time and space. Then a transparent film rises from their bodies. They are changing their shapes. They disguise themselves as sea creatures? Su Ming didn't know whether they seemed to be restricted by some kind of force. After entering the sea, they didn't use any great force along the way. Unknown whispers sounded softly in Su Ming's ears, the whispers of the sea, and the abyss? These are two transcendental clones of the demon god. After confirming the news, Su Ming instantly became extremely serious. If he wasn't wrong, even if it's just a clone, the aura of these two demons exceeds that of the complete reverse demon, Olatanster. Then their true forms are definitely beings above the gods. They're actually hiding in the sea of Ling Haixing. Su Ming vaguely saw the power from the rules. They have also come through endless time and space. Is this a punishment for them? Therefore, these two indescribable incarnations of the abyss sealed themselves up. They choose to hide silently in the corners of the tidal sea. No being can know. Except the sea itself. At this time, Su Ming murmured, and the will of the sea just recognized Luo Lan at that time, so they must solve this hidden danger. So, the scary guys in Luo Lan's memory were the two beings that Dahai tried to tell her about. If that's the case, Luo Lan's original body is very likely in their hands. A smile suddenly appeared on Su Ming's lips. Even if the original body is above the gods, the clone is still just an ordinary demon god. Now that I've discovered you, how could I let you go? After all, I am now theoretically the sea god of the entire tidal sea area. Thinking of this, Su Ming continued to look for their last hiding place. TSK, whatever you guys are planning. Now that I have met you, all your schemes and tricks will be destroyed in one shot. Hee-hee-hee-oh _intersection, oh haha. Luo Lan, Master Su Ming's smile looked scary. Oh. Literally, Iwakakaka, the master must have thought of some bad idea again. Kill it / amazed face, / Ziling, Linglingo, I want to kill two / amazed face, / Luo Lan? I don't quite understand, but it seems pretty amazing. Luo Lan, follow Lord Su Ming, kill / amazed face, / Su Ming. Although these three little guys are still very cute and adorable. But Su Ming was holding his forehead at this time. Finally found the location where the demon's clone was sealed. There is no time to lose. Su Ming's forehead began to flash blue. The next moment when he opened his eyes, he appeared right in front of the dark blue door. At this moment, countless sea creatures below suddenly knelt down. Then a uniform voice rang out. All the mermaids are here. Greetings to my king. My king lives forever. Then other high-ranking members of the turtle and sea snake tribes also knelt down. Meet the new king of mermaids. May you live forever. Su Ming? How did he become the king of mermaids in just the time it took to retract the pillars? Chapter 141 Two mysterious demon gods. You are now surrounded by me alone. Su Ming looked down. The people in front of us are Zhao Ningxuang and 4 mermaid elders. Ahem, guys, what do you mean? What's the matter? Su Ming has seen many people trying to seize power and usurp the throne. I've never seen anyone begging to be king. Moreover, this king is the king of the mermaids? Do you think I look like a mermaid? Don't think that Su Ming's naturally handsome appearance is a natural trait of the mermaid race. At this time, Zhao Ningxuang said, My king, this is the eternal and unchanging heritage of our mermaid race for tens of thousands of years. As long as you can be recognized by the sea god, you will be the king of all mermaids. Su Ming shrugged and teased the little lowly in the divine space again. It seems that their enthusiasm for the little lowly Poseidon is even higher than he imagined. Even without destiny usurping it. No less than devout faith. Only a simple elf like you would be willing to help others. However, because I accepted Luolan, Suming naturally would not attack the sea creatures in the tidal sea area. After all, they will all be part of his team in the future. Suming thought, if it is feasible. When the Kingdom of God takes off in the future, Long Ao and Long Ju will also advance to the realm of Dragon God. It seems that it is possible to allow some of the sea creatures that I like to migrate to the Blue Planet. In the future, Blue Star's offshore projects will also be on track. I understand your intentions, but I have prepared a new king for you. Suming's calm words immediately puzzled the high-ranking members of the various sea tribes here. If it wasn't Suming, what would be the point? This was the answer they came up with together after a lot of effort. Then, everyone only heard 2 shouts of roar. Then 2 sea dragons appeared through the door. They were Long Ao and Long Ju. This dragon Lord Hailong. Old Turtle shouted excitedly. She had seen the heroic figures of Long Ao and Long Ju from afar when she was young. I thought I had left the tidal sea area forever. Finally, they appeared here. Could they be the dragon guards of the sea god? The sea god really had not abandoned them. Suming didn't explain anything either. He quickly signaled Long Ao, Jiaoning Shuang, and others to take over. Anyway, he had originally planned to let these 2 silly dragons guard this place and create babies. Now, it seems that there is no problem in becoming the king of the Sea Clan openly. Suming didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately left behind a steady back. Everyone, I have something important to deal with. Now there are 2 sea dragons here. We will meet each other if we are destined. Wait, Master Suming, oh. The sea creatures looked at each other. Those mermaid girls who had dressed up carefully and intended to leave a good impression on Suming all looked pale. The 3 princesses sighed helplessly. How great it would be if Suming could be their king. In this way, they can become his favorite concubines or even queens. The child born in the future will surely be amazing. Lord Suming is destined to be a free man. I wonder what other human beings are like? Just when the 3 princesses were feeling regretful and curious. But he saw the long-lost shyness of the abdicated mermaid queen mother. Suming is such an unpredictable and powerful human being. I wonder if I will have a chance in the future. Princess? Second princess? The 3rd princess? Until Suming had completely disappeared. The sea creatures only then vaguely learned something from Long Ao's mouth. You want to ask the master? With the master's magical power, he will appear in front of you if there is a destiny. The master is the master of the tidal sea? As long as you believe in the master devoutly, he will appear again one day to welcome us. Then, the sea creatures completely misunderstood. Because Luolan has never shown her true face to the sea creatures in the tidal sea area. Therefore, Suming was regarded by everyone as the human body of the sea god. So, Suming is the sea god. I was wrong, Lord Sea God. No offense. Tidal sea, infinite corner. This place is the edge of the sea belonging to the shark people. At this time, only 2 of the 3 old guys who had parted ways with Suming were left. There was an expression of extreme panic on their faces. Then quickly tell what happened before. Master, after bypassing the vision of the shark people, we found a special mark in a certain sea area. Then, I discovered that this mark seemed to be connected to a forbidden area of the shark people. Then after this and that. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be a great terror there, and the entire shark tribe went crazy. We kept escaping from the Shark King's pursuit, in order to cover our retreat. Mr. Zhu fell under the Shark King's trident. As expected, Suming saw that the place where the 2 demons were finally sealed was here. And now it seems that they are not just waiting in the seal. And he also secretly controlled the entire shark tribe. You should know that the shark people are also the royal family of the relatively chaotic area on the other side of the tidal sea. He commands countless sea creatures. Suming couldn't help but look up at the 2 old guys crawling in front of him. Their strength is indeed the pinnacle among the land forces of Ling-I Star, below the gods. Of course, Suming didn't feel sorry for the death of the old guy. After all, it was they who brought trouble to Suming. Suming did not shoot with 1 arrow. Instead, giving them a new life to work for you is already a very kind act. If this were in the ancient times, I would be a great saint. As Suming went deeper, deep in the vast corner of the universe is an extremely chaotic Black Sea. At this moment, a blood-red arrow shot out from the Black Sea. And then, a terrifying scream was heard from the place where the arrow was shot. You killed the shark eagle. Suming shrugged and chuckled. No, this is Shabi killing himself. Here they come, master, the shark people army is coming. In the sea, even if the 3 old guys joined forces, no one dares to say that they can kill the opponent in a 3v1 Shark King. Therefore, there was worry on their faces. Don't panic, just take a walk at home. Suming's calm voice resounded in their minds like a stabilizing force. The 2 were excited and pious again. Only the master would be so relaxed. It is a great honor to be able to work for the master. Even if I die, it will not be ruined. You damn bugs from the land. How dare you break into the forbidden area of my shark people? If you offend the Lord, even if you die 1,000 times, it will not be enough. What did you do? How dare you kill the shark royal family, Shark Eagle? Today, you 3 poor bugs have been surrounded by my shark army. Don't even think about escaping. The muddy sound was deafening. But Su Ming didn't care at all. He has seen the sharks hiding in the Black Sea, and their king, the shark wall. Another creature that has reached the limit below the gods. Wait, it's even stronger than the aura of the mermaid frost. There is actually a trace of the power of the devil in the body of Shark Wall. It seems that these 2 devils have something. Su Ming immediately pulled the bow of destruction to its full length and said solemnly, I think you may have some misunderstandings. You are now surrounded by me alone. Chapter 142 Shark People? Destroy them. Wait for me, demon god. I will come to you. As the world-destroying divine bow came out, Su Ming's momentum was like a rainbow. The long arrow leaves the hand and instantly counts into tens of thousands. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This scene shocked all the shark people on the opposite side, especially the shark wall. As the king of the shark people, it actually felt an unprecedented crisis. You know, it has a bit of that adult's power. Ah. The shark wall suddenly roared, and the entire Black Sea was in turmoil. There was also thunder rumbling above the deep sea, as if a god had descended to the earth. Right at this moment, the shark wall began to expand continuously. Its body gradually became like that of a demon. On the other side, Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Haha, you can't hide it anymore. Unfortunately, if you meet me, you will definitely die. Shoot. In the deep sea, ice flowers bloomed, dark shadows grew, and there was even a crackling sound of thunder. Su Ming was like an absolute godlayer. This made the 2 old guys in the back particularly excited. Master is so powerful. For creatures that have been completely demonized by the devil, Su Ming didn't even bother to use his ability to usurp fate. Any evil will eventually be turned into a dead soul by the arrow. There was a howling in the deep sea and snowflakes flying everywhere. At the same time, the entire Black Sea was dyed a strange red. You killed Shark Princess. You killed Shaylee. You killed Shot-Eye. You killed Shark Magnesium. Information about countless deaths was refreshed frantically. In just a dozen seconds, only a lonely Shark King was left in the entire shark army. Shark Wall. Because it carries the power of the devil in its body. So to some extent, it no longer belongs to the level of ordinary life. The normal damage Su Ming inflicts on it will be eroded by the power of the demon. But even so, under Su Ming's crazy firepower coverage, he was also shot with holes all over his body and was in tatters. Sure enough, with my immense power gathered into one arrow, even the unlimited firepower of a basic attack can kill a god. What? The mage was still struggling with whether to cast a forbidden spell. I can fire an arrow at any time, which is a normal attack accompanied by countless forbidden spells. If only Mr. Wong Bai were here. Eyes popped out of their sockets in fear. Damn it? You call this a normal attack? One arrow is as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Who are you? I am unwilling. Damn human race, you have completely provoked an existence that you should not have provoked. That lord will surely send you to eternal destruction. Sharkwall attempts to use a final big blast. It will pour the enormous power of the demon god onto the entire endless cape. Ha 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 ha. My mission is accomplished. Go to hell. But in the next moment, it saw that tens of millions of arrows were fused together again. That arrow carried with it a terrifying aura. That arrow will pierce through mercilessly even if one has the body of a demon. Space blockade. Time and space suppression. After the space was blocked, Su Ming used an ability he had never used before. Time and space suppression. This is the god-level at which the space blockade was further transformed when he comprehended the laws of time and space. Not only is everything stagnant in space, even time rifts cannot be generated briefly in this area. At this moment, the location of the shark wall will truly become a realm of nothingness. Abandoned by time and space, everything will return to nothingness. Explode. Die, all of you. Confused face? What's going on? Why didn't it explode? This is impossible. This can't be true. Shark Wall went completely crazy because he couldn't bear the final despair. But no matter what, the super self-destruction has also been triggered, and only the Shark King is quietly waiting to die. Bang. I don't want to die. The huge roar did not continue to spread outward. All were confined in the space-time suppression generated by Su Ming. You killed the Shark Wall. The whole process takes less than a minute. The Shark Wall felt a long despair that seemed to last for tens of thousands of years. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. Even if he could revive Shark Wall, he would just watch coldly. For those creatures who are willing to fall into the path of the devil, not worthy of any pity or sympathy. Then, Su Ming's expression became more serious. The sharp eyes penetrate the dark and red sea. Demon God? It's your turn next. Sharkan Palace, gate to the forbidden land of death. Inside this door, there is a lightless space that is like an abyss. An indescribable figure gradually revealed its shape. It has tens of thousands of compound eyes all over its body. Above the compound eyes, there is a transparent crystal that can reflect everything in 360 degrees without blind spots. Damn, why did a variable suddenly appear? It can actually kill the shark wall that has a trace of my demonic power. The shark people are such trash, they can't even hold out for a minute. For the sake of the demon god's great plan, this hidden danger must be resolved. You lowly human bug, dare you challenge me? I will make you suffer eternal fear. Crazy and vague laughter filled the entire space. It was waiting for Su Ming to fall into its trap. And Su Ming. It has also blocked all time and space outside the door. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth and murmured. Just wait and see. Don't think of running away when I come. Luo Lan, Lord Su Ming, please be careful. It is a very terrifying existence. Although this little lowly has lost her memory. But he still had a vivid memory of the day when he was killed by a surprise attack, so he looked a little worried. Xiaoyi and Ziling on the side were not afraid at all. Instead, he showed an excited and thrilled look. Literally, the master is going to fuck the demon again. / amazed face, / Ziling, ling, kill? Literally, don't be afraid, Sister Luolan. The master is already familiar with the route. One arrow can make the demon god cry out in pain. Wakakaka. Ziling, ling, dad clearly shot him down in 1 second, nervous face. Luolan. Omega, Lord Su Ming, is so terrifying. What Lord Su Ming had said before about paying a huge price and exhausting divine power. Is this a lie to me? Luolan. Carrot. Lord Su Ming, you are such a big liar. Su Ming. Ahem, Luolan, don't let these two little monsters lead you astray. Xiaoyi, I am not a little elf. Oh. Ziling, ling, Sister Xiaoyi is right. After everything is blocked, Su Ming finally arrived at the gate of the forbidden land of death. Is this a demonic magic circle? However, Su Ming then smiled. He came prepared. Little tower. Su Ming called out, and a void chain indeed appeared in the sky trial tower. Just like entering the ancient deep blue door before. Use the void chain's ability to ignore restrictions. He will be able to enter unharmed. You guys are really good at hiding. You actually hid in the forbidden area of the shark people. So, the most dangerous place is the safest place? In that case, I'll let you guys feel absolutely safe. Su Ming's surprised face. Oh. Devil, wait for me. I'm coming to find you. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Once the great destruction begins, no one loves you. Death demon? Can you run one over to me? The golden stairs connected to Su Ming. Let the two old guys at the back guard outside. Under their devout and excited admiring gazes, Su Ming decisively entered. Dark. Endless darkness enveloped Su Ming. But Su Ming was not at all flustered. Little whim. Xiaoyi, master, I'm coming. The noble dark phoenix was now completely transformed into a shadow. Then wrapped Su Ming in it. At the same time, Su Ming can also enjoy the same shadow vision as Xiaoyi. In other words, Su Ming now feels like he is back home in the shadow realm. This is the ability that Xiaoyi unlocked after he advanced again. Of course, Su Ming did not stop what he was doing. The world-destroying bow has appeared in his hand, and the fully drawn arrow is exceptionally bright. Arrow of holy light, light the way forward. Hey, still hiding? Then I'm going to shoot everywhere in this space. Holy light purification. Shoot. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom. The space was collapsing under Su Ming's hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions of arrows. Every direction was riddled with holes. This is still a human? The demon hiding in the corner was dumbfounded, although it was confident that it could kill the tiny insect with one strike. But over tens of thousands of years, it has seen groups of human insects. How could there be such a countless number of arrows raining down like Su Ming? It was very confused. This archer has endless arrows? Damn it, what went wrong? Even we can't lock onto this lowly bug with our demonic power. Wait, this power. What the hell? Is this the Dragon Clan's sacred artifact, the true Dragon Jade Seal? At this moment, not only the countless compound-eyed demons were stunned. Even the other vertical-eyed giant who was originally sleeping was suddenly awakened. Lord Kajetalu, this human race actually possesses the Dragon Clan's artifact. Who is he? I must kill her today. In the next second, the entire space began to change. Su Ming saw a huge tide rising in the shadow space. This is the deep sea. Then, a giant as tall as the sky stood up from the deep sea. Name, Delusa. Race, abyss giant, half-demon. This Delusa is not a pure demon god. Su Ming's expression turned serious. Even though it was only half a demon, Su Ming could still feel the terrifying power of the chaotic demon in its body. It was just as he expected. It is several times larger than the demons we encountered before. You lowly insect, you dare to blaspheme the great demon god. Only by throwing you into the eternal abyss can your sins be washed away. But you did us a big favor. I didn't expect that the Dragon Clan's sacred artifact, True Dragon Jade Seal, is in your hands. As long as Lord Kajetala gets it, the plan will be even more perfect. The sky-supporting giant looked down upon Su Ming with his only super vertical eye. At this time, the wings behind Su Ming had already spread out in the air. After Xiaoyi was completely possessed by the shadow. The shadow invasion in the entire space will not be able to get close to him at all. This is Delusa, and another demon hidden in the darkness. It should be the Kajetala he mentioned. It seems that Kajetala is a very important demon god in the abyss. Su Ming murmured in his heart. It took a very short time to figure out the interest involved. Is this an encounter with the key demon? That is really very good. Foolish human, do you think that possessing the true Dragon Jade Seal can make you immune to the power of the void? Little did you know that my greatest strength is the ultimate power of crushing. This is a force that carries the power of death. Let us smash it into pieces. Darusha was laughing madly, laughing crazily. All the eyes of more Kajetala hidden in the darkness also revealed a smug look. I didn't expect that this damn human was carrying the real Dragon Seal. It is indeed very restraining against their demonic power. But under the absolute crushing of Darusa, what trouble can the bugs cause? Now, even it doesn't need to be exposed. Su Ming, that idiot seems to have exposed you. Now that you know the information you want to know. Then Su Ming stopped pretending. Power of Destruction 200/200. Open it. Great destruction. At this moment, Su Ming curled up the corners of his mouth, and the world-destroying divine bow seemed to become one with himself. Add to that Xiaoyi's shadow possession. This is the Trinity Super God state. At the same time, the scene in front of Su Ming also changed. The world will no longer be colorful, but a delicate gray. What we saw in the play was dead silence. Then, exterminate them all. 10,000 mighty powers and one arrow will draw the bow like a full moon, exterminating. It's useless for you to struggle, you lowly insect. Screaming and wailing are the most beautiful music. What an ignorant human. Do you think you can block the attack of my demon god with just one arrow? How ridiculous. Ha. Su Ming shrugged. This Darusa must be a chatterbox. But the grass on the grave of the last person who mocked me is already 3 feet tall. The arrow of God destroy with one arrow. As the divine arrow was about to be shot out, Su Ming muttered to himself calmly. But it is exceptionally clear. The arrow instantly crossed space and time. A terrifying hole of nothingness was pierced in the center of the half-fallen giant palm of the demon god in Dorsa. Wherever it passes, no grass grows. Wherever it touches, everything becomes nothingness. A real man shoots the devil with one arrow. This is basic operation. But at that moment, Darusha seemed to feel his mind frozen. What's going on? What the hell is going on? My soul is disintegrating. No. What did you do? Confused face. You don't follow the moral code of the game. You sneak attack. No. Lord Kagetoro, this human is weird. He's not a human. Su Ming? You are not a human being, and your whole family is not human beings, Carrot. Something's wrong. This is totally wrong. Oops, Master Kagetolu, quickly pass the information to the main body. This human is very likely. Su Ming, then you don't need to worry about it. Just go and die in peace. You killed Demon Darusa. Kagetolu? This power? Could it be that he is the Lord of the Six Paths Divine Tower? Kagetolu's countless eyeballs suddenly became bigger than copper bells. The Six Paths Tower has already been born in the era. Did he choose this human? Damn, why is the void in time and space all blocked? Just when Kagetolu was angry, a voice came from behind. Because, now that I've revealed my cards, how could I possibly let you live? You can't even pass on information. This moment, the dark blue mark on Su Ming's forehead shone brightly at the same time. I found you. The little golden dragon floating on Su Ming's right shoulder immediately tore the void around Kagetolu. The space outside the door is blocked and time and space are suppressed. And inside the door, the true Dragon Jade Seal tore through the void. It was simply amazing. Su Ming, Death Demon? Are you running? Run away and show me oh. Chapter 144 Demon God Kagetolu. It's over, barbecue, it's all over. Su Ming finally saw the racial information of this indescribable creature. Name, Kejetalu. Race, Abyss Lord, Avatar, Death Devil. Compared to Delusa, Kejetalu has completely surpassed all ordinary demons. This is just one of its clones. Su Ming could feel the power of the death demon emerging from every corner of its body. Only, what a shame. How could I not be prepared to face the devil? The true dragon jade seal in Su Ming's hand shone with golden light. Little devil, I can tell at first glance that you are not human, great and mighty heavenly dragon, Omega. Ah. The little golden dragon roared loudly. The domineering and solid majesty of the dragon began to suppress everything in the void. At the same time, Su Ming also pulled up the bow of destruction. The power of thousands is in one arrow. While the great destruction has not yet ended, even the death demon cannot escape. Because this demon god composed of ignoring eyes is not the main body after all. Therefore, its life level is still the same as other demons. The most powerful thing is the power of death from the void. But he is naturally nemesis of the little golden dragon. In just 1 minute, Darusha died. When Su Ming quickly located and locked onto Kejetalu, the situation on the entire battlefield instantly reversed. Su Ming. Now, this is my home court. However, Kejetalu's clone is indeed a wise man who has survived for tens of thousands of years. Realizing that he had completely lost the ability to escape, and the ability to transmit information to the main body, it chose to make a final desperate struggle. At this moment, the heaven and earth shook. Boom. Ka-cha-cha. Kejetalu wrapped all the last of his strength around himself. And every eyeball. It has become extremely scarlet, and it has entered the final stage of becoming more demonic. Ka-cha-cha. The clear voice came again, this time. The entire secret space was completely shattered. The two old guys waiting outside were stunned at this moment, Omega. They actually saw that the huge and indestructible door was covered with cracks. Tried it since they found this place. Even with their combined strongest attack, they were unable to leave even the slightest mark on the door. But now, Master, is this a war with the existence within the door? The title C is indeed not simple. I didn't expect that such a powerful existence is hidden there. But no matter what it is, it can never defeat its master. They already have sincere respect for Su Ming from the bottom of their hearts. With just one arrow from the master, all the gods and spirits will be destroyed. Kejetalu's body has reached the critical point of the entire secret realm. The entire space has completely turned into a death hell. Densely packed compound eyes and each eyeball is wrapped in several chaotic tentacles. TSK, this is something that people with trypophobia would do. I'm afraid I'll explode if I look at it any longer. The sky above the darkness cracked open, and a gorgeous and mysterious crystal ball flew out. This isn't just a crystal ball. It is also the core of Kejetalu's eyes that can see through everything. It is also the source of the demonic power of this incarnation. Su Ming's bow of annihilation has been fully drawn, facing the crystal ball. The same was true for Kejetalu, the power of death condensed into a pitch-black trident. The source of the demon's power flickers every time. Will cause a horrific collapse of the entire space. Damn humans, damn Six Paths Divine Tower, the abyss will never let you go. At this time, Kejetalu calmed down. I am just a clone. Even if I die, I can be resurrected from the abyss. So now I will use the power of origin to put you to sleep. As long as I can find the secret related to the Six Paths Divine Tower in your body. Even if the message is not transmitted to the Lord's body, he can read it from my revived spiritual core. Foolish human, choosing to expose yourself is your biggest mistake. Kejetalu was laughing wildly, and with particular abandon. Oh, it seems that this ugly guy already understands that he will die from the arrow? Why not just use the power of origin to erode yourself? That's nice to think about. But is there a possibility? Your power of death can't even get within 1,000 meters of me. The divine bow destroys the world. One arrow is fired, shoot. The dark trident on the other side also fell at the same time. The devastating blow was deafening. Then, bang. There was a loud explosion that spread across the entire tidal sea, centered on the forbidden area of the shark people. A deep-sea whirlpool extending over tens of thousands of miles began to form, like a punishment from God. No matter how powerless and furious you are, you will still end up being killed by your own arrow. I will control my own short-lived fate, and then pass it on to you, the demon god. Since your main body is not dead. Do you think he will be implicated by you? Su Ming finally revealed a sunny smile. The arrow pierced through the trident and at the same time shot a huge hole in the origin of the crystal ball. At this moment, Kejetalu's arrogant posture finally became unstable. The mournful cries of souls even spread from the tidal sea to the mainland. The creatures living in the coastal areas fell into unavoidable despair. See, tsunami? Oh my god, is this a world-destroying tsunami? Are the sea creatures from the tidal sea area attacking us? No. But at the moment when the huge torrent burst out, a strange scene appeared. Countless people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. But that's the truth. The huge wave was actually stopped. It's not that it's frozen into ice, but it's as if the time and space within it are solidified. Then it retreated into the tidal sea as if time had gone back. Everyone saw a ray of light blooming in the depths of the sea. Then, countless ordinary strong men saw the figures of the mermaids, turtle people, and other sea tribes walking on the waves. They do not appear to be heading towards the mainland. Instead, he knelt down devoutly towards the center of the light. The Song of the Deep Sea. That is the Song of the Deep Sea of the mermaids. Oh my God, I actually witnessed and heard such a magnificent scene with my own eyes and ears. And at the center of the light is a brave and handsome boy. Su Ming. Cough, cough, cough. I only killed a half-demon and a death demon clone in 1 second. I really didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. The mermaids and other sea creatures also noticed what was happening here with the shark people, especially seeing himself displaying the power of sea god. It has completely transformed into Su Ming's shape. The final fatal blow pierced through the body of the demon god Kajetelu. But the space inside the door could not withstand such a huge force. Directly, exploded. Countless death erosions began to spread along the whirlpool of the sea. But how could Su Ming let them succeed? Maybe there is a backup plan by Kajetelu among them. What's the best way to get out in the ocean? That is to exalt one's own authority as the ocean current god. And through his own knowledge of time and space and the little Lolita Luolan's mastery of the power of the water element. The ocean is boundless. The tide was receding, and the power of death hidden within it was also forced back by the sea. Eventually it condensed into a miniature black crystal ball. Su Ming. Yo, how are you? Kajetelu. It's over, barbecue. It's all over W. Chapter 145 Chapter 145 Clearance on Linghai Star. The most special place in the universe, Blue Star. Su Ming took the small black crystal ball in his hand. But no response was received. Ouch, are you still pretending to be dead? If you don't say anything, I'll let you experience something interesting, okay? The black crystal ball still did not respond. But Su Ming smiled. Touch the wheel of fate and let you feel the reality that you can never reach death. Oh, if the main body knew even a little bit of his origin, it would never be taken back again. Yes, who wants to completely wipe you out next? Is the main body? Su Ming's words struck directly into Kajetelu's heart. But he was just about to speak. He found himself entering Su Ming's soul-sealed space. Then, no. What on earth did you do? I am the great lord of the abyss. Why do you have such a horrible method? To manipulate fate. No, this is not true. Please let me die. I won't live anymore. Why can't I die? Ath, you are a devil? Kajetelu. Squeak. Su Ming clapped his hands and raised the corners of his mouth. This guy, I didn't say that if you make a sound, I won't let you feel happy. Then Su Ming's expression turned serious. This turned into the original core of the crystal ball. It will be the ultimate weapon that Su Ming will use to face the true body of the death demon in the future. Kajetelu, your clone's origin core is in my hands. It could be fatal to you. Su Ming murmured with a chuckle in his heart. Then the light on his forehead gradually dissipated, and Su Ming came in front of Jiao Ningxuang. Long Ao and Long Ju, the sea dragons, are crawling in the deep sea here. They are the trump card for the future of tidal waters. Su. Lord Poseidon, thank you for helping your people. Lord Sea God, we will definitely be your helpers in the future under the leadership of the 2 dragon gods. Lord Poseidon, I wonder, can I be your maid? Su Ming. It seems that these sea creatures really regard themselves as the former sea gods. But this is also a good thing. No one will ever know that little Lolita Luolan is not dead. Moreover, the news about the Holy Soul Pillar will be completely buried. Just from previous perception, the existence of Luo Lanyuan's body was not discovered. An idea suddenly came to Su Ming's mind. If Luo Lan eventually becomes the spirit of the eternal artifact, Book of Reincarnation, then you can even shape your body yourself. Moreover, Su Ming can also merge with the Book of Reincarnation through it. When the time comes, it's terrifying to think that he alone possesses 2 eternal artifacts. The world-destroying bow is the eternal artifact of archers. The Book of Eternity corresponds to the summoner. Doesn't that mean I can also obtain the hidden profession of summoner at the same time? This is definitely not simple animal taming without relying on a profession. Now Su Ming has gradually understood. It's not the starry world that's special. But it's Blue Star. That's it. His previous thinking was reversed. Stars like Spirit Sea Star are common in all dimensions of the universe. There is only the blue planet called Homeland, in connection with the 6 Paths God Tower. The professions that all Blue Star citizens awaken and change to are extremely special. In that case, when I completely inherit the kingdom of God, my life and career will take off. Because they don't restrict weapons and equipment, except for the lack of exclusive talents and skills. In fact, they are more adept at using common skills, commonly known as a casual player. Su-ming chuckled and shrugged. It seems that after returning to Blue Star, we can start the journey of everyone becoming a god. The stronger Blue Star becomes as a whole, the stronger he will get from the power feedback. As long as the Blue Star Divine Kingdom does not perish. Even if he goes to heaven in the future, he will be immortal. This is absolute security. It's so cool. Then Su-ming announced the demise of the shark people to all sea creatures. The shark people had actually died out long ago. What Su-ming had seen before was actually just a puppet controlled by Kajetalu. From now on, all sea tribes will be headed by the mermaids. And my oracle will also be conveyed by Long Ao and Long Ju. Su-ming stayed here for quite some time. He gave instructions on various matters to the sea creatures in the entire Tidal Sea area. After all, this is the future Blue Star Sea race that Su-ming has prepared. So I'll still be a little more careful. All matters in the Tidal Sea have been resolved, and it is time for him to leave. Su-ming avoided all the sea creatures and finally activated the Shadow Space Stone. He disappeared from here with the two old guys. Tianling Realm. Su-ming took back all his external magical powers. At this moment, he looks like just a talented young man with good strength. But the two old men at the back would never think so. This is the Master's strength. He can control and release it at will, and his divine power can be hidden by itself. Yes, it is a lifetime blessing for us to be reborn by our Master. Su-ming glanced at the two old guys calmly. I also know the forces they correspond to. After all, as a peak powerhouse below the level 999 god, he must be in charge of a powerful force. Name, Nyojuching. This old fellow is the supreme elder of the Chi-Tian sect, a major force on the land of Linghai Star. Name, Hong Tai-bai. This old guy is the supreme elder of another force called Xiantian Divine Valley. Another guy who has fallen is the grand elder of the Silent Jedi. These three forces are no worse than the Tianling clan, but they do not have the inheritance of gods. So in fact, even if the three major forces unite, they dare not deal with the Tianling tribe. Su-ming had no interest in these three forces. After all, didn't even the Tianling tribe become his slaves? As to whether there is a spiritual god hidden in some corner, Su-ming doesn't need to worry about it. Obtain the Sky Trial Tower and Holy Soul Pillar. Everything else was unappealing. And the soul world needed to obtain the Book of Reincarnation is not in this place. So, in gaming terms, Su-ming has completely completed the main storyline of the plain copy Spirit Sea Star. As for those small side quests, he was too lazy to waste time on them. Then, he said to Nyojuching and Hong Tai-bai, I'll give you a mission. Return to your respective forces. Then we will integrate the Chi-Tian sect, Xiantian Divine Valley, Silent Jedi, and all the small forces around it. Then we will enter a stage of keeping a low profile and developing at full strength, and collect all the records about the ancient history of Linghai Star and the demon gods for me. As long as I am the one who has changed fate, the path to the gods will open up as long as I want. Whether you can become a god depends on your performance. Only by giving these people hope. They will definitely work overtime to do the work for themselves. Su-ming, I am such a good person. Oh, by the way, the Tianling people here are also my servants. You can use them as tools and thugs to integrate the forces as soon as possible. After Su-ming gave the order, he waved his hand gently. As my strength grows stronger, we do need some guys to do things for us in various planes. Absolutely loyal to the creatures whose fate has been usurped. Su-ming could also tell things with confidence, and everyone was happy after the whole process. You can change the future of the entire planet in a matter of minutes. Su-ming murmured in his heart. The two old guys who heard Su-ming's words were so excited that they kept kneeling down. Thank you, Master. I will definitely complete your task. The next time you come back, Master, you will definitely see a sight that will satisfy you. They thought that being able to follow Su-ming for a period of time would be their greatest luck. Unexpectedly, the Master actually showed them a way to become gods. This is the Master's pattern. Compared to the Master, other spirits, they are nothing. Su-ming, square root, crooked mouth. Chapter 146 Chapter 146 Return to Blue Star. The second divine revelation completed. It's actually reincarnation. With the departure of Nyojuching and Hong Tai-bai, Su-ming also returned to the core area of the Tianling clan alone. At this time, the entire Tianling tribe was in good order under the management of the nine-tailed demon fox. Su-ming immediately said in a deep voice, soon all the major land forces of the entire Linghai Star will be integrated. At that time, you will also lead these cannon fodders of the Tianling clan to complete these tasks as soon as possible. There was no emotion in Su-ming's words. Yes, those Tianling people who had dreamed of invading the Blue Star can only serve as cannon fodder to atone for their sins forever. I may not come to Linghexing for a long time. When the time comes, Blue Star will send many strong people to gradually take over the industries of Tianling territory, until this place is developed as the second production star of Blue Star. Su Ming's thoughts were very clear. As his kingdom of God, Blue Star has greatly improved the level, strength, and life quality of all its people. It is also necessary to reprocess, forge, and enchant the dragon vein and crystal vein products. This is the birth of the basic prop. What Su Ming wants to do is to make the whole nation soar. So, aren't these tools on Linghai Star the best labor force? How can we justify not making good use of a vast territory that is several times larger than Blue Star, carat. Then, Su Ming patiently gave instructions for all matters at once, and he could once again be a hands-off boss. Let's leave the management to Grandpa Wu Tianlong and Grandpa Wang Bai. Hee. It's time to go back to Blue Star. This trip was very rewarding. Not only were the Sky Trial Tower and the Holy Soul Pillar taken back in secret, because those who know are either dead or have tampered with their own fate. And also extra, how can it be called kidnapping? In short, if Luo Lan completely replaces the Book of Reincarnation and becomes its special spirit in the future, then Su Ming will definitely gain unprecedented and terrifying summoner professional abilities. Soul Contract. This is an exclusive talent that only summoners possess. Moreover, Su Ming has reached the level of power of a godlord. In the future, you will even be able to directly control all spirits. This is a further step forward in the usurpation of destiny. As for the little demon god, Su Ming didn't care about it. He killed those who needed to be killed and treated those who needed to be used as tools and sealing props as sealing props and tool demons. Especially after controlling the black crystal ball formed by a trace of Kajedalu's origin core, Su Ming made a new discovery. This crystal ball. No, actually this eyeball can actually be used as a clairvoyant. You must know that Su Ming has his own hidden eye, so all illusions can be exposed. And it turns out that Kajedalu's eyeball also has amazing special powers, which makes it worthy of being the core. As long as Su Ming uses his hidden eye as the control, he can see the scenes thousands of miles away through the crystal ball. Although at present, because I shot up the original crystal, it cannot accurately follow the selected direction and is rather random. But the field of vision is directly improved in geometric form. What on earth did you do? Hey. Please let me die. I really don't want to live anymore. In this brief moment, I seem to have died hundreds of millions of times. But you can never reach the truth of death. Who on earth are you? You have so many secrets hidden in you. You are definitely not an ordinary person. No. A trace of the intelligence of Kajedalu's clone is always trapped in the black crystal ball. It tried countless ways, but could not escape Su Ming's control. Even transmitting a faint trace of the devil's aura is impossible. It is the great demon of death. Although it was just a weaker clone of the demon god, when had such a thing ever happened in tens of thousands of years? You are indeed the anomaly. And you are even more terrifying than the gods of countless epics. If he has the power to completely destroy the devil before he becomes a god, how terrifying will the future be? No. What kind of existence has our abyss provoked? With a mortal body, he was able to mobilize the power of the Six Paths Divine Tower that reaches heaven and earth. This was something that countless gods had never been able to do. Su Ming, isn't he a human being at all? He seemed to not belong to this world. Could it be that this soul did not belong to this world? Was he a time traveler? Kajedalu. No, this is absolutely impossible. Reincarnation and time travel simply cannot exist in this world. It might have been frightened by Su Ming and lost its composure. It guessed that Su Ming might be a being who had returned from the ancient seal. Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sunny smile. This Kajedalu had no idea that he could completely monitor its every word and action. So thank you for the huge amount of important information provided by Lautai Xianyu. Keep up the good work next time. What made Su Ming almost burst out was, damn it, your race is worthy of being the wise master of the abyss. I really am a time traveler. You almost confirmed the truth. But Kajedalu said that reincarnation is impossible in this world, and he was very sure about it. But Su Ming himself is a living slapper and can slap Kajedalu in the face right away. It seems that the secrets involved are unknown even to ordinary gods. So I have to be more careful next time. I just need to shoot all the people who know the secret. Su Ming, I'm so smart. Xiao Yi, you are worthy of being the master. So awesome. The master is the strongest. Ling. Ling. Dad is right. Xiao Yi's sister is right. Carrot. Luo Lan. I don't know how powerful it is. Oh. Su Ming held his forehead and shrugged helplessly. The innocent and cute little loli was about to be led astray. At this time, Su Ming had already entered the core of the Tianling clan. This was the door to the passage connected to the Blue Star, the Gate of Void. Without any hesitation, Su Ming stepped in. The scene in front of him changed, and when he opened his eyes again, Su Ming had already appeared in the cloud top space of the Six Paths Divine Tower. Six Paths Tower, cloud top space. Su Ming glanced at the phantom of the small tower in the center of the lake with complicated eyes, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Six Paths Divine Tower, you are such a hot potato. I understand now. No matter who gets you, they will become the target of public criticism in the end. But I seem to like the hottest potatoes. Since no matter what, he will be targeted by the abyss and mysterious beings. Then, he will never let go of the Six Paths Divine Tower. Then at this moment, a message was updated in the information log. Su Ming was ecstatic. The second divine revelation has been completely completed. As expected, there is a third divine revelation. Wait, reincarnation is actually reincarnation. Chapter 147 Chapter 147 The Terrifying Concept of Causal Ability, Causal Arrow. The triple artifact begins. Reincarnation, it's actually reincarnation. At this moment, even Su Ming was completely shocked. I just learned about the taboo about reincarnation from Kajetalu. As a result, he not only became a time traveler who broke the cause and effect of reincarnation, but also ultimately achieved the power of reincarnation. Fate reincarnation. However, although Su Ming was shocked by the word reincarnation, he still looked at the most intuitive changes first. You have completed the double divine revelation of Arrow of Destiny, cause and effect, and the myriad powers have been completely integrated into yourself. You have received the blessing of the kingdom of God. Your attribute values have reached the basic upper limit, and your life level has evolved again. Lord God, source of the gods. The improvement of your life level also affects the entire kingdom of God, and will irrigate all the people you have chosen with divine power. Irrigation by divine power? TSK, 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 how blessed it is to be a citizen of my own kingdom of God. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. You will be selected as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, and will receive different levels of divine power irrigation based on your own strength and loyalty to me. The more the divine power is dispersed, the average effect will not be as terrifying as imagined. So, of course, we should let our own people take off first. The first flight drives the latter flight. Although Su Ming does not think that he is a saint or a good person, he will treat those who have helped him with kindness. What a pity, Ling Haixing has no news about the cheap parents. These two, really. Now I feel more and more that this cheap couple is not simple. But he didn't care, just let it go. Dragon Country and Blue Star were already his home. Then, Su Ming saw the further transformation of his arrow splitting. If you choose fire coverage, one arrow can be split into 20 W arrows. Oh my god. You can shoot 500 W plus arrows in 1 second? This is too good, Omega. With the various bonuses from amulets and buffs, Su Ming's current attack speed can even reach nearly 30 arrows per second. Moreover, the arrows nowadays are no longer split and all have the same effect. Instead, you can control each arrow and give it all the elemental abilities you want. Isn't this a nuclear explosion with a basic attack? Cool. Xiao Yi, Ziling, and Luo Lan also came out of the divine space and celebrated for Su Ming in the fairy-like cloud-top space. Xiao Yi, Master, I feel that your strength has become even more unfathomable, and I have also gained tremendous energy at the same time. Xiao Yi had no more worries at this moment. He spread his wings high and flew around the world in the center of the lake. Oh, Xiao Yi, is this because his divine power feedback has broken through to level 7 in one fell swoop? Is he not far from being able to transform on his own? From the communication between Xiao Yi and Su Ming understood that the Dark Phoenix, as a mythical beast, could use its own power to transform into a human form. Of course, this does not mean becoming a human being, but being free from the restrictions of the elements of heaven and earth through the human body. Meeting myself after Nirvana this time, Xiao Yi's starting point is really too high. The same was true for Ziling. Su Ming felt the huge power within the purple gold gourd. The spiritual space within it has expanded several times again, and it can even be called a secret small world. Ziling is not far from condensing into a human form. Su Ming murmured in his heart. If we include the little Lolita Luolan, wouldn't that mean there would be 3 little Lolita at once? Lolita control ecstasy, nosebleed. Luolan also received feedback from the power of divine inspiration. Her soul became particularly solid, and she shouted excitedly, Master Su Ming is so powerful, woo woo woo. Finally, Su Ming saw the god-level talent he had obtained after completing his divine revelation, cause and effect arrow. After seeing the description of this talent, Su Ming almost laughed out loud. Everything is an arrow. From now on, Su Ming doesn't even need to manifest the world-destroying divine bow to shoot countless arrows from the void. You know, the void is the source of power that the abyss is most proud of. Now Su Ming can not only tear the void apart, but also use the void as his own wedding dress. Su Ming suddenly thought of a very funny scene. In order to kill him, countless demons joined forces to create a void that even the true dragon jade seal could not easily tear apart. In that case, I will not tear it apart, but instead shoot millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of sharp arrows out from the void. You didn't expect this, right? This is my attack route / exclusive. Cause and effect arrow cannot be detected, permanently retained. 1. From now on, everything you control can be transformed into a special magic arrow, with all the skill effects attached. 2. The arrow shot out from the void will no longer bear any causal penalties and will transfer all negative penalties 100 times to the target. 3. The arrow body is united, the cause and effect cycle, and after being completely united with the exclusive artifact, destruction, it will shoot out the infinite cause and effect that has been changed and completely annihilate the target that cannot bear it. Actively activated, the power of destruction is consumed during the duration, and the effect of the attack on the terrain is 10,000 times. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. If we just look at the text description, these 3 effects don't seem that great. But they belong to the concept of causal ability. How could they disappoint people? The last one with the absolute concept was the eternal artifact, destruction. From now on, attacking is just a matter of thought. Killing the demon in seconds is no problem. Everything is an arrow. Is it a demon god? Is it the Lord God of Kejetalu? Is it a mysterious existence? By then, maybe after the identities are reversed. Sitting up in shock from his dying illness, everything is Batman. Because the devil is a pure clown. Ha 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 ha, celebrate. After combining fate, cause and effect, and reincarnation into one, I will become the existence that all demon gods despair of. Su Ming laughed heartily, feeling extremely happy. You have obtained the Holy Pillar of Soul, a prerequisite for unlocking the divine revelation. You have unlocked the triple divine mission, Arrow God of Destiny, Reincarnation. You have opened Soul Chain 1. Use the Holy Soul Pillar to gain the qualification to enter the Soul Realm and kill the special boss of the Black Soul Realm. Soul Collector. Chain 1 Reward. Soul Strength plus 50. Soul Falling Crystal X1. Soul Fusion Crystal X1. Soul Chain 2. Unlocked after completing Soul Chain 1. This is actually a Soul Chain mission? Su Ming instantly turned into a sunny boy and smiled. The ability to increase soul strength is something that any strong person, even beings above gods, desires very much. Su Ming's soul power has been extremely powerful since he completed 2 divine revelations. It seems that the gains from this trip to the soul world are far more terrifying than I imagined. Omega? Xiao Yi, Ziling, Luo Lan is back. We haven't been on Blue Star for a few days. It's time to go see our old friends. Xiao Yi, I am coming / Ziling. Ling Ling, I'm a good kid. I'm here too. Luo Lan, oh, I am also very good. Chapter 148 Chapter 148 Changes in Blue Star. The relationship between Mu Qinwan and the Soul Realm royal family. Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital Information Tower. In a room on top of the Imperial Capital Information Tower. Sitting at the round table were the most powerful people in the entire Dragon Kingdom. And the one at the top was Su Ming. Mr. Wu, congratulations on surpassing 9th level. There are also Mr. Wang and Mr. Mu. Everyone's strength has improved rapidly. Su Ming faced the seniors with a smile. As the youngest person at the whole round table, Su Ming's every word and action is indeed the most eye-catching. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming, you're so comfortable being a hands-off boss. We old bones are very busy these days. The true dragon vein of the earth you brought is too terrifying. Now the entire Blue Star has become a place of immortality. And now that a large number of secret realms have been opened, they are directly connected to the dungeons. So the fields in every town are covered with gold. Wu Tianlong is still the highest-ranking person in the entire Blue Star. And because of the particularity of his own hidden profession, in a short period of time, all the hidden dangers in the entire Blue Planet were resolved one by one. Su Ming was very satisfied with his divine envoy on Blue Star. Thank you, Mr. Wu and everyone else for your trouble, but you may be busy again next. Su Ming recounted his simple journey on Linghai Star. The parts involving Roland and the demon were removed. All the old men and women were dumbfounded. As expected, it seems that the future of Blue Star will not be peaceful. We can't be proud. Yes, Su Ming has done so much for us. We have to keep improving so that we can help him in the future. I didn't expect that you, Su Ming, would grow so fast. If you have any plans next, we will definitely help you. This day was also a rare moment of relaxation for Su Ming. It's not just these old men and women. Su Ming also met with Brother Wang Lin, Yu Mengmeng, and other old friends. Brother Wang Lin, you have reached 9th level? Su Ming looked at Wang Lin with slight surprise. Although everyone's strength has increased rapidly during this short period of time, but Wang Lin's improvement speed is really fast. He jumped directly from 6th turn to 9th turn, which was faster than me. Of course, Su Ming understood. Because I need divine inspiration, my job change is completely different from the general one. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have reached level 999 long ago. However, other people still have to go through the divine road to obtain divine power even after reaching level 999. But I got it at the 6th level. This is the naked gap, doesn't it mean? My 5th turn is equivalent to someone else's 9th turn? Su Ming's return this time was very low-key, and no one else knew about it except his close friends. But he looked at the imperial capital, or the great temples of gods, and the gigantic statues of them built in the centers of other continents. The corners of my mouth would twitch unconsciously. When I look at my own handsome face in person, I always feel something strange. Then, I heard the conversation between several level 7 girls beside the stone statue. As expected of you, Master Su Ming. Since I paid my respects to you last time, I have not only successfully broken through to the 7th level, but also successfully met my ideal partner. Yes, Master Su Ming is very effective. Last time, my sister got pregnant after praying to him. Master Su Ming is truly the lucky star of Blue Star. I love you so much, Wo. If it weren't for the restrictions set up around the statue, I'm afraid many beauties will pounce on him directly. Wait, why is there a grown man here? Su Ming. Well, it seems that even if I am not the main god of Blue Star, I have been regarded as the eternal god by everyone. It's time to prepare for the Soul Realm. In a secret room, besides Su Ming, there was also a stunningly beautiful girl. Mu Qingwan was a little flustered at this moment. He even felt guilty and didn't want to look into Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming raised his lips and said, I won't beat around the bush, Qingwan. Has your other personality been completely formed? It was according to normal circumstances. Mu Qingwan has a divine soul with the power of annihilation. It takes at least a year to gradually take the lead. But Su Ming accelerated it and brought it forward. Whether it is the true dragon vein of the earth or the further divine enlightenment after the fusion of the kingdom of God, the strength of this soul was restored very quickly. Su Ming, you really know everything. After Mu Qingwan murmured softly, her eyes began to change. Su Ming felt the other party's huge annihilation force constantly eroding outward. Then, the next scene almost made Su Ming spit out the tea in his mouth. Mu Qingwan opened her coat in a familiar manner. Master Su Ming, it's too hot here. I hope you don't mind me. As expected of you, Master Su Ming, the master of Blue Star. I am a little excited. Su Ming. Ahem, stop moving your hands. It seems like you know a lot. Just call me Su Ming. I won't tell anyone about this. Tell me how you merged with Mu Qingwan. Also, you are from the Soul Realm, right? Why did Su Ming look for Mu Qingwan? In fact, it is also related to the Holy Pillar of the Soul, because he actually discovered. The current Mu Qingwan has developed a resonance with the Holy Soul Pillar. Fusion? No, Su Ming da. Su Ming. Mu Qingwan suddenly showed a hint of shyness. Su Ming, I am Mu Qingwan, or rather, the Mu Qingwan you saw was an unexpected existence. Epsilon sad face, Omicron, alas. Mu Qingwan sighed. The warm breath was directed towards Su Ming's neck. Then, Su Ming had an in-depth exchange with Mu Qingwan. I finally understood the cause and effect of Mu Qingwan's life experience. It turned out that Mu Qingwan's parents had accidentally entered the soul world, but it was mistakenly thought to be a special space of a secret realm. Then, Mu Qingwan, who was actually seriously injured and dying, was sealed in the Silent Soul platform. The couple rashly touched the seal of the Silent Soul platform. Normally, death is inevitable. What they didn't know at the time was that the woman was pregnant. So, it was to save that woman. In order to save herself, Mu Qingwan had to become their child instead. In the end, the original child and father were completely dead. As a result, a trace of thought was left. It eventually affected Mu Qingwan, who was on the verge of death at the time. It created another personality. It was not until she returned to Blue Star with her mother that she realized that this might be her ancestral land. Then he fell into a complete coma. After a child is born, he is dominated by another will instinct. It was not until a year ago that it was revived and told another idea the truth. Never thought about it. Su Ming changed the entire Blue Star, and now it has basically recovered. Su Ming. So, you are still the original little princess of Soul Society? Do you know the Soul Collector? Mu Qingwan frowned slightly. Su Ming, the Soul Collector is a very special existence in the Soul Realm. Even a god may not be able to capture him once he enters the Soul Realm. Chapter 149 Chapter 149 Mu Qingwan's Little Thoughts. You can't enter the Soul World yet. Su Ming knew a little about the Soul World through the Holy Pillar of Soul. Know that the Soul World is the realm of the soul body. So if outsiders want to get in fact, it is also one's own soul clone. A very good thing is that if one dies normally in the Soul World, the original body will not die. Of course, this is just normal. Because once you receive fatal damage from the exclusive soul, this is more terrifying than normal death. As for why Mu Qingwan said that even gods would find it difficult to deal with soul collectors, that's because the only thing that can attack it is soul power. For example, Luo Lan was originally the ocean current spirit god in charge of wind and water. If you don't acquire skills specifically for the soul, the only means of attack is to rely on the huge soul. This situation, before he could kill the soul collector, he would be devoured by his own soul. Oh, Mu Qingwan, have you forgotten the power I control? Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. Mu Qingwan was stunned for a moment. A familiar smell was particularly strong. Su Ming, are you the spirit god who controls annihilation? Although she also possesses the power of annihilation. But in fact, the main element he controls is frost, which has the power of annihilation. Now, I have encountered the mastermind behind the power of annihilation. It's like a big witch meeting a small witch. If spiritual gods can also be divided into levels, Su Ming's annihilation spirit god is definitely one of the strongest ones. From the moment Su Ming exposed her identity, she realized that Su Ming's divine power was far greater than hers. I didn't expect. Is it really annihilation? This kid is so scary. Su Ming smiled and did not refute. Although the power of annihilation is not his own, but the world-destroying divine Bao has completely merged with himself. He can indeed be considered to be in charge of annihilation. However, annihilation is the natural nemesis of the soul body. This is why her Frost Annihilation clan is the royal family of the soul world. They are naturally restrained by other races. And then, he was stabbed in the back by various major forces. Mu Qingwan's father is the emperor, mother is the queen, and she has several brothers. All that were destroyed, and all that were self-sealed were self-sealed. Mu Qingwan was one of the lucky few who had time to seal herself. Su Ming, can you please help me unseal the few relatives who have managed to seal themselves? Qingwan is willing to be a slave from now on. With your divine power, you will definitely be able to save her. After realizing in my mind that Su Ming is the annihilation spirit god, the charming woman gradually became excited, especially after seeing Su Ming's transformation of Blue Star. She also became more aware of Su Ming's strength. Hey, if you really want to pinch my shoulders, just do it. Don't use your hands. Oh, just be a slave. After all, we are friends, and we will definitely help to the best of our ability. Besides, I have a very important matter to attend to in the Soul Society. I still need you, the little princess, to lead the way. It's really great to have someone who is very familiar with the soul world leading the way. Su Ming's journey to obtain the Book of Reincarnation will be much smoother. It's just that he thought it was too outrageous. The personality gap between these two Mu Qingwan is too big. However, to his surprise, Mu Qingwan's figure is much better than imagined. It's still comfortable to watch when it's cool now, but you can't do embarrassing things. Su Ming ran away decisively, leaving Mu Qingwan with a shy look on her face. Talking to himself, I wouldn't be like this in front of other people. It's just because of Master Su Ming. What a pity that I was thinking of becoming your personal maid. Mu Qingwan took a deep breath of the lingering fragrance on her hands and was completely intoxicated. Su Ming's power of annihilation was too addictive for her, and she already understood Su Ming's character. After all, Su Ming also needs his wife's care, so she becomes Su Ming's personal maid in this name. Even if he really becomes a slave, Su Ming will treat him with courtesy. What if Lord Su Ming still develops feelings for me and marries me in the end? So she made a fortune anyway. Unfortunately, this little trick was still discovered by Su Ming. Then, Mu Qingwan became even more moved. Lord Su Ming, it turns out you are still a shy boy? I also need to improve my strength as quickly as possible to be worthy of standing beside Su Ming. Now my body strength has been upgraded to level 8. When I reach level 999, I will then be able to completely unify my soul and body and surpass my previous peak. Beyond the gods? She was looking forward to what realm she would reach after becoming a god. Su Ming. By then, it will be my turn to take the initiative. Then, Mu Qingwan retracted her smile, and her eyes became sharp. Those traitors in Soul Society. One day, I will avenge father and daughter. Su Ming almost couldn't control himself. Damn, this is indeed more than just a personality switch. It was as if her entire personality had changed, instantly transforming from a young girl into a charming and intellectual lady. I'm obviously a Lolita fan. But today, I seem to have discovered the charm of the royal sister. Su Ming's heart was pounding. After all, he was in his youth and his energy was at its strongest. Have the normal reaction of being a man. But he is a decent man. How could he do this to his friend? Little master, she is greedy for your body. Ling, Ling. Little sister Xiao Yi, what does this mean? Luo Lan. Xiao Yi, Master Su Ming. I was obviously here first. In fact, I will be able to become a beautiful girl soon. Su Ming. Good man, that bad little bastard. I treated you as my cute mount, but you ended up wanting my body? And Luo Lan, what does it mean when you look shy? Wait, Luo Lan may look like a little girl, but she is actually thousands of years old. There is a traitor. Definitely there is a traitor. 6 Paths Tower, Cloud Top Space. Su Ming appeared here again. Also appearing was Mu Qingwan, who was extremely shocked. After Su Ming's reminder, she seemed to be much more restrained. Is this the Cloud Top Space of the 6 Paths Divine Tower? The 6 Paths Tower is a legendary item even in Soul World. It was because of the 6 Paths Divine Tower that I finally determined that this was my ancestral land. Then, Su Ming took out the Holy Soul Pillar. This small pillar that can be held in one hand began to grow larger. In the blink of an eye, it was like a pillar supporting the sky, standing next to the gate of the void, shining brightly. Mu Qingwan, in order to keep some things secret, I need to leave a mark on you. Even though Mu Qingwan is his friend, Su Ming would not give in on this matter either. Su Ming, just come over. I will definitely help you. Ling, I leave it to you. Ling, Ling, amazed face, / Mu Qingwan. Is this a divine tool that connects to the soul world? And this little gourd, a natural spiritual body? As expected of Master Su Ming? Use the purple spirit to establish a contract with the gods, and there will be no more troubles. After activating the Holy Soul Pillar, Su Ming felt the guidance of a powerful force. Su Ming, this is the Soul Guide. Follow the instructions, and you will enter the soul world. Su Ming nodded slightly, and when he opened his eyes again, he came to a dark place. Soul Realm, Dark Soul Realm, Land of the Dead. Su Ming raised his lips. Soul Realm is indeed a magical place. Chapter 150 Entering the Soul Realm. Kill. Soul Collector? I'm here to kill you. Su Ming quickly confirmed his status. Although my body doesn't appear to have changed on the outside, but in fact, this is only because it is wrapped in a layer of power of destruction. As expected, the power of annihilation is an absolute restraint for the soul world. Power of destruction, progress, 199.99/200. As long as your power of destruction continues to exist, then even your soul will not be harmed, and cannot be harmed by the soul. It means that you will not die in the soul world, no matter what. First, establish yourself invincible. It seems that we can continue to provide firepower coverage along the way and gain more power of destruction. On the other side, Mu Qingwan came to the soul world. But it became completely different, her body. No, it should be said that it was condensed from the power of ice and frost. Around her, the air temperature was dropping synchronously. Su Ming thought to himself, could it be that the former royal palace of the Frost Annihilation clan was built by frost? Of course, with the appearance of Su Ming and the others. It soon attracted lonely souls from all over the land of the dead. Moreover, Su Ming could clearly hear their voices resounding in his soul. I didn't expect 2 outsiders to enter here. I smell the alluring scent from them. I want to devour. I haven't heard the cries of outsiders for a long time. This is my prey. Mu Qingwan's frost was spreading, but was stopped by Su Ming. It's better for you not to expose yourself for the time being. Once I complete my mission, we will turn the entire soul world upside down. Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sunny smile. This is a good opportunity to try out the causal ability of everything is an arrow. In the soul world, it is simply the best battlefield. They are still standing there stupidly. I guess they don't know where this is. Entering this land of death is. At this moment, Su Ming just snapped his fingers lightly. Then countless sharp arrows appeared strangely from the bodies of those souls. Then, there were no surprises. Instant kill. The conceptual characteristics of the world-destroying bow, even if great destruction, is not activated. As long as the soul is shot, it will be permanently erased. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In an instant, millions of sharp arrows flew everywhere, and countless souls were still in shock. Then he found that his body began to slowly dissipate. Whether it is a monster or a race from this world, they will never be resurrected again. W. The shrill cries echoed throughout the land of the dead. The thousands of souls that swarmed in were all annihilated in a second. Su Ming clapped his hands. Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan now had starry eyes. She was fully aware of how powerful Su Ming's attack just now was, especially under the special restrictions of the Soul Realm. Even she, a former royal, had to put in a lot of effort. And Su Ming, in just a few tenths of a second. As expected of Su Ming, a powerful being who controls annihilation. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. This is just a small matter. I still need you to guide me to find the Soul Collector. Mu Qingwan also nodded, patted her chest, and assured. If you're not familiar with the Soul Society, it's really hard to find it. But with my guidance, this won't be a problem. We are now entering the Dark Soul territory, the most chaotic place on the outermost edge of the Soul Realm. And the Soul Collector hides in the sticks between the realm and the world. So, we need to go all the way through the entire Dark Soul region. Su Ming quickly understood the situation of this realm. In the land of disorder, the only rule is that the strong is king. There is only killing and devouring. In fact, Su Ming himself also felt it. After I killed these soul monsters and creatures, not only does it improve your own experience attributes, it also gained an extremely slight increase in soul strength. This is also because he possesses the power of destruction and is extremely sensitive to soul power. Otherwise, you wouldn't even notice it. Although the improvement of a single unit is very slight. But as long as the quantity is large enough, quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. Su Ming's smile became even brighter. Then, kill them all the way. Little whim. Xiao Yi. Little Phoenix is hero. Intersection. Oh hee. Su Ming decisively rode on Xiao Yi's back. Superstorm. Then he used the powerful wind power of the gale arrow to simultaneously sweep Mu Qingwan into the wind. Xiao Yi go. Amazed face, /. Everything is an arrow. Let's start the indiscriminate bombing. Passing through countless copy areas along the way. Before those powerful soul monsters could even develop any hatred, they were blown away into thin air. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom, boom, boom. A horrifying roar echoed throughout the land of the dead. It is worth mentioning. The rules and restrictions of the soul world on spatial abilities are enormous. Therefore, the effect of using Shadow Space Stone here will be greatly reduced. It's not as good as the terrifying sprint speed after being accelerated by the gale, especially with Xiao Yi's riding bonus. You can't even see any trace of him with the naked eye. Only, wherever it passes, everything turns into arrow bombardment. Mu Qingwan has been in this situation ever since she witnessed Su Ming's terrifying ability of 10,000 arrows with her own eyes last time. Now I am even more amazed. Su Ming's change is really too great. Now he can kill people instantly without even drawing his bow. And it was so instant. What Su Ming didn't say was that these scum were no longer worthy of him displaying his world-destroying divine bow, because of the innate ability of cause and effect arrow. When his mind becomes one with the world-destroying divine bow, any arrow he shoots will be a disaster. The destructive effect on the terrain is 10,000 times greater. Isn't the entire Dark Soul realm about to fall apart? Although he wanted to turn the soul world upside down, he was only dealing with the major forces. He didn't want to end up in a dilapidated place. But on this day, the entire Dark Soul realm was still shaken. What's going on? What kind of being is hunting soul beasts in the Black Soul realm? Everyone run. I didn't even see the attackers from a distance, but I saw the entire dungeon in front of me explode. Help! Could it be that the gods from the center of Soul World have appeared here? Damn it! Soul beasts are the name given to wild monsters by the local creatures here. The Soul World is also a plane where spiritual gods exist. For example, Mu Qingwan's Ice and Frost Annihilation clan is a royal family with a complete divine heritage. But now, I'm afraid that it has been divided up by other spiritual gods or demons. Su Ming's eyes became extremely dangerous. The spirits had better pray that what they need is not in your hands. As for the demon god, I'll just shoot you to pieces no matter what you do. The joint enhancement of physical attributes and soul is very refreshing. Soon, Su Ming saw a waterfall hanging from the sky. Wait, this black river that falls from the sky is the Styx you mentioned? There's no end in sight. Su Ming was a little surprised. After I used the hidden eye to see the Styx, I didn't even see the end. It seems that the space in here is very special. No wonder the spatial ability of the soul world is so strange. Soul Collector, I'm here to kill you, no why. Chapter 151. The Soul Collector is confused. Isn't this right? This script is totally wrong. Soul Realm, Dark Soul Realm, Styx Spacetime. Sure enough, there is a small world deep inside this vertical river that separates the entire world. After Su Ming followed Mu Qingwan into the river Styx, I instantly felt the difference here. Not just space. Even the passage of time slowed down. Unfortunately, the power of time and space is one of my most proficient avenues, and it has no effect on me. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the power of time and space travel was also exerted on Mu Qingwan, who was in the spiritual state. This, Su Ming? How did you do it? Mu Qingwan was stunned. She was very familiar with the characteristics of the Styx. Enter this dangerous Jedi. Even God is limited by time and space. Only the Soul Collector will not. This means that there will always be a slight delay when fighting a Soul Collector. This is very deadly. She also did this because Su Ming controlled the power of annihilation. There is no need to worry that Su Ming cannot solve it. Result: you lifted the time and space restrictions here. Not only will you be unaffected, but the target of the divine power will also be unaffected. This. Who am I? Where am I? Am I seeing this correctly? There are only two possibilities to do this. One of them is the spirit god of time and space who controls the power of time and space. The second is that it is far beyond the gods and is an existence that even she has never known. Su Ming is clearly the extremely powerful annihilation spirit god. How could he be the spirit god of time and space? That's the only answer left. Mu Qingwan, Omega to Omega. This is not right. Just as Su Ming shot and exploded countless giant soul sharks in the Styx, Mu Qingwan's brain fell into a rock machine. Mu Qingwan, confused face. Mother gave birth to me. Su Ming, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. And now it seems that Su Ming is constantly recovering his divinity. So she regarded Su Ming as from the ancient times. He is in charge of the most powerful spiritual gods who are in charge of annihilation. The result is much more than that. Mu Qingwan's heart was in turmoil. This mysterious man is so fascinating that one cannot help but be obsessed with him. But this straight man is really stubborn. And Su Ming didn't care about Mu Qingwan's inexplicable look at all. Women's minds are indeed unpredictable. Anyway, it's so cool to shoot crazy arrows at everything. You killed this soul shark, LV-523, gained 488.2 W experience, and gained a little extra soul power. You killed this soul shark, LV-525, gained 489.5 W experience, and gained a little extra soul power. Ha 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 ha. I feel my soul power surging. After killing the Soul Collector, the power will be greatly increased. Whoever dares to use soul-killing skills on me in the future will be killed first. Soon, Mu Qingwan played a powerful role as a guide. There are a lot of dead ends here. Under Mu Qingwan's leadership, Su Ming continued to move forward smoothly. Mu Qingwan was responsible for leading the way, and Xiao Yi was responsible for the charge. As for me, I will open fire with full force and shoot them all. As for Zi Ling and Luo Lan in the divine space, one is responsible for sucking up the dropped items and not letting go of anything valuable. The other one used Su Ming's power to manipulate the power of wind. Have a safe journey and rise to the top. Boom, 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 boom. The Styx is not a real river, just like Su Ming is not a spiritual god. Mu Qingwan's imagination was doomed to end in failure. As the god of Blue Star, Su Ming takes destiny as his source. All the great ways that evolve are caused by oneself. In other words, if there are 3,000 spiritual gods in this world, corresponding to 3,000 avenues, and I am free from fate, take control of the origin and reopen 3,000. After all, there is no reincarnation of fate in this world. No wonder I, the Lord God, am targeted by all the demon gods, and even the spirit gods have some evil thoughts. Su Ming now finally understood the reason. But there is no reason to let go of the duck that has been caught. Only children make choices. Su Ming, I want them all. As the soul sharks continued to die, the entire Styx began to become turbulent. At this moment, Su Ming felt a strange breath. The little Lolita Luo Lan in the spirit space showed a look of shock. Master Su Ming, my power is out of control, Omega, Omega. Su Ming also turned serious at the same time. The wind direction has changed. Luo Lan, take back your divine power connection. You can't stand the harm to your soul now. Su Ming spoke softly to Luo Lan, although it was a little lowly that I tricked her into coming here. But he would never let Luo Lan get hurt. Mu Qingwan, you also have to be careful. Just leave the rest to me. A huge black hole began to appear in front of my sight. As the black hole expanded, it seemed as if a huge suction force from the void swept across the entire Styx. Is this the Soul Collector's soul black hole? Su Ming muttered, obviously thinking of some information Mu Qingwan had told him. The triple divine revelation is indeed far from as simple as imagined. This special Soul Collector boss is actually the sole master of the entire small space. This means that it is a god-level being that can control souls, not counting spiritual gods or demon gods. But the special nature of his abilities makes him more difficult to deal with than ordinary spirits. Unfortunately, no matter how difficult it is, it can't change one thing. That is, the Soul Collector must be a collection of soul bodies. No matter how many soul bodies are gathered together, they are still soul bodies. The arrow and body become one. The cycle of cause and effect, the blockade of space, the suppression of time and space. For a moment, there seemed to be a brief stagnation around Su Ming. The next moment, the holy wings spread out. Shao Yi turned into endless shadows attached to the body, and the shadow of the mysterious dark phoenix was particularly clear. Su Ming himself was like a sharp arrow. Rush into the black hole. Ah! The real dragon jade seal appeared, and the little golden dragon, which had been baptized by Su Ming's divine spirit, was now shining brightly. The void that Su Ming was deep in was constantly torn apart. This scene almost dislocated Mu Qingwan's jaw. This is my understanding of Su Ming wrong again? Why does he have the ability to shock the gods? Any one of these abilities taken separately can be used as the strongest trump card of a spiritual god. As a result, in Su Ming's hands, it was like free money. Not only her, but also the mysterious existence in the black hole was confused. Soul Collector. Damn. Isn't this right? This script is totally wrong, right? Why can this weak insect ignore the limitations of time and space and ignore the erosion of the void? Even in its perception, Su Ming's soul body was not exposed. Damn it. Who is the descendant of that spiritual god? Because it could feel that Su Ming's body had not yet transformed into a god. After all, Su Ming is only preparing for the 8th level now. I am the great master of souls. So what if I ignore the rules and restrictions? As long as my soul source cannot be attacked, I am invincible, The next second, a teasing voice sounded. Oh really? I wonder if you have ever seen a divine arrow falling from the sky to destroy a soul. Heroic spirit arrow, drop it. Chapter 152 Soul Chain 2. The Soul Seal of the Book of Reincarnation. Su Ming's words startled the Soul Collector deep in the black hole. Then, this chaotic body composed of countless souls raised its head. I saw an extremely holy arrow hanging above my head. This is the purifying arrow that Su Ming divided into 20W and then merged into one. Of course, to Su Ming, it was nothing more than an oppression in terms of momentum. After all, as long as you have the world-destroying bow in your hand, the Soul Collector can't cause any trouble no matter what. Sure enough, this huge and immense ruler of the Styx was in a panic. After seeing through the other party's intentions, Su Ming raised his lips again and sneered. What? Want to escape? What a pity, since I am immune to the rules of time and space. Why don't you think about the fact that I can also impose even more terrifying time and space suppression on you? For a moment, time and space in the black hole came to a standstill. Moreover, the power of the void was useless under the might of the little golden dragon. The Soul Collector found that he could no longer use his strange magical powers. It feels an unprecedented death threat. It will die the moment the man's long arrow falls. It will really die. W. W. No. Who are you? No. Who are you, God? The Soul Collector no longer has the arrogance of a superior. Like a stray dog, he tried to get Su Ming to let him go. It was very confident as long as it was in the river Styx. Even ordinary spirit gods and demon gods may not be able to take it down if they join forces. But Su Ming, the power of just one arrow made it extremely terrified. Wait, sir, please don't, we can talk it over. I also know the secrets of the Soul Society. As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything. Su Ming could feel the violent fluctuations of the Soul Collector's soul at this moment. There is a deep fear in it, and a hint of cunning. Sir, I sense that the being outside your black hole is most likely Frost Annihilation. Are you the helper she found? The one who helped the Frost Annihilation clan return to the palace? In that case, I can definitely help you, as long as you let me go. The Soul Collector became more and more bold. He even expected that his role would be enormous. Soon it thought of countless ways that would not only allow it to escape, but also allow it to reap huge benefits. Damn human race. When I meet that adult, I will make you pay the price. And this Frost Annihilation. I didn't expect that there was such a powerful person who escaped the net. He is definitely a direct descendant of the royal family. If he were to hand it over to that adult, he would gain unprecedented power. So the Soul Collector silently revealed a sly expression. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Ming replied, "It seems that you have a very clear understanding of the current soul world. You are a good person to ask for directions." Soul Collector: "Yes, sir, my heart is with you." This chaotic being immediately relaxed. Now he was stable. "But why should I believe you? Perhaps you don't know that your soul fluctuations have already betrayed you. And most importantly, my goal is to kill you, so you better die." Soul Collector: Yes, so I underscore. This powerful being was stunned. Then it saw the holy arrow falling mercilessly without a pause. It finally realized that it had been teased by Su Ming from the beginning. It is unwilling. W. The shrill cry spread from the black hole to the entire Styx. Even Mu Qingwan, who had a tense expression, felt shocked from the bottom of her soul. It's been less than a minute, and Su Ming has killed the Soul Collector? That is an existence in the soul world that even the local spirit gods dare not provoke. As long as it is in the Styx, it is invincible. But now, Su Ming has arrived. The entire river Styx actually changed its owner. Is Su Ming really just the spirit god in charge of annihilation? Mu Qingwan's heart was even more convinced that Su Ming was once a being above gods. The people of Blue Star are so happy. It is a great opportunity for me to have the honor to follow Su Ming. Originally, Mu Qingwan once had the arrogance of being Frost Annihilation. Now, it has completely transformed into Su Ming's shape. And now the black hole is collapsing. The Soul Collector cursed madly at his last moment of death, but it still couldn't change the fact that he died in suffocation. "Oh, why? You damned alien. After I die, that master will definitely be aware of your existence, and you will just wait to be tortured for eternity. That adult will definitely avenge me. Just wait for death." Ha ha. The Soul Collector eventually lost his soul. Not even a trace of soul power remains. You killed Soul Collector, Soul's Tsaiji. You have obtained the soul essence of Soul Collector, Hunskeiji. The soul essence will continue to be absorbed as your strength increases until it disappears. As the information about the kill was displayed, Su Ming felt a sense of comfort, as if his soul was sublimated. Over tens of thousands of years, the Soul Collector has absorbed countless souls. Now it seems that in the end, it was just to help me. Although there is no exact value for the soul improvement this time, it is in no way inferior to this soul chain mission. And the adult it mentioned? It seems that the things in the soul realm are not as simple as Mu Qingwan thought. Su Ming instantly thought of what happened to Luo Lan, the ocean current god. I'm afraid the mastermind behind the destruction of the Frost Annihilation clan is not just a simple clan from the soul realm. There is also the intervention of demons, and even more mysterious beings. You have completed Soul Chain 1. Rewards: 1 Falling Soul Crystal, 1 Melting Soul Crystal, and Soul Strength increased by 50. With the permanent destruction of the Soul Collector, the black hole could no longer be sustained. Su Ming, holding the true Dragon Jade Seal, was not affected at all. He appeared at the entrance of the cave very smoothly. The refreshing feeling came again. Now Su Ming found that even if he didn't open his eyes, the scene within a radius of 5 kilometers can be reflected in the mind just by the perception of the soul, plus the initial boost from killing the Soul Collector. This is equivalent to a one-time increase of more than 100. Not to mention that most of the soul essence has not yet been absorbed. Tut. Su Ming was overjoyed. Then he turned his gaze to the Soul Chain 2 that was refreshed again. You have opened the Soul Chain 2, the soul seal of the Book of Reincarnation. The Soul Collector's soul origin has a special sense. Through the sense, find the unsealing platform in the colorful soul domain, kill the guardian soul beast, and open the unsealing formation. Chapter 153 Exclusive Soul Skill Soul Lock. Enter the core of the soul world, the colorful soul domain. The sealed location of the Book of Samsara is indeed in the colorful soul domain. Su Ming learned this from Mu Qingwan. The colorful soul realm is the core area of the entire soul world. The most powerful races and top soul beasts in the entire soul world live there. And that is also the entire soul world. The place where the temple of the spiritual god was built. It is no longer the frost spirit god inheritance of Mu Qingwan's clan. The other major clans in the soul realm also possessed powerful spiritual heritage. But it's not as complete as Frost Annihilation. For example, Mu Qingwan obtained the most complete spiritual inheritance. From the death of her father until a year ago, when she finally confirmed the divine power within her body. Only then did she realize that her father had sealed the Frost Spirit God's throne to Mu Qingwan. So now she is the only Frost Spirit God of the Frost Annihilation clan. The inheritance of the spiritual god's throne will never truly disappear. It will only transfer. We're waiting for a new successor. It was like Su Ming regained Luo Land's ocean current power. Likewise, Soul Chain 2 also revealed its rewards ahead of time. Also, there are signs of Soul Chain 3. Didn't expect that even after opening the Divine Revelation and the Seal Formation, I still couldn't obtain the Book of Samsara? In this case, the current state of the Book of Samsara must be very special. Su Ming's expression turned serious. This means that the Book of Samsara is definitely not like the Eternal Divine Bow. The sealed ones are just waiting to be recovered by the unsealers. It may have been forcibly controlled using special methods. So, I am even more curious about the adult mentioned by the Soul Collector. Soul Chain 2 Rewards, Soul Strength plus 80, Exclusive Soul Skill Soul Lock, X1. Soul Chain 3, unlocked after completing Soul Chain 2. Su Ming tilted his head slightly, feeling a little surprised. I didn't expect that Soul Chain 2's rewards include more than just an increase in soul strength. There is actually an exclusive soul skill? You should understand it by looking at the name of this skill book. This must be a powerful control skill specifically targeting the soul. Su Ming's eyes became fiery. With the Bow of Destruction in hand, it means that one can kill a soul body instantly with just one arrow. But except in the small space in the secret realm. Su Ming's current time and space suppression cannot stop the entire plane. So, now if you have soul locked out. From now on, he will have no scruples when facing any spiritual entity. Forced blockade, and then shot in 1 second. Perfect? Jua. Then Su Ming looked at Mu Qingwan who was standing aside, Omega, and staring at him. He replied with a confident and sunny smile. Solved. We may be entering the colorful soul realm next. Mu Qingwan. As expected of you. The man I like is so amazing. Su Ming, look at me too. Su Ming. Ahem. You and that other little Qingwan are really 2 levels apart. When you switch to her personality, your face will probably turn red. The other Mu Qingwan is shy, timid, but very kind. In order to help others, I will force myself to suppress my timid nature. And now Mu Qingwan. But he is very bold and outspoken. You can speak your mind without any disguise. Su Ming, I like you. Can I stay by your side? Even if you don't like me now, I can still take care of you by starting as your maid. You are destined to be the benefactor of our Frost Annihilation clan. I am willing to pledge my love to you. Just obey me. Is this what they call a straight ball? And why do I feel like I'm the one being taken advantage of? Oh. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. Now he has also gotten used to the straightforward and charming Mu Qingwan. Although I know that there are a lot of teasing parts in her words. But Su Ming could understand from the perception of her soul fluctuations that this was her true thought. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth, and suddenly a dangerous arc appeared. Xiao Qingwan, don't play with fire. Otherwise, be careful that my fire will completely melt your ice. After hearing these words, Mu Qingwan looked surprised. Mu Qingwan. Su Ming? Ahem. Why should I reward her? All right. He finally understood the essence of Mu Qingwan, who had the temperament of a royal sister, and was a little confused about the Ace AI Mu. Let's get back to the topic. The colorful soul realm belongs to the center of the soul realm and is quite a distance away from the black soul realm. However, after Su Ming dealt with the guardian. But you can take a shortcut directly through the river Styx. In the past, no one dared to barge into the Styx and provoke the soul collector, as that would mean they didn't want to live. Now, Su Ming had no worries at all. Wait. Are you saying that there is a great sealing formation in the colorful soul domain? Mu Qingwan was shocked after hearing the news. Su Ming, I can tell you very clearly that this formation did not exist at all when our clan was destroyed. So, it must have appeared within the last few thousand years. But, how did you know that? Facing Mu Qingwan's doubts, Su Ming just smiled. Weren't you just thinking about teasing me? Guess what? No one could possibly have imagined that this was actually part of their job change mission, right? Why am I only at level 8? Either you want to destroy this demon god or you want to fight that spiritual god. Su Ming, even I can't think of it. But then Mu Chi-wan changed the subject and became very confident. Although I don't know why the legendary sealing array appeared in the Soul Realm. But if it is to be used as an opening platform, it must be those 7 places. Su Ming, I forgot to tell you that the name of the color soul domain 10,000 years ago was actually the 7-colored soul domain. Su Ming was greatly surprised. She was indeed the little princess of the Soul Realm. Although the unsealing platform is shown in the mission, but there is no mention of its quantity and location at all. If we search aimlessly in the vast colorful soul domain, we will probably waste a lot of time. Moreover, you will be disturbed by all kinds of annoying guys. After all, the current space-time suppression cannot radiate to the entire soul world. Once they slip out of the secret space early and run away, the loss will outweigh the gain. Therefore, it is very necessary to get soul lockdown first. By then, as long as we are in the soul realm, no matter whether it is the spirit god or the demon god, don't even think about escaping. Su Ming. Oh. Mu Chi-wan, thank you very much. I will help you sort out everything once I find what I need. It's good to deal with smart girls. They will help themselves with practical actions instead of just whining all the time. Mu Chi-wan randomly gave him a loving look. I will always wait for your good news, Su Ming. As for where to wait? Of course, it is Ziling's exclusive divine space, purple gold gourd space. There is no problem in the black soul realm, but after entering the colorful soul realm, Mu Chi-wan's identity will be easily discovered. However, with Ziling here, everything can be easily solved. Ziling, Ling, Dad, I'm awesome. Su Ming, yes, Bigudo, carrot. Oh. Little whim. After a sound, the shadow quickly wrapped Su Ming's whole body and turned into a black flowing shadow, soaring up along the river of sticks. Since there are 7 unsealing platforms, let's start from the nearest red land. Su Ming, I'm so hot. Chapter 154 Permanent Buff, Lord of Fire. Enter the unsealing platform 1. Soul Realm, colorful Soul Realm, red land. After a journey on the river Styx, Su Ming finally arrived at the edge of the colorful Soul Realm, the southernmost location of the entire core area. This is the red land, ruled by the spirit of demonic flame, a major force in the Soul Society, according to what Mu Chi-wan said. In fact, when their frost annihilation had not yet been destroyed, the core area of the entire Soul Realm has a large royal family. And the 7 royal families. The royal family is naturally the frost annihilation, the place of annihilation located in the very center of the entire colorful soul domain. Then there are the remaining 7 royal families. Then from red, orange, yellow, blue, purple. From south to north, it controls the 7 areas of the colorful soul domain. It is said that the elemental environment of each area is very different. It is related to the abilities controlled by each royal family. At this time, Su Ming began to go deeper into the red land. Feel the dramatic increase in the concentration of the flame factor in the air. Obviously, the spiritual heritage possessed by the spirit of demonic flame clan is related to fire. It's just not complete. As long as Mu Chi-wan doesn't take the initiative to reveal her identity. Today, Su Ming is just an outsider. And, judging from the fact that he only appears to be at level 8 in terms of strength, it will not attract the attention of any living creature on this earth. At most. Because he was so handsome, he attracted the attention of many girls from the soul world. Wow, I've never seen such a handsome man. I can't hold it anymore. I'm about to come. Little guy, the handsome guy is obviously mine, but his original form seems to be human? Sisters, let's capture him quickly before the princesses of the Demon Flame Spirit Clan arrive? How come he's so fast? Hey, pretty boy, don't run. Su Ming could hear the discussions of several openly dressed young ladies from a distance, compared to their cool bikini outfits. Let's take a look at Mu Chi-wan's current state in the divine space. Su Ming suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. It turns out you are not the only one. Are all girls in the Soul Society so open-minded? Compared to men, the women from various tribes here are more like tigers. It's just the man-eating light in the eyes of these tigers. Something unusual. Su Ming did not choose to start a conflict here. The decisive gust of wind accelerated, leaving behind only a figure that was moving further and further away. Compared to helping Mu Chi-wan to settle accounts with the royal family, Su Ming's primary goal was to avoid interference as much as possible. Complete the unsealing of the unsealing station. At least, get soul lock first. So he headed north along the route Mu Chi-wan had mapped out in advance. This was drawn by Mu Chi-wan based on her memories from thousands of years ago. Fortunately, many small buildings have undergone changes over the years. But there was no deviation from the general route, until they entered a desert area where flames were blazing. Su Ming stopped. The Skyfire Desert is the most dangerous place in the entire Crimson Land. Even the strong men of the Demon Flame Spirit clan won't get much benefit from entering it. And if it is to be used as the unsealing platform for the unsealing formation, only the depths of this forbidden land has the power to sustain itself. After confirming the situation here, without any hesitation, Su Ming let Xiaoyi transform into a shadow and wrap himself around it. Then attack it decisively. You are burned by Skyfire and get debuff. You will receive true burning damage equal to 0.5 of your maximum health per second, and this damage can only be recovered after 10 seconds. Only effective in Skyfire Desert. As the debuff was generated, a message appeared instantly. The Molten Scale Crystal you carry has a special passive ability, turning debuff into a positive buff, continuously absorbing the Skyfire storage in the environment and restoring 0.5 of the upper limit of health per second. And the excess is converted into a 50 health shield, only effective in the Skyfire Desert. Not only that, an additional permanent gain is then generated. Su Ming's eyes flickered immediately. Since Molten Scale Crystal absorbed the Flame of Death, the Flame of Heart, and now the special Skyfire of the Soul Realm, it has actually undergone a transformation? This is a pleasant surprise, regardless of whether it is powerful or not. At least, it's a free and permanent benefit, so cool. Permanent buff. Lord of Fire. The effects of all skills with fire elements are increased by 10 times, and the attacks received from all skills with fire elements are reduced by 90. Something is better than nothing. No, if it is an explosive arrow, wouldn't every arrow be shooting a nuclear bomb? Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. Anyway, except for gods and above. Own output has completely overflowed. And because he controls fate and time and space, his own life has an absolute surge. Compared to killing a single target, this buff improves. Most likely when using the fire arrow. A super cleansing that combines with the world-destroying divine bow. Increase the original 10,000 times by 10 times again. TSK. After 9th turn, you can really shoot stars. But this is a bit funny, a forbidden place for others. For me, it is indeed a treasure land that constantly replenishes my flames. In fact, only Su Ming is like this, because he possesses the power of destruction to protect his soul. So I didn't feel any discomfort at all. Otherwise, for other soul world creatures, the burning of heavenly fire is extremely harmful to the soul, and it is easy to destroy the soul if it is rescued. Very good, there are no living creatures in here anymore. Su Ming held the molten fire scale crystal in his hand and absorbed the heavenly fire unscrupulously. Rushed into the depths of the desert. However, although there are no native intelligent creatures, there are still extremely powerful wild monsters. It's really not a good place. The weakest wild monsters are all at level 8. The further you go in, the more 9th level monsters you'll see. Therefore, the one who can set up a magic circle here must be at least a spiritual god in charge of high-level power. Everything turns into arrows and explodes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bang, 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 bang. As Su Ming cleared the ground all the way, he finally saw a special tall tower. The opening platform is just as Mu Chi-1 expected. Su Ming was very happy to come to the edge of a certain restriction. Why the ban? Because this tower cannot be seen normally. But Su Ming not only possesses the talent of Hidden Eye, he also possesses the scale crystals of the spiritual Dragon King Niggler. No environment will escape your eyes. Not only that, you can even go further and see the essence of the entire illusion. It's this tall tower. At this moment, a new message suddenly appeared in Su Ming's information log. You have cracked the deep illusion of the mysterious tower and triggered the special restrictions associated with it. Once you step into it, unpredictable things will happen. Unforeseeable things? No, they are predictable. Hints have been given in his job transfer mission. Once Su Ming steps in, the tower's guardian soul beast will be activated. So Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the world-destroying bow appeared in his hand. Stepping into the restriction. Very good. Are you ready to accept my punishment? Oh. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. Call another one and see? The surprising change of the world-destroying divine bow. Just after Su Ming stepped out of the range of deep environmental radiation, the scene around me began to change rapidly. It was no longer a desert with blazing flames, but a magnificent palace. The stone walls of the hall are covered with countless flame symbols. Without waiting for Su Ming to take a closer look, then a soul-piercing scream appeared in his mind. Even Su Ming now frowned. This continuous attack specifically targeting the soul is indeed strange and does not count as damage. Therefore, even if the cause and effect rebounds to the other party, it will not have any effect. However, Su Ming was not panicked at all. With the world-destroying divine bow in hand, how could a tiny soul beast withstand a single arrow? You think you can target me? Little did they know that Su Ming's method was even more deadly. I found you. Su Ming gave a dangerous smile. I didn't expect that this special guardian soul beast actually looks like a bat. It disguised itself as a portrait of flame and clung to the top of the stone wall of the hall. If it weren't for the hidden eye, it's really not easy to find the other party's location. You know, this soul scream will continue to sound as long as the bat is not dead. Although Su Ming would not suffer as severe discomfort as other soul bodies. But I am really annoyed by the noise. Screaming? That's all you can do? Get down here. Su Ming raised the world-destroying divine bell. One arrow instantly splits into 20 W arrows, surrounding the soul bat in the top corner from all angles. Unless the other party has the ability to transcend time and space. Otherwise, as long as you get hit, it doesn't matter how strong your output is. Under the arrows of the heroic spirit, he is just a pure squishy. Space blockade, time and space suppression. Haha, whether you have it or not, but I do. Su Ming, square root. So, still calling? Soul bat? It can't figure out. How come this seemingly weak boy discovered his disguise in less than 10 seconds? You know, after obtaining a trace of magic from that adult. Its disguise is enough to deceive any creature below the gods. No matter how you look at it, this guy is just a mortal. Soul bat. Wait, he's pretending? He has no moral principles, he's playing me. Indeed. At this last moment, it couldn't scream. And its magical power. It clearly has a powerful suppressing effect on any existence, soul body, in the soul world. But why doesn't it have any effect on this tiny insect? Soulbat felt no despair in his last moments of death. But the instinct for survival made it cut its own soul. Eh? What's that black air? At this moment, the power of destruction that enveloped Su Ming suddenly became extremely active. Su Ming originally thought that this cold and ruthless force would not react to any external objects. Result. This was the first time he clearly felt the will of destruction. Sure enough, this is the call of the world-destroying divine bow. This ball of black air is what the world-destroying divine bow desires very much. Su Ming became excited, but the expression on his face became more serious. Because even if the bat was shot dead by an arrow, but there was no information about its death in his log. Or rather, it has indeed died once. But because of this black air, there is still hope for the soul to be revived. The black gas did not attack Su Ming the moment it appeared. Instead, he resolutely tried to climb up and pass through the top of the hall. Unfortunately, it did not happen. Fortunately, I isolated the time and space of the hall to prevent the bats from teleporting. Su Ming suddenly felt very fortunate. This hall is actually inside the mysterious tower. That is the internal space of the unsealing platform. Therefore, my own space-time power can be fully utilized. That's not all. Su Ming quickly took out the true dragon jade seal again. The little golden dragon's roar became more and more domineering and loud, tearing the void around the hall. Very good. The time, space, and void are sealed together. No matter what this ball of black energy of yours is, there is no chance of escape once it falls into my hands. Obviously, Su Ming is unable to kill this black energy now. But why did he kill? Just rush forward and let Mia swallow him. Extreme flash. Extreme flash. What surprised Su Ming slightly was that this ball of black gas seemed to have a hint of intelligence. And the escape speed was not slow at all. But Su Ming was not panicked at all as he narrowed the range of time and space suppression. Soon this mass of black air had nowhere to hide. Then, a large amount of destructive power surged out from the blood-red bow of the world-destroying divine bow. Until the moment it touches and swallows the black air. You killed the guardian soul beast Soulbat demon. The last bit of the Soulbat's soul was indeed attached to this black air. No. It should be said that the Soulbat can gain powerful strength. Originally, it was because of this black energy. I don't know if it's an illusion. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to feel the joy of destruction. Could it be possible that the eternal spirit of the world-destroying bow could be revived? Thinking of this, Su Ming suddenly became very excited. Actually, now, in the true sense, destruction has not yet reached the level of an eternal artifact. Because it is not complete yet, the 3-in-1 body of the device is not enough. Only when the weapon and the spirit are complete can it unleash its true world-destroying terror. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little expectant. Not only the world-destroying bow. And then there is the Book of Reincarnation. Although the spirit of the Book of Reincarnation itself also dissipated. But Luo Lan accidentally became the spirit of the Holy Pillar of Soul. So once the final fusion occurs, when both the instrument and the spirit return to their original state, it will definitely be beyond imagination. Power of Destruction 115.3/250. Su Ming showed a sunny smile. As the black air was swallowed up, Su Ming not only felt the possibility of the revival of the will of the world-destroying divine bow. Moreover, the upper limit of the power of destruction has also been increased to 250. Comfortable. Then, Su Ming turned his gaze towards a flame-marked door at the end of the hall. The door slowly opened. It seems that the condition for opening this door is to get rid of this soul bat. Su-ming walked into the door without hesitation. This feeling is like coming to another different space. An elemental space filled with fire elements? At this moment, another piece of information was refreshed. You already have the Sky Trial Tower, which triggers a special restriction in this space, and you can try to break it. Do you want to break it? Whether. The choice was immediately handed to Su-ming. Su-ming tilted his head slightly, but his doubts instantly turned into enlightenment. One of the abilities of the Sky Trial Tower is to use the void chains to break special restrictions. Sure enough, it is worthy of being one of the fusion artifacts of the Book of Samsara. Su-ming had been amused and surprised before. Now I finally understand the connection between them. The Holy Pillar of Soul generates the corresponding anchor point of the Book of Reincarnation. The Sky Trial Tower builds bridges between various anchor points. Once all anchor points are connected, then you can start the final reincarnation. Chapter 156 Chapter 156 Huge Harvest, Element Origin. Wild Rock God Pillar. Su-ming looked at the information description again. You own the Sky Trial Tower. A special restriction has been triggered in this space, and you can try to break it. Do you want to break it? Whether. Yes. Su-ming did not hesitate any longer, and holding the world-destroying divine bow in his hand, he made preparations for what was to come. However, the next danger did not come immediately. Instead, Su-ming felt an unusually comfortable element of fire. It's not just the fire in this alien space. Even the fire spirit evolved from the explosive arrow controlled by Su-ming's body also became extremely active. At the same time, a rune chain flew out from the top of the Sky Trial Tower. The chain flew rapidly through the center of the space. Then it seemed to disappear into the void. Soon, Su-ming saw something strange with the help of the hidden eye. Sure enough, this is the unsealing core of the unsealing platform. The rune chains of the Sky Trial Tower have the ability to connect to the unsealing platform. This means that Su-ming can do this without anyone noticing. Even the existence of this great formation set up thousands of years ago could not be detected. Use the Holy Pillar of Soul to bypass the marked point and open it again. This is undoubtedly great news for Su-ming. After all, he had already prepared to open the first unsealing platform. It will touch upon the backup plan left by the person who set up the formation. Then, while the royal families had not yet reacted, they killed their way northwards. Let's look at it now. It takes even less time than I expected. Maybe this is the subtle change of fate. It's really awesome, OD. Su-ming raised the corner of his mouth. Finally, he looked at a red column that was rising quietly. What is this? Absorbing the power of fire for thousands of years. In the next second, a message appeared in Su-ming's information log. You have obtained the elemental origin retained by the red unsealing platform. After absorbing this origin, it will enhance your future fire spirit god's elemental perception and power. Tip: if you successfully transform into a god in the future but fail to achieve the godhood of fire, this elemental origin will become a buff, increase all fire elemental damage by 50. Su-ming looked at the two pieces of information instantly. And then I felt a small flame entering between my eyebrows. After Su-ming's active opening, he threw this small flame into the divine space. As for the spirit of fire, it's easy. When Su-ming finally accepts the Lord of Destiny, all 3,000 great ways can be derived. As he withdrew his gaze, Su-ming couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation. Logically speaking, there are 7 such unsealing platforms in total. So, perhaps you can get a huge amount of elemental origin for free in the remaining 6 unsealed platforms. But this makes me even more curious. The one who set up the unsealing array possesses at least 7 elemental powers. Then, his purpose of sealing the Book of Samsara is not simple. If the purpose is to fish out Su-ming who possesses the other 2 fusion artifacts, then I will definitely give him a big surprise. This red opening platform has been opened by Su-ming using a special method. That was also the time when he left quietly. As you step out of the radiation range of the illusion restriction, this mysterious tower once again disappeared in the yellow desert. If we weren't in a hurry, maybe the molten fire scale crystal could really absorb all the sky fire here. Of course, Su-ming was just talking. In reality, this is not done. Because once the heavenly fire, which poses a huge threat to the soul body, disappears, I am afraid that more and more beings will accidentally discover the existence of the unsealing platform. Now it seems that perhaps only the patriarch of the royal family would know. However, relying on Su-ming's secretive methods, unless the one who set up the formation comes out personally. Otherwise, you won't even realize you've entered. Soul Realm, colorful Soul Realm, Orange Land. Soon, Su-ming headed north. With the help of Xiaoyi and the terrifying speed accelerated by the gale, he easily crossed the entire Red Land. Another reason is that Su-ming set out directly from the Skyfire Desert. If it were any other existence, they would have to take a detour, since you are already familiar with it. Su Ming quickly arrived at the Valley of Fallen Souls without alerting the enemy. Sure enough, the restrictions are exactly the same as those in the Red Land. None of these can stump him until you enter a hall wrapped in rocks. Moreover, the Guardian Soul Beast is a rock god pillar, giant type. This guy, isn't he a soul? Not only that, Su Ming discovered that compared to the Guardian Soul Beast, it's more like a special force has wiped out most of its mind, turning it into a monster that only knows how to fight. Su Ming was heartbroken. What kind of idiot uses the rock pillar like this? It's such a waste. Because from the perspective of Blue Star, this rock pillar actually belongs to beast taming. Yes, it is a beast tamer like Xiao Yi and Zagan Rong who can sign a contract with professionals. Moreover, the rock god pillar is an excellent transformer of the earth. Su Ming was worried about how to transform the land of Blue Star. It's impossible for a rock-crushing earthquake to crack the entire earth apart, and then rely on the strong professional masters of the earth to make plans again. So Su Ming set his sights on the rock god pillar. Of course, there is another transformer of the sea, the Poseidon pillar. Unfortunately, these two types of god pillar clans live in the elemental world. That is, the plane where the elves of Little Lolita Lolan live. He learned this from Mu Qingwan. However, it is said that the entrance to the elemental world is now completely closed. Even now, there is no door to enter the Six Paths Divine Tower. Of course, it is also possible that it is hidden in the other 4 unlocked permission areas. And now, what appeared in front of Su Ming was a complete rock god pillar. Rather than destroying it, Su Ming would like to know if there is any way to subdue it. At present, the prerequisite for tampering with fate is that the other party has not reached the god level. Although it has not yet reached the life level, it has the power of rock at the divine power level. Well, a bit similar to my current situation. Su Ming supported his chin and thought. Soon a satisfied smile appeared. Since it relies on the power of rock, it belongs to the category of spiritual gods. Then, I can just separate this divine power. You know, this is the rock god pillar. Even if his body is broken into hundreds of pieces, he will not die. Of course, this separation is also limited. But Su Ming would not be bothered by this. If there's a chance of problems if I dismantle it, then I'll let you dismantle it yourself. Then, for the first time, Su Ming used a skill that he had never used before. Reincarnation of Life, God. For surviving targets, directly enter the reverse cycle. Then, another skill can be used, Words of Despair. Chapter 157 Chapter 157 Conquering the Rock God Pillar. Is this a conspiracy involving the elemental world? Words of Despair will make unconscious targets accept their orders. Su Ming murmured in his heart. Even though the previous rock god pillar had most of his mind wiped out, but there is still a consciousness of its own. It's just too small. But the situation was completely different after Su Ming cast the cycle of life. Its huge rock pillar is constantly degenerating and shrinking. Moreover, consciousness continues to degenerate into a childish state. The part of will that originally belongs to oneself is already small and pitiful enough. Now, he was turned around by Su Ming and fell into a completely unconscious state. That's not all. After its body shrank briefly, it disassembled itself through Su Ming's command. The rock god core belongs to the core area of this rock god pillar. It was very conspicuous in Su Ming's eyes. And within that core of the eyes, there was actually a faint trace of black energy. I knew it. It was you who did this. Destroy. Swallow it for me. Su Ming's intention is not needed at all. At this moment, the destruction has already surged with a huge power of destruction, because it is attached to the heavy rocks. Without any surprise, this ball of black gas was instantly swallowed up by countless annihilating forces. Power of destruction, 92.2/300. The upper limit of destruction has indeed increased by 50. However, because it has been consumed continuously, the existing power of destruction is only about 90. It seems that I have to find a place to brush up on it next time. Then Su Ming looked at the rock that was still shrinking. Great, now is the time. The black air was swallowed up. The rock god pillar itself had been split and degraded and could no longer withstand the power of rock. Temporarily and completely transformed into a creature below the spiritual god. That's enough, fate usurps. The next moment, Su Ming saw this rock god core glowing faintly. Gradually, I established a connection with myself. Su Ming was ecstatic. It's done. So the action of performing life cycle paused and returned to the rock god pillar. The effect of Words of Despair also disappears simultaneously. Countless small pieces of rock that were split apart are growing larger and recovering, while at the same time coming together and merging. After a while, an intact rock god pillar appeared in front of Su Ming again. And this time, there was not a single bit of fighting spirit on the rock god pillar. Instead, the stone tilted its head and stared at the human in midair, who was very small to it. Master, master, master. Thank you for saving me. From now on, I will be loyal to you. The voice from the soul. Although there are some bumps, it seems that its own mind is gradually recovering, which is a good thing. Su Ming chuckled and nodded, then walked forward and touched the rock under its crystal eyes with his hand. I have to say, the complete rock god pillar is really huge. Height over 3,000 meters. Fortunately, Ziling's financial gourd space was large enough after several expansions. After you leave Soul Realm, I will provide you with a nice place to live on Blue Star. As long as you work hard, I will find you some partners in the future. Rock god pillar, giant type? However, it quickly understood Su Ming's meaning. Rock god pillar, giant type? Su Ming. It's a bit scary for you to act cute when you're so big. The rock god pillar was successfully stored into the purple gold gourd space. Ziling and Luo Lan immediately circled around it like curious babies. Ziling, Ling Ling, wow, it's a big friend. Have fun playing with him. Luo Lan, Master Su Ming, I seem to sense a familiar aura from him. After all, their origins are both in the elemental world. There is indeed no problem in having the same elemental aura. Even Mu Qingwan, who was resting in it, was shocked. Su Mingyo actually subdued the rock god pillar. What the hell? I have so many words to say, what a pity. In the end, I can only sum it up as, fuck. The former little princess of Soul Realm has really been completely assimilated by Dragon Country. And with the conquest of the rock god pillar, there was actually a crack in the entire rock hall. Oh, this time the unsealing platform is hidden underground. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. The rune chain of the sky trial tower appeared. He knew that he would succeed soon. You have obtained the elemental origin retained by the orange unsealing platform. After absorbing this origin, it will enhance your future elemental perception and power of the rock spirit god. Tip: if you successfully transform into a god in the future but fail to achieve the godhood of rock, this elemental origin will become a buff. Make all rock elemental defense effects plus 50. It really exists, the origin of the rock. Compared to buffs and power, elemental perception is the most precious and priceless treasure. From now on, apart from fate, destiny, cause and effect, reincarnation, time, and space. Su Ming's mastery of the 7 elements after he has comprehended the origin of the elements will become extremely terrifying. Su Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. Wait, the original owner of the black energy, the one who set up the formation. Could it be from the elemental world? Although it was a question, Su Ming had already agreed in his heart. According to Mu Qingwan's narration, the combined spiritual heritage of the 7 royal families in the entire soul world. It is impossible to achieve this. Soul world. In fact, it is neither the main plane nor the strong plane. But because it belongs to a class of its own soul, it is very special. It is a place of balance that must be maintained in all aspects of the universe. Except for the 8 local inherited clans that gave birth to the core of the soul world, no one will be affected. Even if foreign forces occupy the place by force, they will not gain any benefits. On the contrary, it will cause huge backlash by disrupting the spiritual balance of the world. So Su Ming would help Mu Qingwan to settle the accounts. The cause and effect will only be transferred to Mu Qingwan, the native little princess of the Soul Realm, and has nothing to do with herself. He himself doesn't want to be bored and come here to claim to be the king. There is no benefit, and I am in trouble. There are only 8 spiritual gods' inheritance in the entire soul world, and this is because of the rules of the world. The colorful soul realm, formerly the 7-colored soul realm. In fact, it is 7 points, from red to purple, corresponding to the spiritual inheritance of the 7 royal families. And it is not an inheritance based mainly on elements, but it is based on the soul, the inheritance of the soul. For example, the royal family of the Red Land, the spirit of demonic flame. The race in charge is the magic flame. It is not simply the spirit of fire. It's the soul, devil flame. Then we have to talk about Mu Qingwan's Ice and Frost Annihilation clan. It turns out that the palace they once belonged to did not correspond to the land of 7 colors, but it is pure white. It is also the most powerful and complete spiritual inheritance in the entire soul world. This has been a secret for 10,000 years, ever since the 7-colored soul realm was renamed the colored soul realm. Only the direct descendants of the royal family would know. However, the same is true of the divine power of frost annihilation controlled by Mu Qingwan's clan. It is not simply the spirit of ice. It's the ice of annihilation. But now, all the elemental origins that Su Ming obtained from the unsealing platform are pure single-element divine power. If you think about it carefully, this really shouldn't belong to the soul world. Then, now the rock god pillar appears here. It also indirectly confirms the involvement of the elemental world. The storm is coming. Why does it feel like the unknown is getting bigger and bigger? Su Ming shrugged. The elemental world is a main plane with numerous spiritual gods, as mentioned in that star scroll. It must be one of the two brightest ones. But if the enemy comes, we will fight back. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Su Ming is not afraid. Very good, it's done perfectly. Oh, now we can speed up and open the remaining 5 seats. Chapter 158 Chapter 158 Sea God Pillar 7 Soul Additional Elements. Is frost annihilation really born in the soul world? Su Ming left the Orange Land and quickly headed north, relying on the gale acceleration and Xiao Yi's terrifying speed. There was no interruption at all. Similarly, trigger the guardian soul beasts in various places one by one. What is worth Su Ming's excitement is, in the Guardian Hall of the Blue Land, he once again saw a water column wrapped in countless water streams. Poseidon Pillar, Giant Type. Great, so I have to thank that mysterious being for the gift. After conquering the Rock God Pillar and the Sea God Pillar, there will be no problem with the subsequent terrain transformation of Blue Star. Therefore, Su Ming followed the method to subdue the Rock God Pillar. Sure enough, it is also effective for the Poseidon Pillar. In fact, the origins of these two divine pillars are the same. However, it was differentiated from the elemental gods of earth and sea. Separate the earth from the ocean. Eventually, two spiritual inheritances were formed. The spirit of rock and the spirit of water. The water spirit among them is the same as that of the little lowly Lolan. After all, they all come from the elemental world. If you trace back to their origins, they all come from the original elemental spirit god in ancient times. So when the Poseidon Pillar entered the divine space, Luo Lan not only felt the familiar breath of gods. I am also more intimate with this special Poseidon Pillar. Wait, these two pillars are not simple either. They are definitely not ordinary pillars. Su Ming has never been to the elemental world. So although we know that they are not simple, but it is impossible to know exactly where the abnormality is. But, no matter how simple you are, you all recognize me as your master. Hee, nervous face. Isn't this also a kind of NTR? I'm afraid the person who set up the formation will be so angry that he will vomit. No matter how much preparation you make, in the end it all ends up being your own fault. Of course, Su Ming did not let his guard down. In addition to the Rock Pillar and the Poseidon Pillar, the two guardians from the elemental world. The remaining 5 guardians are special soul beasts in the soul world. However, it was also because of that terrifying black energy that he gained the power of a god. Unfortunately, what about gods? As long as you have not left the state of soul body. For destruction, it is also a matter of one arrow. Before I knew it, I had no rivals at the level of gods. But there are definitely many strange things above the gods, so we can't take it lightly. Su Ming's current methods can easily counter ordinary demons and spirit gods. But if you face the existence above the gods, although destroy can cause damage, it is far from being able to kill instantly. The premise of everything is related to one's own life level. So, after I break through to Blue Star Divine Lord, what will my job be? Time seems to be getting more and more urgent. Until the last purple opening platform was opened by Su Ming. The elemental origins of the 7 elements are all gathered in one body. They correspond to fire, rock, light, wood, wind, water, and thunder, respectively. These are all positive elements among the elements. Each corresponds to one of the elements of the 7 royal families, because their other element is all soul. Then Su Ming turned his thoughts to the Ice and Frost Annihilation clan. If the elements are split, they are ice, darkness, and void. Ice and darkness are negative elements. Similarly, the soul element also turned negatively into void. This definitely contains the great secret of the rules of the soul world. Su Ming murmured in his heart. Could it be that mysterious being intends to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Su Ming's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, he and Mu Qingwan both thought of a very terrifying possibility. He intends to use the rules of heaven and earth in the soul world to collide with the sealed book of reincarnation. When the time comes, not only can you steal this soul core of the soul world, you can also use special soul power to activate the incomplete book of reincarnation. TSK, TSK, TSK. We seem to have discovered something really extraordinary. Su Ming looked at the 7 elements in his body. At the same time, he murmured to Mu Qingwan in the divine space. The origins of the 7 elements had been thrown into the divine space one by one. You have obtained the elemental origin retained by the yellow unsealing platform. After absorbing this origin, it will enhance your future, light, spiritual gods, elemental perception, and power. Tip: if you successfully transform into a god in the future but fail to achieve the godhood of light, this elemental origin will become a buff, purifying all light elements and increasing the gain effect by 50. You have obtained the elemental origin retained by the green unsealing platform. After absorbing this origin, it will enhance your future with spirit gods, elemental perception, and power. Tip: if you successfully transform into a god in the future but fail to achieve the godhood of wood, this elemental origin will become a buff. Make all wood elemental recovery effects and target range plus 50. You have obtained the elemental origin retained by the blue unsealing platform. After absorbing this origin, it will enhance your future, wind, spirit gods, elemental perception, and power. Tip: if you successfully transform into a god in the future but fail to achieve the status of the god of wind, this elemental origin will become a buff that increases the acceleration effect of all wind elements by plus 25 and the slowdown effect received by minus 75. You have obtained the elemental origin retained by the blue unsealing platform. After absorbing this origin, it will enhance your future, water, spiritual gods, elemental perception, and power. Tip: if you successfully transform into a god in the future but fail to achieve the status of water, this elemental origin will become a buff. Make the range effect of all water elemental skills plus 50. You have obtained the elemental origin retained by the purple unsealing platform. After absorbing this origin, it will enhance your future, thunder, spiritual gods, elemental perception, and power. Tip: if you successfully transform into a god in the future but fail to achieve the status of thunder, this elemental origin will become a buff. Give all thunder element countless defense effects plus 50. Mu Qingwan, are you saying that the 7-colored soul realm was renamed the colorful soul realm 10,000 years ago? What Su Ming was wondering was who had the ability to change the name. After all this matter, it can't be that the Frost Annihilation clan is asking for their own death, right? Wait, if soul is reversed to void, doesn't the origin of divine power come from the abyss? Mu Qingwan, I am asking you a question based on the divine contract. As far as you know, were you, the Frost Annihilation clan, really born in the soul realm? Su Ming's words were very serious and solemn. It even carries a sense of scrutiny. After all, because she is a spiritual god, Su Ming cannot tamper with his fate. And because of the relationships on Blue Star, she was subconsciously labeled as positive. But in reality, in fact, there is no absolute evidence to prove that Frost Annihilation was born in the soul world. The 7 additional soul elements correspond to the 7 core areas of the soul world, which is very obvious. But, is there a possibility? The pure white color corresponding to Frost Annihilation is actually also reversed to negative in the rules of Soul Society. That is, the ultimate black. Chapter 159 Chapter 159 The shocking secret revealed by the annihilation of ice and frost. Soul blockade. Su Ming is a person with a very active mind. The spiritual soul that was different from ordinary people in the original world traveled to this world, allowing him to become more analytical when faced with special situations. Moreover, now it has been revealed by God. And the dream tree, in the contract space that has already grown into a towering tree. A powerful boost to Su Ming's spirit. He has long surpassed any existence on Blue Star. And this trip to the soul world also greatly increased his soul strength. Mu Qingwan began because of the divine contract with herself through Zi Ling as a bridge. The spirit began to become strange. Or, to put it most intuitively, Su Ming's words directly shattered Mu Qingwan's CPU. Mu Qingwan suddenly became unconfident. This lack of confidence is not a disguise. Instead, she suddenly realized that what Su Ming said really made sense. This, Su Ming, my clan has lived in the center of the soul realm since I was born. And they are a royal family feared by all races. As for the history of our clan, it seems, she fell into deep thought. It seems to have really fallen into a fault. No, it's not just our clan. The entire soul realm's history 10,000 years ago has a fault. Huh? But why have we never realized this before? Mu Qingwan suddenly showed a very frightened expression. For the first time, a look of trance appeared on her shy and beautiful face. Even the soul-like body began to flicker slightly. Even Su Ming could only sense the tiny changes through the power of destruction. Su Ming, Mu Qingwan, stop reminiscing and empty your mind. Su Ming was almost startled. Mu Qingwan herself had no idea that she was slowly disappearing. However, Su Ming possesses the reincarnation of life and death, God. Soon Mu Qingwan's soul body was restored to its original state. Then, a jade seal appeared in his hand, the true dragon jade seal. After the little golden dragon accepted Su Ming's order, they quickly surrounded the unconscious Mu Qingwan. The void around began to collapse. Only Mu Qingwan was wrapped in it. The rock god pillar and the sea god pillar looked over curiously. Even the little lowly Luolan opened her mouth in shock. Ziling seemed to realize the urgency of the situation and also raised a divine power barrier in the divine space. This is a divine barrier that isolates the outside world. The purple gold gourd itself also possesses the god-level ability to block all external perceptions. Everything has stabilized again. It seems she is safe for the time being. Fuck, this guy actually guessed a shocking secret of the soul realm? If it was created by that being, then he had implemented the plan 10,000 years ago. There is actually no need to explore whether frost annihilation was born in the soul world. Because whether it is or not, at least since 10,000 years ago, it has been a royal family recognized by the rules of the soul world. Annihilation reversal. In that case, then can I also use this bug? Finally, Su Ming withdrew from the strange space in the purple opening platform. It was not until now that I discovered that the entire soul world had changed drastically. Countless soul powers gathered together to form a tornado visible to the naked eye, and the center was actually his own position. No, it was Mu Qingwan who caused the disturbance before. She was targeted by the spiritual gods of the 7 royal families. Fortunately, I have Little Golden Dragon and Ziling. Otherwise, I would have become a moving coordinate. All the unsealing platforms were activated and opened, and the formation began to operate. Su Ming didn't hesitate at all. He let Xiao Yi wrap him up and left decisively. Because he learned the location of the Book of Reincarnation. Actually, no, or rather, the Sky Trial Tower guided him in a certain direction. But the final destination is the former site of the Frost Annihilation Palace, which is now a forbidden place in the entire colorful soul domain. You have completed Soul Chain 2. Rewards, Soul Strength plus 80. Exclusive Skill Book, Soul Lock, X1. As Su Ming left, the 7 unsealing platforms soon established induction with each other. It means that the Divine Revelation Array has been fully opened again. At the same time, this means that Su Ming's Soul Chain 2 is completed. Without wasting time, Su Ming looked directly at the skill Soul Sealing. Sure enough, his soul skills are specifically targeted at souls. Su Ming was overjoyed and chose to use it directly. Soul Lock, Soul. No level, only those with the power of annihilation can learn it. Consume the power of annihilation to reverse it into a soul lock mark, which is attached to any control, effect, and causes soul lock, and also causes the soul to fall into the soul fixed state. The body cannot move, and the soul cannot break free in any way in the next 30 seconds. This skill is actually not very effective for ordinary people, because it kills an ordinary person's body in seconds. Their souls will naturally perish. But for reaching the spiritual level, especially the soul body, targetedness is truly terrifying. This is a super strong control that any god would be afraid of, because they can separate the body and soul. So, in the past, if Su Ming encountered a high-level spiritual god who wanted to escape in advance, we can only kill their bodies. The soul that escapes still has the possibility of coming back for revenge. But now I have Soul Lock, combined with Space Blockade, Time and Space Suppression, and Void Tearing. 3-in-1 strong control evolves into 4-in-1 strong control. No matter what method you use, I will nip it in the bud first, For the soul body, it is even more direct. Directly fix the soul for 30 seconds and can only watch your own annihilation. That's not all. The terrifying soul strength value that increased again made Su Ming feel very comfortable. He thought, if there were no such targeted means against him, Su Ming himself can kill a whole dungeon of high-level monsters with soul shock alone. Is this what they call glaring at someone and killing him? Power of Destruction, 132.1/550. Su Ming was amazed, thanks to the gift of black energy. The upper limit of his own power of destruction reached 550, which means he can be invincible for 5 times in a row. Although I am invincible now, but that is conceptually an invincible crushing of god-level life. The meaning is completely different. Fortunately, we passed through a lot of wild areas along the way. Su Ming madly swept the ground and shot at the soul beasts. Although the power of destruction is constantly consumed while adhering to the surface of his skin. But I still added a lot again. I have to say, the power of annihilation is truly unique in the soul realm. It was as if she was destined to be the darling of the soul world's rules. No wonder the Frost Annihilation clan is born to be the royal family of the soul realm. Su Ming, then my question. No, it should be the destruction in the past. Isn't it the rules of the soul world itself? Chapter 160 Chapter 160 The core of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Entering the pure white realm. As Su Ming left, 7 beings with extremely powerful auras soon appeared in the place where the soul tornado had pointed. How is it possible? Why didn't we notice it at all? Damn it, that guy slipped away first. But why is there still such a disgusting aura? Wait, could this be the inheritance of that clan? How is this possible? If the inheritance has not been cut off, then that place is not it. Oh no, the Forbidden Land. Soon, the 7 blurry figures turned into streams of light one after another. At this time, a huge colorful barrier had formed in the entire colorful soul domain. People outside can't come in, and people inside can't go out. Su Ming did not have the time to study the changes in the soul world, because he knew that all this was caused by the opening of the sealing formation. In other words, it is the Book of Reincarnation in the unsealed array. The location of the Book of Samsara is the core of the entire unsealing formation. Forbidden Land. This is the place Mu Chi Wan told him. Because the pure white frost palace is not actually on this land, but in the gap between the green land and the blue land. There is a small world of its own. At the same time, Su Ming's divine revelation mission also came to Soul Chain 3. The ultimate fusion. You have opened Soul Chain 3, final break the restriction of the Book of Samsara, and finally merge the Sky Trial Tower, Soul Holy Pillar, and Book of Samsara into a complete eternal artifact. Soul Chain 3 reward, Soul Strength plus 100, 6 paths of reincarnation core. The 6 paths of reincarnation core. When Su Ming saw this word, he felt slightly confused. After all, he had never heard of this prop. There is not even any record of the items in the 6 paths divine tower. But, no matter from which perspective, it is bound to be related to the 6 paths tower or the Book of Reincarnation, even without using the Shadow Space Stone. Now Su Ming's terrifying speed is no less than that of the spiritual god who is known for his speed, in addition to the wind acceleration. After all, he was also given the title of Ocean Current God. Following the wind, they soon arrived at the place indicated by the Sky Trial Tower and the Holy Soul Pillar. Mu Chi Wan, you should know how to open the entrance to the Frost Palace, right? Mu Chi Wan has now woken up. As Su Ming asked the question, he received Mu Chi Wan's affirmation. Su Ming, that is a special place. If I enter, I will definitely be exposed to the 7 royal families. Hear Mu Chi Wan's answer. Not only did Su Ming not panic, but he also showed a dangerous smile. It doesn't matter, since it's a small world. I was just worried that those spirits who fear death would not dare to come in. Now is the perfect time to let them come without returning. This is a very rare lightless area in the green land and the blue land. Not only is it dark, it will also cause huge repulsion to the soul body, except for those who possess the power of annihilation. If you want to enter this forbidden place, you have to consume a lot of divine power to force your way in. Below the gods? Even the outer periphery can't bear it. So Su Ming not only did not feel uncomfortable, but instead felt like he was back home. Perhaps, extinction, is this really the place you created? Su Ming understood that this kind of friendly feeling was not actually directed at him. In fact, it was directed at his exclusive eternal artifact, Destroy. But ever since he possessed the ability to merge man and machine into one, then you can see what it sees and feel what it feels. As Mu Chi Wan appeared again, she turned her soul and body into ice. Su Ming could clearly see that the entire world was changing again. The soul power between heaven and earth once again formed a huge tornado. However, it did not cause Su Ming and Mu Chi Wan to move at all. Su Ming, I found it. It's right where the soul tornado is pointing now. As long as we enter it, it can take us into the cracks of the soul world. Su Ming nodded decisively and at the same time raised a gust of wind. With Xiao Yi's shadow protecting him, he just needed to wrap himself and Mu Chi Wan in it. Su Ming rushed in directly. At the same time, the 7 royal spirit gods also rushed to the Forbidden Land. All of them showed expressions of disbelief. How did they do this? That means that it is impossible for that clan to cause such a big disturbance, right? Unless. The 7 spirits all thought of that unless. The expressions on his face are very rich. No. We have obtained the complete annihilation ice. It is impossible for it to flow out. It can only be possible if he is a direct descendant of the spirit god from a battle thousands of years ago. There is actually a fish that escaped the net and not only survived, but also achieved godhood. You know, they are betrayers. If the spirit of that clan were to return to its position, it would definitely settle accounts with them. Damn it, why didn't he die? Why did he allow the soul world to experience another soul shock? If the layout of the Forbidden Land is destroyed, everything will be ruined. But that sir has never appeared since the ancient seal formation he left behind after the battle. What should we do? These spirit gods are hiding above the dark clouds of souls in the soul world, talking to each other. No matter what, we must deal with the remnant of Frost Annihilation. We have 7 spirit gods, and she has just recovered. Apart from that Frost Annihilation, judging from her aura, she only has one helper who is not even a god, so she can't cause any trouble. Even if we enter the territory of the Frost Annihilation clan, we can crush them. Yes. The demonic flame spirit god is right. The advantage is on my side. We have the advantage, everyone. Enter the center of the soul tornado. Su Ming and Mu Chi-wan had already been aware of the pursuers behind them. There are a total of 7 extremely powerful spiritual gods, and they are not ordinary spiritual gods at all. After all, in addition to being in charge of the corresponding elements, these spirit gods also control extremely powerful soul skills due to their racial characteristics. Unfortunately, they haven't realized it yet. Who is the being we are about to face? The inconspicuous existence that they ignored happened to be their natural nemesis. This is even more terrifying than the restraint that the true dragon Jade Seal has on the devil. In the next moment, the scene in front of Su Ming and Mu Chi-wan began to change rapidly. A slight feeling of dizziness appeared, and Su Ming knew that he had entered more special small worlds in the cracks. Soul Realm, Pure White Realm, Frost Palace. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the huge ice palace in front of him. It's so majestic, it seems to be standing on the calm surface of the empty water. The reflection you see blends perfectly with the palace itself. Compared to Su Ming's shock, Mu Chi-wan was filled with thoughts. After thousands of years, she finally returned to the place where she started. Chapter 161. Now that we are here, let us bury him here. At this moment, the Sky Trial Tower in Su Ming's divine space felt something. The place it points to is exactly the center of the huge palace. However, Su Ming was somewhat confused. Today, the palace has been restored to its most flawless state, etc. Mu Chi-wan, there's something strange about that huge palace. It is very likely that this is no longer the Frost Palace you once knew. There was nothing unusual about the water and sky realm that Su Ming saw through the hidden eye, but as he tried to get through the surface. But I found that my eyes were gradually becoming blurry. You know, his eyes are now truly the eyes of God. Even if taken out alone, it can become a divine eye in its own right. This reminded Su Ming of the black energy from before. Considering the existence of the formation that sealed the Book of Samsara, he also left a backup plan here. But along the way, Su Ming had another doubt. I'm about to steal the crystal. There was no sign of the existence behind the scenes appearing at all. Could it be that he is really restricted by the world? So, Su Ming took out a crystal ball with bad intentions. And that crystal ball is the incarnation of the death demon Kajechalu, the current incarnation of the devil. Su Ming had almost forgotten about it before. And then, it seemed, maybe, probably, I accidentally broke it. Kajechalu, AW. Let me die, please kill me. The origin of this clone of Kajechalu. Trapped in a crystal ball, but never reaching the reality of death. Now, Su Ming has the soul seal. It can even control that part of its soul. Then, you can use the words of despair to ask it questions. Just be careful not to involve its main body as much as possible, and the problem can be solved perfectly with simple yes or no answers. Kajechalu, tell me, is it impossible for beings beyond the spirit gods to appear? Soon, Kajechalu became confused. He replied slowly, yes. Do you know the reason? No. Sure enough, there is no answer to this question, unless it is Kajechalu itself. But this also proves from another aspect that the subject of the death demon is in existence beyond the spiritual god. Did this start 10,000 years ago? Yes. This clone of Kajechalu already has restrictions. Just like Mu Chi-wan. Once the special secret is triggered, no one can predict what the consequences will be. This is a quick question and answer session. It also made Su Ming understand a lot of things in his heart. Although there were doubts, one thing was finally confirmed. That is the starry sky painting that I have seen before. That mysterious palace in the sky above all the stars is actually also a world. But that heavenly palace is now closed. No being above the gods can come out. Therefore, countless mysterious beings had arranged various plans tens of thousands of years ago, waiting for the moment when the gate of heaven opens again. So, this means that before the next opening of the heavenly palace. Can you steal things without any scruples? Su Ming's surprised face, oh. But he also understood that since the last time Zi Ling appeared in the burial ground in a special way, the gate to the heavenly palace is about to be fully opened again. Not far away. However, By then I already possessed at least 2 eternal artifacts. In the 6 Paths Divine Tower, the strongest core of the blue planet. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. By then, it's hard to say who will win. And now, before entering the giant palace, the 7 puppies are in place. It's time to close the door and beat the dog. Su Ming flashed extremely quickly and stood behind Mu Chi-wan. At the same time, the soul nail that was supposed to pierce into the soul actually pierced the caster in the opposite direction. Ah! A painful scream instantly resounded throughout the pure white area. Kid, what did you just do? I'm going to kill you, epsilon. But Su Ming was not at all flustered. The calm voice was particularly clear. A sneak attack? This is not how you do it, okay? The attack just now was the unique skill of the spiritual god of the Blue Land, Soul Voidthorn. From Su Ming's current perspective, they are indeed worthy of being called spiritual gods that have survived for 10,000 years. His divine power is several times greater than that of Mu Chi-wan, a spiritual god who has just regained his divine status. Although the power of annihilation wielded by Frost Annihilation is their nemesis. But if you are backstabbed first, you will be put under control. Still unable to exert powerful strength. At least, they succeeded thousands of years ago. But now, not a single spiritual god realized that they were easily dealt with by a tiny outsider like Su Ming. As expected, you are the helper hired by that clan. I really underestimated you. But under the great power of God, mortals are just ants after all. With the next strike, I, Storm Sorrow, will take your life and make your soul perish forever. The 7 great spiritual gods in the sky all showed up. The next moment, Su Ming showed a sunny smile. Very good. Now that you are here, lie down neatly for me. Do you need me to teach you how to sneak attack? It has already started. Su Ming's mind moved. Countless sharp arrows with the power of annihilation appeared in the sky above the entire pure white area. Even Mu Chi-wan was stunned by the sudden change. The previously arrogant Storm of Sorrow spirit god almost popped his eyes out of fright. A chill from the depths of his soul spread throughout his body. How did he do it? You know, they are the 7 great spiritual gods gathered in one place. But no one noticed the changes behind them. Su Ming snapped his fingers lightly. Countless sharp arrows began to sweep in all directions, without even a moment's pause. No. Wait, we were actually just passing through. Sir, we are not familiar with Storm at all. It's all because of his wish to persecute you and your friends in the territory. Wait, Nuo, it's all Storm Sorrow's fault. Storm of Sorrow, _? Weren't you the ones who were shouting the loudest before? Now I'm the only clown? You damn outsider, what methods did you use? After being shot by sharp arrows, their bodies began to collapse. This scene caused several spiritual gods to panic. Oh, you're thinking of running now? It's too late. Space blockade, time and space suppression, soul blockade, void tearing. Now that you are here, make the most of it. Since we are here, let's bury him here. Since you are determined to destroy us, no one will have an easy life. Storm of Sorrow began to go crazy, and his body continued to turn into smoke. Su Ming suddenly noticed. This Storm of Sorrow would have been destroyed by a single arrow from the power of annihilation. But at this moment, there was a hint of smoke in the center. Dark air. It was the same terrifying black energy as the 7 guardian beasts of the ceiling platform. The power of destruction in Su Ming's body became active again. And this time the activeness is even far greater than before. Sure enough, the mysterious person is behind you guys. Chapter 162 The Power of the Law. All 7 elements are immune. Is the Frost Palace connected to the body of the Void Beast? It's not just Storm Sorrow, this moment. All the 7 great spirits turned into mist one after another, corresponding to the 7 colors. After taking black gas as the core, they actually gradually merged into each other. Su Ming heard a scream from the sky. Damn you, I didn't expect you could force us to reveal our last trump card. I sense a deep sense of disgust from you. Damn it, you actually possess a more terrifying annihilation power than that clan. You must die, for the sake of the eternal future of Soul Society. You, the alien, must be eliminated. It seemed like he was roaring at Su Ming. In fact, at this moment it is more like a living being following its instincts, talking to itself. Same. Benefited from the fact that the black energy has the same power as destruction. Su Ming did not kill them instantly. However, he curled the corners of his mouth again. Normal attacks can't hurt you, but I didn't say. Once the great destruction begins, no one will love me. The world-destroying Divine Bow appeared again on Su Ming's left-hand side. As the power of the Divine Bow merged with himself, Su Ming decisively activated 100 of the power of destruction. The situation reversed in an instant. 10,000 arrows space-time, the world is blocked. At the same time, an arrow was shot out. In an instant, it split into 200,000 sharp arrows with amazing annihilation effects. 1,000 great powers in one arrow. Then the 200,000 sharp arrows merged into one arrow of destruction. Shoot. The heroic spirit arrow pierced through time and space, and in the blink of an eye, a whistling sound passed by, directly approaching the colorful smoke that is fused into shape. How is this possible? The 7 spiritual gods, who were originally full of confidence, felt the threat of death from this arrow. This is a threat they have not felt in tens of thousands of years. It means they will really die. No. What did you do? Why do you have that power? We have clearly seen countless futures of the Soul Society, but why is there no trace of you? You are definitely not immortal. You are playing us. I hate. Ugh. The shrill scream once again resounded throughout the pure white area. At the same time, Su-Ming also let out a sigh of relief. It seems that these 7 tool spirits don't know anything about the Lord God. After all, even Kajetala realized this. But they don't know. So, it's really pitiful. Perhaps. The 7 royal families of the soul world have been treated as mere tools by that mysterious existence for 10,000 years. But Su-Ming would not show any mercy to them. They deserve all this. The sins committed 10,000 years ago should now be repaid. You killed the spirit god, demon flame spirit overlord. You killed the spirit god, lord of the giant rock pillar. You killed. As the 7 spiritual gods fell one after another, Su-Ming's ultimate extinction talent began to take effect. The power of the spiritual laws corresponding to the 7 elements. And because of the unsealing platform, the origin of the 7 elements was obtained. From now on, I will be completely immune to this kind of harm. However, the laws of every soul are incomplete. So the soul element law finally obtained became a very good buff. You have completely comprehended the power of the law. From now on, the damage caused by the fire, rock, light, wood, wind, water, and thunder elements will be finally calculated x3. From now on, you will be immune to any damage caused by the elements of fire, rock, light, wood, wind, water, and thunder. You have obtained the permanent buff Soul Suppression. Soul Suppression permanent buff after being damaged by a soul skill. If your soul power is greater than the opponent's, you will be immune to this soul skill and double the power will be rebounded to the caster. Su-Ming was ecstatic and quickly stepped forward to let Mia devour the 7 balls of black air that were trying to escape. All at once, I gained complete immunity to the 7 elements. This is very scary. In particular, these 7 elements are very common elements. Not to mention that its own final damage is tripled. Just based on the immunity to injuries, it will be useful when you enter the elemental world in the future. Can force countless gods to drop their jaws in shock. The soul suppression buff obtained fully demonstrates one's soul power advantage in a passive form. Whoever wants to use soul skills on me in the future. Maybe I will become a dementia patient for no reason. With the word destroy, 7 groups of black air were enveloped again. Su-Ming felt that this eternal artifact seemed to come alive. See what it sees, feel what it feels. The entire pure white area suddenly turned into a delicate gray in Su-Ming's eyes. Then, Su-Ming turned and looked towards the Frost Palace. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Because at this moment, the huge palace in his eyes seemed to come alive. This palace is actually connected to a giant void beast? And if Su-Ming and Mu-Chi-Wan had chosen to enter earlier. In fact, he voluntarily sent himself into the mouth of the void beast. Oh, it seems you don't plan to pretend anymore? Su-Ming raised the corner of his mouth. And Mu-Chi-Wan on the side seemed to have suddenly turned on a switch. A large amount of annihilation aura began to emerge from the soul body. These auras gradually became stronger and eventually condensed into shape. Is this void beast trying to devour the power of annihilation? No. It can reverse annihilation back into soul form again. Su-Ming also started to move at the same time. Mu-Chi-Wan, send your annihilation power directly over there. It likes to eat, so we'll just burst it. Su-Ming immediately revealed a wicked smile. At the same time, the heroic arrows on the world-destroying bow had been fully drawn. Su-Ming's right hand began to twitch at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. Countless arrows with destructive power were shot continuously. Little golden dragons appeared at the same time, tearing apart the void outside the entire palace. Today, the void behemoth has been completely cut off from the outside world. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In just a few seconds, millions and tens of millions of arrows began to surround the entire space. It shot into the huge palace, just as Su-Ming expected. It was like suddenly entering the void. All the arrows disappeared. But what changed was the gathering of countless forces of annihilation. Explode for me. At this moment, Mu-Chi-Wan had already entered Ziling's divine space. And Shaoyi has completely possessed himself. Su-Ming did not hesitate, and rushed directly into the giant palace at high speed. Although I know this is a trap, but the Book of Reincarnation is indeed sealed in the body of this void giant beast. However, due to the opening of 7 major unsealing platforms, Su Ming has already found its location, and of course he will not let it go. The huge palace of the Frost Palace was shaking and collapsing. It looks like this void behemoth is in a very painful situation. Su Ming, I just gave you a big gift. Are you satisfied with it? Chapter 163 Chapter 163 The Revelation of the Book of Reincarnation. This world has no reincarnation. You have entered an unknown void land. Please note that if you die in this void land, you will never be able to be resurrected. As Su Ming seemed to have entered a starry space. The information log also refreshed a prompt message simultaneously. You should have now entered the internal space of the void beast. The inability to resurrect Su does not affect my performance at all. The next moment, the Sky Trial Tower once again produced void chains. On the right, there is actually no direction here. If it weren't for the insight of the hidden eye, if you use your naked eyes to determine the direction, you will be lost forever until you are eroded by the void. But Su Ming has a simpler method. Just keep moving forward along the void chain. No matter which direction, the Sky Trial Tower will eventually lead to the sealed place. Roar. After being briefly severely injured by Su Ming, the void beast generated countless clones in its body. Actually, abyss species such as the void behemoth are originally dead things. In other words, their existence is to serve as the carrier of the void. So there is no death. But the same thing applies to those who enter the space inside it. Just deal with the countless clones it created using the power of reversal. Then you can continue to go deeper. Another problem is the need to block the constant encroachment of the void. But Su Ming himself controls the power of annihilation, and he also has the little golden dragon in his hand. If the void doesn't hide from him, he's brave enough. Dozens of indescribable monsters suddenly appeared in front of them. In Su Ming's eyes, each of them possesses the peak strength below that of a god. But he couldn't even withstand a single arrow in front of Su Ming. You don't even need to draw the bow and arrow. Everything can turn into arrows. Chirp, chirp, chirp. These roadblocks were solved in the blink of an eye. Su Ming's speed did not slow down at all. He had a hunch that he was not far from the Book of Reincarnation. Among them, the second wave of void clones actually reached more than 10,000. And each one comes with a weak void force. Even if an ordinary spirit god or demon god enters, solving it will definitely lead to a dead end. Su Ming sighed with emotion. The backup plan he had set up was indeed terrifying enough. But, so what if it's scary? In the face of absolute strength, strategies are nothing but paper tigers. I shot it with one arrow, it exploded. You don't even need a second arrow. It's a fully automatic split 20W sweep. Totally crazy. As the kill information is constantly updated, the power of the void beast itself is also constantly being consumed. Su Ming had already felt its pain and wailing. Until under the endless starry sky, I saw a door with a faint light coming through it. The Book of Reincarnation is inside that door, damn. That mysterious guy is really good at hiding. If I hadn't collected the Sacred Soul Pillar and the Sky Trial Tower. No matter whether you are a god or a demon, you can't even find the location of the Book of Samsara. Countless chuckles and shrugs. Without any hesitation, he rushed straight into the door. Damn, even Su Ming himself obtained 2 other closely related fusion artifacts. It also took a lot of energy and time to go around in circles. At least for him. It's very time-consuming. After all, one's own strength is there, but it still requires triggering various prerequisites to achieve it. Su Ming clapped his hands lightly. Regardless, the final moment has finally arrived. The scene before my eyes changed rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, Su Ming saw the stairs in front of him. It is constantly extending towards the sky. It seemed as if we were passing through countless corners of different dimensions along the way. Su Ming saw the endless golden sea and the fields covered with pure white flowers. Is this a reflection of the cycle of history? Rebirth, death, and an endless cycle, and it seems no one can escape it. The long river of destiny is a turbulent stream from which there is no turning back. All living things are fish in a turbulent stream, moving along the river continuously. Su Ming was somewhat fascinated by what he saw. But at this moment, Su Ming discovered something unusual. One fish actually chose to turn its head around. Is it swimming upstream? Su Ming originally thought that this was an inevitable part of the process. But the next scene made his expression become extremely serious. It's in the area where the fish swimming upstream is. A chain covered with runes suddenly and quietly passed into the river from above the river. The target of the chain is the little fish swimming upstream. Apparently, the fish was caught in the chain. Then, it turned into stars as time accelerated. The stars were absorbed by the runes. Then, a new rune appeared on the chain. The acceleration of time stopped and the rune chains disappeared. This world has no reincarnation. This world doesn't have reincarnation? Su Ming silently repeated these words. Then I woke up suddenly. If I am now, in a sense, the fish swimming upstream? Then, The day will come when the rune chain will appear. He influenced time and space and crossed the long river of fate. So, if I want to see further, I must completely integrate myself into destiny. Su Ming suddenly had an epiphany. At this moment, it seemed as if a shackle in the body was opened. Su Ming looked forward. I saw the pages of an ancient book with a colorful halo turning. This is the Book of Samsara. The scene just now. Was it the Book of Reincarnation that allowed him to see it? Not only that, he also felt the aura of the Six Paths Divine Tower. At this moment, his fusion with the Six Paths Divine Tower also deepened a lot. Good fellow, you are indeed in the same group. Su Ming had a strange expression on his face. Whether it is the Six Paths Divine Tower, the world-destroying Divine Bow, or the Book of Reincarnation, they all have the same aura of will. However, today's Book of Reincarnation seems to be the same as destruction. The only thing left of his own book spirits will his instinct. Su Ming did not waste time. Immediately afterwards, a small tower appeared in front of him, next to the Book of Reincarnation. And the other thing, Holy Pillar of Soul. Luo Lan, as long as you do it according to what I say. From now on, you can use the eternal divine weapon as your body and be immortal. The little Lolita Luo Lan had already floated beside Su Ming with the wind, and he is surrounded by the holy pillars of souls. Luo Lan, really? Really? Sigma, oh, Lord Su Ming, I won't disappear from now on, right? The little girl was still a little panicked. However, Su Ming smiled. Roland, to be honest, I actually control this cycle of life and death. Even if you suffer an accident, I will revive you immediately. Besides, you are already in the state of a soul, so there will be absolutely no accidents. Chapter 164 Chapter 164 The Book of Reincarnation. Summoner's Secondary Occupation. Let's get started, Luo Lan. It's up to you. The next moment, 3 objects filled with ancient aura floated in front of Su Ming. Book of Samsara Fusion Artifact, Fusion activated. Soul Pillar Fusion Artifact, Fusion activated. Sky Trial Tower Fusion Artifact, Fusion activation. The will of the Holy Pillar of Soul, Roland, has triggered an unknown fusion force. Will an unknown level of fusion be performed? Whether? Yes. Finally, we have reached this point. Su Ming was very excited at this time. Without any hesitation, the fusion was carried out directly. This moment, he felt that the sky around him had undergone tremendous changes. The pages of an ancient book are turning. Soon, a blank title page appeared. Su Ming could clearly see a special rune generated on this blank title page. Immediately following, Sky Trial Tower slowly flew to the cover page. It is actually fading? No. It is interacting with that rune. Gradually, the blank title page was no longer blank. What was imprinted on it was the appearance of a small tower. So that's how it is. This little tower is actually the power of a cover page of the Book of Samsara. Perhaps it was lost or wandered tens of thousands of years ago. Now, I am finally back in it. Moreover, Su Ming could also feel the aura of the Sky Trial Tower at the same time. Just use the Book of Reincarnation. It can also be summoned out. As expected of an eternal artifact corresponding to the summoning system, the Sky Trial Tower is an artifact that was summoned. With this little tower it blends in perfectly. The Book of Reincarnation shone brightly and at the same time began to become illusory. This is guiding the Holy Soul Pillar. Luo Lan, relax and trust me. Su Ming assured the little lowly. Not only Luo Lan, but even Su Ming himself at this moment. The body gradually became illusory. If the Sky Trial Tower is the embodiment of part of the power of the Book of Reincarnation, then the Holy Pillar of Soul is the soul core that activates it. Moreover, this time, Luo Lan took the initiative to promote integration. The whole process went even smoother than Su Ming had imagined. The scene in front of Su Ming's eyes kept changing, and in a trance he found himself back on the stairs. But at this moment, the Book of Reincarnation at the end of the stairs has disappeared. It actually turned into the Book of Samsara, Soul State, and it just floats in my mind so quietly. Roland? Little Roland? Are you there? Can you answer me if you hear me? Even Su Ming was caught off guard by the sudden change. But it doesn't look like a bad thing at all. So Su Ming checked Luo Lan's condition as soon as possible. The next second, a familiar lowly voice sounded. Su Ming. Sir, how did I enter your sea of consciousness? Wait, what did I see? Oh my God. Not belonging to this world. Floating outside of fate. Reincarnating in the long river of fate. Master Su Ming, I didn't mean it. I definitely didn't see your secret. Please don't kill me. Oh no. Little Lolita Luo Lan went from curiosity to shock. Omega. Finally, he froze in Su Ming's mind in horror. Su Ming, little Luo Lan. Now that you know my secret, I can't let you go. Luo Lan, W. Su Ming, you don't want to die, right? Luo Lan, help me, Wowo? At this time, the little lowly soul was trapped in Su Ming's mind, with tears on her face. Su Ming wanted to laugh when he saw Luo Lan's appearance. So he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and continued to speak reason. Su Ming, well, let's identify the divine contract from now on. Oh, no, it's the eternal contract. Because just a moment ago, Su Ming's information log was updated with a series of new messages. You have completed Soul Chain 3. You have received rewards, Soul Strength plus 100, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Core, X1. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Core you own has a special connection with the Book of Reincarnation, generating an eternal contract. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Core as a special item that carries the Book of Reincarnation and is integrated into the body, once an eternal contract is formed with the Book of Reincarnation. The 6 Paths Lord profession will be opened in the human body. As the little Lolita Lolan nodded quickly with tears in her eyes, eternal contract was established simultaneously. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to feel the countless reincarnation histories from the Book of Reincarnation. This is, see what it sees, feel what it feels. You have already started the 6 Paths Lord profession, currently possesses the eternal artifact, World-Destroying Bell, and has enabled the Archer profession. Currently owns the eternal artifact, Book of Reincarnation, and has opened the Summoner profession. At this moment, as the Book of Reincarnation turns over, Su Ming found that in addition to his profession as God Lord, he also had the title of Summoner. You have completed the final divine revelation and broken through the shackles of level. With the appearance of this information, Su Ming's level, which had remained at the same value for some time, began to skyrocket. It has risen all the way from the original LV400. Your level has increased by 1. LV400-LV401. Your level has increased by 1. LV401-LV402. Your level has increased by 1. LV499-LV500. In the blink of an eye, the level reached the peak of LV500. On Blue Star, it is the final 9th transformation breakthrough. But Su Ming did not receive the information about the 9th turn. But, sure enough, for me, the title above Divine Lord is destined to be Divine Lord of the 6 Paths. If Su Ming's current status as the Lord of God corresponds to the level of divine power of the major spiritual gods, then Lord of the 6 Paths means reaching above the spiritual gods. Su Ming will also come into contact with the same power as the mysterious existence hidden behind the scenes. Of course, now we have only touched a little bit of the threshold. You have unlocked the final God Lord successor mission, 6 Paths God Lord. Description: Dear Lord 6 Paths God, the 6 Paths God Tower is calling you. Return to Blue Star and enter the 6 Paths God Tower again to complete the final inheritance ceremony. Tip: No time limit. Tip: You must bring the Book of Reincarnation to unlock the Summoner profession. There is only one final mission, and it doesn't look complicated at all. TSK. There really is something special hidden in the 6 Paths Divine Tower. However, I didn't expect that it would require the Book of Samsara to open it. It's really not that simple. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. It now appears that there are indeed 6 eternal artifacts, which can unlock 6 special professions respectively. The 6 Paths Divine Tower is in urgent need of finding the Book of Reincarnation. I think it is also because it is necessary to inherit the 6 Paths God Lord. Chapter 165 Chapter 165 The Ruins God Awakens. The first step of the Abyss Trader. And now, because of Luo Lan's guidance, as expected, the Book of Reincarnation was integrated into Su Ming's Sea of Consciousness. At the same time, Summoner automatically became his secondary profession. You have activated this Summoner secondary profession. When using the summoning ability, your strength is synchronized with the Archer profession. Its name is Sushin Summoner. You have unlocked the exclusive God-level talent, Awakening of the Ruins God. Talent exclusive. Awakening of the Ruins God cannot be detected, permanently retained. 1. Any creature that signs a contract with itself can find similar creatures that have broken through the limits of life in the long river of history, and thus evolve infinitely. 2. Use your divine power to summon any creature you have killed for 10 minutes. The creatures summoned during this period will inherit all the causes and effects of their past lives and will be absolutely loyal. 3. Get all the skills and talents of all contracted creatures. And when summoned with divine power, all the abilities of all contracted creatures will be increased by 10 times. This talent is compared to Su Ming himself. Instead, the summoned beast and tamed beast he contracted became even more terrifying, especially the infinite evolution in Effect 1. Any power, as long as there is no limit. It means that it will definitely reach an unimaginable level. Su Ming thought of Xiaoyi. If the Dark Phoenix, the Master of Shadows, obtains further evolution from ancient times, how shocking would that be? As for Effect 2, if combined with Su Ming's causal ability, it's just as terrifying. Summon a dead person from the depths of time. And for the duration, according to the law of causality, it is still in a state of survival. The only difference is absolute loyalty. It seems to have no effect, but what if the object of the summon is a demon? What if it is a god or something higher than a god? Before he reaches the level of Lord of the Six Paths, tampering with fate is not effective against god-level beings. The two divine pillars that happened before were just coincidences. And now, it doesn't matter even if I kill him. Do you think you're dead? No. You're not dead yet. I'll summon you again soon. Moreover, the summoned being is absolutely loyal to Su Ming. Wait until Su Ming has killed enough demons in the future. Hiki, by then maybe everyone in the abyss will become a traitor. And Effect 3 is equally terrifying. Su Ming can directly obtain the abilities of all the living beings he has contracted with. If you want any ability, I just need to contract a creature with this ability. I'm a total idiot. Moreover, it can also serve as an assistant to the contracted creature, which is a tenfold increase. For example, Xiaoyi's extremely terrifying speed. If I were to multiply it 10 times. After passing across the sky, there is no trace of it left. TSK, that's really unreasonable. At the same time, Xiaoyi's soul body also came to Su Ming's Sea of Consciousness. Xiaoyi's little phoenix had looked left and right curiously. Xiaoyi, huh? Su Ming, I feel like my power has become so strong. Xiaoyi, I can smash the stars with one wing, waka kaka / amazed face, / Xiaoyi, it is so happy to follow Master Su Ming. Master Su Ming, you have to ride on me in the future too. Su Ming. Ling, Ling, I want one to be with my dad too. Oh, carrot. Oh. Luo Lan, Master Su Ming, I will be very good too, carrot. Soon, the several little fellows in Su Ming's Sea of Consciousness became extremely lively with each talking to the other. Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. But I felt an unprecedented warmth in my heart. That seems pretty good. Therefore, any threat that would disrupt the peaceful times must be eliminated. In fact, for Su Ming at present, there is no need for any time to switch between the two professions, because it is under cause and effect. I can now turn everything into arrows. So Su Ming can do two things at the same time. And, with countless powers in one body, no matter which profession one is in, it will benefit him or her. Eventually, all will be added to your body. The same harvest will come later. What Su Ming obtained was double the attributes. The benefits brought by the Book of Reincarnation. It's much more than just opening the Summoner class. The power of reincarnation that it possesses and the cycle of fate controlled by Su Ming. In some ways, they complement each other. Su Ming can say that as long as he has the Book of Reincarnation in his hand, he will always be invincible. Death is just the tip of the iceberg in the face of reincarnation. Even Kagetalu's clone sealed in the crystal ball saw this scene. Now it no longer has that crazy wailing sound. Instead, there is a shock from the depths of the soul. This human actually possesses laws that far exceed ours. No, this is impossible. There can't be reincarnation in this world. Then it heard Su Ming's response. Does reincarnation really not exist in this world? Su Ming's tone was questioning, but there was a hint of rhetorical question in it. Because the answer is obvious. The facts were before their eyes, and even Kagetalu's clone didn't know how to respond for a moment. How about it? Do you want to join me in taking down the main body now? From now on, you will inherit the Death Demon and become my guide in the abyss. Ever since I had the death summon of Awakening of the Ruin God, Su Ming no longer had to worry about the evil intentions of the devil or the spirit god. Just like now. Su Ming directly asked Kagetalu's clone to witness it with his own eyes. Now, I have reached the point where they are desperate. Now that you have made up your mind, let's sign a master-servant contract. Don't worry, if you behave well in the future, you will be my representative demon god in the abyss. Su Ming's words were full of magic. Kagetalu never thought about it. One day, I will be bewitched by a seemingly ordinary human being. Of course, this mediocre refers to the apparent strength. Su Ming is so bad. He clearly possesses terrifying powers far beyond those of ordinary demons and spirit gods. But he always looks like an ordinary mortal on the outside. Su Ming, blame me, oh? But one thing is beyond doubt. However, Su Ming is the most handsome creature it has seen in tens of thousands of years. He is as stunningly handsome as the readers. Death Demon God, Kagetalu clone, has accepted your spiritual contract, master and servant, and from now on you have the power to decide its life and death. This divine contract is different from the ones with Luolan and Xiling. The master-servant contract means that one has absolute dominance. I have only ever signed a contract with Zaku Rong. Everything went very smoothly and Su Ming showed a sunny smile. The first step to entering the Abyss has been completed. Su Ming is looking forward to the future when all members of the Abyss become traitors. By then, I don't know how exciting it will be. Oh, __intersection. Oh, hee. Chapter 166 Leaving a backup plan in the Soul World. The Long River of Fate. The Void Beast has no concept of life, so there will be no real death. Su Ming didn't intend to waste time on this. It's not a good place to stay for long. The Book of Reincarnation is the eternal artifact that truly controls life and death. As long as they are not wiped out forever from the Long River of Fate, all souls can be resurrected. Even Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. How did I die? Even the people around him, or his former companions on Blue Star. As long as Su Ming doesn't let them die, even the King of Hell cannot take their lives. At this point, this Kajechalu clone of the Death Demon has a lot of say. In front of Su Ming, its ability to die is so pale and powerless, since the Book of Reincarnation has been integrated into the Sea of Consciousness. Su Ming decisively escaped from the ancient door. During this period of time, countless powerful giant beast clones were born again in the body of the Void Beast. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth, and everything turned into arrows. Shoot. Shall we? Let's charge forward. Shall we? Oh, amazed face, / go for it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boom, boom, boom. The huge roar enveloped the entire void space. Su Ming broke out of the encirclement and finally appeared at the entrance of the Frost Palace. At the same time, Mu Chi-Wan had also come out. Looking at the Frost Palace behind him that has been occupied by the Void Beast, there was an unnatural look in his eyes, and a hint of loneliness still appeared. The home we once lived in has finally turned into ruins. Now all the illusions are nothing but illusions. But at this time, Su Ming said, Shao Chi-Wan, have you forgotten that you still have a home? Blue Star will always be your home. Your grandfather, Mu-He, that old man, has been bothering me a lot. After all, Su Ming was about to take Mu Chi-Wan away. That old man Mu-He had been nagging Su Ming for several hours. Perhaps it was fate that brought you back to Blue Star. Su Ming suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Su Ming, then how are you going to deal with the affairs of the Soul Realm? In fact, I finally see the current situation. The inheritance you possess, and the source of annihilation it possesses is likely left behind by the being that once created the Soul World. The existence that created the Soul World? Su Ming murmured in his heart. Perhaps the Soul World is really the world created by the destruction in the past. Or should we say, it is the will of the former spirit of the weapon. After all, he got the Book of Reincarnation. Not only was he not suppressed by the rules of the Soul World, but he also felt an unprecedented intimacy. As if this place had always been his home. And he, Su Ming. Obviously, he is the current master of this world. My purpose in Soul Society has been achieved, so I don't plan to stay here. I will not interfere too much in the development of the Soul World. So, I plan to have the 7 kings return to this world and become my servants. And they will continue to develop the Soul Society and collect intelligence on my behalf. Su Ming revealed a little bit of his resurrection ability to Mu Chi-Wan. But there is no mention of the Book of Reincarnation. After all, the more you know about this kind of thing, the enemies we face in the future will be stronger. What? You actually have such powerful abilities, I still can't figure you out. Mu Chi-Wan sighed and suddenly smiled. Well, after the 7th king is revived, you will be able to learn about the sealing status of other members of the tribe who have not yet perished, but the situation may not be as good as you think. Mu Chi-Wan nodded seriously. Okay, I understand. Su Ming, thank you. You're welcome. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish my goals so quickly. Please help me take care of Blue Star in the future. Soon Su Ming and Mu Chi-Wan were teleported out of the pure white realm. As the 7 kings' bodies returned to normal, the 7 spirit gods all looked at Su Ming in shock. And he immediately lowered his proud head and knelt down. Master, thank you for your kindness. We are your loyal servants. Master, we will definitely manage the Soul Realm for you and complete the tasks you assign. Su Ming chuckled and waved his hand. TSK, the one that screamed the loudest before was Storm of Sorrow. But now he behaved most piously. Su Ming wanted to laugh. All traces of his presence here have been silently eliminated by these guys. That's all. Su Ming and Mu Chi-Wan stayed in the Soul Realm for one more day. And, in the end, 4 dying members of the Frost Annihilation tribe were rescued. Including Mu Chi-Wan, there are only 5 members in the Ice and Frost Annihilation clan. They will also return to Blue Star with Su Ming. Become a member of the future Kingdom of God construction. Of course, there are also the 2 divine pillars in Ziling's spiritual space. Su Ming can't wait to return to Blue Star to make a radical transformation. Except for the 7 kings, no one else had any idea that Su Ming had come and left. The The Book of Reincarnation in Su Ming's Sea of Consciousness was flipping rapidly, until one of the pages was reflected, Holy Pillar of the Soul. The little Lolita Luolan immediately wandered around the Book of Reincarnation. Su Ming understood that it was the Holy Soul Pillar that was returning his soul to Blue Star. No, to be precise, it is returning to the cloud top space, within the Six Paths Divine Tower. I felt dizzy and opened my eyes again. The shadow of the small tower in front seems to have been waiting for a long time. Six Paths Tower, cloud top space. I'm finally back. Su Ming clapped his hands lightly. And Michiwan had been safely sent back to the territory of Long Kingdom by him. At the same time, he asked her to bring news that she had returned safely to Brother Wang Bai and Old Man Wang Bai. In fact, if you don't know the horrors that your ancestral land may face in the future, it would be nice to just live a leisurely and simple life on Blue Star. After all, Su Ming has achieved complete immortality and will never die. But he knew that the battle with unknown terror was not over yet. So, at this moment, the Six Paths Divine Tower seemed to be in tune with his thoughts. As the Book of Reincarnation shines brightly, the phantom image of the small tower in front of me is not real. It actually resonated with it and generated induction at the same time. Then, a silent water tornado arose in the lake, gradually transformed into a space-time channel. At the same time, the phantom of the Six Paths Divine Tower also transformed into a small wooden boat. That is, the River of Destiny. Even Su Ming was greatly shocked by the scene before him. This is indeed the unknown and shocking secret of the Six Paths Divine Tower. It can actually materialize the long river of fate directly. This is not an illusion, but the real river of destiny. So, I'm going to be carried on a small wooden boat and enter a secret place in the Six Paths Divine Tower? It seems that is where the true origin of the Six Paths Divine Tower is hidden. Su Ming went upstream in the small wooden boat. He found that everything outside the canoe seemed to be in a different time and space from himself. If you leave rashly, you will definitely be lost in the long river of fate. Sure enough, this is the Six Paths Divine Tower's protection for me. Su Ming saw many blurry figures. I also witnessed the fall of countless powerful creatures in the vast cosmic battlefield. As a spectator, Su Ming felt very calm. Maybe in the future, I, or Blue Star will have to face the same thing. Chapter 167 Chapter 167 The successor of the Six Paths Divine Tower, Divine Lord. The world where the source of terror exists. Finally, the small wooden boat stopped beside an isolated island in the center of the long river. The isolated island also seemed to be forcibly isolated in time and space by a powerful force. Same as Su Ming. It clearly does not belong to this destiny, but it has forcibly occupied this area. Su Ming entered the island without hesitation. In the center of the island is an altar, which is surrounded by 6 stone pillars. Among them, Su Ming saw 2 stone pillars emitting faint light. On one of them, there was a faint appearance of a large blood-red bow. The other stone pillar vaguely resembles a golden book. Could it be the world-destroying divine bow and the Book of Samsara? Also, because of the stone pillar of the Book of Reincarnation, it lit up. Su Ming saw the golden page in his hand flipping again. This time, the page of the Sky Trial Tower appeared. A chain covered with runes appeared, passing through the center of the altar. The entire altar began to emit lascivious sounds. You have triggered the inherited origin of the Six Paths Divine Tower and fused the origin artifact, destruction. The power of the origin of the Six Paths Divine Tower will allow you to break through the 9th level and enter the succession ceremony of the Lord of God. Do you accept it? Whether. After choosing to accept the inheritance ceremony, your life level will be officially upgraded to God Lord, and you will be qualified as the Six Paths God Lord. At this time, the small wooden boat once again turned into the shadow of the Six Paths Divine Tower. However, this time it appeared in the center of the altar. Su Ming understood that once he accepted this choice, this means that we will face many terrifying enemies in other dimensions in the future. But he raised the corners of his mouth. Anyway, I already have enough enemies. Anyone who comes will have to ask my world-destroying bow for permission. Yes. Su Ming confirmed it without any hesitation. At this moment, the void chains turned into a bridge of divine power. Through the Book of Reincarnation, Su Ming and the Six Paths Divine Tower are completely connected. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to clearly feel the will of the Six Paths Divine Tower. It is no longer the vague mumbling like before. It's just that the feeling is different from what Su Ming thought. In front of Su Ming, it was like an elder and a close friend. Have we met before? For some reason, Su Ming suddenly said this subconsciously. However, the Six Paths Divine Tower did not answer. Rather, it feels like accomplishing something very important, or finally meeting the person you need to wait for. Su Ming felt its relief. It seems to be very tired. After overdrawing his last bit of willpower, he finally led Su Ming here. Sorry for the long wait. If you are tired, go to sleep. Leave the rest to me. I will protect the ancestral land for you. The Lord God succession ceremony begins. The entire island began to shake violently. But the magical thing is that there is no abnormality in the long river of destiny here. It's as if this isolated island has never existed. There has never been any trace of Su Ming being here. Su Ming quickly understood. His ninth job is actually not a career advancement differentiation like others. Instead, everything is constantly integrated at an equal level. Get a new god-level talent each time and keep it. It turns out that it wasn't because of the time traveler's golden finger at all. But it's the way it should be. It is for this moment today to inherit the throne of God. Time passes by every second. You have broken through the 9th level shackles, and your basic level has been greatly improved under the power of the origin. Your level has increased by 1. LV 400-LV 401. Your level has increased by 1. LV 401-LV 402. Your level has increased by 1. LV 998-LV 999. It was unknown how much time had passed. It seemed as if Su Ming had been in a state of abstinence for tens of thousands of years. However, this time is not tens of thousands of years in the future. Instead, it reversed and went back to tens of thousands of years ago. 10,000 years of history, 10,000 years of understanding. Finally returning to this moment, Su Ming felt as if he had been enlightened. At last. Your level has been raised from LV 999 to LV 1000, breaking through the limit. The basic level has been liberated and completely integrated with yourself, with thousands of attributes integrated into one. All your levels have been transformed into divine power levels. If you continue with the special ceremony, your current life level will be completely transformed into Godlord. You have received the blessing of the Lord of the Divine Kingdom Blue Star, and have obtained the qualification of Lord of the Six Paths. Your divine power has completely transformed into the power of the Six Paths God, above the gods. You are about to start the tide of the gods. The 3000 Spirit God Avenue has been completely open to the Kingdom of God, and all the creatures who have broken through to the godhood will become your subordinate spirit gods. Your power of fate has surpassed that of the gods. Your powers of time and space, annihilation, fire, rock, light, wood, wind, water, and thunder have reached the peak of the gods. Your other 3000 great ways have all reached the state of being a god. The gains go far beyond that. After all, everyone can imagine how terrifying it would be for one person to obtain the total divine power of a kingdom of God. Su Ming gained tremendous blessing even in the initial moment. In fact, this was not a moment at all in Su Ming's mind. Rather, it is the accumulation of the Six Paths Divine Tower since 10,000 years ago. If it weren't for the Book of Reincarnation that always protected me in the reverse flow of time. Even if Su Ming didn't die, he would probably go crazy. At this moment, his temperament became more restrained, looking ahead with a calm expression. But only he himself knows that his body is now a human-shaped disaster. If Su Ming wanted to, he wouldn't need to use the magic arrow now. With just one punch, the small planets around the blue planet can be blown up. And if you shoot the bow in the Great Destruction state, it can even directly explode all the stars in the entire plane, literally explode. Of course, Blue Star has completely become a kingdom of God. It is no longer an ordinary place. Even the gods dare not act rashly there. And Su Ming, even here. You can also see everything on the blue planet through the Six Paths Divine Tower at any time. Oh, Brother Wang Lin has prepared a banquet? Is he waiting for me? When Su Ming saw Mu Qi once standing beside him and all of them were familiar friends, he understood. Haha, if that's the case, then how can I be absent? Finally, Su Ming returned to the cloud-top space of the Six Paths Divine Tower via the small wooden boat. At this moment, he felt that he had truly become the master of the Six Paths Divine Tower. And, since he entered the long river of destiny, time in the whole world did not flow at all. Perhaps, it is actually my own destiny that has stopped time. But even so, Su Ming felt like he had experienced 10,000 years of history in an instant. Su Ming is here. Our great savior Su Shen is here. Li Huiyang yelled excitedly when he saw Su Ming for the first time. The others all smiled, including Yu Mingming, Li Huiyao, Fang Xiongju. There is even Zhu Peiqi with a shy and silly smile on her face. Huh? Is this the little Peppa that once yelled at me? All the people here are young people. Grandpa Wang Bai and his men have already started working on a plan to transform Blue Planet together with the two great divine pillars. It was a grand night, and the entire Blue Planet was like a celebration. Finally, Su Ming found Wang Lin. Brother Wang Lin is about to reach the peak of his level, and he will probably be able to start his divine path soon. But, Brother Wang Lin, after you become a god, you will be my little spiritual brother. Su Ming, are you leaving again? Into an unknown and powerful plane. Su Ming nodded calmly. Blue Star no longer needs our care to achieve national prosperity. And in the future, it will definitely grow into your most powerful helper. After witnessing 10,000 years of history, Su Ming could not stop. He wanted to go to the place where the Six Paths Divine Tower had shown him before. The answer to all crises may be found there. I'm not one to sit back and wait for death. Although the terror has not yet come, we know it will come in the future. Then why don't I just find the source and destroy it first? With the bow of annihilation in hand, any enemy will be turned into a dead soul under the arrow. Six Paths Tower, Cloud Top Space. With a powerful being like Mu Qingwen guarding Blue Star, Su Ming could leave with peace of mind. At this moment, the long river of destiny appears again. But it is not real, and there is no canoe. There is only one door leading to the chaos that I have seen in my memory, leading to that world. Shall we? Let's rush in. Shall we? Amazed face, go for it. Then Shao turned into a dark shadow, wrapped Su Ming, and went directly into it. Chapter 168 Mysterious Place. Players from the ancient times? Mysterious place, Dragon Cave. Oh, this is actually a place of memories. And the creatures here are actually people who came from the Blue Star in ancient times? Su Ming soon discovered a special place. There is actually a phantom of the Six Paths Divine Tower here. Moreover, all living beings call each other players. History is indeed a cycle. In this case, Su Ming plans to hide his identity and strength temporarily. Get to know this world first. Seeing the stone tablet standing at the door, Su Ming decisively put away the world-destroying divine bow. Then, under the watchful eyes of several other individual players, he entered. As soon as you see it, the scenery suddenly changes. This turns out to be a special place. But the native creatures here all have divine aura. Su Ming said seriously, "Master, come quickly and take a look. There are dragon scales for sale." It turned out to be the stall of the free man. Shaoi flapped its wings. Now, after advancing again, it has the ability to search for god-level treasures. It seemed as if it had discovered something extraordinary and was trying desperately to attract the owner to the stall where it had found the treasure. What is this? Why is it so expensive? Su Ming picked up the dragon scale on the stall and found that his hand was covered with a layer of ethereal air. Well, this ethereal air is not simple, because there is only one dragon scale that was injured. So after Su Ming bought this thing, he immediately gave it to his Shaoi to smell it. Shaoi, remember this smell? The space plane we are in now is already the Demon Dragon Cave. I guess those creatures are also coming here for the existence. Yes, master. Amazed face, I like it. I like this dragon scale very much. Chirp, 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 chirp. Shaoi also seemed to discover that the dragon breath that the master let him smell was a very magical smell. After all, it was related to a dragon. Of course, he had to remember the smell of the dragon well so that he could help the master find that existence when necessary. But the little guy knows that Su Ming is still the Dragon King. Su Ming just chuckled for finding a piece of scale for Shaoi. Suddenly I saw this makeshift free exchange. Someone posted a sign asking for god-level players to form a team to kill the dragon. Rusher clenched his fingers and stopped to take a few more glances. What are you looking at? Our team only wants high-level god-level players. Get out of the way. The burly, rampant warrior, God, said arrogantly. Su Ming discovered that he could also see information similar to that he saw in the world on Blue Star through the hidden eye. Maybe the captain thought Su Ming was okay, so he suggested that Su Ming open the hidden area so that they could observe Su Ming's strength. Then he said, "Brother, if you want to form a team, first report your level and then your artifact. If you are suitable, I will add you to the team." It seems that someone in this team has a bad temper. Su Ming gave a faint smile. "I won't join your team. Your team is not united at all. But I am very interested in the boss you found. Can you tell me the coordinates of this boss? I will buy it for 20,000 gold coins." "Wait, you are poaching my people." Crazy warrior, God, said angrily. "We don't sell it. Go aside," said another person in the team. Slow. Opposing team, ding. Your team has been disbanded. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm the captain, and I'm not forming a team now. This guy, I'm willing to trade the coordinates of Boostio, but you have to pay for the goods first. Make a deal. Ding. You traded 20,000 gold coins to the player Dream Rivers and Mountains, and you got the coordinate scroll of Fire Devouring Dragon -1. Fortunately, Ziling had a huge amount of gold coins in her small warehouse. Su Ming didn't expect that in the ancient times, gold coins were also the same universal currency. At the same time, Su Ming also displayed part of his level and occupation. Of course, they were fake. The crazy warrior, God, who wanted to come up and cause trouble just ran in front of Su Ming. But when he saw the ID names Archer, God, and First-Level Spiritual God, he immediately stopped. This is an individual exchange, which is a safe area. If you want to fight, you have to go out of the safe zone. Kid, just wait for me. The wild warrior threatened deliberately. What are you waiting for? You're new here, and so am I. In the Dragon Cave, strength is more important than seniority. Want to fight? Go to the wild area. How about I teach you a lesson with my bow and arrow? Su-Ming smiled. You are an archer, you. Su-Ming rolled his eyes at the crazy warrior god, then threw down a random divine stone, and randomly teleported to the coordinates of the booze he had bought. Ding. You were teleported to the Dragon Cave coordinates 1246, 9068. Oh my, it's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Little archer, stop right there. Just as Su-Ming was looking around at this coordinate, searching for the shadow of Booze, the player Crazy Warrior God, with the team that Su-Ming had poached, and two other players, ran towards Su-Ming. This is the wild area of the mysterious land, close to the Booze area. You can fight freely here. There's a fight, and it's what I want. Su-Ming clenched his right hand, and the world-destroying divine bow appeared in his hand. A dazzling artifact. You can tell at first glance that this is no ordinary bow. What a pity. No matter how hard the player, Crazy Warrior God, tries to see through and scan, he cannot obtain any attributes related to the world-destroying bow. Su-Ming chuckled. How could they possibly know about the eternal artifact? This is weird. What kind of monster is this archer? Why can't I see his professional attributes and weapon attributes? It's just a broken bow. It's no big deal. The three of us can go together and kill him. That's right. Killing a squishy archer only takes a moment to light a flaming knife. Okay, I'll take the lead, and you two will flank us to prevent the player, Su-Ming, from escaping from the flank. Have you three idiots discussed this? Why do you have to spend so much time thinking about a fight? Whoosh. Su-Ming's first arrow was aimed at a warring Paisho. This is the mount of the brutal warrior. When the person and the mount are separated, the mount's combat power is extremely strong. This ferocious beast mount can both attack and defend, and can also protect its owner when necessary. But at this moment, the ferocious beast with its shoulder blades raised high was obviously attacking Su-Ming. I'm going to beat you up. Su-Ming whistled softly and shot out a heroic arrow. Bend the bow and put the arrow on it. Step down and pull the string. Raise your hand and release the string. All the movements are done in one go. Bang, 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 bang. Su-Ming currently chose to split one arrow into 5 arrows. After all, if one arrow was divided into tens of thousands of arrows, this whole place would be destroyed by him. This isn't something that should be pretentious, right? But even so, 5 arrows hit the target at the same time. The ferocious, warring Paisho suddenly let out a wail and fell down like a wild horse that could not be stopped, raising a cloud of dust and falling dead. Chapter 169 Chapter 169 A player born with divine power. Dragon Wolf Killer. Su-Ming shot down the warring Paisho without even raising his eyelids. Because when dealing with such a ferocious mount beast, he doesn't even need to aim. Now that infinite firepower has split consciousness, any arrow can hit the target. The other arrows can be brought to the target for piercing with the arrowheads. Su-Ming raised his hand and killed the opponent's high-level mount with one arrow, which frightened the 3 high-level professionals so much that their pupils dilated. Dragon Roar Battle Axe. Military Flame Frost Spear. Star Flame Slash. The attack skills of the 3 high-level professionals arrived in an instant. The leading Crazy Warrior God was the last to react, to avenge the pet. Therefore, his skill, Star Flame Slash, is also Wei Mong's greatest skill. Well, these skills are pretty good, but I still can't get any advantage from Master Arrow. After saying this, Su-Ming shot out another cause and effect arrow that he had been brewing for a while. The world-destroying divine bow emits a dazzling light, with a crackling sound. Huff, huff, huff. Bang. You killed the rampant warrior God. You killed. You killed. The arrow shot out with full of power directly pierced through the armor of the 3 professionals. The opponents didn't even make a sound and were all killed by Su-Ming. So weak, that's all? I don't even know how to write the word death. Su-Ming shook his head helplessly, packed up his things, and prepared to leave this wilderness. Suddenly, his hand holding the random teleportation stone stopped. In the lush area covered with vegetation, influenced by a scent favored by some wild beasts, more than a dozen dragon wolves, level 1 spirit gods, appeared nearby. Obviously, they were attracted by the smell of blood brought by the arrowhead. Especially those high-level professionals, they have essences that can improve the level of magic wolves. Hey, so many dragon wolves. Please give me some face. Su-Ming was surrounded by ferocious demon wolves. He put the void arrow on the world-destroying divine bow that he was about to put away. The sound of arrows continued. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You killed Dragon Wolf, level 1 spirit god, and obtained the weak law of beasts. You killed Dragon Wolf, level 1 spirit god, and obtained the weak law of beasts. I didn't expect these monsters to drop the power of law. Su-Ming immediately showed a look of surprise. This wave of arrows rained down fiercely, with point fire and fan-shaped group shooting, causing even the dragon wolf, alpha wolf, level 2 spirit god, hiding in the corner to let out a human-like howl. Su Ming enjoyed shooting, but the wolves that were attracted by the smell of angry blood also suffered bad luck. After gaining experience from plundering this group of ferocious beasts, Su Ming also cut off a wolf leg and prepared it as dinner for tonight. Congratulations on winning the title of Dragon Wolf Killer. Dragon Wolf Killer, the holder of this title can gain the loyalty of all dragon wolves in the Dragon Cave, Wild Monster area and share 3 of the hunting law power of other dragon wolves. Note, valid for 24 hours. When Su Ming saw the words 3 power of hunting laws, he immediately felt ecstatic. You should know that this wild area is close to the booze area, and there are countless wild beasts running around here. The dragon wolf, alpha wolf, 2nd level spirit god, is one of the beasts at the top of the food chain in this area. It is already amazing to be able to take away 3 of the hunting law power of the entire dragon wolf beast tribe. You have obtained Dragon Wolf, level 1 spirit god, and the weak law of grass is shared. You have obtained Dragon Wolf, level 1 spirit god, and shared the weak law of rock. You have obtained the Dragon Wolf, alpha wolf, level 2 spirit god, and a small amount of the law of beasts is shared. Bonfire place. Su Ming was roasting the wolf legs and could hear people sharing their experiences. He felt so happy. Little guy, come out and eat meat. In fact, Xiaoyi and Luolan can also eat meat, but Xiling just sucks. Now this creature with the power of the F-Law may be of great help in the future if they eat it. Little Babel. Purple Spirit. Roland. Xiaoyi, how does it taste? Xiaoyi, haha chuchi / amazed face, / it's delicious. Ziling, what about you? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Luolan, do you like this medium rare wolf leg? Squeak, squeak, gulp, gulp. Su Ming was overwhelmed with love when he saw the 3 little cuties running around after eating. Su Ming served the 3 little guys dinner and did not forget to give them a head pat at the end. I enjoyed the meal very much. Boy, I couldn't find you anywhere. Turns out you were having a barbecue here. A sudden voice sounded. Where the wind blows, the grass floats. Then, a masked player appeared in front of Su Ming. Hidden eye. Su Ming raised his head. You can see through the other person's ID information. Player, branded death. Occupation, Forest Matsword, God. Level, 1st level Spirit God. Skills, Ice Flower Rain, No Fire Extinguishing Ring, Guardian Death Sword, Head Flowering, etc. Su Ming hated the mask the other person was wearing. Stranger, I don't think we know each other. Do you know me? Su Ming's subtext is, the wind is high and the moon is dark. The Dragon Cave is very dangerous, kid, you shouldn't come here. The other party seems to be an old player in this plane. After hearing Su Ming's words, he snorted coldly and laughed. Ha ha ha. Anyone who dares to say such things to me, the branded flower, will usually not survive more than 3 of my skills. Do you know why I like to wear a mask every time I accept a kill mission? Because this mask is my habit. Every time I kill a high-level player, I will leave the mask on the corpse to show my method. Player, branded death said this. The skill, No Fire Extinguishing Ring, is thrown out from the greatsword. Like a fire spring, its base was on the fencer, but its landing point was Su Ming, who was sitting next to the campfire and enjoying a moment of leisure. Collect. The 3 little cuties chirped and were instantly rolled up by Su Ming and put into the protective space. The archer's feet seemed to be greased with oil, and he moved very skillfully and experientedly, so that the opponent's skill, No Fire Extinguishing Ring, only covered the blazing bonfire. However, the target Su Ming suddenly disappeared from sight. What? As a powerful sword god, this was the first time that branded death failed. This is so funny, I can't believe it. After getting a little annoyed, he immediately released Ice Flower Rain. Suddenly, the space with flat ground in the middle and bushes around was completely covered with fine rain ice. Rain ice is actually snow. The slightest movement of any living creature on the snow could not escape his eyes. This is actually a very advanced reconnaissance skill. It is very concealed and can confuse the opponent, because any tiny fluctuation will cause a chain reaction of skills. Found it. It's right here. Guardian's Death Sword. However, Su Ming on the other side also curled his lips. Really, why disturb the warm scene that he had not seen for a long time? The heroic spirit arrow shoots out in one shot. Shoot. What? Holy shit. Are you kidding me? You are more than a 1st level spiritual god. Then, an arrow pierced through time and space and pierced him directly. From what I can see so far, it turns out that spirit gods are indeed divided into different levels, from level 1 to level 10. And I, the Lord God, have actually reached the 10th level of life. Moreover, his divine power level has completely surpassed level 10 and is above the spiritual god. No one disturbed him anymore, and Su Ming began to think about the clues given to him by the Six Paths Divine Tower. A fusion artifact of one of the eternal artifacts seems to be in this so-called Dragon Cave. Forget it. Now, I will just pretend to be a level 1 little spirit god player. For some reason, Su Ming revealed a wicked smile and prepared to leave. Chapter 170 The two god-level guardian bosses in the Demon Dragon Cave. Dragon Cave Amp, near ground guard. Huff huff. Xiaoyi, it seems we have arrived. After killing another wave of troublemakers and putting away the bow of destruction, Su Ming finally stopped to catch his breath. Cold air enters the lungs. Coupled with the blessing of the power of the laws that were plundered, it's hard to describe how comfortable it makes people feel. However, after seeing a sign at the entrance, Su Ming still showed a thoughtful expression. Literally, master, keep going, amazed face, /. Little guy, stop making trouble and come to the spirit space. The serious Su Ming opened the divine space and took in Xiaoyi, whose energy had not yet been fully released. As the monsters near the dragon cave continued to die, the closer he got to the place of booze, the more Su Ming felt a vibration coming from a certain core space. At this moment, two guardian beasts rushed out from the open space behind the signboard. The guardian beast can be seen as the guardian of the artifact booze. They are messengers and protective guards, and they bear the important responsibility of protecting the master beast. But sometimes it will suddenly jump out and scare others. These guardian beasts can come in handy when dealing with hunters, mercenary groups, and artifact coveters. Sometimes they would eat invaders without warning or kill forces that strayed into the Dragon Cave area, and so on. Guardian Guard - Booze Dragon Beast. Guardian Guard - Booze Star Cluster Magic Dog. When these two guardian beasts appeared together, it was thought that Su Ming would be frightened. But Su Ming, who was standing in front of them, was not moved at all. Hey, is the fire-devouring dragon that guards the artifact in the demonic dragon cave? I want to rush in and take a look. Boy, you think too much. The dragon-headed beast was half-crouching, as steady as an old dog. Then the task of dealing with Su Ming was handed over to another guardian beast next to it, the Star Cluster Magic Dog. Perhaps because there were too many people killed who came here to plunder the artifacts, the two guardian beasts had already formed a habit. They thought that as long as they took action, they could quickly kill the opponent and end the battle. But who knew that the Star Cluster Magic Dog was controlled by Su Ming's frost arrow as soon as it came up, before it could release the quantum white hole? Ugh hi. Awaya. The Star Cluster Magic Dog, which looked somewhat similar to the materialized magician, was emitting cold air from its fangs. Its star robe with invisibility ability was unable to move and protect itself. This arrow was too timely. Su Ming, who succeeded, was not proud. Instead, he raised his hand and shot the Star Cluster Magic Dog 3 times in a row. The other party's response was also very timely. Star Cluster Bubbles. The aura of magic surged, and bubbles emerged from close to the magic dog and flew towards Su Ming. You smiley face. Bubble magic, right? No matter how many more you come, I'll still finish them for you. The 3 consecutive arrows instantly split into countless tiny feathers, which were fired at the bubbles with the power of confinement. In the blink of an eye, all the bubbles were flattened. But after this trouble, the Star Cluster Magic Dog that was originally half-frozen by Su Ming's frost arrow also broke free. Then he roared at Su Ming. Ow, boy, you are tired of living. How dare you shoot me with a frost arrow? Seeing that the opponent was able to get rid of some of the skill effects, Su Ming stopped what he was doing and looked at the Star Cluster Magic Dog carefully. As a magical dog with the power of Star Cluster laws, it is really miserable to be caught here by the fire-devouring dragon and used as a guard beast. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth. It's a good opportunity to test the strength of this so-called god boss from the ancient times. Since these two beasts were captured by the fire-devouring Yuan Long to serve as guards, they must be very capable. Their strength represents the strength of some fire-devouring dragons. Star Cluster Magic Dog, huh? You're just an old guard dog, so stop barking at me and unleash your Star Cluster combat power. Master Gong, I will kill you in one shot. Su Ming had already used the skill, Hidden Eye, to capture information about its skill, Quantum White Hole. He looked as if he knew everything and his expression was extremely calm and natural. You're looking for death. The guardian spirit, Booze the Magic Dog, instantly released a ball of scattered light. The scattered light gathered in the blink of an eye, and then slowly converged into a white vortex of glowing energy and drifted towards Su Ming. This skill can create a vortex similar to a black hole around the enemy, but it is called a white hole vortex. It is applicable to all static/moving objects, and will firmly pin the enemy around the white hole, causing continuous damage with the mage's other auxiliary magic. White hole skills are the opposite of black hole skills. Like a mirror, the inside and outside of things. Time and Space Guardian. Su Ming activated his defense mode. After the powerful quantum white hole formed a vortex, it approached Su Ming's standing position and engulfed him in space. However, Su Ming was not trapped by the white hole of Boo's star cluster magic dog as he had imagined. What's going on? Why can't the white hole vortex detect him? What is this guy's occupation? How could his defense be so strong? The confused star cluster guardian dog Boo's has now developed another star cluster skill. Just as it was about to charge like a fierce hound and bite Su Ming, who was in the quantum white hole, Su Ming finally revealed his signature weapon, a world-destroying bow that glowed with gold and gemstones. The dragon-headed beast Boo's, who was squatting at the entrance of the dragon cave, and the cluster magic dog shouted almost at the same time. They shouted in unison, "An archer we've never seen before?" It turns out this guy is an archer. And looking at the glowing bow in his hand, there is no doubt that it is a divine weapon. The shockwave of the star cluster magic dog suddenly became faster. Like chasing light, he leaped, flew, and it's almost time to. Whoosh. You want to bite me? Are you serious? I ate wolf meat a few days ago, and I wonder what this star cluster magic dog tastes like when it's burnt. God's flaming arrow hit me. The moment Su Ming's arrow left his hand, there was a loud noise, and the star cluster magic dog that released the quantum white hole was shocked. Then its dog head with fangs bared was instantly scooped away by something, and then the dog head and the magic robe were separated. The former was nailed to the signpost, and with a bang, it burst into flames. This is Su Ming's flaming arrow, which carries enormous divine power. How can a guardian beast resist it? With one arrow, Su Ming established his prestige and instantly suppressed the two guardian Boos in terms of momentum. There was nothing but shock in their eyes. Especially the Boo's beast with a dragon head, its eyes changed when it looked at Su Ming, full of fear. Why, you want to be shot by an arrow too? Chapter 171 Shoot and destroy the god-level dragon beast. Enter the fire-devouring Yuanlong dragon nest. Boy, this is the dragon's nest of the fire-devouring Yuanlong. We're here to guard the dragon's nest. Please leave quickly. Just pretend that what happened just now never happened. Boo's the dragon-headed beast was obviously feeling a little guilty. If it were any other invader, I'm afraid they would have been swallowed up by its dragon transformation skill. After all, he is an archer who possesses a divine weapon that has never been seen before. He just trampled on the quantum white hole of the cluster magic dog. His strength is so terrifying. Therefore, the dragon-headed beast also felt a tremor it had never experienced before. If this archer also shoots me with a head-breaking arrow, I will really die. Hee, just because of your arrogance, shouldn't I kill both of you at the same time? Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill the owner of your dragon nest. Hearing this, Boo's the dragon-headed beast must have been very angry. In the past, only the two guardian beasts, Boo's, could bully others. What happened today? I guess you didn't check the almanac before going out today. It is unimaginable that fate has been turned upside down. Even so, we must fight to the end. After a moment, the Boo's dragon-headed beast also revealed a cunning look. I'll attack the left, you attack the right. What the hell? Why don't you come and save me quickly? My head was chopped off by this guy's arrow. The dog head of the star cluster magic dog, hanging on the sign, had its mouth open and was panting violently. Then he continued to murmur, "Hurry up, I think I can still save it." Amazed face, funny. Su Ming interrupted them with a voice. There's no need to rescue you, but I can give you a chance to join forces. Anyway, I haven't experienced the feeling of fighting a boss for a long time. You can come together. After getting Su Ming's guarantee, the dragon-headed beast ran to the star cluster magic dog and rescued it. Then, some kind of healing technique was used to sew its head and body together. After being healed, the star cluster magic dog was still arrogant and willful. Ouch, damn archer. I will bite you so hard that your mother won't be able to recognize you. The guardian beast regained its original appearance and challenged again. Seeing that it could not be fierce for more than 3 seconds, Su Ming was amused. You are worthy? I'm sending these 2 little guard bosses flying. Here come the little flying arrows. Then let's fight. It ignited unknowingly. At this moment, the dragon-headed beast launched the first transformation attack. When it has not transformed, it is a beast with a dragon head and a human body. After the transformation, its form becomes a 4-legged dragon standing upright like a human. It has sharp claws and a tall body, and it can probably dig up a mountain with one slap. And there is also some dragon's aura on it. It is indeed a guardian beast Boo's with something special. Charge a powerful attack. Dragon-piercing arrow. Shoot. Clatter. Since the opponent can transform into a 4-legged dragon, his arrow can also be changed from a small arrow to a big arrow. The power of one arrow can directly turn it into a giant arrow that is dozens of times larger than the original form. It flew through the void and broke the opponent's protective dragon breath. After a few flashes appeared at the place where the dragon-shaped beast was hit, it stopped charging. He was knocked down by the inertia of Su Ming's arrow and turned into a round fireball that was thrown backwards. Ah, I'm going to die, this damn archer. I didn't expect his dragon-piercing arrow to be so powerful. I was careless at the time and didn't dodge. However, my master, the fire-devouring elemental dragon, has already sensed the fluctuations in space, and it will definitely come after you. You can't leave the dragon cave, ha 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 ha. Well, I'm going to be annihilated. The Bu's dragon-headed beast had been annihilated at this time, and even its body turned into a flash of dead light and disappeared completely. You have successfully killed the guardian beast of the demonic dragon cave dragon head monster. You have obtained some of the dragon breath law energy. The more of this energy you collect, the more you can feel the artifact dragon bell. Please keep up the good work. Well, the Six Paths Divine Tower really didn't deceive me. Among the information about killing the dragon-headed beast, some of it was related to the divine weapon. I made a fortune this time. Su Ming, feeling that he had come to the right place, immediately took action. Next second, his world-destroying divine bow was raised high. Star Cluster Magic Dog, are you convinced this time? Call me Master Gong and I will give you a quick death. No, damn archer, even if you have a divine weapon, you can never be so arrogant in the dragon cave. Quantum White Hole. The Star Cluster Magic Dog roared, and then released the binding skill again at the fastest speed. But this quantum white hole is fundamentally different from the previous white hole vortex. Its control over ordinary professionals becomes stronger, and it can also partially magnetize the opponent's artifacts. Suddenly, Su Ming felt that the world-destroying divine bow in his hand seemed to be pulled by something. Then, half of the bow was drawn into the whirlpool. Su Ming frowned. You're playing tricks on me. Star Cluster Magic Dog, you're still a little weak. Giant Energy Arrow. Shoot. Give it to me. Boom boom boom. The skill summoned by the Star Cluster Magic Dog consumed a great deal of its energy, and it was finally able to control the opponent's artifact bow to death. Who would have thought that the vortex formed by the quantum white hole would suddenly be shot up by an arrow from the archer in front of him? The surrounding whirlpools formed a chain collapse reaction, and the sound of collapse also erupted one after another. To the ears of the Star Cluster Magic Dog, this voice was definitely not the sound of nature, but the voice of the god of death. It's so terrifying, this kid's strength is simply insane. Who is he? Is he a god? It's over, fire eating you on long. You must protect the divine artifact dragon bow. I don't know what the relationship is between this fusion artifact and my own destruction. The Star Cluster Magic Dog that sensed the breath of death was about to launch another attack from the void, but Su Ming's arrow intention had already taken effect. Su Ming stood in the middle of the disappeared quantum white hole. With a very representative and handsome gesture, he shot an arrow right in the center of the bowstring held between his fingertips. This arrow was as fast as God. This arrow cannot escape. The Bu's Cluster Magic Dog was destroyed, your Dragon Breath Law energy was increased, and you obtained Quantum Crystal Fragment X1, Dragon Breath Sensing Power increased by 3.6. With the demise of Dragon-Headed Beast and Star Cluster Magical Hound, the entrance to the Demon Dragon Cave here was also successfully opened. As the space fluctuated, Su Ming felt more evil dragon breath pouring out from the space inside. Fortunately, I put Xiaoyi and the others into the divine space. Fortunately, I was prepared. Well, dragon breath against dragon breath. Fire versus ice. Su Ming added a layer of shield with dragon breath energy in front of him. Then, with the vision provided by this ray of light, he easily entered the dragon's nest of the fire-devouring Yuan Long. Chapter 172 Chapter 172 The Situation in the Dragon's Nest. The conflict between two god-level forces. This is a truly advanced space jump. The space here belongs to the Dragon's Nest area, which is obviously different from the outside world. Master, I'm out again. La la la. Xiaoyi, do you feel the cold and evil dragon's breath? How about we rush in? Xiaoyi, Master, with the protection of the purifying dragon breath you provided, Xiaoyi is not cold. Amazed face, come quickly and charge forward. At the same time, Ziling and Luo Lan also came out of the divine space. They chased after Xiaoyi, leaving their master Su Ming far behind the team. However, they were extremely excited to be able to enter the Bu's space. Ziling flew happily while absorbing the purifying dragon breath blessed by Su Ming. Master, hurry up amazed face, I have sensed some movement in the space. If you don't hurry up, Bu's will be cleaned up by others. Luo Lan was not willing to lag behind at this time. Well, I want to fly faster. Hey, little guys, wait for me. How about I shoot an arrow and fly it? Su Ming suddenly thought of something interesting. Su Ming came up with this brilliant idea. He shot an arrow directly into the air, and Su Ming made the arrow hover with his godly operation. Su Ming squatted down and jumped directly up. This seems much more interesting than flying on your own. During the time when the royal arrow was flying, Su Ming took out the 2 pieces of injured dragon scales he had harvested and used the divine power he had obtained from the 6 Paths divine tower to transform them into dragon breath, of course, purified dragon breath. Suck. Fusion of all the purifying dragon breath. Su Ming's perception of space boost seemed to have reached a new level. Yes, Xiaoyi and the others are right. I also felt the strange fluctuations in time and space. You absorbed the dragon breath provided by the injured dragon scales, and the power of the law of purifying dragon breath increased. You absorbed the dragon breath provided by injured dragon scale, X2, and the energy of the dragon breath purification law increased again. After jumping over an underground corridor, Su Ming saw a palace-like building. However, from time to time, a cyclone formed by fierce flames would float over there, causing Su Ming to cough several times in succession. At this moment, he just switched from the flying arrow flying posture. Ziling and the others flew back. Master, someone has sealed the dragon's nest secret place. Xiaoyi, Luolan, and I can't get through. Ziling, who was biting her little hand, had already grown into a little fairy-like appearance. Unlike Luolan, it is a truly petite fairy. Like an elf, it vibrated its small wings like bee wings and complained to its master Su Ming. Master. At this time, Xiaoyi and Luolan arrived at the same time. Xiaoyi, did you find different news? Xiaoyi nodded seriously. He glanced at Ziling, then turned his sparkling eyes to Su Ming. Master, in addition to the 2 seals ahead, there is also a powerful barrier. Luolan's little wings touched the barrier and she almost fell down and got hurt. Xiaoyi muttered to Su Ming. Is Luolan injured? No wonder her flying posture looked a little sprained. It turns out she is injured. Su Ming used his spiritual power to sense Luolan's injuries. Then he let go of her hand and smiled. It's okay. It's just a minor injury. But since there are barriers ahead that can hurt people, I don't want you to fly around until I clear them. I got it, little master. The 3 cute and charming little ones flew into the divine space one after another and were protected by Su Ming. Su Ming, who invented the flying arrow. Once again, he shot a hovering arrow into the air. This time, with the rise of God's will. Su Ming's technique of manipulating this flying arrow became extremely skillful. If other high-level experts saw this, they would be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. This is really amazing. He is flying on a sword. This archer who possesses a divine weapon can actually fly the arrow. Who made me Su Ming the Gong Yi? This is the damn charm. Destroy them. Don't let them go. There is another group of rolling blades over there that will outflank their path. With the help of the barrier, we will resolutely annihilate them. Su Ming just flew under the barrier on an arrow. This floor-to-ceiling barrier is like crystal. The Dragon's Nest secret place and the Dragon's Nest land are directly separated into 2 spaces, inside and outside. However, the sound and some of the energy can still be transmitted from the other side of the barrier. Su Ming looked along the translucent barrier. 5 meters below the center of the barrier filled with inscriptions and spells, there were indeed 2 huge seals blocking the main passage leading to the secret place. Unless someone can ignore the existence of the seal, there is no way to break through the blockade set up by other forces specifically for outsiders. Su Ming was not at all interested in the fierce battle within the barrier. Break the barrier for me. You used the barrier breaking technique to clear the sky-piercing barrier. The barrier breaking technique was upgraded and its strength increased by 10. At this time, 2 groups of people were fighting a bloody battle in the secret place of Dragon's Nest. Hearing the sound of the barrier breaking, they all looked over here in shock. I saw a solo archer carrying the world-destroying divine bow, standing in front of 2 seals, holding his chin with his right hand and looking dazed. There is no doubt that this person is worrying about how to break the remaining 2 seals. However, he was already a remarkable figure for being able to break through that sky-high barrier. It would be even more amazing if we could break the 2 seals named Major Power Blood Drinking Group at the same time. Hey, here comes an archer who wants to steal booze. Our blood drinking group has made a fortune today. Look at the bow on that boy's back. Yes, it's a divine bow. I'm afraid this is comparable to the artifact amp, Dragon Bow. Don't meddle in other people's business for now. The remaining warriors of Major Force Azure Dragon sect have not been annihilated by us yet. Keep fighting. Don't stop the fight. Otherwise, the rhythm will be disrupted and it will be disadvantageous to our blood drink group. The person who spoke later was probably the commander of the blood drinking group, the absolute leader of the big force. Obviously, these are god-level players who possess divine powers. So as soon as he gave the order, his subordinates, who were enjoying the benefits of the seal and isolation, were immediately plunged into a fierce battle with another group of forces. At this time, naturally, some masters of the blood drinking group were also sent to the side of the strange intruders. Their mission is to eliminate Su Ming just like they eliminated the hostile force, King Longman. Especially the unknown, world-destroying divine bow behind him, which made these strong men drool all over the floor. Some of them had their helmets tied up with bandages on their heads and were obviously injured. Some people's armor was stained with blood, which might be the enemies or their own. Chapter 173 Kill them all. Su Ming, an archer, is so arrogant? Everyone is shocked. The three strong men who rushed over each had a fierce look on their faces. People who have just been in battle are all like this. Their eyes are filled with murderous intent. Boy, were you the one who broke the barrier released by our god-level power? / I don't like being interrupted when I'm thinking. Su Ming had already ordered them to leave, but he did not take action immediately. However, what made the three strong men who came to clear the situation unhappy was that Su Ming didn't even look at them when facing the two seals. He is obviously a fragile archer. How can he be so arrogant? In the eyes of the other party, Su Ming seemed to have become a person who must be destroyed. Kid, you'd better not disturb our private booze, or you'll be dead. Gabal, why waste time talking to him? Just use your magic wand to kill him instantly. The powerful man called Gabar, judging from his attire, is definitely a high-level god-level magician. Because the logo on the left shoulder of his robe has a flame logo that is exclusive to god-level magicians. Yes, it's difficult to use our blood battle skills due to the seal, so we can just use magic to kill him instantly. If we can get his glowing divine bow, we can make another fortune. The blood-drinking force doesn't care about the origins of the benefits or anything else. As long as there is money to be made, they will do any business. Ha 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 ha. Look at how arrogant they are. Su Ming already understood the true identity of this group of people. Besides being a gang called blood-drinking power, it might also be related to the demon thieves. The magic thieves are the god-level hunting dogs among the mercenary groups in this plane. Do whatever it takes to achieve your goal. You better not disturb me while I'm trying to break the seal. Otherwise, I'll take care of both the seal and you. It was obvious that Su Ming's face showed displeasure at being disturbed. So, these three strong men, including the high-level magician Gabal who was surrounded in the middle, were stunned for a while, and then suddenly they burst into laughter. Hee 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 hee. The boy has such an arrogant tone. Do you think you can kill the three of us? I don't even know how to write the word death. Sudden. Su Ming's hand on his chin loosened, and then he took off the world-destroying divine bow from his back as quickly as possible. I figured it out. He seemed to have thought of something. This sentence should be related to breaking the seal. Arrow shooting. You bunch of idiots. Don't you know that the only person who can fly with arrows is Su Ming in the entire Dragon Nest secret land? I'm almost dying, yet I still dare to laugh. I'll remove the seal with one arrow and kill you at the same time. Dragonfall arrow. Hit me. A cold light flashed from the tip of the arrow, passing through the two seals. When the magic land and the underground palace are sealed, the flashing arrow tip suddenly burst out with a diamond-like light. Then the forked arrow was suddenly summoned by some kind of energy. Two of them pointed downwards and fell on the two seals, and three of them pointed forwards and flew after their target as if they had eyes. Mom, what kind of divine manipulation is this? He. Run quickly. This is the tracker's arrow. It can track the target all the time, and the arrow is extremely powerful. The arrow's power will not stop until the target is dead. That kid, who is he? He can actually shoot a divine arrow. Puff, puff. Unfortunately, the vicious wizard Gabal raised his magic staff into the air and was about to chant the vulnerable tornado skill when he was caught up by Su Ming's arrow. The other two are warriors. They don't have the skills to release through the seal, so they are unarmed and it is more difficult for them to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang. The sound of the magic seal and the underground palace seal bursting was heard, and the magic light of the seal covered the vision of the three people who were killed. The tracking arrows killed them almost at the same time. You have lifted the seal of the magic land and gained some of the energy of the seal law. You have lifted the seal of the underground palace and gained some of the energy of the seal law. You killed the magician Gabar, and the annihilation strength of the world destruction bow increased by 0.2. You killed the blood drinker warrior Kamen Hiki, and the annihilation bow's annihilation strength increased by 0.7. You killed the roller knife, Mes Lokatu, and the energy of the wanted person's law of glory has been strengthened. Hey, this rollerblade player Mes Lokatu turns out to be a wanted man with a bounty on his head by other god-level forces. This wave of rewards really surprised Su Ming. The world-destroying bow also increased the annihilation strength. However, he killed 3 men of the blood-drinking force, who came to plunder him. The blood-drinking force, having discovered the truth, would never give up so easily. But now the blood-drinking force is organizing its troops to hunt down the Azure Dragon force, which is weaker than them. They're indeed 2 god-level forces. Su Ming murmured in his heart, in the ancient times, spiritual gods were everywhere. How could they be so worthless? But think about the current blue star, under the tide of his gods. It seems as if maybe, The people in the entire kingdom of God can also become gods. TSK, TSK, TSK. But now is a good opportunity. After Su Ming broke the barrier released by others, and the 2 seals used to isolate outsiders from the secret place of Dragon's Nest, he killed 3 plunderers. It instantly attracted the attention of 2 forces. At this time, the people from the Qinglong force had been divided into 2 groups, and were surrounded by the Xuan force in the front left and lower right corners of the Dragon Nest secret place for a decisive battle. The number of people in these 2 large forces, which are composed entirely of spiritual god players, is very spectacular. The strength between the 2 sides is 4:6. But the blood-drinking faction is obviously stronger. However, they wanted to completely wipe out the Qinglong force, which was simply impossible to do in a short period of time. Brother Archer, you join our Qinglong faction. I will be your introducer now. After you defeat the Blood Drinker faction and kill the booze, you will be eligible to share the booze treasures. First, there was the commander of the Qinglong force with a keen eye, who took a fancy to Su Ming's strength. I want to immediately pull him into our force to increase our influence. Su Ming glanced at the cavalry warrior, god, professional character, and said nothing. However, Boss Sanjiang was not so polite when he discovered that the intruder had killed 3 strong men of his own force. He is the second leader of the blood-drinking power. Those 3 damn subordinates were the ones he sent out to intercept Su Ming. Boy, if you dare to interfere in the battle between our faction and the Azure Dragon faction, be careful or you will lose your head. Really? Just based on what you said, I am intervening in this situation. But to that cavalry warrior, what I want to say is not that I am joining your Azure Dragon force, but that I am dominating your Azure Dragon force. Well? This powerful warrior from the cavalry class was stunned. This kid is too crazy. He was just a lone man, but he wanted to dominate a group of powerful forces? Besides, the boss, fire-devouring dragon, was curled up on the throne in the secret place. The 2 major forces at the moment are fighting each other for who will get the right to kill boss. This scene is not uncommon in many planes. It's just that Su Ming arrived at the perfect time. Oh no, it's such a bad time. So, it's time to show my strength. The little flying arrow is here again. Chapter 174 Chapter 174 Destroy the god-level blood-drinking power in a laughing manner. Premonition of boss. Su Ming withdrew his gaze. At this moment, a group of plunderers from the blood-drinking force had just sneaked up on him not far behind him. Su Ming's bloodthirsty arrow was just prepared for them. Slide backward. Aim your arrows. Shoot the hell out of it. As the bloodthirsty arrows were released, a row of continuous shots directly knocked down the 3 attackers in the front. These are 3 god-level warriors from the blood-drinking force. They were hit by arrows at the same time, and the force of inertia knocked them heavily behind them, killing them on the spot. 1-hit kills. The remaining 2 people were stunned. Is this still the fragile archer in their eyes? The archer who has the ability to enter the secret place of Dragon's Nest must be the highest spiritual king. It seems that the blood-drinking power has hit a wall this time. Seeing that Su Ming's methods were so powerful, the leader of the Qinglong faction immediately opened his eyes wide as a voice came from a distance. Brother, good job. I, the Qinglong force, would like to make you my friend. Cut. After Su Ming eliminated the remaining 2 pursuers, he chuckled and shouted to the people on the Qinglong side. I'm not here to pick up bargains. From now on, everything I want here belongs to me. This voice is extremely domineering. Su Ming, who had the bow in his hand, raised the world-destroying divine bow again. But this time, the divine bow is actually aimed at the leader of the blood-drinking force, an extremely powerful level 3 spiritual god. Yes, that's him. Shock arrow, shoot it for me. Rustle. 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 The leader of the blood-drinking faction was now fighting with the leader of the Azure Dragon faction. He had never expected that the unremarkable archer would actually aim his arrow at him. I thought to myself that I wouldn't panic even if I was targeted by archers. Who is he? He is a knife maniac, a level 3 spiritual god. However, Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth and said, I'm targeting you, that knife maniac. The explosive arrow flew over in an instant. The knife maniac held his weapon to resist and immediately opened a super strong warrior shield. Wind and thunder shield. Boom. The Azure Dragon power. Knife maniac. No. Impossible. This blast arrow was specifically designed to break his Blood Bull shield. After the arrow hit the target, it directly triggered the explosion effect and instantly blasted a bright red liquid spark on the target's warrior armor. Boss. The dogs of the blood-drinking faction surrounded them to protect their boss. Everyone looked at Su Ming, who was holding the world-destroying divine bow, warily, and there was no longer the previous madness in their eyes. Why is it like this? After Su Ming established his authority in front of these people, he originally thought that the shock explosive arrow did not kill the knife maniac. But suddenly, I heard howling coming from the other side. Boss. Boss, please don't die. We haven't destroyed the Qinglong force yet. Damn it. Our boss was shot to death by a mere archer. Hearing this reaction, Su Ming finally showed a relatively satisfied expression. Otherwise, how can he demonstrate his power as the Lord of Annihilation? Oh. After shooting to death the boss of the evil Blood Drinker force, the boss of the Azure Dragon force also became numb. He never expected that this young and inconspicuous archer would have such incredible strength. As a level 3 spiritual god, he suddenly fell into a state of downtime. After all, he had called the other person brother before and then tried to win over Su Ming. He also made a promise, saying that if Su Ming helped their forces, he would allow Su Ming to participate in looting the boss inside, the fire-devouring Yuanlong. Now, it is discovered that this archer is actually a hidden boss. That embarrassed look spread across the face of the boss of the Qinglong faction. What are you still doing here? Qinglong, a powerful force. Now I'm giving you a chance to do something for me. Su Ming emphasized his request again. Then, he heard the most beautiful sound since entering Bu's dragon's lair. I am willing to serve Master Jian. Brothers, wipe out the remnants of the Blood Drinker force, and we will organize together to fight the boss with Master Arrow. Yes, boss. With the help of an archer with incredible strength, the Qinglong force that had been at a disadvantage in the battle between the two camps suddenly turned the tide. In addition, Su Ming himself was not idle either, and continued to sweep with the world-destroying Divine Bow. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of hot tea, the hugely threatening blood-drinking force was eliminated. You killed the Blood Drinkers Miet Tian Yin and received the reward of the Great Power Law energy. You killed the 100 Battles soldier of the blood-drinking force and received the energy of the Great Force's Law as a reward. You killed the Blood Drinker factions I Don't Want to Be Second and received the reward of the Great Power Law energy. In just a moment, Su Ming, the archer, worked like a magician and defeated the Blood Drinker forces so badly that they couldn't even find their mother. This result far exceeded Boss Qinglong's expectations. His current favor and admiration for Su Ming are as sincere as they can be. That's how it is. The enemies that were eliminated were really blind. It is obvious that he is holding a divine weapon in his hand, but he is still arrogant and willful. He even wanted to snatch Su Ming's world-destroying divine bow, which was completely lacking in vision. But then again, this kind of operation by the enemy is basically normal. No matter which dimension the villains are, they are like this. When they see a divine weapon, they want to plunder it. When they see benefits, they want to possess them. There is nothing wrong with this. Oh, many people from the Qinglong faction were injured. Su Ming instantly glanced at those people who were looking at him with admiration, and then passed the words to the leader whose favorability towards him was increasing. Master Jian, yes, there are quite a few injured. Okay, when boss wakes up, you don't have to assist. You just need to cheer me on. After I take away what I need, you can pick up the rest. The rest are just waste, and I don't even look at them. When the leader of the Qinglong faction heard this, he immediately accepted the suggestion. Of course. Archery god YYDS. There is no way you can refuse. What's more, members of the big forces were seriously injured. If they stayed, they would lose the strength to fight against the boss in a group. Therefore, the boss could not refuse Su Ming's arrangement and could only follow his lead. At this time, the secret nest of Bu's, fire-devouring Yuanlong, gradually became quiet. Members of larger forces who were not of sufficient rank or strength had already retreated to the destroyed sealed area along with the injured. The sealing magic power there has been broken, and it will be safer for people to stay here. Just at this moment, there was a terrifying feeling of Bu's pressure. Following the torchlight on the palace wall, it penetrated towards the direction where Su Ming and the Qinglong boss were standing. Chapter 175 Chapter 175 The Miserable God-Level Boss. Any fear is just due to insufficient firepower. At this moment, Boss Qinglong was still immersed in his curiosity about Su Ming. I haven't realized yet that this god-level boost has been awakened by the magician's magic fan skill. Swordsman, watch your step. Su Ming gave a reminder. Then he raised his bow and chased after him, jumping from the pillar of Bu's palace to the second level of stone steps. Here, we are closer to the awakened BS, the fire-devouring dragon. Wow, this archer is so charming. Bu's has woken up. His tall figure and overwhelming pressure have scared me half to death. But he still dared to face the challenge. This man has a heart of a tiger hidden under his tall and thin body. It's really amazing. Qinglong, don't forget what I told you to do. Holding a bow and arrow, squatting on the stone steps that Bu's must pass through, Su Ming looked like a god, and his charm index instantly soared again. Then, shouts indeed rang out from the broken seal. Master Arrow, we will win. God of Arrows, you will win. God of Arrows, the eternal god. It turns out that they are also god-level powerhouses, but now they have really become cheerleaders. Su Ming was very satisfied with their shouts, and then he put on the exclusive arrow of the world-destroying divine bow and transformed it into a divine arrow. This magic arrow is very particular. It was shaped like a wolf's fang and was filled with poisonous animal blood. It was named Wolf Fang Divine Arrow, and it also came with the law of exterminating beasts. Fire-devouring Yuan Long, the divine arrow is coming. It is specially prepared for you. Enjoy it. Ouch. The fire-devouring Yuan Long stopped moving towards Bu's palace. A dragon roared, and the entire underground palace shook, and it felt like it was about to collapse. Well, no wonder it's a Bu's carrying a fusion artifact in ancient times. Fire-devouring Yuan Long, you're mine. Wolf Fang Divine Arrow, drop it on me. The cool aiming posture, combined with the blessing of world-destroying bow, and the Wolf Fang arrow specially prepared for Bu's fire dragon was instantly triggered from the artifact. Handsome. It's so handsome. This back, this posture, and the heroic spirit that made people unable to stop. All the strong men of the Qinglong force couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. Swoosh. With thousands of eyes on him, the arrow turned into a flash of light. When Bu's fire-devouring Yuan Long raised his eyelids, he shot an arrow through the air, hitting Bu's vital point. Boss Qinglong, oh my god. The power of this arrow actually hit the fire-devouring dragon hard. Just one arrow. A single arrow could severely damage a god-level boss that countless spirit gods find difficult to deal with. Originally, it was thought that his limit was to help the Qinglong forces kill those lone blood-drinking forces. Who knew this young man could hide so deeply? This must be a stronger god. I didn't see it wrong. He is an archer who has obtained super godhood. Bu's fire-devouring dragon was also confused. No way, no way. I devoured so many professionals who wanted to rob me. Could it be that I made a mistake this time? I was hit hard by a casual archer? Su Ming sighed. Oh. As expected of a divine weapon boss, the Wolf Fang poison arrows didn't even knock it down immediately. But before Su Ming could finish his words, Bu's fire-devouring dragon suddenly became poisonous and spat out something from its open mouth. You hit the boss fire dragon hard and obtained 2 Dragon Bow artifact fragments. Note, collect 10 fragments to synthesize the artifact Dragon Bow. At the same time, with fire-devouring Yuan Long seriously injured, countless other rewards such as small equipment also exploded at the same time, but the brilliance of all the hot items was overshadowed by the artifact fragments. Boss Qinglong was drooling all over the floor. He knew that the most precious things in the venue were the fragments of the artifact. However, the thing had already fallen into the hands of the archery god Su Ming, and he could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, the brothers from the Qinglong faction were able to pick up some other small hot sellers, which was considered a big gain. God of Arrows, you are truly amazing. Please accept my knee. But the leader of the Qinglong faction hasn't finished speaking yet. Su Ming seemed to have read his eyes. You mean my divine arrows are so powerful? Why can't I just shoot the boss fire dragon in 1 second, right? Hiki, the arrow god is really smart. Su Ming turned around and said leisurely, perhaps your ability to detect boss is insufficient, or perhaps your organizational ability is not good enough, and you failed to make tactical adjustments against the fire-devouring dragon. Therefore, you are not competent for the task of eliminating it. Let me tell you the truth. If you want to obtain all the artifact fragments, the fire-devouring dragon must be killed several times. This sentence really woke me up from my dream. No wonder although the Qinglong force has a large number of people, its recent gains in this dragon nest territory have been unsatisfactory. It turns out that the bosses and other monsters here need to be killed in batches according to the mission requirements in order to achieve a big explosion. At this moment, the leader of the Qinglong faction, whose face was filled with tears, admired Su Ming even more. He personally raised his armored fist and led his men to shout loudly, God of Arrows, we will win. God of Arrows will definitely defeat boss. Su Ming. Ahahaha. The Azure Dragon faction is so cute. This shout is very exciting. I like it. These grown men don't know yet. In Su Ming's mind they have become cute characters. The second arrow. Shoot. Swish. Your divine arrow hits Bu's. Bu's enters a second death, and you gain the energy of the Dragon Soul Law. Ouch. The unfortunate dragon roared again. Then, as Su Ming and the others expected, he spit out another artifact fragment. You got the Dragon Bow artifact fragment X1. Is it 1 piece instead of 2 pieces? Su Ming was a little surprised. Bu's fire-devouring Yuan Long opened his mouth again, his throat surged, and something rolled out again. You got the Dragon Bow artifact fragment X3. It's so miserable. This fire-devouring dragon is so miserable. Fusion. More than 10 minutes later, Su Ming, relying on his extraordinary skills, easily killed the boss, fire-devouring Yuan Long, within the time specified by the task. Then he did it in front of the Qinglong powerful forces. All the fragments of the dragon bow were fused into one artifact. Because you killed the boss of the dragon's nest secret land, the fire-eating Yuan Long, causing the dragon's nest beast tide to break out. It only takes a split second. Thousands of dragon-shaped monsters appeared in the secret place of Dragon's Nest. The members of the Qinglong faction were all horrified. Their boss was also a little anxious. He quickly ran up to warn Su Ming. As a god of the archer profession, Su Ming said he was not panicked at all. There are just thousands of dragon-shaped monsters. So what if there are more of them? Any fear is just due to insufficient firepower. Unfortunately, I have unlimited firepower. Shoot and blast. Chapter 176 Chapter 176 Domination of Azure Dragon Force. The sudden appearance of a god-level creature four-legged arrow sting. With the world-destroying divine bow in hand, you can destroy them in a snap. Su Ming put away the dragon bow he had just obtained. Want to unlock all ultimate permissions of the Six Paths Tower. Only 11 corresponding fusion artifacts are left to complete it. Now that he had easily obtained a complete dragon bow at the beginning, Su Ming was finally satisfied. This means that he is one step closer to his final mission. Su Ming was excited as he looked at the monsters pouring out crazily from the other side of Bu's underground palace. He raised his long-range weapon without panic. One arrow splits into 10,000 arrows. 10,000 arrows are fired at the same time. So the current shooting method is 100 strafing. Boss, you are so fast. Boss, can you slow down a bit? Wow, the monster was killed instantly without even seeing it clearly. What an incredible god. I can't learn the shooting speed even if I reincarnate 100 times. Su Ming is here. He was fully committed, firing his world-destroying divine bow automatically and continuously. It was so cool. You killed the dragon nest monster, dragon-shaped tree monster, and gained the power of the dragon soul law. Weak. You killed the dragon nest monster, double-headed dragon eagle, and gained the power of the dragon soul law. You killed the dragon nest monster, dragon sting, and gained the power of the dragon soul law. Well, it feels so good, so good. I can gain a little more power from the dragon soul law here. It feels so good. After killing this group of monsters, my power will become even more violent. What's the matter with the dragon roar? All of you monsters, get down right now. Oh. After dealing with thousands of dragon nest monsters, Su Ming came to the side of the leader of the Qinglong forces. You are a swordsman. Master Xiaojian, you have a very good eye. This is for you. Su Ming gave the swordsman skill crystal, large, to the other party. He is an archer by profession, and although he can transform into other professions, it is not as good as his original profession. Besides, he has already completed the fusion of godhood through the archer profession. He has no use for the skill crystals of other professions. Oh my god, a skill crystal. Oh my god, I searched everywhere in the black market, and I finally figured it out. Thank you, Arrow God. No need to thank me, I want you to do something, huh? Haha. If the god of arrows gives an order, we Qilong will go through fire and water and be ready to accept your orders. Qilong was so excited that he absolutely did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Su Ming raised his lips. This guy is quite sensible. It's normal to have give and take in a relationship. He doesn't like this thing anyway. Besides, Su Ming is indeed facing a small trouble now. He was too focused when he was destroying those dragon monsters just now. As a result, the passage to the Dragon's Nest secret realm, which had already collapsed in half, was flooded. At the same time, Annihilation isolates space transmission. This means that they are all currently stuck in this special space. A natural way out must be found, and obviously there must be one deep down. The people from the Qinglong faction were the first group of people to enter, and they were familiar with both the entrance and exit routes. You are the boss. Please speak. The other party was holding the skill crystal he had just obtained in his hand and spoke respectfully. Then, the leader of the Qinglong faction personally acted as a guide and led Su Ming in the direction of leaving the abandoned Bu's underground palace. Often at this time, some hidden monsters will rush out to attack passersby. There is no need to panic at this time. Su Ming can get rid of these little troubles with just one arrow. What's more, he has Xiaoyi, Ziling, and Luo Lan to accompany him. Although the passage leaving the underground palace is very long, he doesn't feel lonely at all. Xiaoyi, master, why are you leaving when I haven't even seen the boss? Silly cute, Booz has already been eliminated by me. What? Booz is dead? Then where are we going now? Leave the Booz passage and go out into the world to bask in the sun. La-da-da, master, let's charge. Oh, amazed face, /charge. Muddy and muddy. In the underground palace passage, nothing that falls will escape Ziling's eyes. After Su Ming shot some hidden monsters, Luo Lan would fly up with Ziling to clean up the battlefield. The journey from one end of the underground palace to the other was very smooth. Hoo, hoo, hoo. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up without any warning in Llewellyn. Master, master, there is a different smell coming from the front, but I have dispelled it. Oh, is that really the case? Oh. As a god, Su Ming also felt the spatial fluctuations in front of him at this time. It was a very strange energy. There seemed to be a scent of anger in the air. Boss's shouting could be heard faintly. It came in waves, from small to large, and then it made people's ears hurt. With the experience from previous times, the Qilong force cooperated very well and hid behind Su Ming this time. So many people, and you're still so afraid of death? After Ziling figured out the identity of the person following her, she teased at the same time. The Azure Dragon boss smiled and explained, "Little elf, although you are very beautiful, you can't say anything nonsense. When we killed the boss, the fire-devouring dragon, we even cooperated. If you don't believe me, just ask." Humpho, oh. As if she was not satisfied with his answer, Ziling curled her lips. Oops, as the leader of the Azure Dragon faction, I was actually mocked by such a beautiful elf. The boss pinched his sword weapon. Then he held the sword high, pulled down the protective shield on his helmet, and waved, "Brothers, follow me and clear the way for the god of arrows." "Yes, boss. Boss, we have to charge too." Yeah. This time we can get ahead." The Qilong forces originally seemed quite harmonious and united, but they had only moved a few dozen steps towards a space connected to the passage of the underground palace. A violent dragon roar, with the power of a roar, rolled over. The frost, ice, and fine ice spikes seemed to shatter all the passages connecting this space. Attack this victorious force of freedom. At the same time, a huge monster booze, a four-legged arrow sting, crawled out from one of the passages. This quadruped sting looks like a frog. The whole body is covered with frost. It seems that the booze skill it is practicing is definitely an ice skill. Humans, hand over the fragments of the fire-devouring dragon's artifact. I can protect you from the torture of ice skills. The conditions were stated as soon as he appeared. He spoke the truth as soon as he opened his mouth, and Su Ming actually felt the other party's powerful icy power. This freezing feeling is even purer than Mu Qing wants. It seems that this boss is not simple. Chapter 177 Chapter 177 The boss who can shoot arrows. Damn it, you are not a human. But it turns out it was after the fragments of the Dragon Bell. In this case, Su Ming will never let him leave alive. Everyone says that the Dragon Cave mission is difficult, and as difficult as climbing to the sky. This can be seen from the expression on the face of the Qilong boss who followed him. But it was the first time that Su Ming was stopped and robbed by booze. Has the mission plot been twisted? Could it be more novel and exciting? Su Ming said, "3 little ones, I allow you to go in and have a lie-in. Come to the spirit realm quickly. If you encounter danger, find your mother." Ziling and Llewellyn really responded to their young master's call quickly and hid themselves as quickly as possible. And Xiaoyi was suddenly possessed by a shadow. Those embarrassed people around, members of the Azure Dragon faction, and god-level warriors with the professions of swordsman, knife man, and wind chaser. Facing the ice storm skill of quadruped arrow sting, he was also blown to the sky and the ground. More than a dozen people suffered multiple injuries. Sure enough, this kind of frost divine power can even corrode the body of a spirit god. He showed his power as soon as he appeared on the stage, and hurt so many people as soon as he appeared on the stage. At least this boss did not disappoint Su Ming. "Little thing, what is the relationship between you and boozefire devouring Yuan Long?" When Su Ming asked this question, he did not immediately summon the world-destroying bell. After thinking about it, another weapon appeared in his hand. It turned out to be an ordinary artifact fused with the artifact fragments obtained after killing the fire-devouring dragon. This is an ordinary artifact that has not been awakened. It doesn't matter if it's not awakened in the hands of a god. Even an ordinary branch can produce the effect of a divine arrow that can destroy the heavens. Oh. What? Why are you panicking? Su Ming asked calmly. If this sentence was uttered by Booz, the minions of the Qilong faction would not be surprised at all. But the person who greeted was Su Ming, and the person being greeted was the ice-type Booz, four-legged arrow sting, who was blocking the exit of the passage, so the atmosphere became a little awkward. The god of arrows is really impressive. Feel the soul energy of Booz, four-legged arrow sting. Su Ming began to mobilize his ice element law very easily. He is not like those strong men from the Azure Dragon forces. As the Lord of Destiny, Su Ming can evolve the avenue of ice and frost on his own. Moreover, because of the ice arrow, his frost law is also extremely terrifying. If four-legged Sting knew that the archer he was facing at this moment had this kind of thinking, he would probably be pissed to death. "I'm not panicking. I'm boss. Can you please respect my profession as a four-legged stinger?" Suddenly, the four-legged Sting stared with wide eyes, because it saw the dragon bow in Su Ming's hand. Without a doubt, This dragon bow must be the artifact obtained after killing the fire-devouring dragon. But, in the eyes of the four-legged arrow sting, the fire-devouring dragon will only drop artifact fragments. When did a complete artifact appear? Hey, monster, stop looking around. This bow is the dragon bow I got after killing the fire-devouring dragon. But the process was a little troublesome. I fused this with the fragments that exploded from the boos after I killed them. It's not perfect, but it's enough to deal with you. So arrogant. I'm so pissed off. The skin of the four-legged arrow-stung boos suddenly turned black. Then, four bulging clusters of arrowheads appeared on its back, and behind each cluster of arrowheads was a quiver made of skin. It looks like the four-legged arrow stinger. As its name suggests, it is indeed a boos that can shoot arrows. Su-Ming was also surprised when he saw Boo's transformation. No wonder it is called four-legged arrow sting. This boos is indeed different from other monsters. It's really sinister. Master, this opponent is not bad. Xiao Yi was immediately filled with fighting spirit, as if he was hoping that his master's opponent would be very strong so that he could happily assist his master. Master, I will help you kill this four-legged stinger. The four-legged arrow sting that had just raised a sky full of ice sand explosion suddenly noticed that Su-Ming didn't even look at it, and its belly swelled up instantly. The quiver on the backpack is like free of charge. Nearly 1,000 arrows were released madly by the Boo's skill. This Boo's skill has a nice name. Ice Dragon Rain of Arrows. You feel a burst of Boo's ice soul energy. Absorbing it can increase your law soul power. Frightened by the momentum of the Ice Dragon's rain of arrows that was like a swarm of locusts flying all over the mountains, the leader of the Qi Long gang and his men decisively opened the swordsman's shield, warrior's shield, blood cow shield, defense shield. But Su-Ming's eyes showed a gleam of appreciation. Can you absorb its law and soul power? Holy shit, you are a mobile ice power bank? He murmured happily, this boss is not simple, four-legged arrow sting. You are mine. Zi-Ling, go ahead, daddy little rascal. Master, who? Divine light arrow. Hit it. The sky-sweeping arrow intention channel was opened. All the arrows of light, at the moment of splitting, covered Boo's rain of arrows with all their own light, controlling them one by one. It seemed that the divine space had generated some kind of induction and was actually following Su-Ming's will. Absorb all the captured Boo's arrow rain, and complete the annihilation of Boo's skills, by the way. This is the ice rain of arrows from the four-legged arrow sting. I originally thought that the rain of arrows would turn into icebergs when they fell to the ground. The radiated cold air can freeze any opponent to the point where they can't even recognize each other. But the four-legged arrow stung the four-legged creature lying on the ground and took a step back nervously. Like a frog backing into a garage, it's funny anyway, Omega. Suck. On the opposite side, Su-Ming absorbed all the soul power of the ice soul arrows that were controlled by the divine light arrows. I feel like it's almost absorbed. All the equipment on his body emitted some kind of imaginary light, and then he shouted with satisfaction, stop. Bang. As if he was blessed by the divine power again, a burst of icy soul energy came out of Su-Ming's body. Then, Su-Ming shattered it with a loud shout, and the icy soul energy spread and disappeared in the space. Seeing this scene, not only the leader of the Qi Long gang was stunned, but even the four-legged arrow sting was stunned. If Boo's is not confused, it will not reverse into the garage. Besides, this archer who possesses the power of the gods is probably very powerful except for his young age. This is purely a boss's intuition. Kid, what did you do? Damn, you are not a human being. This four-legged sting actually felt a little fear. Su-Ming? You are not a human being. Your whole family is not a human being. Die. Chapter 178 Chapter 178 explodes and kills the four-legged arrow sting. The passage is wide open. Are you scared, four-legged arrow sting? I'm afraid I'll plunder you too. You brought this upon yourself, and you have the sin of the ice soul mirror on you. As Su-Ming's gaze became more and more scorching, Boo's four-legged arrow sting became less and less confident. But the underground palace passage behind it had been blocked by itself. The original arrangement was just to block the retreat of this group of prey. Then it swallows it in one gulp, completing its journey of swallowing the four-legged sting. But I didn't expect that I would run into such a tough guy here. This hard stubble is probably made of a material harder than ice. It's too hard. It's a bit useless and a bit life-threatening. OD. You're almost dead, so stop flattering me. Give me your life. Your boss soul life is very valuable, but I heard that the ice soul mirror related to you is also a divine weapon. It's even more valuable, right? Oh. Hidden eye, after seeing through the treasure carried by Boo's. Su-Ming felt comfortable all over. However, this time, in order to eliminate the four-legged arrow stinger, Su-Ming once again switched the bow from the dragon bow to the world-destroying divine bow. As for the reason for shooting the bubble arrow, it will be revealed soon. Chi-chi-chi. Su-Ming's skill, bubble arrow, has been formed into a matrix and shot out at lightning speed, aiming directly at Bu's four-legged arrow sting. He can burst out divine power so quickly, and his arrows are profound. Is this guy definitely not a divine archer with thousands of years of practice? But how did this archer do it? Faced with the dense matrix formed by countless bubble arrows, the four-legged arrow sting, which possesses the power of 1,000-year-old Bu's, began to look confused. On Su Ming's side, he gave a mysterious smile. Bubble arrows can protect items and even life. The reason why Su Ming shot such a weak and powerless arrow was to prevent the Ice Soul Mirror carried by Bu's from being damaged. Apart from that, he had no other concerns. After all, Ice Souls are fragile and it is difficult to merge them again after they have transformed into souls. In fact, Su Ming didn't want to plunder directly, so in the bubble arrow matrix, Su Ming added some other arrow materials. Oh, it's flying. Dad, look, the Bu's you shot is flying and wrapped in bubbles. Yeah, oh. Xiaoyi, who turned into a happy person, flew around Su Ming's shoulders and occasionally stepped on Su Ming's world-destroying bow, full of cuteness. Hit? Really hit. The material Su Ming added to the arrows was nothing else but dizziness, a kind of secret power released by divine power, nothing more. But for Bu's four-legged arrow sting, the situation is not so simple. It wasn't until it realized it had been tricked that it cried out oops in its heart. Crazy shooting hit me. Bu's, this archer, is so powerful. Damn, I was captured by the bubble arrow. Now the four-legged sting just wanted to go back to where it came from. However, this trick was useless, as Su Ming had already noticed the movements on the other side. The next moment, Su Ming folded up the world-destroying bow and teleported in front of Bu's. Destiny sees a skill explosion. His archery skills were once again impressive. As soon as Su Ming made a move, he knew whether it was possible or not. Thump. Dizziness. Frozen. After a series of operations, the four-legged sting found itself in a desperate situation. This human archer is so powerful that it is beyond its imagination. The final blow. You killed Bu's four-legged arrow sting, and you obtained the Ice Soul Mirror artifact. Leader of the Qinglong clan. Awesome. Really awesome. I have never seen an archer with such terrifying skills. Qinglong people, boss, why don't we, the Qinglong forces, seek him as our backer? A group of younger brothers immediately agreed. Their eyes were full of admiration for Su Ming, and their expressions of hugging his thigh could not be hidden. Su Ming sighed. Su Ming, who obtained the artifact, put the treasure into his bag and glanced towards the cave entrance in the distance. After Bu's death, the passage has been opened. The light coming in from outside makes the underground passage appear particularly bright. Be careful, boss. There are poisonous wolves outside. Poison wolf, haha, it's just a small matter. Shifting the focus, I saw that there was indeed a group of bloodthirsty poisonous wolves gathered at the exit of Bu's underground palace. Su Ming, just haven't killed enough. A massive explosion of group archery. Puff, 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 puff. It feels so good to shoot so many poisonous wolves at once. Oh, when did my hand turn green? Is this poisoning? A lone poisonous wolf was lying in wait nearby, ready to launch another sneak attack. Swoosh. The poisonous wolf whimpered and rolled on the ground with arrows stuck in its body. Strangeness? Why would I get poisoned if I clearly had no contact with it? There's something special about this group of forest poison wolves. But this little bit of poison has no harm to him. This is the absolute difference. Just at this moment, the leader of the Qinglong faction, who also ran out of the underground palace, told Su Ming the reason. It turns out that these poisonous wolves can control the poisonous spiders in the woods. Poisonous spiders are very small, and even if they jump onto a person, you can't even detect them. This was probably the reason why Su Ming's arm turned green. Is this really the case? Do you want to have a mouthful of explosion? Add some protein. Purification. You are immune to forest poisonous spiders. The purification effect appears, lasting for 50 seconds. Seeing Su Ming's poisoned arm instantly restored to its original state, the leader of the Qinglong faction wiped his forehead. This archer is indeed extraordinary. Definitely the best archery master I have ever seen. His archery skills are even better than those of gods. At this moment, the leader of the poisonous wolves howled, and then a cloud of dust rose in the distant forest. The experienced members of the Qinglong force fled in an instant. What caught my eye was that the poisonous wolf leader had summoned a spider king whose body was bigger than a hill. Boom, 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 boom. Its compound eyes moved back and forth, and it ran in front of Su Ming, raising its two huge claws to show off its power. Buy one get one free? Then I'll take the wolf leader and this Bu's spider. Sun piercing arrow. Moon shooting arrow. Fire spirit arrow. Explosive arrow. The 4 pairs of side legs of Bu's poison spider king were all blown up by Su Ming in an instant. The pair of large claws that were used to show off their power shattered into pieces with a bang after the detonating arrow took effect. No, it hurts. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The poison spider king knelt down. Oh, the invincible archer of God, I am willing to offer the boo's jurisdiction of this territory. No, thank you. Su Ming raised his lips to reveal a sunny smile, and the next second the small flying arrow had already arrived. The poison spider king immediately showed fear on his face. Impossible. This is impossible. Booze, toxic spider king. Chapter 179 Chapter 179, God-chasing arrow. Searching for the Tide Sea Princess Ow. Turning back, Su Ming shot another arrow at the poisonous wolf leader, and then collected the spoils. Su Ming turned around and found that all the people from the Qinglong force were gone. He immediately muttered, "Where are those guys who said they wanted to cling to me? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Let's go back to town first." Outskirts of the Dragon Cave, Dragon Market. When Su Ming entered the market, what he saw were still people setting up stalls and crowds of customers. A head suddenly popped out from the crowd. He's the leader of the Qinglong faction. "Boss, I came to the free market an hour earlier than you did in order to find the seller of the skill fragments for you." "Oh, you don't want to take my business?" Su Ming came to a stall and sat down, then ordered food and had a simple meal with the leader of the Qinglong faction. The leader of the Qinglong faction actually wanted to please an archer, and everyone around him was immediately shocked. "Arrow God, I have seen your divine power. I think only you are qualified to match the skill of God-chasing arrow. So, I spent a lot of money to buy the fragments of God-chasing arrow for you." Ding ding ding. This powerful leader doesn't care about other people's eyes. The remaining pages of skills were placed on the table in front of Su Ming. As soon as the magical thing was displayed, it immediately attracted a lot of greedy eyes. Su Ming took a glance at the star rating of the skill fragments and immediately recognized this archery skill that could only be practiced by gods. Skill, God-chasing arrow. Skill star rating, 7 stars. Skill introduction. This is the most proud work of Augustine, the legendary blacksmith of the Yishan continent. Despite the coercion of countless powerful men, Augustine did not hand over the God-chasing arrow. On his deathbed, he divided the skill into 6 parts and hid them in 6 places. It is said that only by collecting all the remaining parts of the skill can Augustine's last wish be fulfilled. Note, this skill is overbearing and tyrannical, and archers with bad intentions are refused to practice it. There were some stars twinkling in Su Ming's eyes, and he showed a sunny and natural smile. This God-chasing arrow is actually a divinely advanced version of his own arrow-chasing amulet. It will not have any level restrictions and can automatically track all gods. Combined with his own horrific arrow wound, it was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, Su Ming will definitely not let go of this god-level inheritance. Since you offered it voluntarily, I won't be polite. Swordsman, I will call you Friday from now on. When the great swordsman saw that Su Ming was willing to accept the fragments of his skill, he felt a burst of cool air on his head and felt extremely refreshed. Wow, is the boss of the Qinglong faction crazy? That's right. There are so many strange things happening in the free market today. Who is this kid to make the leader of a big power treat him like this? This archer must be extraordinary. It's weird. This archer can make the leader of a powerful god-level gang lose face like this. It's really weird. Faced with such a situation, the swordsman was not panicked at all. Instead, he chewed on the name Friday and then agreed as quickly as possible. After recruiting his subordinates, Su Ming checked the skills of the great swordsman Friday. He discovered that his swordsman's skill, Wind Chaser, was not at the full level, so he took out another skill crystal, large, and gave it to him. This is both a thank you to Friday for offering the remaining skill pages and a reward to him. As a divine being, Su Ming does not lack these skill crystals. The 999 skill crystals in his package are piled up with no place to put them. But this thing is like a rare treasure in this world. Just seeing that the leader of a major force on the other side is greedy for this thing, you will know the value of this thing. Su Ming stumbled upon a treasure by accident. Mission, collect the remaining pages of the God-chasing arrow skill, 1. Mission location, Abyss Mine. Mission boss, Tide Princess. With the help of the guide, Su Ming entered the boss land much faster. What's more, this booze is a bounty booze in the free market, and someone has paid a high price to hire a strong man to eliminate it. It's a pity that these strong men finally became boss's food. Shall we? What is this place? Master, does this cave with water lead to the sea? I seem to smell the scent of the sea / amazed face, /. We waded through the water and entered the abandoned mine. This place has indeed been partially submerged by the tide. My dear, our mission is a little dangerous, but we have the water-repellent beads, so we don't have to be afraid even if the tide rises. At this point, the team has arrived at the booze area of an abyss mine. Friday clenched his fist excitedly and said to Su Ming, "Boss, we're here." Magic crystal. This block has a crystal that can detect the presence of booze, and the magical aura spreads like a shockwave. Spatial fluctuations are generated in all channels around the mind space. Boo's Tide Princess Jedi Boo's. Level 3 Spirit God. Boo's skills: Abyss Legion, Tidal Claw, Aquatic Blade, Death Wave, Eye of Insight. Just when Su Ming was using the magic detecting crystal to detect Boo's, suddenly there was a noise in the space. It seems there is movement. As expected of the Abyss boss, he actually discovered the intruder in the opposite direction. Being a deep-sea boss has its advantages. What Su Ming and Friday have to consider now is how to eliminate Boo's and seize the remaining pages of the God-chasing arrow skill in its hand. Different from the previous artifact Boo's. This Boo's is a water monster and is labeled as one of the most ferocious Abyss monsters by the forces that issue missions in the free market. Kill it, and you will definitely get a huge reward. This is also one of the reasons why Friday followed Su Ming to eliminate this boss. He is too short of skill crystals. Friday, you don't have to retreat. I'll let you rush forward and draw Boo's to me. Su Ming instantly took on the role of commander. For him, the state after entering the Boo's area is like that of a god. Under such a state, it is the Boo's that should be feared, not the companions. With a half-believing and half-doubting mood, Friday still carried out Su Ming's instructions. Then he used Chasing Wine Slash towards the two dark green lights floating on the water in the distance. You have attracted Boo's Tide Princess, and Tide Princess is chasing you. Mom, help. Friday was running away while luring monsters. After using his skill, a flash of light from his skill attracted the Boo's. As expected, Tide Princess immediately raised her blade fin and chased after them. Chapter 180 The Demon King of Chaos shows up halfway? Kill them all. Storm Arrow. Su Ming did not hesitate at all. With the rapid plucking of the bowstring, the light crossed the abyss and plowed towards the chasing target. The skills are continuous, and the cool light launches bursts of fire with the power of hit, and the damage inflicted is truly terrifying. Ah. The monster kept tilting its head back and roaring angrily in pain. Finally, after Su Ming delivered another heavy blow, the Tide Sea Princess stopped chasing, and the raging tide surged towards Su Ming under its control. Boss, the water seems to be rising where we are standing. What should we do? You are stupid. This is the territory of the Tide Princess. We are destroying monsters in the Boo's area. Your great swordsman skill will 100 fail here. Water attacks will weaken the effect and hit rate of your skills. You'd better stay aside. When Friday heard this, his eyes lit up with admiration and he immediately exclaimed, "Oh! Quick hit! Dragonlight! Explosion! The remaining enemy! Double strike!" Su Ming fired arrow after arrow. When the attack of the powerful arrow was stacked for the 168th time, the freezing effect was triggered again. The skill used by Boo's Tide Princess has now turned into the Abyss Blade. But it doesn't matter if you have the Abyss Blade. The flying arrows directly interrupt the damage transfer effect of Boo's skills. Buzz. Boo's became extremely angry. Some of the fake targets used to lure monsters were killed instantly. TSK, what a big fool. You attacked a fake target. My attacks are all accurate, and every arrow triggers a hidden effect, which will piss you off to death. I will shoot you violently, but you can never hit me. Su Ming, who possesses the ability to avoid water beats, can move on the water faster than the boss entrenched here. A circle to the left, a turn to the right. Although it seems to have no rhythm, in fact, each transfer can accurately avoid the attack of Tide Princess. After a counterattack, Boo's Tide Princess turned from a tide monster into a gasping monster. Who on earth is this person? How could he be so arrogant? Do I, Princess Tide, still have any dignity? New day. At this time, Friday was standing behind Su Ming, also enjoying the protection of the water-repellent beats. He was speechless. My boss is really amazing. This is a pervert. He has conquered the entire abyss with just one bow and arrow. So many arrows, such a high attack speed, and godlike dodging ability. I followed the right person. Your Valley Ghost Amp. Arrows instantly killed Boo's Tide Princess. Your skill interrupted Flying Blade transfer, and the damage was exempted. You have received the reward of... Is it over so soon? Su Ming scratched his head in confusion, then ordered Friday, "Help me find the mission fragments quickly." Boss, everything else exploded in the water. I can't fish it out. No, all I can fish out are conch shells. Damn the tide. Faced with this strange situation, Su Ming was not upset at all. Just use the reward looting to transfer all the Boo's explosions to your own package. Then, singing and stepping to the rhythm, he happily left the Abyss mine with his small team. As soon as they walked out of the mine, the huge tidal force caused the entire mine to collapse, splashing huge water. Props. Shinjue Arrow Fragment page X1. Found it. Well, this mission to collect high-level skills was not in vain. Su Ming put away the torn pages with satisfaction. He calculated that he still needed X4 pages to collect all the torn pages. It doesn't matter, just collect them according to the task order. I believe that I will be able to integrate the God-chasing arrow skill soon. Damn, we're late. No way, it's this archer again? Boss, that person looks familiar. Could he be the leader of the Qinglong faction? Hey, is this a hired spirit god? The leader of the Azure Dragon faction is so cunning that he secretly accepted the task of collecting the fragments of the spirit skills and came here to destroy Tide Princess. Those who come with evil intentions will not come. This large group of aggressive high-level warriors are related to the blood-drinking force that was previously eliminated by Su Ming. The leader, named Hunted Demon Emperor, recognized Friday at a glance. When Friday saw this group of forces, he turned to Su Ming and said, "Boss, if something happens later, you should leave first. These fierce men are not friendly. I will take care of them." Sure enough, as soon as the Demon King Huntu arrived, he immediately sent his men to surround Su Ming and Friday and the others. "Friday, I'm the boss and you're not. You have to follow my orders." Su Ming gave orders to his recruited followers in an impressive manner. "Charge forward and make the enemy think that you are my boss. I will shoot them all from behind." Friday heard Su Ming's domineering voice. My blood immediately boiled. Great swordsman skill attack. The Demon King's people are not pushovers either. They came here to rob. After all, Boo's Tide Princess is a well-known tough guy, the tumbler in the booze world. Even such a terrifying boss was eliminated by Su Ming and his gang. Anyone would be jealous. Brothers, come on, let's destroy the leader of the Azure Dragon Force first. As soon as the Demon King of Chaos moved, the high-level warriors, armored warriors, and magic servants under him all used their skills to kill Friday. Dragonlight Arrow. Frozen Arrow. Purple Air coming from the east. Group Explosive Arrow. Puff P. Each of Su Ming's arrows could just eliminate the threat posed by the enemy forces to Friday. First, a chopping attack that hit his head was rebounded by Su Ming's Dragonlight Arrow, and then killed the opponent. Another shot aimed at the vitals was frozen in midair by the freezing arrow, and the remaining icy energy directly turned the gun professional into an ice sculpture. Then the purple air came from the east. Then there are the group explosive arrows. The Demon King of Hunda sacrificed more than a dozen of his brothers at once. Only then did he realize that the archer he had ignored was actually a hidden boss. "Boss, I told you that archer must not let you go. Why didn't you listen to me?" Bang. The hot-tempered Demon King immediately slapped one of his men in the face. "Damn, why didn't you remind me of this earlier? Brothers, that archer killed so many of us in seconds. Our faction cannot stand with him. Shiliangan, Tuku, come on." However, the arrows of death that had distanced themselves from him continued to attack. It's no use getting angry even if the Demon King of Mixed Maps gets angry. You killed Shiliangan, a member of the Star Overlord faction. You killed Tuku, a veteran of the Star Overlord faction. You killed. Chapter 181 looking for Augustine's descendants and obtaining a drop of their free blood. Sure enough, don't be too happy after a fierce attack. Hunted Demon Emperor, you are the only one left? You are still going on and on. Who do you want to go on? Let me ask you. Great swordsman, I. Su Ming's voice came from the other side. The sound is like a loud bell and bright like a bright hall. No need to bother with it anymore. Whoosh. Friday rushed over to collect all the things that this evil ghost had dropped, and then presented them to Su Ming obediently. "I don't want these things. Just consider it as a reward for you." Su Ming said disdainfully. "Boss, thank you." Things that Su Ming despises are all treasures to the great swordsman Friday. Little Angel's Sword, collected. Eyes of Deep Space, collect. Secret Judgment, weapon, received. Heaven Slashing Blade, collect. Ahahaha. This feels so good, so good. It feels different to hang out with the big guys. If the Qilong Force were to deal with this wave of hostile forces, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to eliminate them. I didn't expect that by following the boss, we could get rid of them so quickly. It's so refreshing and comfortable. Wait a minute, boss. What's wrong with you again? This follower, Friday, who was a great swordsman, stopped Su Ming, but ended up getting a scolding in return. After all, after a fight, Su Ming always had the habit of petting Ziling, Xiaoyi, and the others. The archer god who killed countless enemies suddenly turned into a cat-stroking man. This change of identity made the great swordsman a little envious and admired. "Boss, I found a god-chasing arrow fragment X1. Do you think I should present it to you?" After saying this, Friday picked up the thing with a smile and brought it to Su Ming. Sure enough, there is what I want. After Su Ming accepted it with a smile, he decisively looked at the task introduction in the package. In a certain row of step-by-step tasks, the task line was indeed cancelled. This means that they don't need to do anything. The bastards from this powerful hegemony had already completed the mission, but the ultimate reward of the mission unexpectedly fell into Su Ming's hands. Colorful. Su Ming was so happy that he rewarded Wu Zhou with a few skill crystal cores. Thanks to Su Ming's efforts, the Great Divine Bow and Arrow skill, Divine Pursuit Arrow, finally completed the collection of the remaining pages. Now all you have to do is find an exclusive master in the free market under the plane to fuse with him, and then you can get the skill, God-Chasing Arrow. Free market. You donated 232 points of wealth and received the free market level 1 architect certificate. You donated 232 points of wealth and obtained the free market level 2 architect certificate. You donated 232 points of wealth and obtained the free market level 9 architect certificate. The wealth you donated has been transformed into the power of creation, and Freedom Square has appeared before you. Wow. Originally, it was just a place where individual strong men used to trade, not a city. After Su Ming's exploration, he actually built the free market that was not even as big as a village into a square. There are several large functional buildings around the square. They are weapon shop, clothing store, blacksmith shop, appraisal place. Due to your contribution, you have obtained the qualification of Freedom Square Administrator. Qualified persons can accept hidden tasks. This is an unexpected surprise and also an unexpected gain. Of course, even if Su Ming told others about this honor, no one would believe it. It feels so good. It feels so good. Freedom Square was already bustling with people. Who is this? He is so rich. The map has only been opened for less than 2 days. How could this big guy be able to upgrade the free market into free plaza? It's amazing. Ha ha ha. I can use the blacksmith function now. Ha ha ha. Hey, buying armor and clothes from waiter is 30 cheaper than in the free market. Oh my god, this Freedom Square function is so practical. I love Freedom Square. At this moment, a golden font flew across the sky. A huge statue was then erected in the middle of Freedom Square. Congratulations to Archer Su Ming God for his successful donation, obtaining the qualification to upgrade the Freedom Square, and being certified by the manager. Note: all taxes collected from the functional buildings proposed around the Freedom Square are distributed by the manager. This news went viral. 6666, who on earth is this Su Ming? Why is he so awesome? I don't care who he is, he's my dad from now on. Haha, it's so convenient to do business in Liberty Square. Well, this big guy must be an amazing plane overlord. Otherwise, how could he have such strong strength to upgrade the Freedom Square? I admire him so much. I want to marry Su Ming. Su Ming, I love you. Su Ming, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. Yeah. At this time, there were countless magician girls, archer girls, and nanny girls. They were all wandering around the square, looking for the whereabouts of Su Ming, the square manager. Friday, a great swordsman with shining eyes, immediately said to Su Ming excitedly, "Boss, I originally thought you were just a little bit powerful. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You're being targeted by all the strong ones. Look, a large group of female professionals are running towards you over there in the square." Su Ming, who discovered the truth, didn't want to get entangled in the square any longer. Immediately released the teleportation stone and go to the fusion place. An old man in a sheepskin robe was leisurely enjoying the festive atmosphere of the square. But as soon as he saw Su Ming, the old man's eyes immediately lit up. "Manager, welcome. You are the owner of Freedom Square and can enjoy any service here free of charge. Can you integrate this here?" Su Ming handed over 6 copies of the remaining pages of Divine Pursuit Arrow. The old man closed his eyes and looked at these ancient fragments. He immediately said in shock, "Administrator, this is a divine skill. The occupation requirement is an archer. May I ask who you are?" "I am an archer. If I am not an archer, why would I collect it?" "Oh, I finally met you. Administrator, please believe me. I can help you integrate the archery skills left by the ancient great Augustine, but I am missing something. Can you help me find it?" Su Ming chose yes without hesitation. Then he received a to-do list. The list quantity is X1. Open. The magical skill, God-Chasing Arrow, left by the ancient master craftsman Augustine. Those who have collected all the fragments can only use the warrior blood of the Augustine family to fuse, awaken, and identify. Your mission is to find Augustine's descendants and obtain a drop of their free blood. Are you ready? Chapter 182 Fusion. God-Chasing Arrow. Pluto is coming. Boss, you seem to be in a daze. Friday reminded Su Ming. Since I met this big guy, Fridays are no longer strange to me. Anyway, it's all high energy and magical. It is normal for all kinds of legendary deeds to happen to him. Who made him a god? Who gave him supreme power? Of course I am qualified to kill everything with a bow and arrow. Ready? Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth. You obtained Bloodline Identification Stone X1. This old man really did not deceive me. Ming used this identification stone in his backpack. Then, he and his little follower, the leader of the Qinglong force, witnessed the miracle together. It is located in the middle of Freedom Square. Suddenly a huge rock rose up, and it seemed like a rock from outer space. The whole body is black, but extremely smooth. If someone approaches, it seems that there is a vague force surging out from inside. Wow, look, the Freedom Stone. What is this? Why did it suddenly appear in Freedom Square? Well, this stone is so magical, it seems to have magical powers. I want to touch. Bang. As soon as an unlucky strong man touched the stone, he was immediately repelled by a ray of light. He fell to the ground in the square and kept groaning. You could tell from his expression that he was in pain. The first person to eat crabs, dead. Who else? Just ask who else? Friday was stunned. He understood everything. With a look of astonishment in his eyes, he glanced at his boss Ming. Tisk, these guys who just like to watch the fun deserve it. They are not of the Augustine family bloodline, but they actually want to touch the bloodline identification stone. They are simply courting death. LOL LOL. Under Ming's instructions, Friday posted a notice on the bloodline identification stone. Announcement. Ming, the manager of the Freedom Square, is searching the world for the descendants of the ancient god Augustine. Those who successfully obtain the Square Stone test will be given a set of artifact equipment, or a guild certificate, or other rewards. Announcer Ming. As soon as this announcement came out, it immediately caused a sensation in Freedom Square again. If you chase him, you will see Master Ming. Sisters, how about inviting Master Ming to join our guild? Hurry up and go over there. Master Ming is there. At this time, a large group of female warriors, female mages, and female archers rushed towards Ming. Well, you hid your identity for so long, but you were finally discovered? I don't want to be a great god, Friday. Why don't you inherit this great god title? When Friday saw the big boss Ming helplessly spreading his hands, he immediately laughed so hard that his belly bit. He had never been so happy before. Ha ha ha, boss, who made you famous in this originally desolate place? This is everyone's respect for you. From now on, this group of people will know that you are a great god. Just as a large group of archers, magicians, and others gathered over, a flash of light suddenly erupted in the square. With a loud bang. Then the bloodstone that was more than 10 meters high was suddenly awakened. Hey, what's going on? What a bright light. This light seems to contain the mysterious energy of bloodline power. He is the descendant of Augustine, the god crafter. At the same time, Friday looked at his boss Ming. Boss, the bloodline inheritor you were looking for has appeared, and his blood. Well, I finally found Augustine's descendants. The only one who has the ability to awaken the bloodstone is Augustine's descendant. Ming drove over, revealed his identity, and naturally got what he wanted. Master God, do you want to merge the god skill, God-chasing arrow? Fusion. You have obtained the skill of God-chasing arrow. You use the power of law to improve the skill level of the God-chasing arrow. You have upgraded your skill level to level 9, highest level. Congratulations to Dad for integrating new divine skills. Xiaoyi, Ziling, and Luo Lan are here to celebrate. The divine skills are so powerful. Yeah. Backslash, amazed face, slash da-da-da. The three little ones sang and danced, flying around their owner. It immediately added a lot of joyful and festive atmosphere. Master Ming, we, the independent professionals, beg you to upgrade the Freedom Square. Yes, although Liberty Square is nice, it is often invaded by bosses. When the vendors see these invaders, they will roll up their things and run away. If they are caught up, the bosses will snatch all the good things in their hands. Great God, you are the incarnation of the gods, you are the God in our hearts. Well, don't think you can take advantage of me just because you know my identity as a god, Ming. Upgrading Freedom Square is just for my personal convenience to accept hidden tasks. I won't be staying here for long. I will leave after completing the task. Why should I stay here to upgrade? Besides, just as Ming was about to decisively reject the request of these powerful men, a huge ice arrow, dragging a long tail, flew towards Freedom Square. Dang. The bloodstone, which had already been used up, was shot into pieces with a crackling sound. It's the arrow of Hades. Oh no. The ancient Hades is coming. Everyone, run away. The boos are here to steal your things again. Well, what a pity, what a pity. The good Freedom Square is going to be destroyed by the boos invasion again. The Freedom Square, which was bustling just a moment ago, suddenly became a ghost town. Ming couldn't tolerate this. After all, he still has to take on a hidden mission. The construction of Freedom Square is also part of the hidden mission. Where did the stinky arrow come from? Get back here. Ming used the power of the gods to restore the huge meteor arrow and let it return to where it came from. Go ahead. Shoot it back. God chases arrow. The giant arrow, dragging a longer and larger flame shadow than when it came, shot into the void, towards the unknown booze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Belch. In the space, a deafening burp sounded like thunder. Then there was an aura filled with oppression, rippling back and forth into space. Obviously, Su Ming's arrow worked. Hiccup. 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 Booze's burps became louder and louder, and more. Isn't it weird? It's weird, of course. You have to know that what Su Ming shot was the arrow of the gods. The newly merged divine skill, Curved Arrow, can repeatedly attack the enemy, harvesting them wave after wave. Hiding in the void, the boss Ancient Hades who originally wanted to act smart would suffer a great loss. The independent warriors who discovered the truth decisively came forward and hugged Su Ming's thighs tightly, because they understood that now only Su Ming could protect themselves in this freedom square with trading functions. Chapter 183 Kill Hades in an instant. The Lord of the Free City. God, we were wrong. We shouldn't have run away. Please give me a chance to kneel down online, boo-hoo. Great God, I want to give birth to a child for you. Seeing this chaotic situation, Friday raised his sword and began to drive them away. Clear the field, clear the field. Booze, the Ancient Hades is not dead yet. Great God, Su Ming has already heard of your request. Let's talk about it after Booze is eliminated. His performance was recognized by Su Ming. In front of the great gods, even a look of affirmation can make Friday, the leader of the Qing Long Force, feel extremely jealous. Ahahaha, I've been recognized by the boss. With the protection of the great god who is a divine archer, I, Friday, have a bright future ahead of me. In the sky, at this time, Booze, the Ancient Hades, tore open the space, and a huge two-horned head appeared from between the clouds. Life? You were the one who shot me with an arrow just now? The hazy shadow of Booze gathered energy and took shape, full of murderous aura. Those powerful individual warriors who were watching the fun were now hiding in the corners of the functional buildings, trembling. You have to know that this is Booze, the Ancient Hades. A sneeze can destroy a major city. What's more, Freedom Square is just a small building now, far from meeting the standards of a main city. As these powerful men were watching, Su Ming spoke. Ancient Hades, I heard you are very crazy in this area, right? Yes, the Ancient Hades, can drown a miracle with just a breath of spit. Then why don't you try blowing one? Are you challenging me? The hazy shadow has now completed the transformation into a Booze form. This Booze is indeed very intimidating. However, whether it can withstand Su Ming's divine pursuit arrow is another matter. Arrow coming. Su Ming straightened his body, concentrated the divine power bestowed by the Six Paths Divine Tower into his brows, and drew the bow decisively. An arrow directly pierced the forehead of Booze, the Ancient Hades. Ouch. That's not all. The special effect of God-chasing arrow was triggered. Countless turns and elliptical piercings were made in the air, and every time the arrow turned back, it would make the Ancient Hades groan even more horribly. In the end, Su Ming used a divine chasing arrow to kill the Booze that made all the human race strongmen tremble. Your skill, God-chasing arrow, has triggered the arrow reversal effect X112 times, and the Ancient Hades has died. The Ancient Hades fell to the ground with a roar and was officially killed. At the same time, many hot products appeared on the ground. After all, he is a boss, so how can he be without explosive stuff? Head of Pluto, X1. Hunter's Fortune, X17. Wild Wave Wrist, X1. Waramp, Golden Dragon Ring, X1. Ziling was so happy that she flew up chirping and flapped her little wings. All of a sudden, all these hot products were collected. Items like Head of Pluto are props for special missions, and the rewards for these missions are extraordinary. So don't be fooled by the scary look of this head, it is actually very valuable. In addition, the equipment, Wild Wave Wrist, is also very good. When this thing exploded, several warrior-class warriors had already revealed greedy eyes, with their mouths opened as big as goose eggs. To Su Ming's surprise, he just raised his hand and shot an arrow, killing a Pluto-level boss. Unexpectedly, the threat posed by the Ancient Hades to the powerful people in Freedom Square was eliminated. Lord God, you are so powerful. We are all protected by you. Ahaha, among the group of us who entered the ancient boss area, Master Su Ming is the strongest. Absolutely. You must. Wait, Master Su Ming seems to have reached level 1010. Damn, absolutely awesome. The admiring eyes of the crowd were filled with respect. Seeing how powerful Su Ming was, some of the independent people took a deep breath. Then, with Su Ming's permission, these people gathered around again. It is suggested that Su Ming consider continuing to upgrade Freedom Square. Administrator, I also suggest that you follow the will of the people. If you can upgrade Freedom Square to Freedom City, I will be able to give you the top secret mission to complete. After all, the hidden missions in the ancient area require great gods at the level of city lords to accept them. This old man is the blacksmith who issues hidden tasks, and he looks like he has discovered a powerful character. Su Ming calmly put away the world-destroying divine bow and was very satisfied with his performance just now. God-chasing arrow is a divine skill after all. One arrow can complete hundreds of turns and kill Bu's ancient Hades instantly. This feeling is really great, enough to keep you going all day long wherever you go. Seeing that even the blacksmith was involved in this matter, Su Ming readily agreed. But he would never agree so readily. Blacksmith, I have no problem agreeing to upgrade the Freedom Square, but all these people must accept my orders. Also, from now on, you will be my Su Ming's personal blacksmith in the ancient area, and you can only serve me. This is personal binding. The blacksmith is an independent being. Generally, they only make weapons for others, and also take on some dispatching tasks to earn some extra money to support their families. And as functional craftsmen, even boss can't do anything to them. Even if Booz attacks the city, he cannot hurt these craftsmen in the slightest. You used fate tampering on the blacksmith. The blacksmith has become your exclusive servant with 100 loyalty, can accept apprentices. Ha 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 ha. After Su Ming collected all the blacksmiths who had issued exclusive tasks, he immediately gathered the scattered people in the Freedom Square. Go to the ancient area in batches to collect the materials needed to upgrade Free City Small. One day later. Ancient area, Free City. Announcement. Su Ming upgraded Freedom Square to Freedom City. Let us all congratulate him. This Lord God looks really powerful. This is probably the first city-state in the ancient area. So cool. Haha. I, a level 1 spirit god warrior, can actually join the Free City faction. I'm so happy. That's awesome. Master Su Ming is my idol. In the future, I will build a statue of the city lord in the Booz area and give it to Master Su Ming. Well, our guild is preparing to join the Free City forces of Master Su Ming. Look, I've already thought of a name for the Liberty City Guild. Let's go find Master Su Ming and apply for a legion. At this time, 2 small gray characters in brackets, City Lord, appeared above Su Ming's head. Inside the city, a crowd of people surrounded Su Ming in a bustling atmosphere, and the scene was extremely exciting. Lord City Lord, let's build a legion here. We are all your subordinates. Chapter 184 Free City. Explosive killing of ancient magical beasts. Yes, Master Su Ming, you are now the City Lord. Haven't you noticed? Su Ming turned to the blacksmith and asked, What's going on, old blacksmith? Master, we have recognized you as the master of the Free City, so we would like to nominate you as the overlord of the guild. Please do not refuse. But to create the Free City, you need a mighty horn, which can be dropped from the boss, the ancient god emperor. By the way, the ancient god emperor is also the boss of the hidden exclusive mission. Maybe it was because he had been with Xiaoyi and other smart girls for too long. The old blacksmith's tone of voice became more humorous, and the sound of his clasps was particularly funny. You accepted the blacksmith's mission. The mission boss is Ancient God Emperor. The mission coordinates are 4646, 1632. Mission accepted. So, Su Ming asked Friday to carefully select 100 potential strong men. These strong men are all high-level professionals with strong will, and their determination to establish Free City is unwavering. After gathering everyone, Su Ming led them to the land of Boss. I never thought that we would be among the first members to establish a guild. It is such an honor. Well, I never dared to dream of dealing with Boss Ancient God Emperor before, but now I dare to do so. We followed the right master and made a fortune. Great God Su Ming is definitely the #1 deity in the ancient area. With him leading us, even the grass-bottomed mud can fly onto the branches and become a phoenix. Hey, it's us female warriors who turn into phoenixes. You male warriors and magicians can only turn into tigers and dragons. Well, at night, each of us is a tiger and can eat people. Girl, do you want to give it a try? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, don't even think about it. My heart has already been attracted by Master Su Ming. Just dream on. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter again, and the atmosphere was particularly lively. At this time, the teleportation location has arrived. Everyone, I'm going to take you to the vicinity of the ancient God Emperor. Those who have shields should use them, and those who don't have shields should protect their own lives. Su Ming gave an order. The teleportation site was glowing. Then a large number of people who followed him wholeheartedly were brought to the vicinity of Boo's coordinates. You have entered the area where the boss ancient god is located, and the team mode has been turned on. Warrior Dragon Spring joins. Female mage Sui Yuren joins. Female pharmacist Tian Luo joins. Until there were 101 people in the team. This small team was brought to the ancient map in an organized manner. In the desolate Booz area, apart from a few weeds occasionally appearing on the sand slopes and countless heads, skulls, and whitish ribs scattered everywhere, the rest are terrifying monsters such as ancient poisonous scorpions. Friday followed Su Ming's instructions and began distributing detoxification pills. Limited quantity, 1 per person, to ensure you won't be poisoned to death within the mission time. Yeah, good stuff. It tastes sweet and cool, like dessert, and is very easy to swallow. I told you before that if you follow Master Su Ming, you will have meat to eat. Master Friday, can I have another one? Eating too much is not good. Everyone be careful. After a while, someone was attacked by the monster Ancient Poisonous Scorpion. Ancient Poisonous Scorpion, Guardian, high-level poisonous monster. Monster level 999. Attack skills, West Wind Thorn, Stun, Death Tumble. The magician's shield had just been opened when it was pierced by the Ancient Poisonous Scorpion. A curved syringe larger than a fist was pointed at him. The magician opened his eyes wide, not knowing what to do. God chases arrows. Monster Life Plunder. Triggers the monster's Bloodlock. Heavy attack effect triggered. Bang. The monster, the Ancient Poisonous Scorpion, is dead. Wow, Su Ming is awesome. Akaka, I was saved by the great god Su Ming. What a powerful return arrow. This monster exploded with just one arrow, kawaii. Right at this moment, a large group of ancient monsters are coming towards you. Su Ming was not at all flustered after receiving the reminder. Everyone, I smell the breath of the ancient god Emperor Booz. These monsters were probably released by Booz. It's up to you now. Ah, Master Su Ming's voice is really refreshing. Well, leveling up is not as important as following the right person. Master Su Ming, I love you. Seeing that the team was about to start fighting, these guys who had just joined the Free City Guild were still clinging to their superiors. Friday shouted, "Don't be confused, get ready for the battle." A total of 20 arrows were shot. After Su Ming cleared a small number of monsters for the team, I flashed to the place where the Booz's breath came from. Crack, 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 crack. There was the sound of monsters exploding behind me. Then came the admiring voices of the girls and boys in the team, followed by the sounds of various skills, and the rear was already clearing out the annoying ancient monsters for him. As for Boss, the ancient god emperor, of course Su Ming is needed to deal with it. I finally found you, Mission Boss. You hid really well, but it doesn't matter. Good wine needs no bush. Human Archer, your divine law energy seems to be quite strong. Hoo, just enough for me to upgrade a piece of boss equipment. Booz, the ancient god emperor, was wearing a blood-red cloak, which highlighted his majesty. But the most eye-catching thing is the ancient magic king's scepter in its hand. Oh, it turns out to be a magic-type boss. I like it. At this time, with the team behind him attracting the large groups of monsters for Su Ming could focus on targeting the ancient god emperor with confidence. Just when he was about to show his skills, suddenly, several new faces from other guilds jumped out from behind the ancient god emperor. Damn it! Is this archer crazy? How dare he challenge the ancient god emperor alone? Ignorance is not a crime, but he is a fragile profession. I am afraid that he will die if he is slapped by the ancient god emperor. Don't talk nonsense, brothers. Surround the ancient god emperor. Archer, you can't deal with this ancient god emperor. Get out, or I'll beat you too. This group of people from the Broken Blade Guild are coming with great momentum. It seemed that his eyes were on his feet, and he didn't even see the gray font behind Su Ming's name. The two words, City Lord, in brackets can be easily overlooked if you don't look carefully. Su Ming raised his hand and shot an arrow. Then he pretended nothing had happened and walked back a few steps. The people from the Broken Blade Guild did not see his movements, they only saw him walking outside. The commander then began to give orders to cooperate and prepare to annihilate Booz, the ancient god emperor. Chapter 185 Domineering God Chasing Arrow, Origin Artifact Fragment. The arrow that Su Ming shot casually just now turned into an illusory arrow shadow. It hit the Booz, causing a lot of damage to the Booz. Health is decreasing. Health is decreasing. Health is decreasing. Heavy attack. The leader of the Broken Blade Clan Guild, who didn't know the truth, shouted excitedly, "Well done, brothers, just fight like this." Boss, we haven't made a move yet. It seems that the skill was not lost by us. Boss, look, that archer is missing. He took the lead. At this time, Su Ming, who had retreated 9 steps, turned around again. As an archer, you need to keep a distance to fight against Booz. As for this group of unexpected intruders, the same rules apply. You little brat, are you looking for death? How dare you snatch our ancient god emperor? Really? Booz is your dad or your mom if you like it. I'll give it to you. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders, pretending to be indifferent. Then he suddenly raised his hand and shot an arrow. Land for me. Hit. At this time, the violence of Booz, the ancient god emperor, has been triggered. The eye-catching magic wand on the blood-red cloak has released the Booz skill, Sweep the entire army. In addition, Su Ming's arrow killed 2 members of the Broken Blade Guild. In the eyes of others, it seemed that these 2 members were fried by Boss because they did not open the shield. Therefore, the leader of the Broken Blade Guild did not blame Su Ming. Don't worry about him. Let's continue dealing with Booz. Is that so? Su Ming raised his hand again and fired 2 bursts of bullets at the 2 warriors from the Broken Blade Guild. Crazy arrows exploded into the air. 2 straight wakes were formed in space. Huff. Huff. Flowers Fallen Dreams is dead. Happy but not twisted is dead. The leader of the Broken Blade Guild, who discovered the truth, opened his eyes as wide as he could. Humph, you're still trying to steal monsters from me. I'd be letting this world-destroying divine bout down if I don't kill you by surprise. What are you looking at? If you look any further, I will scrape the sand off you too. Su Ming snorted coldly. The world-destroying divine bout was raised again. The leader of the Broken Blade sect suddenly saw the 2 words in brackets after Su Ming's name, City Lord. This archer turned out to be a powerful person who had been awarded the title of City Lord. In the entire ancient area, there are people who have the ability to create a city-state and are named City Lords. There is only Su Ming. There is only one. You are the Lord of Liberty City, Master Su Ming? Yes, I am Su Ming. What a narrow road for enemies. The Blood Drinker faction is my ally. Well, today we are going to have a showdown. The leader of the Broken Blade Guild shouted. Immediately, 5 people were separated from the team that was formed to kill Booze, specifically to deal with Su Ming. I'm not afraid no matter how many people there are. With such a small guild power, they actually want to show off in front of me, Su Ming. This is just showing off in front of Master Guan, overestimating one's own abilities. I, Su Ming, raise my hand and shoot out the Divine Pursuit arrow. Aim at the enemy before shooting. Your skill, God-Chasing Arrow, was released successfully. The estimated number of return arrows is x 87 times. Your skill, God-Chasing Arrow, hit successfully. The Broken Blade Clan member, Duan Lang, has been killed. The Broken Blade Clan member, Crazy Dragon, has been killed. The Broken Blade Clan member, The Master, has been killed. Broken Blade Clan member, West Wind, has been killed. Your skill, God-Chasing Arrow, was released successfully. The number of times the return arrow was released was 169 times, and the return rate was 173. Yeah, so cool. Su Ming is celebrating here. The Broken Blade Guild is in great danger. The president never dreamed that Su Ming's Divine Pursuit arrow would be so overbearing. One arrow actually triggered the arrow turning back more than 100 times, and each time it turned back it could kill an enemy. As the leader of the Broken Blade sect, the boss said that no one in his lifetime had ever seen such a spectacular scene. I was immediately numb. There are 169 arrows in total, and the return arrows are triggered hundreds of times. This move only consumed one of his arrow feathers. The effect is so stunning, it's unbelievable. Listen to me, you little bastards from the Broken Blade Guild. Defeat the boss immediately, or Master Su will treat you to another bowl of arrow beef. Shame, shame. As the guild president, I have never met such an arrogant archer. Even if we have to fight the Broken Blade Guild today, we have to get rid of this divine archer. Boss, what should we do? What else can we do? Priest, poison him. Magician, hit him in the lower body. Why do you want to play down the plate? His god robe burns faster when attacked from below. Hit him with fire magic. Are you still struggling? Now, I, Su Ming, officially declare that I will deprive the Broken Blade clan of everything it has. At this moment, all the enemy could see were arrows flying in the sky. Su Ming's world-destroying divine bow is particularly eye-catching. The forked arrows came in wave after wave like a flood. There is absolutely no resistance and no resistance. Fuck, my teeth hurt. Retreat, ah. Master Su Ming is so cruel. He didn't even give me a chance to retreat. Oh, I'm dead. Don't kill me, ah. You killed the Broken Blade Guild member XXX. You killed the Broken Blade Guild member XXX. You killed the Broken Blade Guild member XXX. You killed the leader of the Broken Blade Guild and gained the power of the guild's authority law. Su Ming was very satisfied with this wave of attack. In the blink of an eye, he killed hundreds of powerful men from the enemy forces and also picked up a low health boss for free. Your heavy attack triggered the Booze's fierce tide, and a large wave of ancient monsters is attacking you. Faced with this situation, Su Ming calmly called out Friday. I'm here, boss. Please give me your orders, boss. I order you to continue to eliminate these scattered monsters. The skill, Sweeping Away the Destroyed, is released. A large number of monsters released by Booze were rolled up and sent to the designated coordinates for the warriors of the Free City Guild to deal with. Ah, look, Master Su Ming has severely injured Booze. Oh my god, this is the ancient god emperor. I'm not seeing things. He is about to be killed in 1 second by the great god Su Ming. Hey, Master Su Ming just waved his hand and moved a large number of monsters to our front. How amazing. This is a divine skill. You should be envious. 666, Master Su Ming is my eternal god. After returning to the city, I will beg the great god to give me an autograph for my hiding place, hee. Even the female warriors in the guild team were floating in the air. Even when they were killing monsters, they did not forget to glance at the great god Su Ming who was killing the low-health boss. Quick kill arrow. Hit me. After completing the final kill, Su Ming got what he wanted as he wished, one fragment of the origin artifact. Chapter 186 Chapter 186 The Origin Artifact, Refining Heaven Axe. Then comes the second most important, Mighty Horn. This wave of kills also brought more than 100 boost points in the rewards. As for the dropped upgrade materials, there are countless of them. Su Ming released the 3 little ones to help clean up the mess, and then sent them to his subordinates who were dealing with a large number of monsters. Looking up, there were still more than 3,000 monsters released by Booz, the ancient god emperor. He shook his head slowly, raised his hand, and sent out an arrow of destruction. The forking of the arrow of destruction shocked the monsters so much that the Black Shadow became even more crazy in panic. But struggling was useless. Even the flying monsters would instantly fall to the ground and be turned into boxes when touched by the arrows. Forget about the monsters that can't fly. Ah, the killing is over. Well, I am very satisfied with today's battle. Oh my god, let me breathe some fresh air. Huff huff. Master Su Ming, you're awesome. I want to change my job to become an archer. It's so fucking great to be able to follow Master Su Ming to this place. Long live Master Su Ming. We love you so much, Master Su Ming. At this time, all the Free City warriors who had received their spoils, both men and women, gathered around Su Ming. A great teleportation force was released, and everyone returned to the Free City together. As a result, as soon as Su Ming appeared, he was immediately surrounded by countless people. Su Ming himself opened his eyes wide. Oh my god, when did Liberty City produce 100,000 people? At this time, a royal city official ran out. Master of the Great Free City, welcome to your triumphant return. Since you have obtained the Mighty Horn, your title of City Lord has been automatically restored from the moment you entered the city. I am an official of your royal city. If I have anything to ask in the future, please let the Lord City Lord give me instructions. This official from the royal city, wearing the green official uniform of the ancient area, looked 5 points more handsome than Su Ming. At this moment, he was squinting his eyes and smiling to welcome Su Ming back to the city. There were countless envious and jealous eyes all around. These people came to line up to welcome him. Great God Su Ming. Great God Su Ming. Master Su Ming, I heard that you founded a guild. Please give us a chance to join the Free City Guild. Su Ming, we want to be your subordinates and fight to the death. Please lead us to become the #1 guild in the ancient region. It's so crowded. Soldier, your weapon poked me. It's not a big deal if you didn't kill him. You want to join the Liberty City Guild? I think your level is not high enough, brother. Why? You're already in a fight before the interview even starts. That shouldn't be the case. Brothers, please understand each other. Master Su Ming, Master Su Ming. Seeing this hot scene, Su Ming was also a little surprised. Then he suddenly remembered the words of the royal city official. Decisively handed over the difficult and troublesome matters to the officials for handling. He was led by a team of royal city guards. Entered a majestic building. Lord City Lord, this will be your exclusive palace from now on. Please let me know if there are any other aspects of the palace that need to be modified. Not for now. Lord City Lord, we have received a total of 23,873,228 applications for membership. After review by me, royal city officials, we found that there are 1,432,783 people who meet the requirements to join the Royal City Guild. May I ask if we will accept these pre-selected guild members? The ancient world is a world of gods. The guild forces and individual forces that poured in crazily already had very good foundations. In addition, Su Ming's Free City Guild recruits only the best of the best, the bravest of the brave. Hee, it seems like I, Su Ming, will make a fortune from this wave. If you want to get involved in the world, you need power. Although his god-chasing arrow has reached the level of skill specialization, he can shoot down any strong enemy with one arrow. But some work still cannot be done without the help of the crowd. After all, more hands make more fire. The joy of playing in a team can sometimes be overwhelming. Thinking of this, Su Ming no longer considered it and accepted the $1 million applicant with a wave of his hand. After all, they worked so hard and finally passed the test. It would be unacceptable not to collect it. In this way, Su Ming raised the first local big force in the ancient area. The 10 elders of the Liberty City Guild pay their respects to the great Master Su Ming. The 10 guardians of the Liberty City Guild pay homage to the great Master Su Ming. The 10 great officials of the Liberty City Guild pay their respects to the great God Su Ming. Finally, a high-pitched voice sounded. Free City Vice President Friday, meet the great Master Su Ming. At this time, Su Ming was overjoyed. Sitting on the throne of the City Lord, he rewarded those who had made contributions to the guild one by one. Afterwards, he received an exclusive mission from Royal City official. Master Su Ming, the points you have exchanged for your great achievements have already topped the King City's honor list. The total number of points is over 100,000, which has triggered the task of finding the origin artifact refining heaven axe. Do you want to accept it? When Su Ming heard this voice, he was immediately overwhelmed with joy. Building your own palace, establishing a guild, and establishing a great power, aren't they all for this moment? Although he came to the ancient world, he never forgot his original intention. I, the great Master Su Ming, came here with the original intention of making a fortune. Okay. That official from the royal city. I am here. I have not finished speaking yet. Lord City Lord, please continue to listen to me. Then you continue. Su Ming ate grapes and spit out the seeds, lying on the city lord's throne and listening to the servants. This royal city official is the leader of the 10 royal city officials. The 10 royal city officials are in charge of all royal city affairs, which are then summarized here by the royal city officials, and then relayed to Su Ming by the royal city officials. Their role, in addition to transmitting information from top to bottom, also includes triggering plots such as hidden missions. Master Su Ming, according to the reports from the detective guards in the city, the divine weapon Lian Tian axe has appeared on the bounty hunter mission list, and the one who published this list is the tyrannical fire force. Wait, you mean to say that tyrannical fire force is competing with me for the origin artifact? Well, Master Su Ming, you can understand it this way. Su Ming said without hesitation, then I will accept this task. You accepted the origin artifact refining heaven axe mission. Mission Introduction. The pork chop man, who is located at an unknown coordinate in the ancient divine realm, accidentally overheard the secret of the refining heaven axe. Subsequently, related forces were drawn into the vortex, and a fierce battle broke out in the ancient divine realm. Your mission is to find the whereabouts of the pork chop man and get some information about the artifact mission from him. This mission can be completed by dispatching guild forces or bounty hunters. Then, a teleportation scale line appeared in front of Su Ming. Chapter 187 Chapter 187 The 10,000-year-old boss, 9 Life Divine Fox. The deep portal appeared before his eyes. Well, the Free City Guild. I found it is finally useful now. Following a command. Under Su Ming's command, tens of thousands of guild warriors were teleported to the vast area of the ancient divine realm to search for the whereabouts of the mission character Pork Chop Man. Su Ming's arrangements were very precise and efficient. Half a day later, at the coordinates of the ancient divine realm, 2382, 3739, a god warrior from the Free City Guild pointed at a fat man who was chopping meat with a butcher knife and said, Master Su Ming, it's him. He is the pork chop guy you're looking for. The pork chop man had a toothpick in his mouth. When he saw Su Ming coming, he immediately smiled flatteringly. Lord City Lord, you are welcome to patronize my business. Spare ribs, lean meat, fatty meat, venison, pork, monster meat. Not only are the varieties of meat here complete, but they are also accurately segmented. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Pork chop man, you know I'm the city lord, so you should know what I'm here for. After saying this, Su Ming dismissed his men. Pork chop man seemed like a different person at this time. He approached Su Ming and said with confidence, Lord City Lord, in fact, I have long hoped that the local big forces can take over the origin artifact refining heaven axe mission. You paid Pork chop man a large sum of money. Portal, evil spirit bat cave. Looking at the portal in front of him, Su Ming frowned. Then he waved his hand, and dozens of powerful men from the Free City Guild immediately rose up from the desert. After assigning them tasks, he quickly entered the teleportation space. In the evil bat cave, countless evil bats hang upside down on the top wall of the cave, densely packed like gluttons. You have activated the God's Shield. This shield can provide 1,024 points of defense protection and has a certain chance of triggering the immunity effect for 600 seconds. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Influenced by the intruder, all these monsters, evil bats, suddenly woke up. And some of them had already flown to the vicinity of Su Ming who had entered the cave. They keep their heads out and are ready to attack any enemy that enters their home. In the chaos, Su Ming caught a glimpse of a golden treasure chest placed in the middle of the cave 500 meters away. Hey, there really is movement in here. 8 directions amp, flaming arrows. With a shout, Su Ming released his archery skills. 8 burning arrowheads suddenly appeared in the 8 directions around him. The arrowheads were spitting out flames, ready to clear out these evil bats at any time. God-chasing arrow. Almost at the same time, Su Ming began to take the initiative to clear out the monsters around him. You killed the evil bat and gained the power of the dark law. You killed 2 evil bats and gained the power of the law of darkness. You killed the evil bat X50 and gained the power of the law of darkness. After clearing out some of the monsters nearby, Su Ming moved forward. These evil bats became even crazier. but it's no use for them to wreak havoc. Protected by the flame arrow, Su-ming strode towards the location of the golden treasure chest. Squeak, squeaka. Large numbers of dark shadows and demon spirits were constantly being taken care of by the flaming arrows. After a while, Su-ming had gained some power from the law of darkness. But his target is the golden treasure chest. It's just that there are too many evil bats in the cave. Su-ming eliminated one wave, and another wave flew in from deeper inside the cave. The endless stream of moths flying into the flame allowed Su-ming to harvest more monsters. Just when he was approaching the mission object, golden treasure chest, a low demonic voice sounded. Damn human race, the ancient divine realm has been very busy recently and has disturbed the sleep of this demon king. Do you know your crime? As he spoke, the demon king's shockwave flashed over. The magic power blessed those evil bats, but it had a certain impact on Su-ming. At the same time, Su-ming was immune to the predatory behaviors of these evil bats. God-chasing arrow. Su-ming's divine arrow skill exploded. In the previous archery skills to deal with these monsters, Su-ming chose some powerful but not the strongest arrow skills. But the devil is about to appear. Su-ming's methods also upgraded. In front, where the arrow is flying, large numbers of monsters were affected by the murderous aura produced by the god's arrows and fell to the ground and died in large numbers. You killed the evil bat and gained the power of the dark law. You killed the evil bat and obtained. The effect of skill specialization is extremely good, but it is covered by the shockwave of the arrow force. A large number of monsters on the path of the god-chasing arrow were cleared out, and the effect was beyond Su-ming's imagination. Boo. Your god-chasing arrow hit Boo's 9-life fox, and the 9-life fox has 8 lives left. This reminder made Su-ming both surprised and not surprised. Unexpectedly, he actually met Boo's the 9-life fox. Not surprisingly, since the divine fox is the boss of the ancient divine realm, its boss ability will naturally not be too low. But even if the opponent had 9 lives, he could not withstand Su-ming's continuous shooting. After all, the power of the god-chasing arrow is there. With a few more waves of shooting, I think we'll be able to get the golden treasure chest and leave here. As the remaining power of the god-chasing arrow dissipated, suddenly a tied woman appeared next to Boo's 9-life fox. Something like a silk scarf was tied around the woman's teeth. She has a nice figure, but she was captured by the boss. At this moment, she was shaking her head desperately at Su-ming, as if signaling Su-ming not to approach the treasure chest. I'm here to save you. No, I don't know you. I'm not here to save you. But at this moment, the woman suddenly spoke. Warrior, I am the daughter of the official of the royal city, construction official. The golden treasure chest is a trap. Don't open it. Otherwise, you will be trapped by the smoke of the 9-life fox. Su-ming's eyes widened, revealing a confused expression. No way, this woman's mouth is stuffed with a silk scarf. How can she still make any sound? Strange things happen every year, but there are especially many today. Wait a minute. Officials in the royal city? Isn't that the official from the free city that he is protecting? This girl must be saved. Let's fight for the origin artifact quest. Bang. Several explosive arrows shot out from the bow. A 10,000-year-old boss, the 9-life divine fox, appeared in front of Su-ming in the form of a beast with a human body. Should I say it or not? This old Boo still has some charm. The upper body is dressed as a dancer, and in her hand she holds a fan with an intricately carved pattern and a particularly beautiful pattern. However, the lower part is in the form of a fox demon, with one of the 9 tails missing. There is no doubt that the tail was shot apart by Su-ming. Chapter 188. A single arrow decides the outcome. The origin artifact, the heaven refining axe. Hee. As soon as the 9-life divine fox appeared, the surviving evil bats around it suddenly disappeared without any warning. The space becomes clear. The atmosphere also became hazy and ambiguous. The 9-life fox holding an exquisite little fan cast seductive glances. Xiang Su-ming said, Warrior, may I invite you to open the treasure chest? After you get the treasure, please do not disturb my peace and quiet again. Su-ming knew that this boss was a mission boss. Mission boss must die. No need to even talk. An arrow was shot out. Die for me. At this moment, a group of strangers' voices suddenly came from behind. Boss, why are there so many dead bats on the ground? Oh, it's strange. There are piles of them, and some are even scorched by the flames. Oh no, someone has been here. Let's kill them. We will meet the mission boss later. Remember not to destroy the fan in her hand. The fan contains the secrets of the origin artifact. Yes, boss. In a trance, Su-ming's shadow suddenly disappeared in the same space. Boo's the 9-life fox was extremely surprised at Su-ming's glittering skills. But she couldn't care less about that now. The skills are still the same as before, but after releasing countless evil bats. The 9-life fox also displayed her boss skill, demonic charm, to the next group of forces entering the cave. You stinking fox, don't even think about luring me in. I'm the boss of a powerful and domineering force. How could I fall for your trick? Authoritative rage slash. Boss is mighty. Dragon roar. Long live Lord Fire. Ruinous blade. Booz has lost one of his tails. Boss, please try harder. Ahaha, we finally got ahead of Master Su Ming and took down this mission, boss. Just at this moment, a voice came from behind the stone pillars in the Darkbat cave. A voice came faintly. Really? The tyrannical fire force, are you sure you can deal with my Free City force? The nine-life fox was about to be deprived of its remaining tail. As long as her last tail is cut off, the nine-life fox will die without exception. The tyrannical fire force thought this would be an easy task. But no one expected that an archer would appear in the middle of the journey. Moreover, this archer looked extraordinary under the shining light, standing in the dangerous bat cave while being threatened by powerful forces. He also has to face the threat of boss's nine-life fox's skills, but he can still remain super calm and composed. Just this bit of courage is enough to make the powerful people from the domineering and powerful forces go crazy. Boom. You are immune to the skill diffraction of authoritative fury. Boom. You are immune to the skill diffraction of Dragon's Roar. Boom. You are immune to the skill diffraction of Ruinous Blade. Bang. You are immune to Boo's 9-life fox's elf blood recovery and your health damage is 0. This scene stunned the enemy. The boss of the tyrannical fire force, Heavenly Fire, shouted, "Not good. This archer is not simple. He is the great god Su Ming, the leader of the Free City force." Su Ming was discovered. Although this city lord has not yet ascended to the throne of the ruler, he founded the Free City. He has already been famous. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. As soon as the 4 words, Great God Su Ming, were uttered, the formation of the tyrannical fire force immediately fell into chaos. Don't panic, don't panic. If it's just Master Su Ming, our tyrannical fire force can still resist. At this time, Su Ming's mouth curled up and he smiled. The slightly raised right hand already had a shining winged divine arrow on it. Tian Minghua, I admire you as a god-level magician. You have cultivated your magic skills to nearly 10 mastery. You are amazing. So, I won't kill you. This guy is also good as a servant. But a lesson has to be taught. Who told you to snatch boss from me? Whoosh. The chasing arrow shot out dazzlingly. The arrow flashed with murderous intent, and the first target was the leader of the domineering fire force, Heavenly Fire. Your skill, God-chasing arrow, hits the target. Successfully, one of its power is triggered. The Destiny Fire has been hit hard and flew back to the ownerless city. Your skill, God-chasing arrow, hits the target too successfully. 2 of the power is triggered. Dumiahua has been killed. Night Sky Fire has been killed. Divine Light Fire has been killed. There is a rule for naming the members of this group of domineering and powerful guild. The last character of their names must be Fire. This is related to the evil god of flame they worship. In an instant, Su Ming's God-chasing arrow took the lives of the remaining people. When the God-chasing arrow flying in the air passed over Boo's 9-life divine fox, its triggered power just reached 100. You killed Boo's 9-life fox and obtained the quest item Charming Dance Fan, X1. After Su Ming took over the mission item, the ropes tied to the daughter of the royal city official disappeared, and she regained her freedom instantly. Master Su Ming, you are the lord of the Free City that my father mentioned. I did not know the identity of the Lord. Please forgive me, Master Su Ming. They're right here. Let's go in. At this time, another group of ignorant guys broke into the evil spirit cave. Boss. Hey, why is there a golden treasure chest here? Someone, open the treasure chest for me immediately and plunder the treasures inside. The intruder didn't know that the treasure chest was a trap. At this point, all of them had been hit and remained in the cave of Booz's 9-life fox forever. Liberty City. Officials of the Royal City. Master Su Ming, thank you for saving the daughter of one of my officials. Congratulations on getting this fan. You traded the item to the Royal City official. You obtained 1 fragment of Origin Artifact Refining Heaven Axe, several artifact spirits, and bounty. Royal City announcement. Master Su Ming has completed the first mission of finding the Origin Artifact. Let us all congratulate him. This news appeared in the form of a notice above Liberty City. All local forces and people who entered the Free City to do business saw the announcement. The entire Royal City was instantly in an uproar. Oh my god, Master Su Ming is so awesome. This mission is extremely difficult, but he actually managed to do it. I heard that several groups of powerful forces from the ownerless city who went there were all defeated there. Even the famous and domineering Fire family was wiped out. But the boss seems to be lucky and is still alive. Chapter 189. Chapter 189. The second stage of the mission of the Origin Artifact Lientian Axe. Hey, the reward for this mission is so high, so the danger and difficulty index are naturally high as well. But this is nothing to Master Su Ming. 666. Before the Free City was founded, even 10 major forces combined would not dare to take this mission. Now all other major forces have failed because of this. Only the Lord of our Free City has completed the first stage of the mission. I wish Master Su Ming a smooth journey. It's quite refreshing and satisfying. I was bullied by Boss 9 Lives Fox before, and I still have a scar on my hand left by the evil bat. Ha ha ha. Who told you to take on that porcelain job when you don't have the ability to do it? No, I accidentally entered the Batcave of the gods. Little E, hold up the target. Master, your arrow won't hurt me, right? Carrot. Don't worry, I've enabled the guard and attack immunity skills for you. You'll be fine. Ah, Master Su Ming, please don't bully us three little ones. We are so cute. How can you bear to let us hold the target and shoot arrows at you? The naughty Luo Lan immediately raised her elf arrow eyebrows and twisted her two beautiful eyebrows together. As a girl from the elf world, they are so unlucky to have accepted an evil arrow god like Su Ming as their master. But resistance was useless. In the end, under Su Ming's sweet talk, they still surrendered obediently. Carrot, it's not because I like it. Your god-chasing arrow has been blessed by the weapon spirit. Swish. The divine arrow was fired, bringing up a ray of divine light from the weapon spirit that only Su Ming could see. Chi. One arrow shot through 3 targets. The weapon spirit projected a huge ray of destructive light into Su Ming's field of vision. Your god-chasing arrow triggered 0.22 of weapon spirit damage. Bang. The test stone that was placed at the end of the row with the target was instantly shattered. 0.22 damage. Yay. This data aroused Su Ming's interest. Such a small amount of damage is enough to petrify the test into dust. It seems that the power of the magic arrow infused with the energy of the weapon spirit has been greatly improved compared to before. At this time, the cute and well-behaved Luo Lan refused to raise the target. Little Zhe flew to Su Ming's side with a fatherly voice and attacked with a head tilt. Ziling also chased after Su Ming for a hug. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you. Fortunately, the test of the power of the weapon spirit has been completed. The 3 little ones have made great contributions again this time. You have to reward them well. To this end, Su Ming ordered Xiaoyi, Ziling, and Luo Lan's favorite elf dishes at the most luxurious restaurant in Free City and rewarded them. Liberty City. At the royal city official wearing a green robe. Master Su Ming, since you have successfully completed the first phase of the Origin Artifact Refining Heaven Axe mission, the second phase of the mission bounty has now been opened. The mysterious employer is willing to offer a high price to hire you to complete this mission. What do you think, Master Su Ming? Su Ming was curious. He asked, after accepting the mission, all the benefits of the mission are mine. Even so, there are still people who hire me to complete the mission at a high price. Is there something wrong? Royal city officials saw that the great Lord Su Ming, the city lord, had doubts. Explained, Master Su Ming, every time you complete such a task, not only will it bring you rich rewards, but it will also unlock certain functions of the entire ancient god realm, allowing other major forces to benefit as well. So, Su Ming finally understood. I immediately clicked accept and accepted the second stage of the Origin Artifact Refining Axe mission. But I saw that the official of the royal city was suddenly in trouble. Su Ming asked again, what's the matter? Master Su Ming, may I ask you a question? Do you possess the power of the spirit of the weapon? Why are you asking? Yes, what's the matter? After hearing what Su Ming said, the officials in the royal city immediately smiled. Oh, it's settled. Master Su Ming, to be eligible to accept the second stage of the artifact mission, the recipient must possess the weapon spirit power. Su Ming opened the task scroll and took a look. Sure enough, there was a row of small gray words in the introduction. You already possess the power of a spirit weapon. Su Ming suddenly had a new understanding of the difficulty of the Origin Artifact mission. This is indeed a task of unprecedented difficulty. The Origin Artifact is related to the 6 Paths Divine Tower, and Su Ming must not miss any clues. If he had not obtained the energy of the weapon spirit when he killed the 9-life Divine Fox, then no one in the entire ancient divine realm will be qualified to take on the second stage of the mission. Now, under the walls of Liberty City's bounty list, a group of strong men have already gathered. Among them, there are those with the profession of ghost swordsman, those with the profession of divine swordsman, and even more those with the professions of archer and magician. Oh my god, this mission is too difficult. It's a 9-star difficulty again. Well, I guess even if this task is left for a year, there may not be anyone who can take it. The boss to be dealt with in this mission is a mad demon. The mad demon is the 1,000-year-old demon god. I think everyone should stop thinking about it. But the reward for completing the task is too tempting. As the saying goes, as long as the price is high, even the devil will work. Hee, our guild's qualifications are still not enough. Even if the whole guild develops for a year, we may not be able to complete a mission of this 9-star difficulty. Right at this moment. Announcement. The first-ranked task on the task list, task, has been accepted by Su Ming. Oh my, Master Su Ming is so awesome. The City Lord is our City Lord Su Ming. He accepted the mission with a difficulty of 9 stars. What level of god is he? Yes. I adore Great God Su Ming so much. I am so fascinated by Great God Su Ming. It is he who brings honor to our Free City forces again. Yeah. If I can sign up to go with Master Su Ming, I'd be willing to be his follower. Ha. In the last mission to kill the 9-life Divine Fox, all team members received extremely generous rewards. With such a good thing, of course everyone wants to sign up. Everyone, the City Lord's mansion of the Great God Su Ming has begun recruiting accompanying warriors. All the strong men from the local forces of the Free City can sign up. Inside the City Lord's palace. At this time, someone had already stepped on the threshold and broken it. There are too many people signing up. Because the first section of the Origin Artifact mission was successfully completed. All the participants who won the task received outstanding points and various rewards. Therefore, when the second phase of the task was issued, Su Ming, who has obtained the mission qualifications, is of course eligible to allocate some functional personnel according to the needs of his mission and go on the mission with him. Chapter 190. I am Tian Mingwo, and I am here to apologize to the Great God Su Ming. TSK, there are too many people who signed up. All of them are from the Free City Guild. As an official of the Royal City, I have no choice but to send my men to put up a sign at the gate of the City Lord's mansion. Warriors of the Free City Guild. Due to too many recruits, today's pre-selection is full. This official orders the second batch of applicants to come back tomorrow. Sorry, we will not accept them today. Then, Royal City officials followed Su Ming. Master Su Ming, look. How many qualified candidates are there? More than 100 people, all of them are experts in participating in the decisive battle between major forces. Some contestants have previously held high positions such as president or vice president. There are too many people. According to this requirement, those who do not meet the requirements will be crossed out. Those who are not blood cows do not. Those without damage reflection talent, don't. Non-life enhancing type, don't. Those who are not strong in blood recovery ability, it's better not to do it. After Su Ming's swipe, Royal City officials conducted another round of selection, and suddenly only 2 warriors who met the requirements for the mission were left. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Let's do it. We still have 4 days. Select 7 warriors and go with me to that place. The official in the Royal City was puzzled. Aren't there 8 people? Master Su Ming. I have already chosen the other person. It's Friday. Ahahaha. Master Su Ming chose me. Master Su Ming chose me. Great God Su Ming. Please accept my knee. Great City Lord. Great God Su Ming. Seeing his deputy so happy, Su Ming hit him on the head with a pillow and urged him, boy, don't be too happy too soon. Boo's bloodthirsty demon has human-like bloodthirsty skills. If you're unlucky, I can suck you dry in one wave. Are you still excited now? On Friday, I scratched my head with a lot of hair. He laughed happily and said, then I am not afraid either. I have you, the Great God Su Ming, to protect me. I will go to the battle on Friday this time. Yeah. After 10 powerful guild warriors were selected by Su Ming, Su Ming led them on the journey to Boo's. Although the danger index of this mission is several stars higher than the previous one, but these 10 warriors have all gone through Su Ming's hellish training. Any strong man from the Free City Guild would be a god-level existence who could stand on his own in the ancient divine realm. With the transmission, the group quickly found the area where Boo's the bloodthirsty demon was. This is a land of dead bodies walking on the ground. The reason is that the skull bones piled up on the hillside are as numerous as branches in the dense forest. At this time, a magician who was 3 times as handsome as Su Ming flew by. The magician didn't even look at the others. But when it flew past Su Ming, the magician was immediately frightened and immediately slowed down as if facing a great enemy. Hundreds of magicians immediately came up from behind. Stop. I order you all to stop. Do you hear me? Suddenly, a magician blocked the road in front, and hundreds of magicians were chasing from behind. Su Ming vaguely felt that something was wrong with the situation. Little magician, do you want me to save you? Found a shady place to sit down. Ignore the environment where skeletons are everywhere around you. Su Ming took out a pot of fine wine that burst out from Boo's and drank it happily. Master Su Ming, you probably forgot what happened in the evil spirit bat cave last time. My family's leader, Destiny Fire, S. injury has only just healed. Humph, the tyrannical fire guild of the ownerless city and your Free City Guild have finally formed a feud. There is also a fire character after this magician's name. Put together it means soul-stealing fire. Because his hair was too long and covered the front part of his face, Su Ming ignored it. It turned out to be his old enemy. Su Ming immediately understood everything. Oh, I thought it was some other force. Turns out it's the domineering fire guild again. Su Ming pinched his nose, smiled faintly, and drank. Then he handed the wine jug to his followers in the same guild. Su Ming's attitude of ignoring the other party immediately irritated the soul-stealing fire. Master Su Ming, I know that your divine archers are invincible, but we have more than 10,000 magicians coming to the ancient divine realm this time. If they discharge electricity at the same time, a bolt of magic electricity will be enough to send you to heaven. As for soul-stealing fire, it would not be wrong to place it anywhere in the ancient divine realm. But it doesn't work with Su Ming. Your divine skill, God-chasing arrow, has reached its peak state and can be fired at any time. Su Ming received the reminder. Not stopping for a second, directly gave the enemy a rush attack. God-chasing arrow, shoot them to death. At the same time, the brave and resourceful high-level wizard soul-stealing fire also commanded a large number of magicians from the tyrannical fire guild and locked all their lightning skills on a single target. The only target is the divine archer Su Ming. Evil spirit lightning technique. Expert lightning technique. Fire lightning technique. Flame demon lightning technique. At the same time, Su Ming's time and space travel has also been activated. He attacks with God-chasing arrow. Then time travel to avoid. There is almost no delay between the release of the two skills. Boom. After a very crisp sound, they instantly lost their target in front of the thousands of strong men from the tyrannical fire guild. And countless magicians' thunderbolts were released at the same time. Where Su Ming stood before, it was like a nuclear bomb. After the roar, a pit 100 meters deep appeared in front of the magicians. The magicians, led by soul-stealing fire, used their teleportation skills to rush over to check the situation at the pit entrance. Will Master Su Ming be killed in the explosion? With so many thunder and lightning falling at the same time, I'm afraid that there would be no corpse left. Our magician is pretty awesome, I have to say. Just as the enemies were surrounding the pit with pride and complacency, the god-chasing arrows seemed to pierce through from another dimension. First, he killed the magician leader, who was also the third person in the tyrannical fire guild, soul-stealing fire. Soul-snatching fire and the 7 or 8 followers around him were killed by the god-chasing arrow at the first moment. Next came the other magicians at the pit entrance. Their magic shields came into contact with the divine power of the god-chasing arrow. It collapsed immediately, as if an invisible needle had pierced their magic shield. For a while, the sounds of magic shields exploding and magicians howling filled the area filled with skeletons and corpses. After a few breaths, they arrived at a hillside. A mighty magician appeared in front of Su Ming, but he was extremely humble. I'm Tai Mingwo, and I am here to apologize to the great god Su Ming Carrot. Chapter 191 Chapter 191 Fate is tampered with. The destiny fire becomes a servant. Another god-level power. There was a misunderstanding between the tyrannical fire guild and Master Su Ming before. But fortunately we arrived in time and prevented further misunderstanding and harm. This god-level magician is not simple. He is the heavenly fire that Su Ming mentioned, who possesses 1/10 of the true god's magic proficiency. The destiny fire also learned that the soul-snatching fire mistakenly believed that Master Su Ming was an enemy of the guild. That's why they ambushed him on the corpse, which led to a huge misunderstanding. Tian Minghua, you don't practice your magic skills well, but come here to compete with me for the bloodthirsty demon. What's wrong with you? I saw that the other party was not only sincere, but also apologized as soon as we met. Su Ming, who originally wanted to shoot the other person to death with one arrow, also developed a somewhat playful liking for him. After all, last time in the 9-life Demon Fox's cave, he spared the other's life. Master Su Ming, it's a misunderstanding, a pure misunderstanding. Tai Mingwo wiped the sweat from his forehead. He continued to explain. If they knew that Master Su Ming was going to capture the bloodthirsty demon, the tyrannical fire guild would never compete with you. Others may not know, but how could I, Tai Mingwo, not know? It was you, Master Su Ming, who spared my life in the Fox Demon Cave. After hearing this, Su Ming's favorability towards the Destiny Fire increased by 1 point. Master Su Ming, I will lead the magicians of the tyrannical fire guild away from the corpse path and leave the ancient divine realm where the bloodthirsty demon is. The other party was about to turn around and leave, returning to the tyrannical fire guild's team. Su Ming shouted, wait, since you are here, I will give you a chance to kill the bloodthirsty demon's clone. Real. Destiny Fire's hand holding the magic scepter was shaking. As a peerless boss, even if you just kill one of its clones, you can get extremely generous rewards. Moreover, the tyrannical fire guild alone might not be strong enough to deal with the boss who possessed the global bloodsucking skill. But with Master Su Ming taking the lead, the situation is very different. Tisk, I'm just giving you a boss clone to destroy. No need to get so excited. But then again, all of you in the Tyrannical Fire Guild are high-level god-level magicians, and you have advantages in fighting against boss clones that other professions don't have. This is the primary reason why I chose you. Tai Mingwo knelt down decisively. Thank you, Master Su Ming, for your respect. I, Tai Mingwo, will definitely perform well. From now on, you will be our master. You gave me the Destiny Fire Resurrection Pill, X1. You successfully used fate tampering to bring Destiny Fire into your own faction, and its loyalty is 100. Use it to revive the Soul-Stealing Fire. Soul-Stealing Fire is the third brother of Destiny Fire. The 4 leaders of the Tyrannical Fire Guild are the Destiny Fire, the Soul Fire, the Soul-Stealing Fire, and the Flame Spirit Evil God. Now that their bosses have become Su Ming's servants, the other magicians were naturally incorporated into the Free City's forces, so we have to take care of our own people. Being given an expensive resurrection pill by Su Ming was nothing. Ahahaha. I'm dying. The great god Su Ming actually gave me a resurrection pill. My third brother has a request for me. Ahahaha. Seeing the Destiny Fire, he was so excited as if he had found a treasure, and returned to the magician team in a hurry. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Then he summoned Friday to his side. Master Su Ming, we have discovered many vampire monsters ahead, numbering over 1,000. Give the order to have the Tyrannical Fire Guild send out some of their forces to form a team with our people to destroy these blood monsters. Yes, Master Su Ming. In the time it takes to drink a cup of hot tea, a mixed team appeared in front of Su Ming. Kill. Affected by Boo's Bloodthirster. There are especially many blood monsters in the entire monster area. On Friday, they discovered thousands of monsters. Under Su Ming's command, Soul Fire and Soul-Stealing Fire led the magicians to join the team and first rushed towards the blood monsters. And Su Ming had dealt with a few lone monsters. Talking to Tai Mingwo, the leader of the Tyrannical Fire Guild. He has already brought Destiny Fire under his command, and now the other party has become a 100 loyal god-level magician's thug. Tai Mingwo, you are my son now. Let's start the group. The magician Destiny Fire is open to team. Please select whether to add it. Mage Tai Mingwo has been pulled into the team. The strongman XXX from the Tyrannical Fire Guild has been pulled into the second-level team, qualified to pick up equipment. Tai Mingwo was instantly excited when he saw that Master Su Ming not only invited him to form a team, but also brought members of the Tyrannical Fire Guild into the team. What are you standing there for? Go pick up some equipment. These blood monsters are most likely to drop blood-sucking skill books, equipment, and items that can resist the bloodthirsty boos. Yes, Master Su Ming. It will only take a short while. The Destiny Fire returned to Su Ming. Master Su Ming, I picked up a total of 7 blood-related equipment. 5 pieces of bloodthirsty ring fragments, 1 ancient divine bracelet, and a blood-controlling scepter. It belongs to the magic spirit god. These equipments are of certain use to magicians, and they are all treated as treasures. But in Su Ming's eyes, they are just a bunch of fun colors. To put it bluntly, this equipment is not even worthy of Su Ming's attention. Well, congratulations. At this moment, the sound of the 10,000th monster being plundered came into Su Ming's mind. Your team has killed 10,000 blood monsters, triggering the ancient divine power. Boo's the bloodthirsty demon has appeared in the ancient divine domain, coordinates unknown. Look, there are so many magicians here. Oh, no way. No way? Has this place been conquered? Hey, magician over there, who's the boss? Have you killed the Boo's bloodthirster? A large and well-equipped strange force suddenly appeared in this area using teleportation magic. As soon as they arrived, see the equipment all over the floor, as well as magicians, archers, and others who were picking up equipment. The leader immediately came out to make a speech. The Destiny Fire is so stunning at first sight. Oh no, enemies always come together. The enemy who wants to unify the world is here. What kind of force is this unification of the world? Su Ming asked calmly. He saw Tai Mingwo was frightened like this. He immediately chuckled. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid. I'm here. Just tell me what you want to say. I'll protect you. After all, he has already accepted the other party as his younger brother. And they are servants with 100 loyalty. Su Ming will not suspect their evil intentions. This ancient land is really full of gods, and high-level spirits are everywhere. The problem is that the enemies use teleportation to collectively appear in this Boo's area at a very sensitive time. After all, the Unify the World Guild is also a powerful force with distinctive characteristics. Chapter 192 Chapter 192 All exploded and killed. The ultimate god-level boss is a bloodthirsty demon. The Tyrannical Fire Guild is made up of god-level magicians, while their guild is made up of god-level warriors. Especially the chairman of the association, Lao Jiu, the deputy chairman, hit him with a club. Their spiritual god level and skill expertise are no less than that of Tyrannical Fire. I heard that some time ago, Benye also got the terrifying warrior skill Dragon Snatcher. This magical skill can catch people from a distance of 100 meters. Once the skill is released, you can instantly snatch any target in front of you. Combined with the warrior's radical instant kill skill, it can kill a person in 2 seconds, so fast that it makes people smack their lips. Master Su Ming, they. Just as Tai Mingwo was speaking, a laugh suddenly came from Ban Yi. Ha ha ha, Tai Mingwo, aren't you injured? You cunning fox, you brought the magicians from the domineering fire guild here to eat alone. What a narrow road for enemies. Tai Mingwo gave an awkward smile. After all, the distance between the enemy and our side is too close now. Within a range of 500 meters, it is very easy to be caught by the opponent's dragon snatcher. The magician is a ranged attacker and can only exert his power if he keeps a distance. Destiny Fire. Seeing that Tai Mingwo had nothing to say, Ban Yi became even more arrogant. Hey, Tai Mingwo, you actually hired an archer? Interesting. Magicians and archers should be in competition. If you recruit such a talented person, aren't you afraid that the team will be out of coordination? How can they cooperate with each other? Stupid thing. So noisy. Who is it? Who dares to scold the third chairman for being noisy? Ban Yi has a very high opinion of himself. As a demigod warrior, the Unify the World Guild he leads can almost suppress the Bideo Fire Guild in the ownerless city. At this moment, the leader of the magicians, Tai Mingwo, was seen standing next to Su Ming. He thought he could take advantage of the mistake, but he was instantly defeated. Su Ming didn't indulge him either. Unlimited firepower big explosion. It was directly given to a semi-god warrior named Ban Yi to possess. Your divine talent, unlimited firepower, is triggered successfully. Your divine skill, Burst Arrow, was successfully released. Your divine skill Destiny Usurpation was successful, and the member XXX of the Unify the World Guild has been killed. Your God-Chasing Arrow was successful, and the member of the Unify the World Guild XXX has been killed. Your Ice Soul Arrow was successful, and the member of the Unify the World Guild XXX has been killed. Unparalleled hand speed, coupled with the domineering arrow skill. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen high-level warriors had already been killed. After a series of amazing operations, the semi-god warrior named Ban Yi. Suddenly, 40 or 50 high-level fighters around him were all wiped out. He was the only one left standing there alone. Ban Yi was numb instantly. Hey, my brother, how could you be killed in an instant by this archer? Where did this guy come from? How can the power of the bow and arrow skill be so abnormal? It kills instantly with one touch. So scary. Demigod warrior, let me send you on your way with one arrow. As soon as he finished speaking, another arrow was shot out of thin air. There was a bang the moment the tip of the arrow touched the target. The leader of the guild named Ban Yi suddenly turned into a whimpering breath and disappeared in the ancient boss area. Master Su Ming is so amazing. Oh my god, I thought the magician guild was in big trouble. With the help of Master Su Ming, our big troubles have been eliminated. Master Su Ming is awesome. I like him so much. Yeah. Master Su Ming has helped our tyrannical fire guild to eliminate the arrogance of the guild that wanted to unify the world. That's incredible. I want to have children for Master Su Ming. 9 monkeys. A level 2 spirit magician from the tyrannical fire guild picked up the top-grade warrior equipment beside him and smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. We have obtained so much equipment without fighting. Now we are rich. What can this guy Ban Yi use to fight against our tyrannical fire guild? Rely on power. Can he defeat our boss, the great god Su Ming? Ugh. Long live the great god Su Ming. TSK, this time the Yai-Tongxiangxia guild will change its name to Yai-Tongxiangxia. If you ask me, Master Su Ming's archery skills are the best. His group shooting is even more powerful than a mortar. Oh my god, he's so awesome. Su Ming had his men pick up the equipment, props, and other items that were looted from the enemy forces of the tyrannical fire guild. At the same time, he discovered that his skill, God-Chasing Arrow, had also evolved. Your divine skill, God-Chasing Arrow, triggers the evolution of the spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon level is promoted to First Order. The attack power increases by 365 points, the movement speed increases by 12.6, and there is a certain chance to trigger the Bloodlock effect and Stun effect. Su Ming didn't care much about other triggers, but the movement speed increases. It means that he can shoot more powerful arrows per unit time. At any time, all he had to do was shoot. Before the enemy even gets close, he will be killed by his skills. Whether it is a group fight or a one-on-one fight, we are not afraid of anyone coming. Time travel. After landing, Su Ming discovered that his movement speed had indeed increased. Oh no, it's really not touching. It should be said that after dealing with the disturber, Su Ming's ears were very quiet at this moment. And the luck is also extremely good. Because the moment he landed, he found that the mission boss, the bloodthirsty demon, had appeared in a huge stagnant swamp. Mom, What is this booze? Why soak in water? Oh my god, I'm going to faint. Just see. A ferocious beast, more than 30 meters tall, stood in the center of the stagnant swamp. Around it are countless water-based vampire monsters. They have webbed feet for swimming, and they can fly through the water as fast as they walk on land. And on Booze's head, in addition to a pair of horns, the most impressive thing is the suction cup-like swallowing mouth on the corner of its mouth. This thing, if you add some color to it, will become a whirlpool of abyss that can suck almost anything into its stomach. Combined with the 6 arms of Boss, are you sure this isn't Neza who turned into a monster? It's on fire. This is the ultimate god-level boss of the mission, the Bloodthirster. At this moment, Su-Ming ordered the Destiny Fire to drive the enemies of the Unify the World Guild into the stagnant water swamp. He himself did not issue an annihilation order. But these high-level warriors did not give up struggling even when they were forced to the water's edge by the Magician's Guild. They thought their chance to escape had come, and they attacked the vampire monsters in the swamp. Chapter 193 The battle begins. The art of dividing the battlefield. After all, killing water monsters is better than dealing with a large group of magicians who have mastered long-range attack skills. This is a good idea under normal circumstances. But no, it seems like I've got it in the wrong place. Furious Flame Slash. Fatal Blow. Phantom Assassination. You are being glared at by the Holy Waterhound, and your hatred value increases by 1,000 points. You are being glared at by the 8-legged Mad Crocodile, and the hatred value increases by 1,000 points. You are being glared at by the Divine Water Python, and the hatred value increases by 1,000 points. Besides, Su-Ming, Destiny Fire, who was also looking towards the swamp, withdrew his gaze. He said to his master Su-Ming, if this continues, the Unify the World Guild will soon be wiped out. Master Su-Ming, I, Tai Mingwo, request to go into battle. It's time to deal with the boss bloodthirsty demon. Look at it. It's in the middle of the water, commanding the surrounding monsters to kill the warriors near the water. This boss is too arrogant. Well, no hurry, no hurry. Let these monsters fill their stomachs first. Su-Ming Feng said calmly. Damn, the master is the master. Even the thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Tai Mingwo smiled awkwardly, accepted Su-Ming's suggestion, and continued to watch the battle. Soon, the last, mighty god of war, of the Unified World Guild fell. Hundreds of thousands of monsters densely packed in the water heard Boo's roar. They began to flock to the shore. They can swim in the water and fight on land. There are tens of thousands of monsters hatched by the bloodthirsty demon Boos, and they have survived in this ancient divine land for tens of thousands of years. Its fighting power is so strong. Only high-level shield masters, warriors, magicians, and other strong ones can deal with it. Well, the time for war has come. These bloodthirsty monsters will be dealt with by the strong men from the Free City wearing Blood Bowl equipment. Your Magician Guild team will be in the middle, and the archers from the Free City Guild will be at the end. Form a battle formation in echelons and destroy these millions of monsters. Yes, Master Su-Ming. I understand, Master Su-Ming. Understood, Master Su-Ming. After issuing the annihilation order, Su-Ming's gaze began to look into the distance. That place is the paradise for the bloodthirsty Boos. Located in the center of the dead water swamp, it is currently aiming its magic eye at Su-Ming for a Boo's scan. Seeing this scene, Su-Ming also put down everything around him. He used the fighting spirit bestowed by the 6 Paths Divine Tower and injected it into his world-destroying Divine Bow. It's time to fight. This is the Dead Water Battlefield. Mission Battlefield, Dead Water Swamp. Mission Objective, find and kill Boos, the bloodthirsty demon, and plunder the origin artifact, the Refining Heaven Axe Fragment. At this time, wind and clouds came together, and dark clouds pressed down on the city. The entire swamp battlefield was filled with the roars of monsters and the shouts of warriors. Even the magicians and archers who were ranged attackers let out soul-stirring shouts. Kill them all and loot the bloodthirsty equipment. Look, the first wave of water-type bloodthirsty monsters has fallen at the edge of the swamp. Well, with the great Su-Ming in command, we can win this battle. I never doubted that. Obey the call of the great god Su-Ming, obey the command of the great god Su-Ming, and kill them. Even though the entire stagnant swamp had turned into a battlefield, Su-Ming remained motionless. The fingers that were holding the arrow feathers felt slightly numb. Probably because I kept the same action for too long. The skill, Edge Blast Arrow, has already been aimed at Boo's Bloodthirster. Come on, let's make the battle more intense. Edge Blast Arrow, shoot this monster to death. Bang. Your divine skill, Explosive Arrow, was released successfully. The target has been locked. The distance is 15,000 meters. The showdown has begun. Your divine skill, Explosive Arrow, successfully hits the target. Boom. Hit. Boom. Hit. Critical hit. Severe hit. Movement speed deprivation. Fire damage. Boo's Bloodthirsty Demon. At this time, Su Ming's skills had a huge destructive effect on the target. However, Booze, the bloodthirsty demon, who can recover blood by rolling in the water, will not fall so easily. But this did not affect Su Ming's shooting pleasure at all. The exhilarating shooting continued to intensify his desire to strike. There are also various special effects being triggered continuously. Suddenly, Booze the bloodthirsty demon launched a counterattack. As soon as its hippopotamus rolling river skill was unleashed, the entire dead water swamp instantly turned into a red river. No, it's a river of blood. What's even more terrifying is that a tall altar rose in the blood river. The 5 avatars summoned by the Booze were already sitting on the stone pillars of the altar. The eyes dripping with liquid kept rolling, and the hatred was ignited like anger. You have been targeted by the bloodthirsty demon amp, clone, and your hatred value has increased by 50 points. You have been targeted by the bloodthirsty demon amp, clone 2, and your hatred value has increased by 50 points. Destiny Fire, Friday. I am here. Do you remember what I told you when we were selecting heroes and warriors to participate in the mission in Liberty City? Master Su Ming, you said you would leave a few boss clones for us to deal with. Yes, now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Each of you will lead a team to deal with the 5 clones of the bloodthirsty demon. As for the real body of Booze the bloodthirsty demon, I will plunder it myself. Remember, Booze's clone has 100 of Booze's force at certain times, so you have to be smart when dealing with it. Friday and Destiny Fire looked at each other. Then the former raised the Archangel's sword, and the latter raised the high-level magic scepter. They responded one after another. Understood, Master Su Ming. Friday, a great swordsman, put on his heavy armor. He turned around, raised the Archangel's sword, and shouted, Brothers, follow me. Possess the Destiny Fire of the Magician Amp, Sorcerer Realm. At this time, he also led a powerful team of high-level mages and swept to the stagnant water swamp on the other side. Plus Su Ming's own time and space travel. The battlefield was divided into 4 parts in total. The Booze facing Su Ming, the bloodthirsty demon, is the most deadly part. Of course the boss has to deal with it himself. Master Su Ming, you are finally here. I got the news about you from the Royal City officials. Originally, the prey kidnapped by the 9-life demon fox would allow me to get more information from the Royal City officials. Chapter 194 Chapter 194 Bloodthirsty Demon. Your heaven refining axe is fake, Shura Blood Shadow. But, hey, it's the same even if you come. I will kill you and personally wipe out all the forces of the human race in the ancient divine realm. The battlefield in the surrounding stagnant swamp has become increasingly intense. The shouting seemed to fill the valley. But for Su Ming, all he had eyes for was Booze, the bloodthirsty demon. As for other noises, they were all ignored. Bloodthirsty demon, it turns out that this dead water battlefield is your boss's lair. You hit it so well. That's right, but if the word death in Assisi is changed to she, wouldn't it be more appropriate? Su Ming frowned. Blood swamp. Ha, Master Su Ming, you are very smart. At this time, Booze the bloodthirsty demon had already raised a battle axe. The color, shape, and edge of the axe. They are somewhat similar to the Booze reward that Su Ming had obtained before, Origin Artifact Refining Axe Fragment. The battle axe strengthens Booze's attack form. The bloodthirsty demon's violence was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the stagnant water around it also began to emit gurgling bubbles. The evil aura rolled towards Su Ming like a dark cloud. Booze is about to attack. Heaven Refining Axe? Su Ming called out the name of the battle axe held in the hand of Booze the bloodthirsty demon in shock. His eyes were full of astonishment and illusion. Hee, Master Su Ming, you have a very sharp eye. You actually recognized my heavenly refining axe. This is impossible. Haha, there must be something fishy going on here. After all, Su Ming had already looted a heavenly axe fragment long before the war began. In the Origin Artifact quest, he needs to collect all the fragments before he can fuse them into the exclusive artifact of the Refining Heaven Axe. It is an exclusive artifact, and there will never be one more or one less fragment of it. The ancient divine realm is cruel and ruthless, and there are no so-called bugs in fighting against bosses. Bloodthirsty demon, your heaven refining axe is fake. Su Ming, who discovered the truth, quickly awakened the divine shield. Then he bent the bow and drew the arrow in a second. Exquisite arrow. Give it to me. Bang. The arrow flashed and cut through the water like a deadly hook. A stream of blade shadows floated up and attacked the Booze King monster at a height of 30 meters. At the same time, the opponent's Refining Heaven Axe also made a whooshing sound. 2 axe shadows attacked Su Ming, and the other attacked the Linglong arrow shot out by Su Ming. But Su Ming's shooting speed was so fast that the opponent predicted there would only be 3 arrow shadows. In fact, Su Ming shot out a total of 5 arrow shadow streams. Then he turned around and summoned the shadow move skill to avoid the attack from the axe shadow. Bang! Your divine skill exquisite arrow destroyed the demon's heaven refining axe. Your divine arrow skill annihilated refining heaven axe shadow x2. Su Ming spoke excitedly. The figure stopped instantly. The next second, he landed on a boulder that emerged from the Deadwater Swamp, where he was fighting against Booze the bloodthirsty demon. See if you can dodge my remaining 2/7 deadly arrows. Ouch! Booze the bloodthirsty demon roared madly. 2 clones were dispatched from the battlefield to provide reinforcements. Friday and Destiny Fire, who were fighting against Boo's clones, suddenly missed their attacks. They looked around in horror for the whereabouts of Boo's clone. Suddenly, he discovered that his clone had landed near Master Su Ming. Master, the bloodthirsty demon's clone is coming. Be careful. Master Su Ming, be careful in front of your left. The phantom is attacking you. Boo. Dash, drown once. Dash, drown twice. Your divine arrow skill, exquisite arrow, hits all targets successfully. Successfully killed Boo's clone, 7, with Linglong arrow. Successfully killed Boo's clone, 6, with Linglong arrow. Well, this Booz is indeed a powerful one. He actually used 2 Booz clones to knock down my last 2 Linglong arrows. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with fire. The fighting spirit is instantly strengthened. I haven't encountered such a powerful boss in a long time. The long-lost pleasure of killing with a bow and arrow suddenly appeared in my mind. Then let's kill them to our heart's content. God-chasing arrow. 1 arrow split into countless forks, and countless little monsters rushing towards Booze the bloodthirsty monster were in trouble instantly. After being harvested one by the forked arrows, Su Ming now had the bloodthirsty will of 5,274 monsters in his hands. Your divine skill plundered the monster, XXX, and the power of blood law increased. Your divine skill plundered the monster, XXX, and the power of blood law increased. Your divine skill plundered the monster, XXX, and the power of blood law increased. Well, it's time for the final battle. Su Ming obtained these laws and wills in order to strengthen the ultimate arrow. Let his world-destroying divine bow be integrated with the will of the blood law. Then shoot a fatal arrow to plunder the health of Boo's bloodthirster. Monsters absorb moisture. Monsters absorb moisture. Monsters absorb moisture. At this time, a bloodthirsty demon sucked waves of monsters to his side to protect himself from damage. He saw that no matter how many waves of monsters he absorbed, they would be shot to death by the god-chasing arrow in the next second. Booze the bloodthirsty demon released the dragon shadow light to protect himself. At this time, the entire fighting demon battlefield. The equipment dropped by tens of thousands of bloodthirsty monsters shone with golden light, covering the sky and earth, and was everywhere. The strong men from the Tyrannical Fire Guild and the men from the Free City Guild led by Su Ming all needed time to deal with this batch of explosive items. Time and space ring. Explode. Your time-space ring has triggered the time-space delay effect, time limit 60s. Bang! As the time and space delay effect appears, the warriors in the battle finally had time to deal with the dropped items all over the ground. Wow, I'm rich. I've already picked up 3 packages, so I think we can squeeze in some more if we squeeze a little. Congratulations. I never thought that I could gain so much just by following Master Su Ming on the boss battlefield. It's really cool. 666. So many equipment, so many good things. Master Su Ming is not lying to me. The more powerful the monster, the more and more abnormal the drops. Ha ha ha. After a while, the work was finally done. So Friday and Destiny Fire are fighting with the remaining Booze clones. Immediately send a secret message to Su Ming. Well, Booze, bloodthirsty devil, your clones have been stopped by my forces. I wonder who can come to your aid. As soon as Su Ming said this, the bloodthirsty demon instantly entered berserk mode. It is the boss skill, Ashura Blood Shadow. Shura Blood Shadow. Bang, bang, bang. A chaotic backwater swampland. Countless Shura Blood Shadow ghosts were summoned. Chapter 195 Chapter 195 The Origin Artifact Leontian Axe comes to an end. Sublimate the world-destroying bow, Annihilation. They pierce, suck blood, and flash with axes. Quickly knock down a group of human warriors. What's more terrifying is, these Ashura Blood Shadows can actually inject the power of the blood soul law that they have plundered into their master, the bloodthirsty demon, an enhanced bloodthirster. He immediately regained his majestic flesh and blood. The strong arms and shoulders, the bloody muscles became extremely rugged. The shadow fiend instantly appears above the bloodthirster's head. This is a shadow demon with devouring power. Released instantly, the shadow demon in humanoid soul form enveloped Su Ming, wreaking havoc. The huge devouring shadow is very terrifying. That's it. Su Ming was not in a hurry. Use indestructible arrow body to strengthen yourself. Then, several beams of arrows were shot into the chaotic sky. Each arrow was not aimed at any target. It was like a brilliant firework flying into the sky, rushing to the top with a beam of light, and then suddenly exploding. Then, countless forked arrows transformed into flash bombs, which surrounded these shadow stream demon souls in reverse and melted them instantly. The evil spirit disappeared. The shadow stream is gone. Boo's bloodthirsty demons, Ashura blood shadow, skill has been completely broken. Seeing this scene, the great swordsman Friday immediately raised the archangel sword and shouted to the warriors, "Brothers, the great god Su Ming has eliminated all the shadow demons that threaten the great forces. The Boo's bloodthirsty demon is no longer able to make a comeback. Quickly concentrate your firepower to eliminate these monsters." Tian Minghua was also infected by the iron-blooded atmosphere of the battlefield. The magic scepter was raised high. As the supreme magician leader of the ownerless city, he spoke to his subordinates. "Brothers, proud magicians, gather your magic will and strike back at Boo's the bloodthirsty demon. Collective spell Hell Flame. Collective spell Dragon Lightning. Collective spell Frozen Tsunami." The magicians are also very powerful. They were crispy though, but he was well protected by the warriors of the powerful forces in the free city. Therefore, magicians can use combination skills without any worries. That is, it deprives Boo's of his health. The bloodthirsty demon was left helpless again. After all, even the powerful boss skill, Ashura Blood Shadow, was broken by Su Ming. If you are unable to replenish your deterrent power during the time when a skill vacuum is formed, then even the most powerful boss would only be beaten. Destroy it, you bloodthirsty devil. Your vampire skills are so weak. Your divine arrow skill has successfully loaded unlimited firepower. Your divine arrow skill releases the god-chasing arrow and successfully hits the target. Boo's bloodthirster has fallen into a state of emptying his health bar. The violent power is forced to activate. Dash, fast light arrow, dash, meteor arrow. Critical hit. Thump. Petrochemical. Blood rage. Followed by a flash of extremely intense light. Boo's, the bloodthirsty demon, let out a century-long dragon roar and finally fell down. At this point, the Origin Artifact Refining Axe mission has finally come to an end. You killed Boo's bloodthirsty demon and gained the power of Blood Shadow Law. You killed Boo's bloodthirster and got Heavenly Axe Fragment X1. Su Ming walked over and checked what the Boos had dropped, and several inconspicuous treasure chests were also rolled into the package. Then he flew back to the Deadwater altar in an instant. Help your subordinates and the tyrannical fire mage to destroy those annoying blood-sucking monsters. Master Su Ming, congratulations on completing the ultimate attack on the bloodthirsty demon. Ahahaha, Master Su Ming, this mission is finally completed. I wish you can get the fragment of the Refining Heaven Axe. So exciting, so satisfying. Next time there is such a world-class demon fighting scene, please, Master Su Ming, please leave a fighting position for me. Hey, you guys finally know the fun of starting a group. After clearing out the remaining blood-sucking monsters, all the strong men from the Free City Guild immediately stopped fighting. All the monsters have been killed and the battlefield has been cleared. The gentle breeze makes people feel refreshed. Announce this, the battle is over. Su Ming gave an order. Destiny Fire and Friday speak at the same time. Master Su Ming has spoken. The battle is over. Brothers, maintain a strict formation and run into the teleportation matrix back to the city. Teams of magicians, warriors, swordsmen, assassins, and priests lined up in neat rows. With their gains from the battle, they left the Deadwater Swamp battlefield satisfied. In an instant, no one was left. Well, what are the ingredients of those treasure chests just now? Su Ming saw that the Deadwater altar had become empty. Driven by curiosity, summon the treasure chests that exploded from Boo's bloodthirster from the package. These treasure chests seemed to be made of ebony and were inlaid with several golden dragons. But because it exploded in a place like Deadwater Swamp, the treasure chest was covered with a layer of mud and water, hiding its brilliance. Because of this, the treasure chest did not attract any special attention. You opened 4 epic treasure chests. Meteorite iron, top grade, appeared in treasure chest X1. Gilded stone, top quality, appeared in treasure chest X2. Sunken wood, top quality, appeared in treasure chest X3. Treasure chest X4 appeared fortune pearl, large. Universal sage, stone, X5. What is going on? Huh, this is what the epic treasure chest dropped? Could it be that I was fooled? Su Ming, who didn't know the truth, immediately opened the heavenly eye of the Six Paths Divine Tower. Then a semi-illusory, divine furnace appeared in front of him. A vague object automatically flew out of the package and filled the divine furnace. I still need 5 origin artifact refining axe fragments to upgrade the world-destroying bow, annihilation. Do you want to exchange them for Universal Sage's Stone? As soon as this reminder sounded in my mind, Su Ming felt as if he had been electrocuted. There is a tingling feeling transmitted through the nerves in the brain. The next second, he realized he had found a treasure. Really, the little girl Zi Ling transformed into a beautiful elf and flew out from the divine space. As soon as she saw the divine furnace, transformed by the power of the Six Paths Divine Tower, she immediately understood everything. Dad, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and fill in the Universal Philosopher's Stone, nervous face. Su Ming smiled awkwardly and said, Xiao Xiling, don't make trouble. Of course, Dad will do this. After saying that, Su Ming generously filled the gap in the void refining with 5 Philosopher's Stones. Chapter 196, The World-Destroying Divine Bow, Drowning. The Divine Boss, Iron-Blooded Demon Lord. Congratulations on your successful fusion. Your Universal Sage's Stone has successfully fused 5 heavenly axe fragments. The world-destroying divine bow in his hand also entered the corresponding position in the refining furnace. Fusion. For a moment, dark clouds converged, all directions shook, and the world flickered. Countless wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and various energy laws flashed and raged in the sky. Amidst the ever-changing situation, congratulations on fusing into the world-destroying divine bow, annihilation. You have gained the power of the law of origin. Compared to the bow of the gods, the overall attributes of the origin artifact are increased by 64, and the movement speed is increased by an additional 15. The power of the law of origin is 24/99999. Note: every 10,000 power of the law of origin can increase the power of annihilation by 10. Su Ming was stunned. He swallowed very hard. Origin artifact. I was able to deal with the annihilation bow that possessed the power of the law of origin so easily. It's so fucking exciting. Su Ming was extremely excited. Immediately raised the world-destroying divine bow, annihilation. He wanted to try the artifact that was blessed with the power of the law of origin and the power of annihilation. Target, Deadwater Swamp, altar. Shoot for me. It was just an ordinary arrow shot with a skilled technique. The target is no more than 1,500 meters away. The altar has a circumference of about 500 meters in diameter. Under the bombardment of the powerful force of the storm arrow, this huge sacrificial building collapsed with a loud roar in an instant. The pulverized building facade no longer exists, but it raised a cloud of dust as high as 100 meters. Well, the power of annihilation is indeed extraordinary. Just shooting an ordinary arrow can actually destroy the Bu's altar made of iron-hard divine soil. Su Ming knew that he had made a fortune. The brocade-robed night god is not his style. He was going back to Liberty City. What a beautiful scenery. Teleport. A loud shout. Su Ming was the last one to enter the teleportation array back to the city. After a flash of light, he appeared in Freedom Square. Oh wow, Master Su Ming is back. He's back in the city. Master Su Ming, we will find you later. Why did you come back so late? The banquet is ready. Master Su Ming, shall we start the feast now? Master Su Ming, I heard that you led the Free City Guild to wipe out the lair of the Bu's bloodthirsty demon. What artifact did you obtain? Warrior, well done, you finally came back alive. In the lively crowd, not only did he receive greetings from his own guild's minions, even those local forces who are specifically responsible for issuing missions, such as officials in the royal city, rich businessmen, kidnapped by Bus, and mysterious people. They also stood in the crowd and surrounded Su Ming tightly. At this time, Su Ming just wanted to use a song to express his feelings. Your enthusiasm is like a fire. It makes me feel dizzy. Everyone stop arguing. The crowd suddenly quieted down, and the next second a royal city official in a green official robe came in from the sidewalk. As soon as he saw Su Ming, he immediately performed the etiquette of a subordinate meeting his superior. City Lord, your subordinate, royal city official, has received news that you have exceeded the mission of seizing the origin artifact refining Heaven Axe fragment. And by the way, I also completed the next stage of the Fusion Refining Axe mission. This is really cause for celebration. Royal City officials are Su Ming's subordinates. But in the Free City, he is a dominant being. His words represent the authority of the Free City. After hearing this authoritative introduction, everyone in the square suddenly woke up from their dream. No wonder Master Su Ming couldn't utter a word. It turns out to be exciting. After understanding the truth, everyone became excited again. Shouts, roars, and cheers suddenly mixed together. The Free City Square seemed to have become the most prosperous and lively gathering place for powerful people in the ancient divine realm. Official from the royal city, besides this, do you have anything else to say to me? After accepting everyone's blessings, Su Ming asked directly. Yes, Lord City Lord. I wonder if you have heard of the Unify the World Guild. These words from the royal city official also attracted the attention of Tian Minghuo and Friday, especially the former. His overbearing fire guild is a sworn enemy of the one and only guild. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to use the force of my destiny fire to counter the opponent. Using the world-destroying divine bow of the great god Su Ming, he blew up all the new forces of the Unify the World Guild in one wave. Even their leader fell under the divine arrow. Could it be that the Unify the World Guild has resurrected? Resurrection through a corpse? Master Su Ming, what do you mean? Do you recognize this guild? Only then did Su Ming talk about that matter. The whole story of the zombie war was revealed to the royal city officials. The latter nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and then continued. No wonder, Master Su Ming, this is what happened. It turns out that the Unify the World Guild is protected by a certain god, Booze. After Su Ming annihilated and unified the world, triggered the hatred of a certain god Booze. This Booze publishes world announcements, threatened to lead monsters to attack the city, destroy the Free City founded by Su Ming. Tell me, what is the name of that god Booze? The Iron-Blooded Demon Lord. The royal city official immediately said very seriously. I see. Su Ming waved his hand calmly. Then he continued to have fun with everyone in the Free City Square. After a hearty celebration, he returned to the city lord's mansion feeling tired. At this time, the god-level world boss, Iron-Blooded Demon Lord, was wanted by the great master Su Ming spread like wildfire. The first news Su Ming received when he woke up after a good sleep. It turned out that I was wanted. What's more, the wanted person is actually the divine boss, Iron-Blooded Demon Lord. This royal city official is really responsible. Then, Master Su Ming, do you accept the challenge of the first world boss of the ancient divine realm, the Iron-Blooded Demon Lord? Royal city official, what's the benefit of killing this boss? I don't know. I only know that this world boss has existed since the beginning of the gods, and the ancient divine realm appeared in this space and time. Its boss status and position are much higher than enemies like the ancient demon, nine-life fox demon, and bloodthirsty demon. So, if you choose to destroy it, you must bring all 18 warriors with you. 18 warriors who have passed the test. Why? What's the secret behind this? Su Ming was very curious. The official in the royal city continued to explain patiently with his eloquent tongue. It turns out that the Booze Palace where the Iron-Blooded Demon Lord is located corresponds to 18 prophecy pools. Each prophecy pool will randomly transform into a monster. Chapter 197. The Weird Iron-Blooded Demon Lord? Is he a pervert? The person who accepts the challenge must first place 18 strong men from various professions in the prophecy pool. Spells that destroy the Iron-Blooded Demon Lord's curse, prophecy, and the like. Then, you can bring the artifact into the inner layer of Boo's temple to confront it head-on. But it is said that since the birth of the ancient divine realm, no one has ever been able to complete the challenge mission. Anyone who has been to the Booze Palace has become the Iron-Blooded Demon Lord's booze rations. It's ridiculous and a little bit perverted, isn't it? Well, this boss is quite interesting. It just so happens that I just got the blessing of power of the law of annihilation not long ago. I was just thinking of finding a high-level boss to test the power of world-destroying bow, annihilation. Su Ming decided to meet this guy. So, Master Su Ming, have you accepted the mission to challenge the Iron-Blooded Demon Lord? Answer it. Why not answer it? You accepted the task of challenging Booze and obtained 1 Booze teleportation space, expired after 600 seconds. If you succeed in the challenge, you will automatically obtain the qualification to return to the city for free. After accepting the task, Su Ming immediately entered the state of selecting 18 strong men. With the experience from last time, this selection task was completed exceptionally smoothly. At one time, shield masters, warriors, divine swordsmen, soul masters, priests, magic masters. A total of 18 people gathered under Su Ming. Outside Bu's palace. Outside the 18 prophecy pools, lined up side by side. Well, it's time to place you. Everyone, do you have the confidence to defeat these prophecy monsters? Master Su Ming, please rest assured. In order to deal with these monsters, my archangel's sword has long been thirsty. Well, you are very brave. You placed the great swordsman professional Friday into the swordsman prophecy pool, and the monster he challenged was Adelaide. You placed the great shield master overseer into the shield master prophecy pool. The monster he challenged was Pikachu. You placed the magician professional Destiny Fire into the mage prophecy pool, and the monster he challenged was the soul-devouring demon. Su Ming did some naughty things. The 18 warriors correspond to the 18 prophecy pools. All warriors were successfully demoted. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar of Destiny Fire's skill blue lightning sounded. Bang! The shield master stands in a defensive posture above the prophecy pool. Cut the sword immediately. The great swordsman Friday's slashing sword skill suddenly appeared. Outside Bu's palace, the fire has started. Carrying the world-destroying divine bow drowning. Su Ming flashed into the palace like a god descending from heaven. The next second he appeared in the inner space. A troll wearing a cloak that is 50 meters tall and 30 meters wide. At this moment, he sat on the boss throne as steady as an old dog. This thing, it's actually tasting tea. Anu, give me a drink too, iron-blooded lord. Others would start a fight immediately upon seeing boss. Even if they didn't start a fight, they would first gain the upper hand with words and then use swords and knives. Su Ming, on the other hand, actually sat down on the armrest of boss the iron-blooded demon lord. That boss throne is majestic enough, and either side can be used as a chair. Ha 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 ha. The iron-blooded demon lord was not shy and actually poured Su Ming a cup of the finest tea. A glass of soul-stirring drink. TSK TSK, iron-blooded demon king, you really know how to enjoy yourself. I have to say, you are very good at selecting tea leaves. After drinking the strong tea brewed by Booze, Su Ming felt much more energetic. However, the iron-blooded demon lord Booze's attention was not on Su Ming. It was glancing at the battle on the 18 prophecy pools with its dark green eyes. It seemed that only the flashing of swords or the magic duel over there could attract its attention. It's been more than a million years. The rare blood person that I, the iron-blooded demon king, have been looking forward to has finally entered this boss palace. Who is this person? Tell me your name. The powerful sense of oppression surged towards Su Ming like lightning chasing a wild beast. Su Ming already knew that the other party was a world boss, and it is the only one in the entire ancient divine realm. This means that all the boos that Su Ming had challenged in the ancient divine realm before were added together. Not as domineering as the boss in front of him. Hey, I just drank your cup of tea, don't make such a fuss. In fact, even if you didn't treat me to this cup of booze tea, I brought my own drink. And it comes with unlimited refills. Whoosh. Su Ming spun like a gust of wind and reached the steps of the palace. There were 2 jugs of fine wine in his right hand. Throw one of the pots to the world, Booze. Come, let's have a drink before the decisive battle. Interesting, you, the divine archer, are really interesting. Booze, the iron-blooded demon lord, drank several gulps happily. Su Ming drank faster than him and was the first to reveal the clean bottom of the pot. Pht. The wine jug broke. Pht. The wine jug broke again. A pair of Booze eyes and a pair of human eyes immediately looked at each other. The iron-blooded demon lord suddenly stood up. The blue-brown giant fist of the demon king turned into a palm, and a huge war soul fork appeared in his hand. Boy, let's fight. Etc. Su Ming stopped the iron-blooded demon lord and asked, Iron-blooded demon lord, you said before that I have rare blood. What does that mean? Hee hee, human, even though you have become a god, you are still cute and silly. Oh, I'm stupid? There has to be a reason. It turns out that this is the only world-class boss in the ancient divine realm. After achieving invincibility through cultivation, it no longer bothered to absorb ordinary prey to enhance its own strength. But Su Ming, who has the power of 6 paths divine tower, is an exception. To outsiders who were not aware of the situation, it seemed that Su Ming entered the Booze Palace to conquer Booze. But in the eyes of the iron-blooded demon lord, Su Ming was lured into Booze Palace step by step by his own plan. After all, rare blood is the most important thing in its eyes. You actually want to drink my rare blood? What? Su Ming looked up at the sky. I actually met a Booze with a perverted appetite. Do it. Before the battle started, Su Ming crushed several bottles of potions in his hands. You consumed a bottle of Power of Divine Law potion, and the power of the 6 paths divine tower increased by 818 points. You consumed a bottle of Spiritual Power potion, and the archer's willpower increased by 1,000 points. You consumed a bottle of Divine Snow Lotus, and the power of the 5-dimensional law increased by 1274 points. Seeing Su Ming's cool moves. As the first world boss in the ancient divine realm, the iron-blooded demon lord's face turned green. Chapter 198 Ultimate Extinction. Get down, shoot. Haha, divine archer, replenishing your nutrition just before the battle. Isn't it a little too late? Even if you take all the potions in the boss area of the ancient divine realm, I'm afraid you still won't be able to withstand a single attack from me, the iron-blooded demon lord. Boo skills. Burst. Dark Claw. This Dark Claw is really powerful. It almost blew off one of my hairs. Oh. Su Ming's reaction was almost at the speed of light. Cause and effect arrow shoots out like lightning. The first move. He broke the opponent's deadly grab. Your divine skill, Cause and Effect Arrow, avoids 174 of the damage, successfully avoids the Boo skill, Dark Claw, and causes a certain amount of HP reduction to the target. This arrow hit the soul. Let Boo's the Iron-Blooded Demon Lord see how powerful Su Ming is. The Iron-Blooded Demon Lord only felt a numbness on his face. There was a bloody mark on the left side of the face, a fist distance above the chin. It was the damage caused by Su Ming's Cause and Effect Arrow. This result is unacceptable to it. Thunder and Flame. The 50-meter-tall world boss suddenly unleashed an earth-splitting skill. The entire Boo's palace. It seemed to be placed on a swing and started to swing. The palace pillars, which are so strong that they require 10 people to hug, are shaky and may collapse at any time. It's angry. Hey, it's time to plunder. Su Ming seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by Thunder and Flame to create countless chaos, released the skill, Ultimate Extinction. The reason why he didn't use the equally powerful God-chasing arrow. The reason why we don't use the explosive arrow, which has super strong killing power. Here's the reason. After all, Ultimate Extinction has full coverage, and more importantly, it was also blessed by Su Ming with the power of the law of drowning. If the enemy can go there, I can go there too. Please try my Su Ming's ultimate killer move. After finding a foothold in a few seconds, the Ultimate Extinction broke out from the sky. On the path of the arrow, all obstacles were instantly turned into dust and completely evaporated by some kind of divine arrow energy. The space is shaking. Compared with Boo's skills, it is more rugged and explosive. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Your powerful placement player, Destiny Fire, has destroyed the monster in the prophecy pool. Your powerful idler, Friday, has destroyed the monster in the prophecy pool. Your powerful placement player, Li Chiwei, has eliminated the monster in the prophecy pool. What a double happiness. The bad news of the prophecy of the monster in the pool's demise reached the iron-blooded demon lord Boos. Just let it crash. However, the might of Ultimate Extinction showed no sign of stopping at this time. Waves of destructive energy blew the 50-meter-long cloak of the iron-blooded demon lord into pieces, and its dominant majesty was swept into the garbage dump. You severely struck the iron-blooded demon lord Boos and gained the power of the iron-blooded law. You triggered the freeze effect, and the health of Boo's Iron Blood Demon Lord was reduced. Your Ultimate Extinction has been released, and Boo's Iron-Blooded Demon Lord has fallen into a coma. The fog gradually disappeared. The shaking of Booz's palace came to an abrupt halt. Half a breath later, the Iron-Blooded Demon Lord slowly opened his eyes. But a divine arrow is aimed at its head. Iron-Blooded Demon Lord, it is time for me, the great god Su Ming, to send you on your final journey. Rare blood is not so easy to plunder. Get down from here. The wind-chasing arrow fell. The world boss who woke up from coma was shot to pieces by an arrow. Announcement from the ancient divine realm. Master Su Ming has completed the first kill of a Booz in the divine realm world. Let us congratulate him together. You killed the world boss, the iron-blooded demon lord, and gained the power of the iron-blooded law. You killed the world boss iron-blooded demon lord, and ranked first in the world boss points list of the ancient god realm. You received the reward of Artifact Fragment Frost Hammer, X2. You received the reward of Origin Artifact Fragment, Exquisite Philosopher's Stone, X1. Turn around suddenly. Su Ming discovered the 18 warriors. All half-kneeling. Their bodies and helmets were covered with traces of fierce battles with monsters. There was blood, broken eyes, ashes, and all kinds of filth. But there was a blazing flame in their eyes, clean and transparent. Master Su Ming, we have completed the Battle of Placement Prediction Pool as you requested. Well, you were great. You are worthy of being the spiritual generals under the command of the great god Su Ming. It's not a good place to stay for long, go back. After distributing the reward, Su Ming crushed the return scroll in the package. The 18 warriors who returned triumphantly with traces of battle were immediately warmly welcomed by the City of Liberty. Su Ming accidentally obtained the Philosopher's Stone and 2 fragments of various artifacts. His appearance instantly brought the Freedom Square to a boil. Master Su Ming has accomplished the impossible again and is back with a successful challenge to boss. TSK, amazing. That's the first world boss in the ancient divine realm. Normally, when people from our guild go there, they have to take a detour and dare not approach the Iron Blood Demon Lord's boss area. After the Battle of Jingqiu, I finally understood what it meant to have 36 professions, and every profession has its own boss. Yes, Master Su Ming shot the Iron-Blooded Demon Lord so hard with his divine bow that he lost his temper. It's simply amazing. I'm not bragging. I have already engraved the portrait of the great god Su Ming on my weapon. It can help me fight against 100 people alone and fight in all directions. Ha 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 ha. Let me worship Master Su Ming once more. After returning to his own city lord's mansion, Su Ming took off his equipment. He began to study the power of the iron-blooded law that he had just obtained. He discovered that every time he used a portion of the power of the iron-blooded law, he could switch to combat mode. Convert part of normal attack power into dark attack power. You should know that the power of the latter is several times that of the former. Oh, no way. The power of the iron blood law is actually so strong. Su Ming discovered the truth. I was immediately excited. He held the world-destroying bow drowning in his hand and tried again. Part of your normal attack power is successfully converted. With the blessing of the power of the Iron Blood Law, the dark attack power increases by 75-84 points. This attack power can be superimposed with other attributes, and the time limit is 6 seconds. Well, my judgment was correct. The Iron-Blooded Law is indeed a terrifying existence, although the conversion time is only 6 seconds. But for a god who doesn't need a skill CD, a 6-second attack multiplier is already super invincible. In the future, his skills can continue to be strengthened. Thinking of this, Su Ming's expression of joy increased a little more. The reward for killing the first world boss this time is really fucking generous. Chapter 199, The Great Power of Ha Ming. The main world of Shanghai. The clothing store owner, Akali. Announcement from the ancient divine realm. The powerful Ha Ming Guild has challenged the Free City. While everyone in Liberty City was still immersed in the joy of a great harvest, the announcement almost caused the Free City Guild to panic. Shit, this is bad. This Ha Ming Guild was born out of Shanghai, and the guild is full of birdmen. I can't defeat them. Fame brings trouble. Master Su Ming founded Freedom Square and then Freedom City. Now he's in trouble. Ha Ming area is a wild area that is much more advanced than the entire ancient divine domain. Until now, no high-level professional has ever passed through that deadly place. Fuck, those demon-like Ha Ming monsters can smash a city with one punch. Our Free City is in trouble now. What are you afraid of? Master Su Ming can shoot them all by himself. Besides, we have so many brothers who can carry the burden with him. That's right. So what about the Ha Ming forces? If the monsters dare to attack, our Free City forces will destroy them just the same. Given the limited understanding of the Ha Ming force, Su Ming immediately invited the popular science expert, official from the royal city, over. My lord city lord, this Ha Ming force was born out of the mountain and sea force. Their ancestors were already divine beasts, and later they became intelligent and human, able to walk upright, but they still retain the divinity of their ancestors. They're unwilling to admit that they are human. As for Ha Ming space, for more than 10,000 years, no one has ever passed through that space. I am also wondering how they knew that you, Master Su Ming, killed the world boss, the iron-blooded demon lord. After finishing the popular science, the royal city official, who was lost in thought, narrowed his eyes. Su Ming pinched his nose. That's it. Oh, by the way, Master Su Ming, I forgot to tell you the names of some of the Ha Ming beasts in the royal city log. The sleepy old official in the royal city immediately took out an old booklet. Then he reported the names of the beasts from the ancient primordial world to Su Ming one by one. Ancient Kuanping. Ancient Unicorn. Ancient Swanee. Ancient Choming Bird. Huff. 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 Before the royal city official finished reporting his name, Su Ming's snoring sounded like thunder. The ancient divine realm actually connects to the main plane world of Shanghai. Su Ming was completely immersed in indescribable excitement. But I don't know how powerful these ancient beasts passed down from mountains and seas are. In the dream, Su Ming rubbed his hands impatiently. Liberty City, clothing store. The beautiful shop owner was directing her staff to greet the customers who came to make combat armor and magic ropes. Akali, business is good. Oh, it's the great and sacred god Su Ming who has arrived. Why didn't you send someone to inform us before you came? I'm going to ask someone to send for you in a sedan chair. Hearing the warm greeting from the beautiful boss of the clothing store, the customers who came to the number 18 clothing store in Liberty City to shop, immediately they all showed envious expressions. But this kind of thing is not something I can envy at all. Who made the one who came was the famous Master Su Ming. You're welcome. I'm here because I have something to trouble you with. Oh, we are one family and we should keep our differences. If Master Su Ming has anything to ask, just tell him, and I will do it for him. What if Master Su Ming wants to marry you? Will you agree, boss lady? Haha. The laughter of the surrounding customers aroused the anger of the proprietress. She swayed her graceful figure and walked over to the group of guests who were teasing her. He took the prepared magic ropes, battle armor, and other clothes and threw them at the opponent. Every time I throw one, I get a free sentence. Take your armor and get out of here. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. And so on. That scene once again made the customers burst into laughter. Master Su Ming, I'm leaving now. Master Su Ming, please come to our small mercenary group and give us some pointers when you have time. We will always have good wine and tea ready for you. Master Su Ming, my two brothers are going to the boss area to make a fortune. Goodbye. Enthusiastic customers even like to flirt with the beautiful boss of the clothing store. But in the end, he still had to come to Su Ming respectfully and say hello before leaving. Have a good trip. See you later. Su Ming greeted them casually. Then he turned around and was allowed by the proprietress to enter the second floor of the clothing store. There are not only private rooms here, and there are full-time waiters by the boss lady. Master Su Ming, here is the top-grade fragrant tea produced in the booze area. Please try it. Madam Boss, I'm here to ask you to repair this purple gold battle suit for me. Item, purple gold battle suit, God. Durability, 34/100. Other. When the proprietress identified it, she immediately gasped. Master Su Ming, you are not kidding when you bring this kind of artifact to our shop for repair. Su Ming said, if you have any difficulties, please feel free to ask. It turned out that this was the Tianzi number 18 clothing store that Su Ming found. Although it ranks among the best in Liberty City, the restoration work is also first-rate. But I don't have enough qualifications to repair artifacts. After Su Ming asked clearly about the materials the other party needed, he immediately took out gold coins x 1 million, top-quality building materials, City Lord points 8,000 from the warehouse. Helped Akali upgrade her clothing store to master level. With your help, the clothing store number 18 in Liberty City has obtained the master level restoration qualification. Akali was overjoyed. Nod your head and say hello. Akali, the owner of the clothing store, thanks the great god Su Ming. We are all from the same city. Why are you being so polite? Then my purple gold battle suit. Haha, Master Su Ming, of course you leave it to me. I will personally repair it for you. I guarantee that it can restore 100 of its durability without any damage. Well, that's what I want you to say. After completing the repair of the purple gold battle suit, Su Ming went to the Free City Old Tavern again and bought some top-quality medicines from a nearby pharmacy. Boss, why are there so few special potions in Liberty City? Master Su Ming, special potions can only be collected in special areas. Not everyone has the power of Master Su Ming, but there is a place with a lot of special potions. You were talking about the ancient Homing area. Good. Well, I will destroy the ancient and wild world sooner or later. The owner of the pharmacy was stunned and said with wide eyes, Master Su Ming, you are not kidding. Chapter 200, the descendant of the mythical beast of the Shanghai world, the ancient Kuanping. Do I look like I'm kidding? No. At this time, the boss was thinking in his mind, if the great Master Su Ming could take down the ancient Hong Wang, then his pharmacy business must rise to 100 levels. Rusher smiled and said, Master Su Ming, I have an unwelcome request. I wonder if Master Su Ming is willing to do it. Boss, you say. Master Su Ming, for the special potion you need, I will leave all that this potion shop can collect for you. And I won't charge a penny. However, if the Free City Guild conquers the ancient Homing one day, I would like to ask Master Su Ming to grant me an exclusive agency position. Haha, there are indeed many unscrupulous merchants in my Free City. I agree to your request. The boss was very happy. 10 fast horses were dispatched immediately. Go to all the markets and towns near the Free City to collect special potions for Su Ming. The ancient and primordial area. The descendant of the ancient mythical beast, Bu's ancient Kuanping, patrolling his mountain territory. After its huge wingspan spread out, several mountain ranges were shrouded in the shadow of the behemoth. Some adventurous individuals suddenly discovered that dark clouds were looming over the city. I was immediately shocked. Look, what kind of monster is that? Oh my goodness, this isn't a monster, it's an ancient beast. With wings tens of thousands of meters long, this is the descendant of the legendary beast from the Shanghai world, Bu's ancient Kuanping. Experienced hunters immediately spotted this divine behemoth. At the same time, the ancient Kuanping flying in the sky also discovered this group of wanderers who had strayed into the area of the divine beasts. Ah, The ancient Kuanping let out a roar that intimidated the entire world. Suddenly, the whole valley was shaken. Oh no, we've been discovered. Damn it. We shouldn't have broken the contract between the ancient divine realm and the ancient primordial Ming and mistakenly entered the mountain and sea world. Although this ancient Kuanping is the descendant of the mountain and sea divine beast, it shouldn't be so ferocious. Don't be so naive. This is the territory of the ancient Kuanping. If it finds us, it will eat us. Let's retreat quickly. Hey, if you want to retreat, then retreat. I will kill any Buddha I see and any god I see. Magician, do you want to die? At this time, a handsome and self-satisfied magician raised the staff of judgment in his hand. Thunder Ice Cyclone. Huh. The overconfident magician finally took the initiative. The ancient Kuanping was angry. The tiny human actually dared to attack him. How can this be? The giant mouth opened and spewed out a dragon of fire. The two wings folded together and swooped down at the arrogant magician in the mountains. Buzz. Magician XXX dies. Warrior XXX, the magician is killing me. Shield Master XXX, go to Free City and ask for help from Master Su Ming. For a moment, the words, hurry up to the Free City to ask for help from the great god Su Ming, reached Su Ming's ears. Liberty City. Royal Palace. Royal City official handed the message to Su Ming and then turned and left. One of his confidants, the great swordsman Friday, said, Master Su Ming, the ancient Kuanping has finally made a move. Tai Mingwo said, Master Su Ming, I can already smell the sin of war. Don't be so impatient. My free city will never be satisfied with just developing in the ancient divine realm. We have to wait for an opportunity to attack the ancient Hongming. I believe the time will come soon. After saying this, Su Ming suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Listen to what Master Su Ming said. The powerful men from the major forces in Liberty City immediately understood what he meant. Master Su Ming, the master of the Baiyuan power, guild near the ancient Hongming wants to see you. Master Su Ming, the master of the Yongning province major force, guild wants to see you. Well, the time has come. Let them in. Su Ming issued an order. The royal city guards welcomed the two distinguished guests into the meeting hall. When the strong men under Su Ming saw that it was such a person who came to visit the city, they immediately felt extremely honored. After all, these two major forces look down on the entire ancient divine realm. And their booze area is close to ancient Hongming. My visit today must be for no reason. I am Tianwu warrior, He Tian. I am Zhuang Maji, the great power in Yongning Prefecture. We've met Master Su Ming together. Bring up the treasure. Twilight Ring, Dragon Water God Pearl, unparalleled purple gold amulet. The powerful men from the Free City Guild stood on both sides of the meeting hall. Seeing this scene, everyone started whispering. The leaders of these two major forces presented these treasures to the great Master Su Ming as soon as they met him. It seems like they must have something to ask of Master Su Ming. Wow, am I dazzled? Twilight Ring. Well, as a member of the Free City Guild, I feel extremely honored to serve under the command of Master Su Ming. Great, great. This is a rare sight that only happens once in a century. Shield Master, you see, a strong man will be glorious. We haven't even launched an attack on ancient Hongming yet. These two major forces are already eager to please us. We are really proud. Hiki, such a good thing can only happen under the leadership of Master Su Ming. This time, Master Su Ming really gave our great power a chance to gain respect. It's awesome, really awesome. That unparalleled purple gold amulet is so dazzling, my eyes are going blind. Haha. Inside the meeting room. Master Su Ming, this is what happened. My Baiyuan faction and Yongning's Hao faction have jointly invited Master Su Ming to come out and fight against the descendants of the divine beast of ancient Hongming. Master Su Ming, please consider this. Well, brother, he has made it very clear. Master Su Ming, you are an extremely powerful divine archer. We are entrusted with the mission of revitalizing the human race. I think you don't need to postpone this matter any longer. Join us in fighting against boss ancient Kuanping. He Tian continued, that's right, great god Su Ming, if we don't fight back, Bu's ancient Kuanping will sooner or later lead the descendants of the divine beast to sweep across the entire ancient divine realm. By then, your free city and guild power will surely be uprooted after us. The consequences. These two guys came forward to make a statement. Not only did he send generous gifts, but his words were also very careful. Although they came to ask for help. But the demands they put forward coincided with Su Ming's will. After all, attacking ancient Hongming has already been Su Ming's established goal. Now the leaders of two major forces have come to ask for help. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ming readily agreed to the request of the Tianwu warrior, He Tian.